To prove that humans and zombies can also have children, I directly tied up a relatively clean female zombie, intending to develop feelings for her over time. It turns out, the global zombie doomsday has arrived, with 90% of the human population undergoing zombification. Yet, I activated a love system completely unrelated to the apocalypse. Just then, a beautifully looking zombie caught my attention, instantly enlightening me. The love system seems to have no restrictions on race or gender. Besides, it would be such a waste to leave such a beautiful zombie lying around here. With that in mind, I directly pulled out a rope from my pocket. Meanwhile, the zombie, perhaps out of boredom, was repeatedly banging her head against the wall. Upon seeing this, I looped one end of the rope around the fire hydrant, made a noose at the other end, then with a strong throw, I managed to loop the entire zombie. Immediately, she let out a roar, but the next second her mouth was stuffed with a piece of cloth. With the smell of human flesh so close, the zombie's reaction was extremely intense, her little head constantly trying to get closer to me. Yet, I was excitedly caressing her small hand, and suddenly the voice of the system rang in my mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the hand-holding task. Target name, Che Xiaoxiao. Identity, female college student. Cause enthusiast, zombie. Favorability, 0. Hand-holding reward, 100 kilograms of raw meat. First kiss reward, zombie virus vaccine. Complete strategy reward, genetic evolution potion. Seeing this, my breathing became rapid. Not to mention the latter two rewards. Just the 100 kilograms of raw meat for hand-holding is enough for me to eat for 2.5 years. However, the challenge now is how to improve the favorability of zombies. Their minds are now full of brains. Can they really understand what favorability is? After thinking for a moment, I took the cloth from Xiao Zhao's mouth. He immediately started roaring at me, his sharp teeth constantly gnashing together, making a crisp sound. I took out a piece of raw meat from the system space and forcefully stuffed it into her mouth. Instantly, the roaring stopped abruptly. She immediately began tearing into the raw meat. Seeing this, I sighed. With such sharp teeth, it seems like I shouldn't think about the second stage of the first kiss reward for now. At this moment, the door next door was pushed open, and a man and a woman walked out from inside. Young man, my husband and I haven't eaten anything for 2 days. You have so much food to feed the zombies. Can you spare some for us? The two were a newlywed couple, the man named Zhao Debao, and the woman named Lin Keqing. Since they usually ordered takeout, there was no extra food at home. In my past life, I believed their ghost stories and shared my food with them. I thought these two would be grateful, but they took advantage of my absence to empty my room of supplies, then locked the door tight, ignoring my cries. How could I share food with such people? However, Lin Keqing might come in handy. At this moment, the system panel appeared in front of me. Name, Lin Keqing. Status, married woman. Affection level, 0. Holding hands reward, 100 kilograms of fresh fruits and vegetables. First kiss reward, a set of 120 square meters house. Complete strategy reward, a set of 1,000 square meters villa. Seeing this, I couldn't help but smile slightly. That's a whole 100 kilograms of fruits and vegetables. Even though I'm not lacking food right now, a balanced diet is still very important. The two of them thought I agreed when they saw me smile. So, Zhao Debao directly made a bold request. Bring us 10 caddies of pork first, and also 3 buckets of purified water. I almost burst out laughing. Ha ha, when did I agree to share with you? Although I have so much food that I can't finish it, I won't give it to you even if it's to feed zombies or dogs. With that, I pushed the cart back to the room with Xiao Xiao. Zhao Debao looked at my back resentfully, wanting to rush up but hesitated because of the zombie I was leading. After securing Che Xiaoxiao in the room, I checked the system panel again. To my surprise, Che Xiaoxiao's favorability rating had increased by 5 points. This reminded me of the many intelligent evolved zombies that appeared in the late stages of the apocalypse in my past life. Could Che Xiaoxiao also evolve? And to think that her favorability rating increased by 5 points with just a little bit of meat. It's much easier to please her than a normal woman. Next, I took out a few pieces of raw meat and fed them to Che Xiaoxiao again, successfully raising her favorability to 10 points. I had originally planned to continue feeding her, but when I saw her bulging belly, I decisively gave up. After stuffing the rag back into her mouth, I began to plan and strategize. After 1 month of the zombie outbreak, a terrifying extreme cold will strike, and there are only over 20 days left to prepare. First and foremost, supplies are essential: food, drinks, clothing, and medicine. These are easy to obtain, but when it comes to a safe house, I have been at a loss. Besides being sturdy enough, it also needs to maintain a constant indoor temperature when the cold wave hits. Finding a building that meets these criteria is proving to be very difficult. As far as I know, there is no such house in the city of Binhai. At that moment, I suddenly remembered Lin Keqing's first kiss reward, so I hurriedly asked the system, are the houses you reward already existing? Or do they appear out of thin air? The houses rewarded by the system are all built out of thin air, and the host can choose any location to build them. What if I want a more special house? For example, a house made of titanium alloy, with emergency exits, a warehouse, medical communication equipment, and so on. The system paused for a few seconds before responding. The host needs to provide the building blueprints. Additionally, communication medical equipment does not fall under the category of construction and must be obtained by the host themselves. This filled me with joy. It meant that there was hope for my titanium alloy safe house. At that moment, a knocking sound was heard. Lin Keqing stood blankly outside the door. Seeing that the door remained closed, she grew anxious. The two ends of the corridor were pitch black, unsure if a zombie might suddenly appear. Just as she was about to give up, the tightly shut door finally opened. Lin Keqing's expression was first joyful, but when she saw Chen Luo and the kitchen knife in his hand, her heart tightened again. He was busy saying, "Take it easy, I don't have any weapons on me." Chen Luo looked at the clothes on her body, only to see that she was wearing a light camisole nightgown, vaguely able to see the black lace underwear underneath, looking incomparably sexy. It showed off Lin Keqing's tall and voluptuous figure to the fullest. Her face was made up with light makeup, and looking at her lips that were painted with lipstick and appeared red and moist, Chen Luo subconsciously moved the knot in his throat. Gee, a titanium safe house, that's tempting. Lin Keqing naturally noticed Chen Luo's reaction. If any man had dared to stare at her like that before the end of time, she would have slapped him long ago. Nay, she now had a request from Chen Luo, so even though she was despicable and disgusting, she could only show a smiling face. Chen Luo withdrew his gaze and looked at her in a good way. What's it to me? That. I'd like to borrow some food. No loan. Don't be in a hurry to reject it first. Lin Keqing lowered her body, and the neckline of her pajamas appeared larger. From Chen Luo's viewpoint, he could just see the beauty of the snowy peaks inside the neckline. When it's really white and big. Lin Keqing struck a sexy pose and continued, I won't let you suffer, as long as you share a little bit of my food, I'll. Lin Keqing deliberately didn't say anything further, wanting to let Chen Luo have his own reverie. Unfortunately, Chen Luo didn't eat this. Just what? You make it clear. Lin Keqing gritted her teeth and gave up. She held up a pair of big thunders and said, I'll let you touch them. How about a pound of flesh to touch? Too expensive. Chen Luo shook his head and refused without thinking. Lin Keqing's expression was a bit embarrassed. She had paid such a big price. Chen Luo actually wanted to bargain. He is simply not human. So what do you say, how about you share my food? Chen Luo thought about it and made way. Come in first. Lin Keqing stood vigilantly still. What? You're going to do it here? You're not afraid of a walker jumping out of nowhere? At that exact moment, a zombie roar sounded from inside the apartment building. It sounded like it was just a few floors up. Lin Keqing was startled. A pretty face instantly turned white, so she had to enter the house with a hard head. Chen Luo looked at her back, a hint of teasing flashed in his eyes. He poked his body out just in time to meet Zhao Debao on all fours. The latter retracted his head silently. What a born green turtle holy body, so good at shrinking its head. Chen Luo disdainfully closed the door. When Zhao Debao heard the door closing, he stuck his head out again, tiptoed to Chen Luo's door, and lay down on the ground, his ear pressed against the door to listen to the movement inside. Why is there no sound? He was a little anxious. Something couldn't have happened, could it? Zhao Debao climbed up and was about to kick the door in. But halfway through lifting his leg, he hesitated. What if I guessed wrong? If my wife is already halfway there, won't my kick make her lose her previous success? Thinking of this, Zhao Debao plopped down again. In the end, in Zhao Debao's heart, the desire for food outweighed his concern for Lin Keqing. Chapter 6, The House is in Hand. Lin Keqing observed the environment of Chen Luo's room. The simple furnishings, furniture, and slightly cluttered arrangement make it clear that the owner of this room is a bachelor. Woo woo. It was only then that Lin Keqing, who heard a whimpering sound, noticed a person lying on the couch in the living room. No, to be precise, people who have been there. Seeing Lin Keqing, Che Xiaoyu looked a bit grumpy and kept trying to lunge over, straining the nylon rope as if it would break in the next second. Lin Keqing couldn't help but feel a little scared. She took a step back but bumped into Chen Luo, who came in with the door closed. Chen Luo obviously did it on purpose. Feeling Lin Keqing's soft and fleshy body, his smile became more and more sloppy. Yikes! Lin Keqing also felt the fiery touch behind her and pulled away a distance with a startled cry. What are you looking at? Chen Luo asked, pretending that nothing was happening. Lin Keqing was not in a good position to pursue the matter. After all, Chen Luo's appearance made it clear that he would not admit to taking advantage of the situation. She had to follow Chen Luo's topic back. How do you bring zombies into the house? Aren't you afraid? What's there to be afraid of? Chen Luo had a flat face. It's just a zombie. Chen Luo didn't pretend that he wasn't afraid indeed. Compared to the terrifying evolved zombies, the giant beasts that could easily be 10 meters tall, and the alien races that hunted humans, this ordinary zombie really isn't anything. Lin Keqing mentally compared Chen Luo and Zhao Debao, a walker in front of a walker, face unchanged. One is so afraid of zombies that he can't even leave the door. It doesn't even compare. If Zhao Debao was half as bold as him, I wouldn't be so insecure. Lin Keqing sighed. However, she still had feelings for Zhao Debao in her, and at most, she was a bit hateful. She's thinking about getting the food and going back to share it with her husband. So, what exactly do you want me to do before you're willing to share your food with me? Chen Luo smiled wickedly and pressed to Lin Keqing's ear. An hour later, in the quiet living room, Chen Luo was sitting on the sofa, and beside him was the cute zombie girl wearing JK. In front of him was the beautiful young woman with a dull face, sitting on her knees. It's really enjoying all the benefits of being together. In his previous life, he had been fighting for survival, and the food he got had to be shared with Su Yulan the One. Even if the women in the survivor camp offered as low as a cookie, he didn't dare to enjoy it for fear of being discovered by Su Yulan. It's not as comfortable as it is now. So yeah, it's a relationship that dogs don't even talk about. Lin Keqing came back to her senses. She covered her mouth and ran to the bathroom, letting out a vomiting sound. It was only after a few minutes that she walked to the living room and nonchalantly said to Chen Luo, "I've done everything that needs to be done, where's the food?" Chen Luo pushed away Che Xiaoyu, who had been arching towards him, and walked slowly to the refrigerator, deliberately opening the refrigeration to the point where it could be seen by Lin Keqing. All I could see was a layer inside filled with pork, about 10 pounds of it. Lin Keqing's eyes stared, and in a split second, she even had the idea of knocking Chen Luo out from behind and snatching all the food. But in the end, reason prevailed. It was impossible for her, a woman, to beat Chen Luo. Chen Luo had actually been paying attention to the movements behind him. Lin Keqing didn't make any move, which in turn made him feel pity. So close, he could have whored himself out for nothing. Taking out a bag of about a pound of pork, Chen Luo threw it in front of Lin Keqing. Lin Keqing looked at the pork on the ground, her face a bit humiliated. "That's all you're giving me? That's more than enough. I was only going to give you half a pound." Chen Luo was telling the truth. After all, the two hadn't even taken the last step. This caddy of meat, which was completely rewarded by Chen Luo in a good mood, already belonged to the active price gouging. But then again, Lin Keqing didn't know the market pricing during the end times. She knew that Zhao Debao had given her family a bride price of $380,000 in order to marry her in the first place, and had also written her name on the housebook. And now, after all the trouble she had gone through, she had only gotten a pathetic pound of meat. So how could she take it? Even Zhao Debao hasn't enjoyed this service. Lin Keqing took a deep breath, picked up the pork on the ground, and walked out with a cold face. Chen Luo was not angry at Lin Keqing's attitude. The worse her attitude and the stinkier her face, when the time came to beg Chen Luo, the more pleasurable it would be for him to take revenge. How is 1 pound of meat enough for 2 people? She'll have to come back to me sooner or later. Chen Luo guessed that in 2 days at most, Lin Keqing would have to come knocking on the door in a low voice. Now, it's time to check my unit reward. Chen Luo closed his eyes and meditated on the system. Name, Lin Keqing. Identity, housewife, trendsetter. Favorability, 0, strange. Reward for first acquaintance, 100 kilograms of fresh fruits and vegetables, selected, to be withdrawn. Reward for the first kiss, a house, 100 square feet, already obtained, can be withdrawn at any time. Reward for complete strategy, expansion of house size to 1,000 square feet. 0 favorability is not surprising. If it wasn't for the fact that the system didn't display negative numbers, Chen Luo guessed that Lin Keqing's true favorability towards him should be -100, hated to the bone. But Chen Luo didn't care, he just needed to get the first 2 rewards anyway. 100 kilograms of fruits and vegetables, he chose potatoes. Nothing else. Potatoes are the best food in post-apocalyptic times. Not only is it starch-rich, but it's also flavorful and filling. And even if it sprouts and is inedible, you can still use it to grow. Simple to grow and productive, it deserves the reputation of being the poor man's bread of potatoes. Before getting a stable food source, Chen Luo's consideration for food was still more practical than taste. Finally, the main event, which is the house. As Chen Luo immersed his mind, a satellite map seemed to appear in his mind. The map showed the buildings around him, meaning Chen Luo could obtain a property around him at any time. We'll talk about this later. Chen Luo doesn't have the design drawings yet. 100 square feet is still a bit small though, it would be nice to expand. Lin Keqing's complete raider reward poured in to expand the area to 1,000 square feet. But not to mention that Chen Luo didn't want to do it at all. Even with Lin Keqing's current attitude of hatred towards him, this reward was impossible to fulfill. But Chen Luo also had a solution. As long as we find another woman with a status similar to Lin Keqing's, won't we be able to expand on the safe house? The only problem now is drawing a design for a safe house. Chen Luo definitely couldn't draw it himself, but the city's Binhai University had an architecture program. Perhaps there are still survivor students of the program there. In this way, Chen Luo had to travel to Binhai University. Gathering his emotions, Chen Luo turned off the system and laid down on the bed to prepare for sleep. Chapter 7 Clearing the Floor. Honey, you're back? Lin Keqing had just returned home, and Zhao Debao immediately greeted him excitedly. Looking at the honest Zhao Debao who had a simple smile on his face, Lin Keqing suddenly felt a pang of shame. Don't look at her, she dresses so stylishly, but she's actually quite traditional at heart. When you identify with a husband, you will never betray. As a result, Lin Keqing was somewhat afraid to face Zhao Debao. Wife, what's wrong? Zhao Debao asked with concern when he saw Lin Keqing's red eyes and didn't say anything. It's okay, Lin Keqing squeezed a very forced smile on her face, I brought the food back. Zhao Debao was ecstatic to receive the food, then pushed Lin Keqing to the living room sofa. Honey, you've worked hard, leave the cooking to me, you rest first. Zhao Debao was busy in the kitchen while Lin Keqing sat on the sofa in silence. While Zhao Debao was slicing the meat, the corner of his eye looked at Lin Keqing, who was fuming on the sofa. A trace of ruthless killing intent flashed in his eyes, and the force in his hand was a few points greater, leaving a deep gash in the chopping board. His own wife and another man, alone in a room for over an hour. Just little cuties. All know what happened. Asterisk 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 asterisk. And they said something about how they were just pretending and wouldn't sleep with him, but it turned out to be all a lie. And that guy who slept with my wife, I'll make you pay for it sooner or later. However, he still had to compensate for his smiling face to appease Lin Keqing before he could do so now. There was no other way, he could only rely on Lin Keqing in exchange for food. What he wanted was for Lin Keqing to feel guilty about him so that she wouldn't leave him behind. Turning his head, Zhao Debao changed into a sincere smile. Wife, do you like it salty or light? You watch and see. 10 minutes later, Zhao Debao walked to the table with a large plate of cooked meat. Dinner's ready, wife, come and eat. Lin Keqing stiffened and approached. Zhao Debao first pulled Lin Keqing's chair out for her to sit down before sitting down himself. After sitting down, he picked up a piece of meat and put it into Lin Keqing's bowl. Wife, you eat, taste my handiwork. Lin Keqing woodenly opened her mouth, chewed a few bites and swallowed. Greeting Zhao Debao's expectant eyes, Lin Keqing could only quip, it's delicious. Great, Zhao Debao looked happy and pinched a few more pieces into her bowl, then you eat more. The more Zhao Debao did this, the more Lin Keqing didn't dare to meet his eyes and buried her head to eat. It was late at night when we finished eating. The two were lying on the same bed, but their backs were turned to each other, and no one spoke. One is guilt-ridden and the other is full of hate. It was a night when some people slept peacefully and others stayed up all night. The next day, Chen Luo was going to gather supplies in the apartment building, and in the meantime, look for any survivors in the building. He's still thinking about the housewife. Chen Luo tied books on his arms, legs, and other locations, which reduced the risk of being bitten by a zombie and also didn't affect his activities too much. After moving his entire body and feeling fine, Chen Luo pushed open the door and walked out of the room, ready to start cleaning from the 5th floor where he was. First was room 504, located across the street from his house. He took out a piece of wire and twisted it, then inserted it into the door lock. Not even a few seconds of work went by before a crisp clang was heard. Chen Luo gently pushed and the door opened. Fortunately, I have not deserted this craft. In his previous life, Chen Luo often needed to pick doors in search of supplies, so he had practiced the skill of opening locks. Retracting his thoughts, Chen Luo picked himself up and stepped into room 504. Just as he got to his spot in the living room, he heard a chewing sound coming from the bedroom. Chen Luo gripped the axe tightly and gently pushed open the bedroom door, looking in through the crack. He saw a white-haired old man with his back to him, gnawing on the body on the bed. And there was a framed picture of an old couple on the wall above the bed. Pity nah, let me relieve you. Chen Luo walked behind the zombie, his hand rose and slashed at his neck. Black blood splashed out. But the blow didn't directly cut the walker's neck. Instead, he was startled, and with a kitchen knife on his neck, he turned around and lunged at Chen Luo with his teeth and claws. Chen Luo placed a foot against the zombie's chest, holding the hilt of the kitchen knife with one hand. His hands and feet simultaneously exerted force, pulling out the kitchen knife while also kicking the zombie to the ground. The zombie was still trying to struggle to get up. Chen Luo bullied forward and pounced on the knife. The zombie finally stopped moving. Chen Luo pulled out the kitchen knife and found 2 extra openings on it. A kitchen knife is a kitchen knife after all. It's okay if you chop meat, but it's a bit of a struggle if you chop people. You'll have to find a better weapon for that. Drying the blood on the chopper with the zombie's clothes, Chen Luo opened the nightstand, which contained some bottles and jars of medicines. Chen Luo didn't have the time to split hairs and simply stuffed a brain directly into his backpack. Then out of the bedroom to the kitchen to rummage through the cupboards and find some more cookies, which he also united into his backpack. Lin Keqing woke up from her nap and walked out of her room to find her husband lying on the door looking out. She couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing?" "That guy next door, he seems to be gathering supplies." Zhao Debao returned. Let me see." Zhao Debao stepped aside and Lin Keqing looked through the cat's eye. Only Chen Luo was seen tangling with a zombie in the corridor. The zombie looked to be 2 meters tall, with a big, strong bladder. Standing there, it's like a wall. Chen Luo looked slim even standing in front of him. "That walker looks strong, I hope he can finish that guy off." Lin Keqing cursed. Once Chen Luo dies, all that food in his house will go to them. Lin Keqing rooted for the zombies from the bottom of her heart. That's when the hallway changed. The burly zombie roared, like a moving tanker, charging towards Chen Luo with an unstoppable momentum. Chen Luo looked calm, and instead of retreating, he rushed over as well. The moment the two were about to collide, Chen Luo leapt forward. With both feet on the wall, he leapt over the burly walker. A backhanded slash to his head. At the same time, he used the inertia of his body to crush the burly walker to the ground. Chen Luo, on the other hand, directly rode up, his hands rising and falling. He had been slashing a dozen times, splitting the zombie's head like a cracked watermelon, splattering blood and brain matter all over the place. Even Chen Luo's face was stained. Lin Keqing and Zhao Debao looked at Chen Luo, who was acting like a madman, glanced at each other and swallowed their saliva in unison. They were incomparably fortunate that they hadn't chosen to go hard with Chen Luo in the first place. Otherwise they would be the ones lying on the ground at this point. Chapter 8. Do you want more change this time? 5th floor cleared, 3 walkers in 6 rooms, no survivors found and no walkers that meet the system's criteria. Chen Luo rested on the ground for a while and after recovering some strength, he got up and took stock of the supplies. 3 bottles of milk, 7 bottles of miscellaneous medicines, 2 bottles of functional drinks and a bucket of protein powder were recovered. This trip was quite rewarding, but Chen Luo's chopper was also completely scrapped. When it was removed from the burly walker's head, the blade had as many gaping holes in it as a comb. But a baseball bat was recovered from this burly man's house as a substitute. Chen Luo picked up the baseball bat and swung it, feeling that the quality was okay and it was quite smooth to use. Carrying a baseball bat and a bulging backpack on his back, Chen Luo was ready to go home. Inside room 503, the two couples, Zhao Debao and Zhao Debao, heard the sound of the door closing from next door before they pushed it open and walked out. The two searched room by room, trying to see if any food had been left behind. Unfortunately, Chen Luo searched very cleanly, and the two could only work in vain. After converging in front of his house, Zhao Debao complained to Lin Keqing, "Mard, is that bastard belonging to the locusts, not a single edible thing left. I did find a steak, but it's all maggoty and inedible." The two of them sighed, and Zhao Debao's eyes twitched. "Wife, why don't you go manage to borrow some more food from him?" Lin Keqing sniffed with great reluctance. "We just ate yesterday, we're not very hungry now, there's no need to go find him, right?" Zhao Debao reasoned with her, "If we're not hungry now, we'll be hungry sooner or later, should we let him take all the food and feed it to the zombies before we go?" Lin Keqing knew that Zhao Debao was right, but she just didn't want to go. Zhao Debao decided to play the emotional card while the iron was hot. He took a step forward and held Lin Keqing's hand, saying with a sincere look on his face, "Wife, I want to live with you all the way, we will definitely hold out until the army comes to save us." Looking at her husband's pleading gaze, Lin Keqing gritted her teeth. "Alright, I'll just go. Hard work, wife." Zhao Debao watched Lin Keqing walk to the next room, knocked on the door and walked in. His expression immediately clouded over. "Humph, the stinking is still pretending to be reserved, sold it all. What's the difference between 1 or 2 times?" Zhao Debao didn't think he had any quirks, he was just sensible enough. It's called being able to bend and endure. He consoled himself. Lin Keqing was back to Chen Luo's house for the second time, and just as she entered the door, she smelled a fragrance wafting out from the kitchen. Chen Luo let her in and then left her alone. He went into the kitchen himself, and a few moments later brought out a rice cooker. When you open it, it's filled with a pot of potato stew. Chen Luo gave himself a full bowl, opened a bottle of milk by the way, and ate comfortably. Lin Keqing was seduced by the aroma and gulped, but Chen Luo didn't greet her to eat with her. "Almost forgot about you." Chen Luo got up and brought a plate and served a plate of meat. "I don't eat." Lin Keqing thought he was giving it to himself, but she wasn't willing to accept his charity. But before he could finish his words, he saw Chen Luo walking towards the sofa and placing the plate on the armrest of the sofa. Then removed the rag from Che Xiaoyu's mouth. Che Xiaoyu seemed to have been held back for a long time and immediately let out a roar. "Stop mumbling, come on, eat the meat." Chen Luo waved the meat in front of her and walked away. Che Xiaoyu shrugged her showy nose, attracted by the smell of meat, and immediately buried her head into the plate and took a big bite. It's not a pretty sight to eat, like a mad hungry dog, or a pretty little. Lin Keqing understood that she had made a fool of herself, and her face was a little embarrassed. She coughed lightly and changed the subject. "Did you clean out the rooms on the 5th floor today?" Chen Luo didn't even lift his head. "Well, I'm leaving, and I'm going to gather some supplies before I leave." "What? You're leaving?" Lin Keqing was very surprised. "It's full of zombies outside, where are you going?" Chen Luo didn't answer, but smiled. "What? Can't bear to part with me? The hell with you." Lin Keqing was a bit annoyed. "I can't wait for you to die outside." But despite saying that, Lin Keqing's eyes were somewhat worried. She was worried that if Chen Luo left with all the food, wouldn't she and Zhao Debao go hungry again? "So, what did you come to see me about?" Chen Luo put down his bowl and rubbed his propped-up stomach and said, "I'm going to trade food with you." Chen Luo couldn't help but laugh out softly. He had thought that Lin Keqing would come back again, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. His laughter made Lin Keqing feel sarcastic, as if she was such a lowly woman. She couldn't help but be annoyed. "Change or not, give a word." "Change, it's just as well that I'm full and it's time for me to move around and consume my food." Chen Luo stood up and walked towards the bedroom. Before entering the door, he turned back and suddenly said, "You won't have anywhere to change your food after I leave, do you want to change more this time?" Lin Keqing was stunned in place when she heard this. She knew what Chen Luo meant, but doing that to the extent that she did yesterday had already made her feel guilty for so long. If she broke through the last step, Lin Keqing really didn't know how she would have the face to meet her husband, Zhao Debao. But after Chen Luo left, where should she go to get food? Expecting her and Zhao Debao to clean the rooms on the other floors, wouldn't that be sending them to their deaths? At that moment, Lin Keqing remembered what Zhao Debao had said to her before she came. He was going to have to hold out with her until the army came to save them, and that would require enough food to do so. Thinking of this, Lin Keqing gritted her teeth and finally made a decision. I'm doing this so that I can live with my husband, and he will surely understand me even if he knows. Thinking about this, Lin Keqing's sense of guilt faded a little. She lifted her feet and walked into the bedroom. An hour later, Lin Keqing's feet were weak, her throat was sore, and her body felt like it was falling apart. What a monster! She recalled what had just happened with some trepidation. At that moment, footsteps came from behind her, and Lin Keqing turned around reflexively, covering her ass and begging for mercy. I really can't. Thinking about what? Chen Luo rolled his eyes. Don't you want the food? Yes. It was her reward for working so hard for so long. How could she not want it? Chen Luo took out 2 pounds of meat and 3 pounds of potatoes from the refrigerator and handed them to Lin Keqing. That's all? Lin Keqing asked with glaring eyes. That's all. Chen Luo nodded with certainty. Lin Keqing was not willing to exchange her body for such a small amount of food. With a sweep of her eyes, she noticed that there was quite a bit of potato stew left in the rice cooker. So she walked over and picked up the rice cooker. The rest of this is mine too. Lin Keqing's appearance was like an old lady shopping in the food market. She had to make the stall owner take 3 more onions so that she wouldn't lose out. Chapter 9: Zombie Favoritism Reaches Friendliness. Another 4 days passed, and during these days Chen Luo cleared the floors of 4, 3, 2, and 1, scavenging the supplies in the meantime. Unfortunately, the 4 floors underneath did not find any other survivors either. Chen Luo wasn't going to stay any longer. He was going to leave the apartment one day at the latest and set off for Binhai University. Packing up his backpack and luggage, Chen Luo walked over to the couch for today's feeding. Che Xiaoyu's appetite was getting bigger and bigger. The first time she was fed less than half a kilogram of meat, she was full, and now that 3 kilograms of meat had gone down, she couldn't even see the slightest rise or fall in her little tummy. Giving Chen Luo a bad heartache, if it wasn't for the fact that her favorability had been rising as well, Chen Luo really wasn't going to continue feeding her. Probably because of getting enough food, Che Xiaoyu's skin didn't fester and stink like other zombies. Instead, it was always moist and bouncy. If she was given an eye mask to cover her eyes, she really wouldn't be able to tell the difference from a normal person. At best, she would have white skin. It's been 6 days of feeding you, and if you're still going to bite me, I'm going to have to leave you here to fend for yourself. Chen Luo removed the rag from Che Xiaoyu's mouth, and instead of roaring as she had done in the beginning, Che Xiaoyu opened her mouth and waited to be fed. She looks like a cat with a food bowl waiting to be fed by the pooper scooper. Chen Luo gasped and laughed. Being a zombie like you was really humiliating. Che Xiaoyu seemed to have understood, or perhaps she couldn't wait without food. She took a bite at the meat in Chen Luo's hand. Chen Luo's hand retracted, allowing her to bite the air. Ao Che got restless and squirmed around on the couch. Look, I'm going to put my hand out, and if you bite me, I'm not going to give you anything to eat, do you hear me? I'll take that as a yes. Chen Luo held the meat in his right hand and waved it in front of Che Xiaoyu. All of Che Xiaoyu's attention was drawn to her, her eyes following along. Chen Luo retracted his right hand and put his left hand over again. Che Xiaoyu was not polite and opened her mouth to bite. No! Chen Luo rebuked loudly. Che Xiaoyu froze for a moment at Chen Luo's yelling, tilting her head as if to say I didn't even yell at you, why are you yelling at me in return? Chen Luo once again put his hand over, but Che Xiaoyu still continued to bite. After pulling so repeatedly for more than a dozen times, just when Chen Luo couldn't hold on any longer and wanted to give up, this time, Che Xiaoyu didn't bite down, but looked at Chen Luo's face, seemingly judging whether this was for her to eat or not through his expression. Seeing her like this, Chen Luo's heart, which was already dead and gray, lit up with hope again. Under her gaze, Chen Luo gently shook his head. As if she understood, Che Xiaoyu surprisingly didn't really make a biting motion. Great, she seems to understand me. Chen Luo was a bit excited as he handed over the meat he was holding in his right hand and nodded towards Che Xiaoyu. This time Che Xiaoyu ate it straight away. Chen Luo repeated this a few more times, and Che Xiaoyu waited until Chen Luo nodded before eating. This showed that it wasn't Chen Luo's illusion, but that his training over the past few days had finally paid off. Chen Luo opened Che Xiaoyu's favorability panel. Name, Cha Xiaoyu. Identity, female college student, schoolgirl, cos fan, anime fan, zombie. Favorability, 40, friendly. Reward for first acquaintance, 100 kilograms of raw meat, selected. First kiss reward, zombie virus vaccine. Complete strategy reward, gene evolution potion ×1. So it's the good sense breaking through 40. Chen Luo suddenly realized. Favorability 0 to 19 is stranger, 20 to 39 is acquaintance, 40 to 59 is friendly, 60 to 79 is like, and 80 to 100 is till death do us part. This stage of friendship had already made it so that Che Xiaoyu wouldn't actively attack Chen Luo. He now became upgraded in Che Xiaoyu's brain from something that could be eaten to something that could only be eaten after Chen Luo's consent. However, in order to determine if Che Xiaoyu was only able to restrain her desire to attack him when she was bound, Chen Luo decided to make another bold test. He placed a plate of meat on the table, then untied the nylon rope from Che Xiaoyu's body and took a step back himself, standing in the same straight line as the meat, wanting to see which she would choose between the meat and herself. Che Xiaoyu hadn't reacted to the fact that she was free, and it took 2 chrysalises on the sofa before she realized she could move. She staggered to her feet, her bloodshot eyes looking to the only living person in the room, and made her way towards him, not even glancing at meat in the meantime. Sure enough, is it still herself that is more attractive to her? Chen Luo was a little disappointed. By the time she walked to a distance of less than a meter away from Chen Luo was all set to make his move, because this position would be trickier to deal with once Che Xiaoyu launched herself at him. But just at that moment, Che Xiaoyu stopped. She first looked at Chen Luo and then at the meat on the table. Then she looked at Chen Luo and raised her hand to the bowl. Chen Luo was ecstatic in his heart, but on the surface, he still didn't move and nodded towards Che Xiaoyu. Only after getting Chen Luo's consent did Che Xiaoyu pick up the bowl and bury her head in it again. It's time to say no, and the food is still ugly. It's only 40 favorability and you can do it without attacking me. If it reaches 100, won't I be able to have a zombie henchman who can command an order? Chen Luo looked at Che Xiaoyu. A thought popped into his mind. You know that zombies don't get tired and don't need to rest, they're just perfect tool people. If he could have an army of zombies himself, wouldn't he be able to walk sideways? Thinking of this, Chen Luo's gaze at Che Xiaoyu was filled with fondness, as if he was looking at a precious treasure. In the next room, Zhao Debao had been sitting still for the past few days. He had already learned the news of Chen Luo's imminent departure from his own wife, so whether it was for the food in Chen Luo's hands or for his own personal desires, his revenge plan had to be carried out as early as possible. However, it was definitely hopeless to rely on him alone. After all, Chen Luo was a ruthless person who could easily solve a 2-meter-tall zombie. And Zhao Debao grew up in a civilized society and had never even killed a chicken, so how could he be Chen Luo's opponent? So in order for the plan to succeed, Zhao Debao had to get Lin Keqing's help to make it work. So, Zhao Debao found Lin Keqing and said to her, "Wife, I've been thinking about this for the past few days, and I don't think we can let the guy next door leave, at least not with food." Lin Keqing was brushing her teeth in the bathroom. She brushed her teeth extraordinarily often these days. Every time she came back from next door, the first thing she did was go into the bathroom. She glanced at him. "What do you have in mind? How about, wife, go borrow food one more time, then open the gate and let me in while he's lax, preferably asleep, and then I'll kill him while I'm at it." Sleeping Chen Luo, Zhao Debao thought that he still had the courage to make a move. Chapter 10, Zhao Debao's Revenge. Lin Keqing paused in her toothbrushing when she heard this. She wanted to ask Zhao Debao how he thought he could make Chen Luo fall asleep without the slightest defense. Could it be that Zhao Debao already knew what she did with Chen Luo? But Lin Keqing finally failed to ask. She was afraid that once she opened her mouth, the relationship between the two of them would never be able to return to the beginning. Zhao Debao has not been able to wait for Lin Keqing's reply, and was a bit anxious. "Is it okay? Give a word. You can't be intolerant of laying your hands on him, can you?" "How?" Lin Keqing said eagerly. "I was just thinking about what to do to put him to sleep." "So have you thought of a way yet?" Zhao Debao was really anxious and couldn't wait to say straight out that wouldn't you just sleep with him and be done with it? Out of guilt for betraying her husband, it makes Lin Keqing almost obliging to Zhao Debao. So even though she had a vague sense of unease in her mind, she nodded down. "Great!" Zhao Debao excitedly jumped 3 feet in the air. "Once it gets dark, we'll start moving. I'll go prepare first." After saying that, Zhao Debao left Lin Keqing behind and walked away by himself. In the bathroom, Lin Keqing raised her head and stared blankly at herself in the mirror, but a wave of shock rose inside. "He didn't ask me exactly what the approach was, so that means he knows. So here's the new question, did Zhao Debao know about it on the first day, or did he just notice it recently?" Associated with the fact that in the past few days, Zhao Debao had been urging her to go to the next room, the answer to the question seemed to be calling out. Lin Keqing shook her head, shook off the cluttered thoughts in her mind, and gave a bitter smile to herself in the mirror. "Just as well, after all, I was the one who betrayed him, so consider it my way of paying him back." It was late at night. Chen Luo had thought of resting early today and leaving early tomorrow morning, but he had just laid down when he heard a knock on the door. Chen Luo already knew who was coming. He got up and looked. Outside the door was indeed Lin Keqing. She seemed to have come in from a shower, her hair still dry and smelling like shampoo. What she was wearing was a red dress, with black stockings over her plump legs, giving her a somewhat diminished air of being a virtuous wife, and a bit more of a sexy feel. One can't help but want to drag the good family down. Short of food again so soon? Chen Luo looked at her with a smile on his face. The smile fell so abominably in Lin Keqing's eyes that it gave her the urge to slam her fist on it. But she still endured it, and even wore a flirtatious expression. She ruffled her hair and said, "Yeah, come in." Chen Luo stepped aside and raised his hand as Lin Keqing walked past him. Pop. Feeling the jelly-like touch, Chen Luo praised from the bottom of his heart. "Nice touch, fleshy." "You dash." Lin Keqing covered her arse and glared at him angrily. "What's wrong with me? You have to give me an extra cookie." Lin Keqing's expression that dared to be angry made Chen Luo couldn't help but throw his head back and laugh. "Ha ha ha. So this is what it feels like not to be human? It's a real treat." Chen Luo didn't sympathize with Lin Keqing at all. He could forget how the couple treated him in his previous life. This was the retribution they deserved. Lin Keqing lowered her head, her eyes flashed with burning anger as she thought to herself, "Just laugh, let's see if you can still laugh after tonight." As she passed by the living room, Lin Keqing even glanced at the sofa. Because there were no lights on, she could only vaguely see a silhouette, presumably the zombie girl that Chen Luo had raised. Retracting her gaze, Lin Keqing said to Chen Luo, who was sitting on the edge of the bed with his legs open, "Are you leaving tomorrow? How do you know? I saw your packed bags." Since she knew, Chen Luo didn't hide it. "That's right, early tomorrow morning. I'm leaving the apartment and heading to Binhai University." "But how should you leave?" Lin Keqing asked again. "The guy who lives downstairs in room 404 has a motorcycle, and I got the keys from him. Why don't you stay with us and wait for help?" Lin Keqing still wanted to try and retain Chen Luo. If he could change his mind, then she and Zhao Debao wouldn't need to do anything. In Lin Keqing's heart, Chen Luo was simply a monster, both in terms of physical strength and hands. So avoid fighting him if you can. "Big deal, I'll work harder, it's better than losing my life," Lin Keqing thought. Chen Luo knew that there wouldn't be any rescue at all, just the zombies that would evolve would be hard to deal with, not to mention that it wouldn't be long before the cold wave was coming. People won't be able to stay out there long at all by then, let alone save lives. However, Chen Luo did not intend to tell Lin Keqing. He wanted to let her and Zhao Debao have hope in their hearts and keep tormenting, but until just before starving to death, they couldn't wait for help and eventually died in despair. So Chen Luo shook his head. "There's no need to say more, it's still important to get down to business." Lin Keqing's expectations fell through, a trace of coldness flashed in her eyes, but on her lips she said, "This time I want to change more." "Oh?" Chen Luo had a strange look in his eyes. "Then let's begin." 3 hours later, Lin Keqing couldn't even stand up, and could only climb out of bed by holding onto the wall. In order to make Chen Luo fall asleep, Lin Keqing was tortured for 2 whole hours, fainting and waking up several times in between. "It feels as if you're going back and forth between heaven and hell." In the end, she held on by sheer force of will. Then she waited for another hour until she heard Chen Luo's light snoring, and only then did she tiptoe up from the bed. From the bedroom to the living room to the front door, a total distance of less than 10 steps, but Lin Keqing used nearly 5 minutes. One was so as not to make a sound to startle Chen Luo, and the other was that she really couldn't make any effort with her legs. Opening the door to the room, Zhao Debao had been waiting for a long time and entered the room with a flash. "Well, is he asleep?" "Asleep. Great." Zhao Debao gripped the fruit knife in his hand tightly. Excitement, nervousness, worry, and other emotions filled his heart, causing his body to stop trembling. "He's in the bedroom. Okay, I'm going to kill him." Zhao Debao bypassed Lin Keqing and headed towards the room. But within a few steps, he saw a figure standing in front of the bedroom door. Zhao Debao was shocked. "Didn't you say he was asleep?" "It's asleep, Lin Keqing was blocked by Zhao Debao and didn't see any silhouettes, so she was a bit strange. "Then who is he?" Zhao Debao was shocked and angry. He felt that Lin Keqing had leaked his plan to Chen Luo, and the two of them were going to join forces against him in turn. Lin Keqing looked in the direction of Zhao Debao's finger. Just in front of the bedroom door, there stood a figure with pupils that glowed red in the darkness. Chapter 11, You Just Know You're Going to Die. Lin Keqing was also taken aback, but soon realized that something was wrong. Chen Luo's height was a whole head taller than hers, while this person in front of her was even half a head lower than her, and looking at the silhouette it was even more slender, not like a man could have a body. She whispered a reminder, "No, she's not that asshole." Zhao Debao was half-hearted, but luckily he wasn't unprepared. He had brought a flashlight with him in case he couldn't see this well. He took out his flashlight, turned it on and shined it forward. A petite, delicate-looking JK beauty stood peacefully in front of the door. "Who is she?" Zhao Debao didn't recognize Che Xiaoyu at first glance and asked in confusion. It was normal that Zhao Debao didn't recognize him, but Lin Keqing had been coming to the door every day for the past few days, so it was impossible that he wouldn't recognize him. She's the zombie that Chen Luo raised." Lin Keqing looked like she had seen a ghost. She broke free of the rope? "What?" Zhao Debao was also a bit shocked as he lifted his flashlight towards the young girl's face and saw her unusual red pupils. "Honey, what should we do? Or else it's better to leave first." Lin Keqing shook Zhao Debao's arm, already beating a retreat. Zhao Debao did a fierce mental struggle. He was also afraid of the zombie Che Xiaoyu, but he knew better than to miss tonight and never have such a good chance again. Although he could also leave with Lin Keqing first and wait for the zombies to eat Chen Luo before returning to take the supplies. But what if Chen Luo was also infected as a zombie? Zhao Debao didn't feel that he was capable of getting the supplies with 2 walkers watching over him. So it was undoubtedly the most appropriate choice to kill the sleeping Chen Luo after resolving this blocking tiger in front of him. This was also because Che Xiaoyu's appearance looked too human and harmless, completely different from other bloody and horrible zombies. That's what gave Zhao Debao the illusion that he could take care of her. Playing it safe, Zhao Debao said to Lin Keqing with a twinkle in his eye, "Wife, you help me attract her attention, I'll take care of her." "Me?" Lin Keqing opened her mouth wide and pointed at herself. "Don't worry, I won't let her hurt you." Although he said so on his lips, Zhao Debao was actually ready to sacrifice Lin Keqing at any time. A woman who is unfaithful to her husband is a waste of food to keep. As a man, he absolutely could not accept being betrayed by his own wife. He had planned to kill Chen Luo and then slowly concoct Lin Keqing. Now, since Lin Keqing could still be utilized, it would be better to let her exert her last remaining energy. Lin Keqing was 10,000 times reluctant. She could give up her innocence for Zhao Debao, but for her to give up her life, she wasn't at that level yet. At that moment a very impatient voice came from the direction of the zombie girl. "I mean, how much longer are you guys going to argue?" Hearing this voice, Zhao Debao and Lin Keqing's hearts beat violently, and they turned their heads to see Chen Luo appear behind the zombie. You didn't fall asleep?" Zhao Debao couldn't help but ask. "You guys are making so much noise, I'd have to be woken up even if I was asleep." In the post-apocalyptic world, sleeping too much is a big taboo. Chen Luo has been able to do when he falls asleep and hears the slightest movement, he will wake up immediately. Not to mention he wasn't even asleep. Looking at the calm and self-effacing smile on Chen Luo's face, Lin Keqing suddenly called out, "You already knew about our plan, didn't you?" "No," Chen Luo shook his head, "I'm just getting to know the two of you." Lin Keqing didn't understand what he meant, but she still shouted to Zhao Debao, "Hubby, let's run while the zombies are holding him back." "You mean her?" Under the incredulous gazes of Zhao Debao and Lin Keqing, Chen Luo raised his hand and rubbed it on the zombie's head in a rather intimate gesture. And the zombie actually didn't attack Chen Luo, but instead obediently stood and let Chen Luo touch it. "How is that possible?" "Zhao Debao," Lin Keqing murmured at the same time. "Is this still a zombie that has no feelings and only knows how to bite? If you don't look like a zombie, how come your habits are completely different from those of a zombie? Well, now that we're done catching up, it's time to deal with you too." Zhao Debao's heart was ringing with alarm bells as he grabbed Lin Keqing in front of him and then pushed hard. Lin Keqing stumbled and fell in front of Chen Luo. She turned her head, her face filled with dismay as she looked at her fleeing husband. She couldn't believe how Zhao Debao would actually push her. Trying to run. The physical quality of the two people was completely incomparable. Zhao Debao hadn't even run 2 steps before Chen Luo caught up and knocked him down with a stick from behind. "Wait, I have something to say, please." Zhao Debao raised his hand and tried to beg for mercy. But Chen Luo didn't even talk nonsense to him, picked up the fruit knife that Zhao Debao dropped and stabbed him in the heart. Chen Luo then pulled out the fruit knife and let Zhao Debao cover his heart and bleed while he turned back to look at Lin Keqing, who was still sitting paralyzed on the ground. Lin Keqing saw the knife still dripping blood in Chen Luo's hand. Her guts were almost broken, she couldn't care about her grief, and her will to survive made her say quickly, "This was all Zhao Debao's idea, it was him who wanted to harm you, it has nothing to do with me, please forgive me, I swear that from now on, I will serve you as if you were my master." Lin Keqing still had a fluke in her heart until now. She thought that if she slept with Chen Luo a few times, Chen Luo must not be able to kill her. But what he heard was Chen Luo's emotionless voice from above his head. "Finished?" Lin Keqing trembled and busily lowered her head, kissing Chen Luo's instep while shaking her ass. Then she raised her head and smiled flirtatiously. "Master, slave girl knows that she's wrong, you can punish slave girl as much as you want, I just beg you to spare my life." "You don't know it's wrong, you just know you're going to die." As soon as the words left his mouth, a sound of a knife entering flesh issued. "What's going on? After sleeping with him at least a couple times, doesn't he have any feelings at all?" Lin Keqing looked at the knife inserted into her heart, and in her eyes was endless regret. Had she known that this day would come, she shouldn't have come to provoke him, much less listen to Zhao Debao's words to harm him. She didn't know that her downfall had been predetermined long ago in her previous life when she stole Chen Luo's supplies and in this life when Chen Luo met her for the first time. Even without this night today, Chen Luo would not let the couple go. Before dying, Lin Keqing heard Chen Luo say, "You are to blame for all of this." Then she closed her eyes completely. Che Xiaoyu, who had been standing since a moment ago, walked over, squatted next to Lin Keqing, and pointed at the body. Chen Luo shook his head. "No, this is already bad, eating it will give you a bad stomach." Cha Xiaoyu looked at him in confusion and pointed to Zhao Debao on the other side. Chen Luo still shook his head. Following a zombie that had eaten people around him, Chen Luo really felt diaphragmatic. And the thought that he'd have to kiss Cha Xiaoyu later made it even more unacceptable for him to accept her cannibalism. Che Xiaoyu didn't feel disappointed when she didn't get Chen Luo's consent, although she wasn't disappointed in the first place. Climbed back onto the couch by himself. Chapter 12 Survivors of the University of Marina. As soon as the next day dawned, Chen Luo was fully armed and left the apartment complex on a motorcycle with Che Xiaoyu. Along the way, the rumbling sound of the motorcycle attracted a number of zombies. However, the slow-moving ones couldn't catch up at all and could only watch Chen Luo go far away. A teaching building at Binhai University, where the entrance is blocked by desks. A group of students crammed into a classroom they had been stuck in for so many days. Zhang Wei, Wu Chang, you two go find food today. A boy who was wearing various name brands said. The two named were reluctant. Why yes. Although the stairs on the first floor of the school building were blocked and the zombies outside couldn't get in, there were still a lot of zombies in the other classrooms. They are not willing to risk their lives. Du Yangsheng said nonchalantly, I lined it up. What? You guys don't agree? Zhang Wei wanted to say something else, but was stopped by Wu Chang. Forget it, he's the mayor's son, we're still waiting for his father to send someone to save us, so it's better not to start a conflict with him. Zhang Wei was unconvinced and said with his neck sticking out, why do Su Yulan and the others don't have to go? It's always the two of us back and forth. Can't you tell? Du Xiao likes people. After the two left the classroom, Du Yangshen walked towards a corner of the classroom where there was a woman with outstanding temperament and elegant demeanor. Whisperland, I got in touch with my dad last night, and he told him that the situation there has pretty much stabilized, and that it won't be long before a team can be sent to rescue us, and we'll be safe then. Su Yulan was also happy to hear this. That's great. Du Yangsheng looked at Su Yulan's smile, he hesitantly opened his mouth, Yulan, but it was interrupted by the woman who came out of nowhere. Xiao Du, so many of us here, can we all be saved? This woman's name is Zhang Miao Miao, a gold-digging woman who has always dreamed of hitching a ride on the back of the Du family and marrying into a rich family. In fact, in terms of looks alone, she was only slightly inferior to Su Yulan, but the gap between the two in terms of temperament was very large. Su Yulan had a feeling of high mountain orchid general high purity, while Zhang Miaomia was the vulgar smell of copper. Du Yangsheng was never short of gold-digging women around him, but on the contrary, it was rare to see one like Su Yulan. This made Du Yangsheng, who was used to eating meat, couldn't help but want to change his tastes and eat some veggies once in a while. Therefore he had always been a courteous figure in front of Su Yulan. In order to do so, it was to throw himself at Su Yulan's mercy to capture her heart. So although it was upsetting to be interrupted, Du Yangsheng still gently returned, don't worry, I will never abandon any of my students. Du Xiao, you are so reliable, Zhang Miaomia praised without mincing words. There was a rumble outside the window, and the attention of all the students in the classroom was drawn to the window to look out, including Su Yulan, who was also looking curiously at the location of the school's entrance. It's the sound of a motorcycle, it must be my dad's men coming. Du Yangsheng was ecstatic and busied himself to the position by the window, but unlike the convoy of dozens of people he expected, what came was merely a motorcycle with only 2 people on it. Du Xiao, why did your dad just send out a motorcycle? Zhang Miaomio asked suspiciously, it's not possible that your dad is only planning to save you, right? The others were in a hurry at the word. Du Xiao, I've sold my life for you for so long, you can't leave me behind. Du Xiao, please take me with you, whatever you want me to do, I will agree. Du Xiao, Du Xiao. Du Yangsheng was on the verge of cursing Zhang Miaomio in his heart, this woman, she doesn't know how to speak. He was busy calming the crowd, don't worry everyone, no one will be left behind. That should be the one who came first to scout out the situation, and will send the others once they've scouted out the situation. Only after Du Yangsheng's persuasive words did the crowd turn their attention back to the 2 people who had arrived with great skepticism. And the 2 men on the motorcycle stopped at the location of the playground, with the mass of gathered walkers behind them. The 2 dropped the motorcycle and ran in one direction. The one running ahead carried a baseball bat and knocked the walkers in front of him to the ground one by one. And the one following behind can't be seen because she doesn't even make a move, she just follows and runs. Worthy of being Mayor Du's men, these hands are too much. Indeed, it shouldn't be the elite of some special unit, should it? If we had a dozen or 20 more like that and enough guns and bullets, we could just kill all the walkers in the school, right? The crowd surrounded Du Yangsheng and gave him a blowjob. Listening to Du Yangsheng's heart was very comfortable, he patted his chest and bragged. This person's hands are just average, have you guys ever seen a soldier king in the army? That's what's called powerful, as it happens, my dad knows one, and even hugged me when I was a kid. Young Du was really great when he was a kid. Another burst of compliments from the crowd. Su Yulan ruffled her hair in front of her forehead and said in a gentle voice, Classmate Du, I'd like to thank you on behalf of my classmates. No, we're all classmates, this is what I should do. Come on, come with me to meet the people my dad sent. Du Yangsheng in front of so many people hard to pretend, now is the spirit of the wind, a wave of the big hand, leading a dozen boys to the first floor. Chen Luo was currently preparing to enter a building to get rid of the hordes of zombies behind him. Suddenly, I heard someone in the distance open a window and shout, this way. Chen Luo briefly hesitated, then took Che Xiaoyu and changed direction, running that way. The man saw Chen Luo coming over and made way. Chen Luo propped up the window frame with one hand, a hurdle, and tumbled into the classroom, the whole set of movements clean and sharp. Che Xiaoyu's body was stiff and she couldn't roll over the window, so she could only stand frozen in front of it. A few enthusiastic male students saw this and were ready to come forward to lend a hand, but they were pushed away by Chen Luo. No, I'll do it. he said as he probed his upper body and clamped his hands underneath Che Xiaoyu's armpits. Che Xiaoyu's body was very light, so Chen Luo didn't have to exert much effort to carry her in. A few of the fast-running walkers caught up with them, and one of the boys saw them and busied himself with slamming the window shut to keep them out. "You must have been sent by my father to save us?" Chen Luo hadn't stood still for long when a boy whose body exuded a smelly feeling extended his hand to him. Chen Luo didn't shake hands with him and instead asked, "Who are you?" The smile on Du Yangsheng's face instantly stiffened as he pointed at himself and introduced himself. "I'm Du Yangsheng. Didn't you take the mission to save me?" Chen Luo shook his head. "I don't know you, and I haven't taken any quests." Du Yangsheng was embarrassed. Chapter 13, Reunion with an Acquaintance. Of course Chen Luo knew Du Yangsheng, and not only did he know him, he was also very familiar with him. In his previous life, Du Yangsheng hadn't failed to use various excuses to make Chen Luo sell his life. The supplies that were obtained were all taken away from him on the grounds that they were centralized and distributed. Instead, he and his minions supervise and enjoy the fruits of other people's labor with abandon. Behind the scenes, they also use food to divide the boys' camp and coerce the girls to provide them with services in exchange for food. Simply a bunch of scum. Chen Luo saw their true colors and chose to leave. Before he left, he even made a point of telling Su Yulan everything he saw, wanting her to go with him. Unfortunately, Su Yulan was deceived by Du Yangsheng's superficially good image and didn't believe Chen Luo's words at all. She felt that Chen Luo was just greedy for her body and deliberately slandered Du Yangsheng. Chen Luo was speechless and could only leave alone. After leaving, Chen Luo found a fairly decent shelter and gathered quite a few supplies. Then later on it was that suddenly one day Su Yulan came up and cried, saying that Du Yangsheng was a scum and regretted that she hadn't left with Chen Luo in the first place. But Chen Luo was so heartbroken that he actually opened the door. Now that I think about it, a girl with no hands traveled across the entire university and through a dozen more streets. No matter how you think about it, it's just that Chen Luo was so stupid and naive at the time that he was fished as a warbler. Back to reality, the reason why Chen Luo pretended not to recognize Du Yangsheng was to make him lose face, and secondly, to find a chance to take revenge. Du Yangsheng's face was a bit unsightly, he had just boasted with the others, and now that he had been slapped in the face so quickly, his face really couldn't hang on. To salvage his honor, he said in the cadence of a leader, "That means you are a commoner like us, and in that case, you should follow our rules." A junior behind him was signaled to come forward and reach for Chen Luo's backpack. "What are you doing?" Chen Luo slapped his hand away and took a step back. "For the sake of all of us to survive, please turn in your supplies and let us distribute them in a unified manner," Du Yangsheng said with great righteousness. "What's it to me if you can live or not? How can you say that?" The youngest brother couldn't hear it anymore and retorted, "If everyone was as selfish as you, so many of us would have starved to death a long time ago." "That's right," Du Yangsheng nodded, purposely speaking out loud for all to hear. "I'm doing this to maximize the rational use of the supplies, so please understand." His hypocrite look of looking out for everyone's sake really turned Chen Luo's stomach. Instead, the less involved students really bought into his bull and chimed in. Chen Luo couldn't listen any longer and said to him, "Your deaths and lives have nothing to do with me, and I don't intend to hug it out with you, so I'm not going to hand over the supplies to you." "Then I'm sorry, please leave," Du Yangsheng said with a cold smile, pointing at the window. There was a large group of walkers outside the window, scrambling to get on top of it and drooling. Chen Luo naturally wouldn't agree. "There are so many classrooms here, I'll choose one to stay for a few days, then I'll naturally leave, don't need you to worry about it." On one side was Du Yangsheng, a fellow student with an extraordinary family background, and on the other side was an unknown outsider. The students naturally sided with one of their own. Not to mention the brainwashing of the big pie painted by Du Yangsheng. They then surrounded Chen Luo with a group of angry people, pointing at Chen Luo with one mouth and the other. "What gives you the right to talk to Du Shao like that? If it wasn't for us saving you just now, you would have died long ago." "That's right, this is a school, it's our students' turf. What gives you, an outsider, the right to keep our classroom?" Chen Luo disdained their words. He had wanted to go to another building. The only reason he had changed direction was because there were more survivors over here to make it easier for him to find his target, and to say that they had saved him was nonsense. It's even more ridiculous to say that the school is the students' turf, so go ask the principal if he'll say yes or no. What's more, so what if he just forcibly stayed? Would they dare to make a move against him as far as they were concerned, these hothouse flowers who had never seen blood before? Just at this moment of saber rattling, a cool voice came from behind the crowd. "What happened here? I thought we were told someone was coming to rescue us." Chen Luo looked in the direction where the voice came from, only to see a woman wearing a long floral dress, long hair to her waist and freshness walking in from outside the classroom. "It's her." Chen Luo was briefly disoriented. "Yulan, this man is not from our school and wants to stay with us, we were about to kick him out." Du Yangsheng stepped forward and stood beside her. Su Yulan frowned, "Let him stay if he wants to, we have so many empty classrooms here, why should we drive people away?" "Yulan, this person's origin is unknown, so it would be dangerous if he's some kind of criminal," Du Yangsheng explained. "Then you can't kick someone out, you're not letting him die." Su Yulan walked up and said to the other students surrounding Chen Luo, "All disperse." The students hesitantly looked at Du Yangsheng until Du Yangsheng nodded his head, then they dispersed. You guys are okay. Looking at the gentle smile in front of him, Chen Luo couldn't help but sway a little. At this point in time, Su Yulan still couldn't see anyone die, and even if it was a stranger, she would still offer her help. Such a character can be described as kind and is where she shines. But in the post-apocalyptic world, this kind of goodwill that doesn't discriminate between good and bad is a bit of a holy mother. But the Chen Luo of his previous life ate this up, which was why he opened the door for her. Because he just didn't think Su Yulan would harm him. But the heart is in the right place, and no one can say if a person will change after something happens to them. Chen Luo was fuming for a bit too long, and in the eyes of outsiders he was staring at Su Yulan with a colorful face. Du Yansheng was irritated and coughed twice. Ahem. Chen Luo came back to his senses and also said in a friendly manner, "We're fine." That's good. Su Yulan smiled lightly, her gaze crossing over Chen Luo to look at Che Xiaoyu behind him. Che Xiaoyu looked and dressed young, and Su Yulan asked curiously, "Is this your sister?" "So pretty." "Sort of." "Hello, little sister, what's your name?" Su Yulan was happy to see a new girl joining. Close to 80% of the surviving students here are male, and it's all seriously disproportionate. But her enthusiasm was plastered on Che Xiaoyu's cold ass and got no response from her. Su Yulan was a little embarrassed at being ignored and turned her head. Never mind, my sister can't talk. So it's like this. Su Yulan looked at Che Xiaoyu with sympathy in her eyes. She secretly lamented in her heart, it's such a shame that such a pretty little sister can't speak. But Su Yulan had another question. Why was she staring at my neck all the time and seemed to have swallowed her saliva? Chapter 14 The Incredibly Eager Student. Su Yulan noticed something wrong again. She asked Chen Luo suspiciously, "Why are your sister's eyes red, similar to those zombies?" Chen Luo first shook his head at Che Xiaoyu in case she suddenly attacked Su Yulan. Only then did she snub Su Yulan. "It's a pupil, my sister wears pupils." Oh. Su Yulan easily believed Chen Luo's words. After all, she had never seen a zombie that wouldn't actively attack people, so she naturally assumed that Che Xiaoyu was alive. "Then you can stay here for now, the first through third floors are safe, you can pick any empty classroom you want, but keep in mind that all 4 floors up are very dangerous." "I know." After explaining the precautions, Su Yulan left. Du Yangsheng glared viciously at Chen Luo before following along. Time passed a little, and soon it was about 12 noon. A dozen students lined up in front of a classroom with the word warehouse posted on the door. They were all waiting to receive their food for the day. "This you are." A student looks at the plate with 2 soda crackers, a rice ball the size of a ping pong ball, and a glass of tap water from the toilet. He finally couldn't help but complain, "Why is it only this much? Is it enough for anyone?" I'm not saying anything about the previous reduction from 2 meals a day to 1 meal a day, but how come this only meal is getting smaller and smaller as well? The man with the glasses in charge of distributing the food said nonchalantly, "Stop whining, food is in short supply, it's good to have something to eat." The student was still fighting. "How can we have the strength to work with just this little food? Love it or hate it, just in time to save your share to distribute to others." The man with the glasses said with a bad attitude. "I'll take it." The student was already starving, and if he didn't eat some more he was really afraid he would pass out from hunger. So even though he was more than a little disgruntled, all he could do was leave with his plate. That's when the line reached Su Yulan. The glasses man's attitude immediately shifted 180 degrees. "It's Su, come on, this one's yours." Saying that, he gave Su Yulan a bag of bread, a packet of spicy noodles as well as a bottle of mineral water. "Didn't you say that food is in short supply?" Su Yulan asked in confusion. The man with the glasses said quietly, "This is something Du Xiao has taken special care of." Su Yulan sniffed righteously and said, "I can't be special, please tell Du to treat everyone equally and give everyone the same portion." The man with the glasses was a little embarrassed, he didn't dare to say that. His current fat job was arranged by Du Yangsheng. You can enrich yourself and sneak yourself a little extra food each time, and you don't have to deal with dangerous walkers. What if you piss off Du Yangsheng and lose your job? Just when he was in a difficult situation, Du Yangsheng walked out of the warehouse. "No need to pass it on, I've heard it all, don't worry, I won't get special in the future." "That's good." Su Yulan nodded in satisfaction, then was a bit puzzled. "How did you get out of there?" "Ahem, supplies are so important, of course I have to inventory them every day." "I see, hard work." "No hard work." Kidding aside, when Su Yulan had just said that, he was inside gnawing on a chicken leg, and now there was a layer of grease around his mouth. The chicken thighs were kind of ready to eat, though, and the flavor was mediocre. Before the end of time, this was what he saw as junk food. Having eaten too much of this kind of thing, Du Yangsheng immensely missed the craftsmanship of the chef at home. Just then, everyone smelled a strong aroma of meat. The smell is. Someone's eyes lit up, it's someone's stew. God knows how much they miss cooking with pots and pans and gas, hot food. A dozen or so people didn't even line up, sniffing the scent and running downstairs. In a classroom on the 2nd floor, they discovered the source of the scent. Those 2 strangers were actually cooking in the morning. They had pots and pans and that canned gas, geez, that's pretty extravagant. Stab dash. And a Coke? The crowd's eyes were red and they were scarier than the zombies. Chen Luo gave Che Xiaoyu a bowl and she immediately buried her head and ate. She still ate as ugly as ever, but no one would laugh at her, and anyone else would probably be worse off. Chen Luo served himself another bowl and ate it beautifully, oblivious to the many pairs of eyes outside. Even Su Yulan, who didn't care that much about the food, swallowed her saliva, not to mention the others. Young Du. They looked at Du Yangsheng, the pair of eyes filled with longing. Du Yangsheng himself wanted to eat. He walked into the classroom. Friend. To his embarrassment, Chen Luo simply ignored him and ate by himself. Du Yangsheng had no choice but to wait until Chen Luo finished his bowl and was ready to serve the next one, and then said it again. Friend. Something wrong? Chen Luo squinted at him. Can I trade food for your food? Chen Luo refused without thinking. No, just those cookies and rice ball ones of yours, not to mention the flavor, you can't even eat them. Compared to Chen Luo, the student's food did seem difficult to swallow. Du Yangsheng tried to say something else, but Chen Luo ignored him again. A wave of anger rose in the heart of Du Yangsheng who was ignored. He snorted coldly and walked out of the classroom. How's that? How's that? When he came out, he was immediately surrounded by other students. Du Yangsheng shook his head, and there was a loud sigh of relief. Chen Luo walked out of the classroom, and the bowl in his hand immediately attracted everyone's attention. Chen Luo was satisfied with the effect. He said to all of them, "Want some?" The crowd nodded eagerly, even Du Yangsheng subconsciously nodded, then reacted feeling disgraced, a face reddened. Very well, Chen Luo nodded, I'm going to ask you guys a question, if anyone can answer it, this bowl of meat will be given to whoever can. Chen Luo cleared his throat and asked, which one of you is an architecture major? Everyone was silent at that question. Chen Luo frowned, could it be that there was no one he was looking for here? The architecture program's building is separate from ours, it's in another building, and it's probably all gone zombie. A man replied. Chen Luo was greatly disappointed. The main purpose of his trip was to find a person who could help him design the drawings of the safe house. Now it seemed to be hopeless. Just then, a very small voice came from the crowd. I'm an architecture major. The crowd moved out of the way, and the one who spoke was a girl with a twisted braid and black-rimmed glasses, looking a bit rustic. The girl was a little nervous about being watched by so many pairs of eyes, but the craving for food overpowered her inner fear. She repeated, I'm an architecture major. Chapter 15, Shilua's Reward. You? Chen Luo looked at the girl with a skeptical gaze. He was under the impression that majors like architecture and civil engineering were only for men. After all, both majors would be on construction sites after graduation. How can a girl stand the hard conditions of a construction site? And with her scowling appearance, it was hard to convince Chen Luo of her professionalism. Seemingly sensing the contempt from Chen Luo's eyes, the girl with the twisted braid plucked up her courage and said in a cerebral manner, my name is Silo, I'm the number one in our major, you can ask the other students if you don't believe me. The reason I'm here is because I came to look for a friend before the infection broke out. Silas, I think I saw that name on the scholarship list, but I'm not sure it's her. I've never seen it either, I don't suppose it's an imposter? The whispers of the people at the bottom reached Shilua's ears, and the courage she had managed to muster disappeared again. She lowered her head and blocked her face with her thick bangs. I believe you, Chen Luo said. Shilua jerked his head up and looked at Chen Luo unexpectedly. I believe you, Chen Luo repeated, but can you draw drawings? Chen Luo naturally didn't believe her for no reason, much less because he saw her as pitiful, but a panel appeared in front of his eyes that no one else could see. Name, Shilua. Status, architecture student. Favorability, 0, strange. Reward for first acquaintance, solar power generation equipment, sewage purification device, choose one. First kiss bonus, surveillance system including surveillance cameras and security alarms. Reward for complete strategy, auto turret times 4 and auto turret special ammunition times 100 rounds. Good lord, the rewards are more useful one than the other. If all of them could be obtained, it would be a huge boost to Chen Luo's safe house. It's hard to see how this girl who dresses like a country girl can actually meet the system's standards. However, Shilua this big thick bangs plus black frame glasses, the whole face are blocked to 7 or 8, can see out the real value of the face to hell. Hearing Chen Luo's question, Shilua nodded his head without thinking. I can, whether it's the floor plan or the section of the building, I know it all. I meant to ask if you could draw some of the more specialized architectural design plan drawings. Big question marks popped up in Silhouette's tiny head, but in order to get food, she said, I will. Okay, I'll hire you, and the pay will be a bowl of meat plus a bowl of vegetables every day. Shilua had thought it would be nice to have a little meat, but he never thought there would be vegetables, and immediately accepted the job. Chen Luo looked at the jubilant Shilua, and thought in his heart that a student like Shilua, who was the first in his major, would definitely want to enter a major design institute after graduation. Now he could get her to work for him with just a little food, not a bad deal. Both sides feel they've made a fortune. Some people are happy, some people are unhappy. Du Yangsheng hated it so much that he left after giving a look towards his little brother, who understood and followed behind. The two came to the stairs. Ganwei first swept his eyes toward the two sides, to determine that no one followed up and said, Du Xiao, this foreign so arrogant, simply do not put you in the eyes, or not. Du Yangsheng pondered and then said, no, you saw how he dealt with the zombies during the day, you're no match for him. Ganwei is very unconvinced, he thinks that can fight zombies is nothing, just that slow and stiff zombies, he on him is fine, also just maybe infected is more tricky. Leave him alone for now, he's just a backpack of food for 2 days tops. But, well, that's it. Du Yangsheng wanted to clean up Chen Luo more than anyone else, after all, Chen Luo had made him lose face several times in front of so many people. But although he had built up a reputation among the students, not many of them were actually really sold on him. Like Ganwei, one death is one less. Du Yangsheng doesn't want to be a bare-knuckled commander. In that case he won't be able to control the student camp. Moreover, he had only shown great generosity in front of Su Yulan on the front foot, and then he let someone clean up Chen Luo on the back foot, which was not nice to say. Du Xiao, Du. Ganwei wanted to say something else, but Du Yangsheng was already gone. Humph, in the end it's still not for a woman. Ganwei looked at his back and snorted coldly, you yourself gorged yourself not seeing his food, but I'm still hungry. No, there has to be a way to get his supplies. Ganwei thought silently. Silhouette finished her food and licked the corners of her mouth with intent. Seeing this, Chen Luo asked, would you like some more? Silhouette shook her head and rubbed her stomach contentedly. No, I'll get an upset stomach if I eat anymore. Besides, I've already eaten today's paycheck, and if I overdraw tomorrow, I'll be hungry tomorrow. Chen Luo froze when he heard this, and then noticed that Shilua's favorability had risen by 10 points all of a sudden. He suddenly felt a sense of guilt. It's as if the evil capitalists are squeezing the simple little employees. Shaking his head, he pushed the stray thoughts to the back of his mind. Then let's get to work. Ah, good. Silhouette went into work and opened the small bag she had with her, taking a laptop out of it and setting it down on the table. Looking towards Chen Luo, tell me your requirements, what kind of design drawings do you want? I want a drawing of the safe house. A safe house? Shilua was stunned, not having thought at all that Chen Luo would make such a request. Can't draw? Can you be more specific? I need to know what kind of safe house you want. So Chen Luo told Shilua about his idea. First of all, I hope that the strength of the safe house must be high enough, anti-seismic and anti-impact, these are the most basic. There also has to be storage, escape routes, rest areas, and bathrooms in the safe house. Silas listened very attentively, jotting down a little now and then. What about the footprint? 100 square feet. 100 square feet would still be too small for a safe house, since there would still be planting and farming areas left, right? Chen Luo looked at Sheila unexpectedly, she was more professional than he thought. Good, so you still have to leave room for expansion. I see, I'll get to work now. Chen Luo looked at the giddy Shilua and asked again, how long will it take you to draw it? It depends, Shilua returned without lifting his head. Professional architects drawing ordinary design drawings of about 30 square feet can usually produce one in a day, and for your kind of special requirements, it's about 10 days, and the subsequent revised drawings will take another 2 or 3 days. So long? Chen Luo frowned. Chapter 16 Cleaning up the open space behind the school. Doing the math, we have just over a week left before the cold snap hits, which is 7 or 8 days. If we can't move into a safe house before then, we'll have to stay here in the leaky school building and freeze. Chen Luo didn't want that. Seeing Chen Luo's expression, Shilua thought that he was disgusted that he had to eat for so many days. So she blinked her eyes and looked a little pitiful. How about? I eat less, I won't eat meat, I can have 1 meal of potatoes a day, no less. I'm not worried about that. Chen Luo shook his head. The main thing is that I'm running out of time. I need you to draw the diagram within 7 days. 7 days? Shilua first hesitated a bit, then his eyes firmed up. No problem, 7 days is 7 days. Chen Luo thought for a moment and felt the need to add one more point. By the way, can you reserve 4 more turret positions on the drawing? Can. Silhouette seemed to break. Any other requests, make them all. It's gone, it's really gone. Chen Luo looked at Shilua's favorability. Fortunately it hadn't decreased, indicating that she wasn't cynical about her difficult B-side. You go about your business, I'll go out and look around. Putting down Shilua to draw in the classroom alone, Chen Luo took Che Xiaoyu for a stroll. He stood at each window and looked out, searching for a suitable location for a safe house. The playground seems to be in a good spot, plenty of room for expansion, but there are too many walkers up there, they'll have to be cleaned up or lured away. There's also a clearing at the back of the school to the back of the hill with a low walker count, but it's too close to the backwoods. It's important to realize that it's not just zombies that are evolving, some animals and plants are also undergoing crazy mutations. It's the Fae that are more of a threat to the safe house than the zombies. A charge from a behemoth that could easily be more than 10 meters tall would be hard for a building to block. In the end, Chen Luo decided that the location of the safe house would be in the middle of the school and the back of the mountain. There are 2 main reasons for this. The location is much more secluded than the playground, with a building in front and a large hill behind it. If you don't enter the school, it's hard to be noticed. There are a lot of bandits robbing other people's supplies in the post-apocalyptic world, and that can't be defended against. In addition, the number of foreign beasts is still very rare, unless really unlucky, usually cannot be encountered. So all things considered, Chen Luo still chose to build a safe house there. Chen Luo picked up the baseball bat and noticed that Che Xiaoyu, who was not moving an inch towards him, Chen Luo had a bit of a headache. You stay here. Forget it, you'd better follow me, the walkers won't attack you anyway. Leave Cha Xiaoyu here. Don't turn the student camp into a zombie camp when he comes back. It doesn't matter about the others, Silas has a big use for them. Rolling out the window from the back door of the first floor, Chen Luo swept a glance around. There were a total of 4 walkers prowling around the neighborhood, not sure there were any more around the corner. Chen Luo carefully walked towards the nearest zombie schoolgirl, sneaking up from behind and clubbing her on the back of the head. The location of the back of the head is one of the most vulnerable and deadly parts of a human being, and it's no different for walkers. With this stick, the zombie schoolgirl immediately stopped moving. Still, the noise-made drew the other 4 walkers over. Running at the front of the pack appeared to be a gym student walker wearing a t-shirt and shorts with white socks. Unlike other slow-moving zombies, the sport-born zombie's ability to run isn't much slower than it was in life. In a flash, he rushed to Chen Luo's eyes. Chen Luo did not panic and dodged with a dodge. Utilizing the weakness of the zombie's stiff body and high inertia, which made it not easy to turn around, he knocked another stick up. Worthy of being a sportsman's zombie, he was actually still able to move after taking this hit and struggled to get up from the ground. Chen Luo immediately added a stick. By this time a third walker was close by, a teacher walker, bald and pot-bellied, and the slowest. With a leg sweep, Chen Luo tripped him to the ground and rode up to knock 2 sticks in a row. But the last zombie also lunged at him, and Chen Luo didn't even have time to get up before he was pushed to the ground. The zombie's bloody mouth bit into Chen Luo's baseball bat, and the 2 of them wrestled one on top of the other. Damn! Chen Luo cursed and tried to lift the zombie on top of him, but failed several times. He summoned his whole body's strength and was ready to do it again when he did. A small, slender hand grabbed the walker by the neck and threw him out. Chen Luo, who had regained his mobility, raised his head in surprise and realized that the owner of the small hand was actually Che Xiaoyu, who had been standing on the side watching the show. It was too late to think. The zombie that was thrown out roared angrily and charged at Chen Luo again. Chen Luo hurriedly got up from the ground and picked up the baseball bat to meet the attack. But the figure beside him moved faster than he did, taking a step forward and grabbing the walker's neck again. A click was heard, and the zombie fell to the ground with its head tilted. I'll go. Chen Luo couldn't help but burst out. I never imagined that the soft and weak-looking Che Xiaoyu was actually so strong. Twisting the zombie's neck with one hand, Chen Luo couldn't even do it himself. Looks like my guess was right, Che Xiaoyu really did undergo an evolution. When Chen Luo watched Che Xiaoyu's skin turn from gray to pink a little bit, he had a guess. Now it has finally been confirmed. Why would she help me? Chen Luo opened the system panel. It showed that Che Xiaoyu's favorability had risen by another 10 points, having gone from 40 already to 50. Chen Luo was even more surprised than seeing Cha Xiaoyu twisting the neck of a zombie with one hand. Turtle, the good feeling has gone up again. Better than women to tease, but also easier than women to satisfy, as long as there is food, do not need name brands, bags, cosmetics, and even protect themselves. It's really better than a woman, isn't it? Being watched by Chen Luo, Che Xiaoyu did not have any reaction, nor did she have any expression on her face. As if it wasn't her who had just struck out. With the effort of recovering his strength, Chen Luo reviewed the battle just now in his mind. The main reason why he was sneak attacked by 4 zombies just now was that his weapon was too poor to kill the zombies in one hit. You have to mop up to be able to take advantage of gorilla. I wish I had a crowbar. The holy sword of physics is a real 1-2 punch against walkers, or a fire axe would work. But in a school, these 2 things are probably not very easy to find. Nope, the fire axe seems to really be there. Chen Luo suddenly remembered a cold knowledge he had searched for before. Units such as schools are required to fulfill the configuration requirements of a level 1 micro-fire station. Walkie-talkies, fire suits, fire extinguishers, these are all necessary, including fire axes. But where should we find these things? Burying the question in his heart for the time being, Chen Luo resumed his own zombie cleanup work. Chapter 17, Zombie Virus Vaccine. Who? Chen Luo leaned against the wall to recover his strength after knocking another teacher's dressed zombie to death with a stick. He looked up and swept around. It was pitch black and visibility was so low that Chen Luo could barely see even his own fingers. And Chen Luo estimated that it should only be 6 o'clock at this moment. Summer in the northern hemisphere is all about long days and short nights, and in a seafront area like Marina City, the sky is even bright at 8 or 9 o'clock at night. It's only 6 o'clock and it's dark as hell, so it looks like the weather is getting more and more extreme. The next step is to see if Shilua can get the drawings out in time. Chen Luo pondered. That's enough for today, any later and it'll be dangerous. He couldn't see anything around him, and he couldn't even react in time in case a zombie leaped out from somewhere to sneak up on him. On the way back there were scattered heads of carcasses lying around, about a dozen in all. Most of them were done by Chen Luo. Che Xiaoyu would only step in to help when she saw Chen Luo in a life-threatening situation. The rest of the time it's silent theater. It gave Chen Luo a feeling that she wasn't striking out for herself, it was more like protecting her food. That's right, Chen Luo still felt that Che Xiaoyu was looking at her like food. It seems that in order to do command Che Xiaoyu, you have to continue to increase your favorability. When Chen Luo and Che Xiaoyu returned to the classroom on the second floor of the teaching building, Shi Luo was still buried in his work. From the time Chen Luo went out to the time she came back, which was estimated to be 6 hours, she worked for 6 hours. With such a conscientious and responsible work attitude, Chen Luo even considered whether or not to raise his compensation. Just giving a bowl of meat and a bowl of potatoes seems like a bit of a stretch. Hearing the footsteps in his ears, Shi Luo paused for a moment, and after realizing that it was Chen Luo, he lowered his head again to continue drawing. Chen Luo was just about to say something when he saw Su Yulan walk in from outside. "What are you doing here?" As soon as he saw this woman who had betrayed him, Chen Luo's mood instantly became much worse. Su Yulan felt a little strange at the rawness in Chen Luo's tone. She didn't think much of it though, just assumed he was wary of strangers. "I came to see if you needed a quilt." It was only then that Chen Luo saw that she was holding a small blanket in her hand. "No need." He still refused coldly. Although Su Yulan was rejected, she didn't get angry, but looked at Che Xiaoyu curiously. She asked with concern, "What are you doing here? Why are you covered in blood? It can't be an injury, right? These are not our blood." Su Yulan froze for a moment, then realized that he had gone to clean up the zombies. "So you guys want to clean it?" Chen Luo was going to refuse, but he thought about it. It was really hard for this blood to stick to his body. "There's a restroom at the end of the hallway, you can go there and clean up." "Got it." Chen Luo bypassed Su Yulan and walked to the restroom with his backpack, entering the men's room on the left. He was about to take off his clothes when he saw that Che Xiaoyu had followed him in. Forget it, you don't understand anyway. It was the first time I'd taken a shower in front of someone, a woman at that." Chen Luo was a bit unnatural. He shook his head and told himself, "Forget it, a zombie is just a zombie, just pretend she doesn't exist." Continuing to take off his clothes, Chen Luo walked under the water hose and splashed his body with water that he caught in his hands. After washing the blood off his body, he briefly cleaned the clothes he had changed out of. "Okay, just change into clean clothes next." Chen Luo took out the spare clothes from his backpack and was about to change into them. When he thought about it, it seemed like Che Xiaoyu had been wearing a JK uniform ever since he was reborn. Although she didn't know if zombies would sweat, the battle just now had also stained a lot of blood on her white and delicate face and delicate limbs. It gave her a sultry beauty. Considering that there would be an odor, Chen Luo decided to give Che Xiaoyu a wash as well. In order not to get his clean clothes wet, Chen Luo just walked towards Che Xiaoyu naked. Che Xiaoyu stared straight at Chen Luo, and although she knew that there was no difference between men and women in her brain, Chen Luo's face still blushed a little. He coughed and led Che Xiaoyu to the faucet. When it came time to remove the clothes from her body, his hand was halfway out but he didn't know where to start. Especially when Che Xiaoyu kept looking at Chen Luo. Her innocent eyes coupled with her innocent expression always gave Chen Luo a guilty feeling of bullying a little lowly. "Mud, the young woman's clothes have been taken off so many times, are you still afraid of this time?" Chen Luo gritted his teeth and moved quickly to undo Che Xiaoyu's bow, then lifted her arms up and took off her top as soon as he could. The glowing white skin almost blinded Chen Luo's eyes, especially the two inverted sea bowls, which looked incomparably tantalizing. Chen Luo was a little surprised, never imagining that underneath Che Xiaoyu's childish face was a body that was so maturely developed. "I'm afraid it's not quite as plump as Lin Keqing." However, Che Xiaoyu's waist was very slender, as if both hands could be held together, when it was really a handful. Just looking at her made Chen Luo's blood boil a little. He hurriedly told himself in his mind, she's a walker, she's a walker. That's what calmed me down a bit. Chen Luo didn't dare to look at it too much, and after taking off Che Xiaoyu's underwear and the lower half of her body, he quickly cleaned it. It took him 3 minutes to bathe himself, and he was afraid it would take him less than a minute to bathe Che Xiaoyu. Just hastily dry off with a dry towel. It's finally over. Chen Luo was sweating profusely, feeling that this was more tiring than killing 10 zombies in a row. Okay, that shouldn't make you uncomfortable now. Chen Luo raised his head and locked eyes with Che Xiaoyu. Noticing that she was looking at herself with a glowing gaze, unlike before, this time Chen Luo could see the emotional fluctuations in her eyes. Chen Luo wondered if it was his illusion, so he moved closer to get a closer look. But in the next second, Cha Xiaoyu's body directly pressed up. Chen Luo completely didn't expect Che Xiaoyu to suddenly attack him, so he didn't dodge at all. The last thought in his head was, I knew walkers couldn't be trusted either. But unlike the frantic tearing that Chen Luo had imagined, a soft and slightly sweet touch came from his lips. Chen Luo opened his eyes filled with dismay. Surprised, he looked at the zombie girl who kissed him. It wasn't until the sound of the system's mechanical tone that brought him back to his senses. Receive a reward for your first kiss, a zombie virus vaccine, which can immunize you against viral infections after injection. Chen Luo's hand sank, and an extra tube of injection green shooting potion appeared. He grabbed Che Xiaoyu's shoulders, and the smooth touch coming from his hands made his heart flutter. He hurriedly pushed Che Xiaoyu away, but the next moment, Che Xiaoyu pressed up again. Chen Luo could only use one hand to support himself before he could see the panel in front of him. Name, Cha Xiaoyu. Identity, female college student, schoolgirl, cos fan, anime fan, zombie. Favorability, 60, like. Reward for first acquaintance, 100 kilograms of raw meat, selected. First kiss reward, zombie virus vaccine, obtained. Reward for complete strategy, gene evolution potion ×1. Chapter 18, Su Yulan's Virgin Heart. Chen Luo didn't expect that just by giving Che Xiaoyu a bath, her favorability had risen to 60, reaching the stage of liking. This would explain why Che Xiaoyu took the initiative to kiss Chen Luo. Che Xiaoyu, a girl, must love cleanliness, and subconsciously I guess she's wanted to take a bath for a long time, so I gave her a bath, and that's why she's so grateful to me. Of course, this was all irresponsible speculation on Chen Luo's part. The real reason is probably known only to Cha Xiaoyu herself. Chen Luo closed the system panel and asked Che Xiaoyu, who had been attempting to stick it to him, "Do you have feelings now?" Che Xiaoyu tilted her head, looking a bit dopey. Chen Luo estimated that she couldn't understand such a complicated vocabulary, so she changed to a simple question. "Can you understand me?" This would be something Che Xiaoyu could understand and nodded happily. Great! Chen Luo was incomparably excited. A few more questions were attempted, but Che lapsed into stagnation with anything slightly more complex. In that case, it was still unlikely that Che Xiaoyu would be able to act alone if she wanted to. But with training and with himself watching, he was probably still able to perform some simple tasks. And with the increase in goodwill, maybe Che Xiaoyu could really fully recover human emotions, and she would definitely be able to understand more complex commands by then. But for now, it's better to get out of the restroom. Chen Luo had just dressed himself, and when it was Che Xiaoyu's turn, he was embarrassed again. He only prepared his own clothes here, not for Che Xiaoyu. Couldn't let her go out naked. Wouldn't the other male students go crazy if they saw it? Chen Luo had no choice but to give Che Xiaoyu his spare t-shirt and shorts to put on. Due to the large size difference between the two, what Chen Luo wore just right, looked a bit too big on Che Xiaoyu. The t-shirt went all the way down to her thighs, covering her shorts and revealing only two long white and red legs. It's still quite tempting to be honest. No wonder so many people like their girlfriends to wear their body shirts. It was still empty inside, but with the dim sky outside to cover it, it was finally possible to go out. Chen Luo put on his backpack and took the vacuum-packed Che Xiaoyu with him and walked out of the toilet. Just as soon as he left the house, he bumped into Su Yulan at the corner. "Have you guys washed them?" Su Yulan said enthusiastically, "I've got some underwear here that the girls wear, I got it from the other girls, I figured you guys could use it." Su Yulan's character was just too helpful, so much so that Chen Luo had a bit of a headache with her. He couldn't help but be glad that he came out early. If Su Yulan saw the two of them coming out of the same restroom, he wouldn't still be asking questions. Chen Luo is really too much trouble. But this time Chen Luo had to admit that her enthusiasm was still useful. He couldn't keep it up until Che Xiaoyu's underwear dried in the sun tomorrow, could he? Chen Luo was unwilling to accept Su Yulan's help from the bottom of his heart, which would make him soften his heart when he retaliated against her. So Chen Luo took out a pack of cookies from his bag. "I'll trade you for this." "No, it's what I should do." Before Su Yulan could finish her sentence, Chen Luo forced the cookies into her hands. "This." Su Yulan didn't know what to say, but Chen Luo had already left with Che Xiaoyu. She stood still, a little disappointed. She just wanted to help the outsider siblings, but Chen Luo had been unwilling to accept her kindness. This caused Su Yulan some frustration. Sighing, she took the cookies back to the third floor. In order to get timely assistance in case of emergencies, the classrooms where the boys and girls sleep are just separated by a corridor. When Su Yulan returned to the girls' classroom, 4 girls were sitting together and chatting. Zhang Miaomiao hugged her stomach and complained, "I'm so hungry, if I don't eat, I'm going to starve to death." A girl next to her then said, "Didn't you eat during the day?" Zhang Miaomiao stared wide-eyed. "Can that little thing during the day be considered a meal? It's not even enough to fill your teeth." Another girl returned, "It's no use complaining, everyone can only eat so much." Zhang Miaomiao beamed, "No, I have to find Du Xiao and talk to him to see if I can get a little more share." Su Yulan came back at this time and happened to hear their conversation. "Are you guys hungry? I have a bag of cookies here." Zhang Miaomiao leapt up from the ground. "What? Yulan, you have food. Great." As soon as she snatched the cookie away, she unwrapped it and popped one into her mouth. Someone couldn't look away and said to her, "How could you? This is what Su Yulan brought back." Su Yulan waved her hand repeatedly. "It's fine, I'm not hungry, you guys eat." "Ooh, Yulan, you're just too good." Zhang Miaomiao's mouth was stuffed with cookies and she slurred a bit. The other 3 girls, seeing this and fearing that she would eat it all by herself, went up and ate it as well. The packet of cookies was quickly divided among them, but Su Yulan herself didn't eat a single one. Looking at the bags on the ground, Su Yulan quietly touched her stomach. There was a sound of resistance. How could Su Yulan not be hungry? She had eaten just as little as the others, and had long since finished digesting by this time. It was only because she didn't want to get a few people arguing that she lied about not being hungry. "Never mind, you won't be hungry if you fall asleep." Su Yulan laid down on the cold floor that was covered with clothes. "So the firefighting equipment at Marina University is kept in a warehouse on the first floor of the administration building?" In the classroom, Chen Luo inquired with Sheila. Silhouette nodded, yes, I often go to the administration building to receive scholarships, so I have paid attention to it. Generally, warehouses storing firefighting equipment are not allowed to be locked, in order to allow timely access in case of fire. The same should be true for the warehouse located on the first floor of the administration building. Chen Luo confirmed the location of the administration building with Shilua again. The administration building is located on the east side of campus, right as you come in through the entrance. There was also a playground between it and the school building. So if you want to get to the administration building, you'll have to bypass the walkers and the playground to get there. Chen Luo silently memorized it in his heart, then said to Shilua, it's getting late, you should go back and rest first. Silas pushed up his glasses and glanced at the bottom right corner of his laptop. It's only 8 o'clock, it's still early. Where can you find such dedicated and underpaid employees? Chen Luo advised again, it's late, it's time to go to bed, it's just as well to come early tomorrow. Silas closed the computer with some reluctance. Okay, then I'll come tomorrow at 6. Chen Luo was staggered, but he didn't say anything and let her go. Chapter 19 Vaccination. After sending off Shilua, only Chen Luo and Che Xiaoyu were left in the classroom. Chen Luo took out the test tube that had been hidden in his pocket. So this is the zombie virus vaccine? Chen Luo lifted the test tube up and looked at the green unknown liquid inside. If it had been given to researchers, it might have been possible to develop large quantities of vaccine reagents earlier, which could have saved countless people. However, whether those people were dead or alive, what did it have to do with Chen Luo? Chen Luo was selfish, he only cared about his own life. So he lifted the test tube, inserted the needle into his arm on one side, and pumped a tube full of the potion. After waiting quietly for half an hour, Chen Luo did not feel any uncomfortable reactions. It made him wonder if he had an expired vaccine. In order to verify the effect of the vaccine, Chen Luo crossed his arm in front of Che Xiaoyu. Here, take a bite, but be careful not to take too big a bite, and never tear it. This move was undoubtedly very dangerous. If the vaccine didn't work, Chen Luo would be finished. But Chen Luo still chose to trust the system, since the system said that it could immunize against zombie infections after injecting the vaccine. It would definitely be able to. If you get the vaccine and continue to worry about being bitten by a zombie, wouldn't the vaccine be a waste of time? Might as well test it out while we're at it. Cha Xiaoyu understood Chen Luo's meaning ignorantly and opened her mouth to bite Chen Luo's small arm. But Chen Luo didn't feel the pain of his skin being pierced. Instead, a soft and warm brush swept over his hand. Chen Luo removed his arm and looked at a large piece of saliva on it. He was practically in tears. I told you to bite, understand? Ow. After Chen Luo's demonstration, this time Che Xiaoyu finally understood. One bite down, Chen Luo's arm was left with a teeth mark, from which crimson blood oozed out. Okay, the next step is to wait. Chen Luo silently timed in his heart. Generally speaking, depending on the individual's physique, the time for the zombie virus to strike ranged from 30 seconds to 30 minutes. So Chen Luo counted 30 minutes, and after making sure he wasn't infected, he fell into a euphoric mood. Great, that takes care of the only worry about being infected. Now the walkers were even less of a threat to him. Of course, it would still be quite dangerous to be surrounded by a large group of zombies. With just one bite from each person, Chen Luo was left with nothing but bones. Under the shroud of the night, it seemed as if Marina University had returned to the tranquility of the pre-apocalyptic era. Yet the hissing that rang out from time to time, the silhouettes that gathered in the shadows, all pointed to one fact. There's no going back to the good old days. On the third floor of the school building, two figures sneak around and move down the hallway. As they descended the stairs, one of them asked with some concern, are we really going to be okay doing this? The other said disdainfully, what can be the matter? He can only fight 2 more people, and one of them is a little girl. You're not even afraid of girls, are you? With the light of the moon, his face was vaguely visible, and it was clearly Gone Wei. Why don't we just ask Du Xiao for his opinion first? There's no need to ask him. Gone Wei looked a little impatient. He's now so preoccupied with hanging on to that Su Yulan woman that he will definitely not agree. Gone Wei had actually never been too convinced by Du Yangsheng. In his mind, he was the one most qualified to be a student leader. Du Yangsheng is just a rich kid. If it weren't for some power in his family and the promise that someone would come to his rescue, how could Gone Wei be willing to be his little brother? But as time went on, there was no one yet to come to their rescue. Gone Wei has been vaguely dissatisfied. What should we do when Du Xiao blames us then? The other man was still worried that acting without authorization would anger Du Yangsheng. Blame it on him, big deal, even kill him together. Gone Wei was incredibly serious when he said this. The man heard that he didn't look like he was joking, so he said, are you crazy? You want to stay here for the rest of your life? Manghai, haven't you realized yet? No one has saved us after all this time. What does that mean? Manghai looked puzzled. What does it mean? Idiot, it means no one will come. Gone Wei's tone was thick with hatred. How can that be? Du Xiao's father is the mayor. Believe what you like, said Gone Wei, as he descended the stairs. Anyhow, we must think for ourselves. Manghai hesitantly stood in place, his face constantly changing. Gone Wei saw this and added to his fire. Don't you want to take control of this camp yourself? Don't you want to stop starving? Don't you have any thoughts about those girls, Su Yulan and Zhang Miaomiao? Ganwei's ghostly voice echoed in the stairwell, as if it were a demonic language from hell. Menghai, I'm calling you along because I consider you a brother. If you don't want to, you can go back now. Menghai jerked his head up, only to realize that Ganwei had arrived in front of him at an unknown time. The hand behind his back held a nunchuck made of stainless steel with a dangerous glint in his eye. Menghai had no doubt that as soon as he turned around, Ganwei would not hesitate to blow his head off. On one side is Du Yangqing's unrealistic promises, while on the other side are real temptations and threats to his life. It was already self-evident what Menghai would choose. Good. I'll do it with you. Ganwei instantly changed into a smiling face and reached out his hand to shake him hard, fully displaying the art of face-changing. Wise choice. After choosing their camps, the two of them walked down the stairs one after the other and felt their way along the corridor on the second floor to the classroom where Chen Luo was. This is it. I'll go in first and you follow. Got it. The doors to the front and back of the classroom were locked from the inside. But that couldn't stop Ganwei, who had a lot of experience in skipping classes. He pressed against the window, drummed on it, and pushed it open. With a flip, he jumped through the window and landed without a sound. Come on in. Ganwei urged. Oh, good. Menghai wasn't as agile as Ganwei, so in order not to make a sound, he first crossed one leg over the window and rode on it, then crossed the other leg over as well. He was about to come down when he noticed a short figure in the classroom straightening up. Ganwei. Menghai was so nervous that he slurred his words. Shoo, keep your voice down. Do you want to wake someone up? No, someone. Anyone? Ganwei turned around alertly, but it was too late. All he felt was a pain in his chest as a slender arm pierced through it. Ganwei looked incredulously at the petite girl in front of him, especially her red pupils that glowed in the darkness. He shakily straightened his arm and pointed at her. You're, well. Ganwei couldn't finish the latter sentence before his eyes went black and he fell to the ground. Menghai was scared out of his wits, and for a while he forgot to shout or run away, just staring blankly. It wasn't until the mysterious girl came toward him that he snapped back to the idea of running away. However, before his body could turn around, he similarly felt a pain in his chest, following in Ganwei's footsteps. In a matter of seconds, there were two more bodies in the classroom. Che Xiaoyu lifted her arm and looked at a section of her small arm stained with blood. A sudden hunger surged through her brain, driving her body to lick the blood. But in the end, Che Xiaoyu got herself under control again. Bad tummy. If Chen Luo was awake at this moment, he would definitely be very surprised. Che Xiaoyu can actually talk. Unfortunately, he's still asleep right now. Ganwei's two deaths were really too fast, not even the slightest movement was caused, and Chen Luo was naturally not woken up. Che Xiaoyu retraced her steps and sat down in a duck-sitting position next to Chen Luo. Chapter 20 Excluding Dissenters and Saving Food. The next day, light was cast in through the window and shone on Chen Luo's eyelids. Chen Luo's eyelids fluttered and woke up. He turned his head and was met with a pair of snow-white thighs. The baggy pant legs don't hide it at all, but instead make you want to take a peek. Chen Luo's line of sight kept moving upwards and immediately came to his senses after seeing Che Xiaoyu's innocent face. Che Xiaoyu looked a bit excited to see Chen Luo wake up, although it was not at all obvious from her expression. She raised her hand and showed it to Chen Luo. Chen Luo's eyes stared. This is? Che Xiaoyu looked towards the window again. Chen Luo followed her gaze and saw one person collapsed on the ground and one person leaning against the window, both with a large hole in their chest position. He immediately understood something. Standing up, Chen Luo quickly walked to the window and crouched down. In front of him was a thin rope tied to a can. It was a crisis warning device he'd set up before he fell asleep, but it hadn't been triggered. Chen Luo observed the looks of the two men again, and one of them looked more familiar, as if he had seen them yesterday by Du Yangqing's side. The other was more unfamiliar. There was also a nunchuck on the ground next to the body. Chen Luo understood everything at once. That's when Che Xiaoyu came forward with her arm raised again. Chen Luo stood up and touched her head. I know, thank you, I'll make you something good later. Che Xiaoyu didn't respond, instead still raising her hand. Chen Luo finally understood what she meant and took her to the restroom to clean the blood off her hands. Che Xiaoyu then lowered her hand. Before the others woke up, Chen Luo pushed the two men's bodies out of the window opening. Half an hour later, Shiluo, clutching his notebook, appeared outside the classroom. After nodding his head with Chen Luo, he walked over to the table to work on his own. After another hour, Du Yangqing's face that made Chen Luo sick and tired also appeared at the classroom door. As soon as he saw Chen Luo, he ground out, "Where's Ganwei?" "Who? Don't play dumb with me, the one with dyed yellow hair, you know who it is." Du Yangqing's tone was tough. Turns out one of the two men who attacked last night was named Ganwei. Chen Luo came to a realization, but still pretended to know nothing as he returned. "I don't know what you're talking about, and I don't know any Ganwei. Do you think I'll believe you? He disappeared sooner or later, but on the first day after you arrived, who else could it be if not you? Someone's missing, you should be posting a missing person's notice, not coming here to pussyfoot around me. You." Du Yangqing was so angry that he couldn't speak. The sound of the two arguing attracted a crowd of students. Among them, Su Yulan and Zhang Miaomia were also included. What's wrong? Su Yulan inquired. Du Yangqing's tone was slightly softer, but it was still very unforgiving. Gongwei and Meng Hai are missing. Could it be out looking for supplies? Su Yulan said after some thought. Impossible, Du Yangqing said with certainty, they won't leave without my orders. How can you be sure that they'll listen to you? Maybe they've long been displeased with you and ran away while you were asleep. Chen Luo took the opportunity to interject. Du Yangqing's eyes were red with anger, itching to clean up Chen Luo on the spot. But he's okay in terms of scheming, not so much in terms of fighting. If he was alone, he was definitely no match for Chen Luo. Still have to go back and recruit my men to do that. It should be that the two of them have something to go out and will be back later, just be patient again. Su Yulan wanted to alleviate the flaming atmosphere. Du Yangqing followed the steps she gave and said, I'll believe Yulan for once. If they don't come back by nightfall, I'll definitely ask you for an explanation. Any time. Dropping his harsh words, Du Yangqing turned around and left with a cold face. It's fine, all disperse. Su Yulan said to the other students who were watching. After the crowd dispersed, she nodded to Chen Luo and went back to doing her own thing as well. As Du Yangqing passed by the warehouse, the man with glasses who was looking after the warehouse reported, Xiaodu, the food in the warehouse is going to the bottom. Then send for them. I know. The man with glasses was just about to leave when Du Yangqing thought about it and called him back. Wait, I'll re-give you a list, go by the top. The man with the glasses was a little unsure, but nodded. Let Zhang Wei and Wu Chang go today. But weren't they both just there yesterday? The man with the glasses asked in disbelief. Du Yangqing glared at him, just do as I say. I know. The glasses guy panicked, but what if they don't want to go? They won't go without, and if they want to be rescued, they'll just have to be good enough to do what I tell them to do. Du Yangqing's eyes twinkled. The people on his list were people who didn't quite obey his commands, and such a person would be a thorn in the side if he stayed in the student camp. It would be better to arrange to go out and look for supplies. Even if you don't find it, dying out there is like reducing food consumption. It's like killing two birds with one stone. Needless to say, the disappearance of Gongwei and Meng Hai had left Du Yangqing in a dilemma of having no one to use. But at the same time, Du Yangqing was blessed with the ability to use his power to eradicate dissidents and support his own people. At this rate, within a few days, the only students left in the camp would be the ones who were subservient to him. At that time, he would be able to teach Chen Luo, the outsider who had disgraced him, a lesson. Thinking of this, Du Yangqing asked the man with glasses to attach his ear again and instructed him a few words. After the man with the glasses left, Du Yangqing fell back into deep thought. The problem of food scarcity is still imminent, and it cannot be alleviated by cutting back on expenses alone. We must also find ways to open up new sources of income. Searching for supplies in the school building is ultimately only the small end of the spectrum. The real big end is in the supermarket on the north side of the playground. There was enough food there to keep so many of his people here alive for 6 months. But to get to the supermarket for supplies, you have to cross a playground full of walkers. I'm afraid that even if Du Yangqing held a knife to someone's neck, no one would go. Thinking of this, Du Yangqing felt a headache. Chapter 21, Du Yangqing who was caught as a warbler. The more Du Yangqing thought about it, the more his headache grew, and the more he thought about it, the more his fire grew. At that moment, a soft and charming voice came from not far away. Du Xiao, so you're here, letting people have a good time looking for you. Du Yangqing raised his eyes and saw Zhang Miaomia walking over dressed in a flamboyant outfit. It's you. Where's Yulan? Why isn't she with you? Yulan, a female student got cold last night and has a fever today. She went to help take care of it. Du Yangqing sniffed and his mind moved. Since Su Yulan couldn't get away, wouldn't he be able to take this opportunity to vent? He then looked at Zhang Miaomia and felt that although her looks were not as good as Su Yulan's and her temperament was even worse, she was flirty. Du Yangqing before the end of the world is the playboy who plays very openly, and is also considered to know about women, and knows that such a woman is the most suitable for unloading. Thinking of this, Du Yangqing's gaze began to become different. Did you seek me out for something? Can't I find you if there's nothing else? Zhang Miaomia pouted. Of course you can, it's just as well I missed you. A surprise flashed in Zhang Miaomia's eyes, and her tone of voice became even more seductive. You, yuck, I'm embarrassed. Du Yangqing only felt a heat in his belly, and an unidentified fire rose violently. He impatiently tried to grab Zhang Miaomia's waist, but the other party twisted like a water snake and dodged away. What's wrong? Du Yangqing asked in disbelief. Du Xiao, how can you hug people here? Aren't you afraid of being seen by others? Du Yangqing was reminded by her. He slapped his head and exclaimed straight in his heart, right? What if other people saw and told Su Yulan? I'm the one who's been monstrous. I'll tell you what, I just happened to be going into the warehouse to sweep. Why don't you come in with me? Yeah. Zhang Miao nodded repeatedly. The two entered the warehouse one after the other. Du Yangqing fell behind and locked the door, and couldn't wait to kiss Zhang Miao. But again, Zhang Miao ducked out of the way with a downward glance. What's wrong again? Du Yangqing scratched his ears anxiously, on the verge of being fished into a warped mouth. Zhang Miao's pair of fox-like eyes swept through the warehouse and saw that it was empty. she said as if nothing had happened. Xiaodu, you don't seem to have a lot of supplies here. Enough to last until my dad's people come. Du Yangsheng said with a perfunctory attitude, taking off the upper half of his clothes and passing and preparing to take off his pants again. Cut the crap and get started. It's not good to be caught late. Zhang Miaomiao's attitude cooled down quite a bit as she laughed. Du Xiao, can your dad really spare a hand to save you? What do you mean? Du Yangsheng's movement to take off his pants stalled, and his expression looked a little flustered. Aya, I'll just make a random guess, don't be too nervous. Zhang Miaomiao's words changed, covering her mouth with a light smile before bending her palm. I suddenly remembered that Yulan called for my help. Bye-bye, Du Xiao. Zhang Miaomiao opened the door and walked out, leaving Du Yangsheng alone with his upper body bare, his pants hanging down between his legs, wearing only a pair of shorts, standing awkwardly in place, a living clown. Marred, the stinking woman, dare to trick me. Even if Du Yangsheng was slow, he reacted at this time. This Zhang Miaomiao was completely teasing him. The point was that Du Yangsheng really didn't dare to do anything to her. For one thing, she was Su Yulan's best friend, and for another, Du Yangsheng didn't know exactly what Zhang Miaomiao knew. So don't dare do anything rash. All kinds of fire crammed into his body with nowhere to vent. Du Yangsheng slammed the door heavily. The loud noise made not only startled the students in the corridor, but even the zombies downstairs let out a rising and falling roar. Green, rest well and drink more hot water. Su Yulan was busy and frowned when she saw Zhang Miaomiao go and return. What took you so long to go and wet your towel? Sorry, I met Du Yangsheng on the way and chatted with him a bit more. Zhang Miaomiao shrugged and handed over the wet towel. Su Yulan took it and laid it on the sick female student's forehead before asking curiously. Don't you usually call out Du Xiao? Why are you calling him directly by his name now? Ah. Zhang Miaomiao sat down on a side stool and crossed her legs, to still want to play with him. Zhang Miaomiao is quite a realistic person. To her, as long as you have strength, she can be sweet-mouthed with a mouthful of young masters. She will also change her face immediately when she realizes you don't have the strength. And she's smart enough to know how to use her beauty and not see a rabbit in the hat. As Zhang Miaomiao's dormitory roommate, although Su Yulan didn't say anything on the surface, in her heart, she was still quite displeased with her. Zhang Miaomiao knew this well, and the two maintained superficial harmony. Even in the eyes of outsiders, the two were on good terms. Hearing Zhang Miaomiao say this, Su Yulan immediately understood what was going on and asked after her, what happened? Zhang Miaomiao didn't hide it and told her what she saw. I've just been to the warehouse where the supplies are kept and there isn't much food left there. She held up 3 fingers, 3 days tops and we'll have nothing to eat. That's not good news. 3 days? Did Du say when his dad's people were coming? Do you really think there will be a rescue? Zhang Miaomiao said disdainfully, I heard Du Yangsheng call the day before yesterday when I was hiding in the corner, and I didn't get through all night. So, Du Yangsheng is deceiving us? Su Yulan was shocked in her heart and subconsciously glanced to the side. She was relieved to see that her female classmates' eyes were closed, so she should have passed out and not heard their conversation. Pulling Zhang Miaomiao aside, he instructed her, you must not tell anyone about this matter. Su Yulan knew in her heart that many students were relying on this lie to survive until now. If they heard it, this camp would probably be in chaos. I know. Zhang Miaomiao's concealment was different from Su Yulan's. Su Yulan was afraid that a lot of people would die if the camp was in chaos, while Zhang Miaomiao was trying to prevent herself from getting hurt. The two were silent, when an aroma that tickled their cravings wafted up from downstairs and wafted into their noses through the open window. That outsider downstairs is cooking again. Zhang Miaomiao's eyes lit up. As soon as Su Yulan saw this expression on her face, she knew that she didn't have any good intentions. What do you want to do again? Just like before, find yourself a backer. Zhang Miaomiao said frankly. Once upon a time, it was a society of money and power, so Zhang Miaomiao looked for rich and powerful backers. And now that it's a chaotic world, it's natural to talk with your fists and food. This outsider was able to kill his way through the zombie horde, so his strength naturally needed no introduction. It would be nice to take him in as a lickspittle and have him willingly protect and offer food to himself. That would be easy on yourself. It had to be said that Zhang Miaomiao saw more thoroughly than Su Yulan and was more suitable to survive in this world. Chapter 22 Survivor Ning Xiao. Well, want to join me? Zhang Miaomiao extended her hand to Su Yulan. However, it was slapped away by the other side. I'm not going to be like you. Su Yulan had wanted to say Tai with a straight face, but in the end she couldn't. However, Zhang Miaomiao had already guessed what she wanted to say, and she didn't feel upset, but only faintly said pity. Zhang Miaomiao was well aware that Su Yulan's face value was higher than her own. When the two of them used to be together, there were also more male students around who looked at her than at themselves. If he could pull Su Yulan into a boat, he would definitely get twice the result with half the effort. That was why Zhang Miaomiao would tell Su Yulan what she knew. But alas, Su Yulan scoffed at her idea, and the plan had to fall through. On the other hand, Chen Luo did not know that someone was planning to plot against him, nor did he know that someone was preparing to seduce him. After he made food to distribute to Che Xiaoyu, Shiluo, and himself, and ate and digested it well, taking Che Xiaoyu back to the day's zombie removal. Ning Xiao was a teacher at Binhai University who was called to the office by the director of instruction before the end of the world. She thought that the director had a job to order for her. However, what she didn't expect was that the director tried to molest her as soon as she entered the office. In the midst of resisting, Ning Xiao accidentally pushed the director down, hitting her head on the corner of the desk. Immediately there was an additional hole in the director's head, from which gurgling blood gushed out. Just as she was at her wit's end, wondering if she should call the police, the director rose from the floor again, trembling. "Director?" Ning Xiao called out tentatively, "Are you okay?" But the director suddenly opened his eyes, his pupils were gray, and with blood all over his face, he looked very scary. Then the director lunged at her with open arms. Ning Xiao was startled and had to hide in the toilet. When she called for help, through the vent window of the restroom, she heard the campus outside in chaos. A few strange men who looked similar to the head instructor rushed into the students, tackling them to the ground and tearing them apart frantically. A few eager students tried to come forward to help, but they too were pounced upon. And the bitten classmate in front of him crawled up after a twitch and ran towards the crowd in the same way. For a while the screams resounded through the campus. The busy signal on the phone and the sight of hell in front of me and the slamming of the door outside the restroom. All of this reminded Ning Xiao of the zombie movies she had seen. She finally realized it was the zombie crisis that had broken out. In the past few days, Ning Xiao had survived entirely on the tap water in the toilet. But still, not eating for so long had weakened her body. In 5 days at most, she'll starve to death here. When Ning Xiao leaned against the wall in despair and looked outside, she unexpectedly saw 2 people killing zombies, literally one at a time. At first Ning Xiao thought that she was hallucinating from being starved, but after wiping her eyes over and over again, the scene in front of her still remained the same. Who are those 2 people? To actually be able to kill zombies so easily? Ning Xiao couldn't help but think. Especially the woman of the 2, the walkers acted as if they couldn't see the woman, and one by one they were delivered to her and had their necks snapped in one fell swoop. If it's the 2 of them, surely they can get me out of here? Ning Xiao's desire to survive had never been greater. She went to the window, waved her hands as hard as she could, and cried out, "Help, help!" Chen Luo's stick went down, and a zombie's brain collapsed out. He was just about to kill the next one when he heard a faint cry from someone in the distance. Chen Luo leaned on his baseball bat and looked over there. Just a woman yelling from the window of a building. Looking for death, this crazy woman. Chen Luo couldn't help but spit. In the end times, calling out loud can be very stupid behavior. Chen Luo knew that she was trying to get her attention, but Chen Luo didn't even intend to save her. But the woman's shouting helped Chen Luo by mistake. The walkers in the clearing heard the commotion and all moved slowly in the direction the sound came from. Just in time to save Chen Luo's efforts. "Let's go, we can get off work early today," Chen Luo said to Che Xiaoyu. "Wait, where are they going with this? Didn't they hear my cries for help?" Ning Xiao was in a hurry and shouted even louder. The zombies downstairs had already surrounded in 3 circles, and the zombies behind them stepped on the zombies in front of them, gradually piling up a small hill. However, Ning Xiao was on the 3rd floor, so she didn't have to worry about zombies climbing up for the time being. Instead, it was the director of instruction outside the restroom who was the real threat, bumping even more vigorously. The sound of banging on the door pulled Ning Xiao's attention back. Realizing that if he yelled anymore, the dean of instruction outside would be banging on the door. She had to keep her mouth shut. The greatest disappointment is not that there was no hope from the beginning, but that hope was clearly given and then taken away. Ning Xiao crouched her body down and hugged her knees as she cried. Because she dared not make a sound, she could only weep silently, her shoulders shaking every now and then. Back in the classroom, Chen Luo inquired to Shilua, "Did you just hear a woman yelling?" "I heard you," Silhouette nodded. "It seems to be Mr. Ning." "Mr. Ning? You know? Well, she's the school nurse at our school. I've been to the school infirmary a few times before and she's helped me out a few times," Silhouette said in a flat tone, as if she was talking about a stranger. "You want me to save her?" Chen Luo's question caused Shilua's hand holding the mouse to pause for a moment, and it was clear that she wasn't as cold as she appeared to be. "I just thought she might be useful to you." Shilua already had some understanding of Chen Luo's personality, which was that he only wanted people who were useful to him. Why Chen Luo didn't give food to others and only gave it to her is not because she is useful. Shilua saw it very clearly, and she didn't feel that there was anything wrong with Chen Luo doing so. In her place, she would have done the same thing. Those like Su Yulan who were selfless enough to help others were ultimately a minority, and more people were selfish, such was human nature. So if she directly asked Chen Luo to save the people, not only would Chen Luo not agree, but he would hate her instead. But Shilua had only told him about Ning Zhao's identity, and the choice of whether or not to save it was in Chen Luo's own hands. "By the way, that building is our school's administration building," Silhouette added another sentence. "I know." Chen Luo didn't tell Shilua about his decision, but instead, he held Che Xiaoyu and took her to clean her. Silhouette's eyes left the laptop screen to look at the building in the distance. "Mr. Ning, I've tried my best, so I can only wish you good luck with the rest." Chapter 23 Acquiring New Equipment. 2 more days passed and the number of student survivors dropped again. When Chen Luo first arrived, there were about 50 students who survived. Now it was estimated that there were only about 30. The drop in numbers caused a sense of panic to spread through the school building. They don't know if they can hold out until help arrives. The innocence that used to characterize the college student population is fast disappearing, replaced by a beastly ferocity. Most people began to consciously steal food, and the others looked incredibly alert, as if everyone was coveting their food. The only ones who lived a decent life were Chen Luo and the others, who ate baked potato stew all the time, making the others greedy. Du Yangsheng wondered how Chen Luo's food was, as if he couldn't get enough of it. The warehouse where so many of his people had gathered supplies was almost at the bottom, and it was really strange that Chen Luo's one backpack could still pull out food. On this day Chen Luo said to Shilua, who was working seriously, "Keep an eye on her for me, I'm going out." Shilua was a bit surprised. Chen Luo and his sister Che Xiaoyu were almost inseparable. How did he suddenly leave her behind? Chen Luo saw her doubts and explained, "I'm going to go to the administration building to get my equipment, so it's inconvenient to bring her with me." It dawned on Shilua that with so many zombies spaced out between the teaching building and the administration building, hacking all the way through without a double is definitely impossible. The only way to get there was to sneak around the playground. It's really not a good idea to bring Che Xiaoyu in that case. In case he doesn't pay attention and Che Xiaoyu is bitten by a zombie behind him, then he really can't regret it. After all, the two seem so close. "I know, I'll protect your sister." Chen Luo gave her a strange look in his eyes. Who protects who? However, Chen Luo didn't say anything more and prepared to go out. Before leaving, he made a point of turning back to Shilua. "By the way, that teacher Ning you mentioned, what's her full name?" Shilua was first stunned, then his face showed joy. "Ning Xiao, her full name is Ning Xiao." "I know." Chen Luo nodded. Chen Luo pondered over it. If it was really like what Shilua said, that teacher Ning was a school nurse, then it was still necessary to save her. After all, Chen Luo wasn't an Iron Man, he was also going to get injured and sick. The reason why they didn't go to the rescue immediately but dragged it out for 2 days was of course to make Ning Xiao completely despair. That way, if Chen Luo went to save people again, Ning Xiao would be grateful to him. He doesn't want employees who will throw tantrums and possibly betray. What Chen Luo wanted was henchmen, even servants, who would look up to him and do whatever he said, never asking more questions. In order to achieve this level of success, it was necessary to make Ning Xiao realize that Chen Luo was the only one who would save her. Chen Luo was just about to set off when he saw that Che Xiaoyu had also followed by Sheila who was chasing her. "Didn't I tell you to keep an eye on her?" Silhouette was also helpless, she doesn't listen to talk at all. Che Xiaoyu didn't say anything, just looked at Chen Luo with big eyes, as if she was a small abandoned pet, pitiful. Chen Luo had a bit of a headache. The fact that Che Xiaoyu was so clingy to him made him feel like he was in love with a little girl. But the problem was that Chen Luo didn't want a relationship, he just wanted a zombie toolman. What made him most speechless was that it was useless for him to be mean to Che Xiaoyu, she couldn't understand at all. "It's better to wait until Che Xiaoyu recovers a little bit more and can understand me before we proceed with the conditioning." In order to prevent Che Xiaoyu from following, Chen Luo hung the backpack he often carried on Che Xiaoyu's back. "You, meet, watch, understand?" Chen Luo could only say with these few words that Che Xiaoyu could understand. Che Xiaoyu cocked her head, seeming to understand but not understanding anything. But when Chen Luo tumbled out of the window, she didn't follow. "Don't worry, your brother will be fine, let's go back upstairs." Sheila wanted to take Che Xiaoyu by the shoulders. When her hand touched the shoulder strap of her backpack, Chai immediately let out a low growl like a threat. Fine, I won't touch us all." Silhouette was taken aback and was pacified. When Cha Xiaoyu calmed down again, Shilua wiped his forehead, only to realize that his entire forehead was covered in sweat. This pair of siblings, why is one stranger than the other? Shilua couldn't help but spit out. To get from the academic building to the administration building, you need to follow the concrete path outside the playground, with a turn in the middle. Chen Luo moved carefully and quickly against that side of the playground. Thankfully, Marina University is very green. Trees are planted on both sides of the road and are shaded by bushes. Therefore neither the zombies on the road nor inside the playground noticed Chen Luo. Chen Luo took just half an hour to arrive at the east side of the playground. Then crouched down within the bushes and scrutinized the situation. Located in front of him was an open field with no obstacles in the center that could hide it. The destination of his trip, a red cabinet-shaped device with the words miniature fire station written on it, stands next to the wall of the administration building. However, there were 10 walkers wandering in the clearing, and it was impossible to sneak up from behind and take them all out. So it has to be quick. Chen Luo took a deep breath and rushed towards the miniature fire station with cheetah-like speed. The few zombies at the front were a bit far away, so Chen Luo directly ignored them. As for the zombies that blocked the middle of the road, Chen Luo directly ruffled them with a stick or smashed their bodies to make way. The zombies spotted Chen Luo and let out a roar, closing in like a fishing net on a fence. Seeing this, Chen Luo's speed jerked up again, rushing out before the zombies surrounded him. Finally Chen Luo arrived at his destination, and when he saw the miniature fire station, he almost spat blood in anger. What asshole locked the fire station? As a rule, school micro-fire stations are not allowed to be locked. This is because in the event of a fire, the school's security staff will need to remove the firefighting equipment from it immediately. A second more delay, the fire may increase by 1 point, the students' lives will be a major threat. People who put locks on fire stations are subject to jail time. It was no wonder that Chen Luo was so angry that he exploded. He looked with his afterglow, the walkers behind him had caught up and were only 10 meters away. Mud, spell it out. Chen Luo kicked hard on the glass door, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared on it. One more kick a hole. Chen Luo couldn't care less about the sharp shards of glass, and reached his hand inside and pulled it out. 2 walkie-talkies, a fire axe, an escape rope, take it all. At this point, the zombie was only less than 3 meters away from Chen Luo, and Chen Luo didn't need to turn his head to hear the heavy footsteps and gasps behind him. Finally taking a strong flashlight, Chen Luo spread his legs and ran into the administration building. Chapter 24 Ning Zhao's Transformation. Somebody, help me. Inside the restroom of the Director of Instruction's office, Ning Zhao was already somewhat blurred in consciousness. Whoever, please, help me. Do anything I want? She raved. She seemed to hear the sound of a door opening from outside, followed by an abrupt hiss. Ning Zhao only thought that she was starving and hallucinating, until the door to the restroom was kicked in with a bang and slammed against the wall. Is that the head instructor coming in? Just as well, destroy it, I don't want to hold out any longer. A thought popped into Ning Zhao's head. Dead? Unfortunately, it's too late. Wait, it's a man's voice. Ning Zhao snapped her eyes open and shouted with all her strength, I'm still alive, save me. The light shone into the toilet, as sacred as a holy light from heaven. A tall man stood right in the doorway, his back to the light and his face to the darkness, as if he were a god. Ning Zhao was a little lost in thought for a moment. Can you still move? Chen Luo threw her a baseball bat and picked up the fire axe himself. If you want to live, take a good weapon. Ning Zhao thought that Chen Luo had come specifically to save her, and that all she had to do was follow him, not thinking that she would have to do it. But Chen Luo was her only hope. If he left her behind, she would never survive. Ning Zhao gritted her teeth and stood up, holding onto the wall. I can. Then follow it. Yes. Chen Luo led Ning Zhao out of the room, and a middle-aged, balding zombie had been following the movement coming from the office and feeling its way up. It's Mr. Wang. Ning Zhao nervously hugged the baseball bat tightly. Chen Luo took a healthy step forward and chopped an axe on the zombie's head, embedding it nearly 10 centimeters deep. The walker doesn't move for just a moment. It's so good. Chen Luo sighed heartily. Ning Xiaoyu was shocked. Chen Luo killing zombies was too easy and relaxed. Only when Chen Luo had walked out a few steps did she come back to her senses and hurriedly followed. There were quite a few zombies on the stairs, all of which had followed Chen Luo into the administration building. Stay close. Chen Luo's calm voice rang in her ears, and Ning Xiao subconsciously replied, yes. Even she didn't realize that she had become dependent on Chen Luo. Just now the outside was wide open. Once Chen Luo was surrounded, he had to face attacks from all sides at once. Now with one staircase, only one zombie could attack Chen Luo at the same time. Chen Luo was naturally full of energy. Coupled with the fact that he was standing on high ground, Chen Luo was able to easily slash at the zombie's head and neck. In Ning Zhao's eyes, it was Chen Luo who was like a god of war driving the road ahead. The terrifying zombies were like chopping vegetables in front of him. In just a few minutes, the bodies of the walkers lay on the stairs. Ning Zhao couldn't help but look lost in thought as Chen Luo's image grew taller and holier in her mind. At that moment, her ankle was suddenly grabbed, and Ning Zhao was startled, busy looking down. Just at his feet was a female walker with her face half bitten off and wearing a professional sheath dress. Hey, Alan? Ning Zhao recognized the female zombie as one of her former colleagues. But the other party couldn't recognize Ning Zhao, and had his mouth open. Ning Zhao didn't dare to move, her legs shaking like sieves. She looked toward Chen Luo with a begging gaze, only to see that he was just standing by and doing nothing. You are armed in your hands, don't be afraid of her. Chen Luo's simple words allowed Ning Zhao to gradually calm down. I know. Ning Zhao raised the baseball bat above her head, mumbled I'm sorry in her heart, and then closed her eyes and slammed it down. The zombie's blood splattered on her face, causing her to subconsciously open her eyes. After seeing that the female walker was no longer moving, her mind went blank and all that was left was a roar. I did it, she said to herself. Chen Luo had been coldly watching all of this. The female walker that had slipped through was obviously intentional on his part. He was using this most cruel and direct way to make Ning Zhao grow up quickly. Very well. Chen Luo nodded. Receiving Chen Luo's affirmation, Ning Zhao felt unprecedented joy. She exclaimed excitedly, yes. The administration building had been cleared of walkers, and the next step was to return the same way. It's back, they're back. Silhouette said excitedly as she stood by the window. Xia Xiaoyu stood next to her with her backpack on her back, and her emotions couldn't be seen at all just from her expressionless face. But her gaze kept following the black dot as it moved and zoomed in fast, as if the world was just one figure. There were also a number of students gathered around the two. I don't seem to be wrong. Zhang Miaomia was also in the crowd, her eyes sparkling. This kind of talent could possibly survive in the end times. Together with the last time, Chen Luo had already led people out of the zombie horde twice. Then replaced the people with supermarket supplies, and the result is the same, if not easier. Thinking about this, Zhang Miaomia was even a little jealous of Shiluo. What makes it so easy for her to get her hands on such thick thighs, just because she majored in architecture? No, I must make him fall under my stone skirt and work for me. Zhang Miaomia clenched her fists and made a decision in her heart. Chen Luo had already reached the window with Ning Xiao in tow, and Shiluo was just about to go up and open the window, but someone was even faster than her. Shiluo thought it was Che Xiaoyu, but when he turned his head, Che Xiaoyu was still standing in the same place. And who was that guy? Zhang Miaomia pushed open the window and extended her hand to Chen Luo. But Chen Luo didn't pull her hand. Instead, he flipped over the window with a hurdle move. Instead, Ning Xiao pulled Zhang Miaomia's hand and climbed in with difficulty. Thanks. Ning Xiao thanked as she steadied herself. You're welcome. Zhang Miaomia's smile was a bit unnatural. Mr. Ning, welcome to join us. The other students came forward and surrounded Ning Xiao, shouting in a chorus. Mr. Ning. Mr. Ning. It was obvious that Ning Xiao was quite popular among the student body. For one thing, it was her status as a teacher, the only adult in the room. The second was that most of them had been treated by Ning Xiao and had a good impression of the gentle school nurse teacher. Hello everyone. Ning Xiao smiled and responded to everyone. Su Yulan chatted with Ning Xiao for a few moments before walking towards Chen Luo and giving him a deep bow. Thank you for saving Mr. Ning, I was right, you're good. Good people? Chen Luo snorted and didn't bother to retort, leading Che Xiaoyu towards the upper floors. Wait for me. When Ning Xiao saw Chen Luo leave, she directly dropped her students and trotted to follow. Wasn't Mr. Ning always polite and caring about his students? How could he leave them and run away? The students looked at each other, not understanding what was wrong with Ning Xiao. Chapter 25 Rewards for Several Women. On the second floor classroom, 4 women appeared in the doorway at the same time. You guys. This? Silhouette pushed up the frame and surveyed the other 3. Of the 4, she was the only one whose presence here was the most legitimate. The other 3 were more or less heartbroken. Zhang Miaomia had the thickest skin and naturally explained, I'm here to find Chen Luo. Chen Luo? Ning Xiao didn't even know the name of her savior until now, and as an adult, it was still very easy to handle this kind of awkward scene. I came specifically to thank him. After all, he was the one who saved me. What about you? The gazes of the 3 of them simultaneously looked at Su Yulan at the very back. Su Yulan didn't know why she had come over. The door to the classroom was opened from the inside and Cha Xiaoyu appeared behind it. Sheila thought he was on better terms with Che Xiaoyu and greeted her warmly. Xiaoyu, I've come to eat. After saying that, he tilted his head and walked in with a proud expression. Then Ning Xiao and Zhang Miaomiao. Su Yulan was left to first breathe a sigh of relief, hesitating at the door again and again. In the end, he gave himself a reason. I have to go in to prevent Miao Miao Zhang from messing up before entering the classroom. Chen Luo sat in front of the pot and froze for a moment when he saw the scene. But it soon recovered and the pot was opened, and a rich aroma wafted throughout the classroom. All 4 women gulped uncontrollably at the smell. Chen Luo first served himself a bowl, and then gave another bowl to Che Xiaoyu. The others looked at her with some envy. We're both women. Why should you get it first? But remembering Che Xiaoyu's identity, they were relieved. It's not unusual for a brother to be nice to his sister. Boss, I'm here to collect today's pay. Silhouette stated. Chen Luo nodded and gave her a bowl as well. Silhouette glanced at the others with smug little eyes as she ate. She'd been feeling a sense of crisis since she'd seen the others at the classroom door. This sense of crisis comes from her low self-esteem of her own face value. Which of the others were not of excellent figure in face value, especially Su Yulan and Che Xiaoyu, who were simply at the school flower level. Ning Xiao has the best body, and she has a gentle big sister feeling. Innocent little boys like her the most. Zhang Miaomia wasn't far behind, and was equally popular with her male classmates. Only Silhouette has always had the earthy farm girl feel. She was afraid that Chen Luo would abandon her after she had no more use for her. Out of his understanding of Chen Luo, Shiluan knew that this kind of thing was very likely to happen. That's why she moved her little mind, trying her best to show how good her relationship with Chen Luo and Che Xiaoyu was in front of the others. Ning Xiao had been starving for so many days, and had survived until now entirely by sheer willpower. Upon smelling the scent, she was also at her worst, both eyes dropping into the pot. Relying on what was left of her sanity, Ning Xiao shifted her gaze from the pot to Chen Luo's face. Your name is Chen Luo, isn't it? Thank you for saving me. Before, the situation was so critical that Chen Luo didn't even look closely, and it wasn't until now that he got a good look at Ning Xiao. The long hair dyed burgundy is full of the charm of a mature woman. The same black-framed glasses, which on Shilua's face were sealing the value of the face, were decorative on her face, giving her a sensible look. It was quite prominent further down, with the most exaggerated curvature of any woman Chen Luo had ever seen. The skirt underneath, not too short and not too long, wrapped around her plump hips and slender thighs. Her beauty is recognized by the system. Name, Ning Xiao. Status, school nurse, teacher. Favorability, 50. Rewards for first acquaintance, not obtained medical kit, including 30 types of regular medicines such as hemostatic spray, anti-inflammatory medicine, disinfectant, etc. Medical textbooks, from university to doctorate. First kiss reward, zombie virus vaccine ×1. Reward for complete strategy, medical room plus medical equipment, standard for a tertiary hospital. Since there has been no physical contact yet, you don't get the first acquaintance bonus yet. But this starting out at 50 favorability was already very high, surpassing Shiluo in one fell swoop and becoming second only to Che Xiaoyu. Chen Luo withdrew his gaze and asked, "Want to eat?" Ning Xiao nodded honestly, "I want to. Work for me and I'll give you the same deal as her, a bowl of meat and potatoes a day." Shiluo, who was eating beautifully at the side, heard this and his movement stalled, immediately feeling that the meat didn't even smell good anymore. "No problem." Ning Xiao agreed without hesitation. Chen Luo also gave her a bowl, and she immediately wolfed it down. She was really starving, and her eating style was comparable to that of Che Xiaoyu. Chen Luo looked at the remaining two again. These two also meet the system's criteria, starting with Miao Miao Zhang. Name, Miao Miao Zhang. Identity, gold digger, student. Favorability, 10. Reward for first acquaintance, unearned a car. First kiss reward, 100 square feet of real estate. Complete strategy bonus, expansion of property size to 1000 sq ft. Chen Luo looked around and realized that the rewarded cars could be civilian or military. From sports cars to off-road vehicles, it can even be armored in tank vehicles. 100 square feet of real estate wouldn't be bad, it would double the size of his safe house. It seems that it is still necessary to know this Zhang Miao Miao. Then there was Su Yulan, the only target of Chen Luo's raid in his previous life. Name, Su Yulan. Status, art student, pianist. Reward for first acquaintance, unearned piano technique. First kiss bonus, the complete piano score. Complete strategy reward, all artistic talents. Her rewards were still so ribald that Chen Luo took one look and lost interest. Turning his head to look at Zhang Miaomia. Zhang Miaomia keenly captured the change in Chen Luo's eyes, and she was delighted in her heart. It seemed that Chen Luo was more interested in her than Su Yulan. Zhang Miaomia ruffled her hair, her eyes flirtatious, and said daintily to Chen Luo, "Excuse me, can I also work for you?" Ha! Silhouette got goosebumps and was sick to her stomach. However, she didn't think that Miaomia Zhang's seduction would work. In Shiluo's impression, Chen Luo had always been someone who could do anything to survive, and it was impossible for such a person to be captured by beauty. To Shili's surprise, Chen Luo nodded his head and agreed, "Alright, the pay is the same as the two of them." Shiluo stared wide-eyed, wondering if Chen Luo had changed. What will this Miao Miao Zhang do? Seduce men? Why does she get the same treatment as her? "Thank you, boss." Zhang Miao Miao shouted with a sweet mouth. When she received the bowl, her fingers seemed to accidentally brush against Chen Luo's hand, and she even threw a wink at him. This scene was just caught in the eyes of Shiluo, who was standing behind Chen Luo. Vixen. Chapter 26, What job can only she do? One pot of meat makes 3 beautiful women work for them. Who would have dared to think of this in the past? Chen Luo looked at Su Yulan at the end. Without waiting for Chen Luo to say anything, she said herself, "I'm not here to look for a job. I want to ask you if there's any extra food that can be distributed to the students." Extra food? Chen Luo smiled playfully. "Do you think that in this world, there is anyone who would mind having too much food? I know, but..." Su Yulan wanted to say something. The students had bottomed out on food and it was foreseeable that it wouldn't be long before the school building camp would be in chaos. Su Yulan knew she was asking too much, but she really didn't want to see that scene. Plus the fact that Chen Luo risked his life so much to save Ning Xiao, she really thought Chen Luo was a good person. The result was an unceremonious rejection by Chen Luo. "Alright, you can leave if it's alright." Chen Luo clearly gave the order to send off the guests, and Su Yulan had no reason to stay on. Lowering his head and clenching his fists, he walked out of the classroom. Looking at her forlorn back, as her classmate and roommate, Zhang Miaomia still had some feelings. She's still so naive. When the meal was over, Chen Luo asked Shiluo, "How are the safe house design drawings completed?" Shiluo hurriedly replied, "It's almost finished, only the final proofreading and revisions remain. Do you want to take a look?" Yeah. Silas held his laptop over. On the screen was a floor plan with rooms such as rest areas and storage rooms noted, exhaust and ventilation pipes drawn, and sizes and scales marked. Chen Luo, an outsider, looked at it and felt professional. "No problem, no more revisions needed, wrap up done by tomorrow." "I know." Silhouette was still happy that her work had been recognized, but she just couldn't be happy, and even felt a faint sense of loss. "Also, starting tomorrow, I'm going to give you a new job that will require you to expand on the safe house, again 100 square feet, and require it to include a planting area, an animal husbandry area. Well, and the prison, in time, let's say within half a month." Silhouette looked up with a very excited expression. All this time she had been worried that once she had completed the design, she would lose her usefulness and would be mercilessly discarded. This worry even made her want to procrastinate on her work at times. In the end, though, she finished the job in a timely manner or even ahead of schedule due to her personal work ethic. Now Chen Luo's words had undoubtedly relaxed her. At least she won't be abandoned anytime soon. Chen Luo looked at Zhang Miaomiao again. Zhang Miaomiao's heart skipped a beat, but she still revealed a nice smile. Come with me, I need to explain what you're doing. Boss, there's no rush, why don't we take a break first? Zhang Miaomiao was very reluctant, but she, who was a soft eater, didn't dare to fall out with Chen Luo and could only choose to delay. Silhouette was already upset with Miaomiao Zhang, and while she couldn't wait to get more work, Miaomiao Zhang was getting away with it. At that moment, he stated to Chen Luo, if she doesn't do it, there are others who will, let me do it. Zhang Miaomiao nodded her head repeatedly, let her come, I'll prepare for it. Chen Luo shook his head, no, this job can only be yours. Chen Luo still had a grating for these women in his heart. The highest rank was undoubtedly Cha Xiaoyu, just because she would never betray herself, she deserved this rank. Not to mention she was the only one with a fighting chance. Then there was Shilu and Ning Xiao, belonging to the talents that had utilization value, and if they were usual, they could cultivate their goodwill towards themselves. Chen Luo himself didn't have to invest too much in true feelings, as well as the necessary defenses. This kind of Zhang Miaomiao belongs to the lowest level, only the flesh is useful, and can even be directly discarded after taking the first 2 grades of rewards. Of course if you're obedient, you can stay as a maid or something like a hand. This kind is the least of the worries about feelings. What reason do you have for not spreading your eagle when the rabbit's been given to you to eat? Zhang Miaomiao knew that she couldn't escape this time and could only resign herself to following Chen Luo. What about me? What should I do? Ning Xiao asked anxiously. When the time comes, there will naturally be a time for you to play a role. For now, help me watch Che Xiaoyu, don't let her follow me. Yes, I know. After the two of them went out, Shilua said to Ning Xiao in a depressed manner, Ms. Ning, what job did you say is something that can only be done by that Zhang Miaomiao and I can't do? Shilua had never even been in love, so of course he didn't understand the conversation between Chen Luo and Zhang Miaomiao. She was just unconvinced, thinking that no matter what, she could definitely do better than Zhang Miaomiao. Ning Xiao wasn't much better than Shilua, but she was much more mature after all, and had never eaten pork, she had always seen a pig run. However, Ning Xiao was not in a position to say it too clearly, and could only explain to Shilua, cough cough, everyone has their own specialties, maybe Zhang Miaomiao has strengths that you don't see? What good could she be? Silhouette muttered in a small voice. Ning Xiao was relieved to see that Silhouette didn't pursue the matter further. Still, Silhouette's words had an effect on her. Ning Xiao was also worried, why would he choose Zhang Miaomiao over me? In terms of body shape, I obviously have more advantages, is it because he thinks I'm too old? If it had been someone else who had struck out at a student, Ning Xiao would not have been able to watch. But if it was Chen Luo, not only would Ning Xiao not stop it, she even regretted why it wasn't herself. Subconsciously, Ning Xiao already didn't dare to disobey Chen Luo. After returning to her senses, Ning Xiao realized that the girl Chen Luo had instructed her to look after was missing. She asked eagerly, where is Che Xiaoyu? Shilua, did you see where that girl went up just now? This was the first job Chen Luo had given her, and she didn't want to mess it up and let Chen Luo down. Ning Xiao had just arrived and didn't understand Che Xiaoyu, but Shilua was very clear about how inseparable Che Xiaoyu was to Chen Luo. However, Sheila didn't remind Ning Xiao, instead he said to Ning Xiao, I think she went out to use the restroom, don't worry, she'll be back soon. Phew, that's good. With Cha Xiaoyu following her, that bad woman Zhang Miaomiao must not be able to do anything bad, right? Silas thought to himself. Women's restroom, second floor, door closed. Chen Luo was cutting through Miaomiao Zhang's strengths, and Miaomiao Zhang was deeply impressed with Chen Luo's specialties. Just as Chen Luo was about to give an account of his work, the door of the women's restroom was suddenly slammed open from the outside by a huge force. Chen Luo was jolted and accounted for it, choking Zhang Miaomiao to the point of coughing. Why are you here? Looking at the young girl outside the door, Chen Luo couldn't help but hold his forehead. Che Xiaoyu stared at Chen Luo for a moment before looking at Zhang Miaomiao, especially noticing the way she wiped the corners of her mouth. For the first time, Che Xiaoyu's eyes showed angry feelings, and she even opened her mouth to speak in anger. Food, she, and I, too, want. Chapter 27, Repulsion? Leave. You can talk? Chen Luo was surprised but didn't forget to put on his pants. Che Xiaoyu's brain worked like never before and wasn't diverted from the topic. The jealous nature that was once part of being a woman took over the peak of intelligence in this moment. Intuition told Che Xiaoyu that Chen Luo was giving Zhang Miaomiao a small meal, secretly giving her delicious food but not herself. So Che Xiaoyu took a few steps forward and went to unbuckle Chen Luo's pants. You stop it. While Chen Luo and Che Xiaoyu were pulling their weight, Zhang Miaomiao came to the sink and cupped water in her hands, rinsing her mouth. She was a little glad in her heart that it was fortunate that Che Xiaoyu had appeared in time, or else Chen Luo would have definitely taken a step forward. Don't look at the surface of Zhang Miaomiao so flirtatious and Thai, but in reality, she is still a child. It's hard not to be a little nervous and apprehensive about this sort of thing, and you don't want to just drop it off in the ladies' room. What's more, she was counting on the fact that she could get a good price for her innocence, so she should at least protect her for the rest of her life, right? Seeing that his pants were about to be torn, Chen Luo had no choice but to say to Che Xiaoyu, alright, I'll just give it to you, but it'll have to be next time. Che Xiaoyu stopped her hand movements, and her eyes looked straight at Chen Luo. I promise. Chen Luo said solemnly. Cha Xiaoyu finally let go. Zhang Miao had been observing the two with strange eyes after cleaning the foreign substance in her mouth. After her observation, these two were definitely not siblings. Moreover, Cha Xiaoyu's simplicity was a bit exaggerated, just like a little dragon lady who had just come out of an ancient tomb. All these questions are really suspicious. Chen Luoguang understood from Zhang Miao's whirling pupils that she had discovered something. However, he didn't bother to explain, and didn't even ask Zhang Miao to keep it a secret. Not to mention the fact that he wasn't even related to Che Xiaoyu, and even if he was, what could he do? In this world, can you still call the police to arrest him? On the second day, Shilua finally finished the design drawings for the safe house. Chen Luo was overjoyed and called out to the ladies. Pack up, we're ready to move. Moving? Move where? Zhang Miaomu wondered if Chen Luo was crazy. It's full of walkers out there. Where can we move? Another school building? Is that necessary? Don't ask what you shouldn't, just pack up and follow me. Hearing Chen Luo say this, Zhang Miaomu looked at the remaining few people, wanting them to help her persuade Chen Luo. Going out was undoubtedly an act of death in her opinion. But Silhouette was at odds with her, and counting on her was impossible. Che Xiaoyu would even just follow Chen Luo's ass. The only hope is the sensible adult Ning Xiao. But Ning Xiao chose to remain silent amidst her hopeful gaze. She brainlessly chose to believe Chen Luo. Zhang Miao couldn't help but hold her forehead. Was she the only smart person here? Chen Luo saw her hesitation and said nonchalantly, you can also choose to stay here. He's already earned the first 2 rewards anyway. River Zhang is dispensable to him. Of course I chose to follow you. Zhang Miao was a smart person, staying here would definitely kill her, so she might as well follow Chen Luo. Maybe he could protect her from here. The movement of the group of 5 drew the attention of the others, who murmured in whispers. Where are they going with this? It's not going out, is it? Crazy, can you compare the danger of a one-man operation to that of so many people? It's good to be gone. I've seen them long ago. A foreigner, why should he live with us? Su Yulan was also among the crowd, and she frowned when she heard the student's words. Although Chen Luo had rejected her yesterday and badmouthed her, still, she couldn't stand by and watch them go to their deaths and do nothing. So she stepped out of the crowd and stopped Chen Luo. Where are you going? Get out of here, you guys aren't welcoming us anyway, are you? Chen Luo's rhetorical question caused Su Yulan to be speechless for a moment. What he said was indeed true. From the very first day Chen Luo first arrived there were many people who expressed their unwelcome. At this point it's still mostly because of identity. But this sentiment is exacerbated by Chen Luo's refusal to fit in with the group later on, as well as the fact that he obviously has his own food, but does not share it with them. It's gone from unwelcome to jealousy and hatred. Su Yulan was about to say something when a voice came from behind her. That's right, we really don't welcome you. Su Yulan turned her head to look angrily at the person who said this was none other than Du Yangsheng. Du Yangsheng finished his sentence, but the others can stay, Mr. Ning, you're the school nurse, stay with us, we need you. Du Yangsheng, of course, was well aware of the importance of doctors and thought of using students to morally kidnap Ning Xiao. Good man, digging into my head. Before Chen Luo had a chance to speak, Ning Xiao said, there's no medication here whatsoever, there's no use for me to stay, I think I'd better leave. You're a teacher, even if you don't do anything, all of us will feel at ease. Du Yangsheng still wanted to stay, but Ning Xiao wasn't swayed at all, and made up her mind to follow Chen Luo out. He saved my life. If it wasn't for him, I would have starved to death or turned into a zombie, so my life is now, and he's the only one who can make the decision on whether I stay or go. Seeing that Ning Xiao could not be persuaded, Du Yangsheng did not intend to keep the others. In his opinion, apart from Ning Xiao, who was still somewhat useful, Shilu and Zhang Miao were a complete liability. Especially Zhang Miao, this person actually turned to Chen Luo's embrace after rejecting him. This is not deliberately disgusting him. It was only then that Su Yulan was able to interject, and she said angrily to Du Yangsheng, how can you say that? Yulan, as you can see, the others don't want him to stay. Du Yangsheng looked like he was looking out for the camp. Do you want the unity of our camp to be affected because of him? Du Yangsheng's words blocked any reason for Su Yulan, and she was completely out of options. Go! Chen Luo said indifferently and turned around. The remaining few women followed. Let's go too, and block the exit as soon as they leave before some of them regret coming back. Du Yangsheng was very proud. In his opinion, he was the one who drove Chen Luo and the others out, avenging his previous revenge. Unbeknownst to him, it was Chen Luo who had a better choice, couldn't look at this place, and left of his own accord. When Chen Luo and the others tumbled out of the window at the back door of the school building, Du Yangsheng immediately commanded the male students to lock the windows as a precaution, and had them bring in tables and chairs to block every window. This is foolproof. Du Yangsheng left in a soothing mood, and the others dispersed after a while. Only Su Yulan had been silently watching Chen Luo and the others leave. Since the outbreak of the zombie crisis, it was the first time that Zhang Miaomio had left the school building. She was nervous as hell, looking left and right, ready to run at any moment. What reassured her a little was that there were no living zombies around, only zombie corpses everywhere. It's all the handiwork of Chen Luo and Che Xiaoyu. Standing in front of the open space behind the school, Chen Luo stopped. Why don't we go? Let's go while there aren't many zombies, Zhang Miaomio said in a panic. Here we are. Here. Chapter 28, The Perfect Safe House. He's not so stressed out that he's actually going crazy, is he? This was the thought in Zhang Miaomio's brain at this moment. If she had known, she shouldn't have bet on Chen Luo. Chen Luo didn't have time to care what Zhang Miaomio was thinking, his mind was now all on the system. System, extract the property reward. Design drawings detected and whether the house is built according to the drawings. Yes. As Chen Luo's mind moved, foundations were struck out of thin air on the originally empty ground, and then a piece of wall with a metallic texture fell down. Put together as if they were built in a survival game. A matchbox that looks ordinary on the outside, but actually has a lot going on inside, rises up from the ground. Zhang Miaomio, Ning Xiao, and Sheila had been amazed from the moment the first building material appeared. Silhouette was the first to recognize that the building was constructed exactly as she had drawn it. She looked at Chen Luo in shock. I didn't draw this. Exactly. But, you don't need to understand, all you need to know is that I am omnipotent. With these words, Chen Luo's image in their hearts was shrouded in a veil of mystery. Zhang Miaomio changed her previous negative emotions and was so ecstatic inside that she couldn't wait to offer herself to Chen Luo on the spot. I knew I'd never be wrong about anyone. Ning Xiao was the blandest of the several women except for Che Xiaoyu. She was convinced from the moment Chen Luo saved her that Chen Luo was not an ordinary person, and that he was the savior sent from heaven to save her. Since it's a savior, it makes sense to build a building out of thin air. Right? Chen Luo saw that except for Che Xiaoyu, the favorability panels of several people had all seen a rise. Among them, Ning Xiao went up by 5 points, Sheila went up by 20 points, and Zhang Miaomio was the most exaggerated, going up by a full 30 points. Of course this also had to do with the fact that Miaomio Zhang had the lowest favorability rating. Let's go. Chen Luo closed the system and walked towards the gate. The main door of the safe house is also made of titanium and next to it is an electronic screen fingerprint lock. Of course, you don't have to worry when you run out of power, you can still use the key to open the door. After recording his own fingerprints, Chen Luo recorded another one for Che Xiaoyu. As for Ning Xiao and Shilu, Chen Luo planned to wait for their favorability to rise to 60 before recording them. Zhang Miaomio has a lot of heart and a lot of small minds, so she has to wait until at least 80 points. Ignoring Zhang Miaomio's blear-eyed look, Chen Luo pressed his fingerprint. The titanium gate opened automatically, revealing a passageway. Chen Luo and the others fishtailed into the room. The safe house was electrified and very bright inside. Because of its small size, the safe house has only a living room, 3 rooms, a bathroom, and a storage area. There was also an escape route where the back door was located, and Chen Luo planned to record only his own fingerprints. The system is also generously furnished. For example, TV, sofa, bed, water heater, and all these. The air conditioner is still integrated, eliminating the possibility of vandalism of the external air conditioning unit. There was even a diesel generator, but unfortunately the diesel was only given in buckets, otherwise you wouldn't even have to worry about power outages. A few women came in and looked around curiously, letting out a gasp every now and then. Oh my god, there's actually a bathtub in the bathroom and hot water. Gee, it's nice that there's refrigeration in such a big warehouse. Silas, didn't you design this house? Why are you surprised? Can't I be surprised that I designed it? It's the first time I've ever seen a drawing I've made realized, or a blink of an eye, and it's just so full of accomplishment. Listening to their words, it was definitely false to say that Chen Luo was not happy in his heart. And that's just the beginning. As long as he keeps completing goodwill quests, his safe house will grow and have more and more features. Garages, basements, studios, medical offices, and even indoor pools are no longer a dream. Let's distribute the rooms, Zhang Miaomio suggested, 1 room for the boss himself, 1 for Sheila and I, and 1 for teacher Ning and Che Xiaoyu. An objection was immediately raised just after that. I'm not going to share a room with you, I want to share a room with Mr. Ning. Shilu shouted. Che Xiaoyu also silently pulled up Chen Luo's sleeve. Alright, then the boss and his sister will have a room, Silhouette and Mr. Ning, and I'll have my own room. Shilua still disagreed. Why should you share a room by yourself? You've seen the situation with the boss and his sister, and you refuse to share a room with me, so don't I have to live by myself? Zhang Miaomio spread her hands pretending to be helpless. I have an idea for you to sleep in the living room alone. Silhouette, are you deliberately messing with me? That's right. Seeing that the two were about to argue, Chen Luo raised his volume. Alright, stop arguing, let's divide it up like Zhang Miaomio, there will definitely be new people joining later. Chen Luo gave the word, and the two stopped arguing. Sheila pulled Ning Xiao and went back to his room to set up, and so did Zhang Miaomio, closing his room and not knowing what he was drumming up inside. Chen Luo had wanted to wander around the safe house to see if there were any loopholes or ill-designed areas, but Cha Xiaoyu just pulled at him and wouldn't let go, tilting her head and looking at him expressionlessly. "Sleep," she said, pointing to one of the remaining rooms. "It's just 1 o'clock. Well. It couldn't be helped, Cha Xiaoyu's big eyes were too lethal. Moreover, Chen Luo's nerves had been tense for so many days, it was indeed time to relax and rest. Chen Luo laid down on the bed, and Cha Xiaoyu clung to his side, arching into Chen Luo's arms like a caterpillar. Chen Luo had to roll over and hug her so she wouldn't move. In a short while, Chen Luo entered dreamland. Cha Xiaoyu couldn't feel sleepy as a zombie, so she buried her face in the position of Chen Luo's chest and felt his heartbeat. At the teaching building camp, a student discovered the extra unit of construction out of nowhere and immediately reported it to Du Yangsheng. Du Yangsheng was a bit puzzled as to how he didn't remember much about this strange house behind the school. Offhand, it seemed as if the house had always been there in his memory. Du Yangsheng, after all, did not witness the safe house from scratch and was influenced by Chen Luo's system. Subconsciously it makes sense for the house to be there. "You said you saw the outsider with your own eyes, bringing people into the house?" Du Yangsheng asked the reporting student. "Yes, I saw it with my own eyes." This student didn't see how the house appeared either. He accidentally saw Chen Luo and the others go in through the window before he hurriedly reported it to Du Yangsheng. "It's really strange," Du Yangsheng said in a depressed voice. "Du Xiao, that house looks like it has good security. Why don't we go and grab it back?" The student proposed. "Are you stupid? Isn't this building more than enough to secure us? Do you think the zombies can get in? If you don't want to live in such a big space and squeeze into a small house, are you out of your mind or am I out of my mind? Ha, also oh." The student scratched his head and laughed awkwardly twice. "Well, don't bother with them, our building is the best shelter, no need to envy anyone else." Du Yangsheng waved his big hand, not caring about the extra building at all. Chapter 29, Heavy-Duty Trucks in the End Times. It was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon when Chen Luo woke up, and in a daze, he felt a small hand moving underneath him. Frightened, he came to his senses instantly and grabbed the trickster's hand. "What are you doing?" Chen Luo looked at the culprit, Cha Xiaoyu. Cha Xiaoyu blinked and didn't say anything. "Don't play dumb for me, I know you understand," Chen Luo said as he pinched Cha Xiaoyu's small round face. "Hungry." It turned out to be that she was hungry and didn't want to wake Chen Luo up, so she decided to make her own bounty. Unfortunately, she couldn't get the hang of it and worked her butt off without getting anything out of it. "Okay, I'll get up and get you some food." Chen Luo put on his pants and walked to the living room, seeing that the other three were here. "What are you looking at?" Chen Luo asked curiously. "Boss, look at the surveillance," Shi Luo shouted. Chen Luo walked up suspiciously. The monitor screen showed the picture outside the safe house. Sporadic small white dots drifted down and quickly disappeared again. Seeing this scene, Chen Luo frowned. "Is that Willow?" Silhouette couldn't help but ask. "No, it's snowing." Ning Xiao was a northerner and instantly recognized what the small white dots were. But the other two locals were not convinced. "But this is Marina City, eh? I haven't seen it snow in Marina City since I was born. And it's the end of July, early August, right? Or summer, right? How can it possibly snow in the summer?" Ning Xiao was also puzzled, her knowledge unable to answer this strange weather phenomenon. "It's still coming." Only Chen Luo knew why such a strange phenomenon had appeared. The second wave of the end times crisis, the natural disaster, had finally descended. According to his memories from his previous life, the snow would last for 3 days and the temperature would get lower and lower, and by the third day, it could even get as low as nearly 100 degrees below zero. That's really a horrible low temperature where the vapor coming out of your breath freezes and you can't even pee outside without freezing. "No, I can't just sit around and wait for the next 3 days, I have to prepare some more supplies while the snow has just started to fall," Chen Luo thought to himself. "Silhouette, what does your school supermarket sell, do you know?" Sheila froze for a moment, but seeing how serious Chen Luo's expression was, she also introduced herself seriously. "It turns out that Marina University, the best university in Marina del Rey, has a shopping district that is second to none. It says supermarket, but it's actually a mini-mall more or less. From snacks and food to daily necessities to school supplies, it's enough for Marina City University students to get everything they want without leaving the campus. That's why a trip to the grocery store is so necessary. Not now though, it'll have to wait." This wait was the next day. Zhang Miaomiao and the others had lunch but heard Chen Luo say, "Zhang Miaomiao, Ning Xiao, the two of you prepare to go out with Xiaoyu and I." Zhang Miaomiao's face dropped all of a sudden. If she could, she would just like to stay in the safe house for the rest of her life. So she rushed at Chen Luo and pouted, "Can I not go out?" Chen Luo said expressionlessly, "Yes, but I don't keep useless people in my territory, so please leave." "I'll just go," Zhang Miaomiao said in a hurry, jokingly, having seen the comfort and safety of this house, letting her go back to the teaching building. "Little cutie. Would only be willing. Is it necessary to be so serious, to ask?" she muttered in a low voice. Chen Luo ignored her and added, "Remember to wear more. If you don't have thicker clothes, put on more short sleeves and pants, don't wear skirts." "What about me, what about me?" Seeing that Chen Luo had ignored her, Sheila hurriedly reminded her. Your job is to draw designs, don't worry, I won't just kick you out. Shenluo was relieved when he received Chen Luo's assurance. She thought she had become the useless person Chen Luo had been talking about. Okay, you have 5 minutes, meet me at the door in 5 minutes. When Zhang Miaomio and Ning Xiao came out of the safe house, they realized how important Chen Luo's request was. Just overnight, the world outside seemed to be wrapped in a snow-white coat. The snow on the ground was as thick as an ankle, and when one foot stepped on it, it sunk in, and the mobility was affected to a certain extent, and the key was that goosefeather snow was still falling in the sky, and the range of vision was also affected, and there was only about 5 meters of visibility. The most unbearable part was the bitter cold outside, with body surface temperatures estimated to be close to zero. Although Zhang Miaomio and Ning Xiao had already put on a few extra pieces of clothing, they still couldn't withstand such cold, holding their arms and shivering their legs. Hiss, it's cold, boss, let's just go back. Zhang Miaomio couldn't help but say. It's okay, it won't be cold when we get in the car. Car? Zhang Miaomio suspiciously looked in Chen Luo's direction, and was surprised to find a behemoth. A 13-meter-long heavy truck with the color scheme of an Optimus Prime was parked on the side of the safe house. Oh my god, where did this car come from? Zhang Miaomio's mouth opened into a circle and didn't close for a moment. From where? From the rewards you get, of course. Before the extraction, Chen Luo also thought about whether to choose a cross-country vehicle or an armored car. However, combined with the current situation, Chen Luo still felt that he should first get a heavy truck, so that transportation would be more convenient. The system also graciously filled the heavy truck's gas tank, all enough to travel across several provinces. Chen Luo didn't explain to her and just said to the two of them, you two and Xiaoyu go to the back compartment, I'll drive. He instructed again, remember, grab your weapons as soon as you get off the bus, follow behind Xiaoyu and I, and make sure not to fall behind. Would it be too dangerous to have Xiaoyu in front? Ning Xiao had some worry in her eyes. Why don't you let me be in the front? In Ning Xiao's opinion, she was better than Che Xiaoyu in any way as an adult, a teacher, and had experience killing zombies once. It was only right that she should be the one to protect the other two. Don't worry about Xiaoyu, she's much better than me. A questioning look spread across the faces of both Ning Xiao and Zhang Miaomio as they sniffed. Who is Chen Luo? The ruthless man who comes and goes as he pleases in the zombie horde. And how could Che Xiaoyu be stronger than Chen Luo when she was just an ordinary little girl? With worry, the two of them went into the compartment with Che Xiaoyu and closed the door, which warmed them up a little. Chen Luo sat in the driver's seat, shouted let's go, and started the heavy truck. While driving, Chen Luo also paid attention to the movements of the surrounding zombies. As expected, the noise of the heavy truck draws the attention of a large number of walkers. But they moved very slowly, as if their limbs were frozen, taking several seconds to take a step, and could only watch the truck leave. It seems that after spending the night outside, these walkers are frozen. This was the reason why Chen Luo purposely waited for one night before departing. Zhang Miaomio, Ning Xiao, report the direction. Because of the heavy snowfall, you couldn't see very well where you were going, even with the windshield wipers on. Chen Luo had to let the two who knew the way to show him the way. Got it, take a right up ahead, and then left at the intersection. 10 minutes later, a two-story building with a sign that read Binhai University Life Supermarket appeared in front of Chen Luo. Chen Luo knew that his destination had arrived. Chapter 30, Sweeping the Living Supermarket at the University of Marina. Before he was about to arrive, Chen Luo jerked the steering wheel, and the heavy truck swung and turned 180 degrees. The three men in the wagon were caught off guard and almost hit their heads. Then Chen Luo made a reverse and directly hit the glass door of the supermarket. The glass door shattered like papier-mâché in an instant, while the heavy truck was unharmed. Parking the truck, Chen Luo jumped down from the driver's seat and quickly came to the back, opening the compartment. He shouted to the three inside, quick, grab your weapons and get out. Zhang Miaomio and Ning Xiao didn't dare to delay and hurriedly got out of the car. A group of 4 people entered the supermarket. The first floor of the supermarket was the food section, and a few walkers in salesmen's outfits wandered among the shelves. Ning Xiao, Zhang Miaomio, you two move the food to the car while Xiaoyu and I clean up the zombies. Understood. Ning Xiao trusted Chen Luo unconditionally, and although Zhang Miaomio was a bit hesitant, she did the same. Chen Luo, on the other hand, took the fire axe and walked towards the zombies. The zombies here were much better than outside, not frozen and with little effect on their mobility. However, their numbers were too small and scattered throughout the entire first floor. It was really hard to pose much of a threat to Chen Luo. Chen Luo cleaned up pretty much one axe at a time, without even needing Che Xiaoyu to make a move. Chen Luo scanned around and felt that there was no danger, then said to Che Xiaoyu, you stay here to protect the two of them, I'll go upstairs and continue cleaning up. Che Xiaoyu was a little reluctant, but she stayed. With her there, Chen Luo was relieved to follow the stairs to the second floor. The second floor has several separate stores selling a variety of food and a milk tea store. This floor had more traffic than the first floor, and there were quite a few student walkers in addition to the employee walkers. At first glance there were all of a dozen of them. If they didn't take out all these zombies, Ning Xiao and the girls wouldn't be able to focus on carrying them. Come on then. Chen Luo turned the fire axe and charged towards the zombies. On the first floor, Zhang Miaomia had been very uneasy after seeing Chen Luo go upstairs. He had to purposely sweep his left and right when moving things, fearing that there would be a zombie around the corner that Chen Luo had missed. Luckily she wasn't attacked until she filled a bag full of high-calorie snacks. But just as she's carrying the bag towards the truck, a walker comes in from outside, right in front of the truck. Ning! Ning! Mr. Ning, there are zombies! She screamed. When Ning Xiao heard the shouts, she dropped what she was holding and grabbed a baseball bat and rushed out, protecting Zhang Miaomia. Looking at the staggering zombie whose skin was frozen blue, Ning Xiao was nervous. She had killed a walker, but it was immobile. And the one in front of her was able to move, and if she was bitten or scratched by him, then she too would be infected into an ugly zombie. Could Ning Xiao not be nervous? With that, the two women, one in front and one hiding behind, took a step back for every step the walker took forward. At that moment a figure walked past them. When Ning Xiao saw this, she hurriedly shouted, "Xiaoyu, be careful." Before the words left her mouth, Che Xiaoyu raised her hand and easily snapped the zombie's neck. Ning Xiao's voice ended abruptly. It turned out that Chen Luo hadn't lied to them, and Che Xiaoyu was really strong. "I'll be damned, Xiaoyu, you're too good." Zhang Miaomia was a human being and wouldn't let go of any opportunity to get on good terms with her thighs. Seeing that Che Xiaoyu was so powerful, the first thing she wanted to do was to strike a good relationship with her so that when she was in danger, Che would come to her rescue. However, Che Xiaoyu was outright ignoring everyone else except for her feelings for Chen Luo. This made Zhang Miaomia's hot face stick to her cold ass, and she stood in place somewhat awkwardly. "Don't just stand there, keep moving," Ning Xiao reminded her, and the two of them continued to move things. By the time Chen Luo came down from the second floor, all the valuable food and drinking water on the first floor had been moved almost to the ground. Zhang Miaomia also came to Chen Luo as if inviting credit, saying, "Boss, I found the entrance to the supermarket's warehouse, and all the food in there is in boxes and boxes." "Good job." Chen Luo gave her a rare compliment. "You're allowed to take a hot bath on the way back." Earlier, Zhang Miaomia was overjoyed to see the bathtub and wanted to take a bath but was rejected by Chen Luo on the grounds of water conservation. She sulked for a long time about it. As expected, upon hearing Chen Luo's reward, Zhang Miaomia brightened up and said gratefully, "Thank you, boss. I've finished clearing the zombies on the second floor. You and Ning Xiao go up and move the stuff, mainly the clothes and quilts for the winter." "Yes." After they went up, Chen Luo went back to the warehouse that Zhang Miaomia had said to look at. Nearly half of the stuff here had been moved by the girls, and given the limited capacity of the truck, the rest had to stay here. In the corner position, Chen Luo was surprised to find 2 gasoline generators and 4 large barrels of gasoline. This was a good thing, so Chen Luo naturally wouldn't let it go. After Ning Xiao and the girls had made a few trips to move the generator and gasoline, they called out to them to join them in moving the generator and gasoline onto the truck. It was a very rewarding trip. Just the food and drink alone would be enough for them all for years. The biggest surprise was still the 4 drums of gasoline barrels found in the warehouse. Each barrel is supposed to be the standard 200 liters, so much that it's enough to generate electricity for several hundred hours or fill the tank of a heavy truck once. On the way back, several people were in a good mood. Niamyo Zhang even hummed a song. In stark contrast to their relaxed atmosphere is the student camp in the school building. Dozens of students huddled in one classroom, doors and windows closed to keep warm. They stripped the clothes from the bodies and piled the books and materials in the middle of the classroom and set them on fire. The temperature in the classroom had only risen to a tolerable level. But it was certainly impossible to go out in search of food in this condition, and the hunger and cold plunged them into despair. Just then, they heard the sound of what seemed to be a vehicle driving by under the school building. Immediately a student came to the window and peered out. In the midst of the curtain of snow, he seemed to see a large truck, and he shouted with a sudden excitement, "There's a truck! There's a truck out there!" Other students got excited. "Is it help coming? Is it help coming?" Du Yangsheng pushed the student away from the window as soon as he could, and his emotions stirred at the sight of the heavy truck. Did my dad really send someone to rescue me? Other than this reason, Du Yangsheng couldn't think of anyone else who would drive such a truck to school. It must be someone sent by my dad, Du Yangsheng said with conviction. Chapter 31 Requesting Chen Luo to return school property. After a few days of pulling out the thorns, most of the remaining students are after Du Yangsheng. Therefore, as soon as Du Yangsheng said this, dozens of students immediately responded. Du Yangsheng was worried that there would be too many people and too much commotion, so he only called out to the 10 people he trusted more. As a result, when the group came to the first floor in great numbers, they realized that the way out was blocked. Originally, it was still possible to go out through the window, but on the day Chen Luo left, Du Yangsheng was worried that Chen Luo would return, so he called out to block the windows. It turned out to be a stone that smashed his own feet now. They had to hum and haw and move tables and chairs before going out. Fortunately, there were a lot of them and they only had to clear one window, so they soon sorted out an exit. The moment I opened the window, the wind swept in with a blizzard all at once. The room temperature drops to match the outside temperature all at once. The thin summer clothes on the crowd could not withstand the bone-chilling cold, and their bodies immediately shook like sieves. Hiss, it's cold. Why is it snowing in the middle of summer? Why don't we just go back? This hasn't even set off yet, and someone's already backing out. Du Yangsheng as the leader could only cheer them up. Everyone hold on, the most important thing now is to get on with the rescuers. It's snowing so hard that they can't even see us, so they're probably retreating, and that's really up. Think about it, people, the truck must have air conditioning, clothes to fight the cold, and hot food on top, don't you want that? By relying on his excellent pie drawing ability, Du Yangsheng managed to salvage his morale. With a flourish, the group tumbled out of the windows one by one, moving quickly in the direction of the heavy card. Chen Luo's side parked the heavy truck in front of the safe house. Zhang Miaomiao and the others had already changed into down jackets and were busy moving the supplies in the wagon to the safe house. When Zhang Miaomiao stopped to rest, she occasionally looked up and saw a blurry silhouette in the snow in the distance. Her first thought was walkers. After all, it was impossible for any living person to be out and about in this cold, except for walkers. Miao Miao Zhang found Chen Luo and reported her findings to him. It's fine, you guys keep moving and leave the rest to Xiaoyu and I. After seeing Chen Luo so calm, Zhang Miaomiao felt a strong sense of security and didn't panic, going back to continue moving the supplies. Chen Luo, on the other hand, stood by with Che Xiaoyu. When the silhouette came closer, the observant Chen Luo realized that something was wrong. That can't be a walker. Walkers don't crane their necks. Despite this, Chen Luo was nervous instead, because he clearly knew that the most terrifying thing in the end times was not zombies or natural disasters, but the human heart. In his previous life, he had seen some survivors gather and form a gang, specializing in looting other people's supplies, especially those like Chen Luo who survived alone, hoarded a large amount of supplies, and whose safe houses were not hidden, were especially easy to target. It's called "I'll stock my guns next door is my granary." Now that I think about it, Du Yangsheng and the others in his previous life were probably also on this path, and he was the big wrong seed that was targeted. Just as Chen Luo was worried about whether or not to let Ning Xiao and the girls enter the safe house first, he got a good look at the face of the visitor. It's Du Yangsheng and the others. Chen Luo instantly stopped being nervous. The current ones were just some college students, they were too young. Du Yangsheng and the others discovered Chen Luo and the others at the same time. Du Yangsheng said in astonishment, "How could it be you?" He took a look at the heavy truck that was even more shocking as he got closer and couldn't help but ask again, "Is this truck yours? If it's not mine, can it still be yours?" Chen Luo flirted contemptuously. "No way." Du Yangsheng said without thinking, "How could you possibly have such a heavy truck?" At this time, one of the followers came back to Du Yangsheng's ear and whispered in a low voice, "Du Xiao, they're moving supplies, it seems like they're from our school supermarket." Du Yangsheng swept his eyes and found that it was true, and it still had a supermarket label on it. The others are upset too, and in their minds, what's in the school is theirs. Chen Luo was just an outsider, living in the school even, how could he still take what belonged to them in the supermarket without asking? One of them stepped forward and rebuked loudly, "All these things are ours, you must return them to us." "Not bad, and this house, since it's in our school, and of course it's school property, you'll have to let it go as well." Having lived in a school building that leaked all over the place, it was only natural that someone would eye Chen Luo's safe house. Du Yangsheng, on the other hand, was even greedier and had his eye on Chen Luo's heavy truck. "This kind of truck can easily cost tens of millions of dollars, how can an ordinary person like you own it? You must have picked it up somewhere. Please return all the things that don't belong to you to us." Chen Luo was like looking at a clown, looking at the crowd in front of him who were justifiably screaming. He wasn't angry, he just thought it was funny. Not bad for a college student, it sure has a clear-cut stupidity to it. Do they think that they can morally kidnap people by having a big crowd and a big voice? Chen Luo took out the heavy truck key and tossed it in his hand. "If you want it, come and get it yourself." Du Yangsheng looked at the fire axe that Chen Luo was holding tightly in his other hand and knew that things would not be so simple. He colorfully shouted, "There are only 5 people on your side, and 4 of them are women. And there are 10 of us on our side, and there are more than 20 waiting at the school building, so I advise you to obediently hand over your things to avoid unnecessary conflict." Looking down on women? "Fine, I'll give you a chance, as long as one of you can beat my sister, I'll give you this key with both hands." Chen Luo pointed at Che Xiaoyu and said. Du Yangsheng immediately agreed, "It's a deal. Ironhead, you're on." Ironhead, as he called him, was a practicing blockhead, tall and muscular. Cha Xiaoyu is like a child compared to him. He grinned a wide grin, his face piled high with horizontal flesh. "Leave it to me." "Xiaoyu, make it quick," Chen Luo said indifferently. Cha stepped forward in silence, looking expressionlessly at the large muscular man walking towards her. Looking down at the petite lovely person in front of him, Ironhead revealed a lecherous smile. "Little sister looks so pretty, call your brother to listen to you, I'll be sure to be gentle with my hands." Ha ha ha. The crowd let out a burst of laughter. They didn't think that Che Xiaoyu would be a match for Ironhead at all. The red light in Che Xiaoyu's eyes flared as she took the initiative for the first time. Still full of disinterest, Ironhead casually raised his large hand and slapped it. This one hand alone was as big as Che Xiaoyu's head when it was spread out. With such a big gap, how could Cha Xiaoyu win? Chapter 32, You Owe Me 2 Lives. Che Xiaoyu didn't move a muscle, as if she was stunned. Some people closed their eyes, unable to bear the sight of a flower girl being beaten and bloodied. Just as Ironhead's large hand was about to land on Che Xiaoyu's head, he stopped. The crowd behind Ironhead didn't see what was happening, and one of them impatiently urged, "Can Ironhead stop being compassionate? I'm freezing to death." Someone with sharp eyes noticed something was wrong. Is there something extra on Ironhead's back? The crowd fixed their eyes on it and realized that the extra thing was actually a hand. The 5 fingers of the hand closed around and clutched something dark red, still pulsing one by one. As Che drew back her hand, Ironhead's 2-meter-tall, massive body fell to the ground with a loud thud. There was an extra large hole where the left side of the heart had been, and the contents were missing. Several people hastily wiped their eyes before realizing that Che Xiaoyu was clearly clutching a heart in her hand. At this time, Che Xiaoyu's right arm was drenched in blood, and the blood dripped down between her fingers to the ground, coloring the snow-white ground a red. This image seems both demonic and bizarre. Weird. Monster. Monster. It was a long time before someone finally came back to their senses and made a fearful noise. Going through the chest with your bare hands, there's no way that's something a normal person could do. The courage that Du Yongsheng and the others had summoned up by their numbers instantly vanished into thin air. The people scattered their legs and ran away, and Du Yongsheng, who originally had a large number of men, became a loner in an instant. Does Du Yongsheng not want to run? No, it was when it mattered that he realized miserably that his legs were weak and he couldn't make any effort at all. Asterisk 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 asterisk, he cursed repeatedly, turning his head toward the students' backs and shouting again, "Don't leave me." But they turned a deaf ear and even ran faster. Seeing this, Du Yongsheng cursed, "You unreliable bastards, when I go back, I'll make you look good." Unfortunately, you can't go back. Du Yongsheng stiffened and turned around only to realize that Chen Luo had already walked in front of him carrying a fire axe. "Brother, let me off the hook." Du Yongsheng tried to beg for mercy, and used the old tried and true tactic. "As long as you don't kill me, I'll definitely take you with me when the person who saves me comes." But Chen Luo still didn't say anything. "You can't kill me. Do you know who my dad is?" "My dad is." "Ah." Seeing that the soft one didn't work, Du Yongsheng decided to go for the hard one, but in the middle of his words, he turned into a miserable scream. It turned out to be Chen Luo who had chopped at his leg with an axe. The sharp pain caused Du Yongsheng to fall directly to his knees, and blood instantly soaked his pants. "How could I kill you?" Chen Luo smiled broadly, but it was as terrifying as a demon in Du Yongsheng's eyes. "You owe me 2 lives, how can I be willing to let you die too quickly?" "What 2 lives? What does it have to do with me?" Du Yongsheng couldn't understand Chen Luo's words at all. "It's okay, you'll understand soon enough." Chen Luo left Du Yongsheng behind and searched in the snow for a while before suddenly yanking out the body of a zombie. "What do you want?" Du Yongsheng forced himself to endure the severe pain and watched as Chen Luo approached him. "Do you know what it's like to become a zombie?" Chen Luo patiently introduced Du Yongsheng. "First you will feel your body become uncontrollable, your limbs become incredibly stiff, your brain hallucinates, and your ears hallucinate. Then you get an intense hunger, and believe me, it's a hunger that no one can tolerate. Even if it's a mouse, a cockroach, you won't hesitate to swallow it. By this point you'll be a 6-pack zombie through and through." Chen Luo spoke in a colorful manner, as if he had experienced it himself. Du Yongsheng only felt creeped out, and the cold hairs on his body stood up. "Do you know why I'm so clear?" Chen Luo brought his head closer to Du Yongsheng and said in a voice that could only be heard by 2 people, "It's all thanks to you." "Crazy, crazy. I have no idea what you're talking about." Du Yongsheng was close to breaking down. "It's okay, I just know." Chen Luo cut off the zombie's hand, and dark red blood flowed out from the severed limb. "It's a good thing it didn't freeze, you're lucky." Chen Luo raised the severed limb and pressed it hard against Du Yongsheng's wound. 2 very different kinds of blood began to merge. It's pretty much common knowledge that the zombie virus is spread through blood. Still trying to save himself, Du Yongsheng frantically picks at the ground, trying to escape. But Chen Luo just didn't follow closely. After 2 minutes, Du Yongsheng's consciousness gradually became blurry and his movements slowed down. "I thought you could hold out a little longer." Chen Luo had some regrets. He knew exactly how torturous and painful the moments before turning into a zombie were. Therefore, the longer Du Yongsheng could hold out, the more pleasure it would bring Chen Luo to succeed in his revenge. Du Yongsheng's pupils completely turned red as he hissed and turned towards Chen Luo's legs. After Chen Luo easily dodged it, he faintly said, "First life." Then he raised the fire axe and chopped it on Du Yongsheng's head. 1 axe, 2 axes, 7 axes, 8 axes. The resentment from his past life was vented bit by bit with the falling axe. Chen Luo didn't stop until Du Yongsheng's head was hacked out of shape. He gasped, "That's a second life, we're even." "Chen Luo, are you alright?" Ningxiao first looked at Du Yongsheng's corpse, then asked Chen Luo with some concern. To be honest, Chen Luo's condition just now was really a bit scary, similar to being insane. And there's still a difference between killing walkers and killing people. Seeing a living human being killed, it is inevitable that others will feel like rabbits. Zhang Miaomio and Shilua were then scared into hiding in the safe house. It was only Ningxiao who was worried about Chen Luo's condition and asked, "I'm fine." Seeing that Chen Luo was still conscious, Ningxiao was relieved. It seemed like there was some kind of hatred between Du Yongsheng and Chen Luo, and Chen Luo had done this. After relaxing, Ning Xiao laughed to herself again. When did she become so indifferent to human life? If it had been the old days, she would not have accepted someone killing another person for a personal vendetta. Not to mention the fact that the man was her student. Forget it, don't think about it so much, I saved this life because of him, even if he's the Demon King, I'm going to follow him and be the little devil by the Demon King's side. Ning Xiao's favoritism plus 10. Hearing the system's prompt, Chen Luo froze for a moment. His favorability towards Ning Xiao rose to 65, and he was still a bit baffled by the change from friendly to likable. Along with that, his tone towards Ning Xiao had softened quite a bit. You keep directing them to carry the supplies. Where are you going? Ning Xiao asked. There are a couple of leaks that I'm not comfortable with until I get rid of them. Chapter 33, the radio sounding in the teaching building. Inside the school building, the group of students left behind waited by the windows. Every window was crowded with people gazing blearily into the distance. Finally, they saw the advance party that had gone and returned. They shouted excitedly, it's back, they're back, we're saved. There were also calm people who realized something was wrong. Why are there 2 people missing? And why are they so flustered, like they're being chased by something? His words poured cold water on the emotional crowd. They subconsciously looked at Su Yulan. Beautiful and kind-hearted, she won over all the students in the camp by genuinely helping each and every one of them. Therefore, when Du Yangsheng wasn't around, all these students only listened to Su Yulan's command. Su Yulan thought for a moment and said, let's go downstairs to pick them up and ask what's going on. The remaining 20 or so students in the classroom followed Su Yulan out of the classroom to the first floor, just in time to collide with the 9 men who had lumbered in through the window. Su Yulan scanned around and didn't see Du Yangsheng, her oval eyebrows knitted. Where is Mr. Du? Why didn't he come back with you guys? The 9 people sat paralyzed on the ground gasping for air, and when they heard Su Yulan's question, they looked at each other in disbelief, and no one dared to tell the truth. We can't say they left Du Yangsheng behind and ran away on their own, can we? The man with glasses was also amongst the 9, he sheepishly pushed his frames and said, Du Xiao he was left behind by that outsider. An outsider? It's him? Su Yulan's face appeared in her mind as Chen Luo. Even more confused, she anxiously pressed, what the hell happened? Didn't you guys go and dock with the rescuers? The 9 men explained it all. We fell for it, that heavy truck wasn't even here to rescue us, it was the outsider on board. They moved supplies from our supermarket, and Ironhead made them return them, only to be brutally killed by a monster, by the way. Du Xiao went up to the theory, and the result. Based on the words of the 9 people, Su Yulan finally pieced together the complete story of what happened. Are you guys saying that the outsider got a heavy truck from somewhere and raised a monster, and that the monster killed Ironhead, and Du was forced to stay by them? Yes, the 9 said in unison. This story was so full of holes that Su Yulan didn't believe it at all, but it was indeed a fact that Du Yangsheng hadn't returned. Anyway, Du is in his hands now, I'll go out and ask him to return the man. Aren't you going there to go into a tiger's den? The man with glasses advised. Su Yulan was still unwilling to believe that Chen Luo would kill someone. In her opinion, although Chen Luo was a bit cold, the fact that he would risk his life to save Ning showed that he was not a bad person by nature. Unbeknownst to Chen Luo, saving Ning Xiao was originally just a matter of passing by, and it was also because she was worth saving. She said, don't worry, I'll be fine, besides, there's still Ning and Zhang Miaomio and the others. As soon as Su Yulan's words fell, a melodious and loud music abruptly sounded. Who's playing the song? Some students didn't react and looked up to check it out. It's the radio. Someone sensed the danger. No good, the music will attract walkers. Everyone panicked at these words. Come on, knock the horn off. I'll get a broom. Someone quickly ran to the classroom and brought a broom, jumping desperately for the horn, but always coming up short. No, I can't reach it. I'll carry you. Take whatever is at hand and smash it. Su Yulan was the only person in the room who could still remain calm. She yelled at the top of her lungs, it's no use hitting the speakers. There are 4 more floors upstairs with a speaker on each floor. There's no time to get there. A couple of guys are coming with me to the radio room to turn off the music. But by now the corridor was beyond chaotic, with all sorts of flapping and shouting mixing together. Together with the momentary radio music, it completely drowned out Su Yulan's voice. There was no other way, Su Yulan had to go to the broadcasting room on the 5th floor alone. But when we came to the 3rd floor, the stairs going up were blocked. Su Yulan didn't have time to move the barriers, so she could only carefully climb onto the piled-up tables and chairs. Be quick, we must turn off the radio before the walkers storm the building. In the heat of the moment, Su Yulan was careless and stepped on her foot, her calf sank downward, and she immediately felt a burst of pain. Su Yulan sucked in a breath of cool air and looked down to find that her calf had been pulled out by the table leg in a 5-centimeter wound. Blood gurgled out of the wound, staining half of his calf red. There was no time to bandage her wounds, so Su Yulan had to endure the pain and pull her leg out, struggling to roll over to the 4th floor. There are tons of walkers on the 4th floor of the school building upwards, but fortunately the walkers are attracted to the speakers and scramble to reach them. It's the same as the students on the 1st floor. Su Yulan bent over without making a single sound, while quickly passing through the 4 flights of stairs. Finally, she arrived at the door of the radio room on the 5th floor. Su Yulan twisted the door handle. The door of the broadcasting room was not locked, and she managed to open it. What Su Yulan saw when she entered her eyes was a man with his back to her, leisurely resting his legs on the desk. Next to it is the radio station in its on state. The man turned his chair around when he heard the door open. Su Yulan, who saw the man's eyes clearly, covered her mouth in surprise and said, "It's you? You're surprised?" Chen Luo looked at Su Yulan in a good-natured manner. Su Yulan couldn't wait to ask Chen Luo why he appeared here. She hurriedly shouted, "Quickly turn off the radio, you'll attract all the zombies." "That's the effect I want." "What?" Su Yulan stared incredulously. "Why did you do this? Do you know that this will get everyone killed? This is all what they deserve." Chen Luo stood at the window with a deep gaze and looked down. The surrounding zombies had already arrived at the downstairs of the school building, frantically pounding on the doors and windows, and the defense line piled up by the desks and chairs was already in jeopardy. "Listen, I don't know exactly what point Du Yangsheng and the others have provoked you, but there are many students here who are innocent." Su Yulan was so anxious that she completely lost her elegance. No one is innocent, including you." Su Yulan froze for a moment, then responded, "If you're blaming us for not speaking up for you when Du Yangsheng kicked you out, then I'll apologize on their behalf." Chen Luo just shook his head. "That's not what I'm talking about." Chen Luo was referring to the fact that in his previous life, these students were involved in killing him under the leadership of Du Yangsheng. And what's the point of having cops if apologizing works? Chapter 34, Su Yulan who regretted her mistake. Just as Su Yulan was anxiously trying to figure out what to do, the defense on the 1st floor was finally broken through by the walkers. As the first zombie rushed into the building, the terrified shouts and screams of the students directly overpowered the radio music and reached the 5th floor. Su Yulan clenched her fists fiercely, wanting to rush forward and directly turn off the radio. But naturally, Chen Luo kept blocking the middle of the road, and Su Yulan was unable to bypass him at all. Desperate, Su Yulan cried and pleaded with Chen Luo, "Please, just for the sake of me letting you in the first place, turn off the radio." "Do you really think I came to Marina University by accident?" "What do you mean?" Su Yulan asked with reddened eyes. "The truth is, I've come specifically to seek your revenge, and the moment I found you, the end was sealed." The emotions of self-blame and remorse in Su Yulan's heart reached even more of a peak when she heard this. Had she known that Chen Luo was this kind of person, she shouldn't have insisted on letting him in the first place, only to end up killing all her classmates. She was so remorseful. When Chen Luo saw her lost in thought, his heart did not fluctuate and he even wanted to laugh a little. He had said that on purpose, to make her regret and feel guilty. "Aren't you kind and caring about your classmates? I'll let you know that you're the reason they're like this." Chen Luo wanted to make Su Yulan suffer for the rest of her life. "This is what you get for betraying me in the first place." Suddenly, Su Yulan's crying came to an abrupt end, and she raised her head, 2 undried tear tracks still hanging on her face. She suddenly remembered her roommate, Miao Miao Zhang. Zhang Miao Miao must be living the life of her dreams by now, thanks to this man, right? Su Yulan didn't regret rejecting Zhang Miao Miao's invitation in the first place. On the contrary, because of this invitation, she thought of a, perhaps, way to bring Chen Luo back to her. In Chen Luo's slightly surprised gaze, Su Yulan took off her blouse, revealing the pure white underwear underneath. She hesitated as she took off her pants, but eventually gritted her teeth and took them off. At this point, all that was left of her entire body was a set of white underwear. Snow white skin rivals snowflakes. The bumpy body is even more seductive. It made Su Yulan look pure and lustful, very capable of provoking a man's heart. "What are you doing? Seducing me?" Chen Luo asked. Instead of answering, Su Yulan said, "As long as you turn off the radio, you can do whatever you want to me." Chen Luo took a step forward, admiring the body in front of him that could be called the creator's masterpiece with teasing eyes. Su Yulan felt an unprecedented humiliation. She was like a whore, being sized up by Chen Luo with eyes that looked at her like a commodity. She became the person she once hated the most. Chen Luo withdrew his gaze and said, "Put your clothes on." Su Yulan opened her eyes in surprise. "You agree? I knew you weren't." "It's too late." Su Yulan realized that there were no more screams downstairs after Chen Luo reminded her. Chen Luo turned off the radio, climbed onto the open windowsill, and turned back to Su Yulan. "Bye-bye, good luck." Then he leapt forward and grabbed the pipe in the wall and went down it. Su Yulan then realized how he came up. But all of this was already meaningless. Su Yulan stood frozen in place, her mind blank for a long time, unable to return to her senses. She didn't come to her senses until the door to the room behind her was slammed. Su Yulan stared nervously at the door, expecting whatever was outside to leave. But the banging on the door didn't stop for a moment. Finally, the door slammed open and a cloaked walker slowly walked in. "Green, is that you? Little Green?" This female zombie in front of her was clearly the female classmate that Su Yulan had taken care of in the beginning. At that time, when she was in a feverish coma, it was still Su Yulan who accompanied her and took care of her attentively. However, at this moment, Xiaoqing obviously could not recognize Su Yulan. She moved closer towards Su Yulan, while Su Yulan stepped back step by step. Little by little, the space shrunk, until Su Yulan touched the radio station and realized that she could not retreat. Xiaoqing, don't, it's me, Yulan. Su Yulan shook her head in an attempt to wake up Xiaoqing's sanity. But unfortunately it doesn't work at all. Xiaoqing opened her mouth to bite at Su Yulan, who could only use her hands to block her body. Sharp teeth pierced deeply into Su Yulan's soft arm, and under the pain, Su Yulan used all her strength to push. Surprisingly, he really pushed Green backward 2 steps, just in time to trip over a chair on the floor and hit the back of his head on the corner of the table. Head tilted, hiccup. Su Yulan didn't feel much joy because she had been bitten. She sat paralyzed in bewilderment, awaiting the fate of the mutation. After thinking about it, Su Yulan put on the clothes she took off again. Even if she turned into a zombie, Su Yulan would still want to become a more decent zombie. It's something she's held on to all her life. Chen Luo even made a point of stopping at each floor as he came down from the water pipe. After making sure there were no living souls, he jumped down the pipe and headed back to the safe house. In the safe house, Zhang Miaomiao and the others had already moved all the supplies back to the warehouse. Hearing the sound of the titanium alloy automatic door opening, Che Xiaoyu jumped up as if she had installed a spring. Chen Luo caught Che Xiaoyu with one hand on her upturned little ass while asking Ning Xiao on the sofa, "Why are you alone? Where are they?" Ning Xiao replied, "Zhang Miaomiao is taking a bath, and as for Sheila, she's in her room drawing pictures." Previously, Silhouette had been drawing in the living room, and now it was self-evident who she was trying to hide from by locking herself in her room. Ning Xiao was afraid that Chen Luo would be upset and explain for Shilua. After all, Shilua is a simple-minded little girl. It's normal that she won't accept it for a while, and then she'll just give it some time. Chen Luo nodded, not really caring. Ning Xiao asked again, "The music coming from the side of the school building just now was. I put it there." Ning Xiao was a smart person, and she immediately understood what had happened. "Aren't you afraid of me?" Chen Luo asked curiously. "I'm not afraid, I know you must have your own reasons." Ning Xiao's gaze gleamed. Being looked at with such passionate eyes by her, Chen Luo was a bit unnatural. "Go to your room and get an early night today." Aha! After Ning Xiao returned to her in Zhang Miaomiao's room, Chen Luo looked at Che Xiaoyu in his arms and couldn't help but scratch her pretty nose. "Or are you used to looking through dead fish eyes like yours?" Che Xiaoyu seemed to understand and bit at Chen Luo's finger in annoyance. Chen Luo, relying on the fact that he had been vaccinated, did not hide. However, Che Xiaoyu didn't really bite down, but kept the motion of containing it and licked it up like a lollipop. Cough. Chen Luo pulled out his fingers, wiped them on his own clothes, and carried Che Xiaoyu back to his room as well. Chapter 35, Offering to Work Overtime. As night fell, the blizzard outside the house got heavier and even picked up hail that crackled against the roof of the safe house. Luckily, the material of the safe house was strong enough, otherwise the roof would have been full of potholes after one night. The world outside is so depressing and the safe house is the polar opposite. Chen Luo was lying on the bed with Che Xiaoyu beside him. She wrapped her arms around Chen Luo's neck, her soft bodies pressing against each other. The unique virginal body fragrance of a young girl drifted into Chen Luo's nose. It made it a little hard for him to sleep. "Can't sleep, go to the restroom." Chen Luo straightened up. Che Xiaoyu followed suit and sat up. Chen Luo said to her, "I'm going out for a while, I'll be back soon, so don't follow, just wait for me." Che Xiaoyu was obviously not very willing, but obediently stayed. Her good sense was now at 75, and her emotions as a human had returned to the level of a 14 or 15-year-old. It could already understand most of Chen Luo's commands. Still, she often gave Chen Luo the feeling of an ignorant girl, making him always feel guilty. This was also why Chen Luo could obviously vent on Che Xiaoyu as much as he wanted, and the zombies wouldn't be played with anyway. However, Chen Luo still restrained his reasons. He's bad, but not scum. Walked out of the room and closed the door behind him. As he emerged from the restroom, dripping with relief, he was surprised to see a man standing in the doorway. Through the contours of her face and the curves of her body, Chen Luo recognized that it was Zhang Miaomiao. "What are you doing here?" Chen Luo felt puzzled. "Boss," Zhang Miaomiao took a step forward, almost to Chen Luo's ear, and said, "I want to work overtime." Because she had just taken a bath today, the scent of Zhang Miaomiao's body was much stronger and more seductive than Che Xiaoyu's. Coupled with the fact that one of her hands was restlessly stroking back and forth on Chen Luo's pecs, Chen Luo's fire that had already been aroused by Che Xiaoyu flared up once again. Obviously, a few days ago, when Chen Luo forced her to work, she was still reluctant and tried to delay it in every way possible. Now it's coming to my doorstep instead. Chen Luo thought for a moment and probably guessed what Zhang Miaomiao was thinking. Zhang Miaomiao's original identity is a gold-worshipping woman, Mu Chang attributes pull full. And with the various abilities Chen Luo had displayed, it was undoubtedly the most suitable choice for her. So there went her reason for waiting to sell. Plus, he saw Chen Luo kill someone with his own eyes during the day, or kill his own classmate. Zhang Miaomiao inevitably had a feeling that her lips were dying. So after thinking for a while, Zhang Miaomiao still decided to offer her body to Chen Luo. She also didn't seek to be held up by Chen Luo without any effort anymore. She only hoped that it would be good if he didn't drive herself away. Chen Luo felt a very special touch. He couldn't help but ask, "What is this? Black silk, like it?" Zhang Miaomiao exhaled into Chen Luo's ear. "Love it, but where did you get it?" "I found it in the store where I bought women's clothes on the second floor of the Life supermarket today, and I also brought back a few sets of sexy underwear. Guess what color I wore?" Zhang Miaomiao said in an incomparably seductive tone. Chen Luo subconsciously glanced down at the words. Zhang Miaomiao was wearing a silk halter nightgown that was very light and even a little transparent. If you left it out there like that, you'd freeze to death in less than 10 minutes. But in the safe house, Miao Miao Zhan was able to dress like this, which shows how good the safe house is at keeping you warm. However, because there were no lights on, Chen Luo could only see a deep, dark canyon and couldn't see anything further down. He could only guess blindly based on his instincts. Black? Zhang Miaomiao covered her mouth and giggled before telling Chen Luo the correct answer. "I'm not wearing anything. Oh dash. You're playing with fire." Chen Luo couldn't hold back any longer and intercepted Zhang Miaomiao and picked her up. Zhang Miaomiao exclaimed in shock, but her eyes were still filled with laughter as she took the initiative to hug Chen Luo's neck. Putting out fires for the boss is also the duty of a junior employee. Chen Luo carried Zhang Miaomiao to the door of his bedroom in a fiery hurry. He hesitated and turned around to enter Zhang Miaomiao's room. As the night passed, Zhang Miaomiao paid the price for her seduction, lying on the bed with a hijacked expression. Chen Luo put on his clothes while Zhang Miaomiao said with disgust, "Seeing how bold you are, I thought you were good at it, but it turns out to be this?" Zhang Miaomiao was still the first time, really cannot withstand the destruction, so that Chen Luo was not up and down. Zhang Miaomiao forced herself to endure the soreness and squeezed out a reluctant smile. "I will learn it by heart in the future, and I will make sure to satisfy the boss. I'll check your learning next time, and if you can't satisfy me, With a loud pop, Zhang Miaomiao covered her buttocks like a nervous reflex. Seeing Chen Luo about to go out, Zhang Miaomiao tried to fight for some benefits again. "So boss, do I not have to do any other work from now on?" "Nice try, that's just the price you pay for living here. Food and drink and all that, you have to work and labor for it." Zhang Miaomiao hadn't expected Chen Luo to agree, so she didn't feel disappointed. It's just that she had an endless supply of spit on Chen Luo's pants on, business-like attitude. Oh, she looked like a wilted eggplant. Before leaving the door, Chen Luo added, "But for the sake of your initiative and positivity, I'll give you a day off today." Zhang Miaomiao immediately cheered up with a sweet smile and also bowed formally. "Thank you boss." It was just that she didn't have any fabric on her at all, and it didn't quite look like a proper boss-employee relationship in any way. Chen Luo turned his back to her and smiled as well. Just as the system's beep sounded, Zhang Miaomiao's favorability plus 25, currently 60. "Nice guy, add another 25. When did it become so easy to increase favorability? Is it true that what's his name is a shortcut to a woman's heart?" Just kidding, but Chen Luo seemed to have figured out the correct usage of the system. Being genuinely in a relationship in return for betrayal, instead of being emotionally unavailable, this goodwill rubs off on you. Is there no such thing as a love system? It's clearly a slavery system. That being said, Zhang Miaomiao was the last one Chen Luo had met, but now her good sense was only 5 points lower than Ning Zhao's. On the contrary, Shi Luo, who was the first one to recognize besides Che Xiaoyu, currently had the lowest favorability, only 40. And so on. Chen Luo suddenly remembered that he seemed to have forgotten something. He forgot about Che Xiaoyu. While eating breakfast, Che Xiaoyu stared expressionlessly at Chen Luo, her teeth firing as she tore into her food. Noticing that something was wrong with her, Ning Xiao asked Chen Luo in a low voice, "What's wrong with Xiaoyu?" Chen Luo casually waved his hand. "It's fine, a child throwing a tantrum will soon pass." The truth was just as Chen Luo said. Just less than an hour after breakfast, Che Xiaoyu completely forgot about Chen Luo letting him off the hook and followed him again without taking a single step. Chapter 36, The Growth of the Three Daughters. If visibility was only 10 meters on the first day of the cold snap, it was almost zero for the next 2 days. I can only say that Chen Luo is really far-sighted, and if he is a day late, he will not be able to move an inch. Humans are still too vulnerable to such a natural disaster. Across the security cameras, the crowd could feel a sense of desperation. Luckily, there was a safe house, otherwise they really didn't know how they would survive. By the 4th day, the snow had finally stopped. The snow in just those 3 days was 3 meters deep, almost a floor deep. The safe house was only 5 meters high and a good portion of it was buried in snow. Fortunately, the titanium gates can still be opened and closed, and access is not a problem. Ning Xiao took the initiative to find Chen Luo and said, "Since the snow has stopped outside, Shi Luo, Zhang Miaomiao, and I would like to search the neighborhood for things and supplies that can be used." Chen Luo was still positive about them being able to take the initiative to find work. "Sure, do you want Xiaoyu and I to accompany you?" "No need, I've observed, the walkers outside are buried in snow, just be careful of the ones indoors. Besides, didn't you say that you want us to grow up quickly? If we're protected by you and Xiaoyu all the time, we won't have a chance to grow up at all." Chen Luo felt that she had a point. It's not like he took them in to babysit them, he did have to let them grow up. Chen Luo didn't expect them to become much stronger, at least they wouldn't freeze in place or yell when they met a zombie. You guys go ahead and do it, be safe, and remember that it's best not to be outside for more than an hour. Although several people were wearing down jackets to combat the cold, they were still in danger of losing their temperatures if they stayed outside for too long at tens of degrees below zero. Got it. Ningxiao went back to tell Shilua and Zhang Miumia the news. He promised. Great. Silhouette looked a little excited. But Miao Miao Zhang was obviously not that happy. No, why do you two have to drag me along? I don't want to go out. 3 people are safer, they can take care of the front, back, left and rear at the same time. Ning Xiao explained. Wouldn't it be safer to stay in a safe house? Miao Miao Zhang scoffed at these words. But what if in the future we're in the same situation we were in 3 days ago? Don't you want to be able to help him a little? Ning Zhao's rhetorical question left Zhang Miaomio momentarily speechless. If it had been in the past, she would have said no without hesitation. But ever since that night passed, Zhang Miaomio always felt as if she had fallen for Chen Luo, and would think of him from time to time. Ning Xiao obviously saw a hint of it in the way Zhang Miaomio looked at Chen Luo before she said that. I didn't think about it so much, I just wanted to live. Silhouette interjected at this time. It was her idea in the first place. In fact, since the day had passed, Shilua had returned to normal and no longer avoided Chen Luo. But having truly seen the cruelty of the post-apocalyptic world and the fragility of human life, she was more mature in her mindset. She wanted to get stronger so that if it was ever her turn, she could at least fight back. Mr. Ning, let's go, leave her alone. Seeing the two of them about to leave, Zhang Miaomio became anxious. Wait for me. Silas asked in amusement, I thought you weren't going? Humph, I'm worried that without me, you two will be eaten by zombies. Zhang Miaomio was still mouthy. Then we have to thank you for your concern. That's for sure. Ning Xiao and the girls decided that they should still start searching for supplies from the living supermarket. For one thing, the zombies there had all been cleaned up by Chen Luo, so it was safer. Secondly, only a small portion was removed from the last move, and there is still quite a bit left over, so it's not a wasted trip. Because of the snow, a large part of the first floor of the Life supermarket was also buried in snow. Fortunately, the glass door was shattered after being opened by Chen Luo and recarded, so they were able to crawl their way into the supermarket. Let's get started. Let's search first to see if there are any living walkers in case we get sneaked up on while we're moving supplies. The always gentle Ningxiao was still very dignified and leadership-like when she got serious. Remember to always move as a group and never separate. Getting killed alone is a horror movie cliché, and no one is stupid enough to do it alone in real life. Zhang Miaomio and Shilua nodded. Yes, got it. The 3 women cautiously and carefully searched between the shelves on the first floor, not expecting to actually meet a zombie. This walker should have entered the supermarket from the back. Ningxiao looked at the other 2. Who's first? Zhang Miaomio and Shilua glanced at each other, both seeing the tension in the other's eyes. Forget it, it's better if I go first. Ningxiao decided to play her role of taking the lead. She had killed a walker before, after all, and wasn't as clueless as the other 2. Watch how I do it. After saying that, Ningxiao took a deep breath, circled around to the back of the zombie, raised the baseball bat above her head, and smashed it down hard with all her strength. The zombie was directly smashed to the ground, but Ningxiao was a woman after all, her strength was not as sufficient as Chen Luo's. It took several consecutive patches to kill the walker. That's awesome, Mr. Ning. Awesome. Zhang Miaomio and Shilua clapped their hands and applauded. Ningxiao regained her strength. See, these zombies are stupid, we don't need to be afraid of him at all. As long as you don't make a sound, you can easily go around the back. Also the head is their weak point. The only way to kill them completely is to destroy that part, remember? Remember. The 2 women said in unison. Very well, Silhouette will be next. Aha! Silhouette nodded heavily. When Chen Luo saw the 3 return, their faces and clothes were more or less stained with blood, but each of them had a look of excitement on their faces. Although they didn't bring back much, Chen Luo knew that they must have reaped a full harvest. Well, nice haul, huh? The 3 women looked at each other and said in unison. Very well, but let me remind you that you should never think that walkers are nothing after you've been able to kill them, unless you're immune to the zombie virus. The girls replied with seriousness and solemnity. Got it. Okay, you guys can go back, take a hot bath and relax. Yeah. After Chen Luo watched them joyfully enter the safe house, he then led Che Xiaoyu in the direction of the school building. He reminded himself of what he had just said. As long as Ning Xiao and the girls were not yet immune to the zombie virus, they would be at risk of being infected. In order to eliminate this risk, Chen Luo still had to obtain the virus vaccine from the female zombie before he could do so. It just so happens that he knows where to find female walkers that must meet the system's criteria. Chapter 37, Speed Evolution Zombie. The school building, which once housed a number of student survivors, was now devoid of a single living soul, and it was Chen Luo who started it all. After coming in through the overturned window, Chen Luo immediately bent down. He could forget that the building was now swarming with walkers within 100 meters of the surrounding area, plus those 20 or so students, pure and simple zombie lair. Even if Chen Luo was immune to the zombie virus and coupled with Che Xiaoyu, he couldn't guarantee that he would be able to retreat in one piece when surrounded in such a narrow place, so the necessary caution is still there. What puzzled him, though, was that the building was silent, and he couldn't hear a single hiss. Chen Luo poked his head out of the classroom and a scene that shocked him appeared. Only the whole corridor was covered with bodies. Chen Luo felt a little surprised. That's not right. Not one of these students has turned into a zombie? He stepped forward and turned the nearest body over. By turning over the corpse's eyelids, Chen Luo determined that the corpse was indeed infected. That means he was turned into a walker and then killed. The cause of death, on the other hand, was his neck, which was bent almost in two. Could it be that some other survivor has come through? Manhwa University is not only this teaching building, it is not possible to say that there are still students surviving in any building, and Chen Luo does not know it. However, based on the degree of bending of the zombie's neck, Chen Luo concluded that the man's strength must be very great. Not quite what an ordinary person could do. Chen Luo turned over a few more corpses in a row, and they all died the same way as the first one, infected into a zombie and then had their necks snapped. Bad, she's not going to be killed too, is she? Chen Luo remembered the goal of his trip and hurriedly pulled on Xiaoyu's hand and ran upstairs. Arriving at the door of the 5th floor broadcasting room, Chen Luo pushed open the door and saw a dead body lying inside, which was obviously a girl from the point of view of her figure. Chen Luo secretly said bad and hurriedly walked up. It was only when he got closer that he realized the body wasn't Su Yulan's. Chen Luo was relieved and at the same time a little puzzled. Strange, why isn't Su Yulan here? Did she escape? He couldn't come up with a plausible explanation after thinking about it left and right, so he had to let it go. He turned to Che Xiaoyu and said, forget it, let's go back to. Watch out back there. Before Che Xiaoyu could turn around, she was knocked out by a huge force. Chen Luo opened his hands and picked her up. What is it? He hugged Che Xiaoyu and fixed his eyes on it, only to see that Su Yulan, whom he Chen Luo had been searching for, had suddenly appeared in the doorway of the broadcasting room. It's you? You're not infected? Hearing Chen Luo's question, Su Yulan slowly raised her head. Only a few black lines were distributed on her light and beautiful face, making her look bizarre and dangerous. The naturally drooping right arm has a bite mark on it. This look is not human in any way. That means Su Yulan was indeed infected as a zombie. At this time Su Yulan, who had been standing still, suddenly moved. With an incomparably terrifying divine speed, he pounced on the two people inside the house. Chen Luo hurriedly pushed Che Xiaoyu to one side, while he himself rolled on the ground to the other side, barely dodging it. He thought with some trepidation, so fast, she's definitely not an ordinary zombie. Obviously, Su Yulan must have undergone a mutation, or a mutation in terms of speed. Without waiting for Chen Luo to get up, Su Yulan transformed into a residual shadow again. Chen Luo had thought that she was coming at him, so he hastily rolled in a wolfish manner. But to his incomparable surprise, Su Yulan's target of attack was not him, but Che Xiaoyu. Che Xiaoyu was still in a daze when Su Yulan grabbed her neck and lifted her up, her hand exerting force to break Che Xiaoyu's neck. No! Chen Luo shouted. Hearing Chen Luo's shout, it was as if Che Xiaoyu was activated. His eyes suddenly sharpened, and his hands grabbed Su Yulan's hands, easily loosening her hands. Su Yulan's expression was a bit surprised, and she even tilted her head humanely. It seemed to not understand that Che Xiaoyu's strength was even greater than his own. But Che Xiaoyu didn't give her this time to be surprised and grabbed her hand and threw Su Yulan out, slamming into the wall and sliding to the ground. At the same time, Chen Luo's ears heard the system's beep. Name, Cha Xiaoyu. Identity, female college student, schoolgirl. Zombie, power mutation. Favorability, 90, loyalty. Reward for first acquaintance, 100 kilograms of raw meat, selected. First kiss reward, zombie virus vaccine, obtained. Complete strategy reward, gene evolution potion ×1. Chen Luo quickly noticed the change in Che Xiaoyu's panel. The power mutation suffix appeared after her zombie identity, something that hadn't been there before. Chen Luo had felt before that Che Xiaoyu's strength was much greater compared to ordinary zombies. Now it seems that she was in a constant state of evolution until just now. Chen Luo took the time to check Su Yulan's panel again. Name, Su Yulan. Identity, art student, pianist, zombie, speed mutation. Favorability, 40, friendly. Reward for first acquaintance, unearned, choose one of 2 piano skills, 100 kilograms of raw meat. First kiss reward, choose 1 piano scorebook, zombie virus vaccine. Complete Raider reward, choose 1 all artistic talents, genetic evolution potion. You can see that Su Yulan has an extra zombie status and an extra column of goodwill rewards. However, it was reasonable to say that Su Yulan no longer had the memories of her previous life as a human being, and her favorability towards Chen Luo should be 0. What's with the 40 points of goodwill from first acquaintance? Moreover, Su Yulan had just attacked the target of Che Xiaoyu, not herself, as well as the building full of zombie corpses. Chen Luo seemed to vaguely realize something. Su Yulan, who had been smashed against the wall, took a while to get up, and it seemed that Che Xiaoyu's blow had really hurt her. Her mouth was still mouthing the words, kill all Zombies. As soon as the words left her mouth, she rushed towards Che Xiaoyu again. However, because she was afraid of Che Xiaoyu's strange power, this time she didn't launch her attack head-on, but instead moved quickly around Che Xiaoyu, in turn ignoring Chen Luo on the side. Cha Xiaoyu's sight could only barely catch up. Su Yulan abruptly appeared in the blind spot of Che Xiaoyu's vision and grabbed fiercely at her back heart position. As a bystander, Chen Luo naturally saw this scene. He yelled, "Xiaoyu, crouch down." Che Xiaoyu obeyed Chen Luo's orders unconditionally. Hearing the shout, before her brain could react, her body had already made a crouching motion automatically. Su Yulan's sneak attack once again fell short. This time Chen Luo had already rushed behind her and held her tightly from behind. Su Yulan struggled and twisted her body, but was unable to break free. As expected, Su Yulan mutated into a zombie that wouldn't attack humans. Chen Luo thought to himself as he noticed this. Chapter 38, Successfully Capturing Su Yulan. Chen Luo had also seen many zombies in his previous life and had heard of some very scary evolved zombies, but it was the first time he had seen a zombie that wouldn't attack humans. At this moment, his and Su Yulan's bodies were almost close together. As long as Su Yulan wanted to, she could have inflicted damage on Chen Luo, but she didn't and just kept struggling. It was evident that she had absolutely no desire to attack Chen Luo. Che Xiaoyu was about to tackle Su Yulan, but was stopped by Chen Luo. "Don't kill her, she's useful to me, help me get the rope from my backpack." Che Xiaoyu sniffed and obediently took the rope and tied Su Yulan up. Chen Luo let go of his hand and curiously surveyed the zombie Su Yulan. It was found that Su Yulan would quiet down as soon as he got close, but when Che Xiaoyu got close, she would act manic. Interesting, a Madonna in life and a zombie Madonna when infected, you should add a Madonna to your identity. Chen Luo teased. Facing this woman who had once made him love and hate her, Chen Luo was calm. All the grudges and feuds of the past dissipated the moment Su Yulan became a zombie. It had to be said that looking at it without emotions, Su Yulan was indeed the most temperamental of the women Chen Luo had seen. Especially when it's quiet, it's like a white lotus in the snowy mountains, noble and elegant. The long straight black hair is even more aesthetic, reminding people of their first love. It's just the dark lines under the skin that ruin the feeling, but it's still aesthetically pleasing. When Che Xiaoyu saw that Chen Luo had been staring at Su Yulan, she was a bit jealous and covered his eyes. "Stop it." Chen Luo removed her hand. Che Xiaoyu blocked Chen Luo with her entire body again. Okay, I'm not looking, okay? Che Xiaoyu gave it a rest. Taking Su Yulan back to the safe house, several women came around curiously. "This is Su classmate?" Ning Xiao had a look of disbelief. "You mean, she turned into a zombie that doesn't actively attack humans? Well, it does seem like something she could do." This was Silhouette. Zhang Miaomiao, as Su Yulan's roommate, had been with her for the longest time and had the most complicated emotions at this time. "If you had known this, would you have regretted not accepting my invitation in the first place? Now that you've become this ghost, what a pity." Zhang Miaomiao was clearly unwilling to let go, but didn't say so. After the three of them had made some generalizations, Ning Xiao asked Chen Luo again, "So what did you bring her back for?" "I'm going to keep her." "What?" Zhang Miaomiao lost her voice. "You're leaving the walkers behind? Stay with us?" Feelings are feelings, but when it comes to the safety of their own lives, Zhang Miaomiao is still very rational. This is quite similar to Chen Luo. The other two also wanted to speak, even though they knew from Chen Luo that Su Yulan would not attack people. But they've all seen people they know eaten by walkers with their own eyes. After all, it was still unacceptable for them to live with this man-eating monster. Chen Luo saw their misgivings and said, "Don't worry, I won't untie her until I've conditioned her to the point where she'll follow my orders." Teaching zombies? It was the first time Ning Xiao and Sheila had heard that zombies could still be tempered. Zhang Miaomiao stroked her chin thoughtfully, then said, "So, Xiaoyu, she's in the same situation? You found out?" Chen Luo wasn't surprised, he hadn't hidden it from them in the first place. And with so many abnormalities in Che Xiaoyu's body, it was impossible to hide them. It was only Ning Xiao who trusted Chen Luo too much, while Sheila, on the other hand, was purely innocent. That's why it was never discovered. "Well, I just never thought about it in that way before." "What do you mean? What's wrong with her, Xiaoyu?" Shilua asked suspiciously. "Let's have you use your brain more in general. Don't you realize that Xiaoyu is a zombie?" Zhang Miaomiao rolled her eyes and explained. "I usually draw pictures all the time with my brain, alright." Sheila first talked back unconvincingly. "How could Xiaoyu be a zombie?" "Boss, you say, Xiaoyu is not a zombie." Shilua looked at Chen Luo, waiting for his answer, but saw him nod. "Exactly." No wonder, Ning Xiao realized, no wonder Xiaoyu doesn't talk much even though she's clearly not mute, no wonder she's such a picky eater, only eating meat and not vegetables, and no wonder her pupils are red. It was only then that Shilua realized that there were so many problems with Che Xiaoyu. "So, boss, you can tune the zombies. Ahem, train them to be like Xiaoyu?" Silhouette asked. "Aha." Chen Luo didn't say anything about the system. This was his biggest card. It was absolutely impossible to tell anyone. And the more mysterious and powerful he acted, the more several women had to consider the consequences of betraying him. After hearing that Su Yulan was able to turn into Che Xiaoyu like this, the hearts of Shilua and the others only slightly settled down. After all, he had lived with Che Xiaoyu and was comfortable enough with her. Zhang Miaomiao even teased Chen Luo, "Boss, you don't have something in mind for Su Yulan, that's why you won't even let her turn into a zombie, right? Can't I satisfy you? What do you say?" Chen Luo asked rhetorically. Zhang Miaomiao blushed, remembering her humiliating performance last time, but she still stiffened her mouth and said, "Before it was because people were inexperienced, but next time it won't necessarily be the case." When the Shilua on the side heard the conversation between the two, his eyes stared like light bulbs, and his small mouth opened wide, unable to close it for a long time. Ning Xiao, on the contrary, looked as if she had known it all along, her expression calm. "All right, go about your business." Dismissing the crowd, Chen Luo extracted Su Yuelan's first acquaintance reward and chose 100 kilograms of beef. As for the first kiss, Chen Luo took a look at Su Yulan, who was motionless as if she was in a state of tranquility, as well as Che Xiaoyu, who was gawking and staring at her warily. "Think it's better to forget about it for now, and wait until the goodwill reaches 60. On the other hand, Silhouette found Miao Miao Zhang again after the dissolution. Zhang Miaomiao looked at her hesitant appearance as she stood in the doorway and couldn't help but say, "Come in, don't squirm, just say what you have to say." Silhouette gathered her courage and raised her head. "You just said in the living room that you had that with the boss, is that true? Which one?" Zhang Miaomiao deliberately pretended not to understand. "That's the one." Silhouette was anxious, her reserve as a girl preventing her from saying it outright. "Oh, it's that one." Zhang Miaomiao nodded. "So what if it is, does it have anything to do with you?" Both of Silhouette's hands behind his back were on the verge of twisting the corners of his coat into twists. Her little face turned red. You, why did you do that with the boss?" Zhang Miaomiao instantly became interested, her eyes glowing. Before the words came out, though, she gave a little sigh of relief. We're in the wrong hands, do we have a choice?" Frustrated, Silas took the bait in a heartbeat and pressed on. "So, did he force you?" Chapter 39, Emancipating the Sealed Silhouette. Seeing that Shilua took the bait, the curve of Zhang Miaomiao's mouth rose higher and higher. "No, I initiated it." "Why?" Silhouette couldn't understand. "It's obvious you're not very willing. There's no way around it. It's all I can do to keep from being left behind." As soon as he heard this word, Shilua was as excited as if he had triggered the keyword, and his entire body became excited and spoke louder. "But why did he kick you out?" "It's not that I'm useless, I can't do anything, unlike Miss Ning, who can heal, and unlike you, who can draw designs, at least for a short period of time, there's still value." "Short time? Valuable?" Silhouette's heart clenched when she heard this. Zhang Miaomia continued to say to herself, "So in order to be able to stay, I could only come up with this trick. Will I be evicted?" Silas couldn't help but ask. "Maybe," Miaomia Zhang said thoughtfully. "After all, there's always a time when the picture is finished, right? What should I do?" Shilua nervously held Zhang Miaomiao's hand with a pitiful expression, and Zhang Miaomiao's heart almost went soft when she saw it. But when she thought about how the other party had been at odds with her before, Zhang Miaomiao's heart hardened again. "Tell you what, come over here and I'll tell you." Shilua's expression was first surprised, then hesitant, and finally gritted his teeth and nodded his head with a stony face. After dinner, Chen Luo was feeding Su Yulan. Although Su Yulan had turned into a zombie, she still chewed her food slowly, and Che Xiaoyu was simply two extremes. That's when Zhang Miaomiao found him and said to him, "Boss, I want to work overtime." The word overtime now seemed to have become a code word between the two of them, and as soon as he heard it, Chen Luo's hand shook and he almost didn't hold his rice bowl steady. Chen Luo glanced at Che Xiaoyu before returning. "I'll come to your room later." "Understood." Zhang Miaomiao flavorfully twisted her waist and left. At night, Chen Luo managed to fool Che Xiaoyu into not following, and drilled into Zhang Miaomiao's room as if he were a thief. There were no lights on in the dimly lit room, and Zhang Miaomiao didn't come out to greet Chen Luo, instead lying on the bed under the covers. For the reason that it was warm in the safe house, the quilt she was covered with wasn't too thick, and the curves of her marvelous body were clearly visible underneath. "You're so familiar, and you're still shy." Chen Luo took off the clothes on his body, lifted up a corner of the quilt and got in. When Chen Luo's cold body touched her warm body, he could clearly feel her body trembling. "Yo, you're all naked. You're waiting, aren't you?" Chen Luo's big hands roamed around her body recklessly. The smooth feel of it made him want to do it, except that the size seemed to shrink a bit. In the other room, Ning Xiao looked rather helplessly at Zhang Miaomiao, who had taken up most of the bed by herself. "So why did you switch rooms with Silhouette?" Mr. Ning, I miss you, come on, I haven't slept with a girl yet." Zhang Miaomiao somewhat excitedly patted one side. Ning Xiao had to get into bed and lie down. "Wow, MS. Ning, your skin is good. Don't tickle me." "Wow, Mr. Ning, why are you so big here?" "I don't know, natural. I envy you, if I were your size, the boss would love it." Ning Xiao frowned. "What does this have to do with Chen Luo?" "Because the boss is a man like big is good is big." Ning Xiao gently pushed her. "Don't talk nonsense. I'm not bull ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Zhang Miao Miao said playfully. Ning Xiao was bashful and rolled over. I'm done talking to you, I'm going to bed. As for Zhang Miao Miao's room, Chen Luo was doing something similar to Zhang Miao Miao. It was just that Zhang Miao Miao was just going through the motions, while Chen Luo was able to get on the real thing. As the woman let out a slightly agonized cry of alarm, Chen Luo rolled over in a panther's roll and tumbled off the bed. He turned on the light, only to see that it was actually Silhouette lying on the bed. How is it you? Chen Luo couldn't help but ask. I. Silhouette couldn't speak. Did Miao Miao Zhang say something to you? I'll go find her. Don't, Shilua couldn't care less about being naked and got off the bed to pull Chen Luo's hand. I was the one who begged her, it has nothing to do with her. Because the lights were on, Chen Luo could see Shilua's face clearly. She wore rare makeup on her face, and her heavy bangs lifted up to reveal her pale forehead. The glasses that covered a quarter of his face came off as well. A flash of amazement flashed across Chen Luo's eyes. It was unthinkable that Shilua's true face value was so beautiful. If she just looked at this face, she was even prettier than Zhang Miaomiao and Ning Xiao, and could be compared to Che Xiaoyu. It's just a little unfortunate if the face is down, but there's something about having it in one hand. From Chen Luo's experience just now, it was simply first class. Feeling Chen Luo's fiery gaze, Shilua covered herself somewhat shyly. Only then did Chen Luo withdraw his gaze and said to her, "Why are you doing this? I don't want to be driven away by you." Silas said timidly. "Haven't I told you several times that as long as you work for me, I won't kick you out? I know, but, I just don't feel safe." After Silo's description, this manifestation of her insecurity is rooted in her childhood. Her parents divorced at a very young age and she was raised by her grandmother, who in turn left her with her great-uncle's family after she died. This life of being thrown around as a burden and living in the shadows created her sensitive and inferior personality and extreme insecurity. So it's true that an unfortunate childhood can affect a person's life. Looking at Sheila crying so hard, Chen Luo was a little heartbroken. He stroked her head like a kitten. "Well, remember, with me, as long as you won't betray me, I'll never kick you out." "Really?" Sheila looked at Chen Luo pitifully. "Really?" Chen Luo said with certainty. "Thank you, boss." Sheila threw herself into Chen Luo's embrace like a swallow returning to its nest. Chen Luo had the leisure to comfort her at first, but as time passed, his body began to feel a little strange. It couldn't be helped, a naked little beauty sticking to himself. Chen Luo wasn't Lu Xiaowei, so naturally he couldn't do it without a reaction. Shilu also noticed this and hurriedly left from Chen Luo's arms. "Well, boss, I'm not afraid of you anymore, so go on back." "Go back?" Chen Luo said hoarsely. "How can I go back in this condition?" Shilua subconsciously looked down, then hurriedly moved away again as she looked to the side and asked, "Then, what should I do then?" "Finish what you just did, of course." Chen Luo grabbed Shilua, who saw the situation and wanted to escape, and threw her onto the bed, while he himself transformed into a wolf and pounced on her. Chapter 40, Shilua's Favorability Reward. The next day at the dinner table, Ning Xiao, who had taken over the chef's job, wore an apron and walked out of the kitchen with fragrant food. "Wow, it smells so good, what did Ning cook again?" Zhang Miaomia was so greedy that she couldn't help but reach out her hand, but Ning Xiao smacked it back. Ning Xiao gave her a blank look and said, "Chen Luo hasn't gotten up yet, go call him." "It's not good." Zhang Miaomia let out a sarcastic laugh. "How would I dare to wake him up? What if he has a waking breath?" "Chen Luo isn't someone who would lose his temper," Ning Xiao said. "That's normally, not necessarily if there are special circumstances," Zhang Miaomia muttered in a small voice. "What special circumstances?" Ning Xiao asked curiously. "It's nothing." Zhang Miaomia didn't dare to say it outright. Yesterday, Zhang Miaomia only thought about making this stinky girl, Shilu, suffer, and completely failed to realize that she had set Chen Luo up as well. It was only now that she thought about it that she realized it was not good. With Chen Luo's character, what he hated most was deception and exploitation. What if he got angry and wanted to take revenge on himself? So from the moment she woke up today, Zhang Miaomia had been distracted. Every now and then he glanced toward the deeper rooms. "God damn it, I'll go if you don't." Ning Xiao took off her apron and walked towards Chen Luo's room. "Don't!" Zhang Miaomia hurriedly stopped Ning Xiao. Just then, the door to Chen Luo's room opened from the inside. Zhang Miaomia's breathing stopped briefly, and then she saw Chen Luo walk out from inside. Puzzled, she asked, "Boss, how did you get out of here?" Chen Luo said without any good humor, "If I don't come out of my room, do I come out of your room?" "That's right, River, what kind of question is that?" Ning Xiao chimed in. "Nothing, I just heard the sound of the toilet door and thought the boss was in the toilet." Zhang Miaomia prevaricated. Still, her mind wondered, did the boss not go to her room last night? With a click, the door to Zhang Miaomia's bedroom room also opened. Fading away from the youthfulness of a young girl, Shilua, who was beginning to take on the temperament of a mature woman, walked out from inside. How could Ning Xiao not see that such a drastic change had occurred in the partner she had been spending time with? She covered her mouth in surprise. "Silhouette, when did you change your hairstyle?" "Well, it was yesterday." "So pretty, you should have lifted those damn bangs a long time ago." Being praised so much by Ning Xiao, Shilu embarrassingly threw the twisted braid on her shoulder behind her. Ahem, okay, everyone's here, let's eat. Chen Luo interrupted Ning Xiao and the few people sat down together at the dining table. During the meal, Zhang Miaomiao's foxy eyes kept circling Chen Luo and Shiluo. Not to mention Shilu, a thin-skinned sister, even Chen Luo was a bit embarrassed. Glared at her. What's the point of looking around when you're eating? Well, nothing. Zhang Miaomiao had already determined what happened between Shilu and Chen Luo last night. The changes in Silhouette's body couldn't fool her eyes. That smooth, moist skin, watery eyes, peach blossom with pink blush. All of which suggests that Silas is being nourished by a man. Zhang Miaomiao looked in the mirror when she woke up that day. Although Ning Xiao was old and knowledgeable, she was still untouched after all, so it was normal that she didn't see it. So Zhang Miaomiao really couldn't hold back her laughter and snorted. Chen Luo couldn't hold back any longer and picked up his chopsticks to knock her head. So happy, you'll do the dishes after dinner and then clean the whole safe house. Zhang Miaomiao couldn't stop smiling at once. Although the safe house was only 100 square feet, it was still a lot of work to clean it. If I don't knock you around properly, hell knows who you'll send to my bed one day. Chen Luo thought to himself. Although Chen Luo himself didn't mind, and even took some pleasure in it. Also this was a way to help Silhouette out. After all, her performance last night was quite satisfying. Name, Shiluo. Status, architecture student. Favorability, 80, loyalty. Reward for first acquaintance, sewage treatment equipment, selected. First kiss reward, surveillance system, acquired. Reward for complete strategy, auto turret times 4 and auto turret special ammunition times 100 rounds. Silhouette's own character was also quite traditional. Once you gave your body to someone, it was equivalent to identifying with that person and following them for the rest of your life. Sisters with low self-esteem and introversion like this can easily be cheated by a scummy guy who cheats on her body and her feelings. Luckily, I met Chen Luo, who doesn't lie about his feelings, just his body. Then there was the fact that she had completed 2 of her good feeling quests at once. When he first realized the rewards, Chen Luo chose the latter from solar power equipment and sewage treatment equipment. After all, water is the source of life. People can go without electricity and internet, but without water, they won't last 3 days at most. The wastewater treatment plant treats and purifies all wastewater from the safe house for recycling purposes. As for the solar power equipment, there is no need to rush. It's all cloudy out there 24 hours a day right now, and there's not much solar energy to be collected at all. And Chen Luo also had a gasoline generator that could last for a while as well. The surveillance system given by First Kiss Rewards is one that includes 4 wireless cameras and a monitor. As long as the camera has a battery in it, it will work. After eating, Chen Luo organized the girls to work again. You guys don't have to go out today, Shiluo, you draw pictures at ease. Zhang Miaomiao, you're in charge of safe house cleaning. Ning Xiao. Chen Luo really couldn't think of anything else, so he casually arranged a job for Ning Xiao for a while. You're responsible for supervising Zhang Miaomiao. Zhang Miaomiao instantly exploded and leapt to her feet. Even if you let me clean, why do you need to supervise? Not convinced? Chen Luo slanted her a glance. This was supposed to be an arrangement for Zhang Miaomiao, and both sides knew it by heart. So Zhang Miaomiao wilted again. Convinced? I'm convinced. Okay. As for Chen Luo, he was planning to go and place cameras at the entrance of the school as well as at the back of the hill, so that he would be able to detect anyone entering the school in time. By the way, he took Che Xiaoyu to search the school for any more generators and gasoline. Generally good schools have generators on hand for unexpected power outages. It's only natural that Marina University is the best university in Marina City. At the end of the day, Chen Luo pair had successfully completed the mission. Che Xiaoyu's power increased dozens of times directly after the evolution was completed. Dealing with walkers is simple as hell. One grab and twist, and it's a corpse. Gasoline barrels that would have taken several people to move, she was able to lift alone. And Che Xiaoyu doesn't get tired, it's like the perfect Palu toolman. Chen Luo logically handed the work over to Che Xiaoyu in a brainwave, while he himself commanded from the sidelines. Chapter 41 News from the Security Zone. It was evening when we got back to the safe house. After dinner, since there was no entertainment and no internet on their cell phones, the group then stayed together in the living room watching and chatting. Silhouette was drumming away on the radio she had brought back from the supermarket. Zhang Miaomiao complained, "It's so boring, I want to swipe my phone and play games." Chen Luo also felt that he should wait for the planting area to be finished, and then make an entertainment area. Otherwise it does make it a bit of a difficult 24-hour day. You can't work all day, can you? What are you doing with that radio, Shiluo? Zhang Miaomiao asked in boredom. The radio was still a find from the last time they went to the grocery store together, when Silhouette had strongly suggested bringing it back. I'm adjusting the channel to see if I can pick up the outside world. Silhouette explained as she turned the buttons, not knowing which operation she had pressed, and a human voice came out of the radio that had been glowing with electric noise. Searching for a signal. Silhouette exclaimed in surprise. Quickly, let me hear what I heard. The crowd was interested and surrounded Shiluo. They held their breath and listened quietly with their ears to the side. What came out of the radio was a man's voice, and he said this: "Citizens of Marina City, I am the mayor of Marina City. I believe that all of you have suffered from the horrible zombie crisis and the natural disaster, and are still in dire straits. As the mayor, I empathize with what you are going through. But here I want to tell you the good news. With our tireless efforts, we have successfully recaptured the Haitian neighborhood, which will now be open to all citizens as a safe zone. Citizens who get this message are urged to go to the Sea to Sky neighborhood on their own, or stay at home and wait for help if they have family members who are unable to move around. We will be sending out rescuers as soon as possible, so please rest assured that the general public is with you." Upon hearing the news, the crowd reacted in different ways. Zhang Miaomio looked excited as she said, "So there are other survivors in Binhai City besides us. I told you, how can a zombie exterminate human beings? It can only create some chaos in the initial stage. Once human beings adjust to it, they will soon be able to eliminate the zombies." Shiluo was also very happy. But Silhouette would be naive if she thought that the end times were all about zombies and cold waves. As a reborn person, Chen Luo was well aware that there were several more waves of crisis after the cold wave. As for why it was only a few waves, because Chen Luo was already dead at that point, and if he was allowed to live longer, he might have seen more. Take the alien race that may have descended on this planet right now. In order to compete for survival space, he would hunt humans. It wasn't that Chen Luo hadn't heard of large safe zones before he was reborn, but they all disappeared before long. That's why it's not a good thing to have a lot of people. It's easy to be exposed. However, in order not to discourage them and cause them to lose hope of living, Chen Luo did not intend to tell them. "You two are so happy, are you going to that safe zone?" Ning Xiao asked. Shilua sneaked a look at Chen Luo, his eyes filled with strong affection before he replied, "I'm not going. I think it's quite good here." In fact, Shilu only wanted to follow Chen Luo. If he wanted to stay, she would stay with him. If he wanted to leave, she would follow him wherever he went. Zhang Miaomiao didn't think about it so much, heartless as she was, she just thought it was better here. "I'm not going either. Come to think of it, there's not enough food to share with so many people. It's definitely not as comfortable as what we have here." Che Xiaoyu was now getting smarter and smarter, and was already able to understand their exchanges. It was just that she still wasn't very talkative, silently hugging Chen Luo's right arm and expressing herself with her actions. Looking at how well behaved she was, Chen Luo also rewardingly stroked her head. Zhang Miaomio seemed to remember something and covered her mouth and exclaimed, "Wait, the mayor of Binhai City, isn't that Du Yangxing's father?" Hearing this, Ning Xiao and Shilua couldn't help but look at Chen Luo worriedly. They all knew that Du Yangsheng had a conflict with Chen Luo and was killed by Chen Luo. Chen Luo frowned when Du Yangsheng did mention his father. Only Chen Luo didn't give him a chance to say anything and finished him off. I can't imagine there's such a big mess behind it. However, Chen Luo did not regret it, and if he were to do it again, he would still kill Du Yangsheng without hesitation. "It's okay, Du Tong. It's not like Du Yangsheng's father knows that Du Yangsheng is dead. Even if he knows, so what? We don't say who knows that the boss killed him." Sheila said. "That's right, we'll definitely keep it a secret." The other two also said. Chen Luo knew that if he didn't speak up, they would keep worrying. So he smiled easily and said, "I trust you guys, don't worry, it'll be fine." Although he said so on his lips, Chen Luo had already made his plans and was ready to make a trip to this so-called safe zone. He has always addressed problems promptly and would never let a threat go unchecked. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit gloomy, Zhang Miaomio changed the topic and said, "Shilua, tune the channel again and see if there's any other news." Silhouette tuned in, and sure enough, she searched for a few more messages from safe zones in other cities, and signals from individual survivors, where the safe zones are mostly gathering men, while individual survivors are exchanging supplies. The crowd stayed in front of the radio and listened for a while until they got sleepy and left one by one. Haitian district was originally a high-class villa area in Binhai City, and those who lived here were either rich or noble. As a result, this neighborhood was also quite well built, with high and thick fences that kept the walkers mostly out. As a result, most of the occupants who lived here survived. The wall that was supposed to keep out the poor, kept out the zombies that were turned from the poor, and protected the rich, and it did its job. As the mayor of Marina City, Du Kongning naturally had the ability to live here. After the cold snap, he took a team of security brigade and some of the residents of the neighborhood and reclaimed the neighborhood. It's now a temporary security zone in Marina del Rey. A man in a security uniform approached Mayor Du Canine Du. "Mayor Du, 11 more citizens came to join us today, 5 men and 6 women, and their information is noted on the sheet." Dukanen had a country face and looked quite upright from the outside. He was pleased to hear this news and patted the guard on the shoulder. "Very well, you arrange it. The young and strong among the men will be organized into the search team. The old and children and women will be arranged in the logistics." Security brigade leader Zhang Dashan was praised by Du Kongning, and his entire body was filled with energy. This was the mayor of Marina City, a big shot he used to only see on TV and through the car window when the door was opened for him. Chapter 42 Dushan. Zhang Dashan, the head of the security brigade, said after a moment of hesitation. "But, the owners of the neighborhood, they are not very willing to let so many outsiders into the neighborhood, saying that it will affect the security of the neighborhood, and ran to the security team to complain. Those idiots, they're really obsessed by money. What a time to care about that. Dukanin snorted. You go back and tell them I'll kick all those people out as soon as they join the search party and go outside the neighborhood to gather supplies. I know. Still, the Lord Mayor is smart. For all their sesquipedalian guts, letting them go outside is about as good as taking their lives, and it's sure to gag them. Aha! Dukanin was about to say something else when he heard a gentle voice from upstairs. Corning, have you heard from Yang Shang? A woman who looked to be in her 30s came down the stairs. Her hair was only seen coiled up and stuck up with a delicate hairpin. A googly-eyed face without powder, but no worse than any actress. The cheongsam on her body emphasized her chiseled figure to the fullest. Under the cheongsam's open fork, a pair of beautiful legs without flab are hidden with the total movement. This is a beauty full of classical beauty. Du Kongning was just about to reply when the classical woman was followed by a young girl wearing a black leather jacket and skirt, a pair of leather boots under her feet, and black fishing net stockings. The young girl opened her mouth and said, Aya, what's he got to worry about? It's said that the scourge will last for 1,000 years, he won't die that easily. Jia, don't talk about your brother like that. The classical woman's tone was gentle when she got angry. Compared to her, Du Kongning's tone was much ruder. Du Jia, Yangsheng is your brother, do you have any conscience at all? And why are you dressed out of shape? Go change for me now. Du Jia was also quite stubborn and retorted, what's wrong with my body? Isn't it quite pretty? Look at that uncle looking dumbfounded. Du Kongning sniffed and looked at Zhang Dashan, and unsurprisingly saw the other party's just retracted gaze. Zhang Dashan also had something to say. With this big and small beauty appearing at the same time, he wouldn't be a man if he didn't look at it. In fact, he was not looking more at Du Jia, but her mom, Du Kongning's wife, Tang Xin. Compared to that girl whose hair hadn't even grown, it was still a woman like Tang Xin, who was as ripe as a peach, that was more in line with his aesthetic. But Zhang Dashan did not dare to say said Du Kongning will certainly be more angry. After all, daughters will be married off, but wives are their own. So Zhang Dashan didn't choose to defend himself. Du Kongning said in a deep voice, Captain Zhang, you can go out after you finish your report. Yes, Mayor Du. Zhang Dashan hurriedly bent down and exited the villa, and was sweating profusely when he got up again. Du Jia, on the other hand, continued, you never cared about that precious son of yours anyway, what do you care about me now? Du Kongning has a very patriarchal outlook, doting on his only baby son Du Yangsheng and ignoring Du Jia. Gradually, Du Yangsheng was spoiled to be more and more arrogant and domineering, while Du Jia became more and more rebellious and rebellious. Du Kongning didn't feel that he was at fault. Instead, he looked angry because Du Jia talked back to him, causing him to lose face as the head of the family. How dare you talk back to me? Now go back to your room right now and reflect behind closed doors. Humph. Du Jia snorted angrily and turned around to go upstairs. Tang Xin was caught in the middle of a dilemma, so she could only walk up and pacify, alright, calm down, don't fight with a child. Look at this daughter you've raised. What has become of her? Does she still have me as her father in her eyes? Du Kanin blamed Tang Xin for his educational failure. Tang Xin was accustomed to going against the grain and didn't retort, just quietly waited on the side. Du Kongning said after he had finished dispelling his anger, I have only one son, Yang Shang, and I care for him more than any other person, and now that his whereabouts are unknown, I am the one who is the most anxious. Tang Xin listened in silence. Du Kongning continued, before, I was busy recovering the Haitian district and couldn't spare the manpower. Now that it's stabilized, I've sent someone to Binhai University to look for Yang Shang. I guess I'll have news in a few more days. That's good, that's good. Tang Xin cupped her hand to her chest and blessed her son. A few days later, Shi Luo found Chen Luo. New drawings have been made. Chen Luo was overjoyed. Great, quickly let me take a look. He took the design drawings, and silhouette introduced at the side. According to your requirements, the new area is divided into 3 parts, the planting area and the animal husbandry area, as well as the prison cells. However, because of the lack of space, the livestock area can only raise small animals like chickens and ducks. The planting area is better, at least it's good enough for potatoes. Chen Luo nodded with satisfaction. The treated sewage can be used for irrigation, the vegetable leaves can be used to feed the livestock again, and the livestock manure can be used for fertilizer, which is also considered recycling. The current size will do the job of making 5 people self-sufficient, not if we add more. Silo said. It's okay, it's not like we have more than one food source. Chen Luo still has the system, the starting point is 100 kilograms, and twice as many people have enough to eat. Besides, if it's small now, it can be expanded later, can't it? The cells, if you will, are designed to be 3-5 square feet each, just enough to put down a bed. Well done, hard work. Hearing Chen Luo's praise, Shi Luo blossomed, but still haughtily stated, it's not hard. Chen Luo took the design and walked outside the safe house and said to the system, extract the reward. Soon a brand new building appeared next to the safe house and joined it. It is possible to go back and forth between the 2 buildings through the passageway. Chen Luo was just strolling around when suddenly the safe house alarm went off. His face changed and he quickly came to the monitor screen. The last camera he placed at the entrance to the school caught a group of 4 people entering the campus. 3 of them are men and 1 is a woman. I haven't seen them, who could they be? And what are they doing here? Because he wasn't sure of their identity and reason for coming, Chen Luo didn't intend to meet with them, planning to wait for them to leave on their own. But these four clearly had a goal in mind, and weren't scurrying around campus like headless flies. Instead, he rushed towards a school building. One of them said as he walked, according to the intelligence, Mayor Du's son, Du Yangsheng, had a class right before the zombie crisis broke out, so he should be right in the school building. Chapter 43, Policewoman Su Rue. The three men in this squad of four were pretty ordinary. The only female member of the team was wearing a down jacket with a police uniform over it, and her movements were so well trained that she didn't look like an ordinary person. The conversations between them bear this out. Officer Su, what do you think? Su Rue is a police officer in the Marina City Police Force, and when the zombie crisis breaks out, the entire police department falls. Luckily, Su Rue was on field duty near the Haitian neighborhood at the time, and that's how she survived. She later joined the search and rescue team on her own accord, wanting to do her part to live up to this police uniform. As a result, the first mission he received was to save Mayor Du's son. Su Rue was actually a little bit nuanced about it, and wasn't too keen on it. She volunteered for the search and rescue team because she wanted to save more citizens than she could by traveling a long way and going through a lot of trouble to save a mayor's son. She doesn't want to be a slave to the powerful. However, Du Kongning told her that although her main mission was to get Du Yangsheng back, it was also to check if there were any survivors left in Binhai University. These college students are the center of gravity for the future rebuilding of civilized society. Du Cannon would send more rescue teams as soon as Surprise's team realized that a large number of college students still survived. That's when Suri took the job. But looking at the unpopular campus in front of her, Su Rue didn't have much hope anymore. She sighed and said, there's not much hope. In a crowded setting like a school, a zombie contagion outbreak would be devastating. What should we do then? If we can't find Mayor Du's son, we won't be able to deliver. Su Rue's impression of Du Kongning was still quite good. After all, his image was quite honorable and upright. So he said, do your best, Mayor Du knows we tried and won't blame us. Soon, the four came to the front of the school building and tumbled inside in turn. Suri carefully checked the classroom, keeping her right hand at her waist, where it bulged with what appeared to be something. The other three also followed her with a weapon each. When they walked out of the classroom and into the corridor, Su Rue and the others were stunned by the scene in front of them. So many bodies. Who could have done it? They couldn't figure it out, so they had to keep searching. Soon a school building was searched and to their disappointment, Du Yangsheng was not here. But that's a blessing in disguise. Had he been here, he would have, absolutely, been one of the corpses in the hallway, and instead, not being here meant that he might still be alive. One of them noticed something and called the other three. Look, you guys, there's a strange building there. What's that for? I don't know, but let's go over there and take a look. Maybe the mission objective is there. In the end, it was Su Rue who made the decision. Go down and take a look. The four came to the safe house and circled around it, occasionally letting out a gasp. Holy, what is this house made of? It looks like it's all metal. Looks like titanium. Isn't that the material used to make airplanes? It must be very expensive. What kind of person is so powerful to build a house out of titanium? You guys, come look, there's a truck parked here. The four spotted a heavy truck behind the safe house, instantly drawing all of their attention to it. The shock of having a 13-meter-long and almost 4-meter-high heavy truck parked right in front of you was quite intense. It's literally a speed bump for men. Unlike the trio who marveled at the truck's appearance, Surya thought more about the truck's practicality. The snow was now several meters thick, and underneath it was compacted and as hard as ice. Ordinary vehicles simply cannot pass on such a road. Otherwise they wouldn't have taken 3 days of effort to get from the Haitian neighborhood to Binhai University. And because of the lack of transportation, the people in the search and rescue team had to rely on manpower to carry the supplies, which was very inefficient. It's probably the only heavy truck that can drive on ice like this. Surely she could have saved more citizens if she could have driven this heavy-duty truck. Thinking of this, Su Rui had someone climb up to see if there were any car keys stuck up there. Chen Luo, who had been watching the movements of several people from the safe house, finally couldn't sit still and walked out with Che Xiaoyu. The movement of the titanium gate opening attracted the attention of Su Rui and the others. They looked toward the door and saw that a man and a woman had come out, the man looking quite young. The female was even smaller, as if she had just come of age, and looked harmless. "Excuse me, what are you guys doing surrounding my truck?" Chen Luo said in a loud voice. "Hello, is this car yours?" "That's right." Chen Luo nodded. The man in the truck jumped down while Su Rui held up a picture and asked, "Are you a student at this school too? May I ask if you've seen this man before?" Chen Luo took the photo and realized that the person on it was exactly as he had guessed. It was none other than Du Yangsheng. Chen Luo naturally wouldn't admit that he had seen it, much less tell them that Du Yangsheng's body was in the snow at their feet. He shook his head, "Never seen it." "Okay." Suri sadly retrieved the photo. She was now more interested in the heavy truck than in Mayor Do's son. "So to bring the subject back, would it be convenient to tell us where you obtained this truck?" Chen Luo raised his eyebrows and said impatiently, "This has nothing to do with you, right? A man couldn't stand to watch and said, "Kid, what's your attitude? How can you talk to Officer Su like that?" He turned his head and said to Su Rue again, "In my opinion this truck must have been stolen by this kid, that's why he doesn't dare to say anything." Chen Luo gave Su Rue an unexpected look. "You're a cop?" The other man grabbed in front of Su Rue and replied, "That's right, scared, aren't you? Be smart, explain your crime and turn in your truck, or else. Or arrest me and put me in jail, ha ha ha." Chen Luo burst out laughing. "You." The three men were furious and rolled up their sleeves, ready to teach Chen Luo a lesson, but were stopped by Su Rue. Su Rue knows that the law can't bind anyone anymore, so she's going for a more simple morality. "Here's the thing, this truck of yours is very important to us, our search and rescue efforts would be easier with it, so I'd like to commandeer the truck." But moral kidnapping was even more useless to Chen Luo. "No, hell, I don't know if you'll pay it back after I lend it to you. Don't worry, I give you my word as a police officer," Su Rue added in order to gain Chen Luo's trust. "By the way, we're from the Haitian neighborhood, and I'm sure you've received the news that it's the safety zone led by Mayor Du. I can pick you guys up as well so you don't have to worry about being in danger without a truck." Chapter 44 Travel to the Security Zone. Chen Luo was worried about finding an opportunity to blend into the safe zone, and after hearing Su Rue's proposal, he hesitated briefly before giving up. Heavy trucks are a strategic level of transportation in the end times, and giving it to one's enemies would be a cutie pie. That's the kind of thing you'd do. So after thinking about it, Chen Luo rejected her. "No, I'm fine here." While refusing, Chen Luo also carefully sized up Su Rue. Compared to the girls in his safe house, Suri was definitely the most special. Topped off with short, clean-cut black hair, he looked heroic with a frown on his face. Because she was wearing a down jacket, she couldn't see her figure, but the pair of long legs under the down jacket was definitely the best proportion of any woman Chen Luo had ever seen. Chen Luo couldn't help but wonder what the police uniform underneath her down jacket would look like on her. A woman like that should meet the system's criteria as well, right? Chen Luo opened the system and took a look. Name, Su Rue. Status, police officer, member of the shooting association. Favorability, 0, strange. Reward for first acquaintance, proficiency in marksmanship. Reward for first kiss, random gun plus 100 rounds of ammo. Complete strategy reward, armory. Seeing that Su Rue's reward had a gun, Chen Luo was still very moved. At this moment, a male team member interrupted Chen Luo's thoughts. "Officer Su, why are you still wasting words with him? Pull out your gun and he will naturally hand over the car keys." Hearing that Su Rue had a gun on her, Chen Luo's eyes instantly sharpened and looked at her waist. Sure enough, there was an inconspicuous protrusion in that spot. Chen Luo's brain spun quickly, simulating how he should resolve the four of them once a conflict broke out. The biggest threat was still the pistol at Suri's waist, and it was obviously unrealistic to try to grab her before she drew it and take her under control. Then he could only take a shot to buy time for Che Xiaoyu, and as long as Che Xiaoyu could get close, with her strength, she could easily take care of the four men. But Suri clearly didn't want a confrontation. In her eyes, Chen Luo was just an ordinary citizen who was suspicious and lacked trust. "I am not going to pull a gun on a citizen," Surya said with a determined look in her eyes. "Officer Su, no need to say more." Surya held up a hand to stop them. She looked at Che Xiaoyu behind Chen Luo and a flash of amazement flashed in her eyes. What a pretty girl. If it were her, with such a pretty and well-behaved girl by her side, she wouldn't be willing to risk her life and move to a completely strange place. Feeling that she had guessed Chen Luo's mind, Su Rue said to him, "If you are uneasy about our safe zone, you can absolutely follow us alone to check it out and then come back to pick up the others." Chen Luo raised his eyebrows. This was a good suggestion. However, he didn't immediately agree, but instead pretended to be in a difficult situation, nodding his head only after a long time. "Alright, then I'll come with you guys." Su Rue said happily, "Good, then let's go back now." "Officer Su, our main mission this trip is to bring back Mayor Du's son," the male team member reminded. "If the person you are looking for is also a student, I can only tell you that there are no living people left in the school," Chen Luo said. "Marina City is so big, finding someone is like finding a needle in a haystack. We can't afford to delay like this." Su Rue thought very clearly that it was just a waste of time to keep looking. "Or we can split up here, I'll take the men back first and you guys keep looking." This, huh? The three looked at each other and laughed awkwardly. Without Su Rue, they really didn't have much confidence in entering some dangerous areas to find someone. "No problem, right? Get ready to go." "Wait," this time Chen Luo spoke again, "I need to make arrangements first." Su Rui expressed her understanding. "We can wait for you for 10 minutes, and we'll be on time in 10 minutes. Chen Luo returned to the safe house with Che Xiaoyu, and Ning Xiao and the others had been waiting for Chen Luo inside the house. Seeing him return even went up to inquire. Chen Luo told them about his conversation with Su Rui. Then he said, "I'm going to be away for a while, about 3 or 4 days, and while I'm gone, I'll leave all the affairs of the safe house to Ning Xiao." Silas was a little worried. "Can't we just not go?" Ning Xiao pulled her down. "Shilua, Chen Luo must have his own reasons for going. All we can do is try to do our own thing and not let him worry." "Alright, I'll wait for you to come back." Shilua let go of Chen Luo's sleeve. Chen Luo explained a few more things to them, and in the end, only Che Xiaoyu was left, and this was what caused him the most headache. She had to follow Chen Luo everywhere she went, no matter how she was taught. She pretends not to understand when she's talking to her, and she's not afraid of pain when she's hitting her. There was no other way. Chen Luo had to tell her, while I'm away, your mission is to protect the safe house and them, and when I come back, I'll promise you whatever reward you want. The red light in Cha Xiaoyu's pupils lit up for a moment before she nodded. Chen Luo smiled smugly. Small children are good at coaxing. This kind of blank check can be believed. Chen Luo remembered that he had promised her a lollipop before, and he hadn't honored it either. Bringing his backpack for looks, Chen Luo walked out of the safe house and said to the 4 people waiting at the door, I'm ready to go. Su Rui and the girls had previously taken 3 days to reach Binhai University because they were unfamiliar with the roads and had to bypass the zombies. It wouldn't take so long to get back, just a day at most. Chen Luo followed behind them, silently memorizing the way. Also sidestepped by inquiring from Suri about the safe zone in the Haitian neighborhood. According to Su Rui, before she left, there were about a dozen survivors a day in the Haitian neighborhood who came to join her. That's about 50 extra people over the course of 3 days. Together with the original residents of the Haitian neighborhood, the number of people can reach hundreds, which is considered a large camp. In addition, Chen Luo also knew Su Rui's name and found an opportunity to touch her arm. Successfully earns the first acquaintance bonus marksmanship proficiency. At that moment, Chen Luo felt like he had held a gun for half his life and knew all kinds of firearm shooting distances and ballistic attenuation like the back of his hand. Su Rui also noticed the change in Chen Luo's body and felt that his eyes were filled with confidence. Reminds Suri of one of her late friends, a retired veteran who coaches the shooting association. But his confidence came from the marksmanship honed on the battlefield. Where did Chen Luo's confidence come from? Su Rui couldn't help but get curious about Chen Luo. Finally, before it got dark, Su Rui and the others managed to arrive at the Haitian neighborhood. Chapter 45, Dukanan's Conspiracy. The Haitian neighborhood is worthy of being the best neighborhood in Marina City, and this covers an area larger than a school. There was a security booth at the location of the entrance to the neighborhood, and the security guard on duty inside picked up his walkie-talkie alertly when he saw Chen Luo and the others. Forward personnel, please stand at attention and state the purpose of your visit. Su Rui returned, I'm Su Rui from Search and Rescue. One moment, please. The guard picked up the list and flipped through it. Only after he did see Su Rui's name on the list did he press the button to open the door. The electric gate slowly opened, Su Rui and the others stepped in, while Chen Luo walked at the end. But within 2 steps, they were stopped again. Hello, to make sure that no infected people are mixed in, we ask that you cooperate with us in the medical examination. After the man finished speaking, Su Rui followed the woman behind him and left. He then signaled Chen Luo and the other 3 to follow. Coming inside a security booth, he told Chen Luo to take off his clothes and to check if he had any bite wounds on him. We are all men. Chen Luo was not embarrassed and walked out of the security booth after checking his body. Su Rui was the only one who had finished her physical examination and was standing at the door waiting. When he saw Chen Luo come out, he said to him, you can wander around for now, we're going to report, just gather here in an hour, and I'll take you to arrange for a residence. Okay. Chen Luo nodded. Eyes on Su Rui's back as she left with the trio, Chen Luo speculated, Su Rui should be reporting to Du Yangxing's father, Mayor Du, right? Then wouldn't he know where this Mayor Du lives if he follows her? Thinking of this, Chen Luo quietly followed. There were quite a few people coming and going in the Haitian neighborhood, and from the way they were dressed, they didn't look like the original residents of the place. And most of them are in a hurry and don't want to stay outside in the cold for long. Therefore Chen Luo's whereabouts did not attract the attention of others and successfully tailed Su Rui to a villa. After watching them enter the villa, Chen Luo concluded that this must be Mayor Du's home. He circled the villa to see if there was a way to eavesdrop on the conversation inside. So you came back without finding my son? In the villa hall, the atmosphere was quite gloomy. Facing the Du Kongning in front of them, who was filled with the majesty of the superior and was not angry, they did not dare to breathe a single breath. It was only Su Rui who wasn't afraid of him and spoke up, Mayor Du, it was me who asked them to return. She explained, I thought that since your son had escaped the school, he must have received word of the safe zone, and there was no need to waste time in searching for him. Du Kongning didn't say anything, just looked at Su Rui, and Su Rui wasn't afraid, and stared back at him without being condescending. After a few minutes, Du Kongning suddenly opened his mouth, and the silence was instantly eased. Officer Su has a lot of experience in rescue, and your command is definitely the right one. It's good that Mayor Du doesn't blame me for not bringing your son back. Su Rui said lightly. How could I blame you? It would have been a selfish desire that made you guys make a trip for nothing, hard work. With an apologetic smile on his face, Du Kongning apologized to Su Rui and the 3 people behind her. The mayor, such a big figure, apologized to himself. The 3 people which experienced this, hurriedly expressed with fear and trepidation. No hard work. For the mayor. Dukanan waved his hand. Well, is there anything else to report? Su Rui hesitated and spoke. We found other survivors at Marina University. Yeah, got it. I'll arrange for the other teams to save the day. For some reason, Su Rui always felt that Du Kongning's attitude was somewhat perfunctory and indifferent. But again, I can't hear anything wrong in his words. While Su Rui was thinking, one of the three men, in order to appear before the mayor. So he said, Mayor Du, this survivor is not ordinary, he has a truck that is more than 10 meters long. Du Cannon's eyes widened a bit at that. Yeah? Did you guys get the truck back then? No. Du Konning frowned and just wanted to question. Another said, but we brought that survivor back. Oh? Du Cannon was a little puzzled as to what kind of operation it was to bring people back when the truck didn't bring them back. The man explained, we were trying to commandeer the truck, but the survivor was dead set against it, and Officer Su was still on his side, not helping us. That's where you're wrong, Officer Su, Du Cannon said in a scolding tone. You should know how important a truck that can drive in the snow is to us, and you should have gotten it first anyway. Suri said in a serious voice, I know, but that survivor is also a citizen, and I can't take a citizen's property by force without consent. Du Konning sniffed in anger. How could this woman be so rigid? What a time to be counting on that. But Suri is really an unbeatable combatant and has a matching gun. Du Cannon didn't want to fall out with her, so it wasn't a good idea to put words in her mouth. And what do you mean you brought someone back? Su Rui volunteered to explain. I just figured he wouldn't lend us the truck because he was worried that they'd be in danger without it. So as long as he's safe, then it's useless for him to keep the truck. So, did your idea work? No, Surya shook her head. He didn't seem too comfortable with our safe zone, so I invited him to come over and take a look before deciding whether or not to move in. I know, Du Cannon waved his hand. You go back first, rest early. The three of them looked at each other, not understanding what the significance of Du Konning leaving them behind and only letting Su Rui go back was. Su Rui was also puzzled, but she didn't ask and turned around to leave the villa. Only after Su Rui left did Du Konning speak again. Do you know why I left you guys behind? The three shook their heads in unison. This woman, Su Rui, is too righteous for her own good, but that is not a good thing at this time of year, so what I am about to say will have to make her recuse herself. As the three pondered, Du Cannon's eyes narrowed slightly as he continued, an important means of transportation such as a truck has a huge role to play in our safe zone, and must be messed with, regardless of whether that person is willing or unwilling, know what I mean? They froze for a moment, then reacted by nodding their heads. Got it, got it. Go ahead and bring the man here sometime, I'll talk to him, and if he doesn't want to, you guys can find another opportunity. Du Konning didn't make it too clear, but everyone present understood what he meant. Outside the villa, Chen Luo found the window where he could see the interior, and just as he was about to put his ear on it, he heard a voice coming from upstairs. Who are you? What are you doing outside my house? Chapter 46, Mayor's Wife Tang Xin. Chen Luo was startled by the sudden voice, but fortunately, with his strong mental quality, he didn't reveal himself. After forcing himself to calm down, he raised his head and looked in the direction the voice came from. After seeing the person's face clearly, Chen Luo even briefly lost his concentration for a breath. For a moment Chen Luo felt like he had traveled to ancient times. He had become Simon Sheng himself, and Pan Jinlian was smiling at him upstairs. Looking back he realized that he hadn't crossed over, and the woman upstairs wasn't Pan Jinlian, but her beauty was definitely not below Pan Jinlian. Even Chen Luo felt that there was a kind of traditional woman's warmth and virtue in her, something that Pan Jinlian could not possibly have. The woman's hair was draped, wet and still dripping down, and a few drops even landed on Chen Luo's nose, almost falling into his eyes. An ethereal scent of shampoo lingered at the tip of his nose. Without waiting for Chen Luo to speak, the woman added, You must be old Wang's son, Xiao Wang? Chen Luo's face changed and he just wanted to ask her why she scolded herself. The woman continued, You're just in time, the plumbing in the bathroom is out again, so check it out for me. That's great. Chen Luo's heart rejoiced. Wasn't this the perfect stepping opportunity delivered to his door? That's right, I'm Little King. You come up, but don't use the front door, the back door is there. The woman pointed to the spot next to Chen Luo. Chen Luo then realized that he was not far from the back door. He walked over and twisted the doorknob, realizing it wasn't locked. Opening the door and walking in, the eye was greeted by a hallway leading to the front door, with the living room located in the middle of this hallway. Chen Luo came in just in time to see Su Rui leave. On second thought, he crept closer and pressed himself against the wall outside the living room to listen sideways. An important mode of transportation like a truck. Whether that person wants it or not, know what I mean? Find an opportunity. When Chen Luo heard this, the disdain in his heart had reached its peak. This mayor is exactly the same as the bright and magnificent image on the TV news. Little Wang, you're going the wrong way, it's this way. The woman Chen Luo had seen earlier was a bit anxious, but lowered her voice and shouted. Chen Luo had to withdraw his thoughts, he had to deal with this woman first. Coming. Shoo, keep your voice down, my husband is in the middle of business, they'll get mad if we disturb him. The woman shushed. Husband? Then isn't this woman the mayor's wife, Du Yangxing's mom? Chen Luo was a bit surprised, he thought that this woman was in her 30s at most, he couldn't tell that she was already the mom of such a big kid. But in that case, there was also a great irreconcilable feud between him and this woman. We'll have to take care of her along with it when the time comes. Chen Luo opened the system with a thought. Name, Tang Xin. Status, mayor's wife, housewife. Favorability, 0, strange. Reward for first acquaintance, 100 kilograms of fruits and vegetables for grassroots cadre status. First kiss reward, 100 square feet of real estate. Complete strategy bonus, expansion of property size to 1000 sq ft. When Chen Luo saw her status as the mayor's wife, he thought she could give some special reward. Like a city or something. I can't imagine her rewards are more related to being a housewife. That's a bit of a cock-up. Chen Luo had all thought about infecting her as a zombie when the time came and taking the virus vaccine for good measure. Retrieving his mind, Chen Luo greeted politely, Mrs. Tang. Tang Xin was not surprised that Chen Luo knew his last name, and only thought that his father, Lao Wang, had told him. Come with me. Chen Luo followed her up the stairs, and because of the front and back, Chen Luo's line of sight was always parallel to her hips. And because Tang Xin was wearing a cheongsam, it was very revealing, highlighting her buttocks very prominently. Chen Luo couldn't even think of not seeing it. Tang Xin didn't feel the fiery gaze behind her as she said to herself, how's the health of your father, old Wang, these days? Chen Luo froze for a moment, his eyes moving upward with difficulty. Okay. That's good. Your dad also worked for our family for a long time. He was the one who was called in before when there were problems with the plumbing and electricity. I can't believe he survived the zombie outbreak crisis as well. It's true that good people are rewarded for their good deeds. But your dad is really old, and when he called for him to come and fix it before, he kept saying that his back was failing and that he wanted you to come. Chen Luo pretended to nod. Yes, my father has mentioned to me many times that the plumbing in the mayor's wife's house needs to be fixed. This room is my bedroom. Tang Xin stopped. Chen Luo didn't realize it and almost crashed into it, but luckily reacted in time. She pushed the door open and Chen Luo followed her into the bedroom, where he curiously surveyed the decor. Compared to the luxury of the villa, the room of Tang Xin, the mayor's wife, was considered mediocre. What made him even stranger was that Tang Xin's bed only had a single pillow, and the furniture and stuff next to it were all for one person. Did she and Mayor Do sleep in separate beds? Chen Luo didn't quite understand. If he had such a beautiful wife, there was no way he could share a bed. This is it. Just now I was washing my hair and the water suddenly stopped again. Tang Xin sighed helplessly. Chen Luo followed her into the bathroom, which was equally small. There are also wet and dry glass doors separating the two sections. Chen Luo and Tang Xin were in this bathing area. The already small space came in with two adults, making it seem even more crowded. And being closer, Chen Luo could smell the scent of her hair more clearly, like some kind of lily-scented shampoo. I have a feeling it's this hose. Look, it looks like it's leaking here. Tang Xin was obviously one of those pampered women from large families who were not the least bit defensive about strangers. Bending down with his back to Chen Luo, the already large buttocks were even more rounded, straining the cheongsam as if it was going to burst out at any moment. Watching the lower halves of the two men get closer and closer, Chen Luo subconsciously took a step back. But with his back against the glass door of the partition, there was no way back. The posture of the two was very wrong. Chen Luo even thought that if Mayor Du came in at this time and saw the posture of the two, would he misunderstand and be so angry that he would vomit blood? When the water went out before I twisted this switch and water came from the sprinklers, but this time it didn't work in any way. To prove her words, Tang Xin twisted the valve switch again. But to her surprise, the sound of water suddenly rang out from the hose, and without waiting for her to straighten up, water sprayed out from the nozzle, drenching both of them all over. Chen Luo was fine, he was wearing a down jacket, but Tang Xin was miserable. She wore the cheongsam all the time because she liked it and because it wasn't cold with the heat on in the villa. Being drenched by cold water like that, the whole person had a jolt. Chapter 47, Adulterer? Yikes! An easily induced scream came from the bathroom. The already thin cheongsam appeared somewhat transparent after being drenched, clinging to the skin so tightly that the skin underneath was vaguely visible. I'm sorry, are you okay? Tang Xin said as she hurriedly shut the valve off, then turned back with an apologetic voice. Let me wipe you down. Chen Luo froze for a moment. This. Not good, right? What's wrong with that? Tang Xin pulled Chen Luo to the side and took down a dry towel to wipe Chen Luo up. So it was rubbing this, I thought. Chen Luo sighed in relief, but for some reason there seemed to be some disappointment in his tone. Sometimes Chen Luo wondered if Tang Xin was deliberately seducing herself, but looking at her sincere eyes, it didn't quite look like it. Let's just say she's just too innocent, obviously so mature in looks and body. Tang Xin sneezed, then covered her mouth with her small hand and blushed. Excuse me, I'm going to change my clothes first. Well, you go ahead and I'll study the hose. By the time Tang Xin came back from changing her clothes, Chen Luo had already come out of the bathroom. Well, what went wrong? Tang Xin asked. It's so cold, the pipes are frozen and cracked. Ah, what about it? Can it be fixed? Chen Luo shook his head. I didn't bring any tools, so I can only come next time. Well, hard work. Although Chen Luo didn't solve Tang Xin's troubles, Tang Xin didn't blame him, but instead thanked him sincerely. Here's this for you, just for the hard work. Chen Luo didn't refuse and put away the can. I'll take my leave then. Well, I'll walk you. Tang Xian led Chen Luo downstairs, and as he walked down the stairs, Chen Luo even glanced towards the living room. But there's no one there anymore. Bye. Bye. After Chen Luo left, Tang Xian closed the door, but turned around to see a young girl leaning against the wall, looking at her with a look of contempt. Jia, when were you here? Just when you and the adulterer were in the room, yay. Jia learned from Tang Xian's scream and purposely screamed in a sultry manner. Jia, you've misunderstood, that's Xiao Wang, here to fix the plumbing. Tang Xian hurriedly explained. You. Tang Xian was shaking with anger. How can you say that? I'm your mom. What's wrong with being my mom? Being my mom makes it okay to hook up with wild men? I'm so ashamed of you. While Jia is sharp-tongued, Tang Xian is calm and even a bit cowardly. In terms of quarreling, Tang Xian was no match for Jia. Tears were falling from my eyes in anxiety. Jia shook her head, her tone was thick with disdain. This family is so rotten, with a patriarchal, chauvinistic dad, an extravagant brother and a mom who hooks up with wild men. I just can't stay in this house for a second. Only then did Tang Xian notice that Jia's body was wearing a thick jacket and pants. Unable to defend herself, she asked worriedly, where are you going dressed like that? None of your business. Jia passed by Tang Xian without even looking at her, pulling open the door and heading out. Jia. Tang Xian went to chase after her, but the clothes she was wearing were too thin, and she couldn't stand the cold after running 2 steps, so she had to return. The appointed place, Su Rui had been waiting for a while. I'm sorry, this neighborhood is so big, I got lost. Suri expressed her understanding. It's okay, I just waited a little while. After the two chatted for a few moments, Su Rui led Chen Luo towards a villa. You'll be staying here for the next few days. Chen Luo was a bit surprised. Do I live alone in such a big house? Of course you're not the only one, there are others who will be staying with you. Su Rui explained, a portion of the occupants mutated into zombies, and we cleared out their houses to serve as shelter for other survivors. I see, Chen Luo asked again, but won't the other tenants have a problem with that? To Chen Luo's understanding, most rich people were narrow-minded and couldn't see other people getting the same treatment as themselves without working for it. Su Rui blushed a bit awkwardly. There was a part of the population that had a problem with it, but it has since been resolved by Mayor Do. Besides, even if you have a problem with it, you can't kick people out and make them pitch their tents, can you? This weather can be freezing. How did it work out? Those survivors who defected need to work for the safe zone in exchange for shelter. What about those original residents, don't they have to work? Chen Luo was determined to break the mold. Su Rui wanted to say something, and seeing her look, Chen Luo already understood. I see, you don't have to answer. In order to salvage the image of the safety zone, Su Rui said, this is a no-brainer, Mayor Du has done his best. Chen Luo didn't argue with her, but asked, you trust Mayor Du? Sort of, he's a dedicated mayor and fair. Chen Luo did not think so. If you heard the conversation of Du Kongning in the villa, I guess you would not think so. So if I live here, do I have to work too? Surya nodded. While you'll only be staying for a few days, you'll also have the option of joining a search party or a patrol during those days. What's the difference? The search team needs to go out and look for supplies and rescue survivors, while the patrol team will be responsible for the security of the Haitian neighborhood, as well as clearing the Villa of Walkers. There were actually logistics ones, but those were positions for the old and infirm, and Chen Luo was clearly not qualified. So if Chen Luo wanted to do anything, it would be best if he chose to join the patrol and feel out the security of the safe zone. At that moment a loud noise came from the front of the villa, attracting the attention of the two men. Why can't I live here? Ms. Do, the only people who can live here are members of the patrol or search team. Then wouldn't it be better if I joined the patrol? Ms. Do, aren't you giving me a hard time? Bayan, who was in charge of residence management, had a helpless look on his face. He originally said this to dissuade Du Jia, who knew that he had dug a hole for himself instead. If Mayor Du knew that he had let his daughter join the patrol, wouldn't he skin himself? How is it difficult for you? Du Jia's stubbornness came up. I don't care, you have to arrange a room for me anyway. Old Bai, what happened? Su Rui walked towards the arguing pair. Suri has a reputation in the safe zone, after all, she's a cop, not to mention having a gun in her hand. So Bian also knew her, and seeing her was like seeing a savior. Officer Su, you're just in time, Miss. Du had to join the patrol, I can't stop her, so help me persuade her. Bian said. Chapter 48, Temporary Accommodation. Su Rui often went in and out of the mayor's house, so she naturally knew this mayor's daughter. Ms. Do you want to join the patrol with the permission of your father, Mayor Du? Hearing this, Chen Luo carefully sized up this daughter of Du Kongning. With a splash of white picked out of her black hair and smoky makeup on her face, she looked very rebellious. It's just that she has a good-looking face and excellent features, or else she'd really be like a spiritual little sister. If Su Rui didn't say anything, Chen Luo really couldn't tell that she was Tang Xian's daughter. The difference in style between these two is also too great. Chen Luo opened the system to check it out. Name, Du Jia. Identity, mayor's daughter, rebellious girl. Favorability, 0, strange. Reward for first acquaintance, Harley motorcycle or master fighting technique. First kiss reward, game room. Complete strategy bonus, casino. The rewards were average and Chen Luo wasn't very interested. Perhaps it was because Chen Luo had been watching for a long time. Du Jia was keenly aware of it. She glared at Chen Luo. What are you looking at? Never seen a beautiful woman before? Du Jia didn't recognize Chen Luo. She just heard the screams coming from her mother's room. And then there was the back that Tang Xian saw when she sent Chen Luo out the door. The man's not too big for his temper. Chen Luo didn't see eye to eye with her and withdrew his gaze. Du Jia, however, thought Chen Luo was a wimp and said contemptuously, "Wimp." Turning back to Surya, he said, "I don't need his permission to do what I want." "That won't work. The patrol's personnel list is reported to Mayor Du, and you can only join if he agrees." Dian gave Su Rui a thumbs up from behind Du Jia. Du Jia was a bit exasperated, but she still said, "Then you guys go ahead and ask. He'll definitely say yes." Su Rui glanced at Bian, who understood. "I'll go and ask Mayor Du." With that he trotted off. 10 minutes later, he walked back with a puzzled look on his face. "Old Bai, why do you have that look on your face?" "Mayor Du he agreed." Su Rui was also confused. Didn't Dukanen know that joining the patrol was dangerous? Dian relayed, Mayor Du he said that as a part of the safety zone, everyone should contribute to the safety zone, and that he definitely supports Miss Du being his daughter and being able to step forward as a leader. That sounded great at first, but the crowd felt a little disingenuous. After all, people are always protective of their children, so how could anyone hesitate at all to send their children to dangerous positions? Du Jia even mocked, "How great, our Mayor Du." Others might not know, but Du Jia was definitely able to guess what Du Kongning was thinking. He was definitely trying to make a big deal out of the fact that he had joined the patrol. Originally there was a conflict between the survivors in the safe zone and the original residents of the neighborhood. They'd been upset for a long time that those original occupants were able to whore out the fruits of their labor. "Why should you be able to exploit me before the end times and still exploit me when the end times come?" Some of them still have a problem with Dukanen, believing that he is in favor of those original occupants and is in league with those people. However, if Du Jia joined the patrol, Du Kongning would be able to publicize to the public that he had even sent his own daughter to the patrol, showing that he was absolutely selfless for the sake of the safety zone. Maybe Du Kongning had this idea a long time ago, only that Du Jia brought it up first, so he naturally went along with it. Du Jia even thought pessimistically that if she were unfortunate enough to die on patrol, I'm sure Dukanen would be happy. After all, that way no one can accuse him of anything anymore. It's the equivalent of Dukanen putting an undefeatable golden body on himself. To hide her sadness, Du Jia pretended to be indifferent and said, "See, I told you he'd say yes, didn't I? Now can I join the patrol?" Since Mayor Du has agreed, then, "Welcome you to join us and thank you for your contribution to the safety zone." Su Rui extended her hand and shook her. "Now, can you take me to my room?" Holding a book, Bian said as he flipped it open, "Currently villas 5 through 10 are not full, so you can choose a roommate to live with." "What? Du Jia couldn't accept this arrangement. "Can't I have my own room?" Dian wiped his non-existent sweat. "We're still tight on rooms in the safe zone, so we have to mix it up, 4 people to a room." "Wouldn't there be dozens of people in one villa? There are men mixing together too?" "Yes." Dian nodded with difficulty. Du Jia was trying to get out of that home, but the price was unacceptable if she had to share a room with a guy. What if someone got up to no good? She's not capable of protecting herself as a young girl. At this time, Su Rui stepped forward and said, "How about this, Miss? Du will stay with me. It just so happens that my room is not yet full." If she was living with Su Rui, Du Jia would be able to accept it. After all, she could certainly protect herself if she was there. "Okay." She agreed grudgingly. Then Su Rui asked Bian to arrange a room for Chen Luo. Because Chen Luo didn't necessarily stay for long, Bian also arranged a separate room for Chen Luo in order to thank Su Rui for relieving him, and promised not to let anyone else move in for at least 3 days. After Chen Luo thanked him, he found the place where he lived and arranged everything before finding Su Rui to report for duty. To his surprise, Du Jia was also there. "Everyone's here, since you two are new, you need a veteran to lead you, and it just so happens that I'm free, so I'll do it." "Thank you, Officer Su." Su Rui led the two of them as they walked and introduced themselves. "There are still some areas in the neighborhood that haven't been cleaned up yet. Your job is to patrol these areas, and once you find a zombie, you have to step in and take care of it." Du Jia looked a bit nervous. "Huh? I still have to deal with zombies?" Suri nodded. "Yes, you've joined the patrol, taking on walkers is a given. What if I'm inexperienced?" Du Jia looked worried. "I'll teach you, and if we meet a walker later, you take care of it and I'll watch." Surya patted the prominence of her waist. "Okay." Because some of the walkers weren't buried very deep, they could come out of the snow at any time. Plus there are undetected walkers deep in the villa, so there's actually some danger in the safe zone. These areas of danger are marked with signs. Every 2 steps Chen Luo could see a sign that read, "Dangerous area, pay attention to safety." Upon arriving in the backyard of a villa, all three heard a hiss. Chen Luo and Su Rui were the first to react, one picking up a fire axe and the other drawing a pistol. Du Jiajia, still not clear about the situation, asked, "What kind of bark is that? A puppy?" "Shoo, it's a walker." Du Jiajia's heart instantly rose to her throat. Chapter 49, Precision Shooting. Du Jiajia, this zombie is for you to practice on. Su Rui proposed. Du Jiajia hesitated and said, "Why don't? It's better to let him come first." She pointed to Chen Luo on the side. "He's the one who survived Marina University, it's the same as killing from the corpses, there's no need to practice. He's that powerful?" Du Jiajia looked disbelieving. Chen Luo didn't bother to explain to her, he was more interested in the pistol in Su Rui's hand than Du Jiajia and the zombies. Su Rui noticed that Chen Luo's gaze had been paying attention to her hand, and she asked, "You recognize it? This is a 54 pistol, right? Improved from the Type 51 with an effective range of 50 meters. All of this information was stuffed into Chen Luo by the system in a brainstorm. Hearing Chen Luo's words, Su Rui became even more interested in Chen Luo. She took the position of the gun's muzzle and pointed one side of the handle at Chen Luo. "Want to try?" Su Rui just casually said it. Unexpectedly Chen Luo was not polite and directly took it. This kind of behavior was very dangerous. If Chen Luo had the idea, he could totally kill and take the gun. However, Chen Luo wasn't so short-sighted. Su Rui's reward for her first kiss was a random firearm and 100 rounds of ammunition. Isn't that better than a small pistol? Chen Luo held his pistol in a very standard posture, and his entire aura changed. He shrugged at Du Jiajia, "You honor me? It's better if you do it." Du Jiajia wasn't mentally prepared. Chen Luo rubbed a snowball on the ground and smashed it. Not long after, the walkers in the backyard hear the commotion and walk out. Chen Luo raised his hand, aimed, and fired, and a bullet directly pierced through the zombie's brow. The whole thing took less than a second and flowed like water. There was appreciation in Su Rui's eyes. What an accurate shot! Although she could also manage to accurately hit the bullseye at a distance of 10 meters, it was definitely not as easy and comfortable as Chen Luo. She doubted Chen Luo's marksmanship was even above hers. "Wait, you seem to have attracted all the zombies." Du Jiajia suddenly shouted nervously. Su Rui looked in the direction Du Jiajia pointed, only to see that the zombies between the several surrounding villas were attracted by the gunshots. There were 7 in number, coming from all directions and blocking their retreat. This scene, not to mention Du Jiajia panicking, even Su Rui was a bit flustered. She'd been out in the field before and had no idea that shooting in a dangerous area would attract so many walkers. Only Chen Luo was incomparably calm. The 5.4 pistol magazine has a capacity of 8 rounds, 1 was just fired, 7 are left, and the 7 walkers here are exactly 1 round each. Hearing Chen Luo's words, the 2 women felt a steady sense of security. Only Chen Luo was seen raising his head, squinting one eye, aiming at the zombie, and quickly pulling the trigger 7 times. With 7 gunshots, 7 zombies fell to the ground in response. "Wow! Du Jiajia didn't mince her words of praise, so accurate. You're awesome." Su Rui's eyes stared. This was 50 meters from the farthest walker. 50 meters moving target, continuous shooting, gun hits the bullseye. This accuracy, to participate in the Olympic Games are enough. Su Rui was already a shooting enthusiast, and after seeing Chen Luo shoot so accurately, she felt much more favorable towards him. If Chen Luo paid attention to the system at this time, he would have gotten the prompt, Su Rui favorability plus 40. Gun back. Su Rui received the pistol dumbfounded. For a moment she even felt that compared to herself, Chen Luo was suitable for holding a gun, generating the idea of giving the pistol to Chen Luo. But luckily her sanity returned in time. Stick the clip back in your waistband after you fully loaded it. For the next patrol, Du Jiajia kept surrounding Chen Luo. Something had changed in Suri's attitude toward him. Before ending her patrol, Du Jiajia also managed to kill a zombie on her own, which boosted her confidence. After separating, Chen Luo entered the villa alone. There were other people in the villa besides him. They were all indifferent to each other and pretended to be blind to Chen Luo's return. In this world, it's a struggle just to stay alive, and they don't have the energy to pretend to be enthusiastic. Chen Luo didn't bother to get acquainted with them and returned to his own separate room. After eating, Chen Luo summarized today's harvest. The first thing was to know the address of Mayor Do's house and that it had an unlocked back door. Also, Mayor Do has a wife and a daughter at home, but the daughter seems to be on bad terms with Mayor Do and has moved out. The security of the Haitian neighborhood was quite good. If he wanted to kill Mayor Do and then leave without attracting any attention, it was unlikely. And in addition to Mayor Do, the 3 men from that search and rescue team must also be taken care of. Otherwise they would have brought others to grab his truck as well. Unless Chen Luo could kill everyone, the best way was to silence all those who knew the location of his safe house. After summarizing, Chen Luo didn't take off his clothes and lay down and fell asleep in a short while. The next day, when Chen Luo went out, he was approached by those 3. "Mayor Do has something for you." Chen Luo was already aware of their purpose, so he sneered. "Yeah, I'll go with you guys to meet this Mayor Do." When he came to the villa where he had come yesterday, Buchanan was sitting in front of the sofa. It was the first time for Chen Luo to get a good look at his proper face, and he had to say that he was still quite decent just by looking at his looks. It's not at all obvious that he's a villain who will do anything to scheme against others behind his back. Du Kongning still didn't know that Chen Luo already knew about his plot. Still with a warm smile on his face, he said, "You're the survivor from Binhai University, aren't you, my humble self, Du Kongning? Welcome to our safe zone." Chen Luo had a flat reaction. Du Kongning was worthy of being the mayor, mentally tough, and didn't let the atmosphere fall into silence. "By the way, I wonder if you saw my son Du Yongsheng when you were at Binhai University?" Du Kongning still wanted to know the whereabouts of Du Yongsheng and asked undeterred. The sighting was a sighting, but it was a sighting of the body, or I killed it. Chen Luo shook his head. "I didn't see it, I guess it turned into a zombie and was buried under the snow." Chen Luo's words caused Du Kongning's face to stiffen. The three people behind him couldn't help but think, can this person speak, actually saying to his father that his son is dead? His emotional intelligence is too low, right? Well, if that's the case, I can only blame it on my son's bad luck. Du Kongning put away his smile, getting back to business. "I heard from someone that you have a heavy-duty truck." "There is such a thing." Chen Luo's face did not change. "As you can see, we're severely understaffed in the safe zone, and having a truck would go a long way towards solving that problem." Du Kongning's meaning was obvious, asking Chen Luo to offer up his heavy truck for the sake of the survivors in the safe zone. But what did it have to do with Chen Luo whether the people in his safe zone were dead or alive? Chapter 50 Big Head Zombie. If there is a shortage of manpower, you can ask those original residents of the neighborhood to dedicate themselves as well. Chen Luo's words caused the faces of the four people present to change, their expressions varying. The three men from the search and rescue team were actually a little disgruntled. Why should they have to risk their lives to get out of the safe zone to accomplish their mission in order to stay in the safe zone and get food and shelter? And it's so unfair that those rich people don't have to do anything to sit back and enjoy the benefits. It's just that in front of Du Kongning, they didn't dare to say anything even if they had an opinion. Du Kongning's face was a bit harder to see. It wasn't that he hadn't mobilized those original tenants, but the people who could live here were either wealthy or rich, and their backgrounds were somewhere between his and his. So his status as mayor isn't that strong of a deterrent to them. They were also too masculine to mobilize against Du Kongning's command. Du Kongning couldn't do anything about them. But for Chen Luo to point this out in front of others was tantamount to not giving him face. Du Kongning's tone got a bit nasty. "I will arrange for the distribution of work in the safe zone, and there is no need for you to ask about that. I'm going to ask you one last time if we can borrow your truck." "No way," Chen Luo said decisively. "In that case, you are not welcome in our safe zone, so please leave." Du Kongning coldly grimaced and waved his big hand. He thought Chen Luo must not be willing to leave the Haitian district. After all, in the entire Binhai city, this was the only place that was safer. Unbeknownst to him, his threats were of no use to Chen Luo at all. Chen Luo's own safe house was much more secure, and there was no shortage of food, and other than the fact that the area was still relatively small at the moment, everything else was more than 100 times 1,000 times better than this place. So Chen Luo said, "Just go." With that he turned and slammed the door without a second thought. Staying where he was, Du Kongning's face turned red with anger. "Mayor Du? Yuan Hongwen, one of the three, shouted apprehensively. Du Kongning snorted coldly, "Since we can't talk, let's go with the second plan. You guys follow him and find a chance to do him when you get out of the safe zone. Take the truck keys and go bring the car to me." "Understood." The three of them nodded and exited the villa, following in the direction Chen Luo had left. Du Jiajia held her breath at the stairway, not daring to breathe a single breath. She had originally come back to get her luggage, who knew that when she went downstairs she accidentally saw Chen Luo. Curiosity got the better of her and she couldn't help but overhear his conversation with her dad. Who knew hearing such shocking news? As much as she knew her dad was hypocritical, she couldn't imagine that he would hire someone to commit murder. "No, I have to go and inform the expert big brother." Du Jiajia's eyes rolled with an idea. Careful not to make any noise, she slipped out the back door. When she found Chen Luo was packing up his things in his temporary room. Chen Luo's original plan was to find a chance to sneak into the mayor's house and finish him off after figuring out the situation in this neighborhood. Then find out where the guys live and silence them one by one. But plans change, and he now had to leave early. But it doesn't matter, anyway, the enemy is in the light and I'm in the dark. Chen Luo can come back at any time, but instead, he is more free. But just at this time, Du Jiajia pushed the door and barged in. "What brings you here?" Chen Luo looked at her in surprise. This Du Jiajia was, after all, Du Kongning's daughter, and theoretically belonged to one of Chen Luo's targets to be silenced. "Hi, big brother Gao, my dad is going to send someone to kill you, run away," Du Jiajia said while panting. Chen Luo had already known about this news and was not surprised. He was more puzzled by Du Jiajia's coming. "Your father is going to send someone to kill me, why did you warn me? Isn't that betraying your father? I've been wanting to cut ties with my dad for a long time now. He's a man who only cares about his son, he's never cared about me, and I just hope that when you leave, you'll take me with you." Du Jiajia finally diagrammed it, and it turned out that the reason why she ran over to remind Chen Luo, as well as the reason why she had been ingratiating herself with Chen Luo after seeing Chen Luo's marksmanship before. The idea was to get Chen Luo to take her away. It's just that she's still too childish and naive. Many rebellious teenage girls have had the idea of running away from home, and they foolishly follow any man who will take them away. Sold without even knowing it. Switching to Du Jieja is that she is hellbent on leaving the Haitian neighborhood, not caring at all about how dangerous it is out there. It was fine to take her one, Chen Luo's safe house was still short of laborers for growing vegetables and raising livestock anyway. Okay, but there's one thing I need to do before I leave. What? Take care of the people your father sent to kill me. Ha? Inside an ordinary neighborhood more than 10 kilometers away from the Haitian community. A zombie with a head several times larger than a normal zombie was followed by a large group of zombies traveling between residential buildings. A man hiding on his upper floor was so frightened at the sight that he drew the curtains. But it was too late. The big-headed walker noticed the drawn curtains and he hissed. The walkers behind them immediately wailed and rushed into the building, clawing the man out in no time. No, don't eat me. The man winced. The big-headed zombie seemed to understand the man's words as a cruel smile appeared on his face. With a low growl, a group of walkers pounced on the man and tore him alive. Listening to the screams of pain, a humanized expression of enjoyment spread across the big-headed zombie's face. The screams only lasted a moment, though, and the man gagged. The big-headed zombie didn't seem to find it enjoyable and commanded the zombies to continue searching for the living. After a fruitless search of a room, the big-headed walker was about to leave. The radio went off. Fellow citizens of Marina City, this is your mayor. Please ask the citizens who survived to go to the Haitian neighborhood located in the center of the city. Surprisingly, the big-headed zombie understood, and he came out into the street, yelling. In all directions, the zombies in the residential buildings broke open the doors and windows and came out like a tidal wave. As the big-headed walker heads to the city center, the number of walkers behind him grows. It quickly gathered into a dense army of zombies. In the safe house at Binhai University, Che Xiaoyu had been moping around for a day because of Chen Luo's departure, though she usually had that look on her face. Suddenly, Che Xiaoyu seemed to sense something and her eyes looked in a direction. Teacher Ning, there seems to be something wrong with Su Yulan's situation. Shilu was originally feeding Su Yulan, but Su Yulan suddenly stirred. Ning Xiao sniffed and frowned, not knowing what to do. That's when Cha Xiaoyu stood up again, drawing all of their attention. Xiaoyu, what are you doing? Zhang Miaomiao asked suspiciously. Lo, danger. Cha spat out 2 words. You mean the boss is in danger? Shilua got excited. Mr. Ning, we have to go save the boss. Chapter 51, Tide of Corpses. Ning Xiao didn't make an immediate decision, but instead pondered. Chen Luo had handed over the safe house to her to manage before he left, so she had to be responsible to Chen Luo and couldn't let anything happen to the safe house. But when it came to Chen Luo's safety, she couldn't remain indifferent, thus caught in a tangle. Will it work or not, Mr. Ning, come up with an idea. Zhang Miaomiao also urged. After that night, Zhang Miaomiao's mindset has quietly changed. From trading flesh for asylum to developing feelings for Chen Luo. Shilua couldn't wait. No, let Xiaoyu and I go. We'll bring the boss back safely. No way. Ning Xiao refused without thinking. That's too dangerous. Not waiting for Shilua to be disappointed, Ning Xiao added, let's all go together so that we can take care of each other. Okay, I'm fine with that. Zhang Miaomia's mindset is different from when she was there. She was merely looking for an umbrella before, but now she also had feelings for Chen Luo. Ning Xiao made a decision. Since everyone agrees, let's get going. Sheila, do you have the keys to the heavy truck? Silas nodded. He gave me the key for safekeeping when he left. Great, let's take the truck then. Do any of you know how to drive? Shilua shook his head blankly, and Zhang Miaomia weakly raised her hand. I drove a car when I took my license test, is that okay? Let a newbie with little on-the-road experience come in and drive a heavy-duty truck of this caliber. The difficulty is the same as challenging someone who has just learned arithmetic to do the Olympics. Ning Xiao gritted her teeth and gave it a go. Enough, you'll be the one to drive, Xiaoyu, you point the direction, let's go. Haitian district, Du Jiejia dragged her luggage with both hands and carried Chen Luo's backpack on her back, following Chen Luo like a maid. Instead, her brain was thinking of something else. She didn't understand where Chen Luo got the confidence to tackle 3 people, nor did she understand why Chen Luo shook her hand. Although Du Jiejia knew that Chen Luo was a good shot, the problem was that the pistol was not in Chen Luo's hands either. Chen Luo in front of him stopped. Du Jiejia was thinking about something and didn't notice, directly bumped into it and covered her forehead in pain. She was just about to ask Chen Luo why he stopped when she saw him looking in a direction. Du Jiejia followed his gaze and saw the 3 people she had seen in her living room earlier, following them furtively. She instantly became nervous and whispered, Big brother expert, why don't we just run? There are 3 of them and only 2 of us, there is a difference in numbers. Chen Luo glanced at her with a look that seemed to say that you count as a person. However, Chen Luo still pacified, don't worry, I can take care of them alone. His confidence wasn't unwarranted, he had acquired master-level fighting skills from Du Jiejia. Unless this master class referred to Mr. Ma, there was no reason why he couldn't beat 3 ordinary people. Yuan Hongwen said to the other two, he seems to have found us. Then just do it, drag him out of the neighborhood and then finish him off. The three men were rubbing their shoulders and were about to come forward. That's when a short, piercing siren cut through the neighborhood. Everyone stopped what they were doing and walked out of the villa to the open space, looking up in confusion. Su Rue was just still on patrol, and when she heard the alarm she also rushed to the security booth. What happened? Look over there. The guard in the security booth pointed to the front door. Only to see the front is a huge, endless zombie army. Su Rue's eyes went wide and she even briefly forgot to breathe. Reacting, she grabbed her loudspeaker and shouted, corpse tied. On guard. The whole safe zone is in disarray. A middle-aged man with a big belly pulled a patrol member who was about to flee back to the villa. Where are you guys going? You have to protect us. The patrol member waved a big hand, ************* You asshole. Staying with us and eating our food, how dare you be a deserter. The middle-aged man was furious and swung his fist over. But he was so pampered that he was no match for the patrol members, and the two of them wrestled right into each other. By the time Buchanan arrived, what he saw was an unbelievably chaotic scene. He was anxious and angry. Calm down, all of you, take up your weapons and fight against the zombies. Tang Xian followed, but she was looking for Du Jia. Jia, where are you? Jia. At last some of the people took up arms at Buchanan's call. In their nervous and fearful gazes, the zombie army arrived at the gate. The gates of the Haitian neighborhood were still strong enough to carry the onslaught of walkers. The crowd had just breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the zombie army scatter a path and a zombie with a large head staggered to the door. He threw his head back and roared, and at the feet of the crowd, a zombie arm broke through the snow, followed by the upper half of his body, his whole body. Chen Luo's pupils shrunk dramatically when he saw this scene. That's intelligent zombie? Chen Luo had never seen it in his previous life, but he had heard of it. It is said that this special zombie is so rare that not even one in a million may appear. But once there, this walker becomes a nightmare for all who survive. Because the intelligent zombie has the ability to control the zombies, once he gathers a sufficient number of zombies around him, a wave of zombies will form and flood all safe zones. I can't imagine that there is one in Marina City, and I even let myself be bumped into. The groundbreaking walkers had begun to attack the living, and many were pounced upon and torn apart, only to rise again a few minutes later and pounce on another. Seeing the urgency in her eyes, Su Rue pulls out her gun and shoots at a zombie that pounces on the old man. All calm, all calm. Du Kongning's voice was almost muffled. There weren't really that many walkers roaming the neighborhood, but all the living were in disarray. Chen Luo chopped down a zombie with an axe and said to Du Jia without looking back, stay close to me. Chen Luo was ready to rush out through the side door before the zombies broke through the main door. Aha! Du Jia gave a hard hum. Jaja. Du Jia turned back and saw Tang Xian running towards her. There was another walker behind her chasing her, but she didn't even notice. Damn! Du Jia cursed, copied her stick and ran towards Tang Xian, knocking the zombie that was about to pounce on her to the ground with a single stick. What are you doing out here if you don't stay at home? Du Jia shouted angrily. I can't worry about you. Tang Xian's expression was somewhat resigned, and it was as if the roles of the two were reversed. You watch out for yourself first. Chapter 52, Timely Rescue. Although she said so on her lips, Du Jia still pulled Tang Xian's hand and ran. Even though she didn't like the cowardly mom anymore, Du Jia couldn't bear to watch her die in front of her eyes. When Chen Luo rushed to the side door, he realized that this side was also surrounded by zombies. It seemed that the intelligent walker had more brains than he thought and knew about siege tactics. That's when the gate, which had held out for so long, finally came crashing down, followed by the side gates one after the other. The zombies came in like a tidal wave, like a cafeteria opening. Seeing this scene, the courage that the crowd that was already fearful had managed to muster up was all gone. At this moment, they only hated their parents for not giving them an extra pair of legs. Those who ran fast had already taken refuge in villas and buildings, while those who ran slow were killed by the kiss of the zombie wolves. What patrols, what search and rescue teams, they are untouchable in front of a wave of corpses. Looking at the impending collapse of the safe zone he had worked so hard to build, Du Kongning couldn't care less about his muffled voice as he tore his heart and lungs out. Hold it for me, hold it. Mud, give you the stick and you come top the labor. Du Kongning looked incredulously at the honest security chief Zhang Dashan in front of him, who actually dared to talk to himself like this. You. But Zhang Dashan had already fled into a side villa by this time, unlocking the door from the inside. Du Kongning turned back, only to realize that a zombie had already rushed in front of him. Don't look at Du Kongning to make other people make easy. When it is his turn to go on, he is more afraid than anyone else. The hands holding the stick simply didn't have the courage to smash it down. Straight away, his hands went slack, he dropped the stick, turned and ran. Suri was probably one of the few people on the scene who could still keep her cool. Watching the citizens she was protecting fall one by one, she was watching and anxious. She noticed that the walkers seemed to be under the command of one particular walker. In her haste, she decided to tackle the thief. Aiming at the walker with the bigger head, he fired a round. The big-headed zombie stood on a sedan and roared excitedly, and under his influence, the zombies went even more berserk. A gunshot! The big-headed walker fell from the limo to the ground. Pity! Su-Rue sighed in her heart. Just now, the big-headed zombie was 50 meters away from her, close to the limit of the pistol's effective shooting distance. And the weather was so cold that her hands were a bit stiff, resulting in the shot just now very unfortunately hitting the torso of the big-headed zombie and not the head. Su-Rue hastily adjusted and aimed at the big-headed walker again. But the big-headed zombie's IQ was very high and didn't sit around and wait for death, pulling a big fat zombie next to him in front of himself and using it as a shield. Su-Rue tried to shoot 2 rounds, killing the big fat walker, but there were too many walkers next to the big head walker that could be used as a shield. Surya wouldn't have enough ammo even if she had 200 rounds. No, I can't kill him with my marksmanship. I'll have to find someone with better marksmanship. Su-Rue immediately thought of a candidate. She scanned around and finally spotted Chen Luo, so she immediately approached that way. Chen Luo's side of the hand rose up and axed a zombie at once. But there are so many walkers that he has to conserve his strength. No, we have to break out to make it, Chen Luo said with incomparable seriousness to Du Jiejia behind him. When I sprint later, keep close by yourself, I can't save you if you fall behind. Du Jiejia saw that his face was serious, and her heart was also grave. Chen Luo felt that it was still the side door that was best to break out. He took a deep breath and prepared to rush out. Suddenly, the walkers at the side door stopped in unison and turned their heads. Chen Luo was a little unsure, but immediately following him, he also heard the sound of a vehicle traveling. Judging by the commotion made, the car must not be small. Soon, a heavy truck with red and black color scheme rushed across and appeared within Chen Luo's field of vision. The heavy trucks moved forward at full speed, and any zombies that got in the way were mercilessly crushed. Why does this heavy truck look a bit familiar? Chen Luo froze for a moment and suddenly remembered that this was not his heavy truck. Boss! Silhouette poked her entire upper body out of the car window, waving her hands excitedly. Frightened, Ning Xiao hurriedly hugged her waist. It's them who have come. Chen Luo was a bit surprised, not expecting them to actually come. Follow me. Chen Luo rushed towards the heavy truck, and Du Jiejia tugged Tang Xian to follow. But to Chen Luo's surprise, the heavy truck did not slow down and crashed straight into the fence, crashing the fence out of the way and stopping himself in the middle of the walker's circle. Silas bumped his head hard against the car window, making red marks. She said in pain, Miao Miao Zhang, how did you drive the car? Zhang Miao Miao was very righteous. It's already a miracle that I can get the truck here, or you can come? Stop arguing, let's get off and pick up Chen Luo. One person had already jumped out of the car before Ning Xiao said anything, and that was Che Xiaoyu, only to see that she didn't hold any weapon in her hand, grabbing a zombie's arm surprisingly threw the zombie directly out more than 10 meters away. Then grabbed the next one and dropped it again. A path soon opened up. Zhang Miaomiao and the others were looking dumbfounded. She's so fierce. Che Xiaoyu's body was more petite than all of them, but the power that erupted was something they couldn't even compare to. After the shock, the 3 people who came back to their senses took advantage of the fact that the zombies hadn't yet surrounded them, and hurriedly approached Chen Luo's side from the road driven by Che Xiaoyu. The zombies that were close were knocked to the ground by them, their movements were clean and sharp, and they had completed their metamorphosis compared to what they had done back then. Chen Luo's side was also approaching, and the 2 sides killed a bloody path through the zombie horde in a hard way. The moment the 2 sides met, Che Xiaoyu jumped into Chen Luo's arms. Boss! Silhouette and the others shouted back. Knowing that this was not the time to catch up, Chen Luo just nodded at them in response, then pushed Che Xiaoyu away. Come on, let's get back to the heavy truck. Aha! The zombies behind them had already closed the gap back up, but after Chen Luo and Che Xiaoyu completed their rendezvous, the breakout looked easier. It soon arrived on the heavy truck. Get in the car. Because the cockpit isn't very big, it seats 3 people at most. So Shilua and Zhang Miaomiao took the initiative to give their seats to Che Xiaoyu and Ning Xiao while they went into the carriage. Let's get in the car too. Jia, but, your father. Tang Xian was a little hesitant. Leave him alone, save your life. Du Jiejia got into the car after she finished speaking, and although Tang Xian was relieved to see Du Kongning, she also followed. Chen Luo sat in the driver's seat and restarted the engine. A reverse backed the truck out of the collapsed bricks of the fence. After getting into the truck, Chen Luo completely relaxed, and even had the time to chat with Ning Xiao on the side. How did you guys know I was in trouble? It was Xiaoyu, she sensed. Hearing that something was wrong with Ning Xiao's voice, Chen Luo looked toward the seat beside him, only to see Ning Xiao looking at her arm with a dumbfounded expression, where there was clearly a teeth mark. Chapter 53 The 3 who were not allowed on the bus. When did you get injured? Chen Luo asked anxiously. Didn't pay attention, it should have been an accidental sneak attack when I was picking you up. Ning Xiao smiled bitterly. Just put me down, I'm infected and hopeless. Chen Luo didn't open the car door, but asked her, do you trust me? Ning Xiao's pair of beautiful eyes stared tightly at Chen Luo and said with true emotion, I believe that I have trusted you unconditionally from the moment you, like a savior, saved me from the sky. Good, you won't turn into a zombie with me. Ningxiao thought that Chen Luo was comforting herself and was just about to say something when she saw Chen Luo suddenly sticking up. Then she felt her lips get wet. Consider it a final goodbye. Ningxiao didn't want to die with regrets. She forgot to hug Chen Luo and responded to Chen Luo's kisses with force. Surrounded by dense zombies, the two inside the car are kissing passionately. Xia Xiaoyu saw this scene and got jealous again, holding her arms and sulking. Chen Luo's reason still existed and pushed away Ningxiao, who was still trying to claim a kiss. At the moment, a screen appeared in his eyes that only he could see. Name, Ningxiao. Status, school nurse, teacher. Favorability, 100, till death do us part. Reward for first acquaintance, medical kit, already obtained. First kiss reward, zombie virus vaccine, obtained, can be withdrawn at any time. Reward for complete strategy, medical room plus medical equipment. Chen Luo's mind moved and a green potion appeared in his palm. What's this? Ningxiao asked. Something that will keep you from getting infected. After Chen Luo briefly explained, he stuck the needle into Ningxiao's arm and injected the vaccine in. There, now you won't get infected. Chen Luo pulled off the already empty potion and said. Ningxiao was also not surprised by Chen Luo's various magical abilities. In her heart, Chen Luo was just so omnipotent. She let her heart drop when she heard him say it with such certainty. Chen Luo returned his attention to driving as he drove the heavy truck into the Haitian neighborhood, turned it around inside, and prepared to drive away. But this time he heard someone calling out to him again. He looked out the window of the car and realized it was Suri. So Chen Luo rolled down the window. Chen Luo, do me a favor and help me kill that special zombie that can only order zombies. Chen Luo looked in the direction of the big-headed zombie. The latter seemed startled by the gun, and seeing such a large heavy truck run in, immediately backed cautiously into the middle of the walkers. There's no way out, I can't shoot him either. Chen Luo shook his head. In fact, it was not that Chen Luo could not shoot, but the distance of the other party had exceeded the limit of the 5-4 pistol. Surya bowed her head in despair, but soon other hopes flared. Can you get the others in your truck? Chen Luo did not agree, but asked, why should I do this? What's in it for me? Su Rui was dumbfounded. She knew that Chen Luo was not obligated to help her save others, but he was now her only hope. So she could only beg, I'll give you this pistol and 50 rounds of ammo, just please help me save people. Chen Luo shook his head, it's not enough, you have to add another condition. I promise. Su Rui didn't even ask what the conditions were and agreed. As long as Chen Luo could help her save people, she would be willing to let her die, let alone any other conditions. Very well, Chen Luo shouted at the back, Shilua, Zhang Miao, open the carriage door. Shilu and Zhang Mao obediently opened the carriage door. Su Rui shouted to the still fleeing crowd, this way, all of you. The crowd saw the truck as if it were a lifesaver and rushed desperately to climb aboard. Suri, on the other hand, kept shooting, one by one, the walkers that were chasing them. Yuan Hongwen and the three of them also managed to reach the area around the truck because they had more stamina and ran fast. Get out of the way, I'll get on first. Yuan Hongwen nonchalantly peeled the person in front of him to the ground and prepared to get in the car himself. But Chen Luo's voice rang out at this time. Wait, you three can't get in the car. On what grounds? Yuan Hongwen's three eyes widened. Just because this truck is mine, if I say you can't get on it, you can't get on it. Chen Luo said coldly. What's the use of you saying that? We're going to go on. What can you do with us? The three were then ready to force their way into the car. But Chen Luo said, listen up people in the back, if these three people get into the car, then I won't drive. Everyone's eyes changed at those words. If Chen Luo didn't drive, when the zombies caught up, he would be fine in the cockpit, but they would be in deep. So Yuan Hongwen and the three of them were about to step onto the carriage, but a roadblock appeared in front of them. Get out of the way. The three said viciously. But the man didn't move out of the way, and more people stepped forward, forming a human wall with the man. With the support of so many people, the person who first blocked the road also had the courage to say nonchalantly, please leave. If we don't leave, what can you do to us? The three still had a stiff upper lip, big deal, we'll die together. Yuan Hongwen even tried to encourage the crowd, why don't you guys join us, get the guy in the driver's seat out of there, and grab the truck so all of us can be saved. But the others wouldn't even dare. They weren't blind, so they naturally saw the terrifying strength of Chen Luo and the weirdly powerful girl next to him. Even if you give them 10 bear's heart and leopard guts, they wouldn't dare to mess with Chen Luo. So they still said indifferently, please leave, or we'll break your legs and throw you out. Seeing that they were prepared to make a move, Yuan Hongwen and the three of them had to give up and get into the car. You don't have to die if you don't get in the car, but if you break your leg, you're really dead. So the three left quickly in another direction. Seeing that the people were almost on, Su Rui gave up on breaking the back, and before the zombies were about to catch up with her, she leaped into the carriage and closed the door behind her. The heavy truck slowly started up. The zombies still tried to stop the heavy truck from starting, but it was simply a praying mantis, and they all became meat cakes under the king's wheels. When the truck came up to speed, it even went straight out of the zombie herd and took off. The other walkers tried to give chase, but the big head walker looked deep into the back of the car and then roared. The zombies have given up the chase as they enter villa after villa, yanking out and eating all the living people hiding inside. The three of them, including Yuan Hongwon, were not spared and were also sought out. They hugged each other, shaking with fear. Remorse, fear, resentment, all sorts of emotions flooded their brains. In the end, with endless remorse, they were torn to pieces by a large group of zombies. The entrails were discarded haphazardly on the snow, blood staining the ground red. Chapter 54, Staying? The heavy truck traveled until it stopped a kilometer away from Marina University. The sudden opening of the compartment door startled the still stunned crowd inside after the robbery. After seeing that it wasn't a zombie outside, but Chen Luo, they were relieved. However, Chen Luo's next words caused their hearts to fall to the bottom again. "I'll see you here, you're on your own for the rest of the way." The crowd looked puzzled, and a shrewd-looking man said, "Big brother, if you let us get off here, aren't you leaving us to fend for ourselves?" Chen Luo nodded, "That's right, I'm just going to let you guys fend for yourselves." The man froze for a moment. He didn't expect Chen Luo to admit it at all. "You know there are more than 20 people here. But any individual who carries so many lives on his back has to consider whether his conscience is clear." Which knew that Chen Luo, this person, was completely out of line. He couldn't say the words he had been thinking of all at once. Another kindly old man said slowly, "Little brother, please let us follow you. We can work for you. Why are you still stuck?" They said they were working, but in fact, they just saw that Chen Luo was powerful and wanted him to protect them. Chen Luo didn't need so many people. "I'll say it for the last time, all get off the car, you won't be able to walk away when the zombies catch up later." Chen Luo's tone was also slightly impatient. Seeing that no matter how they said it, it didn't work, they could only look at Su Rue. "Officer Su, please plead with him." Su Rue, who had been instructed to do so, did not plead for mercy, but instead said to them, "Everyone leave, he has been kind enough to drive us here. Suri is just more righteous, not a saintly mother." The difference between the two was still relatively large. Su Rue wouldn't force Chen Luo to help others, while the Holy Mother would. Since Su Rue had said so, they had no choice but to get out of the car one by one even though they were reluctant. Chen Luo was still somewhat casual, but after seeing a person wearing a hood, his eyes stared. Grab the man's shoulders. "Wait." The man's body shuddered, but he didn't turn around. "Something wrong? Take off your hat." The man hesitated for a moment, but slowly removed his hat. Seeing his face, Chen Luo snorted, "Isn't this Mayor Du? Why are you still hiding your head?" Du Kongming had taken advantage of the chaos to blend in when Chen Luo had driven away the three Yuan Hongwon. Yuan Hongwon and the three of them were mercilessly kicked out after just following themselves and offending Chen Luo. How could he, as the one who started it all, be spared? Which is why he had been cowering in a corner with his hood on. Since he was now discovered, Buchanan also broke the pot, and he was now saved anyway. Even if Chen Luo was more vindictive, he wouldn't go so far as to tie him up in a car and send him back again, would he? "Chen Luo, it was wrong of me to expel you from the safe zone before, but these citizens are innocent, there's no need for you to take it out on them, right?" Chen Luo was confused for a moment at first. When had he ever relented? He just simply didn't want to bring a burden. But he soon came to his senses. Du Kongming was still denting his persona even at this hour. Although Chen Luo despised him as a hypocrite full of devotion, the effect was still immediate in the eyes of the uninformed masses. Originally, Su Rue also had a vague feeling of becoming a leader because she had saved the crowd and reaped their gratitude. However, this sentence of Du Kongming pleading for mercy for the crowd was in sharp contrast to Su Rue's support of Chen Luo's behavior of chasing them away. Between the two, it seems that Buchanan is still the more worthy follower. So they surrounded Du Kongming again, with the air that if Chen Luo made a move against Du Kongming, they would fight him. But what's the use of having a large number of people in a rabble? Don't flatter yourself, I don't bring them along, I just think they are a burden. Chen Luo said disdainfully. This statement immediately stirred up the group's anger, and they cursed and swore. Du Kongming was even more pleased with the situation, and the corners of his mouth rose at an angle unseen by the crowd. "Stop it all!" Su Rue shouted, stopping the situation from escalating further. Only after the voices around her lowered did she continue, "In any case, he just saved our lives, whether he brings it or not is his own choice, it's useless for us to force it." The crowd fell silent as Su Rue walked over to Chen Luo and handed Chen Luo the pistol and a bag. "Here's the pistol and bullets, shoot. There were 50 rounds left, but 10 were used in the rescue, only 40 left, hope you don't mind." Hardly anyone would doubt how useful a gun is in the post-apocalyptic world, so when they saw Su Rue give the pistol away, there was an immediate rush. Du Kongming said with a dark face, "Officer Su, how could you give the gun to someone else?" "It's what I promised him earlier as a deal for him to come to the rescue," Su Rue explained. Du Kongming was so anxious that he didn't give Su Rue face anymore and directly cursed. "You obviously don't have long hair, so why are you so short-sighted? Can you trade something like a pistol? Even if you do, you can still back out." It was true what he said, the gun was a big killer, even Chen Luo had to back away from it. Therefore if Su Rue backed out and didn't hand over the gun, Chen Luo couldn't do anything to her. But Suri just gave it away so easily. Chen Luo held a gun in his hand and watched with amusement as Du Kongming jumped to his feet. He raised his gun and aimed it at Buchanan. The chattering Buchanan came to a screeching halt and subconsciously looked to his left and right. When those who embraced him, at the sight of blackened guns pointed at them, immediately throwing Duchenne to the back of their minds, they all took a few steps back for fear of shooting themselves. Sure enough, a rabble is a rabble and can't make it. No! From behind Chen Luo came a shout. Chen Luo was a bit surprised. It was unexpected that someone was not afraid of death, and this was all to stop him. He looked back, but saw an ancient face. It's you? Chen Luo was surprised. It's you! Tang Xin was also shocked. Du Jiejia kept tugging on Tang Xin before she could rush over. Seeing that the two knew each other, Du Jiejia asked curiously, Mom, you two know each other? Recognize, isn't he little one who repairs water pipes? Tang Xin said simply. What repair plumbing? Du Jiejia did not associate with the previously suspected adulterer, he is an expert big brother Tang Xin didn't care what Chen Luo's status was, she just wanted to stop Chen Luo. She dropped to her knees with a thud. Please, don't kill my husband. Whatever enmity you have between you, come at me, just please spare him. Chapter 55, No Dignity at Gunpoint. A great beauty of 1,000 beauties knelt before her, begging with incomparable humility. It's still a very good feeling. It would be even more flattering if the identity of this great beauty was still the wife of an enemy. Tang Xin, what are you doing? Du Kongning only felt a hot flash on his face. His wife knelt down for someone else in front of so many people. It simply disgraced him. How could this be acceptable to the faceless Buchanan? I'm saving you. Tang Xin said back. I don't need you to save me, hurry up and get up, it's not too embarrassing. Du Kongning stormed out. Seeing that his mom had knelt down, Du Kongning not only didn't appreciate it, but also scolded Tang Xin for being a disgrace. Du Jia finally couldn't look away, all of a sudden remembering her and her mom's life of being ignored and belittled. So she tugged on Tang Xion's arm and said, Mom, leave him alone and let him die. How can that be? He's your father, I can't leave him alone. Tang Xion's concepts are very traditional. She feels that a wife is meant to stand up for her husband in his time of need, even sacrificing herself for his life. I don't care about you. Du Jiejia really hated it, stomped her foot and said gamely. However, she was only paying lip service and didn't really leave Tang Xin behind. After all, she still had feelings for her. Although she often hated Tang Xin for being too cowardly to fight for equal treatment for her, Tang Xin was, after all, the only person in that family who still cared about her. But Tang Xion's plea for mercy didn't soften Chen Luo's heart, just as he was about to pull the trigger. Su Rui spoke up. Wait a minute, you're going to plead for him too? Suri nodded, she felt that these surviving citizens needed a spiritual leader. Buchanan, not much else, is at least pretty dutiful in that regard. With him leading the way, their chances of surviving would increase by several %. Su Rui knew that her favor didn't work at all with Chen Luo. All she could do was pull out her chips. I'll trade a message for Mayor Du's life. Oh, Chen Luo became interested, about what? Guns, a whole warehouse full of guns and bullets. Chen Luo raised his eyebrows, this bargaining chip for a life of Du Kongning was too worth it. And what if we let him live a few more days? Without the safe zone, hundreds of people still survived 20 or so he was no longer a factor. Okay, but I have one more condition. What? My farm is short of a plow and waterer, she has to stay. Chen Luo pointed at Tang Xin and said. Tang Xin froze for a moment, then reacted. Nodding repeatedly, I'm willing to stay. Chen Luo was certainly not short of manpower, and he deliberately left Tang Xin behind just to discuss Du Kongning. Sure enough, Buchanan's face became very ugly. As a man, he knew exactly how attractive Tang Xin was. Chen Luo's purpose of leaving Tang Xin behind was simply known to everyone. He didn't know why, but he always felt that after Chen Luo made this request, the eyes of the people next to him became a bit strange and sympathetic. It was the ultimate humiliation. No, I won't do it, he yelled defiantly. Oh, yeah? Chen Luo pulled the trigger on him. Du Kongning's pupils instantly widened, and at this moment, his mind went blank, leaving only endless remorse. He's dead set on saving face, but what's pride compared to a single life? But after a few seconds passed, Buchanan didn't feel any pain. Confused, he searched his body for a wound. Sorry, I forgot to load the bullets just now, Chen Luo was teasing Du Kongning. It's okay now. Don't! Buchanan sat on the ground in a buttock, looking so wretched that he completely lost his mayor-like appearance. He just shouted, take that if you want it, please don't kill me. When these words came out, the female ones present, all of them were very contemptuous of his behavior of abandoning his wife to survive. The man looked down on him just as much. Suffice it to say, Buchanan's hard-earned image has completely collapsed. Tisk, Mayor, Tisk, TSK. Chen Luo's contemptuous tone made Du Kongning lift his head even more. But it finally made Chen Luo put away his gun. Okay, you guys can go. Du Kongning could only greatly lead the people who survived in the Haitian cell into the distance. Su Rui fell at the end. She had a few words to say to Chen Luo. The police department I work for has a gun store, and there should be quite a few handguns and rifles in there, with at least 500 rounds of ammunition. The general location of a police department's armory, if it is one, is quite secretive and must be locked, which can be hard to find. Su Rue nodded, that's right, but if you want to set off at that time, you can call out to me and I can lead the way for you. Dealing with someone like Sure is just a relief, and it also includes after-sales service. Chen Luo couldn't help but speak, why don't you stay too? This was the first time Chen Luo had taken the initiative to invite someone else, showing how much he appreciated Su Rue. But Suri shook her head, no, they still need me. Pity. Chen Luo thought about it and returned the pistol to her again. You are? Su Rue was a little surprised. For your defense. Su Rue is now concerned about a warehouse of firearms. If she has an accident, not only the first kiss reward will be lost, even the armory will go down the drain. She wasn't by Chen Luo's side, so it was still quite important to give her a weapon to protect herself. I do have conditions though, you can't pull out a pistol in front of anyone else until you have to, especially not in front of Dukanon. Surya didn't understand, but took the pistol, then said sincerely, thank you. After she left as well, Chen Luo returned to the safe house in a heavy truck with the rest of the group. The newcomers, Du Jejia and her mom, Tang Xian, were placed in the cells of safe house number 2. It's a prison cell, but it has everything it should have, it's just smaller. Du Jejia, who was used to living in a big house, felt completely new to this small cell. The small room made her feel safer than the large but empty room. None of the people in safe house number 1 left after the meal. Several people pretended to sit on the sofa, glancing at Chen Luo every now and then. Especially Shilua and Zhang Miaomiao, who literally had the idea written on their faces. Ning Xiao, who had washed the dishes, returned to the living room and said to Chen Luo, can you come with me to my room? I have something to say to you. Without waiting for Chen Luo to respond, Zhang Miaomiao had already stood up. She patted her but, I'm sleepy, I'm going back to my room to rest. Silhouette, do you want to join me? Silhouette visibly froze for a moment and returned, yeah. Ning Xiao glanced at them gratefully, then waited with anticipation for Chen Luo's answer. Finally, Chen Luo spoke up, good. Chapter 56, I won't fall for it again. Inside the room of the safe house, Chen Luo and Ning Xiao looked at each other in all directions. Ning Xiao looked a bit shy, and every now and then she ruffled her hair with her fingers to hide her nervousness. But despite this, she still didn't escape from locking eyes with Chen Luo. Perhaps feeling that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Chen Luo wanted to ease it. I. Both of them spoke at the same time. Chen Luo paused for a moment, and Ning Xiao said instead, let me speak first. Chen Luo nodded, ready to hear what she had to say. I remember the first time I saw you, it was in the office restroom, and you were killing walkers, and I was screaming for help from you, and you just ignored it. Chen Luo didn't know Ning Xiao at that time, so naturally, he wouldn't automatically risk his life for a stranger. Ning Xiao continued, at that time, I felt that you were too cold-blooded and inhuman. But when I was already desperate and ready to wait for death, you appeared again at the door of the office, giving me such a tall, savior-like feeling. Chen Luo rubbed his nose, his expression didn't change at all when he was scolded. But as soon as Ning Xiao complimented him, his face became a bit unnatural. It was probably that time that my heart completely fell. Ning Xiao looked at Chen Luo fondly. She had long ago constructed those words in her head hundreds of times. It's just that he hasn't been able to find a chance to tell Chen Luo. Until she was sneak attacked by a zombie and thought that she was going to be infected into a zombie, Ning Xiao, who never had the chance to say anything again, was inwardly overwhelmed with remorse. It was also the moment she made up her mind that if she survived, she would muster the courage to say those words. She didn't want to die with regrets. Thinking of this, Ning Xiao slowly reached her hands up to her shoulders and removed the halter straps on both sides. That proud bust was showing and it made people salivate. Chen Luo's eyes were instantly attracted and he couldn't move away for a long time. Feeling his gaze, Ning Xiao blushed her pretty face. But she was 28 this year, after all, and no longer a little girl. Since she had already made the decision to give her body to Chen Luo, she would not back down. So she straightened her waist and appeared even more erect so that Chen Luo could view it. Ning Xiao also asked shyly, does it look good? Will it be too big and a bit deformed? No way. Chen Luo said without thinking. Ning Xiao's was the finest in size and shape of anyone he had ever seen. And if you're generally large, it will stretch out your skin and the veins underneath will be very visible, which also ruins the aesthetics. But Ning Xiao was different, her skin was fair and tight, not a single blemish could be seen. Chen Luo couldn't bear it anymore and just put his hand on his pants. But just then, the door to the bedroom room was blasted open. Cha Xiaoyu appeared behind the door with an expressionless face. Chen Luo was a little flustered, with the embarrassment of being caught in bed by his wife, and subconsciously raised his pants. Xiaoyu, what are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to wait for me? Che shook her head slowly but firmly. I won't fall for it again. Fell for what? Who fooled you? Chen Luo subconsciously blurted out. Che Xiaoyu raised her hand and pointed at Chen Luo. Me? You promised. When you come back, give me a reward. Cha Xiaoyu was now saying more and more complete sentences. If you don't pause in the middle, you're already like a normal person. And before that, food, didn't give either. Obviously there was not a trace of emotion in his voice, but Chen Luo just heard the complex emotions of aggression, anger, sadness and so on. So you remembered it all. Chen Luo opened the system to take a look, and it turned out that Che Xiaoyu's favorability had risen to 95. Her IQ now wasn't so different from before the mutation. It just seems dull because of the loss of memory. Give it back. What? Oh me. Give it all back to me. Che Xiaoyu lunged forward and tackled Chen Luo to the ground. Instead, she straddled his waist directly. Chen Luo was already dumbfounded, and the soft touch on his waist made him almost about to lose his mind. Don't. Chen Luo tried to struggle. But he's just a regular guy at the end of the day now. How could strength alone be a match for the power of all Che Xiaoyu? Soon the hands were under control, raised above the head and firmly pressed to the ground. The last means of resistance didn't work, so Chen Luo could only look at Ning Xiao with pleading eyes. Instead, he saw Ning Xiao put the pajamas she had already taken off back on. Where are you going? Don't leave me behind. Ning Xiao smiled slightly apologetically. I'm sorry, I can't save you. After all, this is a private matter between you and Sister Xiaoyu, so it's not good for me to intervene. With that she stood up and walked out of the room, thoughtfully closing the door behind her. Though Ning Xiao felt some regret and disappointment at not being able to hand herself over, but Che Xiaoyu was the first to recognize Chen Luo after all. Moreover, she was still the youngest, and Ning Xiao, as the eldest sister, should give way to Che Xiaoyu in all reason. However, when she thought of Chen Luo's expression just now, Ning Xiao couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. It was rare that he, who had always been calm and collected, would be so flustered. It was only Cha Xiaoyu who was special enough to make him so nonchalant. Inside the room, the clothes on Chen Luo's body were easily torn into pieces by Che Xiaoyu. Soon all that was left was a pair of shorts. Chen Luo hadn't given up yet, trying to lull Che Xiaoyu into letting herself go. Xiaoyu, let go of me first and let me get up, okay? Che shook her head. Let go. You just run away. I really don't run. But no matter what Chen Luo said, Che Xiaoyu wouldn't listen to him. She was determined to make Chen Luo fulfill his promise. Only hearing a tearing sound, the last strip of cloth on Chen Luo's body also disappeared with the wind. Cha tilted her head as she wondered how to proceed to the next step. But she had seen Zhang Miaomiao and Chen Luo working overtime in the restroom. So she lowered her head following Zhang Miaomiao's example. It was just that her technique was too rough, making Chen Luo twitch in pain. It was really a pain and pleasure. If it wasn't for Chen Luo's injection of the virus vaccine, there might have been a risk of infection. Never mind, let me teach you. Since he couldn't resist, Chen Luo could only allow himself to enjoy himself as much as possible. First, the tongue. Chen Luo was still quite talented in education and quickly taught Che Xiaoyu. The two completed a whole range of teaching tasks, from verbal education to hands-on practice. It was just that Chen Luo had misjudged his physical strength. It was surprising that he was the first to lose in the end. When Che Xiaoyu came down contentedly, Chen Luo already had deep eye sockets and thin cheeks, a look of overindulgence. The system's beep sounded in synchronization. Chapter 57, Obtaining a Gene Evolution Potion. Name, Cha Xiaoyu. Identity, female college student, schoolgirl. Zombie. Favorability, 100, till death do us part. Reward for first acquaintance, 100 kilograms of raw meat, acquired. First kiss reward, zombie virus vaccine, obtained. Complete strategy reward, gene evolution potion, obtained, to be extracted. As Che Xiaoyu's favorability rose to 100, she became the first person Chen Luo had completely rated. Originally, Ning Xiao had a very good chance of being the first, but she voluntarily gave way to Che Xiaoyu. Chen Luo relied on the last of his physical strength to extract the gene evolution potion. Chen Luo's spirit was lifted, and he poked around curiously. This is a clear test tube containing a purple liquid in a spiral structure. Is this a genetic evolution potion? Chen Luo muttered to himself. Genetic evolution potions can be much more rare than zombie virus vaccines. Chen Luo had only heard about it in his previous life and had never seen it at all. It is said to have been extracted by a certain scientist from evolved morning corpses, allowing the human body to break through its limitations and greatly improve its physical fitness. The appearance of this evolutionary potion is a milestone and important point. It marks the point at which mankind has officially gained the power to evolve and is no longer the only outcast left behind in the evolutionary wave. It gives humans real power that can fight against other post-apocalyptic creatures. It was just that the potion was too scarce. After all, the raw material evolved zombies would not be easy to obtain. All those fortunate enough to be able to inject are a hand-picked elite, and such people are 1 in a million. And then it's not even a 100% success rate when injected. 90% of the people who are injected are infected as zombies. Only 10% make it through and gain great power. But even so, those who sign up to be pharmacy volunteers are still countless. Chen Luo's heart was also moved when he heard the broadcast of recruiting volunteers at that time. Just before he signed up, he was reborn. It was unthinkable that after being reborn, he had in turn obtained the gene evolution potion in advance. Chen Luo couldn't help but sigh. This fate now is so unpredictable. And he's already been injected with the viral vaccine ahead of time, which means he'll be 100% successful in his evolution. Chen Luo's breath caught at the thought. He took out a needle and injected it into his right arm. Just after the injection, he felt his body temperature rising rapidly. It was as if there was a furnace in his stomach that was about to burn him through. Chen Luo could only suffer until his will was blurring, and this heat wave finally faded away. His body also returned to normal body temperature. With that comes a great sense of power. Unlike zombies with a single prominent evolution, the enhancement brought about by the injection of an evolutionary potion was comprehensive. Chen Luo tried jumping and was able to easily touch the 3-meter-high ceiling. He did another 100 push-ups in a row without blushing or gasping. Holy, I'm in the physical shape of a little superhero now, aren't I? The energy from his powerful endurance made him unable to resist turning his gaze towards Che Xiaoyu, vowing to make a clean break. So Chen Luo pounced on the big bed, and this time, it was Chen Luo's turn to be on top, taking the initiative to extend an invitation to Che Xiaoyu for a game. Che Xiaoyu didn't refuse, and the two fought again. Only the end result remained the same, as Chen Luo was once again defeated. It's not that he doesn't give a damn, but Che Xiaoyu has turned on the plug-in, and the zombies don't get tired at all. There's no shame in losing to the openers. Chen Luo comforted himself in this way, which only saved his honor. When Chen Luo woke up the next day, he came to the living room and found that all the women were there, and they were all still looking at him with a strange gaze. What's wrong? Do I have flowers on my face? Chen Luo asked strangely. The words are not there, but it does feel like you've gotten a little more handsome. Silhouette said with a forced smile. It turns out that not only women can be moisturized, this man can also do it. Look at the boss this glowing. It looks like he had a great time last night. Zhang Miao Miao covered her mouth and giggled. Chen Luo finally reacted to the fact that they were laughing at the fact that they had been forced on by Che Xiaoyu last night. And the person who spread this matter out and caused him to lose face was, without a doubt, none other than Ning Xiao. Ning Xiao, Chen Luo said through gritted teeth. I've got meat stewing in the kitchen, I'll go take a look. Ning Xiao was just about to get up. But in just a flash, Chen Luo appeared from this side of the living room on the other side, directly blocking Ning Xiao. Wow, boss, you're so fast, I didn't even see it. Shiluo marveled. That's for sure, it's not like Chen Luo's genetic evolution potion was injected for nothing. Chen Luo's face was less than 5 centimeters away from Ning Xiao's. He looked at her condescendingly and said, what do you say, how do I teach you a lesson? That. How about a palm strike? Ning Xiao said tentatively. Slapping the palm of the hand that's a means to educate small children, we adults have our own means. Chen Luo hemmed and hawed and laughed thievishly. What is it? Ning Xiao asked uncertainly. Spanking. Chen Luo picked up Ning Xiao with one hand, her 100 or so pounds didn't feel much weight at all in Chen Luo's arms. Ning Xiao cried out in shock and hugged Chen Luo's neck in fear. I let you get away with it last night, and I'm going to have to teach you a lesson today. Perhaps it was the gazes of the two girls present who were eating their hearts out that gave Ning Xiao the courage. Not wanting to lose her dignity as a teacher and big sister in front of them, she actually provoked Chen Luo. Come on, I don't believe you have much energy left from last night. Chen Luo was full of confidence, and the speed of physical strength recovery from his powerful physical quality was also very amazing. The current him could beat Zhang Miaomio and Shilua teaming up with incomparable ease, not to mention only an untouched Ning Xiao. Don't worry, you'll be kept waiting. Chen Luo had a smile on his face that made Ning Xiao panic. But she kept her mouth shut and said, come on, if you can, you'll keep me out of bed all day. Ning Xiao didn't know that she would soon regret why she provoked Chen Luo. Chen Luo, who had regained his manly dignity in Ning Xiao, walked outside the safe house and extracted the newly acquired medical room. This one bonus med room alone is bigger than both safe houses combined. Chen Luo entered and took a look, finding all kinds of medical equipment inside. MRIs, ultrasounds and even equipment for dental appointments are available, and the medical cabinet is filled with a variety of medications. It could be said that with this medical room, Chen Luo would never lack medicine again. More excited and thrilled than Chen Luo was Ning Xiao, who clearly didn't even have the strength to move a finger in front of her. Upon seeing the medical room, he instantly came back to life with full blood and studied the various equipment inside. Chapter 58, Su Rui who was ostracized. 5 days had passed since the escape from the Haitian neighborhood. The remaining survivors settled down in an ordinary neighborhood near Binhai University under the leadership of Du Kongning. Learning from his previous experience, Buchanan had more than 20 people scattered throughout the neighborhood. And they were forced not to go out in groups, not to build fires in vacant lots in the neighborhood, and not to stay outside for long periods of time. All this so as not to attract the attention of the zombie with intelligence. It is true that once bitten by a snake, 10 years in fear of a well rope. Because of these regulations, people who go out to get food must do so alone, but how much food can one person bring back at a time? As a result, the people in this makeshift camp all lived a miserable life of having nothing to eat and nothing to eat. It was high noon on this day. There was a long line in the neighborhood council room, with all the survivors waiting with yellowed faces for the food to be distributed. Seeing that the only food the people in front of us received was a packet of chapatis and a small glass of water. Finally someone is whining. Why is there less and less food? We're all going to starve to death if it continues like this. That's right, did Mayor Du keep all the food for himself? The two people who spoke were residents of the Haitian neighborhood, and before the end of the world, they had big fish and meat every day. After the end times came, the quality of life dropped drastically, but there were always fleeing people to provide food for them. Now reduced to eating only a small packet of bread, it's a wonder they can't complain. Buchanan happened to come in from outside and heard the two talking. He knew that if he didn't dispel the rumors, their arguments would surely cause a riot. So Buchanan said with a serious face, "What are you talking about?" The two were startled, and after they turned back and saw that it was Buchanan, they were a little weak. However, they were after all big entrepreneurs before, and in terms of identity and background they were no worse than Buchanan, so they were not very afraid. One of them even said, "Am I wrong? Now that so many people are starving, do you dare say that you are not responsible?" Hearing his attempt to elicit approval from the others, Buchanan had to explain, "The food that everyone brought back is in the back room, so if you question me, you can go and see for yourselves." Buchanan's attitude was very strong, and he said aloud to the crowd that looked this way, "The decision to pool all the food and distribute it was made by all of us, and if anyone has a problem with that, we could just as well cancel it from today and keep the food everyone gets for themselves only." These two men's faces changed when they heard this. They wouldn't be complaining if they were capable of obtaining food on their own. So they immediately said in a low voice, "You're right, Mayor Du, it's us who spoke too much." Buchanan slanted his eyes and glared at them, snorting coldly. Then walking to the front of the line, the two men breathed a sigh of relief before realizing they were sweating profusely. "Here, let me help you." Buchanan took the initiative to take the food and share it up together for everyone. This maneuver made him look taller and taller in the minds of these people. As each person received the food, they said with heartfelt gratitude, "Thank you, Mayor Du. You're welcome, it's what I'm supposed to do." There were fewer people, but Buchanan's prestige was clearly higher, and the people underneath whispered, "Mayor Do is such a good mayor." Yeah, it's not often you get a mayor who's so dedicated. Poor Mayor Do's wife, taken by force by that hateful bastard. Sooner or later, we're going to kick that guy's ass and get the mayor's wife back. Hearing the comments of the people underneath, the corners of Du Kongning's mouth lifted up in a slightly invisible arc. Creating an external potential enemy for the team is the easiest and most effective way to deflect conflict and bring the team together. All Buchanan has to do is establish himself as an absolute voice on this team. Elevate yourself from a leader to a spiritual totem, or even to a level of faith. This point Du Kongning's son Du Yangsheng is very similar to him, but Du Yangsheng's methods are too childish and far less advanced than Du Kongning's. At that moment another figure walked in from outside. The moment they saw her, everyone stopped talking and looked at her with a cold look. That person was none other than Suri, who was out looking for food. Su Rui was keenly aware of the change in atmosphere, but she didn't care too much. She walked over to Buchanan and dumped a whole bag of food in front of him. "Officer Su, you brought back so much food again, it's really hard for you." Du Konning had a warm smile on his face. "It's nothing," Surya shook her head. "By the way, I can't keep looking for food this afternoon. I've got something important to do." "Yes?" Du Konning's smile froze for a moment, but he quickly recovered. "Alright, I know, you go and get busy." Apparently Buchanan had guessed what she was going to do. This must be going to move firearms with that asshole. If Chen Luo obtained more firearms, his strength would increase greatly, which was not good news for Du Konning. But Du Konning didn't have a proper reason to keep Su Rui, and could only watch her sail away. When Su Rui left, the crowd underneath started talking again. "Is Officer Su on our side or not? Why are you giving weapons to the enemy?" That question was answered when she insisted on giving the weapon to the enemy in the first place. There were also people who had been saved by Suri before who spoke for her. "How can you guys say that? If Officer Su isn't on our side, why is she working so hard to find food for us?" "Meh, it's just atonement, that's all she's supposed to do." Since it had already been established that Chen Luo was the enemy, Su Rui, whose stance was not firm, would naturally be coldly eyed and ostracized by the crowd. That's what Buchanan wants to see. After all, one mountain cannot accommodate two tigers, and Su Rui has already affected his power. For Su Rui to be so unpopular, he must have been behind this. But it's not like Buchanan can just kick out Suri. After all, Su Rui's battle power was the strongest out of all of them here, and the amount of food she received every day was considerable. If she was driven away and allowed to join Chen Luo's camp, wouldn't that be purely lifting a rock and stoning her own feet? Buchanan wouldn't make that stupid mistake. So maintaining the status quo is what Buchanan would like to see the most. "If only I had a gun." Buchanan couldn't help but move on. If he had a gun, he could have ambushed himself and shot Chen Luo when he passed by. No matter how good Chen Luo is, it's impossible for him to dodge bullets, right? Chapter 59, Melting Snow, Weird Girl. At the entrance of Binhai University, Su Rui observed the environment in passing while waiting for Chen Luo. She noticed that the snow seemed to be melting, and the icicles hanging from the janitor's roof were dripping water down. This discovery made Su Rui feel vaguely bad in her heart. Although warmer temperatures and melting snow will improve the survival of survivors in Marina del Rey, but blessing and misfortune come together, and the walkers buried underneath the snow will get out. It will then be another challenge for the survivors. Su Rui could only pray in her heart that this period of time had sufficiently cushioned the citizens of Marina City. Also, she'd have to tell Buchanan the news on her way back before she could do so that they can be prepared in advance and clear a safe zone in time. As she suffered, a sound of wheels pressing against the snow surface sounded behind her. Su Rui looked back and saw a heavy truck, and sitting in the truck was none other than Chen Luo. "Get in the car!" Chen Luo shouted at her. Su Rui did not refuse, climbed into the passenger seat, opened the door and sat in. "How has it been lately?" Chen Luo asked casually. But it was this casual concern that warmed Su Rui's heart. Everywhere she went these days over at the camp, she encountered cold stares and heard snide remarks. Chen Luo was the only one who cared about her. As it turns out, even the strongest women need to be cared for and relied upon. This sentence caused Su Rui's favorability towards Chen Luo to rise somewhat. To show it in system terms, it's +10 in favor. "It's okay." Su Rui pretended to be unconcerned in order to hide her inner turmoil. "That's fine, I thought you would have a terrible time," Chen Luo said while looking at the road ahead. "You already know?" Su Rui asked as she looked at Chen Luo's side face. Chen Luo just smiled lightly, "Guessed it. Sure enough, nothing can be hidden from you." Su Rui lowered her head and smiled bitterly. She didn't understand what it was all about. She was clearly dedicated to all of them, serving them, never wanting them to give anything back to her. But why are they doing this to her? Su Rui had long since noticed this, and it was a lie to say she didn't care. She was just pretending not to care. "When you go back this time, you can tell them that you and I have cleared the air and cut it out completely, so there might still be a possibility of maneuvering." Chen Luo gave her an idea. But Suri shook her head and refused. "I serve them out of the due diligence of my profession, and as to what I associate with, that is my personal freedom." "Suit yourself." Chen Luo didn't say anything else. The atmosphere in the car chilled. After a few minutes, Suri spoke up, "Just the two of us? Wouldn't that be a bit tricky?" "Of course not, there are two more in the back." Chen Luo pointed to the carriage. Surya let out an "oh" and ran out of things to say again. After half an hour, they finally arrived at the police station. After stopping the truck, Su Rui followed Chen Luo to the carriage, opened the compartment door and two girls come down from above. Su Rui had expected it to be the three girls she had seen last time plus one Du Jejia, two of the four. But of those two girls only Cha Xiaoyu she had seen last time. The other she didn't recognize at all. But whether it was Che Xiaoyu or this girl she didn't recognize, they both had very high face values. Suri glanced sideways at her short hair, feeling a little self-conscious for some reason. "They are? This one you met last time, called Che Xiaoyu, just call her Xiaoyu," Chen Luo introduced. Su Rui was still very impressed with this weird girl. She nodded to Cha Xiaoyu, but there was no response from the other woman. "Don't mind her, she's like that." "I understand." Chen Luo introduced the other one, "Her name is Su Yulan." After a few days of feeding, Chen Luo managed to raise Su Yulan's favorability to 60. She has now regained some of her ability to think and speak. At least there's no need to worry about her attacking anyone else. So Chen Luo brought her out this time. "Su Yulan? Same last name as me." Su Rui extended her hand in a friendly manner, "Hello." Su Yulan did flash her a sweet smile, just the same without a response. She's not too talkative either," Chen Luo said. Understood. Su Yulan said so on her lips, but there was inevitably a question in her heart. Where did Chen Luo find these two such beautiful and eccentric girls? Before entering the police station, Su Rui reminded, the situation inside is rather complicated, with many passages and rooms, so you must be careful at all times. Chen Luo nodded, "I know. Later you." Forget it, Su Rui had wanted Chen Luo to follow her, but remembering that Chen Luo's hands were better than hers, she gave up again. She looked to the other two girls. Che Xiaoyu, well, this one doesn't need its own protection either. Su Yulan's appearance was very soft, and she always had a smile on her face, which was awesome at first glance. So Su Rui said to Su Yulan, "You follow me, I'll protect you." Su Yulan still guffawed. After making preparations, Su Rui took a deep breath and calmed her nervousness before pushing open the door of the police station and walking in. The police station was really full of zombies, and as soon as they entered, they were greeted by two zombies in police uniforms. Su Rui had just raised her hand, ready to aim, when she saw a shadow leap out. Then there were two crisp sounds of a broken neck. Su Rui raised her head in surprise, just in time to see Su Yulan carrying a zombie corpse in one hand. A black line emerged on that pure and beautiful face. This made even Su Yulan's smile look weird and creepy. She. Su Yulan was shocked and dumbfounded, and the ground was half speechless. Yulan Shi is a sports student, it's normal to run fast, right? Chen Luo politely explained. Normal my ass. Su Rui was really powerless to spit. Chen Luo's reason was just too lame. What kind of gym student can break the necks of two walkers at once? And with the black lines on her face, she doesn't look normal in any way, does she? Seeing the skepticism in Su Rui's eyes, Chen Luo also shrugged helplessly. He also didn't understand that Su Yulan was usually quite normal, but as soon as she saw a zombie, strange black lines would appear on her face. but anyone with a normal intellect who saw Su Yulan in this state would suspect her identity. It made Chen Luo unable to help her disguise even if he wanted to. Unlike Cha Xiaoyu, except for the color of her pupils, she is no different from an ordinary person, and it is relatively simple to disguise herself by wearing a pair of pupils. It was also Su Rui. If it was anyone else, Chen Luo would have silenced him to prevent the other party from leaking Chen Luo's secret. Chapter 60 Acquisition of Firearms. Su Rui was a smart person. Seeing that Chen Luo was unwilling to speak, she stopped pursuing. You follow us. Su Rui blushed strangely. This was something she used to say to others. It's the first time I've been told that. On the contrary, she was indeed the weakest of the four. Su Rui put away her pistol and said, turn left up ahead, be careful. There are offices on the left and right. There are likely to be walkers in ambush. Chen Luo led Su Yulan to the front, Che Xiaoyu padded behind, and Su Rui was protected in the center. The four headed deeper into the police station. As they passed by the office, the walkers within the two sides spotted their group and rushed towards them. Su Yulan met the left side, but the walkers on the right side could not be defended. Subconsciously, Su Rui was about to raise her hand. However, he saw Chen Luo kick over, and the zombie running at the front flew out backwards at a cannonball-like speed, pinning both walkers behind them to the ground. The other two, Chen Luo solved them very easily with one axe, then a few more steps forward to patch up the three zombies that had fallen to the ground. Su Rui was also surprised to see this scene. As a police officer, she usually worked out a lot. Knowing how terrifyingly strong that kick was to fly the walkers and overwhelm two more. At least no one she knew could have done it. So you're not an ordinary person? Su Rui was powerless to spit. Did you guys secretly evolve behind your backs? Turning his head again, Su Yulan's side was resolved even faster than Chen Luo. Next, Chen Luo and Su Yulan seemed to have turned on no doubt, and went on a killing spree up in the police station. Kill through the door of the police station all the way to the chief's office. Surya stepped forward and took a key from the cabinet in her desk. Here's the key to the equipment vault. And the equipment store is located right next to the director's office. Surya inserted the key and twisted it, opening the vault door. Chen Luo walked in and took a look. Inside was a not so small and not so big storehouse. Shelves to the left and right held regular gear like body armor, batons, and uniforms. The cabinet located directly in front of it held a row of firearms and bullets. There were 10 rifles and 15 pistols, while the rifle and pistol cartridges together amounted to nearly 1,000 rounds. These weapons can already equip a small squad. Su Rui's reaction was rather flat as she said, this police station I work for is just a precinct, and this is all the equipment I have. Chen Luo was already satisfied, having these is enough. He pulled out a large bag and put away all the guns and equipment, even the women's police uniforms. He took a couple sets. After packing everything up, Chen Luo handed it over to Che Xiaoyu. Cha lifted the bag with ease. Returning to the truck, Chen Luo was in a good mood, and of course, he hadn't forgotten about Su Rui, the big contributor. You get the most credit today, pick one of these guns. Su Rui humbly shook her head. I was just pointing the way, the zombies were all killed by you and Su Yulan, I didn't help at all. It's easiest for me to kill walkers. Chen Luo had invariably pretended to be a pussy, favoring Su Rui who couldn't refute it, because that's the way it is. Seeing that Chen Luo was genuinely trying to thank himself, Su Rui didn't refuse anymore. Just this pistol. Su Rui drew the pistol at her waist. Okay. Chen Luo agreed. So Su Rui, the pistol that was traded to Chen Luo and temporarily lent to her by Chen Luo, was now back in her hands. After inserting the pistol back in, Suri noticed the heavy truck coming near the makeshift camp. So she spoke up and said, I'll just get off here. Chen Luo stopped the truck and after Su Rui got out, Chen Luo rolled down the window and called out to her. Wait. Surya turned back. Be careful of Du Kongning, he's not as bright and magnificent as you think. Chen Luo decided to remind her anyway. Su Rui was a bit unimpressed. She still felt that Du Kongning was not as bad as Chen Luo said. Chen Luo would say that about Du Kongning because there was a conflict between the two and was just smearing him. I know, I'll keep an eye on it. Seeing Su Rui's attitude so perfunctory, Chen Luo knew that she must not have listened. Chen Luo shrugged his shoulders, thinking that he had already been merciful to Su Rui. Since she doesn't trust herself, let her be. There will definitely be a time when she regrets it. Su Rui watched Chen Luo close the car window, and only when the car's taillights disappeared around the corner did she withdraw her gaze. Noticing that it was getting late in the day, it had been afternoon when she set out and now it was evening. At night, the zombies seemed to become active as well, and every now and then you could hear hissing noises coming from the building next to you. Suri quickened her pace and returned to the camp. The people who lined up for food during the day have gone back to their rooms. Su Rui was about to leave when she was stopped. She turned around and realized that it was Du Cannon who had called out to her. Mayor Du, it's so late, haven't you rested yet? Yeah, I was worried about you when you didn't come back for so long. Du Cannon said sincerely. But Su Rui just politely replied, thank you, Mayor Du. She suddenly remembered her previous discovery, and it was just the right time to tell Du Kongning while she was at it. Mayor Du, when I was out today, I noticed that the snow is showing signs of melting, and I'm worried that the temperature will rise back up in the next few days. Buchanan frowned at his words. Once the walkers regained their mobility, it was their turn to have their movements restricted. That's not good news for a camp that relies on going out and searching for food. Looks like we'll have to clear a safe zone in a hurry, Buchanan said. That's what I thought. Buchanan sighed and said to himself, we're going to be in a much tougher position next. It would be nice to have a gun so that whether we're clearing out the safe zone or looking for food, the safety would be greatly increased. After that he added, unfortunately, we don't have a single gun. Hearing Buchanan say that, Surue felt that she was more agile and could kill the zombies even without relying on a pistol. Instead, if Buchanan had her pistol, she could still protect the citizens of the camp in her absence. The thought made her want to give the pistol to Buchanan for safekeeping. But at this critical time, Surue suddenly remembered Chen Luo's words, and she hesitated again. But Buchanan had already noticed Surue's subconscious movement of touching her waist. He guessed what was going on and immediately got excited. But Buchanan, after all, has been a mayor for so many years, the kung fu of joy and anger is still practiced in place. I'm sorry to embarrass you by telling you this. Nothing, Surya shook her head, if there's nothing else, I'll go back to rest. When Surue left, Buchanan could hardly contain his excitement any longer. Suri must have a gun in her hand. Chapter 61, Buchanan's Revenge Plan. Once a gun is available, Buchanan's subsequent retaliation plan can only unfold. There has to be a way to get the gun in her hand to get it. There was a malicious gleam in Buchanan's eyes. With the first gun, we can take care of that asshole and get all the guns he got today. Buchanan believed that the gun in Chen Luo's hand would be able to arm the 20 or so people he had here. By then, with a gun in each hand, he wouldn't be afraid of even 10 zombies, not to mention one big-headed zombie. Enough to walk sideways in the post-apocalyptic world. I still have to find a way to contact Tang Xin before I can do that. I have to rely on her to lure the surname Chen out, and then, just as Suri had predicted, the temperature picked up over the next few days at a rate of 5 degrees Celsius per day. When one walks outside, the change in temperature can be clearly felt on the exposed skin, from tingling to gradually tolerable. The snow hadn't melted extensively, but it was no longer as hard to the touch as compacted ice, and instead had become somewhat softer underfoot. Chen Luo took advantage of the fact that the zombies hadn't completely gotten out of the way, and led Che Xiaoyu and Su Yulan to turn the entire Binhai University over and clean it up. The University of Marina was completely and utterly taken over as a territory. So Tang Xin and Du Jiejia not only had to plant and water the potatoes in the past few days, they also had to bury the zombie corpses to prevent the corpses from spreading the plague as they rotted. At the school, near the fence, Du Jiejia painstakingly dragged a body into the dugout pit and sat down on her butt. She couldn't help but complain, why do I have to do all this work? Who is Du Jiejia? The mayor's family's daughter, although not favored, but at least before the life is also close to hand, food-to-mouth days. Where have you done so much physical labor? At first she felt fresh and energized, but within a few days she started complaining. Tang Xin, the mayor's wife, was currently holding a shovel and filling the pit with soil. That elegant and beautiful face was covered in a lot of dirt. Now she no longer looked like an unearthly fairy, but more like a peasant woman. It was just that her stamina and strength was not comparable to that of a peasant woman, and she had to stop and rest within 2 strokes. Hearing Du Jiejia's words, Tang Xin replied, didn't you hear what the boss said? You have to work if you want to stay. Then by what right do those women in house number 1 not have to bury the bodies? Du Jiejia was unconvinced. Tang Xin hesitated, but still said, they work too, they just don't do it the same way we do. Du Jiejia still felt it wasn't fair, she speculated, I see that those women, they don't have a very normal relationship with the master, they're probably his girlfriends. No way? Tang Xin's 3 views were shocked, he's alone and has so many girlfriends? Du Jiejia snorted, Mom, it's already that time of the year and you're still so old-fashioned. Don't say it's the end of the world now, even before the end of the world, which of those executives and rich people don't have a bunch of lovers? Still not quite able to accept it, Tang Xin said, who says that high-ranking officials must have a whole bunch of lovers? At least your father doesn't. Don't you forget, he had a wife before you and kept in touch. Du Jiejia's passage deeply pierced Tang Xin's heart. That's right, Tang Xin wasn't Dukanan's only wife. Before her, Dukanan had married another wife. Du Yansheng was born to him and his first wife. It was only later when they divorced that Dukanan found Tang Xin again. It's just that Tang Xin gave birth to Du Jiejia, who was a girl, and then had an accident later on, resulting in not being able to have any more children. Since then, Du Kangning has become increasingly cold towards Tang Xin, never touching her again and even sleeping in a separate bed from her. Tang Xin also blamed herself for not being able to add to the Du family. So it has been silently enduring loneliness, and over time, the character has become more and more indecisive. But even so, Tang Xin still can't accept that her husband has contact with his ex-wife behind her back. She dropped the shovel, crossed her arms, and for the first time chided so angrily, Du Jiejia, I know you have a problem with your father, and I know he has wronged you, but how can you slander him? Slander? Du Jejia was also anxious and leapt up from the floor. Before he brought his ex-wife to spend the night at home, almost everyone knew about it, even the cleaning ants knew about it. You were the only one who was kept in the dark. Tang Xin was struck by lightning, and her entire body was confused. Seeing Tang Xin so disoriented, Du Jejia somewhat regretted saying something so hurtful. However, she was unwilling to bow her head and apologize, so she could only change the subject. Anyway, I don't want to do manual labor anymore, and I want to be the girlfriend of an expert. Du Jejia's words made Tang Xin get rid of her complicated emotions. She lectured seriously, Jia, you're a girl, how can you say that? Ouch, I can't take it anymore, I'd better move the body. Du Jejia was really impatient. She would rather keep working than listen to Tang Xin's backward feudalistic ideas. Tang Xin also had a headache with Du Jejia's rebellious daughter. She sighed and was about to continue filling in the soil. I heard someone calling out to myself in the background. Tang Xin stopped her work in hand and scanned around, noticing a man lying outside the fence. She fixed her eyes on the man she recognized. It was a guy who had been to her house a few times before. After Tang Xin thought for a while, she still walked over. The man was excited, but furtively lowered his volume. Madam, I have found you at last. You are? I'm Xiao Jun. We've met before. Xiao Jun, it rings a bell. What are you looking for me for? Tang Xin asked suspiciously. Xiao Jun first looked around and saw that no one was there before he said, Mayor Du asked me to pass on a few words to you. Hearing that Du Kongning had sent him, Tang Xin said anxiously, what did he tell you to tell me? Mayor Du asked you to find a way to get close to Surname Chen and get on good terms with him. Tang Xin was puzzled by this request. Did he say why he did it? Mayor Du said he has a plan to reunite your family, so he needs you to gain the trust of the Surname Chen. Tang Xin wasn't too willing, but when she heard that this was done to reunite their families, Tang Xin immediately agreed. I know, I'll try. Seeing a silhouette approaching in the distance, Xiao Jun hurriedly said, someone's coming, I'll leave first. As he was leaving, Xiao Jun turned back and added, by the way, Mayor Du also said that you can make some sacrifices when necessary. After saying that, Xiao Jun quickly left. Tang Xin's face clouded over as she stood still. She was innocent, but she wasn't a little cutie. Of course she could hear the meaning in Xiao Jun's words. In other words, her husband, the mayor of Marina City, actually asked her to sacrifice her color to get close to another man? Chapter 62 Mother and Daughter Trying to Make Progress. At the dinner table, because of her recent good performance at work, Du Jejia was given the opportunity to eat with the other girls. Sitting next to Du Jejia was Silhouette, who was about the same age as her. Sheila elbowed Du Jejia and whispered to her, Jejia, is this how your mom usually dresses at home? Du Jejia looked up at the words, only to see her mom wearing a big red embroidered cheongsam, which was a sleeveless style, revealing Tang Xin's white arms. A pair of long white moist legs were hidden in the cheongsam's opening. That's right. Du Jejia had seen Tang Xin dress like this a lot and didn't think there was anything wrong with it. It's just that she forgot that Tang Xin usually wore plain colors, and bright ones like this, she only wore them on special days. Yeah? Silhouette still wasn't quite sure. But don't you think your mom is getting a little too close to the boss? Only then did Du Jejia put down her chopsticks and watched carefully. With this observation, she realized that Tang Xin seemed to have been intentionally hovering in front of Chen Luo's eyes. While Chen Luo served the rice, she went to the kitchen to serve the food. When Chen Luo wanted a drink of water, she grabbed her head and got up to pour it. Even a blind man could tell that she was very deliberately trying to please Chen Luo. How can my mom be like this? Du Jejia was angry. Earlier in the day, Tang Xin had lectured Du Jejia that girls should love their bodies and be reserved and all that. Is it true that these words are just for her to hear, and mom comes to everything herself? If mom succeeds in seducing the expert big brother, won't she be the only one left to do the job of moving corpses and burying pits in the future? No way. Du Jejia slapped the table. I can't let her progress alone. Ha? Silhouette was thunderstruck and couldn't help but ask, what do you mean by that? Du Jejia said seriously, I want to get better too. Shilua stammered, my god, doesn't that make it a mother and daughter sharing a husband? This mother and daughter are playing so big? She couldn't help but sigh. They say rich people can play. I didn't expect to be so good at it. I've really had an eye-opening experience. Chen Luo also noticed that Tang Xin was out of sorts, but he didn't say anything. He swallowed the last bite of meat in his bowl and was about to serve another bowl of broth. Ever since the injection of the genetic evolution potion, his appetite had grown. Accordingly, his physical fitness continues to improve. But before he could touch the bowl, Tang Xin snatched it up and came to his side. She had a somewhat unnatural smile on her face. Let me serve you. Chen Luo nodded without moving. Tang Xin was delighted in her heart and took the bowl. Because the broth was in the middle of the dining table, farther away from Tang Xin, she could only bend down and lean over to reach Sheng Tang's spoon. This action caused Tang Xin's plump buttocks to buck, and the already relatively tight cheongsam was even more taut, as if it was going to burst at any moment. From Chen Luo's angle, it was a sweet and juicy peach waving at him. Anyone would think that Tang Xin was deliberately seducing herself. Chen Luo is also not polite. If you take the initiative to let him look at it, he will look at it. It's not like he's a decent person and has to avert his eyes and pretend he can't see. Done serving, here you go. Tang Xian straightened up, and when she turned around, she realized that Chen Luo's eyes had been staring at her back. Tang Xian didn't understand at first, then she reacted to what Chen Luo was looking at. She was ashamed and angry, her beautiful googly-eyed face reddened. Though Du Kongning told her to sacrifice her color and get close to Chen Luo if necessary. But after all, Tang Xian had been conservative all her life and had never been able to break through her inner bottom line. She didn't want to be the person she hated the most. So Tang Xian only intended to flatter and fawn to please Chen Luo. The reason why she would wear such a brightly colored cheongsam was also because she wanted to leave a good impression on Chen Luo. As we all know, people with high face value can always get the favor of others easily. She hadn't thought about seducing Chen Luo at all, which was why she felt a strong wave of shame when she realized her unintentional lapse. Chen Luo glanced at her. Anything else? No. It's fine. Tang Xian sat back in silence. She didn't brush her presence in front of Chen Luo's eyes for the next half a day. But Tang Xian went back, and Du Jia came up again. Big brother master, let me help you, she said attentively. But Chen Luo was unmoved and glared at her instead. What do you do? Feed you. I have my own hands. I need you to feed them? Chen Luo said nonchalantly. Du Jia was a little embarrassed, unable to stand or sit. The first time she put her foot down to please a man, it was a hot face on a cold ass, and the other person was completely ungrateful. But Du Jia was already stubborn. The more you don't let her do something, the more she will do it. She is also very unconvinced in her heart, by what her mother to offer attentiveness Chen Luo accepted. Her turn is so not to give face. Du Jia racked her brain and couldn't think of any point where she was inferior to her mom. In terms of age, she was a youthful and invincible beauty queen, while Tang Xian was already the mother of a child. As far as dressing is concerned, she is at the vanguard of trends, with bold smoky makeup and a black leather jacket that is both stylish and statement-making. In terms of looks, Du Jia did admit that Tang Xian's face was still quite pretty. After all, her face resembled Tang Xian's by 7 points, and belittling Tang Xian was tantamount to belittling herself. Could it be the size? Du Jia glanced sideways at her goat's tail oil. She had noticed Chen Luo's gaze before, but she had been staring at her mom's drum. Do the masters like it big there? If it was really because of that, Du Jia couldn't really do anything about it. Although hers was also very perky, she was definitely at a disadvantage in terms of size compared to Tang Xian, who had given birth to a child. Du Jia was a bit bitter. She couldn't just give birth to a child out on her own, could she? It wasn't like it was something that could be done overnight. The drums need to be big if you want to attract an expert big brother. If you want a big drum, you have to have a baby. If you have a child, you need to attract an expert big brother to do so. It was caught in a dead end, and Du Jia couldn't think of a way out of it. After thinking hard for half a day, Du Jia suddenly remembered that there seemed to be a medical room next to the safe house. Du Jia had taken a look at it before, and there was all kinds of medical equipment inside. A light flashed in Du Jia's eyes. Perhaps there was a way to put hyaluronic acid there. Saying yes, Du Jia hastily swallowed her food and went to the medical room. Dressed in a white coat, Ning Xiao was sitting inside, studying the medical book she had carried back from the library. At the sound of footsteps, she set the book down and lifted the frame. Your name is Du Jia, right? What do you want from me? Not feeling well? Du Jia shook her head and spoke out of turn. I want to get hyaluronic acid for my drumstock. Chapter 63, Pulling out a gun to save a man's life. Hyaluronic acid is a naturally occurring polysaccharide that is widely used in the cosmetic surgery industry, mostly to tighten a patient's skin or fill in body depressions. Ning Xiao showed some of her professionalism before asking, why, do you have any physical defects? Du Jia said, no, I just want it to be bigger there. Ning Xiao sniffed and frowned. Let's not talk about how precious medical resources are now that it's the end times. For that reason alone, she couldn't even give Du Jia an injection. As the school nurse, Ning Xiao was considered both a doctor and a teacher. The hardest thing for her to accept is her female students, who go for cosmetic surgery to become beautiful. To know a surgery will be dangerous, many originally good little girl, the results of surgery failure or side effects are obvious, they cannot accept for a moment, and even chose to lighten the life. She'd seen this sort of thing too many times. So when she heard that Du Jia had come to find herself for such an absurd reason, Ning Xiao directly issued an expulsion order. Sorry, can't do that kind of surgery here. Okay, Du Jia said with her head hanging down. Wait. Du Jia remembered again, wasn't the Ning Xiao in front of her the woman of the expert big brother? Why didn't she ask Ning Xiao what kind of expert big brother liked? Wouldn't that do? Thinking of this, Du Jia she walked forward and hugged Ning Xiao's arm, revealing a pleasing smile. I'll call you Teacher Ning, just like them. Teacher Ning, do you know what kind of women big brother master likes? So that's why you got hyaluronic acid. Ning Xiao came to a realization. But this Du Jia was really big-hearted, actually asking a woman about what kind of woman her lover liked. Isn't this pure and simple Minotaur? That is, Ning Xiao didn't treat Chen Luo as her husband, but rather as a master-like existence. So after some thought, Ning Xiao still chose to tell Du Jia. Chen Luo has a very wide range of preferences, and his women range from innocent girls to mature beauties, so in my opinion, as long as it's a good-looking woman, he'll come and go as he pleases. Then why is he treating me so badly? Du Jia complained. You're like this. Ning Xiao carefully looked Du Jia up and down. Your foundation is good, but your makeup is smoky makeup. It's very popular abroad, isn't it bold? Du Jia said triumphantly. It's bold, but I'm sure Chen Luo doesn't like to wear heavy makeup. He prefers a natural plain face. Really? Du Jia was emotional as she muttered to herself, so it's because of this that the expert disliked me so much. Turn around and I'll take off my makeup. Her eyes glowed as she continued. What else? What else? Nope. Ning Xiao shook her head. I don't really know much about the whole attracting men thing. I suggest you ask Zhang Miao. She's the one who knows more about this. I see, I'm going to find her. Du Jia excitedly ran out of the medical room without even saying thank you to Ning Xiao. However, Ning Xiao didn't mind and simply said, young people nowadays can be really reckless. On the other hand, Su Rui was leading a person to search for supplies in a residential building. The process doesn't go well, though, and the number of walkers they encounter is greatly elevated due to the warmer weather. And the zombies' mobility has recovered, causing quite a bit of trouble for Su Rui on this trip. Su Rui listened to the roars rising and falling outside the house, and lowered her voice to the other person, move quickly, grab anything useful and get out. Yes, Officer Su. The man was plain-looking, but fairly young, and if Tang Xian had been there, she would have recognized that this man was none other than the Xiao Jun that Du Kongning had sent to deliver the message. Su Rui had been alone before, but she met Xiao Jun in this neighborhood. The other party claims that the number of zombies around is too high and too dangerous, and requests Su Rui to take him. Seeing that he was young and in a moment of weakness, Su Rui agreed. As a result, just after tumbling into an apartment building, Jun accidentally triggers an alarm device, attracting a large group of zombies. Suri quickly stuffed a stream of supplies she saw into her backpack. Then to Jun, who was still picking things out, he said, we have to leave. Good. Jun nodded vigorously. Su Rui opened the door and looked out. After realizing that the zombies were all at the end of the corridor, she opened the door to her room and quickly ran out, while Xiao Jun followed closely behind her. The walkers who heard the footsteps also gave chase. But zombies aren't as fast as humans after all, and are soon thrown off at some distance. Just as they were about to rush out of the apartment building, Su Rui heard Xiao Jun's cries for help from behind her. Officer Su, help! Su Rui braked her body and looked back to see that Xiao Jun seemed to have accidentally fallen and was just now getting up from the ground. Behind him were the walkers that had closed in. Run! Su Rui shouted. I can't, my legs are cramping. With a pained expression, Jun tried to spring forward one step at a time. But the distance to the walkers was getting closer. Seeing that the young lad was about to perish under the mouth of a corpse, Su Rui no longer hesitated and drew her pistol. Get down! Jun subconsciously slumped to the ground. A few shots rang out, and the zombies behind Jun fell to the ground in response. Xiao Jun watched Su Rui put the pistol back, and he said in surprise, Officer Su, your pistol. It's a secret. Can you keep it a secret for me? Of course, Xiao Jun nodded sincerely. You're my savior. I'll definitely keep your secret. Hearing Xiao Jun say this, Su Rui was finally relieved. Can we still move? The gunshots are going to attract walkers. We need to get out of here. Junior moved his feet. Well, almost there. I can move. Good. Let's go. On the way back, Xiao Jun kept asking Su Rui about the pistol like an avid fan. Su Rui was pestered and had no choice but to make a few perfunctory remarks. Back at the campground, after handing over the supplies in the backpack to the person in charge, Su Rui asked, Where's Mayor Du? Isn't he here? The man replied, Mayor Du is gone with his men to clean up the zombies. Is he leading the team himself? Junior asked, interjecting. Yes. Mayor Du is really hands-on. Having his leadership is a blessing for us survivors. Xiao Jun lamented. That's right, if it wasn't for him, we would have been finished long ago. How could we have lasted this long? All the people around him were involved in the discussion, and their words were full of compliments and respect for Buchanan. Even Su Rui was affected. She also sighed. Mayor Du is indeed a good mayor. Just then, someone outside shouted, Mayor Du is back. Chapter 64 Moral Abduction. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Buchanan entered the industry committee with 3 people. Everyone's face didn't look too good, as if it was covered with a gray fog of disrepair. Just by looking at their expressions, the crowd had a bad feeling in their hearts. Sure enough, after gagging for a few minutes, Buchanan spoke up, Sorry guys, we had a walker encounter and lost 2 of our team members. Jun shouted excitedly like a rash, How did this happen? Before Buchanan could speak, a man behind him spoke in shame. We weren't paying attention to minus movement while we were clearing walkers, and we didn't realize we were surrounded until we noticed the walkers in the snow around us breaking through the snow one by one. Xiao Ren and Xiao Huang team members took the initiative to rush to the front in order to help us break out, and harden themselves to help us top out an escape route. We escaped safely, but 2 members of the team were But, before the words were out of their mouths, they were already in tears. A sad and somber atmosphere haunts every heart. Dukanin stepped to the side and slammed his head against the wall. The others were taken aback, and as Dukanin tried to crash a second time, they rushed forward and pulled Dukanin back. Mayor Do, don't. It's my fault for them, it's my fault for getting them killed. Dukanin bawled. Everyone, including Su Rue, was confused. When had they ever seen Dukanin show such a vulnerable and sensitive side? All along in their impression, Dukongning was a very calm and steady person. Even if Tarzan collapsed in front of him, he did not change his face. Even when the Haitian neighborhood, which he had recovered with great effort, was destroyed, and his wife and daughter were forcibly taken over by bullies, he had never cried, but now he was crying, and he was crying so sadly. June clung to Dukanin's waist for dear life. How can you be blamed for this? You did your best. No, if I had a gun or if I was strong enough they wouldn't be dead, it's my fault. June stood up and pointed at Suri. Officer Su has a gun. When these words came out, all eyes looked at Su Rue in unison. Even Dukongning stopped crying as he asked Su Rue, Officer Su, Xiao Jun said you have a gun, is that true? Su Rue's expression instantly stiffened. She completely did not expect things to change like this. She suddenly became the center of attention. In fact, although Su Rue felt that Dukongning was honorable, she was never able to trust the other party unconditionally because of Chen Luo's words. So the pistol she didn't want to hand over to him either. However, Su Rue never expected that Xiao Jun, whom she had saved from the mouth of the zombies and who had patted his chest to guarantee secrecy, would betray her at this time. Facing Dukongning's questioning, Su Rue was silent for a long time before slowly nodding her head. One of the men beside Dukongning said angrily, why didn't you say you had a gun? If we had guns today, Xiaoran and Xiao Huang wouldn't have died. The other man said grimly, I don't suppose Officer Su is worried that we'll take your gun for ourselves? Everyone knows that Officer Su is on good terms with the bully who snatched Mayor Du's wife and daughter, so it's only natural that he doesn't trust us. The three of them, one by one, directly set Su Rue up. Her mind went blank, and for a moment she didn't know how to defend herself. At this time, Dukanin had a stern face and lectured the three. Don't you guys talk nonsense, the fact that Officer Su is still here now means that her heart is on our side. The three of them were still a bit reluctant after being told this, but they could only shut their mouths. Only then did Dukongning say to Su Rue, Officer Su must have her reasons for not telling us that she has a gun. This statement seemed to excuse Su Rue, but it only made the others' opinions of Su Rue temporarily suppressed. It was going to be over why Suri hid the fact that she had a gun. Xiao Jun jumped out again as he said righteously, I think it's more appropriate to give the gun to Mayor Du for safekeeping. The three men behind Dukanin also chimed in. That's right. Mayor Du is even personally involved in things like clearing the safe zone, so if he's in danger, what about us? He should be the one to hold this gun. Officer Su's body is good enough, it's better to give this gun to Mayor Du for defense. Aside from a few of them, more and more people are in favor of letting Suri give the gun to Dukanin. While Dukanin is the people's favorite, Su Rue seems to have become a retrograde person who defies public opinion and is morally abducted by everyone. Suri's hands on either side of her body clenched into fists. But as a police officer, she is a servant of the people and serves the people. Wouldn't it be a betrayal of her profession, her justice, her faith, to defy the people? Eventually, Suri sighed and lifted her hands loosely to her waist, removing a pistol from her belt. She warned, if it's an untrained person with a backwards gun, it can be dangerous. She stepped forward and handed the pistol to Dukanin. Dukanin held the pistol and could not hide the excitement in his eyes. I'm sorry to worry Officer Su, I was a soldier in my early years, I can still use a pistol, he said with a shaky voice, where are the bullets? Suri took another bullet pack out of her backpack. Dukanin directly snatched it away, leaving Su Rue out to dry and checking the bullet bag on his own. 20 more rounds, a little too few. Dukanin was a little disappointed. However, when he thought that Chen Luo still had a police station's weaponry and bullets on his side, he got excited again. As long as the plan succeeds, I'll harvest an army, and I'll definitely be able to recapture Marina City by then. He thought in his heart. At that time, he would become the overlord of Marina City again, holding absolute power. This was something Dukongning had dreamed of doing, more important than finding his son Du Yangsheng. After regaining his composure, Dukongning said to the others, alright, let's disperse everyone, and Officer Su will also go back to rest early. After everyone left, only Dukongning, Xiao Jun and those three team members were left at the scene. Dukanin couldn't control his laughter any longer. Xiao Jun said fawningly, congratulations, Mayor Du, on getting what you want. That stupid woman, surely she can't guess that it's all in Mayor Du's hands. Trading the lives of two guys who've been disobeying Mayor Du's orders for a pistol is really killing two birds with one stone. Their compliments amused Dukanin, and with one finger up he twirled his pistol. That's just where it's at, not even close to my goal. He looked at Xiao Jun, how's it going on Tang Xi inside? There hasn't been much progress on the mayor's wife's end. This useless woman, she can't even do anything when asked to do something. Dukanin grunted. Find an opportunity to arrange a meeting with her and I'll talk to her. Yes. Chapter 65, Du Jiejia who has completely changed. The next day, Tang Xin was working. Suddenly, she saw where the school fence was, and June was waving at her. He gestured to the fence, seemed to drop something, and then quickly left. Tang Xin sheepishly looked around and saw that no one was there before she came to where Xiao Jun was standing before. There was a note pressed under a brick. Tang Xin picked it up and took a quick look at it. It says, "After dark, come to the east side of the school. Mayor Du wants to see you." Tang Xin's forehead was locked, before she could figure out what exactly Du Kongning wanted to do. Du Jiajia's voice sounded behind her. "Mom, are you slacking off? I'm going to report you to Big Brother Master." Tang Xin sighed. How did she give birth to such a daughter? Putting away the note, Tang Xin turned around, and seeing Du Jiajia's appearance, Tang Xin said in shock, "You're Jiajia?" Du Jiajia rolled her eyes, "Or what? What's gotten into you?" Only to see Du Jiajia remove the heavy smoky makeup, a palm-sized face without powder, looking fresh and unassuming. The clothes underneath the down jacket and cotton pants seemed to have changed. Tang Xin noticed something was wrong. She stepped forward and zipped down the zipper of Du Jiajia's jacket. "Why are you wearing my clothes?" Du Jiajia blushed a little when she was caught in the act, but her mouth didn't budge at all. "I washed my clothes. What's wrong with borrowing yours? Doesn't the boss have a lot of women's clothes there in all sizes? Why do you have to wear mine?" Tang Xin asked. "Aya, yours looks good, can't it?" Du Jiajia said impatiently. The reality was that Du Jiajia felt that perhaps the cheongsam was also a plus in Chen Luo's mind. Chen Luo didn't have a cheongsam style in the clothes he carried back from the school's living quarters there. That's why she stole Tang Xin's clothes. Tang Xin was clearly unconvinced by Du Jiajia's reasoning. With her understanding of Du Jiajia's aesthetics only favored leather jackets, leather pants, and leather boots, so how could she possibly think her cheongsam looked good? Du Jiajia must be scheming. "You don't think you're trying to wear out my clothes so I don't have anything to wear, do you?" Tang Xin looked at her skeptically. "What makes you think that? Am I not your daughter? How could I harm you?" But hearing this, Tang Xin's eyes became even more skeptical. Du Jiajia coughed. "Forget it, I won't talk to you, I'm going to work." With that she ran off. It was during dinner that Tang Xin saw Du Jiajia again. She pulled off her outer jacket, revealing the pink cheongsam underneath. This was what Tang Xin wore when she was young, and now she couldn't wear it anymore, but Tang Xin kept it as a souvenir. "I didn't expect it to fit on Du Jiajia. And Du Jiajia's hairstyle has been changed, with two pillheads, looking lively and full of energy. She also had an original pair of white stockings on, which went quite well with the pink cheongsam. If it were usual, Tang Xin would have wondered if Du Jiajia had changed. But right now she was too preoccupied to think about anything else. Tang Xin subconsciously glanced at the window. The sky outside had already dimmed. It was because Chen Luo did not tell her in Du Jiajia the password to the second safe house. So once it's completely dark, she can't go out. Thinking of this, Tang Xin decided to find a reason to sneak out. Ning Zhao's side had just brought out the rice cooker. Du Jiajia just couldn't wait to go up and get it. I'll do it. Chen Luo glanced at Du Jiajia, who was busy, and an unexpected and stunning look flashed through his eyes. I didn't realize that Du Jiajia was quite pretty when she was properly dressed up. Especially when standing together with her mom, a large and a small two Cheongsam beauty sisters, simply like walking out of a painting. Du Jiajia obviously noticed Chen Luo's eyes as well, and she was delighted in her heart that it worked. She grabbed a set of bowls and chopsticks. "Master, let me serve you." Chen Luo acquiesced in her behavior. So Du Jiajia came to Chen Luo's side and bent down like her mom did that day. Chen Luo's gaze naturally moved downward. Today's is more like a freshly ripened peach than yesterday's ripe peach. It's still a little green, but it's starting to take shape and it's in fantastic shape. But what attracted Chen Luo's eyes more was Du Jiajia's legs in white silk. The stockings that were as white as snow, tightly wrapped around the pink skin, like a sweet milk ice cream, made people salivate. Tang Xian was oblivious to her daughter's behavior as she pleaded with Chen Luo. "Boss, I remembered that I left my tools outside during the daytime when I was working, so I have to go out." Chen Luo's attention seemed to be on Du Jiajia. At Tang Xian's request, he waved his hand casually. "Go on, come back early." "Thanks, boss." Du Jiajia was even happier. Just now Chen Luo's eyes were always on her. Doesn't that mean she's more attractive than her mom? Du Jiajia, who had recovered around from Tang Xian, was so pleased with herself that she decided to write out the victory. "Ouch!" she exclaimed, falling backwards into Chen Luo's arms. "I'm sorry, expert brother, I didn't stand still just now." However, Chen Luo didn't eat this and lifted Du Jiajia up with one hand. "I have something to do, you guys eat first." Du Jiajia froze in place incredulously and didn't react until Chen Luo had already left. She was actually ignored? Damn it, what went wrong? Is the color of my cheongsam wrong, or is the fork not high enough? Zhang Miaomiao and Shilua, who had witnessed the whole process of Du Jiajia seducing Chen Luo from the side, could no longer hold back their laughter. "What are you laughing at?" Du Jiajia stomped her foot in shame and anger. "Aya, expert big brother, I didn't stand still, quickly hold me." Shilua imitated Du Jiajia's pampering, deliberately acting in a very exaggerated manner. Zhang Miaomiao also cooperated, and as soon as she gathered Shilua into her arms, she picked up her chin. Don't worry, I'll hold you no matter what. You guys. Humph. Okay, no more laughing. Zhang Miaomiao put away her smile, but your acting traces are indeed too heavy, not natural at all. What do you suggest? Du Jiejia squinted at her. Come here, I'll tell you. Du Jiejia half-heartedly approached, and Zhang Miaomiao whispered in her ear for a while. Du Jiejia's expression changed quite brilliantly, and finally she gritted her teeth and asked, Are you sure this is really okay? Of course, I'm the first person here to have sex with the boss. Zhang Miaomiao proudly straightened her chest. Well, I'll believe you for once. On the other hand, Tang Xian arrived at the east side of the school under the dim moonlight. On the outside of the east fence, she finally met her husband, Dukanan. Chapter 66, I'll rub your back. Dukanan was really happy now, and the corners of his mouth were always in an upward arc. Tang Xian mistakenly thought that Du Kongning was too happy to see herself, and even she herself was happy. Hubby, Tang Xian shouted with a frown. But her winks were thrown to the blind. Du Kongning didn't have much of a reaction at all, and even complained to her, Why did you only just come? Do you know how long I've been waiting for you? Tang Xian's smile stiffened and she froze for a few seconds before replying, I'm sorry, I just couldn't find the opportunity. Alright. Du Kongning waved his hand impatiently, I didn't come here to listen to you talk about this, I'm asking you, how is it going with you and the surname Chen now? Still, it's okay. Du Kongning was angry, what do you mean it's okay? Let me ask you, if I ask you to go and lure surname Chen here now, how sure are you? Tang Xian was silent. Seeing that Tang Xian didn't say anything, Du Kongning also understood. His good feelings about getting the gun were gone. You can't even be sure of just letting you lure people in, but if you add in being defenseless and unarmed, isn't that a fool's errand? Listen, use what you have to your advantage, understand? But, husband, I'm your wife. How can? Tang Xian still couldn't accept it. You're not a yellow girl anymore, what are you pretending for? Du Kongning had wanted to say this, but when he saw that Tang Xian's state wasn't right, he immediately swallowed his words back in his stomach. At a time like this, it was better not to irritate Tang Xian. After thinking about it, Dukanan was going to talk about feelings. He looked at Tang Xian fondly and said, Wife, I also know that your sacrifice is great, but for the sake of our family being reunited, even if the sacrifice is great, it's worth it. Tang Xian's expression moved a bit, her family was indeed her weakness, and the other weakness was her daughter Du Jiejia. Du Kongning took advantage of the situation, I was the one who apologized to Jiejia in the past, I hope that there is still a chance to make amends, so that I can take up the responsibility of a father again. When I save you all from the hands of the one surnamed Chen and get Yang Sheng back, even though the world is so difficult, our family is happy and complete. Du Kongning's words ruthlessly pierced Tang Xian's soft heart. She couldn't help but begin to think about the importance of her chastity compared to the beauty of her family. And it was Dukanan's own idea, she wasn't considered to have betrayed her husband. Thinking of this, Tang Xian finally made a decision in her heart. I know, I'll try. Du Kongning smiled joyfully, forced himself to hold back his excitement, and said, I've wronged you. It's fine. Tang Xian shook her head, she was still so gentle, I'm going back. People will get suspicious if I'm late. Aha! Du Kongning watched Tang Xian leave, but after she walked a few steps, she suddenly stopped and turned her head to Du Kongning and asked, Hubby, Jia said she saw your ex-wife at the house earlier, is that true? Du Kongning didn't understand why Tang Xian inexplicably asked herself this question though. But this thing did happen. But Dukanan thought he had the upper hand. Who made you infertile? The traditional concept of unfiliality is that there are no descendants. Tang Xian shouldn't not understand it. But it's crunch time and there can't be the slightest change. Du Kongning hurriedly pacified her, there was this, but I was talking to her about official business, and the two of us have long since lost our feelings. Tang Xian seemed to believe it, nodding her head and letting out an "oh." By the time Tang Xian returned to the safe house, it was already 10 minutes later. Originally, she was still a bit apprehensive, worried that Chen Luo would ask her why she had been out for so long. However, in the living room, Tang Xian didn't see Chen Luo, which made her relieved. It took another 3 or 4 minutes before Chen Luo appeared. Although Chen Luo had told them to eat first before leaving and not to wait for himself. Still, a few women didn't move their dishes and waited until he came back before they started eating. Tang Xian picked up a chopstick of vegetables and placed it in Chen Luo's bowl. Chen Luo glanced at her as she said, I fried this dish, you taste the flavor. Chen Luo swallowed it in one gulp and said after chewing, not bad. Seeing this, Du Jiejia followed suit and also picked up a piece of meat and gave it to Chen Luo. Big brother expert, eat meat, you consume so much every day, you need to eat more meat to replenish your strength. Chen Luo didn't refuse and put it in his mouth. Well, Du Jiejia looked at Chen Luo expectantly. What about what? It's not like you made this meat, it's Mr. Ning's. Silhouette spat. Du Jiejia was a bit embarrassed and couldn't get off the stage. But that didn't make her give up. When Tang Xian served Chen Luo soup, she helped pass the water. When Tang Xian washed the dishes, she helped clear the table. In short, no matter what Tang Xin did, Du Jia had to learn from her, afraid that Tang Xin would be ahead of her. It's still very rare to see your mom as a competitor. But by the time it was late at night, everyone, including Du Jia, had returned to their respective rooms to rest. Chen Luo planned to take a bath before going to bed. After filling the bathtub with hot water, Chen Luo hadn't even laid down in it for 3 seconds when there was a knock on the bathroom door. In addition to Chen Luo, the first safe house is the woman he had sex with. Therefore Chen Luo did not lock the door. Come in. The bathroom door opened, though no one spoke. Chen Luo opened his eyes and looked, only to see that it was Tang Xin standing in the doorway. She was still wearing the cheongsam, only in a different color and with a different pattern. But with Tang Xion's front and back figure, whatever she wore was icing on the cake. The water was so foggy that she could only vaguely see her pretty face, which was half hidden by her lute. Chen Luo's eyes flashed with amazement, but he didn't indulge in the other party's beauty for too long and asked, "Why are you still here and not going back to bed?" She was about to say something, but thinking of Ducannon's words, she gathered her courage again. "I want to rub you." Chen Luo sniffed with a meaningful smile. "Yeah, come on." Tang Xian closed the bathroom door, her gait curling and graceful, like a willow swinging in the wind. Underneath the voluminous waist were snow-white jade legs under the split. Chen Luo didn't avoid staring at Tang Xian in the slightest. That straight gaze was as if it had a real sense, making Tang Xian's skin burn a little. Forcing back her shyness, Tang Xian walked over to the bathtub. Chen Luo straightened his upper body. The clear water couldn't actually cover anything. Tang Xian could only pretend not to see it, focusing all her attention on Chen Luo's back. Fingers like green onion segments picked up the towel, dampened it and then gently wiped it on Chen Luo's back. Chen Luo half squinted his eyes in enjoyment. The mayor's wife is in good hands. The Lord Mayor must have enjoyed it too? Tang Xian's movements lurched. The intense feeling of humiliation made her want to leave several times, but she still endured it. She took a deep breath and calmed down before saying, "I didn't rub it on him." "Oh?" Chen Luo raised his eyebrows rather interestedly. "Aren't you a couple?" He usually has to be busy with his official duties and is not at home for long. "So, can you tell us how you two met?" Tang Xian sniffed and fell into reminiscence. Chapter 67, being preempted by Tang Xian. "He and I were introduced to each other by my parents, who were very happy with him and finalized the engagement," Tang Xian said after some reminiscing. In fact, before this, Tang Xian didn't know Du Kongning. So with Ducannon, there was no love for her either. It's just parents' orders and matchmaking. Tang Xian married Du Kongning after meeting him only a few times. And Ducannon is an official fanatic, very obsessed with power. Very little time at home after marriage. Especially after Tang Xian gave birth to a daughter, Du Kongning became even colder towards Tang Xian. Until Tang Xian had an accident and lost her fertility, Du Kongning completely cold-shouldered her and even slept in separate beds. "It doesn't sound like you two are too familiar," Chen Luo joked, then he changed the topic. "So why are you being so attentive to me now?" Tang Xian was silent for a while before saying, "It's too dangerous outside. You can give me a strong sense of security. I feel at ease when I'm by your side. I think I might be falling for you." This reason was very reasonable, but unfortunately Chen Luo had the system. Name, Tang Xian. Status, mayor's wife, housewife. Favorability, 0, strange. Reward for first acquaintance, 100 kilograms of fruits and vegetables, obtained, to be withdrawn. First kiss reward, 100 square feet of real estate. Complete strategy bonus, expansion of property size to 1000 sq ft. Tang Xian claimed that she had a crush on Chen Luo, but her favorability had never risen at all. It is evident that she is simply lying. Chen Luo didn't point her out either. His right hand that was resting on the edge of the bathtub went around behind Tang Xian. Tang Xian's body stiffened, but she didn't dodge and bore it silently. Until Chen Luo said again, "The back has been rubbed, it's time for the front, right?" He stood up and faced Tang Xian squarely. In the light of the bathroom, a shadow appeared on Tang Xian's face. Her pupils quake and she covers her mouth and exclaims, "How did it get so big?" Chen Luo smiled smugly. "What? Lord Mayor's capital is not too strong?" Compared to Chen Luo, it was more than not strong, it was simply not possible. When Tang Xian came back to her senses, her small face was already colored a pinkish red. She didn't answer, but shakily picked up the towel. After casually wiping a few times, Chen Luo couldn't hold back any longer and dragged her into the bathtub. Yikes. "No. Don't. You're seducing me like that and you're saying no?" I didn't. But Tang Xian's defense was so feeble and as light as her resistance. Only heard a stabbing sound. Tang Xian's favorite cheongsam was torn apart by Chen Luo. Tang Xian's hands barely covered her body, only there was still a large area of snow-white, slippery skin that couldn't be blocked. Worthy of being the mayor's wife, this pampering, such good skin. Chen Luo's words reminded Tang Xian of her identity again and again. It added to her humiliation. She couldn't hold it back any longer and a tear slipped from the corner of her eye. Instead, her hands loosened, allowing her body to be roamed by Chen Luo's greedy gaze. At this moment, everything Tang Xian held dear, including her chastity, her status as the mayor's wife, all came to naught. Chen Luo didn't stop because of Tang Xian's falling tears as he carried her out of the bathtub. The wet Cheongsam clung to Tang Xian's body, causing her figure to be on full display. It was exactly the same as when she first met Chen Luo. Putting Tang Xian on the sink, Chen Luo took a step forward. The next day, Chen Luo and Tang Xian were woken up by Du Jiejia's exasperated yelling. Chen Luo put on a pair of pants and opened the door. Du Jiejia rushed in instantly. Seeing the two unclothed people in the room, especially her mom, her shoulders were bare under the covers. Even the cuties all know what's going on. Du Jiejia's eyes instantly turned red. You scumbag, I was actually so stupid as to believe that you had gone back to sleep. It turned out that you were hiding in safe house number 1 to get rid of me. Jia, let me explain. Well, you explain. Tang Xian subconsciously glanced at Chen Luo, wanting to speak. Can't say it, can you? Du Jia sneered a few times and turned her head to run out of the room. Tang Xian wanted to chase after her, but with no clothes on, she could only watch her leave. Chen Luo wasn't in a hurry at all, finding his own among the clothes on the ground and putting them on. Seeing that Chen Luo was going to leave as well, Tang Xian hurriedly covered the quilt and walked forward, pulling Chen Luo's hand. Chen Luo turned back. Tang Xian's eyes widened, filled with expectation. With a hopeful look on her face, she asked, "What is our relationship now?" Chen Luo scanned the system, and the favorability shown on it was still 0. This was the first time that after Chen Luo had slept with someone, this favorability was still tattooed. Obviously, he was screaming so happily last night. There are some people who are much more physically honest than humanly possible. What do you say? Chen Luo favorably scratched her nose. This loverly gesture made Tang Xian cry with joy. Her efforts last night hadn't been in vain after all. She managed to gain Chen Luo's trust. As for Du Jiejia's side, she could only explain to her later. Tang Xian believed that Du Jiejia would understand her when she realized her plight. Jia, Mom is doing this for our family, don't blame me. For the next few days Du Jiejia was angry with Tang Xian. Tang Xian tried to explain to Du Jiejia privately several times, but either there were other people around or Du Jiejia just ran away, not giving her that chance at all. Tang Xian was very distressed, but on this day, she finally got a reply from Du Kongning. It was still a note that said, 1 p.m. Bring the person to the location of the fence on the east side of the school. Tang Xian was the first to tear the note to shreds after reading its contents. When the time was almost up, she found Chen Luo. Why, is something wrong? Chen Luo's gentle tone made Tang Xian's heart flutter. The man in front of her was, after all, the only person, other than her husband, she had ever had sex with. It was definitely false that Tang Xian didn't have the slightest bit of special feelings for Chen Luo. Plus, Chen Luo had been very considerate to her in the past few days, always shushing her. This allowed Tang Xian to experience the feeling of being cared for the first time. So at this moment, Tang Xian's heart even wavered. Surprisingly, she couldn't bear to take revenge on Chen Luo. It's just that in Tang Xian's mind, the concept of family still outweighs everything. She gritted her teeth and was ruthless. Can you come with me? Where to? Tang Xian racked her brain and couldn't find a suitable reason, and finally managed to come up with one. Don't you want to be out there with me? Chapter 68, A Shaken Heart. It was only after leaving the house that Tang Xian realized how untenable this reason of hers was. The temperature has warmed up quite a bit from the days when the cold snap first hit, though it's still around 0. If you exercise outside in this weather, it freezes inside before the friction creates heat. Just looking at Chen Luo's unguarded side face, what Tang Xian felt was his trust in himself. This made Tang Xian unable to say whether she was happy or sad in her heart. Happily, Tang Xian succeeded in approaching Chen Luo and accomplished what her husband had told her to do. The sad thing was that although Chen Luo had imprisoned her on the grounds of being a hostage, he had actually treated her well. It's not like she's being shortchanged in terms of food, and it's only fair that she just puts in some physical labor. So Tang Xian's heart began to waver. She didn't know how Du Kongning would treat Chen Luo, which made her vaguely uneasy. The closer he got to the location marked on the note, the stronger this sense of unease became. Until she had already arrived under the fence on the east side of the school, Tang Xian hadn't even come to her senses and was still lost in her own thoughts. Inside and outside the fence were patches of bushes that had frozen over from the many days of bitter cold before they even had time to lose their leaves and wither. Keeps its green leafy, lifelike look. Chen Luo saw the sight and flirted, this bush is so dense, it must be hard to spot if you're hiding someone inside. Chen Luo's seemingly unintentional words made Tang Xian nervous to the extreme. She subconsciously searched the bushes for Du Kongnin's figure, only after looking around, she couldn't find it. This made Tang Xian sigh in relief, but her emotions were still very complicated. It wasn't clear whether he should be afraid of Du Kongnin's exposure or worried that Chen Luo would be successfully ambushed by Du Kongnin. Before Tang Xian could clear her thoughts, Chen Luo posted up. Because of the genetic enhancement potion injected, Chen Luo's ability to resist the cold was also greatly improved. Even in the sub-zero outdoors, his fiery body heat could still reach Tang Xian's back through his jacket. This made Tang Xian feel as if she was surrounded by a fireplace. Her body was so warm that she didn't want to move. Just here. Chen Luo gently bit Tang Xian's ear and said ambiguous words. Tang Xian's heart raced and her breathing was rapid, as if a deer was jumping about. Emotions as if she were a young girl in the throes of spring flooded her brain. This was a beauty Tang Xian had never felt before. Even on the day she married Du Kongning, she had never experienced this emotion. Worried that she might lose control, Tang Xian hastily took a step forward. Don't. What's wrong? Weren't you the one who said you wanted to be outside? Tang Xian was momentarily dumbfounded, not knowing how to answer. One can only come up with a reason in a hurry. I was worried about someone peeking. Chen Luo laughed lightly. Where are the people here? Let alone people, I've killed all the zombies. No one will see you. There are walkers out on the street, but there are bushes in the way, unless someone is hiding on the building across the street. But what kind of person would specialize in spying on lovers making out at this hour? Saying that, Chen Luo took a step forward and walloped Tang Xian under the fence and kissed her. Aha! Tang Xian half-heartedly responded, and when Chen Luo kissed her neck and collarbone downwards, she instinctively turned her head towards the building across the street. On the balcony extending outward from the third floor, Tang Xian saw a figure she least expected to see at this moment: her husband, Du Kongning. The act of metamorphosing with another man in front of her husband's eyes made Tang Xian feel an unprecedented sense of shame and backbiting. It was just that with Tang Xian's strength she couldn't push Chen Luo away at all. She could only use her hands to brace herself on Chen Luo's chest in an attempt to maintain a distance. Du Kongning took advantage of the view and took it all in. The image of Tang Xian and Chen Luo whispering in his ear, as well as Tang Xian propping up Chen Luo's chest with her hand, became in his eyes, the two of them rubbing their ears and necks together, and Tang Xian hungrily stroking Chen Luo. This made Du Kongning hot and red with anger. He couldn't help but break his mouth. This only left me for a few days, but actually became so lowly. Do you still deserve to be the mayor's wife? Although it was Du Kongning who used his family to kidnap Tang Xian to seduce Chen Luo, and even the way of seduction was taught by Du Kongning himself. But Du Kongning just couldn't take it. Why don't you at least resist a little bit and struggle? If you're so docile and allow others to take you up and down, won't it look like I, Mayor Du Kongning, have no vision and have found a who is as good as anyone else's? Actually, to put it bluntly, Du Kongning is just broken defense. He took out his pistol, loaded the bullet and aimed it at the back of Tang Xian's head. He didn't pull the trigger, though. There were plenty of chances to gather Tang Xian, but this opportunity in front of him was once in a lifetime, and if he didn't take advantage of Chen Luo's lack of defense and finish him off with the first shot, he would surely react. It's not going to be a good idea to shoot a second round then. So Du Kongning moved his aim again and aimed at Chen Luo. Seeing Du Kongning pull out his pistol and aim it, Tang Xian was instantly caught in a tangle. She had thought that Du Kongning was just trying to intimidate and threaten Chen Luo to put her in Du Jejia back, and would not harm Chen Luo. But the moment Du Kongning aimed at Chen Luo, Tang Xian came to her senses. What Du Kongning wants is Chen Luo's life. Mud, this asshole's head is buried in my wife's chest, he can't even aim. Du Kongning cursed again. Because Chen Luo and Tang Xian's bodies partially overlapped, and because Chen Luo was still moving all the time, Du Kongning couldn't even guarantee that he could hit Chen Luo accurately. To make it easier to aim, Du Kongning rushed at Tang Xian to make hand gestures and mouth signals for her to get out of the way. Tang Xian also read Du Kongning's meaning, but without waiting for her to make a decision, Chen Luo raised his head. Let's just go back, look at you, you're freezing. He's concerned about me? Chen Luo's simple sentence once again set off a huge wave in Tang Xian's heart. All this time, she had never felt any respect on Du Kongning's side. It was as if he just used her as a tool to pass on the family name and to show off at major parties, and he had always hollered at her when she was at home. Her stepson Du Yongxing didn't think of her as his mother either, and even Tang Xian once caught him staring at her legs with lustful eyes. The only biological daughter, and because of her own weakness, she has been unappreciated in the family, resulting in growing up as a rebellious teenager. It could be said that home was already devastated, and only Tang Xian was bucking the trend, always quietly mending and maintaining it. But everyone had forgotten that Tang Xian was also a woman, and she also needed love and care. Tang Xian was still dazed, and Chen Luo pulled her hand and prepared to leave. Seeing the back of Chen Luo's head exposed, Du Kongning cried out in his heart, good chance. He didn't hesitate to pull the trigger. Bang! Chapter 69, Commutation of Death Sentence to Suspended Death Sentence. A gunshot rang out, immediately pulling Tang Xian's thoughts back to reality. Danger! She couldn't think too long and stepped forward to push Chen Luo away. The bullet shot into the body, raising scarlet blood. Chen Luo was surprised when he turned back and saw Tang Xian collapsing. Chen Luo hurriedly held her in his arms and didn't let her fall to the ground. His gaze moved downward to Tang Xian's right arm, where a heck of a bullet hole was present and blood continued to flow from the wound. Chow! Du Kongning cursed, but after seeing Chen Luo still dazed and feeling that there was still a chance, he hurriedly raised his pistol to aim again. A bullet was fired, but as if Chen Luo had a sense, he stood up with Tang Xian in his arms, just dodging the bullet. Chen Luo raised his head and looked toward the third floor. It was clearly a dozen meters away, but Du Kongning felt a chill coming from his back. Fearful, he shot a few more rounds one after another, but Chen Luo, holding Tang Xin in his arms, dodged them each time in a very thrilling manner. No way, there's no way anyone could have dodged a bullet. Du Kongning was sure that it must be because the distance was too far and Chen Luo was on guard, which allowed him to dodge each time. Unbelievingly, he pulled the trigger again, but no gun went off. It was only then that I realized that one of the magazines had been emptied. No, we have to retreat first. Du Kongning's bullets were running out. If he failed to shoot again, all that awaited him was to be slaughtered by Chen Luo. Might as well save your bullets and find another opportunity. Thinking of this, Du Kongning left with a hasty look. Chen Luo saw Du Kongning disappear into the third-floor balcony before focusing on Tang Xin in his arms. I never thought that you would block this bullet for me, Chen Luo said to Tang Xin, who had fainted from the pain. I don't even know what to do to you when you're like this. It turned out that Chen Luo had long known about Tang Xin's connection with Du Kongning. As early as when Tang Xin met Xiao Jun, Chen Luo had already observed it on the surveillance. Only instead of breaking it down, he willed it to be a trick to see what they were up to. Including the later note and the private meeting between Tang Xin and Du Kongning, all of them were under Chen Luo's surveillance. Don't look at Chen Luo, who had been burying his head in Tang Xin's arms, but in fact he had been observing Du Kongning on the third-floor balcony out of the corner of his eye. It wasn't until he saw him take out his pistol that Chen Luo realized exactly where Du Kongning's courage came from. However, the current Chen Luo, unless he was tied up with both hands and feet, with the shooting speed of a pistol, he could not even think of shooting him. That's why he, who had the strength and backbone, cooperated with them in their act and even took the initiative to expose the back of his head. Chen Luo just didn't expect that Tang Xin would end up pushing herself away and blocking the bullet for him. Originally, what Chen Luo hated most was betrayal, and Tang Xin's behavior had already sentenced him to death in his heart. But Tang Xin's final push changed the death sentence to a stay of execution again. Before determining exactly what Tang Xin was thinking in the end, Chen Luo decided to keep her alive first. Picking Tang Xin up in a princess hug, Chen Luo said as he walked toward the medical room, "You have to hang in there. Wouldn't it be pointless if you died before sentencing?" In the medical room, Ning Xiao saw Chen Luo holding Tang Xin. Half of Tang Xin's arm was still covered in blood. It was simply shocking. Startled, she rushed forward and asked, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine, it's her who's not fine." Chen Luo gestured to Tang Xin in his arms. "Put her down now." Chen Luo followed Ning Xiao's command and placed Tang Xin on the chair. Ning Xiao moved swiftly to put on her white coat, fetched a stethoscope, and listened to Tang Xin's heartbeat. And a heartbeat. Ning Xiao sighed in relief as she lifted Tang Xin's arm up again. The bullet was a pistol bullet, not a large caliber, and the wound wasn't deep, so all you have to do is remove the bullet and dress the wound. "Please. It's fine, isn't that what my job is to do?" Ning Xiao shook her head. "After freeloading for so long, I have to do something, or what if you want to kick me out?" Ning Xiao said and winked playfully at Chen Luo. Chen Luo knew that she was seeing that she was in a heavy mood and wanted to relax herself. He smiled slightly. "You're the only doctor I've ever had, and I wouldn't kick anyone out." Ning Xiao was the woman who trusted herself the most besides Che Xiaoyu. Even when Shilua saw Chen Luo killing students, he deliberately avoided himself for a while. And Zhang Miaomiao's purpose of approaching Chen Luo in the beginning was just to find a thigh. Only Ning Xiao believed in Chen Luo from start to finish. This point still touched Chen Luo. The two men smiled at each other. At that moment Tang Xin on the hospital bed let out a slight moan of pain. Ning Xiao hurriedly went about her business, fetching painkillers and canceling the poison water. Seeing this, Chen Luo said, "I'll go call for help." "Aha." Ning Xiao nodded. She did need the nurse to play along. When Chen Luo found Shilua and Zhang Miaomiao, Du Jejia was also there. The three men whispered something, occasionally letting out a strange laugh in unison. Chen Luo had no interest in participating in the gossip between their girls. He interrupted them and said, "Someone come, Ning Xiao needs help over there, Tang Xin is injured." "What?" Du Jejia's face changed and she jumped straight up. "What kind of injuries did my mom suffer? Is it serious?" "Gunshot wounds, but not." Before Chen Luo could say the word serious, he saw Du Jejia leap out. Shilua and Miaomiao Zhang, on the other hand, asked, "Oh my god, how did you get a gunshot wound?" "Du Kongning sneaked up on me, but it didn't work." Chen Luo explained and then added, "You two help me keep an eye on Du Jejia. I'm afraid she'll get too agitated and affect Ning Xiao's treatment." "We get it, but where are you going?" "To get revenge, of course. Be safe. Don't worry." On the other side, Ning Xiao was busy and sweating profusely. When she heard footsteps, she thought it was the help Chen Luo had found coming. Without looking up, he said, "Finally, get me a basin of warm water and wet a towel." The person who came in was Du Jejia. At this moment, she couldn't listen to Ning Xiao's words at all. She stepped forward and sat on her knees directly in front of the hospital bed, crying, "Mom, are you alright? You quickly wake up. Whoa, I'll never mess with you again." Ning Xiao gave her an unexpected look. "Why you? Dr. Ning, my mother. Will she be alright?" Du Jejia was already sobbing uncontrollably. "Nothing major, but it's hard to tell if the bullet stays in her a little longer." Realizing the seriousness of the matter, Du Jia then stood up and took the initiative to request, Dr. Ning, you need water, right? Let me help you. Shilua and Zhang Miaomia finally caught up. It's better for one of Shilua or Zhang Miaomia to stay, you're a family member and you're emotional and prone to making mistakes, it's better to calm down first. Ning Xiao signaled with her eyes, and the Silhouette duo understood. Silhouette stepped forward, I'll do it. Zhang Miaomiao, on the other hand, dragged Du Jia out of the medical room with her. Chapter 70, Outrage. What on earth would shoot my mom with a gun? Du Jia racked her brain and couldn't figure it out. Her mom usually treated people gently and spoke slowly to anyone, not at all like the mayor's wife. Who on earth would have such a deep grudge against Tang Xian that they would want to shoot her? Zhang Miaomiao hesitated, but decided to tell her. After all, this was Du Jiajia's family matter and she had the right to know. Do you think it's possible that it wasn't your mom that the man was going to attack, but the boss? The expert big brother? Wait, do you know who it is? Du Jia reacted quickly and asked after him. Zhang Miaomiao nodded, the boss told me. Who is it? Mayor Du. Du Jia didn't react at first, and after freezing for a few seconds, she snapped to attention. Isn't Mayor Du her father, Du Kongning? No way? Du Jiajia muttered. How could she not have expected this incident to be her father's doing? Where's Big Brother Master? I want to ask him about it. Du Jiajia said eagerly. He's gone. Where did it go? Revenge. Du Jiajia was silent. Although Du Kongning favored sons over daughters and never favored Du Yangsheng, while she was either ignored or harshly lectured. But he was Du Jiajia's real father after all. So when Du Jiajia heard that Du Kongning shot her mom and Chen Luo went to her dad for revenge, her whole brain was messed up. She held her head and shouted, I don't care, anyway, he's always treated me as a stain on his life, hated that he never gave birth to me, and betrayed my mom by cheating on her with another woman, this kind of dad, don't want it. As soon as Du Kongning returned to the makeshift camp, he immediately called on all of them to gather. More than 20 people gathered around the property committee with confused faces, still confused about what was going on. Suri was among those people. She opened her mouth and asked Du Kongning, Mayor Du, what's the situation with you summoning everyone so suddenly? Xiao Jun explained for Du Kongning, Mayor Du was so eager to think of his relatives that he wanted to personally rescue his wife and daughter, but it didn't work out, and now that the one surnamed Chen is probably on his way, which is why he called everyone together to think of countermeasures. This was the reason Du Kongning came up with on the way back with Xiao Jun and the others. No one can blame a man for sticking his neck out for his wife and daughter, all while reaping a wave of sympathy points from the crowd. As expected, the eyes of the crowd of onlookers looking at Du Kongning took on varying degrees of sympathy. An old man raised his arms and shouted, all the citizens of Binhai City, Mayor Du has spared no effort and sacrificed his life for us, now that he has incurred enemies, we should also fight to the death to protect him in return for his favor. The crowd mingled and talked. What's wrong with doing it for your family? I fully support Mayor Du. That's right, with so many of us united, it will take him half a day even if he kills them one by one. However, just at that moment, a cold voice rang out at the door of the industry committee. Can it be quicker if you strafe it with a rifle? The crowd, including Du Kongning, all jumped at the words. Du Cannon, in particular, panicked and looked in the direction of the door. Chen Luo was seen walking in slowly but firmly with a rifle in one hand. Those who were held at gunpoint by him were sweating and trembling. In the end, Chen Luo aimed his gun at Du Kongning. There's over 20 people here, and with one headshot per person, I've got more than enough capacity in my magazines for a minute, tops. On Chen Luo, Du Kongning felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. He swallowed his saliva and said in a fake manner, Surname. Chen Luo, the enmity between the two of us, don't spread to other innocent people. Du Kongning's words once again caused the crowd of onlookers to swarm with anger. That old man even took a step forward to protect in front of Du Kongning and rushed at Chen Luo, if you want to kill Mayor Du, just step over the corpse of the old man. Then there was Jun, 3 of his men who had been following Du Cannon, and the rest of the citizens. The crowd grew until all of them were in front of Du Cannon. Su Rui was in a dilemma seeing this scene. On the one hand, Chen Luo had a good relationship with her, but on the other hand, these citizens were also the people Su Rui had sworn to protect. For a moment, Su Rui really didn't know how to take sides. Seeing this, Du Cannon's eyes signaled the old man. The old man nodded and said righteously, when you saved our favor, Officer Su has already repaid it. It was you who had to detain the mayor's wife and the mayor's daughter. In reason, the wrong party is on you. As long as you release the two back, from now on, you go your sunny way, we cross our one-tree bridge, and we don't interfere with each other's wells. Chen Luo gasped and laughed, and those who didn't know thought it was them with the guns. Du Kongning had only spoken one sentence since Chen Luo had appeared, and the ones who spoke after him were the old man and the others. For his part, he had been waiting for his chance. Seeing that Chen Luo's attention was attracted by the old man, Du Kongning quietly pulled out his pistol. Without moving, he walked to the front row of the crowd, less than 10 meters away from Chen Luo. It's impossible for an ordinary person to dodge a shot from this position. Go to hell, Du Kongning said in his heart and pulled the trigger. A shot rang out and smoke filled the air. The joy on Du Kongning's face hadn't faded, and his expression instantly stiffened, because he had witnessed Chen Luo dodge his bullet in a flash the moment the gun went off. Coincidence? It must be a coincidence. Du Kannan fires off several unanswered shots, all of which are ducked. He then realized that there really were people in this world who could dodge bullets. The courage that Du Kannan brought with his pistol couldn't be effective against Chen Luo, so it disappeared into thin air in an instant. You just shot 5 rounds at me. In response, I'm going to shoot 5 rounds at you as well. Ready? Chen Luo still maintained his relaxed attitude and said idly. The old man stepped forward and was just about to speak. Mayor Du. Chen Luo raised his gun and fired a shot at the ceiling, not only blocking the old man's words, but also scaring the guts out of everyone. One last warning, anyone who gets in the way again, watch out for guns without eyes. The crowd heard from Chen Luo's serious tone that he wasn't joking. Before, he was able to kick 24 people out of the truck and leave them to fend for themselves. It's natural not to dwell on shooting a few people nowadays, so their feet subconsciously would spread out towards the sides. Seeing the collapse of the people's hearts, Du Kongning knew that these people could not help themselves. He could only cast a pleading look at Su Rue, who had been silent. Officer Su, you can't just see death. Chapter 71, What's it to me if I'm a good mayor? Su Rue took a deep breath and moved her feet, blocking Chen Luo's gun and Du Kongning. Chen Luo. She wanted to say something. Are you going to block me too? Chen Luo's appreciation for Su Rue's skill and sense of justice was not false, but if she was determined to stop herself from solving Du Kongning, Chen Luo would have no choice but to solve the problem along with her. Feeling the killing intent in Chen Luo's eyes, Su Rue hurriedly said, Chen Luo, listen to me, you can't kill him. Oh, maybe there are some conflicts between him and you, but no matter what, he's a good mayor. The survivors of Marina City can't live without him, and the post-disaster reconstruction needs him to be the backbone, so you can't kill him. That's right. Du Kannan nodded desperately. What does that have to do with me? Chen Luo blocked Su Rue with a single sentence. Whether or not Du Kannan is a good mayor and how much the citizens need him has nothing to do with Chen Luo. Chen Luo only knew that he had to kill Du Kongning this time. I've already given him a chance before, it's him who didn't cherish it and ran to ambush me, he's simply asking for his own death. And you're being naive, do you really think there's still a chance to rebuild after a disaster? Chen Luo mercilessly punctured the fantasies within the hearts of many people present. When the snow melts and the weather warms up, it's a world of plants and animals. At that time, they would undergo a crazy mutation and their size would skyrocket by more than 10 times. The space for humanity to survive is only getting smaller. Su Rue was stronger inside and didn't lose hope just because of Chen Luo's words. She was still trying to persuade Chen Luo to spare Du Kongning's life. Not because she has a crush on Du Kannan, but the survivors of Marina del Rey really need a leader like the mayor. And Du Kannan has always done a good job of that. Chen Luo, as long as you keep Mayor Du alive, I guarantee that he will never cause you trouble again, and I can serve you just as well as the mayor's wife and daughter. Su Rue raised her hand in assurance. As long as you don't kill me, I swear to take the rest of my men to the west side of Marina City and make another life there. Du Kannan also made any promise to stay alive. Where they were now was off to the east of the city center. It is an affluent area with good roads and not yet densely populated. To the west it's a different story, with old, dilapidated buildings and narrow, broken roads. A large number of poor people who cannot afford high rents live there, and the population density is quite high. So imagine what a hellish scene it will be there after the zombie crisis breaks out. Not to mention surviving there, just halfway there, Du Kannan's 20 or so people would have to lose most of their lives. Chen Luo did not respond to their pleas for mercy, but instead asked Su Rue rhetorically, why did the pistol I gave you appear in his hands? Su Rue was first stunned, then ashamed. Chen Luo had asked her many times before to hide the pistol and not to be discovered by Du Kongning, but she failed to do so. The pistol fell into Du Kongning's hands, not to mention that it was used by him against Chen Luo. If Chen Luo hadn't been able to dodge the bullets, Su Rue would have already become Du Kongning's accomplice in killing Chen Luo. After realizing this, Su Rue no longer had the face to look at Chen Luo and subconsciously avoided it. It's okay if you don't want to talk. Chen Luo suddenly pointed his gun at Xiao Jun and the crowd and the remaining 3 people who had been out and about in the vicinity of the university. The latter was so frightened that he shivered and busied himself with raising his hands. Did you know that these men are Du Kannan's minions? Su Rue frowned. As far as she knew, 3 of them were indeed the only ones who looked up to Du Kannan. But Xiao Jun's words shouldn't have anything to do with this Du Kannan guy. It's just that he's younger and more hot-blooded, so sometimes he does more reckless things. Including the betrayal of Su Rue that time, Su Rue also just think that he was impulsive, words without thinking out of the mouth. It never occurred to me that Xiao Jun would be one of Du Kannan's men. Seeing Su Rue with this expression, Chen Luo also guessed it. It seems that this young man is not to blame for the pistol incident. If I tell you that he has appeared outside my territory several times and contacted Tang Xin several times, who do you think he is under the orders of? Su Rue knew it in a nutshell. Who else could it be but Du Kannan? If Xiao Jun was really Du Kongning's man, then that day when he exposed his pistol in order to save him, was it also Du Kongning's arrangement? The thought that Mayor Du, who had such a bright and magnificent image, was secretly calculating himself behind his back. Su Rui just couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. This feeling of having a duplicitous person around who does one thing on the surface and another behind the scenes is really unnerving. No, it's not like that. I did that because I just happened to be passing by. Jun tried to defend himself. Chen Luo didn't even talk nonsense to him and directly shot him. With a bang, the bullet accurately struck Xiao Jun's eyebrow. Ayaha dash, the man next to Jun splattered his face with blood and cried out in shock and panic. Don't! Su Rui subconsciously raised her hand. But it was already too late. Xiao Jun's body had already collapsed on the ground, a pair of eyes staring up to the maximum, dead. A young and vivid life passed away in front of Su Rui like this. Su Rui's heart is still very painful. Only Chen Luo didn't give her time to grieve at all. 3 more shots rang out, and 3 of Du Kongning's men also fell to the ground in response. The crowd then woke up to the fact that the man in front of them was truly a murderous and ruthless character. If they blocked again, the only thing that awaited them was death. So without waiting for Chen Luo to open his mouth, they dispersed and made way, exposing Du Kongning. Du Cannon was a little exasperated and like he was dying. Where are you going? I'm the mayor. You must protect me. Chen Luo ignored Du Kongning's yelling as he said to Su Rui, there should be quite a few more of Du Kongning's people in this group. Everyone in the crowd was at risk, and the old man took a sneaky step back. He continued, but I'll give you face and not pursue this any further. I only want one life now. Du Kongning, as if grasping the last straw, rushed at Su Rui's back and shouted frantically, Officer Su, you must save me. I can't die yet. The citizens of Binhai City need me. Suri remained silent. I know you're torn, and I won't make it difficult for you. Didn't you owe me a demand in the first place? I'm asking you to get out of the way now. Chen Luo's original intention was to ask Su Rui to kiss himself, but after getting the police station's firearms, Su Rui's first kiss reward became chicken ribs, so he might as well use it up now. Anyway, Chen Luo no longer expected to be able to completely raid Su Rui. She was too decent a person to be in the same world as him. Who knows what kind of thinking Suri went through, but she finally made her decision. Su Rui stepped aside and closed her eyes, her hands clenched into fists, her nails almost deep into her palms. Chapter 72, You didn't find me, I found you. Seeing that his last hope was lost, Du Kongning was so anxious that he began to babble. Officer Su, I'm the mayor and I'm ordering you to protect me. Zhao Hai, Hu Xiong. He reported a string of names one after another, and each person who was reported to lowered their heads sheepishly. But none of them responded to him from start to finish. By this time, it was clear in Du Cannon's mind. None of his men could be relied on, and they were all scared out of their wits by Chen Luo. He had no choice but to make his own way. With a sweep of his eyes, Du Kongning realized that the window on the right was open, so he immediately ran that way. Chen Luo was not in a hurry to see this scene, and unhurriedly raised the rifle in his hand, aiming at Du Kongning's leg. Du Cannon saw the escape window close at hand, and a hopeful light bloomed in his eyes. But it was at this time that Chen Luo finally pulled the trigger. With a tongue of fire, a bullet hit Du Cannon's right leg from behind. Du Cannon didn't react at first and ran 2 more steps, then a sharp pain came from below. The pain caused him to fall to the ground as his right leg was momentarily unable to give out. Just a step away from the window, it became an unreachable stone's throw away. Du Cannon wailed in agony, having been pampered, where had he suffered a gunshot wound. Unprecedented pain caused his face to contort in agony, his features crumpled together, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. Chen Luo put the rifle back on his back and walked towards Du Kongning, who had fallen to the ground and was screaming miserably. The sound of footsteps in his ears seemed like a declaration of death's arrival, and Du Cannon forced himself to endure the pain, rose to his knees, and cowed out desperately. He, who loved face and image the most, had abandoned all dignity at this point in order to survive. Don't kill me, please, I was wrong in the first place, I shouldn't have kicked you out, and I shouldn't have held a grudge against you and gotten back at you for this. If you like my wife, you can keep it, and I can still help you to temper her, that listens to me the most. Oh yes, and my daughter, you keep that too, I'll give you anything you want, just please spare my life. Watching the once high and mighty mayor now plead so lowly, Chen Luo was unmoved and instead said, don't you understand? Du Cannon froze, what? Fine, then I'll let you die with a clear conscience. Chen Luo yanked one of Du Kongning's legs and dragged him out of the room as if he was dragging a garbage bag. During this time Du Cannon was still calling for help, but everyone turned a deaf ear to him, including Suri who, although she tried to open it several times, held back. When the two left, the room looked blankly at the several bodies on the floor. It was Su Rui who spoke up, bury the bodies together. It took a few more seconds for someone to start moving. Chen Luo brought Du Kongning to the open space in front of the safe house at Binhai University. Here, he cut Du Cannon loose. Don't you want to know when I decided to kill you? Still in a state of shock, Du Cannon didn't reply. Dig the snow out from under you and see what's underneath. Du Cannon sniffed and hesitated, but dug in. After digging out a hole the size of a faceplate and about half a centimeter deep, he saw a face he never wanted to see at this moment. Yang Shang? Du Kongning lost his voice in shock. Why are you here? How could he not expect that Du Yangsheng, whom he had searched so hard for, was dead? And it was clear from the frozen white skin that Du Yangsheng had been dead for a long time. So that's how it is, Du Cannon muttered. It dawned on him that it wasn't because of his own greed that he provoked Chen Luo into killing him. Rather, from the very beginning, Chen Luo had come at himself. With Chen Luo's character of cutting off the grass to get rid of the root, when he killed Du Yangsheng and knew that he was Du Yangsheng's father, he had probably already thought of eliminating any future problems. So it wasn't the people he sent out who found Chen Luo, but rather Chen Luo who found Du Kongning. Du Kongning was completely desperate, his eyes were lifeless as he sat paralyzed on the ground. Chen Luo raised his gun and was about to understand Du Shen when he heard someone in the safe house shout, "Wait!" Chen Luo lowered his gun and looked over to see Tang Xian walking over with Du Zhejia's support. Behind the two of them were Silhouette and the others. "You're awake? Well, Sister Ningxiao has excellent medical skills, I'm already fine." Tang Xian stopped Chen Luo not because she wanted to save Du Kongning, but for another purpose. She said to Chen Luo, "Wait for me to ask a few questions before you kill him." Chen Luo was in no hurry, so he nodded. "Thanks." Tang Xian looked at Chen Luo gratefully. Tang Xian's favoritism plus 20. Tang Xian turned her gaze to Du Kongning. "When I asked you earlier if you and your ex-wife were still in contact, you said it was business, so I'm going to ask you again now. What exactly do you talk about at home?" When Du Kongning saw Tang Xian appear, his already doused heart rekindled hope. "Tang Xian, trust me, we're really just talking about work. You're still trying to lie to me even now." Tang Xian shook her head in disappointment. "Is there even a single word of truth coming out of your mouth? Your ex-wife didn't even do housework, let alone work. How did you know?" Du Cannon blurted out, realizing too late that he had blurted it out. "I know a lot of things, I just don't want to break it down." Du Kongning looked deeply at Tang Xian, and he realized that he had been married to Tang Xian for so many years, but he had never really gotten to know her. "You, have brought that hypocrisy of the official world into the family." Tang Xian's eyes filled with disappointment and her body trembled. Du Jiajia looked at her worriedly. "Mom." After Tang Xian gave her an alright look, she continued, "You only have official positions and power in your head, are Jiajia and I nothing in your heart?" Du Cannon didn't continue to lie because he knew it was too late now. He had lost Tang Xian's trust, and no matter what he said, she wouldn't believe him anymore. "Then why did you propose to my parents?" Du Cannon completely broke, "Because you're beautiful, young, and as my wife, being on camera will make me look good. Other than that, it's just that I happen to be short of a woman to carry on my family's legacy." Hearing this, even Chen Luo got angry, not to mention the few people who were feeding the same woman. Shilu, Zhang Miao Miao and the girls glared at Du Kongning. Du Zhejia even directly cursed, "You scum, you don't deserve to be my father. I'm done asking." Chen Luo nodded and raised his gun. After a gunshot, Du Kongning fell next to his son Du Yangsheng. Chapter 73, Comforting Tang Xian. In the depths of the night, Ningxiao's several women teamed up to block the entrance of the safe house, preventing Chen Luo from entering. Ningxiao said, "People must be very fragile right now without their husbands, so go comfort her." After saying that, he pushed Chen Luo out of the number 1 safe house. Che Xiaoyu had wanted to follow, but she was also stopped. Looking at the closed safe house door in front of him, Chen Luo shook his head helplessly. "Turn around and walk towards safe house number 2. Arriving at the door of Tang Xian's room, Chen Luo twisted the door handle and found that it was not locked. So he walked right in. Tang Xian seemed to have guessed that Chen Luo had returned, as she sat in front of her dressing table in her pajamas. Chen Luo first scanned around the room. This room was built as a prison in the first place, and it does seem a bit Spartan to be given to people. Taking Tang Xian's room as an example, there was only one bed in it, and the only furniture, the dressing table, was still moved by Tang Xian herself. "This room is a bit small, let's get you another one after a while." Tang Xian didn't care much about the size of the room, but Chen Luo's concern was still quite flattering to her. "No, I don't need anything here, I'm quite satisfied." Chen Luo shook his head and opened Tang Xian's favorability panel in his mind. Name, Tang Xian. Status, mayor's wife, housewife. Favorability, 60, like. Reward for first acquaintance, 100 kilograms of fruits and vegetables, already obtained. First kiss reward, 100 square feet of real estate, already obtained. Reward for complete strategy, expansion of real estate area by 1,000 square feet. He had already obtained Tang Xian's reward for her first kiss, and he had let Shilua draw the design drawings for the No. 3 safe house. Chen Luo intended the third safe house to serve as a specialized living area with only rooms. So the work wasn't too big, and it would take Shilua at most 2 more days to complete it. So Chen Luo said, "You're so small here, it's not good for 2 people to move around." Tang Xian turned her head away as she sniffed her pretty face. Because she was going to sleep, her hair wasn't up like it was during the day. The hair that was let down hung down to her waist, dark and shiny and as smooth as silk. Less of a young woman's mature flavor and more feminine. Chen Luo came behind her and gently lifted her black hair. The feel of it was as smooth as he thought it would be, and it made people fall in love with it. Thinking about what? The Du Shen thing. The two were silent for a few seconds, and Tang Xian said, I now realize how wrong my previous notions were, and it's so not worth it to delay my youth on someone who doesn't love me. Chen Luo didn't interrupt and listened silently. I didn't understand what love was until I met you. I don't want to lie to you, so I've decided to tell you. Tang Xin said this and stood up, looking straight into Chen Luo's eyes. My body was once injured and I lost my fertility. Her expression was very serious, and in her opinion, the most important thing a woman could do was to bear children for her man. But Tang Xin doesn't get to do that anymore. I know I'm not good enough for you, all I ask is that you don't abandon me and let me do whatever I want. Chen Luo was a bit surprised. He didn't expect Tang Xin to say this. But to Chen Luo, it didn't matter if he could have a child or not. After experiencing a bitter betrayal that led to rebirth, the only thing Chen Luo required from women now was absolute loyalty to himself. Don't say that, I don't really care about that sort of thing. As long as you don't betray me, I'll always have a place for you here. And, I have a way to restore your fertility. Really? Tang Xin was excited. Sure. Chen Luo certainly had the courage to say so. The injection of the genetic evolution potion will mend the body, and any dark wounds left before will be healed. So he was confident that the genetic evolution potion could cure Tang Xin's infertility. Tang Xin's character was so simple that once she recognized someone, she would trust them 100%. Since Chen Luo said so, Tang Xin directly believed it. She fell headlong into Chen Luo's embrace. Chen Luo backhanded her and hugged her tightly. The two men's body temperatures were rising as time went on. Both of them realized this, and Tang Xin got up from Chen Luo's arms in embarrassment. Chen Luo's gaze naturally moved down from her face. Because of the pajamas, the neckline was loose and the deep chasm was clearly visible. That snow-white skin was still dazzlingly white even in the dimly lit room. Chen Luo reached out his hand and pulled down the sling on Tang Xinxiu's shoulders. Tang Xin cooperated by lifting her hand, and the pajamas came right off of her. Chen Luo then realized that she was not wearing a piece of clothing underneath. His pupils instantly widened and his breathing began to catch. Tang Xin had also stripped naked in front of Chen Luo before, only at that time, what she felt was intense shame and humiliation. After falling for Chen Luo, her feelings changed. Chen Luo's gaze still made her shy, but it was more of a stolen joy, a joy at her beloved being attracted to her body. So Tang Xin showed her body to Chen Luo with great generosity. The beauty of the female body is reflected in Tang Xin. Chen Luo's eyes couldn't help but look dumbfounded, and when he came back to his senses he couldn't hold back any longer and picked Tang Xin up by the waist. The two of them lay on the bed for a while. Not only Chen Luo, but Tang Xin was also very involved and responded positively. The two of them were getting better and Chen Luo was ready to go. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Wait, Tang Xin blocked the doorway. It's Jia Jia. Whatever. It wouldn't be normal for a man to remain sane at a time like this. But the knocking grew more intense. Tang Xin said gently, it's better to open the door first. It's not like I can run away, in case Jia Jia is in a hurry. Chen Luo only had to wear a pair of big pants to open the door. Opening the door, behind it was indeed Du Jiajia. She glanced first toward the bed in the room. Being bumped into by her own daughter for such a thing, Tang Xin was still very embarrassed, pulling the quilt over her face. To the person who had disturbed his good deed, Chen Luo naturally didn't have much of a good temper, and he said impatiently, something's up, speak quickly. Du Jiajia withdrew her gaze, shouted daddy and hugged Chen Luo tightly. Chen Luo was stunned. What did you call me? Du Jiajia blinked her big eyes. You and my mom are sleeping together. What do I call your dad if not you? Before Chen Luo said anything, Tang Xin couldn't sit still first and said, Du Jiajia, what are you trying to pull again? I didn't want to play any tricks. Du Jiajia looked innocent. I just lacked fatherly love and wanted to make up for it from my new dad. So can't I do that? Tang Xin couldn't care less about being undressed. She got out of bed in a rage and reached out to twist Du Jiajia's ear. She cursed, I'll let you talk nonsense and see if I don't rip your ears off. Yikes, dad help, mom she's crazy. Chapter 74, Mother and Daughter Night Talk. Du Jiajia circled around Chen Luo while Tang Xin chased after him naked. A pair of large headlights swayed around, making Chen Luo's eyes glaze over. Du Jiajia, don't you run, Tang Xin said as she stopped to catch her breath. Slightly, not running and waiting for you to hit? Du Jiajia made a face. Hiding behind Chen Luo, she couldn't help but rejoice in her heart. This was a method she had learned from Zhang Miaomia without shame and with an open mind, specifically used to steal boyfriends from her best girlfriends. But it's just being used by her to dig up her own mom. The method was to use her own relationship with Tang Xin to create opportunities for herself to get close to her expert big brother, and then showing up at the right time to sabotage them in order to stop their relationship from moving too fast and kick her out altogether. In the end, it's all about stirring up conflict and breaking up the relationship between the two, while she takes the opportunity to take over and complete the hatchet job. This set of playing method is the crystallization of wisdom summarized by countless former green tea mistresses, and it can definitely win over her mother. I'm sorry, Mom, it's sad that you just lost your man, but... Du Jiajia's eyes looked at Tang Xin with some intolerance, but they quickly firmed up again. But I'm never going to quit of my own accord. With Du Jeje's understanding of Tang Xin, she would never accept her daughter sharing a man with herself. So Du Jiejia could only fight hard for her own happiness. Mom, don't blame me, it's you who are too pedantic. In this world nowadays, it's not easy to find a good man. The big deal is that after I win the heart of my expert big brother, I won't force you to leave is all. Du Jiejia thought in her mind. Alright, stop it. Chen Luo hugged Tang Xin. I'll sleep in Du Jeje's room tonight, you two sleep in one room. After today, the two of them will be the only family left for each other. Although they don't say it with their mouths, they are more or less sad in their hearts. Why don't we let the two of them talk and still comfort each other? After saying that, Chen Luo turned around and left the room. I'm not going to sleep with her, expert big brother, wait for me. Du Jeje shouted towards Chen Luo's back and just wanted to chase out. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Tang Xin standing silently in place, her appearance somewhat sad. Du Jeje couldn't help but soften her heart. She sighed and turned her head back. Never mind, my bed is too small for two people, I'll sleep here. With that she climbed into the bed on her own. Tang Xin froze for a moment, then got into bed as well. The two were lying on a bed with their backs to each other and could hear each other breathing. After an hour, Tang Xin really couldn't sleep, so she tentatively and softly called out, Ja Ja. As expected, Du Jeje wasn't asleep either, and returned in a bad mood. I was about to fall asleep when you woke me up. Let go if you have a fart. Why are you being so mean to me? Do you hate me so much? Du Jeje originally blurted out yes, but she hesitated when the words came out of her mouth. She was worried that the words would hurt Tang Xin, so she chose to remain silent. Tang Xin waited for a while, but what she waited for was Du Jeje's silence, which made her heart feel a little hard, as if it was clutched in her hands and she couldn't breathe. It's me who's sorry for you, knowing that you suffered from cold eyes in that original home, but I didn't dare to speak up for you. It's me who didn't take up the responsibility of being a mom. Oh. The more Tang Xin spoke, the sadder she became, and she couldn't help but shed tears. Hearing a whimper behind her, Du Jiejia had to turn around. Forget it, it's all in the past. But, Tang Xin sobbed. Alright, Du Jeje gently patted Tang Xin's back. I don't blame you, I know it's not easy for you to be under a fence. Oh, Tang Xin turned around and hugged Du Jeje as she cried bitterly. She cried loudly, her husband's indifference, her stepson's covetousness, her daughter's rebellion, all the grievances of these past 10 years or so were turned into tears at this moment. It was the first time Du Jiejia had seen such a fragile mom. She used to be gentle and demure, always mindful of her image. I've never cried so inconsiderately. Du Jeje had to keep patting Tang Xin's back and comforting her. It's okay. The identities of the two seemed to have switched, with mom looking like a daughter and daughter looking like a mom. Just listening to it, Du Jeje couldn't help but feel sad and cry as well. As if the two were competing. You raised the volume a little and I raised it a little. Chen Luo was next door, pressed against the wall, and heard the two crying one after another. He wasn't going to go over there and interrupt. It was better to block than to let the two finish crying. Tomorrow would be better. The next day, when Chen Luo saw Du Jeje and Tang Xin again, they were obviously in a much better state. No longer do I have a heart on my face like I did yesterday. And you can tell by the way the two act that they're a lot closer. Just as soon as she saw Chen Luo, Du Jeje couldn't wait to run over. With a jump, she wrapped her arms around Chen Luo's neck, while her legs coiled around Chen Luo's waist in a very indecent position. Tang Xin was angry again when she saw the fruit. Du Jeje, what do you look like? Don't come down yet. She was so anxious that she went forward to pickpocket Du Jeje. But Du Jiejia refused to let go and said, I don't. What's wrong with me hugging my dad? You get down here. The two men pulled at it for a while. It seemed that once it came to Chen Luo's issue, the two were still not giving an inch and neither one of them would obey the other. Seeing this, Che Xiaoyu followed suit, and when the front seat was occupied by Du Jeje, she jumped onto Chen Luo's back. Only her strength was too great, and her hands were not light and heavy, and she almost didn't strangle Chen Luo out of breath. Come down, all of you, I'm going to be out of breath. Chen Luo patted Du Jeje's small arse in succession. Du Jeje jumped off Chen Luo's body, her small face red as she covered her behind. Shilua, Zhang Miao Miao and the girls had been snickering from the side. Zhang Miao Miao even joked, Boss, congratulations, you've got such a big extra daughter. They say that daughters are their father's little lovers. I don't think that's true at all. Look how close the boss and Du Jeje are. Ha ha ha. Chen Luo blared at them, if you make jokes at my expense again, it won't necessarily be the one who calls his father. Shilu, Zhang Miao Miao, and Ning Xiao all turned red when they heard this, obviously thinking out of the box in some way. Well, I'll come over to eat. After eating you still have to work. Sheila, explain how your drawings are drawn? Shilua returned in a serious manner. The design plan drawings for the third safe house have been completed. In addition, the design drawings for the 1,000 square feet you explained are also being drawn, but it will still take a week. Chen Luo nodded, well, hard work. He looked at Tang Xin again. You and Du Jeje will continue to be in charge of the farm piece. Yeah. Chapter 75, Fortress of the End Times. A week later, Silo's 1,000 square foot safe house design plan drawings came out. Chen Luo had also managed to raise Zhang Miaomio and Shilua's favorability to 100 during this time. Zhang Miaomio's current favorability panel is: Name, Miaomio Zhang. Identity, Gold Digger, Student. Favorability, 100. Reward for first acquaintance, a car, already collected. First kiss reward, 100 square feet of real estate, claimed. Reward for complete strategy, expansion of real estate area by 1000 sq ft, already collected. Similarly, the silhouette favorability panel is as follows. Name, Shiluo. Status, architecture student. Favorability, 0, strange. Reward for first acquaintance, sewage purification device, claimed. First kiss reward, surveillance system, claimed. Reward for complete strategy, auto turret times 4 and auto turret special ammo times 100 rounds, already collected. Chen Luo, who had gotten the design drawings, extracted the rewards. A large safe house divided into upper and lower floors and constructed from titanium alloy metal materials appeared in the open space of Binhai University. Together with the automatic turret rewarded by Silhouette's Goodwill Quest, the security level of this safe house had reached its apex. To say it was a fortress would be an understatement. The original farm was moved to the second floor to receive easy access to sunlight, and the area was expanded to be able to grow more food. The first floor was used as living quarters, with 20 rooms in total. There is also a large dining room and kitchen, large enough to accommodate up to 50 people. Ordinary people had to consider saving water when they wanted to take a bath, but Chen Luo had gotten an indoor swimming pool in the safe house, so it was obvious how extravagant it was. The other thing is having a large garage that can accommodate heavy trucks. Finally, I don't have to worry about heavy trucks being targeted and sneakily vandalized. The rest, like work areas, surveillance rooms, power distribution rooms, weapons rooms, and the like, were spread out over the first and second floors. Outside the safe house, the snow outside had pretty much melted thanks to the recent spate of warmer weather. The snow melt made the soil so muddy that if you stepped on it, you'd be in the middle of a muddy spot without looking, and it was disgusting. Chen Luo brought Che Xiaoyu and Su Yulan back from collecting supplies outside the inside. Ning Xiao saw them from the surveillance room and immediately came out to greet them. It's been hard work. You didn't run into any danger, did you? Like a wife waiting for her husband to come home from work, she thoughtfully received the supplies Chen Luo brought back. Chen Luo shook his head. Recently, the number of zombies in the east and center of the city has decreased a lot. We haven't encountered a few zombies along the way. Isn't that a good thing? Why don't you seem too happy? Ning Xiao asked suspiciously. Walkers don't just disappear into thin air. Even if they're killed, there should be bodies left behind, which means they were lured away by something. Ning Xiao immediately thought of the big-headed zombie with only intelligence from before. Could it be that intelligent zombie in the Haitian neighborhood? Quite possibly. Binhai City is not a small county. The resident population is close to 10 million, is a large population city. Excluding half of the people who were eaten by walkers too late to be infected, the number here is still 5 million. The big-headed zombie controlled half of the city's zombies, which was a staggering amount even if you subtracted the leaks and the humans that survived. I just don't know if the big-head walker can control the other mutated walkers. According to Ning Xiao and the girls, Che Xiaoyu was clearly reacting to the big-headed walker's summons. It was just that she was more special, having regained her sanity under Chen Luo's system's ability to think for herself. But the other mutant zombies without intelligence are estimated to be very likely to be controlled by the big-headed zombies. It was quite possible for a dozen or so mutated zombies to appear amongst the millions of zombie hordes. This is not to be underestimated. Chen Luo didn't think that the big-headed zombie would choose to live in peace with him. So it's important to start preparing for the wave of corpses. Thinking of this, Chen Luo said to Ning Xiao, when there's no work in the afternoon, you take Sheila and the girls to practice your marksmanship. Do we practice on our own? Things like marksmanship don't just pile up with bullets. There's a big learning curve here, the stance of the gun, the control of the environment, the mastery of force, etc. If you don't have a specialized person to teach you, I'm afraid you won't be able to get started for half a year. Chen Luo would be able to teach, but he was out gathering supplies for most of the day, so he really didn't have the time. Chen Luo thought about it and came up with a suitable candidate. You guys practice first, and I'll find you a teacher after a while. Yeah. Right, nothing happened in school, right? Chen Luo asked. Ning Xiao thought for a moment and replied, nothing much, it's just that 3 pheasants ran down from the back of the mountain and were caught and raised in the farm by Du Jejia and the girls. Oh? Chen Luo raised his eyebrows with considerable interest. The farm has been built for a long time, but there have been no animals. Mainly, the zombies eat living things when they see them, and there's no way to find domesticated animals that they can keep. I can't imagine that a pheasant would come to my doorstep on its own. I think I broke in by mistake, it wasn't anything important. Since Ning Xiao had said so, Chen Luo didn't take it to heart. But in the next few days, 2 wild boars and a hare came down from the back of the hill one after another. The girls even found a wild deer carcass on the back steps to the school. Chen Luo arrived at the news and carefully observed the corpse. First of all, judging by the freshness of the carcass, the deer died last night. Also, the carcass was left with a palm-sized scratch that looked like a human hand, and one of the deer's legs had been removed. Could it be a zombie did it? Chen Luo thought about it and denied it himself. No, if a zombie should lie on top of the deer and gnaw on it, it's impossible that it only took one leg. Chen Luo thought about it and still couldn't figure out what did it. Without clarifying, Chen Luo was really uneasy. The main backcountry is too close to the Marina University, and there is no fence blocking the center. If the strange thing in the back of the mountain broke into Binhai University while Chen Luo was away, Ning Xiao and the girls would be in danger. Since that thing likes meat, I'll lure it out with meat. Chen Luo asked Du Jia for a pheasant, which the latter had just fed with affection over the past few days. At first, she was a bit reluctant to give up, but knowing that business was important, she still handed over a hen to Chen Luo. Chen Luo tied the legs and wings of the pheasant to prevent it from running away. Set traps around the pheasants again. It was a tried and true trap that he had used in his previous life to deal with people trying to sneak into his sanctuary. Figured it would work this time. Chen Luo laid some more weeds on top of the trap to sweep away the footprints and human smell. Everything is ready, all that's left to do is wait. Chapter 76, Foreigner, Foreign Fruit. On the second day, Chen Luo had just approached the trap when he heard a hissing and struggling sound. Bingo! Chen Luo was delighted in his heart and approached quickly. From a distance, a humanoid creature could be seen hanging and was swaying back and forth in midair. The humanoid creature heard the footsteps and rushed in Chen Luo's direction with a threatening roar. Ho! Chen Luo approached and fixed his eyes on it, realizing that the humanoid creature was clearly a human being. A woman, to be precise. The figure was petite, only about 1 meter 5 or so, like a little lowly. But what puzzled Chen Luo was that this little lowly had a pair of furry ears on her head. Other than that, she has a normal pair of ears herself. Because she was hanging upside down, her little dress didn't cover her up as tightly as the anti-gravity dresses in the anime. Instead, it obeyed Newton's law and drooped, revealing 2 hammy pink thin legs and a lovely blue and white bowl. A cat's tail pokes out of the blue and white bowl with a wiggle of patience. What the hell is this, cat lady? Chen Luo was dumbfounded. He had never seen such a half-human, half-beast creature before. Curious, Chen Luo couldn't help but reach out and touch her tail. The orc struggled even more fiercely. Surprisingly, it's real, not a plug-in. Chen Luo felt the feel of his hand, which was warm. Hey, can you talk? Ho! Can't talk. Chen Luo untied the end of the trap tied to the tree. The orc fell headfirst to the ground. If this were a normal girl, this fall would probably result in a concussion, but this orc's physical fitness was clearly unusual. Not only was there nothing at all, but he was rolling on the floor. Chen Luo lifted her up with one hand. The orc rushed at Chen Luo and showed her teeth, only her little face was really frightening, but instead was a bit cute. Is this a man or a beast? Chen Luo was puzzled and could only open the system. Name, Chu Yao. Status, inhuman. Favorability, 0, strange. Reward for first acquaintance, exotic fruit times 100, obtained, can be withdrawn. First kiss reward, Newton fruit seedling times 1. Reward for complete strategy, 100 liters of altered spirit spring. What an inhuman was, Chen Luo did not understand. He surmised it was probably similar to the Fae. It's just that the Fae beasts are mutated from animals, while this Fae man is mutated from humans. However, this foreign fruit Chen Luo still knew that it was a fruit born by a mutated plant. When taken, it strengthens all aspects of the body. It's just that the mutated plant is even harder to deal with than an evolved zombie, so ordinary people really don't dare to hit it. Chen Luo had not even seen it in his previous life, let alone tasted it, and had only heard about it from other survivors. In that case, the alien has some value and will have to be brought back. Chen Luo brought Chu Yao and then prepared to go down the mountain, but in the sharp-eyed him, he found that there was another hiking bag underneath the trap. Judging from the style and color, it should be Chu Yao's. So Chen Luo took his hiking bag with him by the way. Back at the safe house, Du Jia and the others gather around curiously. Is that the weird thing in the backwoods? How come it's a little girl? Is she a cosplayer with that outfit? No, those ears and tail are real. Geez, she's not a cat in the making, is she? The ladies chattered and discussed Chu Yao's identity. Chen Luo rummaged through Chu Yao's hiking bag and found an ID card. The portrait on it was indeed the person himself. It's not a cat that has become a spirit, it's a human that has undergone a mutation. Chen Luo showed the ID card to them, and she's already 18 years old, not a little girl. This point was also quite surprising to Chen Luo. The main thing was that Chu Yao was only 5 meters tall, shorter than Che Xiaoyu, and it was completely impossible to tell that she was already an adult. Ning Xiao took a look. It's true, her name is Chu Yao. Well, she's supposed to be a hiker, and she happened to be in the mountains when the end times came. She just didn't know why, but she turned out to be the way she is now. Chen Luo speculated based on the contents of the hiking bag. Du Jia and the others were quick to accept it. After all, zombies had appeared. What was so surprising about the appearance of a cat lady? Chen Luo took one of the foreign fruits rewarded by the system out. A red fruit appeared in his hand, about the size of a ping-pong ball, emitting a clear fragrance. When Chu Yao saw the foreign fruit, she even forgot to struggle and stared straight at the foreign fruit in Chen Luo's hand. You recognize? Chen Luo shook it up and down, and Xu Yao's eyes followed suit. Could it be that her becoming like this has something to do with the foreign fruit? Chen Luo stroked his chin and guessed. Chen Luo placed the foreign fruit on his palm near Xu Yao. The other impatiently stuck out his scarlet tongue and rolled the foreign fruit into his mouth with one lick. Then she wore a contented expression. Xu Yao's favoritism +1. Based on Xu Yao's reaction, Chen Luo thought that she had definitely seen the foreign fruit and had eaten it, otherwise she wouldn't have swallowed it into her belly without hesitation. This suggests that there is at least one mutant plant in the back hills. It's just that the backcountry is so big and there are so many plants that it's just not good. Chen Luo just thought about it for a moment before decisively giving up. However, seeing Xu Yao reacting with such enjoyment, Chen Luo didn't hold back and ate one as well. The upper and lower teeth touched, and the fruit transformed into juice that burst in his mouth. Sweet and not too bad of a flavor. Swallowing it immediately turned it into a hot stream that traveled around the limbs. This kind of feeling Chen Luo had felt before when he was injected with the genetic evolution potion. It just wasn't as strong and long-lasting as the last one. This indicated that the foreign fruits did have the effect of enhancing the physique, just not as powerful and obvious as the effect of the gene evolution potion. But the foreign fruits won in large numbers, 100 of them. Moreover, Xu Yao's reward for her first kiss was a variant fruit seedling, and if Chen Luo hadn't guessed correctly, this seedling would be able to produce variant fruit after maturity. As for the altered spirit spring, it should be used for irrigation and ripening. In that case, one would have a steady stream of exotic fruits. Thinking of this, Chen Luo's eyes warmed up when he looked at Xu Yao, like he was looking at a supreme treasure. Xu Yao was worthy of being a cat lady, her intuition was as sharp as a cat's. Immediately, he glared at Chen Luo with alertness, his mouth emitting a threatening ho-ho-ho-ho sound. Chen Luo didn't care about her, and under Xu Yao's covetous gaze, he gave each of Ning Xiao and the girls an exotic fruit. See, as long as you listen, you'll have fruit to eat. Chen Luo stroked Che Xiaoyu's head and said to Xu Yao. Che Xiaoyu rubbed Chen Luo's head obediently, moving like a kitten. Chen Luo rewarded Che Xiaoyu with one more. Xu Yao only lost her memory and her intelligence was not affected. She clearly understood something from Chen Luo's words and Che Xiaoyu's actions, revealing a thoughtful expression. Chen Luo tentatively stretched out his hand. Xu Yao subconsciously dodged a bit, but quickly didn't move again. Chen Luo smoothly placed his hand on Xu Yao's small head. The fluffy cat ears and silky hair feel so smooth to the touch that you can't help but love them. Not bad, reward you with one as well. Chen Luo rewarded Xu Yao with another one. Xu Yao happily ate it. Xu Yao's favoritism +2. Chen Luo said with satisfaction, since she ate the chicken Jia Jiao raised, from now on, she's a little pet we've raised, let's keep her in the dungeon for now, and release her when we're sure she's not aggressive. Chapter 77 Win-Win Cooperation. The temporary refuge camp. Looking at Chen Luo appearing here, Su Rui's mood was very complicated. It was logical that she should hate Chen Luo, after all, he had killed the mayor and shot 4 citizens in front of her. If this was placed before the end of the world, Su Rui would have arrested Chen Luo and waited for the death penalty. But Su Rui realized she didn't hate Chen Luo. Mainly because people's lives are cheaper than grass nowadays, what Chen Luo did was really nothing. Secondly, Chen Luo was not considered to be killing for no reason, he was killing people who had a grudge against him, and it was considered to be an injustice. Of course, another thing Su Rui refused to admit was that she had a crush on Chen Luo. She admired Chen Luo's godlike marksmanship and had a brief comradeship with him, so it was hard to hate him. It's just that she and Chen Luo, one is relieved that the public can't be trusted, while the other just wants to be left alone. The two are ultimately from two worlds and are not destined to come together. Su Rui put away her complicated emotions and asked Chen Luo, "What are you doing here?" Chen Luo didn't answer right away, but flirted, "You've done a good job here, it's quite organized." After Ducannon's death, Su Rui took over the place. Even she hadn't realized that she was pretty good at this sort of thing. Having stabilized the original survivors, she took in a number of defecting refugees one after another. This refuge camp now numbers more than 50 people and is considered a medium-sized camp. Not bad. Su Rui modestly returned. "I really wasn't wrong, you're very capable." Chen Luo still appreciated Su Rui, his safe house lacked one that could manage it. Ning Xiao and Tang Xian were both too mild in character to be stern enough to be convincing to the 3 little girls, Sheila, Du Jia, and Zhang Miaomiao. Suri was silent and didn't answer. So Chen Luo changed the topic. "By the way, did you find anything out of place on your side?" Surya stated that it was still true. The citizens who have recently defected have all come from the west, where a group of mercenaries seem to have appeared. Mercenaries? Chen Luo raised his eyebrows. Well, the group took in the survivors from the west side and had them search for special walkers, and a lot of them died, and some of them got scared, so they fled to me. Searching for special corpses? What does this group want? And who hired them? Chen Luo was puzzled. However, he still reminded Su Rui, "Then you have to be careful, mercenaries only recognize money but not people. If they know about it, there's no guarantee that they won't go after you." "I know, but I can't just watch them leave it alone, can I?" Su Rui also knew that doing so would invite that group of people, but she really couldn't do nothing about it. "Here's the deal, do me a favor, my girls they need training in marksmanship, Help me teach them and in return I can share a few guns with you. Really? Su Rue was so excited that she was about to break her voice. The reason why Chen Luo would do this was also after much deliberation. The situation in Marina del Rey is getting more and more complicated now. There were intelligent zombies controlling the corpses in the east, mercenaries from nowhere in the west, and mutant plants in the back of the mountains. He needed some eyes and ears to help him keep scoping out the neighborhood. The refuge camps under Shi's charge are certainly a good choice. Mainly because of Su Rue's character, Chen Luo could rest assured. Anyway, there were only a few people at Chen Luo's place in total, and one gun per person was more than enough, so he might as well share a few with Su Rue. Enhance her voice in this camp and put her firmly in control. At the same time, it was also to prevent them from being reunited if they didn't pay attention. Then where should Chen Luo find such a stable refuge to find people to work for him? Also, your men will have to report back to me in a timely manner if they find something special while out and about, and in return I can be able to share some food with you every month. No problem. Su Rue agreed without thinking. She knew Chen Luo was trying to use her people as eyes, but the deal was just too profitable for her. First of all, the gun naturally went without saying, and secondly her people would have needed to go out and gather supplies and scout the neighborhood. It was just one more step to share information with Chen Luo to get precious food. The most crucial thing was that the refuge camp had successfully hooked up with Chen Luo's side. If they really encountered any big trouble, Chen Luo might even step in to help, and this point was the most important. Chen Luo was also satisfied, just paying for a few extra guns and an endless supply of food to get moving eyes. This was not a bad deal. The two of them talked a few more sentences about the cooperation, and Chen Luo got up to take his leave. A dirty, narrow alley on the west side of town is littered with all kinds of garbage and covered with excrement and unknown liquids. Several zombie corpses lay on the ground, emitting the stench of decay, and a few fat rats gnawed on the corpses with abandon, eating the rotting flesh. Eagle, that's the guy. The man called Eagle had a big back head, a scar on his face, and was carrying an AK-47 rifle with a saber tossed up and down in his hand. In front of him, a plain, middle-aged man fell limply to the ground. It's you, kid. Even if you run away by yourself, how dare you come back to abduct my people? The middle-aged man's face was snotty and his body was trembling. Eagle. Brother Eagle, misunderstanding. Mistake. Misunderstanding? Eagle snorted disdainfully. If you hadn't been spotted in time by the sentry, you'd have ING run to the center of the city with your people, and you'd still have a ING misunderstanding? Bah! The middle-aged man had a mouthful of spit on his face, but he didn't dare to wipe it at all, because he knew that the man in front of him was a more vicious character than a zombie. A number of people he knew had been the cause of contradicting this man, and their bodies were now lying in some alleyway or other. The middle-aged man was just scared by Eagle's brutal methods and fled the place. Before he left, he promised his wife that as soon as he found safety, he would come back and get her out of there. It's just that the place was found, but when he picked up the man, he was caught and beaten. Say, where did all the other escapees go? A man behind Eagle with a scorpion painted on his arm said. I don't know. Ghost letter? Looks like you're not going to tell the truth without some pain. Scorpion raised his gun and shot the middle-aged man in the leg. Ah! The middle-aged man let out a ghostly scream. Several people laughed out loud when they heard this, completely ignoring him. When he had laughed enough, Eagle went forward and grabbed the man's collar, saying viciously, I'll ask one last time, if you don't say anything, not only will you die, but your wife will have to die as well. Chapter 78, Mercenaries. Big brother, before killing that woman, can you let me have some fun first? I'll be damned, Scorpion, you're really hungry too. You can't even lay your hands on an old onion like that? Go on, what do you know, this kind is what defeats the fire. Women are like wine, the older they get the more flavorful they are. A few people discussed recklessly. The middle-aged man's face grew paler and paler, and the hand behind him clenched into a fist. To speak, or not to speak? I'll say anything if you leave my wife alone. The man's fists unclenched. That's right. Where the hell are those guys? There's a survivor camp on the east side of town, where I and the others went. How dare you, dare to snatch someone from us? The crowd behind Scorpion Eagle brother shouted. Big brother, let's go and storm that camp. There's no hurry, said Eagle calmly, deliver the goods first and get the payment. It's not as bad as these 3 or 2 days. What about this deserter? Scorpion asked, undeterred. Kill it. Eagle turned away. Scorpion and the rest of the few looked at each other with an impishly bad smile. In the eyes of the middle-aged man, it was more terrifying than the devil's smile. Hawk stepped out of the alley and leaned against the wall, smoking a cigarette as the screams behind him continued for 5 minutes. He finished his cigarette just as the screaming stopped. Scorpion's several people walked out, not seeing the middle-aged man. Eagle, who knew the character of several people very well, did not ask more questions, but just threw the cigarette on the ground and crushed it with his big-headed leather boots. Go! Along the way, there were quite a few yellow-faced people who fearfully got out of the way when they saw Eagle and the others. They came to a clearing where a van was parked, surrounded by several men carrying guns and wearing camouflage uniforms. Seeing Brother Eagle, they respectfully shouted, Brother Eagle. Aha! Eagle nodded and gestured behind him. Scorpion understood and stepped forward to open the van's compartment, only to see that inside the carriage was an iron cage, and inside was a zombie with a size of nearly 3 meters tall, like a small giant. Although they had seen it so many times, every time they saw it, the crowd still looked shocked. Wouldn't that size be a championship if he went to play basketball? Scorpion scared. This zombie was something we found with great difficulty, and we lost 6 of our brothers for him, Brother Eagle said in a regretful tone. But it's all worth it, he eyed the giant walker hotly, just to have him for a few crates of gold, guns, bullets, and medicine. That's a big one. Scorpion patted the iron cage. The giant zombie was startled and grabbed the bars of the iron cage with both hands and shook violently, causing the van to shake as well. Scorpion was unsteady and almost hit the cage. The giant zombie directly grabbed it, and its bare palm was as big as a scorpion's head. This would probably burst open like a watermelon if caught. Calm down, calm down. Scorpion ducked low and then backed away. Come on, it's all irritating him, Eagle said from outside the van. Got it, Scorpion shouted at the inside before jumping out of the van and closing it. See you later, my basketball champion. After closing the door, Scorpion asked, Brother Eagle, what do you think they want the mutated zombies for? It can't be used for research, right? None of our business, don't pry. Scorpion continued, do you think they could have researched something from the zombie's body that they would spend such a large amount of money to offer a bounty for a mutated zombie? Eagle was puzzled by this too. Like what? Like mutated zombies with mysterious crystals in their heads that can awaken psychic abilities when absorbed or something? Have you read too many novels? Eagle gave him a blank look. In short, don't ask what you shouldn't ask, knowing too much kills you fast. Got it. Scorpion said resentfully. He and Eagle were originally a group of mercenaries who had been mixed up in the border, and after the end of the world, their group was like a fish out of water. With a gun in their hands, they lived a free life for a while. But bullets are expendable after all, and that's when they were approached by someone from an offshore pharmaceutical company. They were asked to capture mutated zombies for the company in exchange for various rewards, and even the latest results of the experiments they had the chance to experience. That's why they came to Marina City and took control of the refugee camps on the west side of the city, demanding that the refugees work for them. It's just that mutated zombies are not only hard to find, but also hard to catch, and just capturing this giant zombie killed dozens of refugees and 6 mercenary members. Many were so frightened that they fled the camp overnight. At this rate, it won't be long before the camps are left with no one to use them. We'll have to make an example of them, Hawk mused. Let's make an example of that refuge camp. He ordered Scorpion, take 2 of your men and go snoop around, only ask for information, don't get into a head-on conflict. Understood, Scorpion said in a serious voice. Then he led 2 mercenaries, all 3 carrying guns, to the gate. Waving to the men on the post, the door to the refugee camp slowly opened and the 3 men rode off on their motorcycles. Scorpion, what are we going to do when we find that camp? Of course the men are captured and work for us, the women, hee. Scorpion let out an evil laugh. But Scorpion, didn't Eagle just ask us to spy? Another asked worriedly. Eagle, he's just used to being a hiding rat before, sometimes he's overcautious, now how can anyone stop us? Scorpion raised the gun in his hand, having this was enough for them to run amok. The trio pulled the throttle full and the motorcycle rumbled, attracting a large number of zombies to follow them, but they didn't take them seriously at all. Continue laughing and joking around. But there are hundreds and thousands of neighborhoods in the eastern part of the city, and it's not simple to pinpoint the one the middle-aged man is talking about. The trio of scorpions spent several days gradually narrowing down the area. The neighborhood where Su Rue and the girls were located was quite close to the city center, and they were quickly approached by them. Brother Scorpion, there seems to be someone in this neighborhood. This should be it. Scorpion perked up. However, because Scorpion and the others had made such a big commotion along the way, Su Rue's side had prepared for it and closed the gate. Su Rue shouted from behind the door, "Stop! Who are you people and what is the purpose of your coming here? A woman? Or a beautiful woman?" Scorpion licked the corners of his mouth. "I haven't touched a woman for a few days, so I'm going to have a good time this time." He shouted at Su Rue, "Open the door quickly if you know what's good for you, or you'll be finished when we get in." Before his words fell, the 2 men behind him raised their guns and aimed at Su Rue. Chapter 79, Driving Tigers and Swallowing Wolves. Scorpion had thought that all they had to do was pull out their guns and the woman across from them would be scared out of her wits. What he didn't expect, however, was a raised hand from the woman. Several of the men behind her likewise pulled out their guns. Where did she get the gun? Aren't guns banned in China? Scorpion thought suspiciously. Brother Scorpion, there are more of them than us. A mercenary was a bit nervous and whispered. Don't be afraid, if you have a gun, do you necessarily know how to use it? Maybe you can't even aim it. Scorpion forced himself to be calm. Su Rue had always been confident in her marksmanship, and when she heard Scorpion question her, she snorted coldly. Then you may as well try my marksmanship with your lives. Scorpion sniffed and immediately raised his hands and shouted, "Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding, we're just passing through." Then why don't you leave? This way, we're leaving. Scorpion turned his head to his two team members. Good man, let's retreat first. The three men turned their motorcycles around and left the neighborhood. They drove until they couldn't see the neighborhood out of sight before they stopped. Brother Scorpion, are we just going to wimp out and go back? What else can we do? We're just three people with 3 bar guns, and we're going head to head. Isn't that looking for death? Scorpion's gloomy eyes were filled with killing intent. No one can be so arrogant in front of my Scorpion, little wolf. Go back and inform Brother Eagle to bring people to surround this place, little bug, and I will stay behind to monitor their every move. I know. Coyote put his foot on the gas and drove off with a loud thud. Su Rui explained a few words to his men after the mercenaries left, and then left the refuge camp, heading to Binhai University. She found Chen Luo and said, Chen Luo, your guess was right, that group of mercenaries came to the door. Oh, but it's just 3 people, they should be here to explore, should we silence them? Su Rui had long since learned of the group's methods these days from the people who had fled over from the west side of the city. They simply don't deserve to be human, and are more ruthless in their tactics against their own kind than they are against walkers. Su Rui dealt with this group of villains without the slightest psychological burden. It's useless, even if you silence them, that group of people won't be able to wait for news and will send someone else. Chen Luo shook his head. So what should we do? We can't just wait for them to call someone. Su Rui said eagerly. Hold your horses, listen to me, haven't they been looking for a special walker? Don't we know where there's one? Su Rui's eyes lit up at the slightest hint. Are you trying to wreak havoc? Chen Luo clapped his hands. That's right, let these 2 forces fight. No matter which side wins, we'll have one less thing on our minds. The one that wins will also be hit hard and we'll just take care of the remaining one. How exactly? Su Rui asked hastily. Leave it to me, it's just as well I've been idle lately. The sun was setting in the evening, and the afterglow colored half of the sky orange. The two of them, Scorpion and Bug, found a private room, and after killing the original homeowner walker, they leaned against the window and ate their canned food while observing the situation outside. At that moment a crash sounded outside. Scorpion and Bug looked at each other and hurriedly put down the cans in their hands and pressed themselves against the walls on either side. You can still observe what's going on outside while not revealing your position, only to see a young man surrounded by a group of walkers in the alley downstairs, with about 10 walkers both in front and behind him. He's dead. Scorpion thought to himself that even he escaped from such a narrow place blocked by walkers without a gun. But what opened his and Bug's eyes was to see that young man accelerating with a boost and running up the wall. Then with a flip, he leapt over the heads of the walkers and onto their backs. Immediately after that, his hand rose and fell, and each time he swung the axe, a zombie was bound to fall to the ground. In a few minutes, the young man was the only one left standing. Awesome! Bug subconsciously blurted out. With this stance, even if Captain Eagle came, he might not be a match for this young man. The young man snapped his head up at the sound of Bug's voice and met the 2 men's 6 eyes. The young man had just killed so many zombies that his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Scorpion's back went cold, and Bug took an even more instinctive step back. It was only when they remembered that they were still holding the gun in their hands that the 2 men relaxed again. The young man didn't say anything, but turned and went into the building across the street. When he turned around, Scorpion and the others realized that the young man also had a gun behind his back. It made them even more reluctant to mess with him. Should be passing through, find a place to rest in the dark, don't mind him. Scorpion said. The 2 sat back down and continued to eat their canned goods. After a while, a strong smell of meat wafted into their noses. Brother Scorpion, it's that guy from earlier, he seems to be cooking something. Scorpion looked in the direction Bug was pointing and saw the young man at the window for a moment. Since the 2 sides of the building weren't too far apart, Scorpion could clearly see what was cooking in his pot. It's beef. Scorpion was very surprised. He hadn't seen a living animal since the zombie outbreak. The young man across the street actually had fresh beef to eat. For a moment, they felt that the canned meat in their hands didn't smell good anymore. Canned meat is good, but it's not fresh meat after all. Scorpion opened the window and shouted across the street, Dude, where did you get this beef? The young man who was cooking the meat was none other than Chen Luo. Relying on the information given by Su Rui's people, he successfully found the group of mercenaries, and managed to get their attention by utilizing fresh beef. When he heard the Scorpion's words, the corner of Chen Luo's mouth raised in a slightly invisible arc. Hooked. In order to maintain the image of a high-flying expert, Chen Luo kept his face expressionless. The ranch on the eastern outskirts of town. Good for you. Scorpion gave a thumbs up. Chen Luo knew that the reason why this mercenary's tone was so polite was entirely because he had shown his strength. It's not just the stance, but the gun behind it that's key. Otherwise these 2 would have put a gun to their heads and demanded that they hand over their food. The Scorpion and the Bugs were really greedy, but they didn't know how to open their mouths, so they had no choice but to find something to say. Where is the brother going? Escape. Scorpion didn't find anything wrong with Chen Luo's reticence. After all, masters are all a bit eccentric. Just what could make a master flee? He was still curious. Brother, don't joke. With your skill, you still need to escape? Chen Luo's acting talent was on full display as he turned his head towards the east with a heartfelt expression on his face. He said slowly, there's a very odd walker to the east. Chapter 80, Perverted Scorpion. That walker has a huge head, like a big-headed doll, and can manipulate walkers. Can manipulate walkers? Scorpion and Bug captured the point and let out a surprised query. Brother Scorpion, could it be a mutated zombie? Little Bug whispered. Most likely. Scorpion was excited. Mutant walkers are a treasure, and can be traded for tons of useful supplies. They searched for so long before catching a giant walker. I didn't realize that a trip out would lead them to a second one. That's a big reward. Scorpion was thinking about what reward to ask Eagle for. So Scorpion hurriedly asked, Brother, can you tell us specifically about the big-headed zombie you encountered? Chen Luo also knew what he was talking about. That big-headed zombie gathered a large number of zombies and is now entrenched in the original upscale neighborhood, Haitian district. Thank you, brother. Come back to the west side of the city. I'll treat you to dinner. Scorpion stopped eating as well, dropping the can. Bug, let's go. Yes, brother Scorpion. The two of them winded up on the motorcycle and drove in the direction of the Haitian neighborhood. Chen Luo leisurely leaned against the window and watched them go away while eating beef. Scorpion and Bug stopped a few kilometers away from the gates of the Haitian community. Now that it's getting dark, it's better to be cautious. The two parked their motorcycles on the side of the road and walked all the way to the entrance of the Haitian neighborhood. The Haitian neighborhood still retained traces of the aftermath of the Great Battle. The iron gate at the entrance was pushed to the ground, and it was full of bodies that had been disemboweled, and all the internal organs inside had disappeared. The dried blood left dark red marks on the floor that not even melted snow could wash away. It was a hellish sight to behold. Scorpion and Bug were at least mercenaries. Their mental quality was much stronger than ordinary people, and they quickly regained their composure. Brother Scorpion, no walkers in sight. Can't see much at the door. Come on, let's go inside. The two of them moved quickly but without making a sound as they felt their way into the Haitian neighborhood. They still hadn't found even one walker along the way. This anomaly made the two wonder if the mutated zombies had shifted their positions. Finally, when they came to the garden in the middle of the neighborhood, they saw the first zombie, followed by the second, the third. Densely packed, too many to count. The two of them hastily dodged behind the greenery, holding their breath and not daring to make a single sound as they peeked their heads out surreptitiously. A question popped up in their minds. What was this group of zombies doing surrounding this place? Soon their questions were answered. Only a loud and raucous roar erupted from the herd of zombies. Surprisingly, there was a human voice mixed in with the roar. Help, help, don't eat me. Little Bug said to Scorpion, Brother Scorpion, there seems to be a living person. Let's see. The two fixed their eyes to see. There is a man in the middle of the garden. This man fat head, big belly. Conservative estimates are 250 pounds. It looks like the kind of pampered rich people. Surrounding the rich man, instead of bodyguards in sunglasses and suits, was a horde of hungry zombies. The big fat man was so shocked that his two strands trembled, and a foul-smelling unidentified liquid oozed out from between his legs. Help! Help! Panic was written all over his fat face, and his voice was shouting until it was hoarse. The zombies grew more and more agitated, and they couldn't hold back any longer as they lunged at the big fat man. Just then, a dark shadow jumped down from the statue of the hot springs and stopped in front of a group of walkers. The dark figure was topped with a large, stark head as he ripped his voice out and roared at the walker. The zombie he yelled at actually took a step back obediently. Only then did the big-headed zombie turn around unhurriedly. A pair of green bean eyes, which couldn't be any smaller than the big head, blossomed with a greedy essence. Looking at the prostrate obese body on the ground was like looking at a plate of fatty red meat. Before Big Fatty could figure out what was going on, he was pressed to the ground by the big-headed zombie, and a bloody mouth ripped his stomach open, splattering blood and plasma in all directions. Brother Scorpion, did you see that? The Bug was beyond thrilled, as was the Scorpion. This big-headed zombie was definitely even more special than normal mutated zombies, both having evolved the ability to control the corpses. Scorpion could just imagine the price that organization would pay for this walker. We're rich now. Scorpion couldn't hide his excitement. However, it was obvious that the two of them could not catch the big-headed zombie from the sea of corpses, and they still had to go back and call people. We'll go right back and come back with men and weapons. Understood. The two had just turned around, but they realized that there was someone standing behind them at some point. The person had a pretty face and a slim figure, and her waist-length black hair gave her a literary air. If they didn't look at the eyes, Scorpion and Bug were afraid that they would think that this person was a human. But her scarlet pupils still revealed the information that she was a zombie. It's a walker. Bug quickly raised his gun and took aim, but Scorpion stopped it in a hurry. Don't, if you shoot here, the sound of gunfire will attract all the zombies behind you. He said sternly, leave it to me. Scorpion pulled off the saber strapped to his leg and approached the female walker with his right hand held backwards. When he got close enough to see the female zombie's face, Scorpion couldn't help but see the color of amazement in his eyes. Boy, what a beautiful walker, he exclaimed with a heartfelt sigh of relief and some regret. Unfortunately, I've got pressing business right now, or I'd take you back. Scorpion hadn't been playing with female walkers much, and he would even intentionally slash the skin of other women in the camp with a dagger stained with walker blood. Then when the other person is infected, tie her limbs, gag her and put a condom on for good measure. For someone like him, ordinary women could no longer bring him intense excitement, which was why he was getting more and more perverted. This time was no exception, and after seeing how beautiful the female zombie was, Scorpion couldn't help but stick out his tongue and lick the saber in his hand. Little beauty, I'll use this knife to slice through your blown out skin, cut your slender neck, and enjoy the sweet blood that spurts from your neck. Saying that, Scorpion quickly approached the female zombie with a sprint. The one man and the corpse were getting closer and closer, but the next second the Scorpion pounced. He looked left and right in bewilderment as he held the knife. Back there! Bug desperately wanted to warn Scorpion, and had to lower his voice in case he attracted more walkers. Luckily, though, Scorpion was alerted. He did a forward roll, then quickly got up in a crouching position, ready to meet the attack, only to find his opponent standing still and pressing on. Chapter 81, Being Eaten by the Corpses. What the hell? Did I spend my eyes? Scorpion didn't believe it and charged towards the female zombie once again. This time, he clearly saw that just as he was about to touch the female zombie disappeared into a residual shadow and came behind him. So fast, could it be? A bad guess bubbled up in Scorpion's heart. To test this suspicion, he launched his attack several times and realized that he couldn't keep up with the female zombie at all. It's a mutant walker. At this moment, Scorpion completely lost the surprise of finding the big-headed zombie before. At this exact moment, Little Bug shouted again, "Brother Scorpion, the zombies behind us seem to be leaning over." Mud. Scorpion, who knew he was going to die if he dragged on any longer, exploded, and not caring to make a scene, drew his gun and shot. But the female zombie quickly pulled away long before he drew his gun, so Scorpion's subsequent strafing didn't kill the female zombie. Instead, the sound of gunshots rang out, causing the crowd of walkers in the garden to turn their heads in unison. Bug, who had been keeping an eye on the movements in the garden, barely managed to scream at the sight. Being stared at by so many pairs of red eyes would scare any human being. Brother Scorpion, don't tame our yell, run. Scorpion put away his rifle and took off running, and Bug froze for a moment, then rushed to follow. The big-headed zombie looked up with a fat sausage in its mouth. He raised his head and roared, and the thousands of zombies around him roared with him. The sound was as overwhelming as the thunder on the 9 heavens, and as if the waves were beating against the shore, making people's bones creepy. When the Scorpion duo heard this, they just hated their parents for not giving them an extra pair of legs. But the zombies, after all, were stiff and didn't run as fast as they did, and the distance between the two sides grew larger and larger. Seeing that the main entrance gate was getting closer and closer, a light of hope appeared in both of their eyes. By the time they left the marina neighborhood and came out onto the wide, main road, their motorcycle was over there. As long as they were on the motorcycle, it was impossible for these zombies to catch up with them, no matter how numerous they were. Just then, Scorpion's pupils shrank. The incredibly fast female walker stopped in front of him again. Scorpion had to stop and raise his gun. However, the female walker's purpose was clear. She was about to slow down the Scorpion. As soon as Scorpion raised his gun, the female zombie ran out a long way, not giving him distance to shoot. As soon as he retracted his gun, the female walker came back to block his path. And what annoyed Scorpion the most was that this female zombie seemed to have a grudge against him, just stopping him and ignoring the little bug instead. It's a very bad feeling to see your teammates running ahead of you when you're running away and being chased. Bug, give me a hand. Scorpion cursed. Instead, the bug ran a little faster as if it hadn't heard him. Mud, you'll be dead when I get back. Scorpion had no choice but to run and raise his gun and shoot. With such a fast-moving shot, even if an Olympic shooting champion came, it would be impossible to hit it, let alone a Scorpion. His bullets were all empty, but the objective was achieved. The female zombies didn't dare to come close even under his sweeping shots. Scorpion took this opportunity to close the distance between him and the gate again. Bang! A shot rang out and Scorpion didn't even react, thinking it was a shot from his own rifle. But soon his legs suddenly weakened and his whole body fell forward, tumbling over. He turned back to the bullet hole in his leg with a stunned look on his face, his head full of question marks. Who shot him? He and Bug are the only ones here with guns. He couldn't have shot himself to get away, could he? Scorpion didn't have time to think about who the hell had shot him. The army of walkers behind him was already close at hand. Dozens of zombies pressed down on him, each taking a bite, and the sharp pain like a lingering death made his life worse than death. At this moment, he deeply realized the feelings of the people he had tortured to death. On the roof of the villa in the distance, Chen Luo ended his aim and put away his gun. A figure flashed by and the female zombie appeared behind Chen Luo. Good job. Chen Luo complimented. Su Yulan didn't seem to be satisfied with Chen Luo's compliments, opening her big eyes and staring straight at Chen Luo. Understanding what she meant, Chen Luo could only touch her head. Su Yulan squinted comfortably. I don't know if she was brought down by Che Xiaoyu. Su Yulan now asked Chen Luo for a reward when she did something. And the reward was just as Che Xiaoyu had asked for, either a head rub or a hug. However, this head touch did not satisfy Su Yulan. She flew and nodded on Chen Luo's lips. Her movements were so fast that people could not react at all. Then she went back to her original position with an expressionless look on her face, as if nothing had happened. Su Yulan's favoritism plus 10. Listening to the system's voice in his ear, Chen Luo opened the system panel. Name, Su Yulan. Identity, art student, pianist, zombie, speed mutation. Favor, 70 plus 10, loyalty. Reward for first acquaintance, 100 kilograms of raw meat, acquired. First kiss reward, zombie virus vaccine, obtained. Complete strategy reward, genetic evolution potion. This kiss not only allowed Su Yulan's favorability to break through to 80, but also allowed Chen Luo to obtain yet another tube of zombie virus vaccine. Chen Luo withdrew his attention from the system and looked in the direction of the cell gate. The little bug seemed to not even hear the scorpion's screams and ran out of the Haitian neighborhood without looking back. It wasn't like Chen Luo couldn't shoot him if he wanted to in this position. But Chen Luo didn't do that. He was deliberately letting one back in to ventilate the situation. As for why they let the little bugs go and not the scorpion, it was probably because the expression on the scorpion's face when he saw Su Yulan was too perverted. The scorpion that had already been gnawed down to its skeleton didn't know if it would regret it if it knew what Chen Luo was thinking. Let's go. While the big-headed zombie was lured away by the little bug, Chen Luo and Su Yulan could easily sneak out through the side door. On the other hand, Bug got on his motorcycle, inserted the car keys, opened the throttle to the maximum, and went full speed in the direction of the west of the city. He didn't even rest along the way, hoofing the motorcycle, even catching up with the coyote who had left half a day before him. Wolfie was incredibly surprised to see him. Brother Bug, why are you back? Where is Brother Scorpion? He was eaten by walkers. Bug gave a brief explanation. Ha? What the hell is going on? The coyote sniffed. I'll explain it to you later, let's get back to camp. Bug is reticent to give details of what happened. The two drove in silence for a while, finally making it back to camp before dark the next day. The men on the sentry post saw the two men, raised their guns and asked, "Who is it?" "It's us, Bug and Coyote." The sentry put away his gun. "Come in." Chapter 82 Red Rose and Miss Chuang. Entering the camp, Bug casually found a patrol and asked, "Bro, is Eagle here? He's meeting guests in the parlor and won't let anyone disturb him." Bug interrupted impatiently after hearing only the first half of the sentence. "Got it, Coyote, let's go." The two of them went straight to the parlor, and without knocking on the door, they barged right in. There were 5 strangers in there besides Eagle. One of the women was a foreigner with a very exotic face. Draped in big brown waves, she had a sultry look, and the eye patch covering her right eye added an extra air of mystery and danger. Wearing a vested leather jacket that showed her belly button, her slim wasp waist, sexy waistline and six-pack abs made her body as aesthetically pleasing as a bodybuilder's. Underneath was a pair of shorts with daggers and pistols, still large caliber Desert Eagles, strapped to their slender thighs with black leather straps. With the recoil of this pistol, an average woman can't hold up, which shows that this woman is also a tough character. Next to the big wavy woman was a woman in a white lab coat and round-rimmed glasses, like a researcher. Unlike the former's toned body, this woman's was slightly more voluptuous, her gray turtleneck sweater underneath her white coat pushed up by her biceps. Underneath, she wore a wraparound skirt in black silk that wrapped tightly around the woman's flesh-filled hips and thighs, making her mouth water. The other 3 robust hulks, standing straight behind the two, did not move a muscle, not even blinking their eyes. If it weren't for the fact that their chests were rising and falling slightly as they breathed, one would wonder if these 3 were robots. Little Bug and Little Wolf glanced deeply at the 3 burly men, and from them, the two felt a strong threat. Retracting their gaze, they paused again at the 2 gorgeous women in front of them. A question bubbled up in both of their minds. When was there such a beautiful woman in the camp, or 2? Knowing what they knew about their teammates, if these 2 women were from their camp, there was no way they would have had time to get out of bed. Hawk looked angry at the intrusion of the 2 men. "Who let you in? Can't you see I'm receiving my honored guests?" Little Bug was busy speaking up and explaining, "Brother Eagle, we have something important to report to you." Yet Eagle didn't take them seriously at all, or rather, he took the 5 too seriously. He waved his hand and said in a stern tone, "Whatever it is, it's not as important as my guests right now, get out." That's when the big wavy woman spoke, a slight hint of raspiness in her pleasant voice, like a poisonous thorn hidden under a beautiful red rose. "Mr. Eagle, your men are in such a hurry, there must be a very important situation, it's better to hear what they have to say first." "Yes, MS. Red Rose." Eagle finished respectfully and turned his head to the 2 men and urged, "Say, what's up? Brother Eagle, Brother Scorpion." He's dead," Coyote said hesitantly. Eagle raised his eyebrows a bit, obviously a bit surprised, but he didn't show it in front of those 5 people. "I know, stand down." "Wait," Bug shouted anxiously, "Brother Eagle, I have information on mutated zombies." Everyone in the room became interested when these words came out. Red Rose poked fun at the researcher beside her. "See, Miss Shuang, I told you that a trip to Marina City would be rewarding, right?" MS. Chong seemed a little afraid of the Red Rose and simply echoed, "You're right. Come on, elaborate." Eagle urged. "When Brother Scorpion and I were scouting, we accidentally got the news that there was a mutated zombie in the Haitian district. so the two of us immediately rushed over, and we didn't expect to really find one with intelligence. The crowd that had heard the news of the mutated zombie was already surprised, and upon hearing that it was a zombie with intelligence, Miss Zhuang even stood up directly. She eagerly pressed, "Are you sure it was the mutated walker that had intelligence?" "That's right, I'm 100% sure. I've seen him manipulate other walkers to hunt for him." Bug thought for a moment and then added, "And he also controlled another mutated walker with surprising speed." Red Rose sat on the sofa looking up at Miss Zhuang and asked, "Is this mutated zombie special?" "Not very special, but quite special. MS." Zhuang's tone was very serious. "This kind of zombie is very rare, and it's valuable experimental material. The other divisions have only caught 3, and they were all corpses, not a single one of the live material. He could very well be the key to researching a vaccine." MS. Chang's eyes gleam as she talks about her area of expertise. Red Rose couldn't sit still long enough to sniff, and likewise stood up. When Eagle saw the two reacting so much, he also realized how amazing little Bug's news was, and estimated that just this one piece of news could be worth a large amount of money and equipment. Only now it's worthless, because a few of the Red Roses have learned the news as well. Too late for regrets, Eagle tries to maximize benefits. "A few of you, since the news of this mutated zombie was brought back by my people, how come it should be handled by us?" For a while, the atmosphere became a bit gloomy, and the 3 robots behind Red Rose drew their guns in unison and aimed at Eagle. Bug and Coyote were also busy raising their guns to take aim, though they looked obviously a bit nervous and out of breath. Eagle was being pointed at by 3 guns, his face didn't change, but his back was actually sweating. But things had come to a head, and he had no choice but to tough it out to the end. Luckily, Red Rose didn't let the saber rattling remain for long. She let out a light laugh. "Marina City is Eagle's territory. It's naturally most appropriate for you to capture it. All put your guns away." As soon as she spoke, the 3 big men put their guns away in one neat motion. "But also ask Mr. Eagle to allow us to watch your capture from the sidelines." Since the other party had given in, Eagle would naturally not fail to sell her face. "No problem. I'll let a few of you know when the time comes. For now please rest in the guest room. We need to meet and discuss battle tactics." Brother Eagle gave the expulsion order, so Red Rose left the parlor with Miss Zhuang and the 3 strong men. When they left, Eagle's face suddenly changed, and he said with incomparable seriousness, "Coyote, close the door, and Bug, give me a good account of what happened." The 2 men sniffed and moved quickly. Coyote went to close the door, while Bug told Eagle exactly what had happened after Coyote had left. Once the door was closed, Eagle waited in silence for him to finish, then pounded the table hard. "This is our big opportunity and we must hold on to it." Chapter 83 Preliminary Research Results. That multinational drug company has a worldwide bounty on mutated zombies. What kind of zombies haven't they seen? But they said in their own words that even they had never caught one alive, so you can see how much it is cherished. If they catch them and hand them over to the company, won't the reward be whatever they want? Even if you want tanks and helicopter gunships, it doesn't matter. The more Eagle thought about it, the more excited he became, but he could only suppress these thoughts in his heart for the time being. Also, the news of Scorpion's death calmed him down quite a bit. Scorpion had been with him for a few years, and although his personality was a bit perverted, he was reliable, and was his beloved henchman. After Scorpion's death, the team is down another good player. It still seems necessary to stow away newcomers. Thinking of this, Eagle said to Little Bug, "Is that mysterious expert you mentioned really that good?" Bug nodded affirmatively. "His hands are better than both mine and Brother Scorpion's." "Okay, then it's up to you to stay in touch with him and absorb him into our ranks if you can." "Yes." On the other hand, Zhuang Ningming followed behind Red Rose to the guest room Eagle had prepared for them. As soon as she entered, Zhuang Ningming couldn't help but ask, "Red Rose, the wisdom zombie is a matter of great importance. How could you hand it over to that group?" "Do you think we can walk out of this camp without handing it over to them?" Red Rose asked rhetorically. Zhuang Ningmeng was dumbfounded. The atmosphere just now did explode at the slightest point, full of gunpowder flavor. Still, she felt that intelligent walkers were more important. What she didn't reveal to Eagle was that the lab's research on mutated zombies had achieved initial success. They have extracted a mysterious substance from the zombie virus that can strengthen the human body, which is likely to be the key to solving this post-apocalyptic crisis and continuing human civilization. It was just that the side effects of injecting this mysterious substance were too great, and 99 out of 100 people were infected into zombies. The remaining one became a vegetable. The key to the problem may well be in the brain. Zhuang Ningming's fellow researchers agreed that a zombie with intelligence is no longer a zombie. In a sense, they belong to the new evolved human race. So this is the one line of research that is most likely to be successful. Therefore, although Zhuang Ningming was afraid of the Red Rose, she still said, "We'll have to notify the organization so that they can send someone." Red Rose snorted in disdain. "Miss Zhuang, have you forgotten that the nearest branch in Manhwa City has been wiped out? You are the only researcher we have rescued. If we have to wait for the other branches to come to support us, the yellow flowers and vegetables will be cold." Zhuang Ningmeng wanted to say something else, but Red Rose was already impatient and directly interrupted. She said, "Well, your job is to keep the information you brought out of the lab. and you don't have to think about anything else. Red Rose stood up and the three big men followed her toward the door. As she walked away, she said, "Just rest here, and don't go out this door alone while we're gone, unless you want to become like the women here." When Zhuang Ningmeng heard this, she shuddered as she recalled the misery of the many slightly faceless women she had seen here. Red Rose purposely turned back before closing the door. "Also, we're co-workers, so you can stop calling me by my codename like they do and call me by my Chinese name, Luo Wei." As soon as the words left his mouth, the door to the room slammed shut. Zhuang Ningmeng sat down with a bewildered look on her face, and her right hand touched the pocket of her white coat, which contained a USB flash drive. Outside the door, Luo Wei said to the big man, "You guys go inform the headquarters." "Yes. It's not necessary to have the organization send someone, but it's still necessary to report the news." Dispersing the three big men, Luo Wei walked inside the campground alone. While walking, he mused, Manhwa City branch test subjects went berserk, the entire staff was wiped out, the entire city was overrun by plants, and special infected people were found in the next-door city of Binhai. Things are really getting interesting then. A smile blossomed on Rowdy's face. The beautiful smile made the eyes of two passing patrolmen glaze over. Rowdy saw them too, and with seductive eyes she said, "Does it look good?" "Good looking." The two nodded dumbly. "Want to me?" The two froze for a moment, and then their faces were ecstatic. They say that foreign girls are open, but I can't imagine that they are so open. Their brothers are really blessed. Think. The two nodded their heads like chicken pecks. Ro opened her hands. "Come on." The two men moved forward impatiently, feeling their way toward Ro's body. However, in the next second, Luo Wei's eyes changed and she grabbed the two men's hands and swung them. The two collided head to head, knocking both of them unconscious in just one fell swoop. Looking at the two people lying on the ground, Luo Wei's eyes were as if she was looking at trash. "Just the two of you want to me?" If it wasn't for the fact that this was the other side's territory, these two would have turned into corpses. However, Luo Wei didn't want to let the two go just like that. She pulled out her dagger and stabbed each of them in the thigh. The two stifled a grunt and did not wake up. Ro put away her dagger and continued to think about herself. By the time dawn broke, the camp was busy. 7 or 8 SUVs, a dozen motorcycles, and more than 50 heavily armed mercenaries were in full gear. Eagle led Bug and Coyote to a shipping container. "Open the iron door and there are guns hanging all over the place. Tell the brothers to come and get their guns, 1 rifle each plus 300 rounds of ammunition and 5 grenades." "Yes." Luo Wei and Zhuang Ningmeng heard the commotion outside and also walked out of the room to find Eagle. Ro said, "It looks like Mr. Eagle already has a battle plan." "That's good," Eagle was confident. "We decided to set up a trap, use a live person as bait to lure him out, and then make quick work of it." Fearing the delay, this was the best he could come up with on such short notice. "Okay, then we'll wait to see how well Mr. Eagle and your men play. You two just wait and see. Go." Not far away, 2 mercenaries shoved the civilians and herded them into the van. One of them couldn't help but ask, "Master, what are we doing?" The mercenary said with a bad attitude, "Don't ask what you shouldn't, just get in the car." The man had no choice but to get in the car. When Zhuang Ningmeng heard that Eagle was going to use a living person as bait, she felt a bit intolerant. And then seeing them being herded onto the bus without any knowledge of what was going on made me sympathize with them even more. She was just a researcher, and couldn't do anything as calm as Ro, who had long since become accustomed to it. So Zhuang Ningmeng had to twist her head away from those civilians. Getting ready, Eagle barked, "Let's go." All but 4 of the mercenaries who had stayed behind to guard the camp were out in force. A caravan of vehicles headed east of the city in great numbers. Chapter 84, Living Bait. The convoy was traveling through a city full of zombies, naturally attracting a large number of zombies. Some of the closer, faster walkers peeled themselves up on the edge of the SUV's roof, trying to yank the person on top of the vehicle off. But the mercenaries had guns in their hands and didn't panic at all, standing tall and firing in bursts. Gunshots rang out all the way through, and zombie bodies pounced all the way through. The number of zombies only dwindled as they entered the city center. By the time we got to the east side of town, there were even only a few scattered ones. Such an abnormal phenomenon was the first thing the experienced Eagle and Luo Wei noticed. "It seems the news is true." Ro wore a pair of black sunglasses and sat in the passenger seat. The wind howled and rushed in wildly through the open window, sending her big brown wavy hair blowing in the wind. This, coupled with Luo Wei's gorgeous face, made the image full of beauty. Even Zhuang Ningmeng, who was sitting in the back row, couldn't help but slow down her breathing when she saw the scene in the rearview mirror. Yet the big man in the driver's seat stared ahead without even looking at Rowdy. It's not that he doesn't have worldly desires, but he doesn't dare to have them. 2. Have you contacted headquarters? It was only when he heard Rowdy talking to himself that the big man pressed the on button and came to life. He replied back, "Contacted." The headquarters replied that they will always keep an eye on it, and if necessary, they can ask for help. They will mobilize the nearest branch personnel at the first time. In addition, they emphasized that they will take care of the research materials and researcher Chuang of the laboratory in Manhwa City. Luo Wei nodded as she turned her head to look at Zhuang Ningmeng. "Ms. Chong, do you still have the research materials on you?" Zhuang Ningming nodded her head hurriedly, looking flustered as she pulled out the USB flash drive from her pocket. Yes, I have it with me at all times. Very well, be sure to tighten us up later, you're on the same level of importance as the research material. Zhuang Ningming was a bit flattered, but she also knew that she was the only researcher in the project who had survived. She is the only one who knows the full details of this project. That's why Rowdy valued himself so much. Rowdy stopped talking after saying this and turned her head to look outside. Their eagle was standing at the front of the SUV, looking like a bit of a lord. Little Bug sat behind Brother Eagle and said to him, Brother Eagle, we're almost there, 10 kilometers ahead is the Haitian district. Very well, said Eagle with a spirited voice, pass the word to stop ahead and set traps. In front of their location was a wide overpass, capable of running 4 cars at once. Hawk directed his men to stop at one end of the overpass and block it with the SUV. This way, they don't have to worry about the walkers to the left, right, and rear, and only need to deal with the ones in front. With the knowledge that intelligent walkers have the ability to control the herd, this is the perfect place to set a trap. Bug waved at the man in the vehicle behind him, who nodded, then rolled out of the car and headed for the van. The civilian on the wagon train sensed the car stop and saw someone approaching. He was quick to be attentive. Master, are we there yet? The mercenary was impatient. Not yet, just wait. Okay. The mercenary walked towards the driver's seat and exchanged words with the driver, whispering something. Every now and then he even looked back at the civilians in the carriage. The civilians vaguely felt something bad in their hearts, but they could only comfort themselves that they were fine and okay. After the explanation, the driver started the van and moved on with the civilians. When their group made such a big commotion, Chen Luo got a tip-off at the first opportunity. He stood on a building between the overpass and the Haitian neighborhood, holding binoculars and watching every move of Eagle and the others. Behind him was Su Rue, who asked worriedly, Chen Luo, what should we do next? The group of mercenaries were so well equipped that if they were to attack her camp with this kind of firepower, it would be as easy as an elephant crushing an ant. The difference in firepower between the two sides is too great. Chen Luo was also a bit surprised, but this strengthened his determination to leave this group behind. Don't worry, we just have to watch the show. Although Su Rue was anxious, but hearing Chen Luo say so, she had no choice but to calm down and similarly picked up a telescope to look out. In the sight of the two men, the van drove all the way to the entrance of the Haitian neighborhood. It didn't stop at the gate, it drove in. In the garden, the zombies looked up when they heard the sound of a vehicle traveling. Thousands of eyes looked simultaneously at the van that looked like it had come in by mistake. The driver of the van slammed on the brakes and brought the van to a stop. He stared wide-eyed at the dense, unrecognizable herd of zombies in front of him. Both sides froze at first. That is, until a large hand pushed aside the walker in front of it and an ugly, large head burrowed out. The big-headed zombie let out a loud roar when he saw the man in the van. All of a sudden, a stone stirred up 1,000 waves. The herd of zombies let out a roar and ran towards the van when they were done. The truck driver reacted by going down on the gas and hitting the steering wheel furiously. Because of the overdrift, the doors of the compartment were thrown open during the turnaround. The dozen or so confused civilians in the wagon almost forgot to breathe when they saw the scene in front of them. Or had they seen so many man-eating zombies, their guts were broken. I don't know who screamed, and the subsequent crowd screamed one louder than the other. They scrambled toward the front of the bus and huddled together. The big-headed zombie was excited at the sight of so much food and accelerated to the front. Both sides fled and chased each other, and soon came to the overpass. Halfway through, the big-headed walker had sensed something was wrong. It was as if the van was deliberately fishing for him, neither too fast nor too slow. Just enough to keep up the speed and distance he could keep up with. The big-headed zombie stopped directly and roared, and the zombie army behind him stopped as well. The truck also stopped in the middle of the overpass with a sharp brake. The driver in the driver's seat panicked, opened the door and fled, leaving the van behind to escape on his own. The big-headed zombie squinted his green bean-sized eyes at the end of the catwalk. There were a bunch of vehicles parked there, though there was no sign of living people. After all, unable to resist the temptation of fresh flesh and blood, the big-headed zombie took a step forward. The civilians in the wagon were frantically slapping the partition wall at the front of the wagon as it came to a stop. Drive! Drive! Before they knew it, the driver had left them behind and fled alone. They could only watch in despair as the distance between the walkers and them grew closer. Chapter 85, Bigger Giant Zombie. The big-headed walker cautiously stopped in front of the van. After circling the van and seeing no danger, he couldn't wait to jump on board. Looking at the terrified people inside, the big-headed zombie revealed a cruel, evil smile, the corners of his mouth almost cracking to his ears. Then he pounced. The unarmed civilians in the carriages were simply incapable of resisting, and for a time the ear-piercing screams and mournful shrieks traveled out very far. At the end of the overpass, Eagle poked his head out of the back of the car. Holding back his excitement, he reached for his walkie-talkie and said, "The target's taken the bait. Quick, detonate." As soon as Eagle's words left his mouth, a deafening explosion rang out from the other end. The big-headed walker stopped eating, his face covered in blood. He turned back towards the location of the bridge, and a ball of fire erupted from his pupils, followed by a miniature mushroom cloud slowly rising. A section of the overpass was blown off by the explosion, and the army of zombies behind it fell like dumplings. It's a trap. The big-headed walker immediately jumped off the wagon and maneuvered the other walkers to surround him. Ha ha, the plan worked. Eagle flipped over in a hurdling maneuver. All of you, catch the mutated zombies alive. Dozens of mercenaries advanced slowly, carrying rifles. The big-headed zombie roared again and the zombies all rushed forward. On one side, there were more than 50 humans, and on the other side, there were thousands of zombies who weren't afraid to die. This battle was supposed to be worlds apart, but the hot weapons in the hands of the human side directly bridged the gap. They lined up and fired around in unison, and they didn't have to deliberately aim at the head, they just had to disable the zombies' ability to move. The walkers running at the front of the pack fell to the ground in unison. Some were shot in the head, some had their legs broken, and others had their spines blown to pieces. Those in the front row empty their magazines and retreat to the back, while those in the back step up to replace them. Their professionalism is evident in their tacit cooperation and smooth scheduling. The big-headed zombie was obviously a bit anxious, roaring more and more sharply and loudly. The zombies at the bridge were still raining down, but there were just too many of them, and they soon piled up into a small hill several meters high. Eagle sensed the crisis and shouted, "Quickly!" The mercenaries were instructed to advance significantly faster. It's just that there are so many zombies that it takes a long time to shoot just a few thousand pigs, let alone zombies that can run and jump. The mercenaries in the front row emptied their magazines again, and this time, instead of giving way, they pulled out a grenade, pulled off the safety ring and threw it. The grenade exploded and limbs flew everywhere. It was definitely impossible to blow up the overpass with the power of a grenade, only to leave large and small craters on it. But this alone reduced the number of zombies by nearly 10%, which was a remarkable effect. The mercenaries followed up with an easier advance. Just then, loud footsteps came from the distance. A zombie that was even larger than the last one Eagle and the others had caught appeared at the overpass bridge. The fully 5-meter-tall body moved like a mountain of meat, and even the ground trembled with each foot. He was seen jumping over the gaping hole in the overpass and coming to bend over the big-headed walker. The big-headed walker plopped down and wrapped his arms around the giant walker's neck. The image looks like a monster image from one of the games. Not good, he's running away. Little Bug hurriedly opened the trunk of the SUV and took out a rocket launcher from it. He was about to take aim when a cold barrel was pressed against his head. "Put the bazooka down," Ro said indifferently, holding the Desert Eagle. Eagle questioned angrily, "What are you doing?" "The company wants to live." Ro was succinct. Eagle was momentarily speechless, so he had to say to Bug, "You heard me, why don't you put it down?" Bug silently lowered his bazooka, and only then did Rowdy take his gun back. Perhaps because of the advantage, the big-headed walker did not order the giant walker to take him away. Instead, he maneuvered him towards the mercenary. The mercenaries raised their guns and fired wildly at the giant walker's head. Rifle bullets that just readily pierced through ordinary zombies didn't achieve too good results against the giant zombies. He seemed to have grown muscles even on his head, and the bullet got stuck between the muscles and went in just a few centimeters. Still, the giant walker raised a hand in front of his head. The other hand slapped at the mercenary. Two of them couldn't dodge and were slapped straight out of the overpass. It's a dozen or so high, and what happens if you fall is self-evident. Eagle, his eyes wide with rage, yelled into his walkie-talkie, "Hit the legs, hit the legs." So they swiped at the giant walker's right leg again. The giant zombie, on the other hand, raised his leg and kicked a few more people away before grabbing a mercenary and shoving him into his mouth. Like sugarcane, half of it came off in one bite, splashing with juice and crispness. Seeing this, another companion removed the last grenade from his waist and dropped it under the giant walker's right leg. The grenade exploded, the impact causing the giant walker to stumble and fall to the ground. Luckily it was a frontal collapse, or the big-headed walker on his back would have been crushed into a pulp. The other mercenaries took this opportunity to shoot at the giant walker's right leg in unison, finally breaking his leg. Hawk was relieved that without a leg the giant walker wouldn't be able to jump out with the big head walker. The giant zombie with limited mobility became a living target as the mercenaries' bullets poured into his head. However, he recoiled before he died and slapped 3 more people away. A group of over 50 people was wiped out by a giant zombie by nearly a third. Brother Eagle had a burst of meat pain. This was a teammate who had been with him for many years. Every one of them was an elite, and everyone that was lost was a huge loss. It can't be helped, he's so short of people. It wouldn't take years of work to produce such a good fighter if you had to retrain. But there's always something to give. Without the giant walker, the big head walker had taken wing. Chen Luo on the high floor put away his binoculars. He knew that the group of mercenaries had failed. The pile of walkers at the bridge was high enough for the walkers to come forward to the big-headed walker. The big-headed zombie shrank towards the zombie army, and the remaining mercenaries could do absolutely nothing with him. Joyful Eagle had no choice but to order a retreat. The zombies keep coming, and if we keep dragging this out, we'll run out of bullets sooner or later. They could only retreat first and then discuss their strategy. The big-headed walker also didn't let the walkers go after him, and mainly couldn't. Just this battle came down to the mercenaries losing over a dozen of their teammates and tons of ammo, and the big-headed zombie losing one of his mutated zombie henchmen. The losses on both sides were less than acceptable and there was no real winner. Chapter 86, Beheading? On the way out, Eagle kept a grim face. When the bystanders saw his murderous look, they didn't dare to disturb him at this time. Looks like they won't make it. Ro rolled the window up, to notify headquarters and prepare to take over. Yes. Upon returning to the camp, Eagle called his inner circle of men to the conference room to discuss the situation. After everyone had arrived, Eagle swept around with his icy eyes and asked Coyote, "Coyote, where's Bug?" The coyote stammered back, He said he was going to stay behind to observe the target and come back later." Eagle snorted coldly. He knew that Bug was afraid that he would take it out on him, so he made an excuse not to come back. "Forget him, let's get started." Eagle sat down and asked, "Tell us what you think." The person sitting on Eagle's right-hand seat hesitated and spoke, "Big brother, why don't we give up? That thing is really not something to be messed with." There were quite a few mercenaries who thought like him, and after the first one took the lead, the others chimed in. "Yeah, big brother, the number of zombies that monster can manipulate is too many. It's like it can't be killed. Our firepower is completely insufficient. And hell knows if he has any other mutant walkers under him besides the giant walkers." The man in Eagle's left-hand seat seemed to be a man of explosive temper, only to stand up and curse. "Give up? Then didn't our brethren die in vain? You bunch of cowards." The man across from him was annoyed at being pointed at and cursed. "Ironhead, what do you say then?" Ironhead slapped the table. "If you ask me, just kill it with heavy firepower. What about accidental targeting? Mistakenly injured is mistakenly injured, and if you die, can't you use it for a reward? And is there a comparison with following the living? Can you catch them alive? You." The scene was noisy, with each side arguing that no one was allowed to sleep. It wasn't until the silent Eagle stood up that the sounds of the scene subsided for a moment. A dozen pairs of eyes looked at Eagle in the center at the same time. Eagle spoke up, "Giving up is definitely out of the question. After all, we've already suffered so much damage. But our manpower and weapons can't withstand the exertion anymore, so I think we should use decapitation." Operation Decapitation? The bottom two were filled with confusion. "That right, that just has intelligence, not much else, and if you can get close enough to him, you can easily catch him." What Eagle came up with was to pick 3 to 5 good fighters and find a chance to forcefully tie up the Wisdom Walker and bring him back while he was alone. After he told the crowd his idea, an eerie silence fell over the scene. The solution is good, but the question is who is going to go? Chen Luo and Su Rue parted ways downstairs. He tracked the mercenary caravan in the direction it had retreated, only to be shouted at halfway through. "Wait, master!" Chen Luo turned back and saw the mercenary he had seen before waving at him. "It's you!" "It's me, just call me Bug." Little Bug was happy. He was worried about going back to Eagle. Although the death of so many team members was none of his business, but after all, he was the one who brought this news back, so there was no guarantee that Brother Eagle would not blame him. "But if we can bring the master back, it'll be a credit to us." That was why he called out to Chen Luo anxiously after seeing him from afar. "Something wrong?" Chen Luo asked without moving. "Master, you're having too much of a hard time fleeing day after day. Do you want to join us? No worries about food and drink, and there's also a large wave of women." Little Bug warmly invited. Chen Luo himself was originally not worried about food and drink, and only a large wave of women. He had several of them. But it's a good opportunity to probe these guys. Chen Luo pretended to be hesitant, and Little Bug saw that there was something going on and hastened to strike while the iron was hot. "In the last days, you can't live long as a lone wolf. The only way out is to embrace the group." Little Bug spoke at length, and Chen Luo finally nodded his head in agreement. Bug said happily, "Great, come on, I'll take you back to our camp." Little Bug rode his motorcycle and took Chen Luo all the way west. Chen Luo secretly memorized the route in his heart, while he observed that the closer he got to the mercenary camp after entering the western part of the city, the more corpses there were on the roadside, both zombie and human. Finally, after another half-hour of driving, a campsite fenced with various ironwork appeared ahead. There was also a rudimentary, wooden sentry post at the entrance, rickety as if it would collapse at any moment when the wind blew. There was another man standing guard on the post with a rifle in his hand aiming at Chen Luo and Little Bug. "What man? Bug. What about him?" "One of our own." The man verified the two men's identities before beckoning downward, and the men at the bottom were instructed to laboriously pull open the iron door. "Let's go." Little Bug turned around to greet Chen Luo. The two entered the camp, which was far harsher than serious. There's no one to clean up the rotting flesh on the floor, cockroaches, rats, flies and mosquitoes everywhere. It's a hotbed of plague. The people I saw were also ragged and bony. Both men and women, young and old, had dull eyes and numb expressions, as if they were walking corpses, no better than zombies. Little Bug was still telling Chen Luo about the benefits of joining them. "See how strong our camp is? We can't walk 2 steps without someone patrolling with a gun. You can't go wrong by joining us." The two of them arrived at the door of the conference room, and Little Bug gave Chen Luo a hand signal. "You wait. With that said, he furtively pressed his ear to the door and eavesdropped on the movement inside. Seeing this, Shenluo also listened carefully with his side ear, and vaguely heard a hoarse voice coming from inside. What's the matter? I asked you to sign up, but you're all mute. Usually not one by one, blowing themselves up to be the best in the sky and the earth. Why don't you say anything now? Shenluo was still wondering what that meant when Little Bug sighed in relief. Phew, not talking about me, looks like I can go in. With that he knocked on the door. Come in. Bug walked in playfully. Boss, I'm back. Aren't you going to watch that every move? Why are you back? Hawk was a little disappointed and angry with his seated men, and his tone became grim when he saw that it was Bug who had come in. Didn't I meet a mysterious expert halfway? So I came back early. Little Bug hurriedly used Shenluo as a shield. With that he turned his head. Come on in, brother. Shenluo heard him call out to him, and after thinking for a moment, he still walked in. A dozen pairs of eyes in the room looked at him at the same time. Chapter 87. While the mercenaries were sizing up Shenluo was also sizing them up. The men were all big and strong, with more than 1 or 2 scars and gunshot wounds. You could also tell they were not to be messed with from among their fierce eyes. Especially the middle-aged man in the center, his eyes were as sharp as eagles, and being looked at by him had the painful feeling of being stabbed by a needle. However, Shenluo's mental quality was also quite tough, and he still didn't change his face when being watched by so many people. Eagle nodded darkly at the sight. That mindset alone does count as mastery. Are you the mysterious expert who was able to break through the siege of a dozen zombies and kill them all, as Bug said? Shenluo was just about to open his mouth when the grumpy mercenary said disdainfully, what's the point? I can do the same. In the middle of his sentence, the man beside him hastily touched his elbow. He reacted immediately and kept his mouth shut. But it was too late, and Eagle said to him, since you're so good, I'll even you one. Grumpy's face immediately became as ugly as if he had eaten a fly. Big brother, I have a bad stomach lately, I'm always constipated, it's not very suitable. Eagle snorted coldly, so what did you say about chicken feathers? The one sitting across from Grumpy, who was at odds with him, snickered. Grumpy dared not speak out even when he saw it. There's no way around it. If he still talks tough, he'll have to go to his death. What's face compared to life? Eagle looked at Shenluo anew. I guess so. Shenluo returned. Welcome to join us. Brother Eagle extended his hand to Shenluo, who shook it. Well, to continue where we left off. Wait, big brother, he's only just joined, he's not qualified to participate in our meeting, right? Grumpy spoke up again at this time. It's better for me to say whether he's qualified or not than to give you mooks a meeting. Eagle was really pissed off at them. The reason for making an exception for Shenluo to attend the meeting this time was to give these guys a sense of crisis. He wants them to know that from today onwards it's no longer about feelings, it's about whoever is capable and whoever is on top. Shenluo's heart fluttered and he stood motionlessly to the side, but his mind was already active. Eagle said, repeat for those who just came in and didn't hear and those who were dazed and distracted and didn't listen. We're talking about picking a few people to go and catch the mutated walkers back. Anyone caught, whether he's just joined or a veteran who's been around for a few years, is promoted to lieutenant. Hearing this, each person looked different. Their team had only had one captain before, Eagle, and the rest of the remaining men were all of equal status. Now there is an additional position of vice captain. If he is elected, won't he be able to step on the heads of the others? A number of people were moved by the thought. Eagle had been watching them and was pleased with their reaction. It's time to employ the catfish effect. Can I do the same? A female voice rang out from outside. Shenluo fixed his eyes and saw a beautiful foreign girl walking in. How come even the women are here? What kind of cats and dogs want a piece of the pie? Grumpy Mouth Stinks said. The women you're talking about are better than most of the men here, Rose said, naming Grumpy directly, like you. What did you say? Grumpy stood up with a slap on the table. But the next second Rowdy moved, a takedown pinning Grumpy backhanded to the table. Grumpy still tried to resist as a cold, piercing dagger was pressed against his neck. What for? Let him go. Seeing outsiders bullying their own people, they were always united. Wasn't it Mr. Eagle who said that as long as one has the ability, anyone can be on it? Can't I, an outsider? Instead of being afraid, Luo Wei provocatively raised her eyebrows. Shenluo whispered to the little bug beside him, who is she? Without much thought, Little Bug directly told Shenluo about Luo Wei's origin. This Ocean's Horse is an employee of a multinational pharmaceutical company. That company is researching experimenting with zombies. All our heavy weapons were traded with them with mutated zombies. A multinational pharmaceutical company? Experimenting on mutated zombies? Shenluo recalled that the organization that put out a broadcast to recruit volunteers to try out pharmaceuticals in the previous generation seemed to be a pharmaceutical company. Is it the company behind this woman? Shenluo wanted to know a little more about the company, especially their progress on the virus vaccine. So he asked, what's the name of that company, and does it have a domestic branch? Bug shook his head, I don't know, we also delivered the goods at the location they specified, we don't know anything else. Shenluo was undeterred, then why did this woman come here, are you clear? It's not clear, I think it's just passing through. Chen Luo was a little disappointed with his questioning. It seemed that the little bug was too low to be exposed to more information. If you want to know more information, you might have to go to someone with a higher status, like their boss. Or maybe just arrest this foreign girl and torture her. Little bug thought that Chen Luo was looking at Luo Wei and that was why he was asking so much about her. He reminded Chen Luo, brother, this woman is not small, so don't hit on her. Turn around and I'll find you two young and pretty ones. Thanks. Chen Luo casually made a perfunctory remark. That's when Eagle spoke, MS. Red Rose don't joke. Compared to you guys, we're nothing more than a small fight? That much is true, Luo Wei was not giving Eagle any face at all, but the Wisdom Walker is at stake, and when I heard that you guys were planning to kill him and take the body for the reward, I just don't feel comfortable with it. How did you know? Eagle was puzzled at first, then jerked his head around to look at the man at the table. There's a mole in our midst. Someone's been tipped off. Naturally I have my own sources. Yeah, that's good. Eagle blackened his face. He had originally thought that his men were just afraid of death, which was understandable, but now it seems that they are having a change of heart. Red Rose had only been here for a few days and they betrayed themselves by trying to hook up with someone else's big backer. I'm going to sit in on every one of your meetings from now on, and I'm going to be part of the action. It doesn't matter whether Eagle agrees or not, he has his own information channels anyway. Good. He gritted his teeth and spat the word out from between them. Ro also reassured him, don't worry Mr. Eagle, I'm not involved in your decision making. I'm just making sure you don't kill the target. Eagle's face improved at this. So counting MS. Red Rose, is there anyone else who would like to attend? The position of vice captain is indeed tempting, but only if you have the life to sit on it. The crowd looked at me and I looked at you, all a little hesitant. None of them are coming, I'll do it. Bug yelled. He also had the idea of taking credit for his crimes, and what if he succeeded? Wouldn't he be able to rise from the bottom of the ranks to vice captain, a step up in the world? Any more? Count me in. Chen Luo took a step forward. Chapter 88, Proving Yourself. Grumpy had gotten up from under Luo Wei's hands by now. He moved his sore shoulders and mentally recited that this big ocean horse's strength was really not small. Hearing Chen Luo's words, he couldn't help but be with his mouth again. A female. An outsider, a hairy soldier, a rookie, come on, we pick the ones with good hands, not good meat. The others had much the same idea as Grumpy, and though they weren't going themselves, they were still going to disparage the people who went down there, as if it would save them some face. Luo Wei has a big background that they can't afford to mess with, and Little Bug is one of their own. Only Chen Luo had arrived for the first time, so they pointed their fingers at Chen Luo. This newcomer, not very old, not very ambitious, just arrived and wants to ride on our heads, beware of greed and lack of snakes swallowing elephants. Look at his body, white and clean, not a single scar, can this be an expert? Little Bug, have you been tricked by someone? Just his thin arms and legs, like a pussy, I can kill him with one punch, it's better to die in my hands than to be bitten to death by a zombie. To be honest, Chen Luo's figure wasn't exactly slim, belonging to the perfect body type that appeared thin in clothes and meaty out of clothes. The muscles on his body were also of the introverted type, not as exaggerated as those of a bodybuilder. But whether it was explosive power or durability, Chen Luo was more than dozens of times stronger than those who took pills. So for a few people to insult Chen Luo with this point was really awkwardly dark. As for the clear skin and lack of scars, it's true. Chen Luo originally had some, but they were all mended after the injection of the genetic enhancement potion. Chen Luo didn't think much of the clamor of these rabble-rousers. He wanted to enroll just to get close to Luo Wei and Eagle in order to inquire about the mysterious pharmaceutical company. Chen Luo was able to not care about the opinions of the crowd, but Eagle couldn't. He had to consider whether the candidate was convincing. On the other hand, he was also skeptical about Chen Luo's true strength, so he happened to take this opportunity to probe Chen Luo's bottom. In order to give an explanation to the group as well as Luo Wei, Brother Eagle said to Chen Luo, since so many people are unconvinced by you, why don't you show a few moves to prove yourself? How do you show? Hit a wooden stake? Chen Luo didn't understand their rules. Grumpy laughed out loud, punching a wooden stake? You think you're in a movie? I want a cast, ha 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 dash. Bug explained in a small voice, Masters, with us you have to pick someone to fight if you want to prove yourself. Chen Luo suddenly realized that since this was the case he would just pick the one who danced the most happily. I choose him. Chen Luo pointed at Grumpy and said, me? Grumpy's eyes widened in surprise, and then a strong feeling of humiliation came over him, causing him to flame up. Kid, do you think I'm soft? Chen Luo said lightly, if you can't even beat a woman, what is it if you're not soft? This person was targeting himself for no reason. Chen Luo was not a bodhisattva, naturally he also had a temper, and found an opportunity to immediately counterattack back. Sure enough, Grumpy's eyes reddened with anger when he heard that. I can't beat a woman? That's just me not getting on her bad side. If I really fight, I can. Ro slanted him a look. Grumpy hurriedly spoke, anyway, kid, you chose the wrong person. Let's see if I don't beat the snot out of you. When he finished he got up and walked to the house amidst the uproar of the crowd. The house is cramped and not well played, so come out with me. Little Bug worriedly said to Chen Luo, "Master, are you sure? He's one of the top 3 capable fighters we have here. Why don't you change it?" It wasn't that he cared about Chen Luo, the main reason was that Chen Luo was the one he had brought back. If Chen Luo lost and lost ugly, it wouldn't be easy for him to end it. 1 minute. Chen Luo replied indifferently. Ha! Before Little Bug could understand what Chen Luo meant by that, Chen Luo had already walked out of the conference room. In the open space, the two confronted each other at a distance of 3 meters between them, attracting a lot of passers-by to watch. Eagle said to an interested Luo Wei, "Ms. Red Rose, who do you think will win between the two of them?" Without a moment's hesitation, Rose said, "The big guy." "Oh?" Eagle was curious as to why she was so sure. "Can you tell us what you base that on?" "Though that big guy's brain isn't great, he's got a reckless strength, and I can tell from his stride and stance that he's been professionally trained." Luo Wei said it all, and Eagle couldn't help but nod. "That's good. Tiger used to be a martial arts instructor, but because of his short temper, he hit someone and was dismissed. As for the man across from the big guy, his pace is messy, his stance is scattered, he's no different from an ordinary person. The two of them fighting must be won by the big guy." Seeing Luo Wei speak with such certainty, Brother Eagle couldn't help but question Chen Luo as well. Did Bugs really fall for his trick? The audience in the room had begun to chortle. "Tiger, it would be a real shame if you couldn't beat this. Asterisk 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 you, if I can't fight, change my name to Sick Cat." Tiger glared at the man. He then looked at Chen Luo who had a careless face. "Kid, I'm going to beat you to your knees and regret choosing me." To Tiger's harsh words, Chen Luo just scratched his ears impatiently. "Can you hurry up and fight or not? Since you're in a hurry to die, I'll fulfill you, watch the move." Tiger cried out and grabbed at Chen Luo with his hands and claws. The movement was so severe that it even made a cracking sound, like a tiger roaring. Watching the onlookers nod their heads. Worthy of being a martial arts instructor, this tiger's claw was already at the level of a grandmaster. Facing the tiger's claws that came whistling, Chen Luo stood still without flickering or dodging, and even his eyes didn't change, as if he was scared silly. But when the tiger's claws were about to grab him, he reached out with both hands in a swift motion and grabbed the tiger's claws instead. Tiger looked down at the hand interlocked with his own fingers with a stunned expression, followed by a huge force. With the sound of a crisp fracture, Tiger's face twisted into a ball of pain. To prevent his wrists from breaking, he had to lower himself to both knees. This all happened so suddenly that before the crowd could see how Chen Luo struck, Tiger had already fallen to his knees. The scene threw everyone for a loop, including Ro. What a fast strike speed! Luo Wei marveled. Ro herself could easily take Tiger because she knew the joints of the human body like the back of her hand. Know how to keep him from firing. Chen Luo but directly in the hands of the force over the tiger, this power is also not trivial. Broken. Tiger shouted repeatedly. Admit defeat? Chen Luo looked at him condescendingly. Admit defeat. Chapter 89, Infiltration. Kneeling on the ground in front of so many people and admitting defeat in person, Tiger's face was considered to be lost. But if he doesn't admit defeat, his hand will be ruined. Chen Luo let go of Tiger. Tiger hastily looked at his hand, only to see that his wrist was red and he couldn't stop trembling. Chen Luo ignored him and said to Eagle, "Am I qualified now?" Enough is enough. Brother Eagle was secretly overjoyed. He finally had another usable talent under him. Little Bug was even more honored with it, boasting, "So by 1 minute, you mean taking the victory in 1 minute, what an expert style." Rose stepped forward, one single eye filled with wariness. "You are very good, I was the one who looked away." Chen Luo was about to strike up a conversation with her when Eagle hurriedly interrupted. "Alright, now that the candidates have settled on 3, does anyone else want to sign up?" Eagle looked at Luo Wei warily. The good man he had found with great difficulty could not let Luo Wei pry him away so easily. Luo Wei naturally noticed Eagle's hostility towards her, but she didn't care. She never misses a beat when she wants something. Just let him be happy for a couple days. Perhaps it was because Chen Luo's light defeat of the tiger had given others confidence, and one after another, 2 more people signed up. Very well, now that the candidates have been decided, let's set up a banquet to celebrate, as a blessing for them. Great! The crowd cheered. In some harmony, the mercenary urged the civilians to bring in a large table and set food on it. Chen Luo swept a glance and found that it was mostly canned food, even the fruits and vegetables were canned oranges and yellow peaches. None of the dishes were fresh. This wasn't even close to what Chen Luo usually ate. The only thing that counted as a luxury in the whole place was the beer. The group of mercenaries' eyes went straight at the sight of the beer, which was much more attractive than canned goods to those of them who couldn't keep their hands off cigarettes and alcohol. "Come on, everyone, open up." Eagle pulled the pull tab on a can of beer and held it up to the crowd. Cheers! They cheered and drank painfully. Chen Luo looked around, and those who could be seated were the mercenaries themselves. Those civilians can only watch and have to do the work for them. Although Chen Luo sympathized with them, he did not intend to seek justice for them. Justice is something you have to earn, and if you don't work for it yourself, it's useless for others to try to help them. Chen Luo was more concerned about Luo Wei, as if she had disappeared after the banquet started. He had the presence of mind to look for it, but Bug kept pulling to give him a toast, and Eagle was casting glances every now and then. Make it so he can't find a way out. It was hard to wait until it was late in the day when the drinks were over and everyone was drunk. One by one, people left to rest, while others just plopped down on the table and snored. Chen Luo had a bright idea and said, "Brother Eagle, little Bug is drunk, I'll help him back to rest." "Well, go ahead." Eagle was too drunk to doubt it. Chen Luo helped little Bug to leave the party, and when he came to an unoccupied corner, he dropped little Bug off. Chen Luo squatted down and patted the little Bug's face. Wake up, wake up." Is it dawn yet?" Bug murmured, half drunk. "It's not light yet, so let me ask you, which room is that red rose in?" Hey. Bug had a lecherous grin on his face. "You want to sleep with her?" Chen Luo perfunctorily said, "Yeah, so can you tell me which room she's staying in?" "Of course you can, she's staying in the guest room over there." Bug pointed in the direction. Chen Luo got the answer he wanted, stood up and prepared to leave. Before he could take 2 steps, Bug called out to him. "Wait." Bug staggered to his feet holding onto the wall. "I'm coming with you, and so am I." Chen Luo didn't have the time to pay attention to him and slashed at his neck with a hand slash. The Bug passed out instantly. "You'll just sleep here." Chen Luo left straight away. Arriving at the guest room that little Bug pointed to, Chen Luo looked up from below and could faintly see 2 silhouettes. Chen Luo grabbed the water pipe and climbed upwards. Before he was able to climb up to the 5th floor easily, now after being strengthened, it was even easier. It took a few seconds to get to the lighted floor. He rolled over and jumped onto the balcony, pressing his ear against the glass door to eavesdrop. A woman's voice came out from inside, but it was obviously not Rose, but another woman's. "How long are we going to stay here?" Just when Chen Luo thought he had found the wrong room, Luo Wei's voice came out. "You can naturally leave after capturing the intelligent zombies. What's wrong? Are you in a hurry?" "No, it's just that I can't trust the research data for a moment when it's on my person, otherwise, it's better for you to keep it. Didn't I tell you, you and the research materials are equally important, and it's best if you keep them, to save us the distraction." "Well, research material? Could it be about vaccines?" Chen Luo became interested and continued to eavesdrop. Rowdy seemed sleepy though, and yawned. "Well, I'm sleepy, I'm going to my room to rest." After saying that, Ro went into the bedroom. Chen Luo waited for a while before another silhouette also left the living room. Chen Luo took this opportunity to open the glass door and drilled in. He rummaged through the living room first, but found nothing useful. Then he touched the door of Luo Wei's room and listened with his ears, but it was silent inside and he could not hear a single movement. Chen Luo didn't go in, but came to the door of another room. The sound of water could be faintly heard coming from inside. "People in the shower in there?" Chen Luo's eyes lit up. If he were to take a shower, he would definitely have to take off his clothes. This so-called research material must be inside the clothes. Chen Luo twisted the door handle and found that the door was unlocked. He had a way of getting around it though, going back to the balcony and skimming the wall to jump between the windows. Smoothly, he went around to the other side, opened the window and got in. Inside the bathroom, a blurry figure shifted. In profile, the woman had a superb gourd-shaped body. Chen Luo couldn't help but take a couple more glances before retracting his gaze to look at the bed. There were indeed a few pieces of clothing scattered on the bed. Chen Luo tiptoed to the side of the bed and picked up the fine rummage. "That's not right, these clothes don't have pockets either, how did she carry them on her?" Chen Luo was a bit puzzled. The only thing that could possibly hide something in these pieces of clothing was the underwear. "It's so big. Is this where she usually hides her research materials?" Curious, he picked up the underwear and a strong scent wafted into his nose. Just as Chen Luo was wondering where the stuff was hidden, the sound of water in the bathroom stopped. A buxom woman stepped out of it. Seeing the back of the bed, she assumed it was Ro. After all, she was the only one with a key. "Rowdy, what are you doing in my room?" she asked. Chen Luo's body stiffened. Chapter 90 Research materials in hand. It was too late for Chen Luo to hide it this time. He quickly slid the black silk fabric in his hands over his face and turned back. The freshly showered Zhuang Ningming had a white lab coat over her body. The upper half of her body was empty, and her lower body only had a pair of silk panties. She saw a man with a stocking over his head crouching in front of her bed with her intimate apparel in his hand. Zhuang Ningming immediately understood that the man in front of her was 100% a pervert. "Lo wo wo." Chen Luo reacted quickly and came to her in a flash, reaching out his big hand to cover her mouth. Subconsciously trying to resist, Zhuang Ningmeng raised her leg and kicked towards Chen Luo's vital parts. Chen Luo hurriedly grabbed her thighs with one hand. The freshly bathed skin was incredibly moist, and it was as slippery as a mudskipper in the hand. Chen Luo had to increase the force on his hands. "Aha!" Zhuang Ningmeng let out a painful moan, leaving a red palm print on her snow-white thigh. She slapped at Chen Luo's face, while Chen Luo used his other hand to clamp the wrists of both her hands and lifted them upwards. At the same time, he took a step forward and pressed Zhuang Ningmeng against the wall. "Listen, shut up if you don't want to die," Chen Luo said in a rough and vicious voice. But he didn't expect this woman to be so rigid in character that she completely disregarded the fact that she would lose her balance and kick Chen Luo with the only foot that could still move freely. Chen Luo naturally wouldn't let her kick herself, standing up and taking a step forward to firmly pin Zhuang Ningmeng against the wall. Ah! Zhuang Ningmeng's eyes widened, and those beautiful eyes were filled with horror. It seemed to her that this strange man must be a perverted pervert, attempting to rape himself. So she exerted all her strength and struggled desperately. Chen Luo was annoyed by her, and his tone took on fire. Don't move! Tell me where the research material is. Hearing that he was coming for the research materials, Zhuang Ningmeng's writhing became even more intense. However, in the midst of the struggle, the white coat on Zhuang Ningmeng's body was naturally made a bit messy. The lapels were open to the sides. That deep chasm was like a black hole that absorbed all light. Chen Luo's eyes couldn't help but be drawn over. And if you look closely, you can see the edges of two red-hot suns to the left and right of the black hole. Zhuang Ningmeng twisted for a moment, wondering how the perverted sex fiend had gone silent. She opened her eyes to find his head bowed, so her eyes went down with it. When she reacted to what he was looking at, Zhuang Ningmeng was ashamed and angry, her cheeks red. Ah! In fact, Chen Luo wasn't simply tempted by beauty, he was more focused on Zhuang Ningmeng's white coat. He had his own doubts about the out-of-place dress. Do normal people take a white coat into the shower with them? It's usually not either just underwear, a bath towel, or simply nothing at all. How is it possible to come out in a white coat? Unless that white coat is important. Chen Luo had an idea in his heart and loosened Zhuang Ningmeng's legs. Zhuang Ningmeng had been relying on Chen Luo to support her body, and when Chen Luo let go, she immediately lost her balance and instinctively clamped onto Chen Luo's waist. This position was quite ambiguous. If someone broke in and saw this scene, they would definitely misunderstand that the two were making out. Zhuang Ningmeng's entire focus was above her legs at the moment. She felt a hand as nimble as an eel's, working its way up her leg. Zhuang Ningmeng's body stiffened, and the next second she struggled even more violently. Men who have had experience know how tiring it is to stay in this position, and the average man doesn't last long at all. What's more, Zhuang Ningmeng's body was more fleshy again, weighing quite a bit more than a bony woman. So she felt in her heart that it wouldn't take more than a minute for the strange man to hold on and put her down. She'll have a chance to escape when the time comes. But Chen Luo is not an ordinary man, so Long did not have the feeling of sore waist and hands at all. The hand that probed the woman's white coat also touched the pocket, and in it was a rectangular metal object. Chen Luo was delighted in his heart and clutched the metal product into his hand. With the item in hand, he wasn't going to tangle with the woman any further and let go of his hand to take 2 steps back. Without the support of the wall and Chen Luo, Zhuang Ningmeng fell to the ground on a buttock pier. The white coat on his body completely fell off, and all of a sudden the spring light leaked out. Only this stunning image was not appreciated by anyone. Chen Luo ran to the window without looking back and jumped down. Zhuang Ningmeng hurriedly shouted, "Luo Wei, Luo Wei." Her cry startled Luo Wei next door. She jumped out of bed violently and ran to the door of Zhuang Ningmeng's room to twist the door handle. Noticing that the door was unlocked, she lifted her nightgown straight up, a flash of bright red fabric underneath. Removing the pistol strapped between his thighs, he shot at the door lock. It's amazing how cautious this woman is with her gun even when she's sleeping. After the gunshot, the lock on the door was broken, and she kicked the door open with a positive stomp and charged in with her gun raised. It was just that there was no one else in the room except for the disheveled Zhuang Ningmeng. Ro scanned the room, noting the open window next to the bed, and in an instant she understood it all. Quickly, he went to the window and looked out, yet he saw nothing. Luo Wei put away her gun and helped Zhuang Ningmeng up. "Miss Zhuang, are you alright?" Zhuang Ningmeng said quickly while putting it on. "Just now a pervert with a stocking on his head snuck in through the window and attempted to brutalize me, but he didn't succeed after I struggled. Check to see if anything is missing. I keep the research materials with me all the time, even in the shower." Zhuang Ningmeng patted the pocket of her white coat and blushed. She was busy turning her pockets inside out. "It's gone, it's gone. The research material is gone." Unbelievingly, she rummaged through the other pocket as well, and got down on the ground again to search carefully, but it was still empty. "Can only sit on the ground with a remorseful face. It must be when he touched my leg just now, I thought." Luo Wei's face didn't look good either. She had just assured Zhuang Ningmeng that it would be safe to put her things at Zhuang Ningmeng's place. On the back foot things were snatched from under her nose. It was a slap in her face. "I'm sorry, Red Rose, Luo Wei interrupted Zhuang Ningmeng. "It's nothing to do with you, I was the one who was lax, but fortunately you're fine." She added, "The other party is coming for the research information, but even if he gets his hands on it, it's useless, he can't decipher what's inside without your help." Only then did Zhuang Ningmeng feel a little more at ease, and she asked again, "Who do you think it could be?" Ro shook her head. "I don't know, it could be a rival, or it could be this group of mercenaries. But whoever it is, he will surely return. And when he does, my bullets will send him to God." Chapter 91. The next day, Chen Luo came to the conference room and just as he came in, he saw Luo Wei, whose face was so gloomy that it could drip water, sitting directly opposite the door. A pair of sharp eyes scrutinized everyone who entered. Chen Luo was similarly stared at by her for half a day when she came in. He thought he had been exposed for what he had done last night and almost ran straight away. Luckily the next person came in and Rowdy's eyes shifted. After Chenluo took his seat, after 10 minutes or so, Little Bug rubbed his shoulders and walked in, taking a seat next to Chenluo. What's up with that at the door, staring at me when I came in like I owed her millions? I don't know. Chenluo returned to him. By the way, why did I wake up on the concrete today? Didn't you send me back to my room? Sent back? Chenluo pretended to be stupid. It's not possible that you got drunk and ran out again, right? Like this? Bug didn't doubt that he was indeed capable of such things when he was drunk. Eagle also stood up when he saw that everyone had arrived. Now that everyone is here, let's finalize the details. During the meeting, Luo Wei's gaze continued to flow over everyone, and everyone felt like a manacle. Even Eagle is the same. And he had a feeling that Rowdy wasn't looking at him a lot more than the others. It made his whole body uncomfortable. Luckily, this meeting didn't last too long, as Eagle said to Chenluo and the others after he finished. I have entrusted you with a great responsibility, and I hope you will not fail me. Once these words were said, other than Chenluo and Luo Wei, everyone else was filled with pressure. Brother Eagle added, of course, after you return from your mission successfully, I will also honor my promise and give you a generous reward. Little Bug was excited, and on the spot, he patted his chest and assured, don't worry, Brother Eagle, this matter will be on my shoulders. Did they steal it or not? Luo Wei still couldn't see who had the problem after half a day's observation. She couldn't sleep last night, and after thinking about it, she still thinks it was stolen by these mercenaries. First of all, this is their territory, outsiders can't enter easily. Secondly, these are rotten people who will do anything for a little profit. But the average skirmisher shouldn't have the guts to come into her room and steal anything. Most likely their boss instructed them to do it. But it was almost time to go, so she had to take her mind back. 5 people, 6 in total including a driver, drove to the Haitian neighborhood. This time it was very different from the previous ones. The last time was when we first set out with the most zombies, and the further east we drove the fewer zombies there were. This time it's reversed, the closer we get to the Haitian neighborhood, the more zombies there are. Chenluo pondered. It seemed that the big-headed zombie was angered by the mercenaries' trap and released the zombies under his hand. His side was fine, he had specifically instructed Ning Xiao before he left to take the other women and hide in the safe house and not go out. It's a disaster on Su Rei's side, they're strapped for food and have to go out, so it's probably going to be a bad time for a while. When the car arrived at the location of the last overpass, the number of zombies on the road was already as high as an ant's nest. The SUV ran over a couple dozen more walkers before the bodies of the walkers eventually jammed the wheels and it could no longer move forward. The commanding officer of the 5 was the man who had previously opposed Tiger, named Wang Chang, and opened his mouth. Get off right here and move quickly along the trail. The 5 got out of the car and the driver left first while they continued on their way. They are not ordinary people, everyone's hands are very good. Cutting these slow-moving zombies is like chopping a melon and cutting a vegetable. It's just that the number of zombies is too high, and they have to stop and rest after advancing a certain distance. A few of the men were sweating and panting as they rested against the wall. Bug complained, Mud, hands are cut off. There are too many zombies here. Wang Chang replied back in a good-natured manner, what do you think? Half of the city's zombies are here, and when we get to our destination later, the number of zombies will be even higher. Of the several people, it was Luo Wei who had the least physical exertion. She'd barely put up a fight except for the walkers that got too close to her and had to be dealt with. Bug yelled at her, hey, why didn't you just do it? Luo Wei returned with a leisurely demeanor, my main task is to supervise that you won't kill the mission target, not to help you complete the mission. She didn't care if she succeeded in capturing intelligent walkers on this trip. She didn't even care if the remaining 4 were dead or alive. The only intelligent walkers she cares about are the ones that are alive. So it was best if the mercenaries could accomplish their mission, and it didn't matter if they couldn't. She just had to wait until reinforcements arrived from the branch and she would surely succeed in capturing them. So you're here to be the overseer? Bug grumbled in a small voice. It was clear that Luo Wei was groping for fish, but no one dared to say anything about her. At best, it's a little pushy. What they didn't realize, however, was that Luo Wei wasn't the only one grinding away, Chenluo was as well. It was not a problem at all for him to hold on to his physical strength to reach the Haitian cell, but Chenluo knows that as long as you can do it, you have to keep doing it, deliberately acting like they were working hard, but in fact, when they weren't looking, they didn't know how many zombies they had secretly let pass. The group rested and pushed on for a while, finally arriving at their destination before dark. They found a high place to look out over the Haitian neighborhood, and were immediately surprised by the scene before them so much that they couldn't speak. The density of walkers inside is so high that there are almost 5 walkers in a square meter. And they also noticed with sharp eyes that there seemed to be 3 or 4 of these zombies inside that were not quite the right size. 2 of them had to be several times bigger than the other zombies, although they couldn't reach the size of the last giant zombie, but they were still amazing. There was also a black mass of something so dark you couldn't tell if it was a wolf or a dog. It was the size of a tiger though, nearly 3 meters long from head to tail. The fangs protruded out of his mouth and looked quite hideous. The fur on its body was stuck together in patches and chunks from the blood, making it look ugly as hell. When the little bug saw it, his heart went straight to his head, and he wanted to give up on the spot. Is that a zombie dog? Why is it so big? Turtle, this is going to be a disaster if it gets its claws in, or its teeth in. It couldn't have retained its pre-infection sense of smell, could it? How can we approach our target unnoticed like this? Several people looked at Wang Chang, waiting for him to make a decision. Wang Chang gritted his teeth and gave up. According to intel, there's a gap in the fence on the east side of the neighborhood, we'll go in there. Chen Luo knew that he was talking about the gap that Zhang Miaomio had crashed out of when he drove a heavy truck. It was just that Wang Chang was worried that killing a zombie at such a close range would make a commotion that would easily alert the intelligent zombies. Or maybe drawing in zombie dogs would be enough to get them to eat. That's why he asked everyone else to keep their hands to themselves and try to duck through. Chapter 92, The Vital Zombie Dogs. In the dim light, Chen Luo and the others managed to enter the Haitian neighborhood. It's just that when you get to this point, the difficulty of each next step increases geometrically. First they have to find the intelligent walkers in the uncountable army of walkers without drawing attention to themselves. And then he has to be caught and quickly evacuated. Just thinking about it is enough to give you a headache. Brother Chang, it's getting dark, why don't we find a house to rest for the night and wait for the dawn? Little Bug suggested. Wang Chang pondered for a while, but still shook his head. Those zombies don't have the ability to see at night, and can only rely on listening to the sound after nightfall, which is to our advantage, he said, pulling a head-mounted instrument out of his backpack. This was the equipment Eagle had issued to each of them before they left, night vision devices. In addition to the night vision devices, Eagle had given each of them an AK-47, 100 rounds of rifle ammunition, 2 grenades, and a flashbang. It's safe to say he's put his blood on the line for this mission. The others followed suit and took out their head-mounted night vision devices and put them on. Chen Luo hadn't worn this kind of equipment before, and when he put it on and took a look, he only saw that the zombies within 100 meters in front of him were clearly visible. Unlike thermal imaging cameras, night vision cameras capture weak visible light signals, so even if a walker has no body heat, it will still be seen. With this equipment, they waited for some time, and only when it was completely dark, to the extent that they couldn't see out of the reach of their hands, did they move on. The zombies are quite a bit more active this time of year than during the day, and some of them run around, often knocking other zombies down. More zombies stood still as if in a daze because they had no target. As Bug passed behind a zombie that was standing still, the latter suddenly moved and threw his arm at Bug. The bugs couldn't react at all, only 2 words left in their minds, it's over. At the critical moment, a large hand lifted the back of his collar and yanked him back. Little Bug was instantly relieved. He turned his head back and realized that the one who gave him a hand was Chen Luo, and he showed a look of gratitude. Chen Luo returned a no thank you look before continuing on. After this episode, they were more careful of these zombies that seemed to be motionless, but would suddenly move. This kind of zombie is much more dangerous than a headless zombie running around because you can't see the pattern of his activities. They have to pay full attention to every walker they pass in order to do so. Luckily, there were no more accidents to follow, and they made it to the central garden location of the neighborhood without incident. The Wisdom Walker is located right in the center of the garden. Wang Chang made a gesture for the others to stop, and he said with his mouth, "One of you is coming with me, and the remaining 3 are waiting here, ready to take cover." His gaze paused for a moment on each face. First of all, Rowdy was definitely not to be counted on. Chen Luo's hands are fine if he is. However, Wang Chang hesitated for a few seconds and skipped over him. A newcomer, he really wasn't comfortable with. In the end, Wang Chang chose Little Bug, and the 2 of them pulled out the nylon rope and cloth from their backpacks and felt toward the big-headed zombie. The big-headed zombie had his back to the 2 and didn't notice their approach. However, when the 2 of them, Wang Chang and Little Bug, were only 3 steps away from the big-headed zombie, Little Bug's raised foot landed on the ground with a slight ringing sound. If other zombies couldn't have heard this subtle movement, but the big-headed zombie's hearing seemed to have been enhanced as well. His ears twitched and he suddenly turned around. Wang Chang and Little Bug were caught off guard and locked eyes with the big-headed zombie. The big-headed zombie was the first to react and opened his mouth to yell. Not good. Wang Chang was shocked in his heart, and he was busy stuffing the needed cloth into the mouth of the big-headed zombie. When Bug took the nylon rope and tied it towards the big-headed walker, the big-headed walker attempted to take the cloth out while pulling away with a backward jump. Wang Chang and Little Bug came up with a thought at the same time. They couldn't let him take out the cloth. So the big-headed zombie ran in front, while Wang Chang and Little Bug chased after him. It's just that the speed of the big-headed zombie wasn't difficult, and it was quite nimble, so the 2 of them couldn't catch up with it for a while. Seeing that the big-headed zombie was about to take the cloth out, Wang Chang and Little Bug were about to despair. At the critical moment, a silhouette rushed out in the form of a stump. The big-headed zombie subconsciously grabbed at the man, but was easily dodged by the other. Instead, his own hands and arms were grabbed by him. With just one push, the man removed both arms of the big-headed walker. The dislocated arms drooped helplessly. Wang Chang fixed his eyes and realized that the person was none other than Chen Luo, whom he despised. Good job. Wang Chang gave Chen Luo a hard nod in his heart. He snatched the nylon rope from Bug's hand and quickly stepped forward to tie up the big-headed walker securely. When the last knot was tied, Wang Chang's happiness had overflowed. He held back his excitement, mission objective in hand. Let's retreat. Bug and another mercenary lifted the big-headed walker up and the group of 5 quickly left. When they arrived at the location of the gap, they found the zombie dog well and truly blocking it. Kung! Kung! Bug's voice trembled. Wang Chang gulped and forced himself to calm down. Don't be afraid, it may not be able to see us. But as soon as the words left their mouths, several people saw the zombie dog lower its head and shrug its nose. Then he lifted his head and sniffed the air again. Then the eyes that seemed as big as lanterns in the darkness of the night fell on their party. Several people instantly realized that they had been discovered. When it comes down to it, you have to put up a fight. Mard, no one can stop me from getting to the top. With that, Wang Chang pulled out his rifle and was frantically strafing at the zombie dogs. Little Bug and the mercenaries couldn't spare a hand because they had to lift the big-headed zombie, so only Chen Luo and Luo Wei stepped in to help. 3 men, 3 guns, the shots connected and rang through the night sky. The zombies inside and outside of the neighborhood were startled, and they came this way one step at a time. Wang Chang is to see in the eyes, anxious in the heart, but the zombie dog and thick skin, the shuttle bullet unexpectedly failed to kill it. Nice and hard, eat a grenade from me. With that he pulled off the pull ring and threw the grenade at the zombie dog. The zombie dog, on instinct, bites the grenade in its mouth. There was a muffled thud and fire floated out of the zombie dog's exploded maw. However, the tenacity of the zombie dog's life force exceeded the expectations of everyone present. Even with its jaw blown off, it's still alive. The black, sticky blood that dripped from its chin from time to time made its appearance even more horrifying. Wang Chang hurriedly pulled out a second grenade and threw it, but this time the zombie dog had learned its lesson and made a sideways jump, directly dodging it. It then exploded with amazing speed and rushed towards Wang Chang, leaping high into the air halfway through its run. The sharp claws viciously grabbed at Wang Chang's head. Chapter 93, New Favorability Reward. Wang Chang was worthy of being an experienced mercenary, and with no time to hesitate, he lay down on the ground in a backward position while pulling the trigger of the rifle that had already changed its magazine. Bullets shot into the soft belly of the zombie dog, splattering a shower of blood. After the zombie dog pounced and landed on the ground, it turned around and confronted Wang Chang face to face. That's when Bug heard rumbling, thunderous footsteps from behind him. He turned back and saw 2 2-meter-tall zombies charging towards him, and he was so scared that his face turned pale and his voice trembled. There's walkers coming from behind, we have to pull out first. With that, he and another mercenary carried the big-headed walker and ran outside. Luo Wei followed without hesitation, her eyes were only on the big-headed zombie, and Chen Luo followed closely behind. Wang Chang knew he couldn't put it off any longer, so he pulled out another grenade, pulled the pull tab and threw it at the zombie dog. While the zombie dog dodged, he took the opportunity to escape. The grenade hit the ground not with fire, but with a blinding white light. At the same time an unbearable, ear-splitting noise was emitted. It turned out to be a flashbang. The effect was also quite remarkable, successfully hard controlling the zombies and zombie dogs for 10 seconds. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Wang Chang had already run out of the neighborhood and caught up with the 4 people in front of him. The zombie dog shook his head hard enough to get his sight and hearing back, and then spread his legs and gave chase. 4 legs ran faster than 2 in the end, and in the blink of an eye it caught up with Wang Chang. Wang Chang shouted, "Give me a hand, cover me." But everyone turned a deaf ear. Only Chen Luo stopped and said, "Let me help you." With that said, a stream of bullets poured into the zombie dog's path, successfully slowing it down. Wang Chang was able to get away, and when he passed Chen Luo, he even turned around and said gratefully, "Many thanks, brother." "You're welcome." The 2 covered each other and caught up with the 3 in front of them. The SUV that had come to meet them also appeared ahead. "Hurry, hurry, hurry." The driver waved anxiously as he watched the approaching zombie army behind him. The first to arrive, Bug and the mercenary lifted the big-headed walker into the back seat and sat themselves. Rowdy, on the other hand, pulled away and sat in the passenger side. Chen Luo and Wang Chang, who arrived later, could only jump onto the roof of the SUV. Not waiting for the 2 people on the roof to sit still, the driver stepped on the gas, and the SUV accelerated and took off. Wang Chang looked at the zombie dog that was pulled away, and fearfully touched his back, being able to touch his skin directly. He put his hand under his eyes to see that, thankfully, there was no wound. He was instantly relieved. The biggest worry about fighting a zombie dog in close quarters is its fangs and sharp claws. If you accidentally leave a wound, you'll definitely be infected as a zombie. Wang Chang solemnly said to Chen Luo, "Brother, you are truly my savior. When we return to the campsite, I must treat you to a drink." "You're welcome, you're welcome." Chen Luo's smile seemed to carry other meanings. After driving for a couple hours, the gates of the campground came into view. Eagle seemed to have been waiting at the door, and when he saw them appear, he didn't wait for the men on the sentry post to ask for their identities, but simply shouted for the door to be opened, and then greeted them. Turning to the man getting out of the car, he asked, "Did you bring it back?" Wang Chang nodded. Eagle is even more delighted. Pull open the car door to see the big head of zombies struggling inside. He said a few good words. He turned to the 5 and said, "You must have worked hard, come in and rest." Only after Chen Luo and the others left did he say to Luo Wei, "Ms. Red Rose, Where are we going to pay the reward this time? Rose smiled slightly. Don't worry, our men are already on their way, and this delivery will take place at your camp. Understood. Eagle rubbed his palms together. So the reward thing. Let's talk about this when the people arrive, and I'm tired, so I'm going to go rest first, said Rowdy as she covered her mouth with the palm of her hand and yawned gracefully. Brother Eagle looked at her departing back and spat. Bah, what's arrogant, if it wasn't for the company, you'd only be able to kneel and talk in front of them. Turning his head, he changed his expression again, eyes glowing at the intelligent walker. My darling baby, it's all up to you this time. Intelligent zombie brains can already understand human language. Hearing Eagle's words and seeing this expression on his face, he couldn't help but tighten his chrysanthemums. In the conference room early the next morning, Eagle sat in the main seat with a spring in his step. Next to it was a steel cage that held the big-headed walker. When Chen Luo came in, Eagle stood up and led the crowd in applause. Welcome our heroes. Chen Luo looked at him suspiciously. Wang Chang and Little Bug have already told us the details of this operation. Not only did you save both of them, but you also made a huge contribution in catching the zombies. This is what I should do, Chen Luo said modestly. You're the biggest contributor, I won't treat you badly, Eagle said with conviction. Rowdy stepped forward as well and held out his own hand. Eagle raised an eyebrow in some surprise. It was the first time he had seen Raoul take the initiative to show affection to someone else. Normally, she always looked high and mighty. Mr. Chen Luo, it's a pleasure to meet you, you can call me Luo Wei. Hello, Rowdy. The two men gently shook hands. Chen Luo got a system beep in his ear. Name, Luo Wei. Identity, female agent, female assassin. Favorability, 20, acquaintance. Reward for first acquaintance, listening device, available for collection. First kiss reward, Barrett plus specialized ammunition x 10 rounds. Reward for complete strategy, ammunition depot. Obtaining the system rewards was fine. What satisfied Chen Luo the most was that he had gained both Eagle's trust and Luo Wei's goodwill. It wasn't in vain that he had put in so much effort and saved two people. After releasing his hand, Chen Luo noticed that there was still a woman behind Luo Wei. Chen Luo almost didn't recognize him after putting on his clothes. At the moment, it was concentrating on the big-headed zombie through the iron cage. While studying it, he also mumbled, a living sample is really rare. I really want to cut open your head to see what the difference between your brain and a normal zombie is. The big-headed zombie listened with an expression of humanized fear. The female researcher exclaimed in surprise as if she had discovered a new continent. It can understand human language? That's amazing. Noticing that Chen Luo's eyes had been on Zhuang Ningming, Luo Wei introduced, her name is Zhuang Ningming, she's a researcher in the lab under our company and is very interested in zombies. I can see that. Getting the name of the female researcher, Chen Luo's system's voice once again sounded in his head. Name, Chongji Meng. Status, researcher. Favorability, 0, strange. First acquaintance mission, biological laboratory, available. First kiss reward, zombie virus vaccine formula. Complete strategy reward, genetic enhancement potion formula. Seeing her reward, Chen Luo couldn't help but widen his eyes. Chapter 94. The formula for the zombie virus vaccine and the formula for the genetic enhancement potion, these two are good things. One can make one immune to the zombie virus, while the other has the probability to strengthen the physical quality, which can enhance the physical quality of an ordinary person to the level of a small superhero. The combination of the two together can directly eliminate the infectious side effects of the genetic enhancement potion and strengthen itself 100%. And the system was kind enough to directly reward the lab where the potion was made. Seeing such a generous reward, Chen Luo couldn't help but move towards this woman with an ascetic temperament and carnal figure. Luo Wei keenly caught the change in Chen Luo's eyes, her one single eye with a smirk as she teased. What? Fancy my researcher? How about this, if you become my subordinate, I can help you with a bridge. Chen Luo was just about to reply to her when Eagle opened his mouth and said, there's no shortage of women's we have in the camp. Well, Chen Luo, sit down, it's time to talk about the rewards for you. Luo Wei didn't care about Eagle interrupting her exchange with Chen Luo again. She was confident enough that if she really wanted to cut corners, Eagle couldn't stop her at all. She believed that any intelligent person would make a wise choice after seeing the strength of the company behind her. As for now, Rose Energy had no time to think about that. Her entire focus was on wise zombies, protecting Zhuang Ningming, and finding out the thief who had stolen her things. Except for Zhuang Ningming, who was studying the big-headed zombie by herself, all the others sat down at the table. Eagle cleared his throat. First up is Chen Luo. You contributed the most during this operation and are the biggest contributor, rewarded with 50 cans of meat plus 10 bottles of beer. After he finished speaking, he looked at Chen Luo's expression and saw that he didn't have much of a reaction and thought that he wasn't satisfied, so he added another sentence. Plus I'll allow you to choose any two of the women in the camp to serve you. Chen Luo was still expressionless. These rewards might be generous to others, but they were too average for him. Even if it was beer, he could brew it with the extra grain in his safe house, and it would be completely unattractive. Eagle waited for a few minutes without waiting for Chen Luo's grateful thanks, and coughed somewhat awkwardly. Ahem, I was still supposed to make you guys vice captains, but I thought about it later. It's not good to have too many vice captains. It's too much of a mess to manage, so I decided to choose only Wang Chang as a vice captain. Little Bug and Little Kid both agreed. It's just your opinion that's missing. When Chen Luo heard this, he subconsciously glanced at Little Bug. Bugs bowed his head sheepishly. Seeing his reaction, Chen Luo instantly understood. Feelings they hid from themselves and passed the gas ahead of time. Inside these people, excluding Luo Wei, an outsider, only Wang Chang among the four is considered an old team member, with the most seniority and the most trust from Brother Eagle. So he was only going to choose Wang Chang alone to act as the vice captain. Bug and the other one should have secretly received favors or some kind of promise from Eagle, so they voluntarily gave up their positions as vice captains. And Chen Luo, as a newcomer with the least seniority and the latest to know, didn't even commit. Chen Luo, I hope you can understand, Eagle said in a serious tone as he looked like he was in a difficult situation. If you become the vice captain as soon as you arrive, the people underneath you will be unconvinced, affecting the unity of the team. But don't worry, as long as you work for another 2 or 3 years, sooner or later this position will be yours, and you'll even have a chance to sit in my position. I'm afraid that even the workplace white people don't believe in such a shallow drawing of a big pie, not to mention Chen Luo. In the end it was nothing more than not trusting Chen Luo. It was clear that he had promised to make the vice captain no matter what as long as he completed the mission. Now that it's done, it's unloading and doing this. It's hypocritical to act like you're in more trouble than you're worth. Chen Luo himself did not have any idea about this position, but he was just disgusted by Eagle's operation of having one thing on the surface and one thing behind the scenes. Still it was Wang Chang and Little Bug, who had at least saved their lives themselves. They do this to themselves, they are really underfed white wolves. Chen Luo silently memorized all of this in his heart, his face remained motionless. I can understand that. Eagle had thought that he would have to spend a lot of words to persuade Chen Luo, but he didn't expect Chen Luo to take over so painfully. Even he was a little surprised. He then happily patted Chen Luo's shoulder and said with immense relief, "Great." After the meeting broke up, Chen Luo was stopped by Luo Wei on his way back to his room. Confused, Chen Luo asked, "Something's wrong?" Ro nodded, "It's not convenient to talk here, how about it, do you want to go to my room for a chat?" If another woman had said that, Chen Luo might have suspected that the other woman had a crush on him. But Rowdy doesn't give in to temptation at all. Obviously she's prettier looking than most women. Maybe it had something to do with her temperament. Luo Wei gave people the impression that she was very arrogant and looked down on any man, so naturally she didn't need to rely on her sex appeal to seduce men. Chen Luo was worried that he didn't have a chance to put the system-rewarded listening device into her room. After the last incident, she will definitely raise her guard, and it won't be so easy to sneak in again. I can't imagine she invited Chen Luo herself. Chen Luo pretended to hesitate for a few seconds before speaking, "Alright." The two arrived at the guest room where Raoul was staying, and Raoul drummed on the electronic device next to the door a few times before opening it. He also didn't forget to explain to the curious Chen Luo, high-tech anti-theft equipment, to catch thieves, understand? Understood. The two sat down on the couch in the living room and Rowdy greeted them, "Can I get you a drink?" "Plain water is fine." Rowdy nodded and left the living room to walk into the kitchen. Taking this opportunity, Chen Luo extracted the listening device. This listening device isn't even as thick as a needle, and according to the system, it's cutting-edge military technology. Only special forces or secret agents or something like that would have access to it. Don't look at its small size, there is enough power inside to keep it running for a month. And it would also send the recorded voice to Chen Luo's electronic device. I can say it works quite well. Chen Luo swept his gaze around the living room and finally placed his eyes on the ceiling. With just a slight leap, he jumped up 3 meters and attached the monitor to the ceiling. Since the beginning of time CTs don't raise their heads, plus the general public doesn't suspect that anyone can touch the ceiling without tools. So it fits perfectly here. After doing this, Rowdy just happened to come out from the kitchen with a glass of water. Thanks. Chen Luo took the initiative to find a topic after taking a sip. Is MS Shuang not here? Her whole mind is on studying walkers right now, and if it weren't for my people watching her, she probably wouldn't even remember to eat. Chapter 95, Eavesdropping. It seems that you do like researcher Chong, paying so much attention to her. Chen Luo didn't deny it because what Luo Wei said was indeed the truth. However, he wasn't fond of Zhuang Ningmeng, but rather, he was eyeing her goodwill reward. Researcher Zhuang is not under my command, my orders don't work on her, but I can introduce you two to each other, and the follow-up is up to you to grasp it. Not waiting for Chen Luo to agree or refuse, Luo Wei turned her words around. I believe you have also sensed that my attitude towards you is different from that towards others. I appreciate you. Oh, then I'm really flattered. Chen Luo returned. You should indeed be honored. Rowdy was as condescending as ever, sometimes making you really want to punch her in the face. Of the dozens of people within this camp, you're the only one worthy of my personal pull. Everyone else, including that hawk or whatever, is trash in my eyes. Chen Luo stayed silent and seemed to be hesitating. Ro continued, you have to realize that our company is the best pharmaceutical company in this world, with strong capital and strength. Here we go. Getting to the point. Chen Luo listened intently. We are also the furthest along in the research of zombie viruses, and have even made the first batch of test subjects with quite remarkable results. You're blowing it out of proportion. You're just the first test subjects, right? Although Chen Luo didn't understand the process of drug development, he guessed that it must be hundreds or even thousands of times, right? Plus there are biological tests, clinical trials, and long periods of observation to determine side effects. The process will take years at least. It didn't feel as fast as Chen Luo brushing up Zhuang Ningming's favorability and getting the recipe. Rose said to herself, I am convinced that we will be the saviors of this apocalyptic crisis, and then we will be the greatest masters on this planet. As she said this, a frenzied look appeared on Rose's face. Chen Luo wondered if this company had brainwashed her, how it was like a cultist. I'll think about it. Hearing this, Lo snapped out of her frenzy. Her attitude suddenly changed abruptly and became much colder. In that case, I won't see you off. Luo Wei gave the expulsion order, so naturally, Chen Luo was not in a good position to stay. He shrugged and walked out of the guest room. I thought he was a smart guy, but I didn't realize his brain was so bad. She'd personally invited him on board, and told him a whole lot about the advantages of the company. I didn't think he'd hesitate. It's not a cutie. What is it? Late at night, Chen Luo was preparing to fall asleep. There's movement coming from the monitor. Chen Luo raised his interest and took out a pair of headphones to eavesdrop. In the guest room, Zhuang Ningmeng was studying the intelligent zombies for a day, and the fatigue on her face still couldn't hide her excitement. She said to Ro, did you know that an intelligent zombie not only understands human language, but he also possesses human emotions of fear and nervousness? Yes? Luo Wei was rather lackluster in her interest. She valued intelligent zombies solely because of the need on the company's side. Yes. It's incredible, isn't it? Zhuang Ningmeng continued, except for his love of eating people, he's not much different from a normal human. I can't wait to get back to the lab and experiment. When it comes to research-related aspects, Zhuang Ningmeng has endless words and energy. How long do we have before we leave, anyway? Ro yawned, just wait for the reinforcements from the branch to arrive. It's just not safe for the intelligent zombies to be transported back just by the 4 of us. Aren't there 5 of us? Zhuang Ningmeng asked suspiciously. Lo gave her a blank look. This woman is so brainy when she's doing research, how come she's usually so stupid? Zhuang Ningmeng reacted with an afterthought, feeling that she didn't count as a person. It's true though, that her fighting ability is completely negligible, and she has no strength to hit anyone. It's like flirting. Also, we need to get back the research materials we lost. What are you going to do? Zhuang Ningmeng asked. Of course it's stepping on this place and killing everyone. Luo Wei spoke out of turn. Zhuang Ningmeng was a bit intolerant. It's not that bad, right? There are still a lot of people who are completely unaware, they are innocent, right? It's better to kill the wrong person than to let them go, and neither the research information nor the news of the intelligent zombies can be revealed. Luo Wei's eyes were cold and her mouth spoke words devoid of humanity. Unfortunately, there was a man who would have survived, so blame him for not choosing the right team. When Zhuang Ningmeng heard this, she remembered Luo Wei's identity. She's a cold-blooded killer trained by the company to be emotionless. These days Luo Wei might have been too friendly to her, causing her to have the illusion that she was on good terms with her. In fact, in the eyes of the other party, he was nothing more than a mission target. If she lost her usefulness and was abandoned by the company, Luo Wei would not hesitate to step in and silence her. Just like my co-workers at the institute that day. At the time, the institute was overrun by experiments that had failed in internment, and she and other colleagues hid in the lab. When Rose showed up with the others, they thought they were waiting for a savior. As it turned out, Rose's open-mouthed inquiry was about who was in charge of Project Zero. Zhuang Ningmeng raised her hand. The next second a burst of gunfire rang out, and the other co-workers fell to the ground in response. Their wails before they died made Zhuang Ningmeng unable to return to her senses for a long time. The first words he heard when he came to his senses were those of Ro reporting to his superiors. Reporting to the company, all other people with knowledge of the project have been resolved, leaving only one person in charge. It was at that moment that Zhuang Ningmeng saw the dark side of the company. It turns out that the company that ostensibly develops medicines for the benefit of all mankind has, behind the scenes, trained a group of inhuman, ruthless, and cold-blooded killers. As for why the company wanted to cultivate someone like Luo Wei, Zhuang Ningmeng still hadn't figured it out. Returning to reality, Zhuang Ningmeng's mood became a bit low, and her voice was a bit dull. I know. Luo Wei thought she was worried about the research data leakage and comforted, you don't have to be too nervous, as long as you're still safe. Even if the research data is stolen, they won't be able to use it. On the other side of the monitor, Chen Luo's eyes lit up when he heard this. It turns out that the research material also has to be used with Zhuang Ningmeng. But yeah, his safe house had some ties to biology except for Ningxiao who was studying medicine. Others are not in this area at all. Even if he brought back the research material, no one would read it. In this way, Zhuang Ningmeng's importance was raised a little more in Chen Luo's heart. On Luo Wei's side, their exchange came to an end as Zhuang Ningmeng's mood turned sour. The two men went to their respective rooms to rest. Chen Luo took off his headphones and prepared to fall asleep as well. Chapter 96, Isolation of the Unconcerned. Chen Luo spent 2 more days figuring out the pattern of the patrolmen's schedules and the guard areas of the guard posts in the camp. Deciding to fish out of water and leave tonight, he was called to a meeting by someone sent by Hawk. Chen Luo came to the conference room with doubts. After waiting a few more minutes for everyone to arrive, Eagle spoke of the purpose for which this meeting had been called. It's not a big deal that I'm calling you all here today. It's mainly because there's a camp that's been digging into our people, and we've been unable to free up our hands before, so now it's time to teach them a lesson. Eagle said lightly, despising the other camps from the bottom of his heart. Bug, you've been on a trip, so you can explain it to everyone. No problem, big brother. Bug stood up. This camp is located in the east of the city, less than 20 kilometers from where we captured the intelligent zombies. Something to keep in mind is that they have guns. Chen Luo's heart fluttered, guessing that they were talking about Su Rui's camp. Chen Luo came to the past few days, did not see them mention, thought they were forgetting about this matter. I can't imagine they remembered, they just couldn't vacate before. Hearing that the other side had a gun, the crowd's expressions were a bit grave. At this time, Coyote also spoke up. I've been there a few times as well, they only have 4 or 5 guns, and what they accept are mostly old and weak, not enough to fear. With those words, the atmosphere lightened up. Tiger, who was born with a big mouth, even scoffed, hey, I thought they had a lot of bull, only 4 or 5 guns, and that's all they dared to rob people from us, they were really looking for death. Wang Chang had just become a vice captain, and it was called a spirited one. Naturally, he would not let go of this opportunity to make a meritorious performance. He said unreservedly, Big brother, leave this matter to me, I'll leave early tomorrow morning and promise to complete the task. Well, since you're so confident, I'll leave it to you. Eagle instructed again, remember, just get rid of the leader and bring back the others to supplement our labor force. Yes, Eagle. Wang Chang turned his head and named a few people, Little Bug, Little Wolf, Little Kid. When the point came to Chen Luo, he paused for a moment and then jumped over. This is a completely unchallenging task that completely brushes up on credits. What if Chen Luo stole the limelight from him if he shouted for him to go along? The nemesis Tiger was already displeased with Wang Chang, and went around telling people that he had picked up his position by picking up the pieces. Wang Chang didn't want to fall on his sword again. In the end, of the 5 people in the last operation, apart from Luo Wei, only one of them, Chen Luo, was not chosen. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Chen Luo was being isolated, but no one cared. Bug and Kid were busy complimenting Wang Chang, while Eagle had a much bigger bottom line with the intelligent zombies. Whereas in the past he might have been worried about Chen Luo leaving or being poached by Luo Wei, now it's not much more than 1 more of him and not less than 1 less of him. Chen Luo is indeed a good fighter, but in the end, he's just a human being. Once Raoul's men arrive, what reward does Eagle want that isn't there? Not to mention guns and bullets, but even tanks and cars. No matter how powerful Chen Luo was, could he still carry a tanker's shells? Unbeknownst to him, he was still buried in a drum, and Ro had no intention of paying the reward. As soon as her people arrive, that's when Eagle and his camp will be overthrown. Chen Luo, the only one who knew this truth, wasn't anxious at all, but instead watched them spring to life in a good way, curious if they'll still be able to laugh after tonight. As night fell, Chen Luo silently made his way out of the room. Along the way, he bypassed all the patrols as if he could see them beforehand. He very easily felt his way to the place where the big-headed walker was being held. 2 loaded mercenaries stood at the door, and Chen Luo hid in the gloom waiting for an opportunity. Hey, why isn't that woman out yet? Should we go in and rush her? A person said. Let's wait a little longer. Who told us we can't afford to mess with her? Then again, this woman is quite pretty, especially with her figure, which is shapely in the front and back. Who says it isn't? My favorite thing about her is when she wears black silk, it's just not sexy. But I prefer that big ocean horse co-worker of hers, it's the taming of such a fiery horse that's exciting. The 2 men spoke with uncharacteristically lewd smiles, but they also know that they're just a couple of mouthfuls of high spirits and mirth at best. Mud, if those 3 bodyguards weren't there, we'd have to rush in and do her. Forget it, the 2 of us can't beat the 3 of them. Why can't you beat me? Why don't you just sneak up with your gun first? The 2 men got more and more excited as they talked, completely oblivious to the fact that a dark shadow came up against the wall to their side. By the time one of them noticed someone approaching, the dark figure was less than 7 paces away from them. What man? The man shouted as he raised the gun in his hand. But 7 paces away, the gun is fast. Within 7 steps, Chen Luo's legs were faster. He kicked the man down with a whiplash and a stump. The dagger was then drawn from the standing man's right leg guard, and a single slash saw blood in his throat. The man covered his throat, couldn't shout even if he wanted to, and could only make a ho-ho sound, and then stopped moving. The other man was still trying to get up, but Chen Luo also cleanly finished the mending and wiped his neck. After this set of maneuvers, he straightened his body without blushing, pushed open the door and walked in. In front of him was a dark tunnel, and the big-headed walker was being held in the basement at the end of the tunnel. Only 3 large men stood guarding the entrance to the tunnel. Seeing Chen Luo come in, they turned their heads to look at Chen Luo at the same time, their movements synchronized 100%. Add to that the 3 expressionless faces, and it's really like the Bionic Man. Seeing Chen Luo holding a bloodied dagger in his hand, the faces of the three changed for the first time. Without asking a single word of nonsense, the three of them rushed towards Chen Luo in three directions. They were worthy of being bodyguard assassins trained by a mysterious organization, and these hands were obviously not a bit better than the mercenaries of mixed quality. The fists rushed at Chen Luo's temples, the knot of his throat, and his heart area, and they were really deadly. However, Chen Luo didn't panic. With master-level fighting skills, he dodged all the attacks by twisting his head and taking a step back. At the same time, the dagger in his hand fluttered like a butterfly, dabbing at the wrists of the three and picking off their hamstrings. It was only a single glance, and each of the three had a hand wasted. By this time, they finally realized what a terrifying opponent the person in front of them was. For the first time, a look of panic appeared on the faces of the three men. One of them tried to pick up the walkie-talkie, while the other two pounced on Chen Luo as if they were desperate, trying to buy time for their companions. But Chen Luo just passed between the two of them, and two more dead bodies appeared on the ground. Then Chen Luo threw the dagger with such force that it directly pierced through along with the walkie-talkie and his hand. Ah! The strong man just wanted to scream miserably. Chen Luo grabbed his neck and twisted it directly with a force. The screams came to an abrupt end. Chapter 97, Burying Humanity's Hopes with His Own Hands. Inside the dungeon, Zhuang Ningmeng was taking notes and recording. The notes are densely packed with observations about intelligent walkers. Movement and slowly approaching footsteps were heard from outside. Without looking back, Zhuang Ningmeng said, "Give me another half an hour, I'll do a wrap-up." But not hearing a reply, Zhuang Ningmeng raised her head and turned around violently. She saw a strange man walk in with a bloodstained dagger. Zhuang Ningmeng alertly clutched her notebook to her chest. "Who are you? How did you get in here? Where are the people outside? It doesn't matter who I am, but you'll have to come with me," Chen Luo said indifferently. "Who are you to make me come with you, just because I have this?" Chen Luo inserted the dagger into the table made of wood and pulled out a USB flash drive from his pocket. Seeing the familiar flash drive, Zhuang Ningmeng's pupils shrank and she lost her voice. "The person from that night, it was you?" Chen Luo nodded. However, this made it even more unlikely for Zhuang Ningmeng to go with Chen Luo. If the flash drive and herself fell into someone else's hands at the same time, then the secrets and research results of their institute would all be exposed. She stalled for time as she looked for a chance to escape. "What organization are you from?" Chen Luo shook his head. "I only work for myself." With that he walked towards the cage. Zhuang Ningmeng scoffed at the answer. What kind of person would dare to hit their company's head except a big company of the same level? So in her opinion, Chen Luo must be a person from a deadly rival hostile force. However, upon seeing the exit that Chen Luo had made way for, Zhuang Ningmeng's eyes lit up. Bit by bit, his feet moved towards the exit, still unmoving on the surface. "So what did you want to see me about? I've got my eye on you." "What?" Zhuang Ningmeng wondered if she had heard wrong. Then she remembered that the man in front of her was a perverted sex fiend with her intimate apparel and her stockings over her head. And he also went up and down on her and looked at her naked. Thinking of this, Zhuang Ningmeng was ashamed and angry. When she used to be in the lab, the only people of the opposite sex around her were her fellow researchers whose lenses were thicker than the bottom of a bottle and who were unkempt and unattractive. So far, she hasn't been in a relationship. And this hateful man in front of her was not only taking advantage of her, he was also humiliating her. Zhuang Ningmeng secretly vowed in her heart that after she escaped, she would not let Luo Wei spare him. By this time, Chen Luo had already arrived at the side of the iron cage, with his back facing the exit and Zhuang Ningmeng. "Good chance." Zhuang Ningmeng opened her legs and was about to escape when the man's voice behind her entered her ears. "So many people treat you like a baby and go to their deaths for you, but as far as I'm concerned, you're nothing." Zhuang Ningmeng's body stopped with a beat. Turning back, he saw Chen Luo and the Wisdom Walker looking at each other across the iron cage. The intelligent zombie recognized Chen Luo as the culprit who made him lose his freedom. Hearing Chen Luo degrade himself again, he struggled frantically. Zhuang Ningmeng couldn't help herself and asked, "What are you going to do to the Wisdom Walkers?" "To do what?" Chen Luo let out a light laugh. "To send him on his way, of course." "You can't do that." Zhuang Ningmeng couldn't care less about escaping and said in a hurry, "Oh, you don't know what he means. He could very well be the key to creating a vaccine for the virus." Zhuang Ningmeng looked anxious, yet Chen Luo simply had a disinterested look on his face. "So what? Don't you understand? The hope of solving the post-apocalyptic crisis and saving all of humanity lies in him." Zhuang Ningmeng attempted to make Chen Luo understand how important intelligent zombies were. "Speaking of greatness, it turns out that the company behind you is aiming to save all of mankind, rather than taking advantage of the opportunity to become the master of the world," Chen Luo said contemptuously. Zhuang Ningmeng was momentarily speechless. She certainly understood that the company could not have manufactured the vaccine for selfless purposes. Still, she thought, a gentleman discusses science regardless of heart. She would willingly work for whoever could create a vaccine and save humanity. This is why she chose to stay, even though she knew there was a dark side to the company. It doesn't matter, as long as it can continue the flame of human civilization, regardless of the purpose, it's a good thing that can benefit all of humanity. She retorted. "Yes?" Chen Luo pulled out his dagger and stabbed at the zombie's big head. No! Zhuang Ningmeng cried out in despair. But Chen Luo still stabbed into the head of the intelligent zombie. The zombie's head lolled and he died. Chen Luo was still uneasy, and used his hand to grab the zombie's unusually slender neck compared to the big head. With a force, he yanked his head right off and casually tossed it aside. Now the key to the vaccine, the hope for the continuation of human civilization, is all buried in my hands. Zhuang Ningming's face was ashen when she heard this, and she knelt down on both knees and collapsed helplessly on the ground. Chen Luo once again walked towards her, and this time Zhuang Ningming did not react to his proximity. Her heart was dead, and she no longer cared about anything. Zhuang Ningming's eyes looked at the floor listlessly as a palm reached out in front of her eyes. Chen Luo's words rang in her ears. If I said I had a way to get the formula for the virus vaccine, would you come with me? Hearing these words, Zhuang Ningming gradually came back to her senses, and the world in her eyes regained its color. You say you have the formula for a virus vaccine? The zombie virus? She half expected to double-check. Chen Luo nodded. Not only that, I also have the gene evolution potion formula. Zhuang Ningming raised her head and looked blankly at the man in front of her. Ghostly, she stretched out her hand and held Chen Luo's big hand. Day 2. Who the hell did this? The roar resounded through the conference room. 6 bodies were on display in the open space of the conference room, the most important of which was the intelligent walker's head. Eagle stormed out, roaring at everyone. Everyone's face wore the obscure look of the sky about to fall, and they simply didn't dare to talk back at this time. At this time, the door to the conference room was kicked open from outside. Ro, who had gotten the news, couldn't wait to identify the body just as soon as she walked in the door. At the sight of the corpses of the 3 strong men, her face became a bit ugly. It wasn't until she saw the big-headed walker that her face had filled with murderous intent. Unfortunately, there was no Zhuang Ningmings among the bodies on the ground. This made her face look slightly better at last. But the current problem is that the intelligent zombies are dead, and the whereabouts of Zhuang Ningming and the research materials are unknown. Rowdy has been a flop on this mission. How could she vent her anger? Chapter 98, Don't let any of them escape. Rowdy grimaced, the one I exposed outside the eye patch filled with murderous intent. Because she was so angry, Luo Wei didn't even call him Mr. Eagle on the surface. Pointing at Eagle's nose, he asked, you must give me an explanation. Account? What can I say? I feel better after this? Eagle wasn't a good-tempered person, and anyone else who accused him at this time would have been a corpse by now. But if it was Luo Wei, Eagle still held back his anger and said in a nice voice, Ms. Red Rose, calm down for a moment, I've already sent someone to gather the entire camp, and I'll definitely give you a talking to. Humph, you better. Rose stood with her shoulders clasped. After a while longer, the people Eagle had sent to investigate finally returned. Big brother, there were 5 people missing from the camp last night, 3 of them were ordinary civilians, 1 was a member of our team, and 1 was one of Ms. Red Rose's men. Oh? Eagle asked in a hurry, who was that guy? The new member recruited 2 days ago, Chen Luo. Hearing that name, the little bug who was acting transparent on the side looked up in shock. The next second, 2 pairs of 3 blood-red eyes were looking towards him to be exact. Bug was sweating so much that if he didn't know, he would have thought that both Eagle and Rowdy had been infected with zombies. I knew it. Where did some mysterious Rowdy expert come from? He must be an agent sent by some mysterious organization to stop me. Luo Wei looked like she was waking up from a dream. Then this matter of Chen Luo possessing a stance that was completely no less than hers could be rationally explained. Because he himself is the same person as Lo, just working for a different organization. Eagle's reaction was much greater than Rose. He stepped straight forward and yanked on Bug's collar. Big. Duh. Bug was too nervous to speak. Let me ask you, where exactly did you find that Chen Luo? Brother Eagle gritted his teeth. I don't know, he's the one who found me and Brother Scorpion. So you brought someone of unknown origin to our camp? Bug said, didn't you ask me to invite him? How come it's my fault? But he didn't dare talk back, so he could only shut up and remain silent. After these days together, Wang Chang had become Little Bug's second big brother besides Brother Eagle. And as far as relationships go, Bug and Eagle are hierarchically superior and subordinate. Wang Chang and Little Bug, on the other hand, were much closer. He couldn't help but stand up for Bug. Big brother, this matter is not necessarily Chen. The people that Little Bug brought back did it. Isn't one of her people unaccounted for as well? Lo sneered, you mean I directed myself? I didn't say that, Wang Chang defended. What I meant was that more than one more person has gone missing, and we can't blame our people until we find the culprit. No one who was an individual would doubt that it was Luo Wei who directed this scene to herself in order not to offer them a reward. After all, there's absolutely no need to kill intelligent walkers if you're going to act. A living intelligent walker can be much more valuable than a dead one. Wang Chang was just talking nonsense to excuse his little brother. Luo Wei almost laughed at his chutzpah. If Chen Luo didn't do it, who else could it be? Those 3 unarmed civilians or the unarmed Zhuang Ningmeng? If you guys aren't to blame, do you want to blame me? In any case, the people were lost in your territory, and the things died under your guard, so you must give me an account. Otherwise, being threatened so nakedly by Luo Wei, Eagle would really not deserve to be a big brother of mercenaries if he could still hold his tongue. He also said with a cold and hard attitude, Red Rose, the wisdom zombie was captured by us, and you didn't even give us a reward, so he was supposed to be ours, and whether he's dead or alive doesn't have anything to do with you. As for your people, I'll send someone to find them and make sure they're returned to you unharmed. You better keep your word, we'll see. Luo Wei turned around and left. Watching her departing back, Eagle slammed his fist heavily against the wall. Big brother, don't be angry, that woman dared to disrespect you, I'll go and get her back. Little Bugs said fawningly. The right side of Bugs' face reddened and swelled up with an obvious pop, and there was a handprint on it. You haven't made enough trouble yet, have you? Eagle had just defended his little brother in front of outsiders, but it was just his duty and righteousness as a big brother. Now that Rowdy was gone, he transferred his anger back to Bug. They have a mysterious organization behind them. How much manpower and how many weapons they have, we don't even know. What about us? 30 or so people plus 100 or so cannon fodder with no combat power? Big brother calm down, big brother calm down, Wang Chang said soothingly, but I think Little Bug's method is also an option. Eagle looked to him, ready to hear his high opinion. The organization behind the Red Rose is very powerful, but she is now alone, without a single henchman. Rather than having her settle her scores in the autumn, it is better that we bring her to justice. Wang Chang made a gesture of extermination. Eagle sat back in his chair in deep thought, and the others dared not utter a breath for fear of interrupting his thoughts. Little by little, time passed, and the crowd waited with great torment. Finally, Eagle opened his eyes and lifted his head. I'll reconsider this matter. Big brother. Wang Chang eagerly opened his mouth, but was blocked by Brother Eagle. It's best not to mess with that organization until it's absolutely necessary. Eagle made a decision. Wang Chang wanted to say something, but he could only sigh and shut his mouth. Eagle looked to the henchman who had reported the incident. Any idea where those 3 civilians ran off to? We've tortured the 3 men's relatives and friends, and say they've gone east of the city to defect. It's that camp again, Eagle said as if he had found the perfect object to vent on, so let's take them first. Bring back all those who escaped. Yes, Eagle. On the other hand, Luo Wei went straight to her room after leaving the conference room. Taking his satellite phone from his gear, he dialed a number. The opposite side picked up quickly. Captain Red Rose, anything to report? The mission failed, the research data and the people responsible for the project are missing, and the intelligent walkers are dead. The tone on the other side of the room got excited all of a sudden. We'll get to Marina City as soon as possible, 5 days at most. Got it. Luo Wei put down the phone, and the anger in her one eye could no longer be restrained, turning into near-substantial killing intent. Mercenaries, Chen Luo, none of you are going to run. Chapter 99, is this still the end times? Is this the safe house you were talking about? Outside the safe house, Zhuang Ningming couldn't help but ask as she looked at the metallic, unattractive-looking building on the outside. She had thought that Chen Luo would take her to some hidden secret base. I didn't realize it was on such a mediocre campus. She now wondered if she had fallen for Chen Luo's trap. That's right, want to take a look at the lab I prepared for you? Chen Luo had already extracted Zhuang Ningming's initial recognition reward just now. The safe house has an additional laboratory on top of the original, which is quite well equipped with various instruments. Never mind, let's see my room first. Zhuang Ningming had already completely lost hope in the lab. In her opinion, this lab was a small room at best, maybe it couldn't even be sterilized. Instead of being disappointed, I'd rather look at the room and hope for an airtight one. Chen Luo shrugged indifferently and pressed his fingerprint to open the door. Yo, fingerprint locks and automatic doors. Zhuang Ningming said in surprise, just how the tone sounded like it was shady. It's as if you're saying you've gone all high-tech with this Thai place. Is it worth it? Chen Luo didn't explain anything and just led the way in front. Zhuang Ningming followed him, commenting as she observed the environment. Is this light a voice-activated light or a light-sensitive one? Ventilation is good. This no-window corridor even a little stuffy, and once and obviously feel the temperature is much higher than outside. Is there a thermostat system? The more Zhuang Ningming looked at it, the more she realized that it was not simple. But it's still just a hallway. When she arrived at the living quarters, she was even more shocked and speechless by the sight before her. Just in front of us was a 100-meter indoor swimming pool, and on the side was a bar with cabinets filled with all kinds of expensive wines. The left side leads to the cafeteria, while the right side has the restrooms and recreation rooms that should be there. That's when the girls' laughter in the pool pulled Zhuang Ningming's thoughts back. She fixed her eyes on the 7 women climbing up from the pool. These 7 were plump and slim, tall and petite, mature and youthful. Without exception, their face value was quite high, and they were really warbling and charming. Especially since they were also wearing swimsuits, like 100 flowers competing for attention. Zhuang Ningming only felt like a pig in a poke, arriving at the Ponzi cave and seeing 7 female goblins taking a bath. Without waiting for her to get back to her senses, a petite, dead-stock water swimsuit-clad figure pounced on her. However, another figure in a white bikini was faster than her, jumping ahead of her and throwing herself into Chen Luo's embrace, her legs clamping down on Chen Luo's waist with a deadly grip. One of these two was Che Xiaoyu and the other was Su Yulan. Che Xiaoyu, who had been robbed of her position, pouted so much that she could already hang a bottle. Chen Luo had no choice but to pat Su Yulan's small arse. Alright, come down. It was hard to coax Su Yulan down, and Che Xiaoyu hugged her up again. After pacifying Che Xiaoyu, Chen Luo looked at the other 5 women who were looking at him expectantly and smiled helplessly. Okay, 1 hug each, that's always good. The women were beaming with joy. One by one, they lined up to hug Chen Luo. Boss, welcome back. This was the thinner-skinned silhouette. Boss, my work ethic has slacked off a bit in the past few days since you've been away. When are you going to check on my work? This was the bold Miao Miao Zhang. Chen Luo, hard work. This was the gentle Ning Xiao. Welcome home. This is the virtuous Tang Xin. Daddy, I missed you so much, kiss. This is the faceless Du Jiajia. After a round of hugs, Zhuang Ningmeng was dumbfounded. They're all your women? No. Zhuang Ningmeng sighed in relief, but she heard Chen Luo point at Du Jiajia and say, she's not. Just one no, you might as well just admit it's all. Zhuang Ningmeng rolled her eyes. Why isolate people? I want to be your woman too. Du Jiajia pouted at Chen Luo. Du Jiajia, can you be more reserved? But without waiting for Chen Luo to speak, Tang Xin yanked her back. Let go of me, I don't want you to care. Zhang Miao teased, Jiajia, you really aren't the boss's woman yet. Why? Du Jiajia was unconvinced. Because we've all slept with the boss, have you? Du Jiajia was momentarily speechless, but when she saw Su Yulan, her eyes lit up and she pointed at her and said, hasn't she also never slept? She's getting close, but you're going to have a harder time, after all, your mom's side of the family is watching closely. Du Jiajia suddenly hung her head. Listening to these women talk, Zhuang Ningmeng only felt like her 3 views were collapsing. She couldn't help but ask, I think all your women are here, right? There won't be any more, will there? Chen Luo thought for a moment and said with certainty, no more. Everyone's here except for one small pet that hasn't been tamed yet. Zhuang Ningmeng had an endless supply of vomit. Where have you brought me? Is this still a safe house? It's your harem, isn't it? Then won't it be hard for me to escape from the clutches of the devil in the future? Zhuang Ningmeng was already regretting it. Why are you all swimming here? Chen Luo asked. Sheila returned, it's not because you don't let us go out, we have nothing to do, not only can we find a pastime to do. Boss, why don't you come along too? Zhang Miao said with a twinkle in her eye. I'll go get your swim trunks. Du Jiajia volunteered. Chen Luo just came back, must not have eaten anything yet. I'll go get you some food. Today's food is stewed beef brisket with potatoes. I made it myself, you must try it. Tang Xin said and walked towards the cafeteria. I'll open a bottle of champagne for you. Silas gushed back. Eat and drink well, and I'll give you another massage to help you relax your muscles so that you don't leave any dark injuries. Ning Xiao prepared to head to the medical room to get the essential oil. However, seeing Zhuang Ningmeng standing frozen in place, Ning Xiao took the initiative and said, is this the new sister? Want to come along? She looked down at Zhuang Ningmeng's majestic bosom, but I don't think we have a swimsuit in your size here. Maybe Sister Tang Xian's fits, I'll go borrow one for you. No. Zhuang Ningmeng said several no's in a row. Well, then you can wander around on your own for a while, and I'll show you around the place later. Thanks. Wait until a few of the women return one by one. Chen Luo wore swim trunks and soaked his naked upper body in the pool, head leaning against Tang Xian's cushion that was indistinguishable from Zhuang Ningmeng's. Ning Xiao helped him relax his shoulder muscles behind him. Shilua and Du Jiajia, on the other hand, one fed the food and the other fed the wine. It was really good. Is this still the end times? Zhuang Ningmeng couldn't help but ask. Who can get away with so much in the last days? Chapter 100 Zhuang Ningmeng's Scientific Research Spirit. Zhuang Ningmeng patiently waited for Chen Luo to dine. Seeing Chen Luo eating so favorably, her stomach, which was originally not hungry, also began to rumble. Zhuang Ningmeng covered her stomach in embarrassment, but the rich fragrance still tickled her cravings from time to time. It made her a little regretful that she had known better than to refuse in the first place. The problem was how she knew Chen Luo ate so well. Previously, when he was either at the institute or the mercenary camp, the food provided by others was either salty canned food or some high-calorie compressed food. The flavor can only be described as edible. The reason why Zhuang Ningmeng often concentrated on her research and forgot to eat also had a lot to do with this. When Ning Xiao invited her, she habitually assumed that they ate canned food as well. But I didn't expect to be served such a fragrant dish of stewed beef brisket with potatoes. The color and texture of that brisket was the freshest kind at first glance. With potatoes, it's really colorful. But Zhuang Ningmeng really couldn't pull herself together to ask for food. After all, she had just refused it on the front foot. To divert her attention, she surveyed the strange women. At first, she still held her eyes in appreciation of beauty, but when her gaze came to Che Xiaoyu, her pupils instantly shrank. She was so excited that she jumped right into the pool despite the fact that she was still dressed. The white coat on her body clung to her skin as it got wet. This feeling of being hidden is even more seductive than just wearing a bathing suit. But Zhuang Ningming couldn't care less about that as she eagerly paddled away from the water to come to Che Xiaoyu's side. A hand grabbed Che Xiaoyu's seemingly thin shoulders and brought her face up. Just a few centimeters away, the two faces were going to be pressed together. Zhuang Ningming's unusual behavior caused the others to be puzzled. Zhang Miaomiao inquired to Chen Luo in a low voice, "Boss, this new sister you brought back, she won't like women, right?" The women sniffed and subconsciously used their catkins to block the deep and shallow canyon in front of them. The main thing was that Zhuang Ningming's eyes were too abnormal. It was like seeing some rare treasure. Where would a normal woman look at another woman like that? However, they both misunderstood that Zhuang Ningming's entire attention was not on Che Xiaoyu's face or body. Instead, he stared at Che Xiaoyu's pupils with a deadly stare. Che Xiaoyu didn't understand what was happening, and just stood still with a crooked head, facilitating Zhuang Ningming's observation. Finally, after scrutinizing it for more than 10 minutes, Zhuang Ningming came up with an affirmative answer. "These blood-red pupils, you're a zombie." The women were relieved, so Zhuang Ningming is not look at them scared. Do Judya even teased, "What's so strange about this?" As for such a big reaction, this is a zombie, being bitten and injured will be infected, aren't you afraid? Zhuang Ningmeng was puzzled. Haven't you noticed how well-behaved Xiaoyu is? The only one of us here who might get bitten is the boss. Zhang Miaomiao's words caused the other girls to let out a hee-hee laugh. She continued, "And it's not just Xiaoyu, isn't Yulan a zombie too?" And Zhuang Ningmeng looked towards Su Yulan whom she pointed at, and as expected, Su Yulan's pupils were also blood-red. However, what Zhuang Ning dreamed of not understanding was that neither Su Yulan nor Che Xiaoyu were the least bit aggressive. It's a completely different race than those man-eating monsters. How did you do that? She couldn't help but ask. What? Chen Luo asked rhetorically. How did you manage to tame these two female zombies so well-behaved, just like? Zhuang Ningmeng had wanted to say pet, but she felt that it had an insulting connotation and put it back. After all, Che Xiaoyu and Su Yulan seemed to possess intelligence and might be able to understand her words. However, Chen Luo had no qualms at all and said directly, just raise them as pets, feed them some food and they'll become like this. Impossible. Zhuang Ningming retorted categorically. Their research institute, in order to study the zombies, captured so many heads and raised them in the laboratory, fed them raw meat to eat every day, and they didn't still bite people when they saw them. Chen Luo smiled. He couldn't tell her, you don't have a system, of course you can't do it. So it's just a matter of keeping quiet. Seeing that Chen Luo would not tell her, Zhuang Ningmeng decided to find the answer on her own. She said to Chen Luo, lend me these two of yours to study. Chen Luo stated indifferently, ask the two of them if they agree, if they do, I have no problem with it. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Ningmeng said to Che Xiaoyu and Su Yulan with a pleasing expression on her face, ahem, is it convenient for the two sisters to let me give you a body check? When Zhuang Ningmeng said this, how did her tone and expression look like that of a lecherous man coaxing an ignorant girl? Che Xiaoyu frowned alarmingly and shook her head. Zhuang Ningmeng's smile froze for a moment, but there was still a Su Yulan, and a last hope. But Su Yulan simply ignored her. Zhuang Ningmeng was a bit deflated, she had no choice but to explain the importance of this matter to Chen Luo. The two of them have full consciousness, which is much more intelligent than an intelligent zombie, you must allow me to study them both. Forget it. Chen Luo's interest was lacking, Che Xiaoyu and Su Yulan were much more important in his heart than some broken vaccine. Knowing that she couldn't persuade Chen Luo, Zhuang Ningmeng could only sigh helplessly. But being a scientific researcher studying biology, she soon became interested in something else. When you say they're both your women, does that mean you've had sex with at least one of them? Chen Luo nodded, that's right. And did you take safety precautions? What? Oops, just the little umbrella. No. Zhuang Ningmeng muttered to herself, it shouldn't be, there are viruses in the blood and body fluids of the zombies, if you didn't take safety measures, you should have been infected. Didn't I tell you that I have a way to get the formula for the virus vaccine, so what's so strange that I've been vaccinated? Chen Luo casually replied. You've already injected it? Zhuang Ningmeng's eyes were filled with incredulity. So many research institutes in their company had worked together, but they had only extracted the original viral fluid and made a preliminary study of the samples. Chen Luo even has a finished product already, and even injected it? Is there more? Zhuang Ningmeng urgently approached Chen Luo. The white soft skin under the wet white coat rubbed back and forth in front of Chen Luo's hard chest. Chen Luo couldn't help but react. I'm afraid we're going to wipe the floor if this keeps up. Chen Luo had no choice but to throw the virus vaccine rewarded by Su Yuelan's first kiss to her. Zhuang Ningmeng's hands were so busy trying to catch it that she was surprised that she didn't catch it. Luckily the test tube bounced back up as it landed on her peak, and this time she caught it without incident. Chapter 101, Getting Home Safely, No Matter What. After firmly grasping the test tube, Zhuang Ningmeng's heart in her throat was finally released. She couldn't help but snap at Chen Luo. How can you just throw such a valuable thing around? What if I don't catch it and it falls into the pool? Chen Luo was very casual. If you didn't catch it, you didn't catch it, and when you have the recipe, you can still make as many copies as you want. Zhuang Ningmeng opened her palm at that. Bring it. What? A recipe? Didn't you say you had one? I haven't gotten it yet, but I could give it to you now if you'd cooperate. Zhuang Ningmeng only thought he was joking with himself. What does the recipe have to do with her? But getting a finished tube of vaccine was enough of a surprise. She couldn't wait to get it to the lab to study it. With this and a fully instrumented lab, I'll be able to reproduce the finished product 1-to-1 in 3 years at the most. So long? Chen Luo staggered. What do you know? What scientific research needs most is rigor, not a single mistake. 3 years is already fast. Zhuang Ningmeng's entire demeanor changed when she mentioned her area of expertise. Or you can give me the formula, and with those two things, it will cut down the development time significantly. Chen Luo did not reply, and Zhuang Ningmeng was satisfied as she put the vaccine into the chest pocket of her white coat. It was only then that she realized she was practically clinging to Chen Luo, and she felt the stupidly ferocious beast underwater. Zhuang Ningmeng's face instantly turned red. Cough, you're soaked. Ning, shall you take her to change her clothes? Got it. Zhuang Ningmeng shyly covered the important parts and followed Ning Xiao towards the restroom. But she suddenly thought of something and ran back. What again? Chen Luo asked uncertainly. Zhuang Ningmeng had a light in her eyes. Are you going to teach training with one of the two of them later? Can I observe at the scene? She and her colleagues dispute the question of whether zombies are still human. Biologically speaking, determining whether two organisms are the same species is generally a matter of observing whether reproductive isolation exists. But the zombie's body is dead and has no human physiology. Inability to complete reproduction through normal physiological behavior. But again, the way zombies reproduce is by infecting humans. It is therefore not possible to tell whether reproductive isolation exists. Zhuang Ningmeng was curious that the answer to this question might be obtained from Chen Luo and Che Xiaoyu and Su Yuelan. With the idea that the spirit of scientific research is greater than anything else, Zhuang Ningmeng couldn't care less about her shyness and boldly put forward the idea of a visit. Chen Luo coughed with an unnatural expression. I don't have that idea for now. Alright. Zhuang Ningmeng's disappointed expression flickered, but when you have one, be sure to let me know. After saying that, she followed Ning Xiao and left. Boss, this new sister is so bold, I'm embarrassed to say something like that. Zhang Miao Miao flirted. Chen Luo also felt that Zhuang Ningmeng was strange. Obviously, she was so shy in the last second, but once the field of science was mentioned, her whole demeanor changed and she became very confident and brave. Maybe it's called contrast. However, in response to Zhang Miaomiao's jabs, Chen Luo decided to retrieve face from her. You'd be embarrassed? I think you're the boldest out of all of them, who had to come in and get something last time when Silhouette and I were busy. I was in a hurry. Zhang Miaomiao defended herself. It's all your fault. You had to let me come along, causing Sheila to be embarrassed to see me for a few days. Yikes! Shilahua screamed. Boss, just talk to Zhang Miaomiao. Can you not involve me? So envious, Mom, or we. Du Juzhou was blocked by a look from Tang Xian before she could finish. Don't even think about it. Damn it! Du Juzhou was so angry that she threw water at Tang Xian, and it ended up on Shili's face. Silhouette naturally wouldn't hold his tongue and immediately counterattacked. Others joined the fray, and it was a great time at the pool. Seeing this, Che Xiaoyu also joined in, only to see her forcefully lift a 3-meter-high wave. The women exclaimed and were doused with water. They looked at me, I looked at you, and cracked up. Ha 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 ha. Tang Xian had a loving smile on her face as she watched their childlike jostling. She said to Chen Luo, before, they were all moping about swimming, but once you came back, they all seemed to have put down their burdens. Chen Luo turned back and saw Tang Xian looking at himself with a pair of eyes deep in love. So promise me you'll keep yourself safe no matter what happens, okay? Sure. Chen Luo nodded vigorously, and the two heads got closer and closer, their forelips fitting together. No good, my mom stole away. Du Juzhou let out a strange cry. Me too. Being stared at by so many pairs of beautiful eyes, Chen Luo was under a lot of pressure. Chen Luo, who had managed to get away from the pile of female goblins, came to the laboratory. Zhuang Ningmeng, who had changed her clothes, was already waiting at the door. Chen Luo, I need a professional biology lab. I know it may be a bit difficult, but the ultra-clean bench, microscope, all these are necessary, as well as a variety of chromatographs. Chen Luo didn't have the energy to fuss with her and simply opened the door to the lab to let her see for herself. Zhuang Ningmeng was still chanting, but when she inadvertently saw the full picture in the lab, she was dumbstruck with surprise. This is a bioreactor? Wait, you have a cell crusher here? Is that a dryer? Zhuang Ningmeng had been too surprised to speak. She completely didn't expect Chen Luo to have such a complete set of instruments here. It was still not as good as her previous institute, but the configuration of a lab alone was already top-notch. With this lab, her research is fully operational. More than a comfortable living environment and delicious food, it was still a top-notch laboratory that could make Zhuang Ningmeng feel more satisfied. She couldn't wait to get started. However, he was stopped by Chen Luo, who said, before you start, Tell me what this is useful for. Seeing the USB flash drive held in Chen Luo's hand, Zhuang Ningming's expression instantly froze and became grave. You really want to know? She confirmed again and again, and after receiving Chen Luo's affirmative reply, she sighed. After receiving the USB flash drive and inserting it into the computer, various documents appeared on the computer screen. Zhuang Ningming said with incomparable seriousness, the company I worked for was indeed researching the antidote to the zombie virus in the beginning. But when we discovered that the virus of the mutated zombies could strengthen the cells, the company ordered us to shift the focus of our research. Shifting from the antidote to the aspect of researching whether the zombie virus can work on the human body and help humans complete their evolution. These, then, are the records of human experimentation with the zombie virus. Chapter 102 Zhuang Ningming's Memories. Whether the behavior of mutant zombies is controllable after recording the removal of the prefrontal lobe, on the possibility of mutant zombies becoming biochemical weapons, injecting mutant zombie viruses, whether they can induce human reinforcement, whether the demented experimental subjects are still aggressive after the removal of the brain. Just looking at the naming of these documents is enough to send shivers down your spine. Zhuang Ningming opened the document inside all the messy code. She operated on the keyboard a few times, the messy code into a text. The first of these is research into vaccine antidotes, and most of the latter becomes research into the substances in mutant walkers that make them carry on. In order to find out what kind of substance makes zombies evolve and whether this substance can make living people evolve, they have done many inhuman experiments. This includes, but is not limited to, injecting living people with mutated zombie viruses, dissecting and studying their brains after infection, and controlling maddened experimental subjects in various ways. It is also not clear whether these people knowingly volunteered or were cajoled or coerced. But looking at Zhuang Ningming's subconsciously dodging eyes, the answer to this question was already obvious. Zhuang Ningming sighed as she explained, at that time, in order to gather volunteers, the company claimed that they would provide shelter, food, and water, and all of the many people volunteered, but they didn't know beforehand exactly what this experiment was about. This practice is inhumane and illegal, but the company's argument to us researchers is that extreme measures in extreme conditions are all about saving humanity. Add to that the fact that there are soldiers with guns watching to keep an eye on us every day, and we have no choice but to continue our research. Chen Luo nodded in understanding. The fact that this kind of company can establish a branch in the country means that it used to be pretty well camouflaged. It's not unusual for people like Zhuang Ningming, who were previously unaware of the dark side behind the company, to choose to join. Only after the end times came and the order collapsed, there was no need for the company to cover up, bringing the dark side straight to the surface. Some of the researchers with a sense of justice, such as Zhuang Ningming, dared to speak out under the duress of the gun. Zhuang Ningming continued, my position in the company is a team leader of a department, responsible for one of the most important projects in the institute. Zhuang Ningming said and turned the document to the last page again. The densely written words, Chen Luo wasn't from a student biology background and couldn't read them at all. You might as well just say it, I can't see it. At that time, in Manhwa City, where we were, someone found a strange vine that not only didn't freeze to death by the low temperature of more than 50 degrees below zero, but instead remained bright green. After sending it to the institute, we realized that the vine actually had the same mysterious substance in it as in the mutated zombie's body. We speculate that this mysterious substance is the source that led to the evolution of living things, which we have named Source. We also doused the vines with a nutrient solution, and the vines that got the nutrients grew insanely large almost overnight and climbed all over the lab. And the vine also bore a fruit with a strange aroma, and all the experimental subjects in the institute at that time became unusually cranky after smelling it, even the ones that had their prefrontal lobes removed. Later we found that this fruit actually has the ability to strengthen the human body, although the effect is not as good as the zombie virus, but the victory is safe and no side effects. The head of the institute was ecstatic, and directly reported up. The company side is also extremely concerned, asking us to cultivate more vine plants as soon as possible and sending people to pick them up. It's just that the survival rate of this vine after splitting is 0, it can't be raised at all, and seeing that the deadline given by the headquarters is coming up, the supervisor thought of a way, and that's to plant the split plant in a person's body. Chen Luo pondered for a while before saying, planted inside a human? Isn't that using people as flower pots? How did your supervisor come up with such a vicious idea? Since the mutant vines have also shown aggression towards living things, we're guessing that every living thing has the source in them, just in varying amounts. The zombies eating people and the mutant vines attacking the creatures are all trying to get the source, and the last thing we need at the institute is people. When Zhuang Ningming said this, her body trembled in a way that was visible to the naked eye. An image came unbidden to mind. A dozen or so living people were tied to the experimental table, and the researchers brought in vine seedlings, and in front of the living people's horrified gazes, they cut open their skin and planted the vine seedlings in it. The roots of the vine seedling touched the blood, and as if it had come to life, it twisted wildly, rooting deeper and deeper. The subject's hands and feet were tied, and it was as if there were countless caterpillars crawling inside his body, and his body was strangely itchy, but he couldn't scratch it. One can only endure this inhuman torture. After the vine seedling took root, it began to greedily draw blood and nutrients from its body again. It took only a few minutes for a living person to be sucked into a skeleton of skin and bones. The scariest part is that the experimental subjects are still alive. The dried-out flesh of both cheeks opened and closed their parched lips every now and then, pleading over and over again to the researchers for help. On the surface of his body, a tender green vine seedling thrived, swaying slightly in the air. This image left a deep impression in Zhuang Ningming's mind, causing her to dream about this scene in her nightmares from time to time. It's just that she couldn't stop it at that time. She was just a team leader. Where did she get the right to stop the supervisor? And what brought you to Marina City? Chen Luo's question interrupted Zhuang Ningming's memories, and she replied after calming her fearful heart a little. Although the vine's offshoots were transplanted successfully, they were unable to produce fruit like the main body, so the supervisor had no choice but to order us to continue irrigating the main body of the vine. But the amount of nutrient solution needed for the vine to bear fruit is so great that the entirety of our institute only has enough for it to bear two. So the superintendent came up with the idea of replacing the nutrient solution with a living person, and the results have been remarkable. Chen Luo couldn't help but sigh when he heard this. The end times had turned people into monsters. This supervisor doesn't necessarily have fewer human lives on his hands than walkers, does he? Zhuang Ningmeng continued to reminisce. After bearing 10 fruits one after another, the vine suddenly stopped bearing fruit, and a bulge grew on its stem, and all the nutrients sucked up were used to support the growth of the bulge. Our entire scientific staff, including the supervisor, had no idea what was going on, and the supervisor had to report the situation to headquarters, and the response was to supply the vines at full strength. So we stopped all other experiments and shifted our entire research focus to the bulge in the vines. As time went on, that bulge grew bigger and bigger until it grew to the size of a man. It has given birth to a new life. Chapter 103, She is the Crisis. New life? Chen Luo didn't know what to say and could only repeat Zhuang Ningmeng's words. Yes, a new life, a humanoid life, a baby girl. Zhuang Ningmeng murmured as her eyes were lifeless. The vines, on the other hand, quickly withered and died after giving birth to the baby girl, along with all the other subplants. But no one cares about the vines anymore. Everyone at headquarters and up and down the institute, all their attention is on this baby girl. The baby girl did not disappoint, and grew at quite an amazing rate, growing a year a day, and in 18 days she grew into a young girl and stayed at that age. But that growth rate also seems mediocre in the face of her powerful abilities. Every part of her entire body can transform into vines, and is quite tough, so even chopping with an axe can only leave shallow wounds. Not only that, she has a terrifying ability to recover, and can be almost immortal. She's also able to spawn plants and manipulate them to attack others, and as long as she's in a place where there are plants, she's an almost invincible presence. So powerful? Chen Luo fell silent, the feeling of superiority brought about by the genetic enhancement potion gone. In front of a real monster, his strength was still not enough. And most importantly, she is controllable and has been quite cooperative with all the research. The supervisor even named her Zero, meaning Subject Zero. He also high-handedly proclaimed in front of Zero that Zero was the future of humanity and that he was going to take Zero to train more super warriors. Chen Luo was curious, how to cultivate a super warrior. It couldn't be what he thought it was, could it? Wasn't this Zero a vegetable? Is this even possible? Zhuang Ningmeng didn't see Chen Luo's doubts as she talked herself down. The night the supervisor said that Zero lost control, anaconda-sized vines broke the lab's reinforced glass and released all the subjects. She sits on a throne of thorns and flowers, treads on a carpet of vines, and roams through the territory with high honor. Everywhere it went, all the guards were strangled by the vines. The supervisor was even made a living hedgehog by her manipulation of thorny thorns, drilling into every hole in his body. It was only then that we reacted to the fact that we had been tricked by her. The good behavior and cooperation she showed was nothing more than lowering our guard to delay and build up her strength for her own growth. Once she possessed unrivaled power, she showed her true self, as a queen on high, with no mercy in her eyes for the living. She is not the savior of the end times, she, herself, is the crisis. Zhuang Ningming slowed down before continuing, maybe we were all ants in her eyes and didn't put us in her sights. She didn't kill us all in the end, so the rest of us hid in the lab. How ridiculous, before we were outside and the experiments were inside, now we are inside and they are outside. Then it was Rowdy who arrived and got me out, and then we came to Marina City. Chen Luo also knew all the things that followed. So Ro saved you because you were the most knowledgeable about the program of those who survived, and what the company wanted was the research information on the flash drive about the program Zero? Zhuang Ningming nodded, that's right, they want to reproduce this experiment in other branches. Then why don't they just send someone to take Zero back? They wanted to too, it's just that Ro's original mission was to pick up Zero, and at the time, not knowing that she'd lose control, she didn't bring very many people with her, and it was only after Zero lost control and the Institute fell that Ro's mission was temporarily changed to taking me and the research materials away. Which means they'll send another group to get Zero? That's right, the company has always done both. Chen Luo, who knew the whole story, pulled out a foreign fruit. Is this what you mean by fruits with a strange scent? Zhuang Ningming's eyes widened, that's it, how did you get it? Not only do I have them, I have many more. Chen Luo casually pulled out another 20 or so. Zhuang Ningmeng watched in shock as Chen Luo pulled out the foreign fruit as if he were pulling out an ordinary fruit. Their institute had used all of their resources to cultivate only 3 of them, and Chen Luo casually took more than 20 of them. That's too big a gap. Where the hell are you? Zhuang Ningmeng was depressed. As you can see, just ordinary peons struggling to survive in a post-apocalyptic world. Zhuang Ningmeng rolled her eyes. If you call this struggling to survive, others simply don't live. Can you give me a few for research? Zhuang Ningmeng requested. I'll give you 3 at most. I have to feed the rest to the cat. You feed this to the cat? Zhuang Ningmeng couldn't help but ask as she saw that Chen Luo's expression was serious and didn't look like he was joking. Yeah, didn't I tell you I have a pet? What a wasteful. Zhuang Ningmeng was powerless to spit. However, when Chen Luo brought her to see the so-called pet cat, Zhuang Ningmeng was once again shocked. This is orcs? She asked as she looked at Chu Yao, who was lying on the ceiling in the room as if she was on the floor. I call her an inhuman. How did she become like this? Zhuang Ningmeng's beautiful eyes held a strong interest. For students of biology like them, what could be more surprising than discovering a new species? In the old days, that would have been a dozen papers. It seems like it was also affected by the mutated plant and became like this after eating the foreign fruit. Chen Luo explained. Zhuang Ningmeng now didn't feel that feeding exotic fruits to cats was a waste at all. Not to mention Chu Yao's agile hands, just her budding appearance alone is not a loss. How eye-catching to put by her side. Amazing, simply amazing. Zhuang Ningmeng was lost in thought. But after seeing even more amazing zeros, she had become much more mentally capable. After quickly coming back to her senses, she excitedly held Chen Luo's hand. Please let me study the Inhumans. However, Chen Luo refused. She's not fully tamed yet and doesn't listen to me. After a period of feeding, Chu Yao's favorability had come to 39, just a little short of 40 coming to the stage of friendly. This little difference made her still aggressive towards Chen Luo, and she still needed to continue to cultivate her feelings before she could do so. But how do you cultivate a relationship with a cat lady? Chen Luo had never had a cat before and had little experience in cultivating a relationship with a cat. Is it a lot of head rubbing and belly scratching? It can't be shoveling the cat's poop, can it? Chapter 104 Negotiations. On this day Su Rui was standing with binoculars and looking out from a high place. According to her subordinates' reports, a number of unfamiliar faces had appeared around the camp in recent days, and this point had aroused her alarm. In the middle of her vision at that moment, a camouflaged SUV circled around her campsite and eventually stopped at the main entrance. From the car a man got down and said condescendingly to the guards at the door, "Who is your charge? Call her out to me. Who are you? Are you worthy of our chief's personal attention?" The guard was a bloodthirsty young man. Of course he couldn't see anyone insulting Su Rui, and immediately counterattacked. "It doesn't matter what I am, you just need to know that my leader is Eagle." The man still looked at people through his nose, not giving the youngsters group a second thought. What's with Eagle and Bird? Never heard of them, roll with it. You. The visitor was furious. Fine, in that case, when our army presses in, don't blame me for not warning you. The man turned around and was about to leave when a voice from behind him called out to him. Wait. The visitor turned around, only to see Su Rui walking over. Gov. The youngster shouted respectfully. So you're the head of this camp, and you're actually a woman. The man was a bit surprised and looked Su Rui up and down, tooting while looking. Su Rui was dressed conservatively, but she was still a little annoyed by his wanton gaze. Without waiting for her angry rebuke, the youngster had already cursed. Put away your dog's eyes. Be careful, I'll gouge your eyes out. The man shrugged indifferently, then said to Su Rui, our brother Eagle asked you to go to the overpass 5 kilometers away to negotiate. He'll wait for you there. After that he got into his SUV and left. Su Rui fell into deep thought. The youngster was a bit anxious and persuaded. Chief, that group of mercenaries are not good people. You must not go. In case it's a trap. Surya interrupted. Running away isn't an option. We'll have to talk to them sooner or later. But Su Rui wasn't an idiot and wouldn't deliver it all by herself. She instructed the youngster, go to Marina University and tell the people inside that I need help, fast. Yes. The youngster immediately ran out. An hour later, the overpass. Eagle stood at the edge of the broken bridge, looking at the bodies of his dead brethren with mixed feelings. These were good brothers who had fought with him on the border for years. It was hard to wait for a good day, but it was buried. The point is that the intelligent walkers end up dead, which amounts to them dying for nothing. Eagle only hoped to catch the person who kidnapped Zhuang Ningmeng and calm Luo Wei's anger. This might even be a good way to trade the bodies of intelligent zombies for some rewards, so as to at least recoup a little of the losses and not work for nothing. Thinking of this, Eagle called out to Wang Chang for questioning. What's the status of the Red Rose now? Hasn't been out of his room since that day, don't know what he's doing in there. Eagle nodded. Well, keep an eye on her every move, report to me immediately if there's a situation, and don't get into another conflict with her and provoke her. I know. As he was speaking, a junior reported to him. Eagle, their boss has arrived. Bring her to me. Yes. A few minutes later, the little brother led Su Rui as well as a pretty girl wearing a white dress with a light temperament over. Received a lot of stares along the way. These mercenaries, except for Luo Wei and Zhuang Ningmeng, the two that could only look and not move, where else had they seen such a high-value woman? The mouth was watering, and the eyes were like those of a hungry wolf. However, both Su Rui and the girl in the white dress had calm expressions in the face of this scene. Su Rui is a police officer and has seen a lot, so it's normal that she doesn't have stage fright. The girls in white dresses, on the other hand, were there because they didn't even notice them. Su Yulan had this soulful look all the time except when Chen Luo was around. Su Rui brought Su Yulan to Brother Eagle and said without being condescending, "You are Brother Eagle? I heard that you want to negotiate with me?" Eagle asked back with a disdainful expression, "Don't you have any men in your camp to send a woman?" "Of course we have men at the camp, but aren't you looking for the man in charge?" "I am." "Kind of interesting." Which of the women Eagle had met before hadn't been scared to death of him and submissive? Like Suri, he'd never really played. Eagle couldn't help but ask, "You're a cop? How did you know?" Suryo wondered. "There's a sense of justice about you that's really nostalgic then." Eagle sensed in Suri the old days of doing illegal things and being chased and held back. The man who chased him then had a sense of justice about him that sickened him. However, the world has changed. Those chasing him are still in some nook or cranny. Eagle looked at Surya again, and desire came to mind. He wanted to conquer Suri so that it would be the equivalent of him crushing justice. Thinking about this, Eagle's eyes changed a little when he looked at Su Rui. His gaze was intensely aggressive as he said, "Talk back to formality and start our negotiations. My camp escaped a number of people to you, did you know about this? So what if they know? It's the citizens' freedom to go to whichever camp they want." No, they're not free, they're my property, a resource for our camp." Su Rui knew it was useless to talk about human rights and freedom with this group of guys who didn't treat people as human beings. She went straight to the point, "What do you want? Just say it, don't take up my time. In that case, I won't beat around the bush, and as punishment for your violation of my property, I'm going to confiscate everything you own, including your campsite and you." Su Rui was almost laughed out of anger, and immediately glared angrily, "Don't even think about it. It's fine if you refuse, then I'll just take my men and kill them. I heard you have guns too. How many can you have and how many bullets can you have? I have a handful of them on my side." His tone was thick with contempt, as if Suri and her camp were already within her reach. "Then let's fight and see who will be the final winner. Su Yulan, let's go." After saying that, Su Rui turned around and left. Eagle didn't expect her to be so hard-headed. Again, she was rejected in public and felt humiliated, so she became irritated. "Stop them for me." The crowd sniffed and hemmed and hawed, surrounding the two. Chapter 105. Su Rui subconsciously protected Su Yulan behind her and glared at Eagle. "What do you want to do?" "What do I want to do? Do you think I will so simply will let you go back?" Eagle didn't pretend anymore and just tore his face off. "Today, whether you agree or refuse, you must stay for me." Vile. Insults like vile don't hurt them. Eagle even laughed out loud. "Thanks for the compliment, it's only simple women like you who talk about rules and morals." He turned the tables. "Brothers do it, take the two females, she's mine and the white dress is yours." "Thank you big brother." The crowd shouted excitedly, looking at the goddess like Su Yulan, they had long been itching for more. Su Rui's eyes stayed glued to the front, and her right hand touched her waist. In a voice that could only be heard by two people, she said, "In a moment, when I shoot, you run, do you hear me?" Su Rui asked someone to call for Chen Luo's help, originally hoping that he would do it himself, either sending Che Xiaoyu, that weird girl, would be fine. I didn't expect him to send a Su Yulan that Su Rui didn't recognize. There's no way around it, Soleil has to rely on herself. Eagle kept an eye on Suri's every move, loudly alerting everyone, "Watch out, she's got a gun in her waistband, get up there and stop her." At those words, the crowd lunged forward in unison, not giving Su Rui the chance to draw her gun. Just in the nick of time, a gunshot rang out. The man at the front fell to the ground, blood pouring out from under him. Everyone was in hard control for a second, and upon closer inspection, they realized that it wasn't Suri who had fired the shot. Even Su Rui was surprised, her pistol hadn't even been drawn yet. So who could the shooter be? The crowd subconsciously searched for the location where the gunshot rang out. Another shot rang out and another man fell to the ground. Eagle took cover nearby and yelled, "Sniper." The crowd then came back to their senses and hurriedly hid behind cover. There was only one person Su Rui knew who had such precise shooting skills. Strongly suppressing her excitement, Su Rui said to Su Yulan, "Good chance, let's go. Don't let them escape." Eagle didn't think about capturing them alive and immediately ordered shots, "Kill them for me." Su Rui secretly said that it was bad, and was preparing to sacrifice herself to cover Su Yulan's retreat. Just at this time, Su Yulan, who had been fuming, finally moved and grabbed Su Rui's hand. "Don't you pull me, it'll kill us both." Before Su Rui's words fell, the whole person was yanked off balance, his eyes flashed, and when he was clear again, he had already appeared dozens of meters away. The mercenary fired randomly in a panic, and ended up not hitting a single shot. Someone was so anxious to poke their head out from behind cover and was immediately spiked. Su Rue looked at Su Yulan in surprise. You. Su Rue, get in. Su Rue heard someone call out to her. She fixed her eyes and saw a heavy truck coming their way and stopped in front of her and Su Yulan. The car door opened, and sitting in the driver's seat was, quite literally, Zhang Miao Miao. River, how's my driving? I learned it specifically from my boss. No, I asked what brought you here. The boss wasn't worried and asked me to pick you up. Su Rue was very touched by what she heard. She thought Chen Luo didn't care about her death. I didn't realize that the Su Yulan he sent was unusual, and Chen Luo was also covering her from a high place, and even had Zhang Miao Miao come to pick her up. These gestures warmed Su Rue's heart. No time to explain, get in the car. Su Rue also knew that this was not the time to chat and moved quickly to get into the car. The heavy truck restarted and got faster and faster. Su Rue realized something was wrong. How come this heavy truck didn't turn around even if it was? Why was it still accelerating? She had a bad feeling in her heart and hastily fastened her seatbelt. Miao Miao Zhang, what are you doing? I've been wanting to do this for a long time, and it finally gave me the opportunity to sit tight. Zhang Miao Miao shouted and pressed the gas pedal to the floor. The heavy truck came at the mercenaries at 100 kilometers per hour. When the mercenaries saw the scene, their souls were so dead that they were almost scared out of their wits. Panicked, he jumped out from behind cover and lunged for the sides of the overpass. And the gunshots came in quick succession, killing 5 more people. The heavy truck slammed into the mercenaries' SUV, pushing the vehicle off the broken bridge. Then Zhang Miao Miao made another fierce reverse and took off in front of everyone. Eagle's heart was dripping blood at the sight of this scene, and he wanted to jump out and fight for his life. But he didn't dare to venture out at all because of the snipers set up in the distance. Until the heavy truck disappeared at the end of the road, Eagle waited timidly for another 2 hours. After confirming that the mysterious sniper had left, he let out a big sigh of relief. Quick, retreat. Since the SUV had been scrapped, the only ones left were 3 motorcycles. And with a dozen or so of them, they could only squeeze 5 or 6 people on each motorcycle. If a certain San read it, he would probably have to call out the connotations straight away. It came in force with more than 20 people and a couple of SUVs. 15 or 16 people and 3 motorcycles were in a sorry state when they went. The crowd was still in shock until they got back to camp. Damn, I didn't realize they actually had snipers. Eagle, impotent and furious, was still able to take his anger out on the wall, slamming his fist heavily against it. Big brother, we've really suffered heavy losses this time. Not only did we die around 10 brothers, we also lost 5 SUVs. Wang Chang reported. Eagle's face twitched in flesh. Wang Chang asked again, Big brother, what should we do next? If I don't take this revenge, I, Brother Eagle, will not swear to be a human being. Brother Eagle gritted his teeth and made a heavy oath. This time it is I am gullible and careless. I didn't expect them to actually have a sniper, and chose an open place. As a result, it is convenient for the sniper to play. Next time I am prepared, I must take revenge back. And that little, I'm going to make her life hell. I know. Wang Chang was just about to leave when Eagle called out again. Wait. Anything else, big brother? Keep an eye on Ro, and never let her leave the room. When it came down to it, Eagle had to assume the worst. If he still couldn't find the person who kidnapped Zhuang Ningmeng, he had to consider killing Luo Wei and leaving Binhai City with his men. Only then can they escape the liquidation of the company. Yes. When everyone had left, Eagle smashed various things on the floor again. Outside the west campground of the city, Chen Luo returned once again. Unlike before when he went undercover to spy for information, he came this time to settle the trouble once and for all. Chen Luo familiarly followed the roots of the wall to the bottom of the post, and his body was as nimble as an ape as he climbed up. The figure dropped behind the sentry, not giving him time to react, and with a twist of his neck, the sentry fell into a permanent sleep. Chen Luo repeated the same technique and took care of the rest of the sentries on the post one by one. On this account, the whole camp was plunged into blindness. Chapter 106, The Night Killer. The phone rang, and Lo picked it up casually, then walked out onto the balcony to answer it. Reporting to the captain, we have entered Marina City and are currently heading towards the city. We expect to arrive at our designated position in a day. A brilliant light blossomed in Luo Wei's one eye. Very well, how many men have you come? The satellite phone replied on the other end, the entire force of the Donghai City branch, totaling 70 people. In addition, we have brought multiple heavy firearms to ensure that this mission is 100% successful. Ro was a bit surprised at first that the company had sent so many people and carried heavy firearms. What is a heavy firearm? It is a weapon with high damage, large caliber, high rate of fire or special features. The simplest and most direct example is the heavy machine gun. In the face of heavy machine guns, any man-to-man tactics are futile. The zombies, though numerous, had not evolved to the point of detaching from their mortal flesh, and could not possibly carry the fire of heavy machine guns, not to mention other RPGs, grenade launchers, and even missiles. It is evident that the company is taking this assignment seriously. But then she understood, thinking that they had not only come to meet themselves, but also to capture Zero. On the other hand, this also reveals a message to Lo that the company's patience is wearing thin. First, the experimental body went out of control and the Yanghua City branch fell, then the research materials and researcher Zhuang Ningmeng disappeared, and finally the intelligent zombie died. Several back-to-back accidents and losses made the company anxious as well. As the person in charge of this operation, Luo Wei only felt ashamed, feeling that she was ashamed of the company's trust and cultivation. She was about to reply when out of the corner of her eye she noticed a sneaky figure downstairs in her building. The man also realized that he had been discovered, and simply stopped hiding, and just stood downstairs staring at Luo Wei in a bright and open manner. Luo Wei frowned slightly as she said to the other end of the phone, "That's all, I have something to do, so I'll hang up first." Hanging up the phone, Luo Wei walked from the balcony to the living room, and just opened the door of her room to meet her face to face when she almost bumped into two mercenaries. "MS. Red Rose." The two greeted nonchalantly. "Who are you and what are you doing guarding my door?" Rowdy's alertness had been raised to its peak. One man explained, "We were sent here by Vice Captain Wang Chang. He asked us to serve you here at all times." "I don't need to serve, so go away." "That won't do," the other man said in a serious voice. "This is something the Vice Captain gave us, and we have to follow it to the letter. Ms. Red Rose, please don't give us a hard time. Then you guys just stand guard here, I'm going out." Luo Wei didn't want to talk nonsense with them and decided to go directly to Brother Eagle. But before he could take a step, he was stopped again by two men reaching out. "What do you mean?" Rowdy asked, glaring. "If Ms. Red Rose has any needs, just speak directly to the two of us, and please return inside the room." Although the two spoke politely, the mockery in their eyes was no longer hidden. Luo Wei finally realized that these people were here to spy on her, with the purpose of limiting her range of motion. And there's no way Eagle didn't know when they did that, so maybe he gave the order. Ro didn't understand, though, who gave them the courage to do this. With these 20 or so punks and hooligans? Or those SUVs? At this time, Luo Wei didn't realize that Eagle's manpower had dropped to only a dozen or so, and it was still gradually decreasing. The off-road vehicles were even scrapped, leaving only a few motorcycles, which were really shabby. Perhaps it was because of the bare feet that Eagle decided to take the plunge. Ro didn't say anything and turned to go back to her room. The two had changed their faces the moment the door closed. One of them spat disdainfully. "Cut it out, who are you making a stink face for? Still think you have your 3 bodyguards in?" "That's right, if you ask me, Chang is still too cautious. He had to wait a few more days to see how things went, causing us to have to stand here as well." Little Wind and the others should be playing with women in bed right now, right? It's so enviable. No more talk, keep watching the door. The two of them did not know that the Little Wind they were talking about had already collapsed in a pool of blood at that moment. Beside Windy, there were several other corpses in camouflage uniforms. Counting the sentries, this is already the 10th. Chen Luo turned his back to the corpse and said expressionlessly, "In addition to the core members, there are a number of peripheral and newcomers to the camp. However, these people were all minor characters, so Chen Luo was too lazy to kill them one by one. His next targets were old acquaintances like Eagle, Wang Chang, and Little Bug. However, while searching for their room, Chen Luo passed by the building where Luo Wei was. The corners of his mouth turned up as his feet lurched. Come what may, simply meet an old friend." Chen Luo turned around and walked towards the building. Downstairs in the building, Chen Luo saw another mercenary. The other party also noticed Chen Luo, but he obviously didn't recognize him. After all, Chen Luo had only joined the mercenaries for a few days in total, and one of those days was spent outside on a mission, so it was normal for him not to recognize Chen Luo. So the mercenary blocked in front of Chen Luo. "Stand still. No one is allowed in here." Chen Luo gloated and thought, looks like Luo Wei is having a hard time, all under house arrest. The man saw that Chen Luo didn't leave or speak, and impatiently pushed and shoved. The hand had just reached out when Chen Luo grabbed it. "What are you doing? Let go of me," he cried out in color. In the next second, a silver light cut through the night. He covered his throat with a startled look, but blood still flowed from his fingers without being able to stop it. He opened his mouth to call for help, but all he could make was a ho-ho-ho sound. Chen Luo didn't care about him and crossed over to walk into the building. A sound of falling to the ground rang out behind him. The door to Ro's room opened again. Doubt was written all over the faces of the two men watching the door. "MS. Red Rose?" Luo Wei didn't talk nonsense with them this time, and with a quick movement, she stabbed a knife into the chest of the man on the left. The man on the right had just reacted when Ro had already rushed towards him. The former could barely draw his pistol before Ro's finger caught the trigger dead center, and no matter how hard he pushed, he couldn't press it down. Ro smoothly grabbed his arm and slammed him to the ground. The hard toe of the combat boot heaved on the knot of his throat. Within moments, he wasn't breathing. Luo Wei was worthy of being a trained female assassin. Her hands were ruthless, and her moves were aimed at people's fatal parts. Killing two men at the same time is a breeze. Oomph, just you two losers want to stop me. Ro went back to her room to be packing, because once she decided to do it, she wasn't likely to come back. Pack your gear in bags, of course. With a twist of her head as she put on her backpack, she noticed a figure standing at the end of the road, half of his face hidden in the darkness. Seems to have witnessed the whole process of her killing the two men. Chapter 107, Honest, please let me go. Another fly. Luo Wei's words were rather helpless. You said you appreciated me in the first place. Even if I don't end up being your henchman, you're not going to call me a little brother, are you? The man's tone was flippant as he slowly stepped out of the darkness until his entire face was exposed to the light. It's you? Luo Wei was so surprised that she lost her voice, and in the next second she said in a murderous voice, "Where did you tie up researcher Zhuang? Quickly give her back." You mean Zhuang Ningmeng? She's living happily at my place right now. Zhuang Ningmeng did live comfortably at Chen Luo's place, with fresh meat and vegetables for every meal. After eating and drinking, she was a little too energetic. 24 hours a day are spent almost exclusively in the lab. The rest of the time was either spent observing Chu Yao or circling around Che Xiaoyu and Su Yuelan. It caused Chen Luo to be inconveniently close to Che Xiaoyu for the past few days, and the resentment in her body was so thick that it was almost materializing. Luo Wei didn't realize that Chen Luo was telling the truth and only thought that he was threatening herself with Zhuang Ningmeng. She said coldly, "Since you won't let go, I'll have to take you down." As soon as the words fell, her entire body transformed into a swift female leopard and rushed towards Chen Luo. As she arrived in front of the corpse, she made a sliding shovel and drew her saber while slashing at Chen Luo's ankle hamstring with a momentum. Chen Luo was not in a hurry, and raised his leg a few times to dodge her attacks. A counter leg kick lands on Luo's wrist. A sharp pain in Rowdy's hand, she could barely hold the saber and flew straight out, hitting the wall. Rowdy adjusted quickly, and since she couldn't put any force into her hands, she simply attacked with her legs. Her legs were long and slender, her thighs round and powerful, perfect for leg attacks. A whip leg swept towards Chen Luo's head. Chen Luo raised an arm to block it. Rowdy jumped up again in midair with a spin and kicked the other way. Chen Luo was quick on his feet and directly grabbed her ankle before her leg could kick her. Luo Wei tried to break free, but Chen Luo's strength was too great for her to get away. She had no choice but to open her eyes angrily and say to Chen Luo, "Let go of me. You're no match for me, there's no need to fight anymore, is there?" Luo Wei's competitive spirit was very strong, and Chen Luo's words made her feel like she was being belittled. Ignoring the injury to her wrist, she punched Chen Luo's face that made her sick of looking at him. Chen Luo sidestepped and dodged, slamming a backhanded punch into the wall behind Luo Wei's head. Luo Wei was at first puzzled as to how Chen Luo had hit the wrong way, but the loud sound of her fist hitting the wall made her subconsciously turn her head to look. Only a small hole appeared in the wall, through which the layout of the room inside could be seen. Ro gulped and raised her hands self-consciously. "I surrender, have been honest, and begged to be spared." Kidding aside, if that punch had been to her head, she'd probably be dead by now. It was nice that she, Luo Wei, was competitive, but she wasn't mindlessly reckless. Chen Luo withdrew his hand in satisfaction and set her down. "From now on, you're going to follow me every step of the way." "Understood." Chen Luo's eyes flicked around her body and finally settled on her leg bag. Took the Desert Eagle pistol out of her leg bag. "You won't be needing this for a while, so leave it with me for now." Damn it! Luo Wei's heart was itching with hatred. Before she was worried that the sound of gunfire would attract other mercenaries, so she hadn't used it. He was counting on a sneak attack with his pistol, but it turned out to be taken away by Chen Luo as well. This is a real no-brainer now. Luo Wei had no choice but to follow behind Chen Luo. The expression on her face aggrieved like a little daughter-in-law. The unbeatable female assassin was now reduced to a slave of the backpack. If her men saw this, where would her face as a captain be? All she could do was reassure herself over and over again, "I'm enduring the humiliation, the precious spirit of never giving up." After repeating this a few times, she felt a little better. When he raised his head again, he realized that Chen Luo wasn't heading out of the camp, but rather in the opposite direction. She asked curiously, "Where are you going with this?" "Looking for old friends to catch up." Chen Luo returned indifferently. Luo Wei was already certain that it was Chen Luo who kidnapped Zhuang Ningmeng and killed the intelligent zombie. Seeing that not only did he not run, but he walked deeper into the camp, she wondered, "Aren't you afraid they'll come after you? Looking for trouble from me?" Chen Luo snorted, "Next life, they won't have a chance in this life." They had gone some distance further when two men were seen in the distance, holding each other and staggering along. Those two seemed to be drunk, and burped as they walked. "Bug, thanks a lot for hiccup buying me a drink, hiccup." "Ugh, little wolf, we're good brothers, what's with the thank you? Also, in the future, no matter which one of us gets rich, we have to." "Huh, who are those two in front of us?" Bug and Coyote stopped. Bug rubbed his drowsy eyes and tried to open them wide. Chen Luo?" He looked incredulous. "Aren't you missing?" Seeing Chen Luo appear intact with Luo Wei behind him, the little bug looked like he understood something. "So what Strong said was true. You guys are in cahoots, and because you don't want to give us a reward, you've directed yourselves to kill the Wisdom Walkers." "Idiot." Luo Wei indifferently spat out two words. "Yes." Little bug got excited. "Little wolf, here's a chance for us brothers to get credit. Capture the two of them. Brother Eagle will definitely reward us as vice captains." "Great." The coyote was also excited. The two were even starting to think about the future in their heads. Chen Luo didn't bother talking to them, seeing that they were still intoxicated in their beauty sleep. He simply took out Rose Desert Eagle, loaded the bullets and pointed one at each. Let them both sleep completely. The The sound of the Desert Eagle's gunfire stood out in the stillness of the night. Luo Wei was a bit nervous and said, "Let's go, if we are surrounded we won't be able to get out." Chen Luo, however, was in no hurry and stood in place with good grace. Although Luo Wei was anxious, there was nothing she could do. After waiting for a few minutes, no one arrived. Ro was puzzled. Where were the mercenaries? Are they all drunk and asleep? After a few more minutes, someone finally showed up. Eagle walked over with Wang Chang while draping his clothes. Who fired the shot? Eagle's voice arrived before his person did. "It's me." Chen Luo returned. "It's you, Chen Luo. You still dare to come back?" Wang Chang had an expression like he had seen a ghost. Looking again at the corpses of Little Bug and Little Wolf on the ground, the two of them understood everything at once. Eagle opened his mouth to question, "Did you kill Bug and Coyote?" "That's right, not only the two of them, but soon the two of you will follow in their footsteps." Chen Luo raised his gun and aimed at the two men. Chapter 108, Two Girls Reunited. Pointed at by the blackened muzzle of a gun, Eagle could only pretend to be calm. "You can't leave the camp even if you kill me, my men will avenge me." Wang Chang was even more emboldened as he said, "Chen Luo, you white-eyed wolf, Brother Eagle trusted you so much, but you ended up betraying him, and now you're actually pointing a gun at him. Be sensible and put the gun down, kneel down, and beg for forgiveness. I can still beg Brother Eagle to spare your life for the sake of past friendship." Chen Luo smiled disdainfully. "Who is the white-eyed wolf? I've just come for one day and made heavenly achievements, but as a result, how did you all treat me? It's not even if you don't honor your promises, you even hugged and ostracized me, it's you who are the white-eyed wolves. So you're upset because of this." Eagle acted as if he was disappointed. "Actually, you're wrong about me," he explained. "I've always admired you very much, and even felt that you are the most suitable candidate to take over my position. I'm just worried that entrusting you with a heavy responsibility just after you arrived will ruin you as a talent. I'm genuinely looking out for you." This kind of bull Chen Luo would be a real cutie if he believed it. "I'm a little cute. You might as well say that to a ghost. Do you really think I care about your crappy lieutenant position?" Chen Luo sneered back. Eagle was momentarily speechless, but after seeing Luo Wei behind Chen Luo, he came to a realization. No wonder you can't see it, so it's hitching a ride with a bigger backer. "Well, in that case, you'll go with her, for the sake of the Red Rose, I'll let my men not chase you guys is all." Chen Luo instantly recognized his ruse. "Don't think I can't see that this is a delaying tactic on your part. As soon as we leave, you'll immediately send your men after us." The plan was dismantled, and Eagle was a bit annoyed, so he simply broke down and admitted it. "So what if I am? Chen Luo, this is my territory, you're already surrounded by my men, better put down your gun and surrender." "Surrounded?" Chen Luo looked like he had heard some heavenly joke and burst into laughter, waiting until he had laughed enough before saying, "You'd better look around yourself, where are all your men?" Eagle and Wang Chang sniffed and glanced around. They were the only two bare-bones commanders in the large open space, and the others didn't come at all. By all rights, with this much gunfire, the patrolling henchmen should have arrived a long time ago. "Big brother, they shouldn't be drunk, right?" Wang Chang was still holding out some hope. "These guys, I've warned them several times that they can't drink during patrols, and they didn't listen to me, so I'll teach them a lesson next time." But Chen Luo's words shattered his last illusion. "Unfortunately, you won't have a next time, so it's better to talk about it on the way to the Yellow Springs." "Don't, Chen Luo." The two were about to say something else when Chen Luo pulled the trigger twice again. Eagle, the leader of the mercenary squad, became two cold corpses along with his lieutenant. Chen Luo killed two people without any change in his expression, just like killing two zombies. Ro did likewise, and neither had ever given this so-called mercenary captain a second thought. More than his death, Luo Wei was more concerned about where Chen Luo was taking her. "Where are we going now?" "Take you to my place." The rewards on Luo Wei were not as good as Zhuan Ningmeng, but they were at least better than nothing. Over time, fewer and fewer candidates will meet the system's criteria. So when he came across it, of course Chen Luo wouldn't let it go. It's not like women in the post-apocalyptic world need to bother chasing after them anyway, just give them something to eat and a place to stay. There's no shortage of food or empty rooms at Chen Luo's place either. Luo Wei's heart fluttered and she tentatively asked, "Is it to the base of the organization behind you?" Chen Luo stopped and squinted at her. Luo Wei thought that Chen Luo had realized that she was deliberately trying to set him up for information, and her expression stiffened for a moment. Fortunately, Chen Luo turned back and continued to walk forward. "Why are you all asking this question? Do I look like a killer for some mysterious organization?" Ro thought about it and nodded, yes. In terms of Chen Luo's power of punching through the wall, using the very high recoil sandhawk to point two shots in a row, and still being able to hit accurately with his marksmanship, it was almost as if she was more professional than the female assassins that the company had trained since she was a child. Who'd believe him if he wasn't a killer agent? Chen Luo rolled his eyes and didn't reply to her. Instead, it was Ro who was a little anxious. She had been trying to think of a way to leave a code word for her crew, but Chen Luo didn't reveal any information at all. "I was about to leave the camp, so if I didn't leave a message, I wouldn't have a chance. Marina City is so big, where will the team find the code she left behind?" With nothing else to do, Ro had to leave the camp after secretly leaving a coded message on the wall that she had been kidnapped. When he arrived at Binhai University, Luo Wei was still a little surprised as to what he was doing by bringing himself to the school. However, soon after, she revealed the same surprised expression as Zhuang Ningmeng. Her shock came to a peak especially after meeting Zhuang Ningmeng, who had come out of the lab and was preparing to have a late-night snack to recover her strength. "Researcher Zhuang, are you okay?" Not only was it fine, Luo Wei saw that Zhuang Ningmeng had a rosy complexion and her figure had even plumped up a bit. Zhuang Ningmeng was also surprised to see her, red. "Luo Wei, why are you here?" Zhuang Ningmeng and Luo Wei had at least worked together, and Luo Wei felt affectionate to see her and spat at her. "Same as you, got kidnapped, and now we're both prisoners." "Nope, I volunteered, I wasn't kidnapped," Zhuang Ningmeng corrected in a serious manner. "You volunteered?" Luo Wei's eyes were filled with incredulity. "That's right, Chen Luo provided me with research materials, including a vaccine for the zombie virus, so I agreed to his invitation." Luo Wei didn't care what benefits Chen Luo had given Zhuang Ningmeng. She only knew that Zhuang Ningmeng had betrayed the company, which was the last thing she could accept. Luo Wei loudly questioned, "Employee Zhuang Ningmeng, the company has trained you, how can you be a traitor?" If this was before, Zhuang Ningmeng had already apologized. But now, she was an employee invited by Chen Luo, and Luo Wei was nothing but a prisoner, so who was she to speak loudly with her? So Zhuang Ningmeng also retorted loudly, "I was trained by the school, what does it have to do with the company? Don't put gold on your face." It was the first time Luo Wei had seen such a strong side of Zhuang Ningshiming, and in turn, she was a bit bottomless. But she kept her mouth shut. "Then the company has offered you a well-paid position as well. That's deception. If I had known that the company was behind an evil organization that trained killers and experimented on human beings, I wouldn't have joined from the beginning." You. Chapter 109. Luo Wei you for half a day, and finally clenched her teeth and stamped her foot. "That's no reason for you to be a traitor. You're hopeless." Zhuang Ningmeng had pity in her eyes. "What's that look in your eyes?" Rowdy asked angrily. "Brainwashed and unaware wretch, I have nothing to talk to you about." Zhuang Ningmeng was about to leave when Chen Luo heard the quarrel and walked over. "What's going on? What are you guys arguing about?" Zhuang Ningmeng briefly described it, and Chen Luo nodded, indicating that he knew. He looked over at Luo, who subconsciously dodged his eyes. She then reacted, why should she be afraid of an ordinary person when she was a female assassin? Wouldn't her colleagues in the company laugh at her if they knew? So she glared back. Chen Luo was not interested in her mental activities, he was more concerned about how brainwashed Luo Wei was. He asked, "You know all the bad things the company you work for does? So what if I know? So what if I don't? As long as it's the company's will, I obey unconditionally." "So you're an accomplice to the company, too?" Ro scoffed at this. "So what? Don't you have several lives on your hands?" Chen Luo also didn't deny that he and Luo Wei were in the same category. You can do whatever it takes to get what you want and not care about other people's lives. It's just that Luo Wei is a puppet of the company, while Chen Luo is only for himself. But what gave Chen Luo a headache was that Luo Wei had been brainwashed to a great extent. In that case, he would have to severely restrict Rowdy's activities. Until Rowdy's favorability was up, she should never be left alone. Luo Wei doesn't yet realize that her feisty personality has caused her to completely lose her chance to contact the company and regain her freedom. If she knew that, she would have regretted slapping herself. The civilians in the mercenary camp were up before dawn. It couldn't be helped, if those lords woke up and saw them still sleeping, they would be tortured again. Might as well be self-conscious about it and save yourself a beating. A civilian with food was about to deliver it to the mercenary's room. Halfway there, though, he saw several people lying head down on the ground. He thought at first that the group of mercenaries had been drinking heavily again and were sleeping on the main road. It happens all the time. He hesitated because he didn't know whether to wake them up or not. If he woke up, these living hells might take out their waking anger on himself, but if he didn't wake up and they knew, he would end up in a worse situation. Better to call it, who let themselves be unlucky. The commoner put down the food with a sad face, squatted down and shouted softly, "Grandpa, Grandpa, wake up, the ground is cold, go back to your room and sleep." But several of them were unresponsive, and the civilian seemed to think of something, and busied himself with turning one of them over. All that was visible was a bullet hole in the man's forehead, a bullet embedded deep in his head, the blood coming out staining his face and making him unrecognizable. The civilian sat on his butt in fear, his voice trembling, "Dead. Dead? The Grand Master is dead?" It took him half a day to calm down, and he turned the others over, dead in exactly the same way as the first. The civilian stood hand and foot, but gradually, looking at the gun on the ground, a thought bubbled up in his mind. He picked up the gun on the floor, and because he couldn't use it, he even held it in the wrong position. But that didn't stop him from holding his gun and heading the rest of the way. More and more people realized that the flailing mercenary lords were almost all dead. The brainy ones quickly grabbed the guns on the floor, and one by one they made their way to the rooms of the mercenaries. In one room, the mercenary wrapped his arms around the woman still asleep. Suddenly the door to the room was kicked open with a heavy kick. The mercenary woke up with a start, and the woman in his arms woke up as well, and when she saw the figure in the doorway, she subconsciously cried out, "Husband, it's you?" The mercenary also recognized the figure in the doorway. Usually arrogant and accustomed to it, he did not see the gun in the other's hand. He snarled, "Who let you in? Get out!" The man didn't speak, but silently raised his gun. The mercenary then tensed, "What are you going to do? Where did you get that gun? Die, you scum!" With a thud, the mercenary fell dead on his bed. The woman threw herself into the man's arms and the two hugged and cried. The same scene played out in multiple rooms. In the end, the mercenary fringe characters that Chen Luo spared died at the hands of the civilians they bullied. But as the last mercenary fell, the nature of things began to shift. The killers came to the square. One of them announced loudly, "From now on, this place is under my control." "Why should it be under your management?" A middle-aged man with a slightly blonde figure was unconvinced. "Why don't you let me do it? I used to be the manager of a company and have rich management experience. Under my leadership, it will definitely." Bang! The middle-aged man's words came to an abrupt end as screams erupted from the crowd. Only the first man lowered his gun and said coldly, "Just because I have a gun in my hand." But he wasn't the only one with a gun, and soon another shot sneaked up on him from behind. There is a gap between different statuses, and the benefits that can be gained vary wildly. In order to fight for their interests, these people picked up guns and fired them at people who were being bullied just like themselves. A shootout to determine the distribution of benefits kicks off. It was not until the sun set that the gunfire in the camp gradually ceased. After nearly 40% of the people had died, the final victor was finally decided. Surrounded by his own small group, he announced in a high voice, "From now on, I'm your new boss, and I'll have all the food and women at my disposal." It didn't take long for the new boss to be happy when a rumble of wheels came from far away. The lead armored car drove right through the iron gate. The following convoys drove in one after another. From the armored car, a strong man with a big back haircut and sunglasses came down. He asked, "Who is in charge of this camp?" The crowd's eyes went toward the new boss. The new boss gulped nervously. It's me, who are you guys?" The burly man with the sunglasses walked up to the new boss, standing a full head taller than the latter. The latter is still insecure even with a gun in his hand. Only to see the sunglasses strong man without any nonsense, his right hand flipped and pulled out a dagger, directly stabbing into the new boss's heart. "What for?" The small group grabbed their guns in unison. But dozens of people with guns came down from the car one after another, much more professional than they were, both in the way they aimed and the way they held their guns. The small group, with so many guns pointed at them, instantly lost their courage and dropped their guns and raised their hands in surrender. Chapter 110 made rowdy's contrasts. The burly man with the sunglasses lowered his gun and said, "Sorry, it's our captain's orders to give a meet and greet when he sees your chief." He said he was sorry, but his tone was unapologetic. Turning to the others, he ordered, "Contact Captain Red Rose." Yes. One took out a satellite phone and dialed Rowdy. A dozen rings passed, though, and the phone didn't dial. "Report, Captain Red Rose is not answering her phone." The burly man in sunglasses frowned and quickly ordered, "Send people to search this camp." Yes. After his subordinates left, the burly man in sunglasses held a gun to one man's temple. Ignoring his opponent's pleas for mercy, he asked, "Say, where's Captain Red Rose?" "What roses, Moncler? I don't understand, I'm just a cook." The latter was nervous, but the desire to survive still made him finish his sentence as fast as he could speak. "Why don't you ask Xing Gardner, he might know." "Are you ting me?" His eyes under his sunglasses were icy cold, sending a piercing chill down the cook's back even through the sunglass lenses. The cook was already nervous, and when he was so frightened by the strong man with the sunglasses, he was even more unable to speak, breaking off his words. I don't dare. Duh. Big. The sunglasses burly man's patience was quickly wearing thin, and a straight shot shut the cook up for good. Then he moved on to the next one. "Where is Captain Red Rose, you say?" You. Bang. "Where is Captain Red Rose, you say?" "Don't kill me, please." Bang. The burly man in sunglasses was like the Grim Reaper taking roll call. Those who were named had their livers cracked, and those who weren't were sweating profusely. To their credit, as the burly man in sunglasses was killing his fifth man, his men went and returned. Reporting to the captain, "We've searched all the rooms, the basement, and any secret passages where someone might be hiding, but we haven't found Captain Red Rose in any of them." He added, "But we found a coded message left by Captain Red Rose on one of the walls." The burly man in sunglasses asked, "What did she say?" "Captain Red Rose says she's been kidnapped by the same person who kidnapped the researcher." The sunglasses burly man sniffed and his expression became a bit ugly. "What do we do next if we can't find Captain Red Rose?" The burly man in sunglasses thought for half a day before finally making a decision. "Our main goal is Experiment Zero. We can't delay too much time in this city." He instructed, "Report back to headquarters about Captain Red Rose, and we'll continue our journey to Manhwa City." "Yes, Captain." The henchman was just about to leave, but thought of something and stopped to ask one more question. "What about the people here?" "Finish them all," the burly man with the sunglasses said lightly, as if he was not talking about dozens of human lives, but dozens of ants. The men were not surprised by the captain's order, as if they had seen it coming. When he left, a burst of gunfire rang out in the camp, accompanied by horrific screams that went on for over an hour before stopping. After clearing the camp of the living, they got in their cars and left. A couple of walkers staggered through the down steel door. Seeing all the corpses on the ground, these zombies as if the cafeteria is open, cannot wait to feast. But neither the walkers nor the gang of unknown origin noticed that there was a security camera in the corner, silently filming everything. In the surveillance room of the safe house, Chen Luo leaned back on his recliner, and the screen on the monitor was playing the scene of the sunglasses burly man naming names. Watching with him were Zhuang Ningmeng and Ning Xiao. Ning Xiao was surprised by the sunglasses strong man's bloody tactics. She couldn't help but turn her head and ask, "Zhuang Ningmeng, is this the kind of person you worked with before?" Zhuang Ningmeng was also a bit taken aback as she explained, "I mainly stayed in the research institute. I don't really know much about what they do." That's when the door to the surveillance room was opened from the outside. A chirpy-faced Ro walked in with a fruit plate. "Eat the fruit." She tossed the fruit plate on the table and prepared to leave. Cough cough. Chen Luo coughed twice, and Luo Wei's petite body shook as she reluctantly turned around and bowed. "Fruit please, master." "Well," Chen Luo nodded with satisfaction, "put on a proper attitude. You're no longer some female assassin of a dark organization, you're just a maid now." Luo Wei felt a wave of humiliation, showing a look of shame and anger, but she couldn't snap, and could only clench her fists. Chen Luo continued, "Why aren't you wearing the maid outfit that was given to you?" Once she heard this, Luo Wei finally couldn't hold back and spat, "That dress of yours isn't even worn by a human." "Why? With a hemline that's short, my bottom showing if I move a little, and the top so tight it's strangling. What kind of person would wear something like that anyway? What a bad taste." What Chen Luo gave Luo Wei was his carefully selected secondary Yuan cosmate outfit, which was still of a relatively cool kind. When Luo Wei put it on, her biggest advantage, those toned and slender legs, was revealed. It's just that Rowdy is used to being wrapped up tight. According to her, clothes made of leather have a hard texture and can save lives by lessening the impact of bullets when it matters. It was really uncomfortable to make her wear a dress. There's always the insecurity of having all your weaknesses exposed. "I think it's quite pretty, it suits you." Chen Luo's tone was tough, revealing an air of saying one thing. Luo Wei looked at him with itching teeth, itching to thwart Chen Luo. But when her eyes inadvertently caught sight of the surveillance screen, her eyes instantly straightened. She recognized them at once. "It's someone from the company. They're coming for me." Luo Wei was very excited. She saw a chance to escape Chen Luo's clutches, and could finally stop wearing a skirt. "Just wait. When I escape, I'll have your ass." Luo Wei had it all figured out that she was going to keep Chen Luo alive, then force him to dance in a dress in front of himself. That image must have been a relief. But the next thing you know, the group got in their car and left after the kill. This made Rowdy's heart sink again. "No, the code word I left is still not precise enough. I have to find a way out of here." Just as she was thinking, she heard Chen Luo say to Ning Xiao, "I'm going out." "For how long?" "Probably a couple days. You shouldn't be looking for trouble with them, right? There are so many of them. Even if you were more powerful, you wouldn't be a match for them, so it's better to forget about it." Ning Xiao was a bit worried. This group could be much more ruthless than the mercenaries looked. She really couldn't rest assured about Chen Luo. Chapter 111, Going to Yanghua City, Green Hell. "They don't know where we are anyway, so let's just hide in the safe house. Why mess with them?" Chen Luo pacified, "Don't worry, I'll only observe their actions from afar. I won't ask for trouble." "You promise?" "I promise." Only then did Ning Xiao agree. Seeing this, Luo Wei, who was on the side, was struck by an idea in her heart. Wasn't this the opportunity she was waiting for? She hastened to say, "I'll go too." "What are you going to do?" Zhuang Ningmeng slanted her a glance. These two have been at odds since their last fight until now. If it was usual, Luo Wei would have disliked her, but right now, she was focused on getting Chen Luo to take her on. "The master is not at home for a few days. It is inevitable that he will have to sleep in the wind. Take me with you, I can serve him off." Seeing Luo Wei in this young daughterly manner, Zhuang Ningmeng was shocked. "Rowdy, you're not on the wrong medication, are you?" *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** taunted by Zhuan Ningmeng, Luo Wei was a bit annoyed. Then you're changing your face too fast, aren't you? Or are you all so shameless? Piss off, Rose said in a dialect she had learned somewhere. I'm talking to my master, so you leave me alone. After she finished speaking she revealed a big smile, picked up a piece of apple and passed it attentively to Chen Luo's mouth. Master, eat the apple, just promise me. Chen Luo was thinking about whether to bring Luo Wei along or not as he opened his mouth to eat. He knew that Luo Wei must not have had any good intentions in mind when she offered. But putting her in a safe house made him even more uneasy. Ning Xiao and Shilua were not evolved and were no match for Luo Wei. Che Xiaoyu and Su Yulan were able to fight, but both of their brains were as if they were rusty, and they were not driven at all. It's easy to be deceived by a bad woman like Lo. It would be better to take her with him and he could keep an eye on himself. Thinking of this, Chen Luo nodded, alright. Great. Luo Wei couldn't help but hug Chen Luo under her emotional excitement. Raoul's favor +5. Chen Luo was a bit surprised. This was the first time Luo Wei's favorability had increased since she came here. His expression fell in Luo Wei's eyes, causing her face to blush. She forced herself to be shy and said, "Don't get me wrong, it was a thank you hug, don't think I have a crush on you. I didn't misunderstand it either." "That's fine." Luo Wei also felt that she was a little bit desperate for a favor, and she turned around and left as she really didn't have the face to stay any longer. "I'll get the bags ready." When she left, Zhuang Ningming urged Chen Luo, "You have to be careful of Luo Wei, she's so abnormal, there must be some kind of conspiracy." "Don't worry, I know. The company's people went to Manhwa City, they must be heading for Zero, you must be careful, not only of the people, but also of the plants around you." "Understood." Zhuang Ning dreamed of something and added, "Beware of Zero's disguise, a whole institute of us were fooled by her before." She was about to bark something else when Lo urged, "My bags are packed, when do we leave?" "I've told you, I'm just obeying around the edges, I won't take any chances, so don't you and Ning Xiao worry about it." Chen Luo finished speaking and led Luo Wei out the door. Before he left the house, he checked Raoul's luggage. It says luggage, but it's really just a backpack. It was packed with a few replacement clothes and was gone, not a single piece of underwear, not even a single piece of toiletries. "Is that all you brought? Too much?" Ro looked like she was taking it for granted. "I think it's a bit much too, in fact, it's good to bring a set of clothes to change into. In the southern region, anyone who can go days at a time without bathing or changing clothes is a man of God. The southern region is hot and humid, and it is easy to sweat, so you will smell sweaty if you don't change your clothes." Chen Luo remembered something. It was said that the sweat glands of foreign chicks were more developed than those of Asians, and thus the body odor was heavier. I wonder if Lo is. But if it was true, if Luo Wei really didn't change her clothes for a few days, Chen Luo would definitely not let her get into his car. After making a vow in his heart, Chen Luo got on a motorcycle and signaled Luo Wei to get on the back seat. Taken aback, Lo asked, "This is what we're sitting on?" "This one is handy for diffusing odors." "What?" "Ahem, I mean riding this is a small target and fast enough." "Okay." Ro lifted her long legs and straddled them. "Hold on. No need," Rowdy said confidently. "Sure." Chen Luo didn't say anything more, twisted the handlebar and rushed out with an ejection start. Luo Wei was sitting firmly at first, but as the road became complicated, Chen Luo, relying on his strength and reaction nerves, didn't even bring a slowdown. Twisting left and right between the vehicles was a bit too much even for Ro, a professionally trained agent. He could only reach out and hug Chen Luo's waist. The motorcycle went at full speed, and a day later, they left Binhai City and entered the outskirts of Yanghua City. The first thing Chen Luo noticed was that the plants here were exceptionally lush, and the weeds were as tall as one person. As you get deeper into the city, the plants get taller and taller. The large trees in the green belt along the road grow to tens of meters high, with umbrella-like canopies shading the sky between the buildings. Only a sliver of sunlight was able to leak through the gaps in the leaves. As a result, the brightness in the city is so low that the day is like night. Ro was also surprised. When I was here before, there weren't this many plants here. Looks like Zero's abilities have improved again. She couldn't help but worry if the company had brought enough men and weapons. Finally, when they entered the city, Chen Luo and Luo Wei had to abandon the car and walk. The motorcycle couldn't even drive in because the road further on was covered with vines. The two were as if they had entered a primeval forest, and everything in front of them was giganticized. Chen Luo curiously surveyed a flower in front of him that was as tall as others and bigger than his head. In the next second, the flower suddenly opened its bloody mouth and bit at Chen Luo. Luckily, Chen Luo reacted quickly and dodged away with a backward jump. After losing the target of the attack, the flower returned to its original form. If he hadn't almost been bitten just now, Chen Luo would have really thought that this was just a ridiculously large, but mediocre flower. It seems that when Zero isn't manipulating plants, her abilities affect the plants around her just as much, to enable them to gain mobility and strong aggressiveness. Chen Luo kept this discovery in his heart, and next he became even more cautious. After walking some more distance, he realized that the road ahead seemed to have been forcibly opened up. He then knew that the gang of the burly man with the sunglasses was just ahead. "Keep up." Rowdy was looking for a chance to make a code word as he said yes. It's just that the environment here is too complicated to leave a secret signal that others may not be able to see. So she stops. Chapter 112, Tree Guards. Chen Luo and Luo Wei each advanced a little further. The sound of rapid gunfire was faintly heard in his ears, along with occasional explosions. Luo Wei's face changed, thinking that they weren't in danger. "Come on, let's go over and take a look." Before Chen Luo's words fell, Luo Wei had already walked in front of him. The more he walked, the clearer the sound of gunshots became, until he finally saw fire in front of him. Chen Luo grabbed Luo Wei's arm. "Let go of your dirty hands," Rowdy subconsciously blurted out. Chen Luo raised his eyebrows, and Luo Wei then came back to her senses and hurriedly changed her words. "Master, why don't you move on? There's a battlefield up ahead, we need to get farther away so we don't get hurt by mistake." Luo Wei was so anxious that she couldn't think fast enough and said, "Then you wait here, I'll go ahead and scout the way." "Come on, you think I don't know that these people are in league with you?" Zhuang Ningmeng told me a long time ago. Damn stinking woman, Luo Wei gritted her teeth. I should have known that I shouldn't have saved you in the first place, and let you die in the institute for good. Chen Luo ignored her and swept a glance around. A large tree was found to the left front, about a dozen stories tall, all with a radius of nearly 5 meters. And there's not much shade around, so the view is very good. So he tugged Ro to the tree and climbed it himself on his hands and knees with great ease. Sitting on a branch, he towered over Ro and said, "Come up here." Luo Wei was still thinking of running away while Chen Luo wasn't paying attention, so she replied back, "I'll just wait for you under the tree." Chen Luo didn't care about her and looked up in the direction of the fire, and he saw the group of people in the surveillance. They clearly had some knowledge of Zero's abilities and therefore came prepared. 3 men with flamethrowers, spread out in a circle, burned out a clearing. The rest of the brigade continued to fire in one direction. In front of them, countless vines swam towards them like swimming snakes. Chen Luo didn't know if plants had a sense of pain, but the impact of the bullet did prevent the vines from advancing. However, the battle soon escalated once more. The green sap spewed out from the hit of the vine poured over the weeds on the ground, causing them to start growing wildly. In no time at all, it had grown to over 2 meters tall and was still stretching toward the open space in the center. The 3 men with flamethrowers in their hands were under double the pressure and could only increase their power to hold them back. The burly man in sunglasses saw this and ordered, "Throw incendiary bombs." Incendiary bombs were thrown to the ground and exploded, spilling napalm onto the surrounding weeds and burning violently. Unlike a flamethrower, an incendiary bomb's flame attaches to the plant and burns continuously, providing a fairly significant suppression effect on the plant. But there comes a time when the flame goes out, and without catching Zero, the plant will keep growing. Even if they had more incendiary bombs, it wouldn't be enough. Therefore the sunglasses burly man decided to make it quick, and at his command, the armored car pushed forward, while the others followed behind the armored car. The vines couldn't stop the armored car made of steel, and a path was hardened and opened up through the middle. The vines seemed to realize this and recoiled even more fiercely. The burly man in sunglasses was not anxious to see this. "It looks like our target, Zero, is behind these vines, speed up." Yes. With armored vehicles in the way and heavy weapons and fire suppression, they gradually penetrated deeper into the core area behind the vines. The manipulator behind the vines seemed to have realized the danger as well. Just when Chen Luo thought that Zero was at his wit's end, a huge tree rose up in the distance. "I got Lu big tree guard ah." Chen Luo was dumbfounded. Luo Wei under the tree saw Chen Luo's expression and her curiosity was aroused. She asked eagerly, "What did you see? Why do you have an expression like you've seen a ghost?" "If you see what I see, you'll understand why I have this look on my face," Chen Luo said without looking back. Luo Wei sniffed and itched with even more curiosity, but she had just finished saying she wouldn't go up. But if she backtracked now, wouldn't it seem like she was taking everything she said at face value? She was at least a dignified figure, even if she was enslaved now, it was a lion. Therefore even though Luo Wei was already scratching her ears in anxiety, she still forced herself to endure it. Chen Luo in the distance was still so surprised to see the big tree guards. The sunglasses strong man and others in the near distance were already too surprised to speak. Standing still and looking up at a 100-meter tall building can still be shocking. Not to mention the fact that the giant thing moved, giving it a completely different feel. They tilted their heads as far as they could, but they still couldn't see the top of the big tree guard. All that can be seen are 3 holes opening in its trunk, 2 eyes and a mouth. From that huge mouth came a loud roar from the distant past. Those who stood on the front only felt a gust of wind whistling. It was as if a thunderbolt then exploded in their ears. The loud noise made them almost go deaf, and they could only cover their ears tightly to prevent their eardrums from being ruptured. Hardly able to brace himself for the roar, the large tree guard lifted his foot and took a step forward, instantly shaking the ground. The burly man with the sunglasses was the first to react and yelled, "Back off." The crowd pulled back in unison, though the armored car got off to a slightly slower start and was trampled underfoot by the large tree guards. They say saws, but they're actually separated stumps, pressed against the armored car, whose wheels are grinding sparks into the ground, but they still can't escape. The burly man with the sunglasses pulled back some distance and stopped, yelling, "Shoot!" A dense stream of bullets declared on the large tree guards, but they simply couldn't get through, at best knocking off a few pieces of bark from the surface. But to the 100-meter tall tree guards, this damage wasn't even a scratch. It didn't even bother with them, just slowly bent down, then reached out with a hand-shaped branch to scoop up the armored car and slowly feed it into the large, black mouth. "Mud, burn it with fire." The stout man with sunglasses, who had always been calm, finally became anxious. The 3 men with the flamethrowers stood in a line, 3 flames shooting out of the nozzles they held in their hands. The others took out incendiary bombs and flasks and kept throwing them at the big tree guards. The flames climbed like maggots on the folds of the great tree's guards and soon burned from the foot of the tree to its waist level. The large tree guard's movement to swallow the cart stopped, and his other hand went to slap the fire, but it didn't work, instead drawing it to the branches. Roar dash it let out another deafening roar. Just then, another cry rang out from behind the vines, and unlike the large tree guards, this one seemed very pleasant to the ear, and clearly carried across the entire clearing. Affected by the screams, large swaths of vines twined towards the large tree guards and automatically snapped apart, spewing out sap. The flames were extinguished wherever they were splattered by the juice. Chapter 113, Dedicating One's Life to the Company. This can't be. The sunglasses burly man was incredulous. Keep in mind that the fuel in flamethrowers and incendiary bombs is napalm or aluminum thermite, which cannot be doused with water. However, it was doused by the sap of the vine. Still not enough information. There was nothing in the information passed on to him by the company that stated that vine sap could put out fires. This makes things tough for them again. The big tree guards freed their hands and continued what they hadn't done earlier. After it placed the armored vehicle into the giant mouth of the abyss, the human face made of bark showed a humanized expression of satisfaction. It's like actually eating. The burly man in sunglasses called into the intercom, 7, can you hear me? The number 7 he spoke of was the driver of the armored car, and in addition to the driver, there were 5 other riders on board. After a stabbing electronic tone, a reply came over the intercom. Report Captain, this is 7, I can hear you. The burly man in sunglasses had a look of joy in his eyes. Very well, report back to me on your status. We were in the belly of a tree, it was very dark in there was no light at all, the car stalled and wouldn't start. The joy faded from the sunglasses burly man's face as he asked, is there a way to ditch the car and get out? There was silence on the other end of the intercom for a few seconds, then replied, no, the doors are blocked, there's no way to open them from the inside. Damn it. The sunglasses burly man cursed in his mind. He wanted to say something else, but the big tree guards moved again. This time, it ran directly towards the crowd, the latter being like ants in front of it. A raised foot broke up their formation. The plants around them took the opportunity to pour in, and one man didn't pay attention to his feet, and was hoisted up by a vine binding his feet, and the gun in his hand didn't hold steady and fell to the ground. He opened his mouth to call for help and another vine went through the open mouth. Vom dash. He couldn't help but try to vomit, but the vines were blocking his throat, and worst of all, they were still burrowing inside and were drawing nutrients from his body. Within moments, he was sucked into a human stem and left on the ground. The vines that had finished sucking up the nutrients, on the other hand, thickened up and became more colorful as they climbed toward the next one. There was another person who ran into a large red flower as he retreated, and the large red flower instantly opened its bloody mouth and bit his head right off. In just a few minutes of work, 5 or 6 people had been killed one after another. If this keeps up, the whole bunch of them will be buried here. The burly man in sunglasses racked his brain for a solution. Helpless, he picked up the walkie-talkie again. 7. Execute the self-destruct order, detonate the armored vehicle and destroy the tree from the inside. A normal armored car can be modified to carry a large amount of explosives on board to achieve the effect of a self-destructing armored car. It's a not so uncommon thing in the military and is usually used for suicide attack missions. The explosives are detonated by remote control from a safe position by the operator. However, the situation is such that the occupants are unable to exit the vehicle, so detonating the explosives will kill everyone on board. There was silence on the other end of the intercom as 10 more people were killed by plants or strangled or pierced through their chests in that moment of effort. The burly man in sunglasses shouted heartily, this is an order, and you must carry it out. For the sake of the company, you will dedicate your lives. A reply finally came back from the other end of the intercom, understood, for the sake of the company, the explosives have been ignited and will explode in 10 seconds. 10. 9. Quick, evacuate. They retreated in a hurry, and the great tree guard gave chase, but it was so slow that even with its large strides, it still couldn't catch up and was pulled away. At the end of the 10-second countdown, the great tree guard's feet stopped in mid-air. Its human face froze, then it looked up and opened its mouth, and a flame shot out of its mouth, all the way dozens of meters away. A few breaths later, the lines on the surface of its body were revealing red light outwards. This red light grew brighter and brighter and eventually exploded right out. After a loud bang, a large hole was blown out of the large tree guard, and the impact of the explosion caused it to sit on the ground on its buttocks. What's the commotion? Did something explode? Under the tree, Ro, who heard the loud noise, asked. Just come up here and see for yourself. The play was so wonderful that Chen Luo couldn't stop watching. Ro couldn't hold back any longer and climbed up the tree, hugging it. After coming to the same height as Chen Luo, she fixed her eyes and her pupils quaked. All that could be seen was a giant tree with a human face sitting limply on the ground, with a large hole in its stomach through which its interior could be seen burning. Large patches of skin were burned to charcoal. The large tree giant just slowly fell backwards, letting out the usual wail of a dying patient. That image is somehow still a bit bleak. Across from the large tree giant, Ro saw the company's agents regrouping after half of them had been killed or wounded. Finally, some good news. Rowdy was slightly more at ease. Chen Luo was looking at it when a leaf fell on top of his head. He picked it up and saw that the leaves were rapidly dying. This anomaly caught Chen Luo's attention as he lifted his head to see large swaths of fallen leaves falling. It's like it's raining. Chen Luo understood what was going on and leapt, landing firmly on the ground. Without reacting, Luo Wei felt the branch under her buttocks suddenly break, and her entire body fell downwards. She subconsciously closed her eyes and let out a scream, ahidash. If she fell from this height, her ass would have to split in half. But Chen Luo didn't just stand by and watch her fall halfway to the ground. Instead, he reached out his hands to catch her steady. Rowdy waited half a day and felt no pain. She opened her one eye, her eyes slightly confused. The first thing that caught his eyes was Chen Luo's hateful face. Luo Wei was briefly lost in thought until Chen Luo opened his mouth and urged, "Can you come down? Or are you unable to give up?" Luo Wei's small face blushed and hurriedly got down from Chen Luo's arms. "Who can't afford to give up? Don't think you can take advantage of me just because you saved me." Chen Luo didn't say anything, but instead looked towards the large tree they had just sat in, only to see the big tree wither at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in a short while it became dead wood. "What's going on here?" Rowdy asked. "It looks like the damage taken by that big tree guard affected Zero, causing her to be unable to maintain any of her abilities." "You mean, Experiment Zero is in serious injury?" Ro was stunned at first, then revealed an expression of ecstasy. "I suppose." The burly man with sunglasses on the other side was a few minutes behind Chen Luo, but he also noticed the vines and weeds that had lost their activity and become dried up. "Zero is taking heavy damage, quick, grab her while you can." Chapter 114, Being a maid isn't bad at all. After the sunglasses burly man gave the order, the team dug into the vines and searched. At first they were a bit wary, worried that the vines would suddenly come to life again and attack them, but as they went a few dozen meters deeper into the vines, that worry was gone. These vines that suck people's blood and flesh had now become soft and unaggressive, so it was evident that Zero was weakened to the extreme. A few dozen more meters deeper, they burrowed headfirst out of the vine thicket, and the teammates beside him looked at each other, each face blank. They took out a dozen more drones and lifted them into midair to photograph the vine bushes from above, but still nothing. The burly man in sunglasses frowned. He was sure that Subject Zero was definitely here before, but the question was how did it disappear? One of his men noticed the anomaly and shouted, "Captain, there's something going on here." The crowd came over to see a throne of flowers and thorns deep within the vines, only it was falling apart. This reinforced the sunglasses burly man's speculation. There was also a patch of downed weeds in front of the throne. The sunglasses burly man took off his sunglasses and crouched down for a closer look. The weeds were found to have fallen in one direction, indicating that something had pressed through them. He thought to himself, it couldn't be that Zero sensed the danger and ran away, could it? The more the burly man in sunglasses thought about it, the more likely it seemed. He quickly got up and ordered, "The target must not have gotten far, so spread out and look for her. You must find her for me." On the other side, Chen Luo was preparing to leave the city with Luo Wei. Ro wasn't willing to just leave though, she hadn't left a useful code word yet. She found all sorts of excuses to stay Chen Luo. At this moment, she added, "Master, I see that it's getting late. Why don't we find a place to rest for the night before leaving? It's too dangerous to rush in the dark." Chen Luo knew what she was thinking, but she was right. It was a big night, and the ground was full of vines and leaves and whatnot. Riding a motorcycle it was easy to trip and fall if you weren't careful. So Chen Luo nodded, "Alright, let's just rest for the night and wait for dawn before we set off." After that he led the way into a nearby building. Ro fell behind, a triumphant snicker on her face. Unlike Binhai City, the zombies in Manhwa City were all sucked dry by various plants, so Chen Luo didn't have to worry about being sneak attacked by zombies when walking in the narrow and gloomy corridors. He found a random room, picked the lock on the door and walked in. Rowdy threw something at her feet before she walked through the door. After entering the door, she saw that Chen Luo took out pots and pans and was about to cook. There was no gas in the room, so he casually snapped off a branch sticking out of the window and snapped it into sections to use as fuel. Luo Wei's heart fluttered at the sight. The light of the fire would be extra conspicuous this late at night, and it would simply be the perfect signal for her to rescue her. Still, the fire was a little small, and Luo Wei was worried that it wouldn't travel too far, so she volunteered to help. "Master, I've come to help you." With that she broke off several more branches and stuffed them into the fire. Chen Luo slanted a glance at her, while the latter returned a heartfelt smile. After laughing and turning her head Luo Wei regretted, how did she become more and more powerless in front of Chen Luo? Could it be that she was actually more suited to being a maid than a murderess? No. Roddy shook her head up vigorously to shake the idea out of her brain. "I'm a cold killer nicknamed the Bloody Red Rose. Even my co-workers have to be afraid when they see me, so how could I possibly work as a maid for someone else?" Just then she heard Chen Luo asking, "Do you want to eat?" Luo Wei categorically refused. "I never eat food handed out in contempt. I would starve to death, die outside, jump from here, and not take a bite of your food." Chen Luo had already gotten used to Luo Wei's intermittent fits of insanity. Since she didn't need it, Chen Luo cooked it himself. 10 minutes later, when he uncovered the lid of the pot, a rich meat aroma with a touch of strange fruity flavor floated out of the pot, filling the entire room in an instant. The tip of Rose's nose shrugged involuntarily. "What's that smell? So fragrant?" She had never smelled anything like it before and couldn't help but ask. Chen Luo was also a little surprised. He simply stew meat has been tired of eating, so this time out of the blue added 3 exotic fruits squeezed into the juice and added to flavor. "I cannot imagine that the aroma of the enhancement of so big." The scent alone was already mouth-watering, and Chen Luo was even more excited to taste it in a while. He took a bowl and served himself a bowl of hot soup, tilting his head back and taking a big gulp. Unimaginably delicious flavors bloom on the tongue and taste buds. Ah! Chen Luo let out a sound of relief. Putting the bowl down, Luo's face came into view. Chen Luo was almost startled, and hurriedly tilted his head to pull away. What are you doing so close? Ro looked straight into the bowl of soup and asked, how does it taste? It's delicious, why? You want to try it? Rowdy gulped, the word want almost escaping her lips. Still, he mouthed, no, I don't want to, I'm just curious, it's not like it smells good and tastes bad, is it? Chen Luo didn't reply to her and ate by himself. Besides the soup, the meat was quite tasty and very flavorful. And your stomach is still warm after eating it, and a feeling of power travels through all parts of your body. It's really a treat for the palate and the senses. Luo Wei saw that Chen Luo didn't care about herself, she was anxious instead, but she couldn't ask for it, could she? How disgraceful it would be. But the scent was so special that it made her hungry, her stomach rumbling. I should have stuffed a little bit of food into my backpack before I left, but it's too late to regret it now. Ro could only sit alone and sulk. To think that everywhere she went before she was honored by others, treated with good food and drink, and she couldn't even look at them. Now a prisoner, he has not only lost his freedom, but also has to go hungry. For a moment, a strong sense of aggression surged to her heart. Luo Wei's nose was sore and her eyes were slightly red. Just as she was brewing up her emotions, tears. A bowl full of meat and soup was handed to her. The soup was still radiating heat and drifted to Luo Wei's face, as if a pair of hands were gently caressing her face. Luo Wei raised her head in dismay, and in her ears, she heard Chen Luo say, this is your reward for your hard work today, eat it. Luo Wei froze, and Chen Luo said, what, don't want it? Then I'll take it back. Yes. Luo Wei took the bowl in one hand, afraid that Chen Luo would really take it back. It's what I got in exchange for being a maid, so why wouldn't I want it? Chen Luo didn't say anything more and sat back down again. It was only then that Ro devoted her attention to the bowl in her hand. She took a sip, then swallowed another piece of meat, a satisfied smile spreading across her face. She even thought in her mind, actually, being a maid isn't so bad if you can eat such delicious food. Chapter 115, Mysterious Girl Zero. Both of them buried their heads in their food, and Lo finished her share of the bowl in no time. Then eyed the pot, she wasn't full yet. Chun. Ahem. Master, she was a bit embarrassed, can I get an advance on my payment for tomorrow? Chen Luo glanced at Luo Wei, and there seemed to be a smile in his eyes. Luo Wei's pretty face blushed at his look, but fortunately he didn't look at her for too long, and graciously took the bowl and served her another bowl. Luo Wei didn't rush to eat this time, but took a deep sniff, enjoying the fascinating aroma. Only then did he pick up his chopsticks, which he used less skillfully, to pick up the food. Luo Wei's favoritism plus 10. But just at that moment, a strange sound came from the window. Chen Luo and Luo Wei's eyes changed at the same time, putting down their bowls at the first opportunity and coming to the window one after the other. To both of their bewilderment, there was nothing but a branch outside the window. Weird. Rowdy muttered, she thought it was an agent looking for her. For some reason, her heart panicked. It seemed like it didn't want to be disturbed at this time. There were no agents in sight, and she was relieved. Turning to go back and continue eating, she saw a dark figure crouching in her place, her bowl in its hand, seemingly eating. Freeze, put it down. Luo Wei was anxious, it was her payment. But the figure was shouted at and ate faster. By the time Luo Wei snatched the bowl, it had already been eaten up, and not a bit of soup broth was left. Luo Wei was furious. Spit it out for me. She lunged at the figure, but was held by Chen Luo's waist. Don't stop me, I'm going to fight her. Chen Luo quickly pacified, don't be angry, I'll just serve you another bowl. Ro regained a bit of her composure then. Chen Luo saw that although she was still angry, but she finally didn't yell and scream about killing people, so he let go of her. He came to the table, the light of the fire from the burning branches reddening the man's face. A stunningly beautiful face appeared in front of Chen Luo's eyes. On this face alone, it could be said to be the most beautiful of all the women Chen Luo had seen so far. It's that none of those actresses from before the end of the world compare to her. With an out-of-the-ordinary fairy atmosphere, as if the fairy in the sky, and like the elves in the flowers. She seemed to be frightened by Luo Wei, her shoulders were shaking slightly and her eyes were like a panicked deer. In stark contrast to her perfect face, her clothes were in tatters. This was all the more reason to feel compassion and want to protect this young girl. Who are you? Chen Luo's voice became gentle without even realizing it. The young girl's eyes were wide open and filled with bewilderment. She shook her head. Amnesia? Luo Wei couldn't stand looking at her anymore and said, Master, don't believe her, she's definitely faking this look. Luo Wei's angry expression caused the young girl's delicate body to tremble, and she fell headlong into Chen Luo's embrace as if she was seeking protection. Any man with a heart of stone would become protective when he was given such a blow. But Rowdy wasn't a man, she was a woman in the throes of anger. Green tea. Lo rolled her eyes, pretending to be who? Chen Luo didn't say anything, his mind was on the system at the moment. He was so shocked by the system's prompt that he couldn't speak. Zero and Zero have had skin-to-skin contact, and are acquiring each other's favorability panels. Zero? It can't be the Zero I know, can it? Chen Luo immediately felt that the soft and delicate body in his arms was so dangerous. Who is Zero? An extremely dangerous experiment. A vegetable born from a cocoon. A terrifying creature that could manipulate plants, easily suck people into dryness, and manipulate giant trees 100 meters tall to guard them. Surprised to be in your own arms at this point? Chen Luo's hands didn't even know how to put them down, neither pushing nor hugging. Ro didn't know the true identity of this young girl. Still sternly inquiring, "Speak, where did you come in?" Chen Luo made a wink, trying to get her to stop talking, in case she angered Zero. It would not be easy for the two of them to run away in this city full of plants. However, Luo Wei misunderstood Chen Luo's eyes and thought he was protecting the young girl. It made the anger inside her grow even more. She went straight up to pick at Zero, but it didn't budge. Heh, that's a lot of strength. While the two were fighting, Chen Luo's panel of Zero finally appeared in his mind. Name, Zero, extremely weak. Identity, experimenter, mutant. Favorability, 0. Reward for first acquaintance, fully automated farm. First kiss reward, 100 liters of altered spirit spring. Reward for complete strategy, 1 ton of mutant spirit spring. Sure enough, it's that Zero. However, the extreme weakness in the status bar caught Chen Luo's attention. It seemed that she was indeed heavily injured in the clash with the gang of the strong man with sunglasses, and it was not known how much of her ability was left. However, what Chen Luo could ascertain was that Zero was very fragile right now and didn't even have much recovery left. That is to say, as long as Chen Luo wanted to, he could completely break Zero's neck directly. This not only wipes out a catastrophe, but it also throws the plans of the company behind Ro out of whack. It's a double whammy, so to speak. But Chen Luo was a very greedy person. He wanted more. Let's say a Zero who, in his heyday, only listened to his commands. A Zero is equivalent to countless plant soldiers and a large tree guard. This power can completely walk sideways in the end times. Thinking of this, Chen Luo stopped Luo Wei's pickpocketing. Okay, stop it. His words were still somewhat intimidating to Luo. After hearing Chen Luo say that, Luo Wei really didn't make another move against Zero. Only then did Zero raise his head from Chen Luo's arms, a pair of big eyes with tears looking pitifully at Chen Luo. He now finally understood why Zhuang Ningming had repeatedly emphasized that Zero was good at disguises. The truth is true. If he didn't have the system, he might have really thought that Zero was a harmless and pitiful young girl. It's not at all obvious that she practically overrode a research institute and hoisted an entire city of walkers as reserve food. On the contrary, Luo Wei surprisingly did not recognize Zero. Chen Luo thought again that Luo Wei's original mission was to come and pick up Zero. Zero hadn't shown his true colors at the time, and the company naturally felt that Luo just had to pick up the slack. There was no need for Zero's picture, so it made sense that Rowdy wouldn't recognize Zero. After leaving Chen Luo's arms, Zero eyed the remaining food in the pot. Chen Luo first gave Luo Wei a bowl, then filled another bowl with what was still left in the pot and handed it to Zero. Thanks. Zero surprisingly opened his mouth to say thank you. The sound was pretty good, but it was the sound that made a 100-meter-tall tree pull up. Chapter 116, Why are you defending her? After the two women finished eating, Chen Luo's mind sounded 2 beeps. Luo Wei's favoritism plus 10. Zero's favoritism plus 5. After finishing his food, Zero still licked the corners of his mouth with some intent. What was clearly normal behavior was astringent against her flawless face. And Chen Luo always had a feeling that she was seducing herself. There seemed to be a strange attraction to her that would draw out the darker side and desires within a person. Chen Luo considered himself a person with very strong self-control, but he still couldn't help but want to possess Zero. He took a deep breath to calm himself down before that attraction in Zero disappeared. Chen Luo looked deeply at Zero, gaining a new understanding of her abilities. Zero was also looking at Chen Luo, and when she saw Chen Luo return to normal, the surprise in her eyes flashed before she lowered her head. Hey, freeloader, the meal is over, you should leave, right? Luo Wei gave Zero an expulsion order. Zero, however, shook his head and said with a pitiful expression, outside. Dangerous. I'm afraid. She spoke a little less skillfully, like she was popping out one word at a time. When Luo Wei saw Zero with this look, she became even more angry in her heart. Speak properly, I'm a crooked man who speaks more standard Mandarin than you. And it's all plants out there, not to mention zombies, not even a living soul, so where's the danger? Wait. Luo Wei suddenly thought of a serious problem, with suspicion in her eyes. Where did you come from? Keep in mind that a few hours ago, the outside was full of man-eating plants that attacked all animals indiscriminately. If Zero has been surviving, why hasn't she been attacked? I don't remember. Zero tried to muddle through, still pretending to have amnesia here. Luo Wei didn't eat her at all. Zero couldn't answer and simply looked at Chen Luo. Cough, Chen Luo coughed lightly. It's probably because she's been hiding in this room that she hasn't been attacked by the plants. Well, she can't stay out all the time, can she? Where does the food come from? Well, maybe she stocked up on food before the end times. Where is it? Probably just about finished eating. Possibly, maybe, probably, just in time. This is completely irresponsible speculation on your part. And Luo Wei looked at Chen Luo with a suspicious gaze. Why do you keep helping her out? You don't think you have a thing for her, do you? No, Chen Luo denied. Don't you think it's pitiful that she's a little girl all alone with amnesia? Don't be fooled by her like this. What Luo Wei was most displeased with, aside from men who wanted to take advantage of her, was the green tea white lotus flower. Chen Luo naturally wouldn't tell Luo Wei about Zero's true identity. After all, she's not good enough to betray the company right now. He's going to make a fortune on his own masked voice. After arguing until late at night, Luo Wei was also tired and fell asleep after squinting for a while. Zero fell asleep shortly after she closed her eyes as well. Only Chen Luo had to keep watch, so he sat on the window and looked outside. With his stamina, even if he didn't sleep for a few nights, it wouldn't matter. After another unknown amount of time had passed, Chen Luo suddenly heard a slight sound. He looked towards the house and realized that the movement was coming from Zero's side. Chen Luo walked over to take a look and found Zero lying on the sofa, his body curled up into a tiny ball. She seemed to be having a nightmare, and her shoulders shook every now and then. It did seem that the battle during the day had left a large psychological shadow on her. Also, don't look at Zero with the body of an 18-year-old, but in fact, she had only been out of her cocoon for less than a month full-time. It was probably the only time she showed such a vulnerable side. By the time she recovered from her injuries, she would be the same queen who treated human lives like ants. Chen Luo sighed and took off his jacket to put it on her. Then he sat back on the windowsill and listened to the wind rustling the leaves outside. The next morning, Chen Luo was ready to wake up Luo Wei and Zero. He first came to Ro and woke her up. Roddy was still a bit dazed when she first woke up, but then she quickly got up and assumed a fighting stance. She looked at Chen Luo and then at herself, wondering in her heart, how could I have fallen asleep without any defense at all? That's a big no-no for agents and assassins. If Chen Luo was an enemy or had hostile intentions towards her, she would have already become a corpse. Lo slapped her face so she could clear her head. At the same time, I mentally warned myself, Lo, you're not a maid, you're a killer, you're the company's sharpshooter. Chen Luo didn't care about Luo Wei when he saw her wake up. He came to Zero's side and squatted down, his hand just touched her shoulder. Zero then snapped her eyes open, and for a moment, Chen Luo seemed to see mountains of corpses and seas of blood in her eyes. He then reacted to the fact that it was Zero's killing intent that had materialized. However, Zero's killing intent only appeared for a split second before disappearing, so fast that Chen Luo even felt that it was an illusion on his part. But that palpitating feeling is real. Chen Luo looked back at Zero again, and the latter blinked with an innocent expression. Chen Luo gulped and said, I wanted to yell at you to get up. We're leaving, do you want to follow us? What's the point of bringing her, a guy from nowhere, hell if she's a spy? Luo Wei was thinking from Chen Luo's perspective when she said this, and she completely failed to realize that she was really the spy. Chen Luo and Zero ignored her, and Zero hesitated for a long time. She only had 10% of her powers left now, and if the group found her, there was no way for her to fight back. In the hands of that group, she was about to lose her freedom forever. At that thought, Zero looked down at the jacket he was wearing. Zero's favoritism +5. The feeling Chen Luo gave her was barely passable, so she might as well use him as a cover and let him take herself out of here. When she recovers, she'll settle the score with that group. And Chen Luo still had something on her that could heal her. After some thought, Zero nodded. Luo Wei stomped her foot in annoyance, and without waiting for Chen Luo, she pushed the door herself and walked out. When Chen Luo came out with Zero, she was standing outside the building and did not try to escape. For one thing, she knew that with Chen Luo's ability, she couldn't run far. Secondly, she did not want to leave. As for the reason, even she did not understand. Chen Luo finds the motorcycle he came on and is about to ride it but is stopped by Luo Wei. I'll drive, you sit in the back. I'm not sitting with her. Chen Luo shrugged his shoulders and was indifferent. He hadn't slept all night anyway, so he was taking this opportunity to rest and relax. So Luo Wei drove, Zero sat at the very back, and Chen Luo sat in the center. The three of them drove away from Manhwa City on a motorcycle. Chapter 117, Female Kid Zero. Back at the safe house, Ning Xiao and the others came out to greet them. They were already accustomed to Chen Luo going with 2 people and coming back with 1 more. But after seeing Zero, they were all stunned by Zero's face. What a beautiful sister. Ning Xiao sighed heartily. Silas also asked, what's your name? Zero was a bit uncomfortable with the closeness of a few of the women, but for the sake of camouflage, she forced herself to endure it. She returned, I don't remember. Amnesia? Zhang Miaomio said sympathetically, so pitiful. Tang Xin even stepped forward and pulled Zero's hand. Gently, he said, it's okay, you'll live with us from now on. Zero broke away, and Tang Xin didn't think she was shy. Gathered around her and shushed her a few more times. That was when Zhuang Ningming had just rushed over from the lab. While walking, he also said, Chen Luo, you're finally back. You don't know that I'm worried about you, I'm afraid that you'll die outside. Hearing her auspicious words, Chen Luo tugged at the corner of his mouth. You're quite a talker. You think so? My former co-workers said the same thing, and they even said that Zhuang Ningming's voice ended abruptly. It was because she had suddenly seen Zero in the middle of the crowd. Zero also recognized Zhuang Ningmeng, who had been among those who had observed her through the glass window in the first place. Zero's first thought was that she had been duped. Chen Luo is in league with that group. She was just out of the wolf's den and into the tiger's mouth. She was actually being played by a human? Intense anger caused Zero to clench her fists, and she mobilized what was left of her ability to fight for her life. She was just dying, not willing to be locked up as an experiment again. At the critical time, Chen Luo held her hand. Zero's brief dismay was followed by intense humiliation. She was the titular Vine Queen, and a despicable human dared to touch her noble body. It's really a death wish. Let go. Zero tore through his disguise and coldly shook Chen Luo's hand away with force. Calm down and let me explain. What are you trying to argue? You're in league with them. Believe me, I'm really not with them, and I even have a grudge against them. What are they talking about? Zhang Miao Miao asked nosily. I don't know, shouldn't the boss have cheated on someone's little girl? Silhouette also whispered. That's too unkind, people are already pitiful enough, and Big Brother Master is still bullying them. Du Jie shook her head. It seems that Zero's charm doesn't only work on men, but also on women. Only Rowdy, a straight woman of steel, could remain unaffected. Zero calmed down a little and prepared to listen to Chen Luo's explanation. Alright, this king will give you this chance to defend yourself. She said this as if giving Chen Luo the chance to explain was a gift to him. But coming from this face of hers, it just doesn't have any gravitas at all. Chen Luo said, first of all, think about the fact that it was you who found me, not me who found you, and if I were in league with them, I could have just handed you over to them, why would I need to bring you back? Zero really did when he thought about it that way. She said, in that case, I'm getting out of here. Chen Luo reached out and stopped her. What do you mean? Chen Luo came to her ear, and Zero was just about to angrily rebuke her, but she heard Chen Luo say, you're very weak now, aren't you? Zero's eyes widened and he blurted out, how did you know? The words were out of her mouth before she realized she had blurted them out, revealing her current external strength. Since this was the case, she simply said in a broken voice, so what, even if I am weak, killing you guys will be easy. I knew you had it in you, you made a big splash in Manhwa City, but it was an eye-opener. Oof. Zero was very flattered by Chen Luo's words and hummed twice in triumph. Seeing that she was eating this, Chen Luo turned his eyes and said, however, if your current state is known by others, there will definitely be many people coming to trouble you. Zero's face changed and he was just about to say something. Chen Luo added, of course, I know that the mighty Queen Sama is certainly not afraid of trouble, but it's annoying when there are too many flies. He complimented Zero as if he were coaxing a child, straight to the point where Zero narrowed his eyes in satisfaction and nodded, that's right. In that case, why don't we work together? I'll provide you with shelter and you work for me. Work for you? Zero's eyes snapped open. A slip of the tongue, it was the Queen Sama who repaid me, so she used a little bit of her insignificant ability as a reward. If you had said that I would have understood. Zero's original idea was to leave after recovering his status here in Chen Luo. Chen Luo's request for cooperation coincided with her, so Zero faltered. Seeing this, Chen Luo added another fire and took out a foreign fruit. Of course, I will offer one of the foreign fruits regularly as a thank you to the Queen Sama for her favor. Zero had a glint in his eye. If she had the foreign fruit, the speed of her ability to recover would be greatly increased. Her heart fluttered, but she still acted reluctant. Well, I've agreed to work with you. Chen Luo smiled with satisfaction. This is not the company provides dormitories for the employees, and the employees get paid for working for the company. It's pretty gullible to change the argument and Zero agrees. That said, why does it feel like Zero is acting like a female brat? Opens her mouth to look down on everyone and gets happy with compliments, but the truth is that she's weak as hell. Luo Wei had been in the clouds since a while ago, and she hadn't been able to sort it out until now. She said incredulously, she's Zero? That's right, answered Zhuang Ningmeng, with certainty, I'll die before I forget what she looks like. Since Zero was here, wouldn't that mean that the company's agents had worked hard for half a day, only to be intercepted by Chen Luo? It was even possible that they were still foolishly searching right now, completely unaware that Zero had left Yanghua City. Then won't the company side be in a hurry? Ro was secretly glad that she had left the code word. They can't find the zeros and they can spot the ciphers. When the time comes to find the door, Zero will still be unable to fly. Right, Tang Xian, take this bag and burn it as firewood. Chen Luo casually handed Tang Xian a backpack. What is it? You won't know until you open it. Tang Xian sniffed and opened her backpack, and a branch fell out. What's with the twigs? What are you picking this up for? It's not like we're short on fuel. Luo Wei fixed her eyes on the pattern carved on it at a glance. Wait, wasn't that the code word I dropped? Chen Luo looked at the frozen Luo Wei with a smirk. Some people were littering and I couldn't see it, so I had to pick it up. It turned out that her little gesture hadn't escaped his notice at all. Ro gritted her teeth. Chapter 118 Ability Overdraft? Zhuang Ning's expression had been horrified after dreaming of Zero. Though she can almost be said to have watched Zero grow up as the head of this experimental program of Zeros. But she didn't have much affection for Zero. On the one hand, Zero grows up too fast, a year a day, 18 days to adulthood. Zhuang Ningming is too late to cultivate a relationship with her. On the other hand, Zero was an experimental subject, while Zhuang Ningming was a researcher, and the two met through a glass window. On the contrary, the image of Zero going on a killing spree in the research institute after breaking his internment left a not-so-small imprint on Zhuang Ningming's heart. While Chen Luo was conversing with Zero, she had been observing the latter's movements, scattering her legs as soon as she realized that she was inclined to attack. It was only after hearing Chen Luo say that Zero was now in an extremely weak state and that she really did not show aggression that Zhuang Ningming bravely asked Chen Luo, "Boss, how did you come across the experiment?" "Ha?" Zero was quite sensitive to the word experiment and glared at Zhuang Ningming. Zhuang Ningming hurriedly changed her words, "How did you meet Zero?" Zero didn't have much of a reaction to the name. Chen Luo then told the crowd, including the big tree guards, everything he had seen since arriving in Manhwa City yesterday. Ning Xiao and the girls couldn't close their mouths in surprise. They hadn't expected such a cute-looking Zero to actually possess such a powerful ability at all. Unlike Ning Xiao and the others who were simply surprised by Zero's ability, Zhuang Ningming saw more as a researcher. She deliberately whispered to Chen Luo with a volume of sound that Zero could not hear. It should be that summoning the Great Tree Guardian has overdrawn her ability, and that's what caused the fall into a weakened state. When we were in the research institute in the past, we also did this kind of extreme test, only that at that time, Zero was still small, and she was weakened just by ripening a few batches of crops, and she was fed tons of nutrient solution before she recovered. Chen Luo stroked his chin, that is to say, if she doesn't have the means to ingest high-energy nutrients, she will remain in this state forever? That's right, Zhuang Ningming nodded. No matter how powerful she is, she still has to follow the law of conservation of energy. After listening to Zhuang Ningming's words, Chen Luo's last trace of doubt was gone. He had been worried that if Zero recovered, she would kill him and the others like she used to do at the institute. Then he would really be the farmer in the story of the farmer and the snake, who died in vain. Now it seems likely that Zero was lured by the high-energy exotic fruit. So as long as Chen Luo controlled the amount of exotic fruits he gave her, he wouldn't have to worry about her going on a rampage and killing someone. Thinking of this, Chen Luo once again looked at Zero. He was curious as to how many % of Zero's current abilities remained, and whether or not he could suppress her, which would determine how he would treat Zero. Zero noticed Chen Luo's eyes and raised his head with pride revealed in his eyes, asking, "Human, what do you keep looking at me for? It's like this, Queen-sama. I wonder if you could show us a bit of your divine power, or let us have a good time." "Good point." The blown-away Zero agreed in one breath, but she was soon embarrassed. There are no plants here. How can she show herself? If she were in her heyday, she could easily grow countless vines from within her body, but it was still a bit of a stretch for her to do that now. For the sake of the big words having been put out, and in order not to lose face with his queen, Zero could only say, "But you don't have any plants here, so it's better to do it another time." Du Jiajia's original personality was one of greed and fearlessness, or else the goodwill reward wouldn't have been a game hall. Hearing that Zero needed plants, she immediately stepped forward. "We happen to have a bunch of crops on our farm, can we use them for a display?" "Damn human woman, you want to see me make a fool of myself, don't you? When my ability recovers, I will definitely not let you off." Zero made a mental note of Du Jiajia's revenge. Still calm on the surface, he said, "Yes, you lead the way." "Yeah." Du Jiajia, still unaware of the hatred she had incurred, bounced toward the farm. The others followed her. Arriving at the farm, the small farm, which used to be less than a dozen square feet and could only be planted in pots, has now expanded to almost half an acre in size, and the soil is all nutrient-rich black earth. And the ceiling overhead can be opened to receive light during the day and closed at night to use the light for illumination. Make sure you keep growing all day long. Crops planted inside are still mainly potatoes and sweet potatoes, two relatively high yield. There is no way, for other crops, planted out simply not enough to eat. At this time the ground is planted with the second crop, and you can see that they are still in the budding stage, with the shoots only just breaking through the ground. This is it. Are these okay? Zero scrutinized it for a long time before nodding. As the crowd watched, she was seen slowly walking to the farmland, slating her small, palm-sized face with a very serious expression. Then her hands stretched forward, her long dark green hair moving without wind. Gradually, a small ball of glowing green light coalesced in the center of her palm and grew larger and larger over time. After reaching the size of a basketball, Zero tiptoed in through the ball of light. The ball of light exploded in midair, and countless stars of green light fell onto the earth, bean sprouts and sweet potato seedlings. The potato sprouts and sweet potato seedlings grew at a speed visible to the naked eye and sprouted roots, stems, and leaves, and in a matter of seconds, these crops skipped a month's growth cycle. This speed was an eye-opener for Chen Luo and the others. But just from lasting a few seconds, the growth of the plant stopped. Zero wiped the sweat off his forehead quickly with his small hand, then feigned relief. "Well, let's show it here. It's not that I don't want to continue, it's that I'm afraid of scaring you. So it's only to this extent?" Chen Luo muttered to himself. His voice wasn't deliberately lowered, so Zero heard it as well. She immediately questioned loudly, "Human, what do you mean by that?" "Nothing. I don't believe you, you're clearly defying this queen, damnable human, I'm going to whip your ass hard with my vines. I don't suppose you can do that in your current state? You, how do you know? Zero was crestfallen. Chen Luo pointed at the crops, his meaning was self-evident. He knew that Zero was weak, he didn't expect her to be so weak, she who could turn a city into a tropical forest couldn't even ripen half an acre of crops nowadays, the gap was simply too big. Chen Luo is not a little cutie. How could he not see it? You swindled me? Zero was still smart, or else he wouldn't have fooled an entire institute of researchers. It's just that she's easy on the eyes and forgets how much she weighs when she's being touted. After realizing that Chen Luo was tricking her into making a move to test her abilities, Zero had the intense humiliation of being deceived by a human. Driven by her emotions, her eyes turned cold. Stomp your right foot and walk away. Chapter 119, a result satisfactory to all. Du Jiejio shouted from behind, sister. No, your majesty, where are you going? Go wherever you want, but in any case, I'm getting out of here. Zero said without looking back. Chen Luo had made her lose face, there was no longer any coexistence between her and Chen Luo, and she was bound to leave one. However, Zero knew that in her current state, she couldn't possibly be Chen Luo's opponent. So she could only choose to turn around and walk away to preserve the last bit of dignity for herself. As he walked to the door, though, Zero had another problem. The door in front of her blocked her way, she tried to push it but it wouldn't budge. Strange, didn't this door open automatically just now? Zero understanding of technology, did not know there was such a thing as a sensor door. All she knew was that the door opened automatically when Du Jiejia led the way and closed tightly when it came to her. Damn it, even the door bullies me. Zero furiously pounded with his fists and kicked with his feet, but it was useless. Having no choice but to turn back to Du Jiejia, she said, You, come here. Me? Du Jiejia pointed at herself in confusion. Yes, that's you, come here and open the door for this queen. I don't know who didn't hold back a snort of laughter first. The crowd then roared with laughter. Mostly because Zero was so cute, someone who claimed to be a queen with her mouth open ended up fighting a door and couldn't do anything about it, so she had to call out for help. It's just too much of a contrast. No laughing. Zero saw that the crowd was laughing and thought that they were laughing at him, so he was so angry that his little face turned red, which turned out to be even more adorable. What's that saying, when you're weak, even anger becomes cute? Zero is in that situation now. Isn't it just a broken door, do you guys really think I can't do anything with it? Just as Zero gathered his strength to fight the door to the death, Chen Luo's voice came from behind. I was going to pay you for the work you've been doing, but if you're going to leave, then forget it, just save it for the cat. Zero was unimpressed. What kind of payment could a human come up with? Her hallowed vine queen couldn't even look at it. But soon she realized something and jerked her head back. Sure enough, Chen Luo was holding an exotic fruit in his hand, which was emitting an enchanting fruity scent. Zero's eyes went straight. She trotted all the way to Chen Luo, and because she was relatively small until Chen Luo's chest, she had to stand on her tiptoes to reach the fruit in Chen Luo's hand. While reaching for it, he said, Give it to me, give it to me. Chen Luo deliberately teased her, raising his hand upwards to keep her out of reach. Looking at her bouncing in front of him, her eyes full of desire for exotic fruits, Chen Luo felt a sense of mischief. He asked with a bad smile, Still going? No more, no more. Zero only had foreign fruits in her eyes at this time, and she agreed to whatever Chen Luo said with her mouth full. Chen Luo teased for a while before tossing the foreign fruit to her. Zero caught it and immediately ate it. Feeling the restoration of power in her body, she brightened up and looked at Chen Luo and asked, Is there more? There is, but you have to work to get it. At first it was about cooperation, but now it's switched to work. Favorably, Zero was still unable to refuse, the temptation to restore his ability was too great. She used to stay hidden for almost a month in order to get her freedom and be able to be good enough to cooperate with the researchers doing all kinds of experiments on her. Now, what's working for a human in order to get the exotic fruit to restore his ability? This is something Luo Wei does have in common with her. Both of them were stoically burdened under Chen Luo's hand and had to endure his exploitation. What do you need me to do? Zero asked. This side of the farm will be in your charge from now on, you will ripen them every 10 days, can you do that? Zero thought about it, which wasn't hard, and nodded. Very well, Chen Luo said with satisfaction, as payment, I can give you 10 of these fruits every month. No, it's been too long. Zero wouldn't agree. How about this, I'll give you one every 3 days. One for 3 days, that's acceptable. Yes. This time she agreed. The volume hasn't changed, but a paycheck every 3 days is just more palatable than once a month. If Zero knew that Chen Luo had previously fed his cats one per day, he wondered if she would feel that her value was too low. How could you be worse than a pet? But Chen Luo was also ready to reduce the frequency of giving Chu Yao. The main reason was that Chu Yao's goodwill had already reached 45, continuing to feed the foreign fruit to raise goodwill would be less efficient, and it was necessary to cultivate feelings to do so. Of course another reason was that Chen Luo currently did not have a stable source of exotic fruits. Now there's an extra Zero, so it has to be controlled to make it work. After discussing with Zero about the content of the work and the compensation, both parties were satisfied with it. Chen Luo also received a hint from the system regarding the increase in Zero favorability. Zero's favoritism plus 10. As of now, Zero's favorability had come to 20, upgrading from unfamiliarity to familiarity. If he raised another 20 points, he would be able to upgrade to friendly, and then he would not have to worry about Zero attacking him. This cooperation was more profitable for Chen Luo any way you look at it. With Zero's ability, the growth cycle of food on their farm would be greatly reduced. Crops that would have taken 3 months to mature, with Zero around, would mature in as little as a month. This would give them more food in the safe house to use for brewing or to trade with other survivors. There are also crops that have longer growing cycles and lower yields that you can consider planting. Although it says that it pays for the foreign fruit, it also improves Zero's good sense. That's still tantamount to using it for your own people. Chen Luo still knew the truth that wool comes from sheep. He would never skimp when he could boost favorability. Aside from Chen Luo and Zero, the other happy person was Du Jia. Originally the farm and ranch were run by her and her mom. Now that the farm had been divided into zeros, Du Jia's workload had been reduced by a large portion. Could she not be happy? She was so close to taking Zero's hand and begging the other to make sure she stayed forever. However, Du Jia didn't know that Chen Luo had obtained the automation farm from Zero. In the future, the work of sowing, irrigation and harvesting will be done by machinery, and Zero will only be responsible for ripening. I don't know if she'll ever be this happy again. All in all, everyone was happy with the addition of Zero except for Rowdy. She stood aside, her face very hard. Rowdy, go prepare the food, I want to celebrate. When Chen Luo's gaze was directed at her, she instantly changed her face and said respectfully, yes, my master. Chapter 120, Setting Rules for the Newcomers. Another month passed after returning from Manhwa City. Su Rui came to Binhai University. As soon as she entered the school gates, Su Rui had a vague feeling that she was being watched. She knew it was the cameras Chen Luo had set up in various hidden corners of the school. Sure enough, when Su Rui had just arrived at the door of the safe house, the electronic device on the door made a sound. Report your purpose. Su Rui heard that it was the mayor's daughter, Du Jia's voice. Thinking of the mayor, Su Rui's expression was a little complicated. If he hadn't messed with Chen Luo, he wouldn't have been killed by Chen Luo and ended up with a broken wife and family. Of course, Su Rui wouldn't be the current leader of the Marina City survivor camp. Su Rui wasn't sympathizing with Du Kongning, she was just lamenting the drama of life. Retracting her mind, Su Rui said back to the electronic device, I'm here to routinely report to Chen Luo. A few seconds later, Kumin came out of the electronics and the titanium door opened automatically. In addition to Du Jia in the monitoring room, Shilua was also there. They were of similar age, so naturally they easily became good friends who had nothing to talk about. Seeing the image of the tall and heroic Su Rui walking into the safe house, Silhouette's eyes rolled back in her head and a reason popped up that she could flirt with Du Jia. She deliberately asked, Jia, how is your relationship with your boss going? Sure enough, Du Jia sniffed sadly, don't mention it, first base can only be done occasionally. Ha? Shilua revealed an exaggerated expression of surprise and covered his mouth. Then wouldn't it be that in this month, you guys haven't made any progress at all? Ugh. Du Jia sighed, it's not because my mom is keeping a close eye on me, and doesn't even give me a chance to spend time with the masters in private. I'll tell you secretly, I found Su Yulan making out with the boss yesterday, so I guess it won't be long before she becomes the boss's woman too. Du Jia frowned, she was already here before me, it's normal for her to be a little ahead of me. What about her? Who? Silhouette pointed to the monitor screen. You mean the policewoman who just came in? Shilua nodded, haven't you noticed that she's been coming more and more frequently lately? And every time, she stays inside the conference room for more than an hour. You mean she's with the masters? Yes, that's what I meant. Du Jia was a little annoyed, feeling as if there were needles under her buttocks, it was hard to sit still. Su Yulan was in front of her, she could accept that, after all, people had been here for a long time. But she wouldn't quite be able to accept it if the later ones were ahead of her as well, especially since Suri had never joined the safe house at all and could only be considered an outsider. When Shilua saw Du Jia's expression, a triumphant smile appeared on his face. Don't think she's a curmudgeon just because she's a science major. She was no worse than Du Jia in the matter of playing. Shilua forced a smile and said to Du Jia, why don't? Let's go take a look. Du Jia's heart was moved, but she was still a little hesitant. Let's do this. The high priest won't be angry, will he? Maybe he's talking business? Oops, we'll just eavesdrop at the door. If it's business, we'll leave them alone and sneak away. Under Shilua's urging, Du Jia finally managed to nod her head and agree. The two of them walked out of the surveillance room to the conference room where Chen Luo received outsiders. They pressed their ears to the front door, but heard nothing. I can't, the soundproofing of the conference room is too good. Silhouette, as the designer of the safe house, had just thought of this. Du Jia was unwilling to give up, her curiosity had been aroused. She won't be able to eat if this is halfway done. Unlike the automatic doors at the entrance, the doors in the conference room are sliding doors. Du Jia pressed her fingerprint to open the door then gently pushed an opening. This time they clearly heard voices coming from inside. First was Chen Luo's serious inquiry. How's it going on your end? Then came Suri's equally serious reply. It's not bad, I've put together a team of young, strong lads and taught them the martial arts of the police force, and security at the camp is much better now. Chen Luo asked again, what about the situation in Binhai City? For her part, Su Rui said, my eyes report that quite a few outsiders have entered our city recently, some of them have formed outsider gangs, while others have joined local survivor camps, like our camp's recent increase in numbers to a few hundred. Chen Luo nodded his head, as if he had already known about this situation. Humans are very capable of adapting and transforming their environment. After overcoming their fear of walkers, almost everyone was able to take out a walker in single combat without injury. And in unity, they are more than capable of working together to take out several times the number of walkers. So unless one encounters a very powerful evolved zombie, it's inevitable that humans will recover their lost ground. Chen Luo's own strength was so strong that it was no problem to single-handedly take on the evolved zombies. Under his command, he also has the weird girl Che Xiaoyu, Su Yulan, who has a grudge against the zombies, and the cat lady Chu Yao, who is barely following orders. Killing zombies is like chopping up vegetables. Su Rui, on the other hand, was the head of the #1 survivor camp in Marina City, and with a large number of people under her command, it was easy to clean up the ordinary zombies. As a result, Marina City's progress in eliminating the zombies was a whole lot faster than other cities because of the two men. When people from nearby cities realized that the number of zombies in Marina City was low, they would naturally migrate towards Marina City. In addition, Chen Luo has recently discovered that the network has been restored. Someone has set up a survivor forum online where those who survived share their intel as well as swap supplies and whatnot. These had little effect on Chen Luo, rather the expansion of Su Rui's camp was favorable to him. After all, in a way, Suri belonged to him as a vassal. I understand all that, there's nothing else you can go back to. Hearing this, Du Jiejie turned back and looked suspiciously at Silhouette, who was also intently eavesdropping. What they talked about doesn't seem to have much relevance to what you said, does it? Hold your horses and listen again. Su Rui looked at the man in front of her, wanting to say something. Seeing that she didn't leave, Chen Luo asked, is there anything else? What was it you wanted to mention originally when you first asked me to owe you a deal? Chen Luo had nothing to hide. I wanted a kiss from you in the first place. Su Rui's entire body froze. Outside the conference room, Shilua excitedly patted Du Jiejie and forced his voice to say, see, I told you there was a situation. Du Jiejie clenched her fists and listened with full attention. Su Rui's face reddened all the way to her neck when she looked back. To ease her shyness, she kept her hands in her hair, lifting her short black locks behind her ears to reveal her delicate earlobes. 121. Survivors Forum. Su Rui definitely had some strange emotions towards Chen Luo in. At first, she had taken a liking to Chen Luo because of his godly marksmanship, and then because Chen Luo killed Du Kongning, she found that her three views in Chen Luo were completely wrong, so any goodwill towards him evaporated. But with the passage of time, Su Rui's original concepts were gradually changed by this world. She originally wanted to save all the citizens, if not everyone. But now, she recognized the reality that she couldn't save everyone. Even the people in her camp were still relying on the food supported by Chen Luo to survive. Although he had a purpose to save people, but a gentleman discusses signs regardless of heart, the fact is that Chen Luo, whom she despised, instead saved more people than her. After Su Rui re-examined herself, she realized that her good feelings for Chen Luo still existed. Especially after these days of contact, her favorable impression of Chen Luo had grown. Hearing Chen Luo say that the original condition was originally to kiss herself, Su Rui's first reaction was not anger but shyness. Su Rui couldn't help but think that the camp had already stabilized, and nothing should happen to her even if she stepped down now. Then wouldn't she be able to pursue her own happiness? Thinking of this, Su Rui gathered her courage and raised her head to look straight into Chen Luo's eyes. The last request doesn't count, you can make a new one to me. I have nothing to mention. Chen Luo originally wanted to say this, but halfway through his words, he saw Su Rui's fiery eyes, as well as a love that wasn't disguised in the slightest. His heart fluttered and the words changed. Then, in that case, I'll stick with the original condition. Surya said slowly, okay, then I'll give it to you now. With that said, she closed her eyes and tilted her head both expectantly and nervously. Chen Luo's lips were a bit dry and subconsciously licked them. Su Rui has a completely different charm from the others. Her face looks heroic and with a beautiful short hair, she is totally a super A beauty. Also, she was a police officer in her former profession, and her charm was at its peak when she wore a police uniform. A beautiful woman like this asks you for a kiss with her eyes closed, and I'm sure no one will say no. Chen Luo is no exception. He slowly placed his hands on Su Rui's shoulders, and could clearly feel the other shudder at the moment of contact, though the whole thing became stiff and rigid. Chen Luo said gently against her ear, don't be nervous, I will teach you. The hot breath he exhaled blew onto Su Rui's neck, and her skin was instantly colored pink. But Chen Luo's words still worked, and Su Rui's stiff shoulders still relaxed. Chen Luo slowly probed down, and just as their lips were about to close, Du Jiejia outside the door finally couldn't hold back and pushed the door to barge in. No kissing. Su Rui opened her eyes, her expression one of dismay as she looked toward the door with Chen Luo. Du Jiejia was stared at by two pairs of eyes, and the courage she had just summoned up instantly vanished. That. Hello guys. What are you doing here? Chen Luo frowned and asked, you're not eavesdropping outside the door, are you? Ha ha ha. Du Jiejia laughed awkwardly twice. How come? I just happened to be passing by. Then how do you know what I'm going to do? Du Jiejia didn't know how to answer this query of Chen Luo's and could only change the topic. By the way, Silas, she came with me. Du Jiejia turned back, where was Silhouette behind her? She had left Du Jiejia running at some point. Chen Luo looked at Du Jiejia expressionlessly, where's Shiluo? She would have still been here. Du Jiejia's voice was getting lower. Chen Luo was not angry with Du Jiejia for interrupting his good deed. After all, this kind of thing isn't rushed, it's more about a watered-down approach. Still, there was a lesson to be learned about Du Jiejia eavesdropping on his conversations. Chen Luo said, as a punishment for eavesdropping, you are responsible for the cleaning work for this week, including the pool. Don't. Du Jiejia let out a wail. It's a big building of 1,000 square feet. If she's left to clean it all by herself, she'll die of exhaustion. Of course, you can also call on Sheila. Chen Luo added. Du Jiejia's face then improved, but she still left the conference room with her head hanging down. Chen Luo looked at Su Rui again. Want to continue? Due to Du Jiejia's intrusion, the ambiguous atmosphere between the two was interrupted, and Su Rui was in no mood to continue, so she shook her head and refused. Well, next time then. Suri excused herself and left the safe house. Chen Luo, on the other hand, sat on a chair and opened the Survivor Forum. The forum was divided into two main sections. One is intelligence sharing and the other is material exchange. Chen Luo first looked at the material exchange board, which was filled with various posts. Coordinates Akiyama City, in need of painkillers and anti-inflammatory drugs. I'll trade you gasoline. Coordinates Hohai City, is there any kind person who can help me a little food, my wife and children are starving. There is no big brother can take me in, I am a female college student, the requirements to provide every meal at least meat and vegetables, after the meal also need fruit, in return, I can accompany you to sleep. Chen Luo needed gasoline, but it was a pity that Qiushan City was in the inland area, while Binhai City was on the coast, too far away. The other two posts were just completely useless, and the comments below were full of curses. In the end, it's a newly established forum. It's normal for posts to be mixed up and hard to tell what's real and what's not. Chen Luo looked at the intelligence sharing board again. There are much fewer posts on this board, and only a few on the main page. A list of the top 10 best cities to live in. Inventory of the worst cities to live in. A guide to surviving the end times. How to recognize a zombie. This board is much more rigorous than the material exchange board where anyone can post. Posts made are also reviewed before they are put up for display. This is still necessary. After all, at this point in time, when access to information is closed, any piece of false information can kill a group of people. Chen Luo clicked on Best Survival City and looked at it. Found out that Marina del Rey was actually on the list. Reasons given for being on the list are, low zombie population, safer, and close to the ocean with more ways to get food. Chen Luo looked at a few other cities and realized that the reasons for these cities to be on the list were not very different. It was analyzed mainly in terms of safety, accessibility, and difficulty in obtaining supplies. As for the least viable city, that's for all sorts of reasons. Chen Luo opened it and the first one was Yanghua City. Reason for the list, the entire city is covered in plants, there is no living thing, there is a suspected terrorist presence, it is recommended to stay away. Chapter 122 Natural Disaster Level Monster. There were also comments underneath Yanghua City offering a reward for information on abnormal lifeforms to all those in cities near Yanghua City, with 1,000 pounds of grain for the provider, plus 10 firearms and nearly 1,000 rounds of ammunition. This reward can't be said to be generous. Chen Luo saw that many comments are already rubbing their fists and preparing to become a bounty hunter. Chen Luo thought carefully and felt that this comment was most likely sent by the gang of the strong man with sunglasses. Both the time and place were right. They had most likely spent a month searching Yanghua City thoroughly, but they still hadn't found any trace of Zero, and were only now reacting as an afterthought. Zero has probably escaped to another city. That's why a bounty was offered to people in nearby cities. Looks like I'll have to be more careful. Try not to let Zero show his unusual abilities in front of outsiders, or I'll be in trouble if I'm targeted. Retracting his mind, Chen Luo continued to look down. The second one on the list is a tourist city called Rainbow City, known for its great scenery. But according to the list, a monster of enormous size has appeared in Rainbow City. Like a combination of multiple bugs magnified 100 times. The exterior has hard armor, and axe blades can't do a bit of damage when they cut into it. And it also has a very strong ability to reproduce. It will catch the zombies and survivors to lay eggs in them, and when the larvae break out of their bellies, the larvae will gnaw the human body to death. Many people would rather commit suicide than live after being caught, so you can see how horrible it is. Rainbow City originally had millions of citizens, 70% were infected with zombies, 10% were eaten by zombies, and then the giant bugs ate the remaining 20% and all of the zombies. Only the remaining 1,000 escaped Rainbow City and brought this information with them. The other city on the list is an island that was directly flooded by the sea, without even a single living soul. Chen Luo sighed when he saw this, and he realized that all of these cities that were the least suitable for survival had one characteristic. That's when there's a natural disaster level disaster or monster. Manhwa City has 0, Rainbow City has giant bugs, and Sea Island has rising sea levels. There's probably another city too, only the people are too dead to bring the message out. And so on. It suddenly occurred to Chen Luo that the big-headed zombies in their Binhai city should be considered at the level of a natural disaster. After all, in such a short period of time, he had gathered 3 or 4 evolved zombies and countless ordinary zombies under his hands. Given a little more time, he could really rule the entire Marina city and then expand towards other cities. As a result, he was resolved by Chen Luo before his development was complete, and his death was a bit too unjust. Chen Luo closed the forum and prepared to go out for a walk. Just as they arrived at the door, Jie Xiaoyu and Su Yulan followed them. Unlike the other girls who had their own interests and hobbies, the two of them only had Chen Luo in their world, and thus always circled around Chen Luo no matter what. Chen Luo thought that he hadn't taken them out for a long time either, so he took the two with him. The 3 of them walked all the way, and there were indeed a lot more passers-by on the streets compared to before. They wrapped themselves up tightly, leaving only a pair of eyes on the outside, and looked like they were very not to be messed with. Everyone is in a hurry and never stays on the road for more than a minute. Moreover, they were all nervous about their backpacks, and every time Chen Luo looked at their backpacks, they immediately turned around and faced Chen Luo head-on, shielding their backpacks behind them. Chen Luo looked at them with curiosity, and they looked at Chen Luo with confusion. Chen Luo's appearance, which had the appearance of a post-apocalyptic survivor. It's not even a problem if you don't carry your supplies close to your body in a backpack, but you're so laid back, it's like shopping. What was even more outrageous was that he had brought along 2 beautiful women with excellent face and body, who were obediently holding Chen Luo's arm on the left and right, with only the male alone in their eyes. Looking at them with red eyes, they really wanted to beat Chen Luo up and snatch them. However, they were all lone wolves who acted alone, and they wouldn't make a move without 100% certainty. Thus they just glanced at Chen Luo without paying much attention and continued to rush their way. Chen Luo stopped one of them, and the other was a bit impatient at first, but after Chen Luo took out a can of meat, his attitude immediately changed. Chen Luo took the can and casually tossed it on the ground, and the latter's gaze followed and moved up and down. I'm going to ask you a few questions, and when you've answered them this can is yours. The passerby had an attentive smile on his face. Big brother, what do you want to know? Little brother knows everything. Where did you come from? We, all of us, are from nearby cities and small counties, and when we heard that Marina City was safe, we came here. Chen Luo asked again, then do you live scattered or in groups now? The question was still somewhat sensitive, and the passerby narrowed his eyes and cautiously asked in return, why do you ask? Chen Luo didn't explain anything, just took out another compressed cookie. Hey, what are you doing? I can't not tell you. The passerby instantly changed his face. Some of us joined the local camp, others were uneasy, so we hugged and set up a temporary camp at the Marina Pier, and we all hugged each other. As a local of Marina, Chen Luo naturally wouldn't be unaware of Marina Pier. It was an area for loading and unloading cargo and docking ships in a coastal harbor. But could people live there as well? Chen Luo was skeptical. The passerby saw Chen Luo's confusion and took the initiative to explain. There are quite a few containers on the Marina Pier, and that's where we live. Can containers also house people? Why can't I? Although it's cold in winter and hot in summer, it's not comfortable at all, but it's better because it's easy to escape. If there's a bit of wind, you can just run away. Chen Luo became more and more curious about this temporary camp. Then who is the person in charge of this temporary camp of yours? No, to be in charge of anything, we all do our own thing. Understood. Chen Luo tossed him the canned goods and cookies. The passerby smiled with an open brow and nodded his head. Thank you big brother, many thanks big brother. Saying goodbye to the passers-by, Chen Luo, Jie Xiaoyu, and Su Yulan made their way to the Marina Pier. A peculiarly fishy smell of sea air blew in his face. There was no fence surrounding the dock, and dozens of containers were just scattered casually in an open field. There isn't even a single sentry, so if they are surrounded by zombies, they are afraid that they will all be finished. The so-called group hug is really about seeing who is unlucky. Those who died first gave their lives to inform the others. Then it's all about who runs fast, and the slower runners give the others a leg up. But they should have taken that into account, which is why they chose to live in a container at the dock. Dozens of meters away is the sea. The big deal is to jump into the sea. The zombies do not know how to swim. Chapter 123, Marina Pier. Bringing his thoughts back, Chen Luo walked into the pier. The deeper he went, the heavier the fishy smell became, with a strong fishy odor mixed in. Finally, the first person appeared in front of Chen Luo's eyes, followed by more and more people. Most of them had set up stalls on the ground with all sorts of supplies. They were shouting and hawking and full of life. If it wasn't for the sign on the cargo stall that said that it could only be bartered, Chen Luo would have really thought that he had returned to the pre-apocalyptic era. Chen Luo walked into a random stall to take a look. On it were various kinds of sea fish, most of which were sun-dried and salted, and only a very few of which were fresh, perhaps 4 or 5. The stall owner was a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s with a face full of vicissitudes. Seeing Chen Luo, he greeted him warmly. "Boss, want to buy fish? Just 1 pound of raw meat for 1 fresh fish or 3 salted fish, it's a good deal." Before Chen Luo could answer, a passerby beside him said, "Lao Jiao, do you know how hard it is to get raw meat nowadays, and a caddy of meat for a fish? I won't even exchange it if you just take 10 fish. Asterisk 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 you, did I ask you?" Lao Jiao waved his hand to repel it as if he was chasing away flies. "Besides, it's not good to get sea fish nowadays. The number of fish in the nearby waters is getting smaller and smaller, and I'm afraid I won't be able to get any more after a while." Passersby questioned, "Who believes it? You're not making it up, are you? If you don't believe me, you can go fishing yourself." The two argued for half a day, neither convinced. Chen Luo thought to himself that he hadn't eaten fish for a long time, so he could get a few to try. So he said to Lao Jiao, "I'll take these fresh fish of yours." Lao Jiao was ecstatic when he heard this, thinking that he had met a big customer, and hurriedly loaded up the 5 fish. Chen Luo also pretended to extend his hand to Che Xiaoyu behind him, actually taking out 5 pounds of pork from the space and handing it over to the other party. Lao Jiao said while exchanging, "Boss, you really have a good eye. Don't you know that the number of people who go out to the sea to fish is getting less and less these days? You can't really find a place to buy fish except for me here." "Oh, why, they couldn't catch any fish and change their profession?" Chen Luo casually asked. As a result, Lao Jiao showed a mysterious expression and whispered, "It's not a change of career, it's not coming back at all." He continued, "I thought they were gone at first, too, until one day, when I was out fishing, a thick fog suddenly appeared on an otherwise clear day and quickly enveloped me. Man, the visibility was that low. Luckily I had brought my high-intensity light and could barely see around me, so I proceeded a little further through the fog and ended up seeing several small boats, all of which had never returned before. I got close enough to see that, there was a white skeleton on every boat, but it scared me so much that I turned the boat around and went back the way I came. Luckily, I'm an old fisherman with decades of experience at sea, and I could barely remember the way out, and it was as if I heard a beautiful song just before I went out into the fog." Chen Luo initially thought that Lao Jiao was bragging and didn't care, but only perfunctorily concurred. But Lao Jiao's description was too real to be made up. So he got interested and asked, "What song?" "Not clear, maybe my hallucination, may also be some kind of sea cargo issued by the movement. I was looking back, can only vaguely see a few heads floating in the sea, I dare not stay, hurriedly slipped away. Now I think, that may also not be a human head, maybe it is a manatee or dolphin may also say." The passerby at the beginning also interjected, "Where did the manatee come from in the coastal area? Dolphins are more or less the same." "Lao Jiao, you're not drinking before going out to sea and hallucinating, are you? Get lost, too lazy to bother with you more." Lao Jiao was so stirred up by him that he was no longer interested in chatting, and handed the fish over to Chen Luo without further ado. Chen Luo had no choice but to leave with the fish when he saw this. Still, he was quite interested in what Lao Jiao was describing. The one that was emitting a beautiful song might also be some sort of heavenly disaster-level monster as well. In this world, it's not surprising that any 1,000 monsters appear. However, since that thing was in the sea, it shouldn't be able to come ashore and couldn't affect Chen Luo. Looked at a few more stalls, exchanging all sorts of supplies. One of the stallholders also claimed to be a gourmet cook and traded various supplies for food. Someone took a can of canned pork knuckles, and the vendor gave his own price just by looking at it, 15 black breads. Upon hearing this, the former picked up the cans and left, and the stall owner could only shout after him, "Don't go, I'll add more if you're not satisfied, 20 black breads." After this little episode, Chen Luo didn't encounter anything else interesting, so he planned to leave. It was at this time that he heard a cacophony of voices from not far away. Chen Luo looked over, only to see an exceptionally large number of people gathered in front of a stall. What is this selling that there can be so many people around? Chen Luo was curious in his heart, so he led the 2 women over. Just as I approached, I heard them talking. "The little girl is not bad looking, but that's too much to ask, isn't it? Must you save your sister before you can do so? Appendicitis, that's a tough one. You have to have surgery to treat it if it's serious, or you have to treat it with various antibiotics if it's not serious. Either way, it's not a good idea." Chen Luo squeezed through the crowd and saw a petite girl sitting on her knees. The girl's face was yellow and thin, her cheeks sunken, and she appeared to have unusually large and hollow, lifeless eyes. But even so, it still couldn't hide her beauty, a living little beauty. That's why there are so many people gathered here. The sign in front of the girl reads, "My sister has acute appendicitis, and I will be a cow for anyone who can save her." Acute appendicitis, this is a bad time to get this disease. Not only will it seriously affect your daily life, abdominal pain to unbearable, and there are all sorts of complications that can occur if you put it off, and that can be really life-threatening. Chen Luo thought in his heart. In the crowd, a flowing man said, "Little beauty, why don't you follow me? I'll keep you from starving. As for your sister, let her fend for herself." The girl's eyes gradually regained their vigor. she just glanced at the other and said firmly, "I won't leave my sister behind." The hooligan was a bit irritated by the rejection. "Don't give me the face, I go to those women at the container and play all night with a packet of cookies. If it wasn't for the fact that you still have a few good looks, I wouldn't even look at you." The girl didn't say anything, just kept her head down with tears glistening in her eyes. Chapter 124, Shameless Punks. The pitiful look of a skinny girl with tears in her eyes is easy to sympathize with, but it would also make the evil one think she was weak and get even more out of hand. The punk dropped a bag of stuff and said to the girl, "It's not too much to ask for this bag of food to buy you a night with me, is it?" The guy next to me looked at it, and it was a pack of chili fries, or one of those 50-cent a pack kind. It's not even enough to fill your stomach. It's a bit shameless to try to sleep with a pretty little girl with this stuff. Even they, the passers-by, were a little hard to look at. But it obviously wasn't very cost-effective to mess with someone who was obviously not to be messed with for a little girl you didn't know. So they just watched coldly and didn't come forward to help the girls out. "Well, I've paid for the John, so come with me." The punk went up to grab the girl's hand. The girl flinched to avoid it. "Shame on you, huh?" The punk snapped, staring the girl stiff. But after being startled, the girl instead gathered her courage and raised her head to look straight at the other person. The punk got even more annoyed at this. "Since you want to do it here, I'll make it happen." As he unbuckled his pants, he turned to the crowd and said, "Blessed are the people, I'm treating you all to a great show, and I'm not charging you admission." The girl couldn't listen to his foul language any longer and picked up the cardboard on the floor and was about to leave. "Where are you going? Took my whoring money and you still want to run?" The punk's pants were halfway down, and when he saw the person trying to run, he hurriedly stopped her. "I'm confiscating it, it's on the floor, take it back yourself." The girl shouted with a sobbing voice, using the softest of voices to say the hardest of words. "Oh, I've already given you the stuff, it's not up to you to take it back or not." You. The girl was simply too shocked by his chutzpah to speak. Seeing the punk's dirty hands reaching for her, she subconsciously held the cardboard in front of her. The punk snatched the cardboard straight away, and the girl cried out eagerly at the sight, "Give it back, give it back, give it back." Poof. The punk raised the cardboard high in the air, then tore it right in half in front of the girls. The girl's heart seemed to be dripping blood at the sight. In her eyes, that cardboard was the only hope her sister had of surviving. And the punk becomes the biggest obstacle standing in the way of her sister's survival. She pushed the punk out of the way as she tried to take advantage of the opportunity to escape. However, the girl was so skinny that the punk merely wobbled. Still, the girl's act of pushing him angered him. He picked up his belt and whipped it at the girls. With the force with which he swung down, he would surely leave a bloody mark on the girl's fine-skinned face. Some of the more emotional of the surrounding spectators could no longer bear to watch and closed their eyes. The girl froze in place as well, watching in disbelief as the belt fell. Just then, a large hand reached out from the side and grabbed the belt firmly. The girl looked to her side in dismay, and the one who reached out for help was a tall, handsome-looking young man. Behind the young man there were two other women with equally impressive temperaments. The punk looked at this man who suddenly appeared. His heart was a little bottomless, tried to pump the belt, but it did not move. "Kid, trying to be a hero, are you? Do you know who I am?" "I don't know, nor do I want to know," Chen Luo said indifferently. "Asshole." The punk burst into a rage, seeing that the belt couldn't be extracted, so he directly let go of his hand and slammed his fist into Chen Luo's face. But all that was heard was a pop. The skin on the punk's face was split open, and bright red blood dripped from his chin to the ground, making his face look even more hideous. He covered his face in disbelief, his voice trembling. "How dare you hit me? What's wrong with beating you?" Chen Luo waved his hand again and the belt directly disappeared. After another loud sound, the punk had another gruesome bloodstain on his face. The sharp pain didn't make the punk flinch, instead it stirred up his ferocity. Only to see him yelling and rushing towards Chen Luo. Looking for death. Chen Luo came after him and stomped his foot on the punk's stomach. The punk flew backwards at 10 times the speed, like a cannonball, tens of meters away. Then dropped to the ground in an arched position with both knees. Blood was still spilling from the corners of his mouth, obviously suffering internal injuries due to Chen Luo's kick. His internal organs were bleeding. Without waiting for Chen Luo to move forward, the punk raised a hand with difficulty and said in a weak and feeble voice, "No. No more fighting. That woman belongs to you is all." However, Chen Luo didn't stop. He had always been the character who cut off the roots and didn't leave himself any loose ends. "Lift your leg and kick again where you just were." This time the punk didn't fly backwards, but was kicked up in place and vacated a meter before landing. This time the punk didn't even have the strength to support his body, and fell face down on the ground, with blood continuously flowing out of his mouth. With that kick, the punk's internal organs were ruptured and he was no longer alive. Chen Luo stopped looking at him and left him behind to walk towards the girls. Wherever it went, the audience backed up. "What's your name?" Chen Luo asked the girl. Zhu Wenwen. Xu Wenwen heard Chen Luo speak to her before she came back to her senses. "Know why I saved you?" Xu Wenwen's first thought was that he, like the punk, was looking at her. However, after seeing the two women silently following Chen Luo, she was unsure again. Those two women were so beautiful that she was a little ashamed of herself. If it were before, Zhu Wenwen might still think that she wasn't below them, just that each of them had their own specialties. But now, she had been starving for almost a month. She had taken out all the food she had worked so hard to get and exchanged it for medication for her sister's pain and inflammation. She hadn't eaten much at all herself, and had long since become so starved that she was thin and out of shape. The original full, rosy face became dry and pale, and the long, silky hair lost its luster and became yellow and frizzy. She could even feel a faint body odor on her because she hadn't showered for a long time. There was no comparison to the two radiant women in front of me, who could smell the scent from a distance. So confused, Zhu Wenwen shook her head honestly. I don't know. You, Chen Luo said bluntly. So it's about my skin too? Zhu Wenwen gave a bitter smile. She had thought she had met a good guy, but it turned out to be after her body as well. Also, men are creatures that are never satisfied. But even so, she ventured, I'm sorry, I can't go with you. Chapter 125, Twin Sisters. Zhu Wenwen's refusal made Chen Luo even more interested, and he looked at his eyes with interest as he was less than his chest height and looked even more juvenile than Zero. But it was such a small person who had the courage to reject himself after seeing the scene of his murder. It was rare. Why? He asked deliberately. Thank you for saving me, Zhu Wenwen bowed to him, but I can't leave my sister, so forgive me if I can't return this favor. After saying that, Zhu Wenwen crouched down on the ground to pick up the cardboard that was torn in half. Her back looked so thin yet so strong. What if, say, I could save your sister? The cardboard in Zhu Wenwen's hand fell to the ground, but she didn't bother with it and turned her head violently. Eyes straight at Chen Luo. Are you serious? Chen Luo nodded with certainty. Ordinary appendicitis is not that difficult to treat, and can even be treated without surgery altogether with antibiotics. It was the more complicated ones, with Ning Xiao around, enough medicines, and a specialized medical room, I believe she could be cured. Anymore there are zeros. Her abilities are not what they used to be, but the ability to restore life force is still somewhat there. Surely she could hang on to her sister's life without dying. Zhu Wenwen was half convinced, but right now Chen Luo was the only one who was willing to save her sister. Moreover, he seemed to have an extraordinary demeanor and was definitely not an ordinary person, so he might really have a way. Zhu Wenwen wasn't willing to give up the slightest bit of hope, so her eyes were once again firm as she said to Chen Luo, as long as you can save my sister, I'll do whatever you ask me to do. Very well. Chen Luo nodded with satisfaction. Now, take me to where you live. I'm going to take your sister to where I live for easy treatment. Zhu Wenwen hesitated, but still nodded. Follow me. After they left, the onlookers who didn't dare to approach because Chen Luo was there slowly approached the punk lying on the ground. The punk wasn't dead at this point, but he was already more in than out, with only one breath left. A bolder passerby saw the punk's lips moving and he leaned down. Only the punk could be heard murmuring indistinctly, help me, help me. The passerby saw the situation hardened heart, in the punk body some fumbling, after feeling a few packets of instant noodles, into the arms of a stuffed, hurriedly left. With the first man comes the second, and he fumbles for 2 packs of compressed cookies in the punk's arms before making a quick exit. Then a third and a fourth. The punks could only watch as they groped over themselves and took everything useful, but it was as if they didn't hear his pleas for help. Finally, he failed to take a breath and died with a grudge. The crowd dispersed, leaving only a naked corpse in its place. Zhu Wenwen led Chen Luo as well as Che Xiaoyu and the girls to a container with the doorway locked with a large chain. Feeling Chen Luo's gaze, Zhu Wenwen took the initiative to explain, I can't help it. There are all kinds of people in this place. If someone breaks in while I'm not around, it'll be over. Chen Luo expressed his understanding. Zhu Wenwen unlocked the door, then laboriously picked up the chain, which was heavy for her, and opened it. Inside, it was very dim because there were no lights, and the lighting depended entirely on the sunlight from outside. The space inside was very narrow, only 3 meters long, 1.5 meters wide, and only 2 meters high. It seemed too depressing for Chen Luo, a big man of 5 feet 8 inches. After the light from outside penetrated through the open door, the inside was suddenly visible. In the deepest part was a small bed, said bed, but it was actually made of discarded cardboard. On the cot lay a person whose body type was comparable to Zhu Wenwen's, and even her looks were as if carved out of the same mold as Zhu Wenwen's. It was just that because she had been bedridden for a long time, she was even thinner than Zhu Wenwen. If Zhu Wenwen was skin and bones, she was just bones. Sister, you're back. She tried to get up, but tried several times without success. Zhu Wenwen rushed forward to help her up. How are you doing, sister? Much better, it hurts, get used to it. Her sister barely managed to squeeze out a smile, and Zhu Wenwen looked at her with heartache in her eyes. She's your sister? Chen Luo stepped forward and interrupted the conversation between the two of them. Zhu Wenwen replied, yes, her name is Zhu Huihui, she's an identical twin with me, so we both look similar. Zhu Huihui curiously surveyed the 3 Chen Luo people. Sister, they are? They're the ones who can save you, and now they're going to pick you up and cure you. Really? The color bloomed in Zhu Huihui's eyes, making even the dim container seem to brighten up. Her character appeared much more lively than her older sister, Zhu Wenwen, and if she hadn't been sick, she would have been a youthful girl full of energy and vigor. Instead, it was her sister, matured a bit to match her petite size a bit. Thank you so much. Xu Huihui thanked Chen Luo sincerely. It's not too late to thank you when you're cured. Chen Luo walked over to the cot and reached out his hand to touch the girl's head, but then stopped. By the way, how old are you and your sister? We're both adults. Xu Huihui grabbed the answer. That's good, then I'm relieved. Reassured of what? It's nothing. Chen Luo prevaricated before rubbing the girl's head. The system's voice did ring in his head. Name, Xu Huihui. Identity, college girl, schoolgirl, patient. Favorability, 50. Reward for first acquaintance, a full set of medication for appendicitis surgery, acquired. First kiss reward, dessert shop x1. Complete strategy reward, gene evolution potion ×1. In addition to the drugs used for appendicitis surgery, genetically evolved potions also have therapeutic effects. It's fair to say that 2 of the 3 rewards are related to the cure. As for the sweet store, it should be her hobby. Chen Luo asked, Huihui, do you like dessert? Xu Huihui's eyes lit up and she nodded her head repeatedly. I like it, and I'll even make it myself. The puffs I make are delicious. Yeah, I'll try your puffs sometime. Aha. Xu Huihui nodded her head vigorously. Seeing her sister smile so happily, Zhu Wenwen's heart was also happy. She hadn't seen her sister smile for a long time, and whether Chen Luo was deceiving them or not, Zhu Wenwen thanked Chen Luo from the bottom of her heart. Right, there's you. Chen Luo remembered his main goal, so rubbed Zhu Wenwen's head. Unlike the enjoying Zhu Huihui, Zhu Wenwen looks uncomfortable with people touching her head. She forced herself to let Chen Luo touch her head. Apparently, Wenwen Zhu also meets the system's criteria. Chapter 126, Inferiority Complex of Zhu Wenwen. Name, Zhu Wenwen. Status, female university student, scholar. Favorability, 30, acquaintance. Reward for first acquaintance, nutritious meals for appendicitis patients, acquired. First kiss reward, top library plus collection. Complete strategy reward, gene evolution potion ×1. This was the main reason why Chen Luo saved Zhu Wenwen from the punks. Otherwise mere admiration was certainly not worth the effort of getting him to come to the rescue. The moment he saw Zhu Wenwen's appearance, Chen Luo was convinced that she definitely met the system's standards. It's just that he didn't expect Zhu Wenwen's sister and her to be twins, looking exactly the same. It's like buy one get one free. Looking at Zhu Wenwen's rewards, 2 of them are related to her sister. She's not a girly girl, is she? However, Chen Luo didn't see that Zhu Wenwen was even a scholar. Thinking about Zhu Wenwen's height of less than 1 meter 5, she couldn't even reach the blackboard and had to carry a stool to cushion her feet. And then wear a pair of black-rimmed glasses half the size of your face, and it's kind of funny how that image comes to mind. Chen Luo looked at Zhu Wenwen, who had an unnatural expression in front of him, and asked, since you've both reached adulthood, you should be attending university, right? Xu Huihui proudly raised her head. My sister is a school bully, the kind that skips grades. If it wasn't for the coming of the end times, she would have become a doctor. Wendy Chu modestly corrected, I'm just working on my doctorate, not a PhD yet. That's pretty impressive too. Chen Luo complimented her. Xu Wenwen lowered her head in embarrassment, thank you. Chen Luo looked at the time and estimated that his people were about to arrive. He notified Zhang Miao Miao on his way here and asked her to drive over to pick him up. Alright, we should get going. Xiaoyu, you give Zhu Huihui a hug. Zhu Wenwen looked at Cha Xiaoyu, who was just a head taller than herself. It was embarrassing for Zhu Wenwen to let her carry her sister. So Zhu Wenwen said, it's better if I do it, said Zhu Wenwen as she turned around and painstakingly tried to carry Zhu Huihui up. You'd better save your energy, before anyone else can carry it. You'll fall down yourself first. Chen Luo spoke without giving Zhu Wenwen the slightest bit of face. Zhu Wenwen stood in place with an awkward expression as Cha Xiaoyu came to the bedside. Xu Huihui looked at Che Xiaoyu and complimented her from the bottom of her heart, sister, you're so beautiful. However, Che Xiaoyu didn't react much to her compliments and instead directly picked up Xu Huihui in a princess hug. She didn't even have to bend over and exert force, it was like picking up a doll. Although Xu Huihui doesn't necessarily weigh much more than a doll is all. Zhu Wenwen is a bit introverted and doesn't like to cause trouble for others. If it wasn't about her sister, she would never beg in public. On this journey, she kept her eyes on Che Xiaoyu. She would take over as soon as the other person showed signs of being tired. But what Zhu Wenwen didn't expect was that Che Xiaoyu's expression never changed from the beginning to the end, and she didn't even sweat a bit. Xu Huihui also looked at Che Xiaoyu with a face of adoration. From this angle she could only see Che Xiaoyu's chin, but it was also why Che Xiaoyu's image appeared incredibly tall. She said enviously, sister, your hands are so steady, if only I had your strength. Xu Wenwen touched her forehead and comforted her, when you're cured, you'll be able to eat well, and your strength will become as great as this sister's. Really? If you don't believe me, you can ask this uncle. Xu Huihui looked at Chen Luo, uncle, can I become as strong as this sister? Chen Luo has never been a liar and says what he has to say. However, seeing Zhu Wenwen's begging eyes, Chen Luo still defied his heart for once in a rare moment and said, will do, and also, call me brother. Zhu Wenwen gave Chen Luo a grateful look. At the same time, Chen Luo's system voice rang in his head. Xu Wenwen's favoritism plus 10 to 40, friendly. I guess sometimes it pays to lie with a good intention. A jeep was parked on the road outside the marina. Zhang Miao Miao poked her head out of the car and waved at them. Boss, this way this way. Heavy trucks are too flashy, easy to attract the covetousness of others. Chen Luo of course will not let Zhang Miao Miao drive out. Just pick up people, this car is enough. After Chen Luo and the others got into the car, Zhang Miao Miao looked back at Zhu Wenwen and Zhu Huihui. Boss, they're the sisters you were talking about, why do they look the same? Twins? You. Hello. Zhu Wenwen said nervously. Don't be nervous, we'll be a family from now on. Zhang Miaomia stepped on the gas. Just starting she suddenly remembered something and turned her head to the co-pilot Chen Luo and asked, Boss, are the two of them adults? All grown up. Chen Luo rolled his eyes, or he didn't know what Zhang Miaomiao, this filthy girl, was thinking. I'm not worried about you committing a crime, that's what we're saying. Even though the law doesn't work anymore, we still have to have a conscience and morals. She chattered. Concentrate on driving your car, don't crash into the wall again. Chen Luo said without a trace of anger. Is it easy for this sister to drive and crash? Zhu Huihui asked innocently. Zhu Wenwen didn't say anything, just silently fastened her sister's seatbelt. This is slander. Pure and simple slander. Zhang Miaomia was so agitated that she almost stood up. That was the first time I drove a car after getting my license, okay? It was still a heavy truck with a huge difficulty, and just crashing into a wall was good enough. And my driving has gotten a lot better, alright. This was true, since the last time he hit the wall, Chen Luo had deliberately taught a few women to drive by hand, just to prevent this kind of thing from happening again if he was away and had to use the car. Among them, Zhang Miaomiao's progress is undoubtedly the most obvious. She herself has the foundation, and also like to drive, and soon the car skills are better than Blue. But that didn't affect Chen Luo's ability to make fun of her about it. In the midst of Zhang Miaomiao's one-sided bickering, the car arrived at Binhai University. Che Xiaoyu continued to pick up Zhu Huihui before following Chen Luo into the safe house, and Zhu Wenwen could only follow closely behind. Entering the safe house, Zhu Wenwen and Zhu Huihui looked around curiously. Zhu Huihui was looking and yelling, Sister, it's so big here. Wow, look, there's a pool. Wow, there's a game room. Unlike Zhu Huihui's excitement, Zhu Wenwen was a bit nervous. The more luxurious the place became, the more apprehensive she became. Because she felt inferior and felt unworthy of this place. Chen Luo noticed Zhu Wenwen's emotions out of the corner of his eye, and he gently elbowed Zhang Miaomiao. Zhang Miaomiao was also a human being and instantly understood Chen Luo's meaning. Walking up behind Zhu Wenwen, he took her by the shoulders. Wow, Wenwen sister, you're too skinny, that's not healthy. Sister Tang Xian knows that you guys are coming and has prepared a big table of delicious food. You guys should eat more later. Chapter 127, The Story of the Twins. Zhu Wenwen looked at Zhang Miaomiao in a moved manner. Thank you, Miaomiao. Sister. Zhu Huihui also said, Sister, Brother Chen Luo, Sister Miao Miao, they are too good. When I get better, we will repay them together. Zhu Wenwen smelled a lot better emotionally. She nodded vigorously, aha. Just as he entered the hall, Ning Xiao, who had been waiting for a long time, walked over in a white coat with a stethoscope. Zhu Huihui marveled again, wow, sister, you're also beautiful. Brother Chen Luo, is this the heavenly court for you? Why are there so many fairies? Ning Xiao guffawed, little sister, your mouth is quite sweet. Come, let me give you a physical examination. Che Xiaoyu placed Zhu Huihui on a chair, and Ning Xiao first touched her abdomen with her fingers. Does it hurt here? It doesn't hurt. What about here? Ouch. After asking a few times, Ning Xiao straightened up. Seeing this, Zhu Wenwen hurriedly asked, Doctor, how is my sister's condition? Is there still a chance to save her? It's not serious as far as palpation goes, but Chen Luo, you'll have to go to the hospital. I'm missing a couple of medications there. I'll go. Zhu Wenwen volunteered. However, Chen Luo pulled out a large pile of medicines. Are these enough? Ning Xiao was already used to Chen Luo pulling things out of his hand. After counting some she said, you have a full complement of medicines, and there is enough with these in. So when does the surgery start? Zhu Wenwen asked again. There's no rush, I'll have to do further diagnostics before I can do that. Don't worry, with Sister Ning Xiao here, your sister will definitely be fine. Zhu Wenwen looked at the reliable crowd and felt the weight on her soft shoulders lighten all of a sudden. It's such a great feeling to have someone to lean on. Unconsciously, Zhu Wenwen was already in hot tears. Sister, don't cry okay, seeing you cry makes me want to cry. Zhu Huihui also had a sore nose. Zhu Wenwen wiped away her tears with all her might. Okay, sister won't cry, none of us will. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit heavy, Chen Luo said, alright, since the surgery can't start right away, why don't we eat first to fill our stomachs? Chen Luo called out to Tang Xian, who saw Zhu Wenwen and Zhu Huihui, and her motherly nature was aroused again. She tenderly stroked the heads of the two and said heartily, what a handsome little girl, how did she lose weight like this, it's so pitiful. Come on, tell auntie what you like to eat and auntie will make it for you. Zhu Wenwen and Zhu Huihui looked at each other, and Zhu Huihui said, thank you sister, we are not picky eaters, we can eat anything. Appendicitis patients' diets should be light, easily digestible, and high in protein, such as meat, eggs, and milk, as well as fish. Ning Xiao delivers professional advice. including Zhu 11 as well. You should eat something light even after starving for a long time, otherwise it's not good for your intestines. Just in time, I got a few fish back. Tang Xin, you watch and do it, said Chen Luo, handing over the sea fish to Tang Xin. Okay, I'm on it. Tang Xin carried the fish into the cafeteria. An hour later, the crowd gathered. Du Jie, Shilua, and Zhang Miaomiao are considered the same age as sisters Zhu 11 and Zhu Huihui. It was a quick chat. From their chats, Chen Luo also knew where they came from. The two of them were originally attending school in another city when the apocalypse broke out and their former teachers and classmates were infected with zombies. The two of them escaped with their lives and have survived by hiding until now. Just often have the upper meal without the lower meal. Irregular diet led to Zhu Huihui got appendicitis. The pain is excruciating. While out looking for painkillers, Zhu 11 accidentally learns that Marina City is relatively safe and may have hospitals that are still functioning. So she took her sister and followed the fleeing crowds here and stayed at the Marina Pier. The more emotional Silhouette had already reddened her eyes when she heard this. You must have suffered a lot? A young girl with a sick sister traveling through a city in a world of crisis, the hardships can be imagined. Zhu Huihui nodded her head vigorously. Yes, my sister is really amazing. It was in the midst of this idle chatter that Tang Xin shouted, come and give a few people a hand with the dishes. Coming. Zhu 11 also volunteered to help, but was stopped by Du Jie. Let us do it today. You'll have plenty of job opportunities in the future, and the expert big brother will surely exploit you ruthlessly. Chen Luo glared at her when he heard this. What? You want to sweep the floor for another week? Slightly. Du Jie spat out her tongue and made a ghostly eye, then ran all the way away. Within moments, each man walked back with a plate in his hand. On the plate was a delicacy that smelled of fragrant heat. The two sisters, Zhu 11, who had been hungry for an unknown period of time, had their stomachs growling. It had been a long time since they had eaten hot food, let alone meat and vegetables. After the food was placed on the table, Chen Luo said, let's eat, and the crowd couldn't wait to move their chopsticks. Everyone ate very well. Zhu 11 had tried very hard to control her eating, but it was hard for her not to wolf down her food in this situation. Zhu Huihui even ate a lot of down with abdominal pain. But the consequence was that after the meal Zhu Huihui was lying on the dining table with difficulty. Seeing this, Chen Luo said to Zero, you help her relieve herself. Zero had never eaten or looked at human food before, but after she ate it once about half a month ago, she hasn't missed a meal since, and she still had the biggest appetite. Half of the table went into her stomach. On the other hand, her stomach is still flat, so I really don't know where the food she ate went. The meal was no exception, and Zero slumped in his chair without any queenly image. Hearing Chen Luo's words, she was lazy and didn't want to move. Chen Luo had to threaten, if you don't do it, there won't be any dinner for you in the future. Zero moved immediately upon hearing that. Place your hand on Zhu Huihui's stomach. Zhu Huihui at first endured the pain and looked at her in puzzlement. Soon, though, a green light emanated from Zero's hand that was pressed against her belly. Zhu Huihui's sharp pain in her belly was immediately relieved. Her twisted together features also stretched out in a comfortable expression. But soon Zero withdrew his hand. Chen Luo was only asking her to help Zhu Huihui alleviate it, to that extent it was almost enough. Continuing the treatment would also drain the energy she had managed to build up. Zhu 11 looked at Zero and was momentarily amazed. What the hell is this? Why are her hands glowing green? That's not scientific. Chapter 128, There are still experts? Seeing Zhu 11's expression as if she had seen a ghost, Shilua guessed what the other party was thinking. However, because Chen Luo had seriously told a few of them before that they absolutely could not tell the origin of Zero without his consent, or else they would invite trouble. Therefore, Shilua could only explain in this hard-headed manner, this is Sister Zero, she has superpowers. Superpower? Zhu 11 clearly didn't believe that explanation. On the contrary, Zhu Huihui accepted this setting very easily, raising her hand and shouting, I know, I've read it in novels, it's called psychic ability. That's right, it's psychic powers. Silhouette hurriedly admitted along with her words. Zhu 11 frowned, Huihui, didn't I tell you to read less nutrient-less internet novels? Novels are not nutrient-poor, Zhu Huihui countered uncharacteristically when talking about novels. Besides, people are already tired of living, so what's wrong with reading novels to relax? Du Jie expressed her strong agreement. That's right, one still needs to combine labor and rest. Is there a place for you to talk? Others are combining labor and leisure, you are combining leisure and leisure. Tang Xin, the mom, didn't give Du Jie any face at all. Ouch mom, why do you keep tearing me down? Du Jie protested, but was directly ignored by Tang Xin. Zhu 11 still cares about the superpowers, I still don't think it's scientific. So what? When it comes to science, zombies are the least scientific, right? When it comes to science, there is no one who can speak more than Zhuang Ningming. She spoke eloquently. This kind of creature, zombies, does not conform to the law of conservation of energy at all, and only eats raw meat, and it is reasonable to say that after there is no meat to eat, they should stop their activities and go into hibernation, but they don't. Is it possible that zombies are capable of photosynthesizing like plants? Zhu 11 asked. Impossible, I've dissected not 100 but 70 or 80 zombies and haven't found them to possess the cellular functions of a plant. I mean, could it be that there is a free energy between heaven and earth, a substance that can't be detected with our current level of human technology, but can energize zombie activity? This whimsical idea of Zhu Wenwen's coincided with Zhuang Ningming's research results. Zhuang Ningming looked at her in surprise and said, "It's hard to tell that you're quite knowledgeable." "It's okay, I just read a lot," Zhu Wenwen said modestly. "One of them is a professional researcher, and the other is a doctoral student, so they are quite friendly after a few conversations." Zhuang Ningming also offered to take Zhu Wenwen to the lab to show her her latest scientific achievements. Zhu Wenwen agreed and then looked at Zero, who couldn't care less about what they were chatting about, as if it wasn't her who was talking about it, but someone else. Seeing this, Shilua said, "Actually, we have more than just Sister Zero here with psychic abilities. You too, Sister Silas?" Shu Huihui's eyes brightened as she looked at her expectantly. This, I'm not Law. Shilua was a bit embarrassed and hurriedly pulled over Che Xiaoyu, pointing at her, "But your sister Xiaoyu is, she's very strong. And Sister Whispering Orchid, she's a fast runner." Zhu Wenwen and Zhu Huihui, two same faces equally confused. Sheila had to say to Che Xiaoyu and Su Yuelan, "Help." But neither Che Xiaoyu nor Su Yuelan were impressed. Seeing that she couldn't command the two of them, Sheila could only hug Chen Luo's arm and pleaded, "Boss, you let Xiaoyu show them off. You don't want me to lose face with my new sisters, do you?" Chen Luo glanced at her lightly. Shilua had no choice but to bite his teeth and came to Chen Luo's ear, whispering something. "As long as you get them both to help, tonight." Chen Luo's eyes lit up after hearing Shilua's conditions. Deal. Du Zhejiao was really curious when she saw Shilua's expression of giving a great deal and couldn't help but pull over Shilua and ask, "Shilua, what kind of PY deal did you make with the expert?" Shilua followed suit and slanted her a glance with the same expression Chen Luo had just given her. "What's it to you? You fledgling. You." Du Zhejiao was on fire and unable to vent. After getting Chen Luo's consent, Che Xiaoyu and Su Yulan displayed them one by one. First up was Che Xiaoyu, who was seen lifting the dining table with ease. The dining table is not one of those small tables, but a swivel table similar to the kind you'd find in a hotel. This table alone is almost nearly 500 pounds. Che Xiaoyu was able to lift the dining table effortlessly, a strength that no ordinary person could possess. Then it was Su Yulan, only to see her transform into a residual shadow, circling around the sofa an unknown number of times. Due to its speed, the gust of wind had brought up Blue Zhu Wenwen's bangs up. Seeing this scene with her own eyes, it was no wonder that Zhu Wenwen didn't believe it. Zhu Huihui was even more excited and clapped her palms red, saying, "Wow, Hulk and Quicksilver, Brother Chen Luo, is this the headquarters of the reunion? Now you believe it, don't you?" Silhouette felt a raised eyebrow. "Believe it." The two sisters returned in unison. Just then, a figure barged into the cafeteria, and the crowd didn't even react before she rushed to the table. "There are still experts?" Zhu Huihui's eyes widened. When the person stopped, she and Zhu Wenwen got a good look at her. All that was visible was a pair of fluffy cat ears on the visitor's head and a cat tail moving behind him. "This is Catwoman? The Justice League is here too?" Zhu Huihui had watched a lot of movies and immediately exclaimed. The one who came was none other than Xu Yao. Since her favorability came to friendly and she no longer showed aggression, Chen Luo released her from the dungeon. But because she was as fast and silent as a cat, and could fly through walls, she often hid in some dark corner. Even Chen Luo couldn't find her without adjusting the surveillance. Only when she's hungry does she show up of her own accord. After a long time, Chen Luo also went along with her. Seeing that she appeared and had been staring at the plates of fish on the table, Chen Luo understood what she had come for. If it was before, Xu Yao would have grabbed the fish and eaten it. However, after Chen Luo's conditioning, she was now very well behaved. She also had to go through Chen Luo's permission before touching the food. Chen Luo asked, "You want to eat fish?" Xu Yao nodded her head vigorously. "Eat?" Xu Yao sat on her but in Chen Luo's arms, then picked up the fish with her hands and swallowed it in a few mouthfuls, then rubbed herself in Chen Luo's arms with a satisfied face. Chen Luo revealed a helpless expression when he saw this. Xu Yao's cat nature was definitely greater than her humanity now, and thus had no human concept of shame. Often made moves that made Chen Luo cry and laugh. As it was, she was arching around restlessly like a cat in heat, especially as this move became more frequent as she rose in favor. Chapter 129, Can You Eat? Chen Luo was rubbed by Xu Yao somewhat unbearable. In front of so many people, in case he made a fool of himself, where would his face go? So he had to say to Xu Yao, alright, you go play. But Xu Yao had to let Chen Luo touch her before she would leave. So Chen Luo rubbed her head in cat ears. Xu Yao's favoritism plus 10. Her favorability panel also changed. Name, Xu Yao. Status, inhuman. Favorability, 80, loyalty. Reward for first acquaintance, exotic fruit times 100, obtained. First kiss reward, isofruit seedling times 1, not obtained. Reward for complete strategy, 100 liters of exotic fruit spirit spring, not obtained. With this good sense of Xu Yao, Chen Luo could get her first kiss reward anytime he wanted. Chen Luo was also a kiwi fruit seedling, so he lowered his head and held Chu Yao's lips. He had only wanted to kiss both, but as a result, Chu Yao clasped Chen Luo's neck with both hands, not allowing him to separate, and responded warmly. The eyes of the people in the room were straight. Although most of them had broken through that relationship with Chen Luo, the rest of them also had a crush on Chen Luo, the kind that could be plucked at any time. But it was the first time I made out in front of so many people. After Zhu Wenwen came back to her senses, she hurriedly covered her eyes with her hands, unable to bear looking at them. He also didn't forget to use his other hand to cover Zhu Huihui's eyes, but Zhu Huihui's head was lowered and she continued to watch with great interest. The two kissed for almost 5 minutes before they parted. Chu Yao's eyes were almost hooked as she looked at Chen Luo, while her tail was wrapped around Chen Luo's leg. Obviously moved on. However, when Chen Luo looked up, he saw so many pairs of eyes staring at his house. Even if he was thick-skinned enough, he couldn't help but blush with old age. I couldn't help but get annoyed and say, "Don't you all have your own things to do?" All disperse. The crowd dispersed with this playful banter, still glancing back every now and then with a snicker. And you, too. Chu Yao pouted reluctantly, but had to get down from Chen Luo's arms. Chen Luo waited for them all to leave and said to Zero, "You come with me." But Zero protected his hands in front of his body, his eyes full of vigilance. "Human, even if you don't even let the cat go, now you want to make a move on the queen? What's with that?" Chen Luo didn't react at first and was filled with doubt. "I can warn you, this queen is not something you mortals can covet. Even thinking about it in your head is blasphemy to the queen, absolutely not." Zero crossed his arms into 10, making the emoji doublet pose. Chen Luo almost rolled his eyes, and said in a good-natured manner, "Save your breath, who would think of a little beansprout like you? Who are you calling a little beansprout?" Zero was instantly anxious, and in order to prove his strength, he held up his thunder with his hand. A flash of surprise flashed in Chen Luo's eyes when he saw it. Not to mention, Zero's body was more substantial than he had imagined. Especially since she's still petite, it looks like her proportions are even better. But of course Chen Luo wouldn't let Zero be pleased with herself, or else with her character, she didn't know how pleased she would be. He said, "Che, it's mediocre." "Mediocre? Human, you are insulting this queen." Zero was so angry that he wanted to teach Chen Luo a lesson. However, just as 2 vines grew out of her hands, she saw that Chen Luo's hands similarly had an additional plant. Zero was first stunned, thinking that Chen Luo also possessed the ability to summon plants. She then reacted, that was Chen Luo taking a seedling out. That fruit seedling hatchling emitted a special aura, which was definitely undetectable if it was an ordinary person, but Zero, who considered herself the queen of vines and had herself grown from a mutated plant, was naturally able to sense it. Zero looked straight at the fruit seedling with both eyes, then jerked his head up and said to Chen Luo, "Human, where did you get this plant from, and why does it give off the aura of being of the same race as me? This fruit sapling is called a heterocarp fruit sapling. As to where I obtained it, you don't need to care. I called out to you just to let you plant it." Hearing this, Zero patted his bulging little chest and stated, "Leave it to me. I'll definitely cultivate it into a heavenly tree." Zero didn't even call herself a queen anymore, so it was clear that she was attached to the fruit sapling. Previously she had felt like a unique being, a feeling that, while great, could be lonely at times. The loneliness was especially strong when she was in the institute, surrounded only by unhinged plants, and through the glass windows were the researchers who experimented on her. After coming to the safe house, this feeling faded a lot, but it still existed. After all, Chen Luo and the others were not her kind after all. That's why she reacted so much after seeing the exotic fruit sapling. Chen Luo handed the fruit seedlings to Zero, who took them carefully before turning towards the farm, eager to plant them. On the other side, Du Jiejie was still holding a grudge against Shilua's words after she left from the cafeteria. "Humph, damn silhouette, thanks to the fact that I treat you as my best bestie and talk to you about everything, you actually mock me for being a fledgling, damn it." Du Jiejie clenched her fists and swung them a little harder to show her anger. When she thought of the image of Chen Luo and Chu Yao kissing again, Du Jiejie's heart became even more indignant. Why is it that every one of you who came later is progressing faster than me? At this rate, won't she be the only girl left? No, sisters can't be relied on. Relying on them, when will I become an expert big brother's woman? I have to find a way to do it myself. People must rely on themselves. Du Jiejie's eyes dripped with calculation. She arrived at Ning Xiao's medical room, and inside, besides Ning Xiao, the twins Zhu Wenwen and Zhu Huihui were also there. Ning Xiao was giving Zhu Huihui a more detailed examination at this time, and only hurriedly looked up before lowering her head. "Jia, what are you doing here with me?" I came to see if you needed my help here." "Come on Les, even if you're not lazy, you're still helping?" Ning Xiao said without lifting her head, "It's good that you don't give me trouble." Du Jiejie laughed awkwardly twice and added, "Well, actually, it was my mom who asked me to come to you. She wanted me to ask you if you have any medicine here that can grow that area of arousal." "In what way?" "Gee, it's just the male and female side of things." "I see, it's you who wants it, isn't it?" Ning Xiao directly broke down Du Jiejie's lie. "How did you know?" Du Jia blurted out. "Ha!" Ning Xiao let out a merciless taunt. If Du Jia didn't understand Chen Luo's ability in that area, could she, Ning Xiao, not understand it? With that animal Chen Luo, and with the medicine, can Sister Tang Xin take it? Chapter 130 Luo Wei's Revenge. Du Jia was a bit embarrassed, so she said bluntly to Ning Xiao, just say give or take? If I give it, I won't even be a sister to your mom in the future, so you might as well just die. Ning Xiao stopped ignoring Du Jia after saying this and concentrated on giving Zhu Huihui a medical treatment. Du Jia stomped her foot in annoyance and turned to leave the medical room. As she walked away her mouth perked up. I just don't believe it, no one can help me. I can help you. A voice came from around the corner and Du Jia jerked her head back. Who's eavesdropping on me? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to eavesdrop. Rowdy stepped out of the shadows, I just happened to overhear it when I was passing by. Rowdy was dressed in a black and white maid's outfit, and on her head was a white headdress that held her big brown waves up. The low neckline in front of her chest revealed a deep gully, and the lower half of her short skirt was hardened into a miniskirt by Luo Wei's orthopedically slender legs of inverse proportions. It made the cute style-made outfit feel like an erotic uniform worn by her. The bow at the waist and the irregular ruffles at the hem of the skirt add another sense of playfulness and flirtation. At this time, Luo Wei completely failed to see the deadly and dangerous feeling of being a female assassin in the past. Instead, she was more like the image of a battle made in some second game. However, when Du Jia saw her, she revealed a wary look. Chen Luo had explained to her and a few other girls that Luo Wei could not be fully trusted at the moment. She's been so brainwashed by the company that it's going to take some fits and starts to completely change her mindset. Therefore, when Du Jia saw that she took the initiative to talk to her, she expected that the other party must not have any good ideas. So Du Jia dropped a sentence, none of your business, and was about to leave. Wait, Luo Wei shouted at her back, but not only did Du Jia not stop, her footsteps sped up a few points. Luo Wei had to quickly say, aren't you looking for that medicine? I know where to find it. At these words, Du Jia really stopped. She turned her head and said half-heartedly, don't try to trick me, I'm not going to fall for that. When Luo Wei saw Du Jia stop, she knew that she was moved, and while stealing joy in her heart, she struck the iron while it was hot and said, have you forgotten my previous identity? I'm a female assassin and a female operative, and for us, color seduction is also one of the mandatory courses. Du Jia gave her a meaningful look. That means you. Unfortunately, I killed my colorful target in the first class, so I'm getting a 0 for this class. Rowdy shrugged indifferently. Du Jia still couldn't trust her. Then why are you helping me? Ro didn't hide it and confessed, I just wanted to get back at that asshole. I won't let you have your way. Du Jia coldly snorted. That's up to you, I'm indifferent, I'm not the one in a hurry anyway. Du Jia was caught in the middle of a tangle. On the one hand, her relationship with Chen Luo had been stagnant, never able to go further. On the other hand, she didn't want to do what Rowdy wanted and let her revenge succeed. However, after hesitating for half a day, it was still the desire for Chen Luo that overrode everything. She thought to herself that her mom would at most be upset with her for a period of time, and couldn't really sever the mother-daughter relationship with her, and the expert big brother had even less to lose. So after weighing her options, Du Jia raised her head and said to Luo Wei, your medicine won't do any harm to the human body, right? Of course not, that's our company's #1 selling product. If it was harmful to the human body, we would have been sued for bankruptcy long ago. Du Jia finally believed her and asked, where is the medicine you said? It's in my backpack, it was put in the warehouse by Chen Luo that I don't have the authority to enter. Luo Wei gritted her teeth and said, I have access, I'll get it, just tell me what the bottle looks like. I've got a little too much stuff in my backpack, why don't you give me the backpack strap and I'll bring it to you. Du Jia narrowed her eyes, together she was laying a trap for herself here. Of course Du Jia wouldn't fall for it and said, no need, I still have long eyes, why don't you just tell me directly what the bottle looks like. Ro was a little sorry, but she hadn't had much hope in the first place. She returned, that bottle says, on it. After learning what the bottle looked like from Luo Wei, Du Jia couldn't wait to leave. Still, Lo cut her off and added, one more thing, don't ever give me up. Don't worry, Du Jia said casually and left in a flurry of wind. Luo Wei looked at her back, the corners of her mouth raised in a subtle arc. When she thought of the image of Tang Xian making a big fuss over Du Jia's matter in the safe house and causing a ruckus, and Chen Luo fretting over the Shura, she was secretly pleased. Du Jia gently touched the door of the warehouse, looked around like a thief, and then pressed the fingerprints to drill in. Amidst the flurry of clutter, she found Ro's backpack. After a rummage inside, he found the pill bottle that Rowdy had mentioned. It's just that the instructions are all in English, and with a rebellious girl like Du Jia who burns books and creates paper like a culture, she can't read them at all. She poured out one pill from the bottle, then decided it wasn't safe and poured out 2 more. Armed with 3 pills, she left the warehouse and went to the kitchen to pour a glass of water and put the pills in it. After waiting for the pills to dissolve, Du Jia found Chen Luo with a glass of water. Big brother master, drink water. Chen Luo didn't have a bit of defense against her and picked up the glass of water and drank it. Well, any reaction? She looked at Chen Luo with an expectant face. What reaction? Chen Luo asked suspiciously. Du Jia let her mouth slip and hurriedly looked for a remedy. Nothing, just wanted to ask you if the water was good. Why are you so weird? You didn't drug the water, did you? Ha ha ha, how come? Du Jia was already sweating profusely. She was afraid that if she stayed any longer, sooner or later Chen Luo would find out what was going on, so she made an excuse and left the door. Then crouch in the doorway and wait for the drug to kick in. After another moment, a footstep sounded in the distance. Du Jia hurriedly stood up and looked toward the visitor. She was relieved to see that the person who came was not her mom, but Zhuang Ningmeng. Zhuang Ningmeng also saw Du Jia and asked, Jia, what are you doing squatting at the door? Nothing, you're not doing anything? My research on the virus vaccine has hit a bottleneck. I came to ask Chen Luo when his formula can be given to me. After saying that Zhuang Ningmeng was ready to go in, Du Jia hurriedly opened her hands to stop in front of the door. You can't go in there. Chapter 131. Why? Zhuang Ningmeng asked in disbelief. Because. Du Jia racked her brain and couldn't come up with a reasonable reason. Zhuang Ningmeng only thought that Du Jia was playing a prank and said, well, I don't have time to play with you, I still have business to do. With that she pushed Du Jia away and walked in. Du Jia still wanted to follow her in, but Zhuang Ningmeng was worried that she would come in and cause trouble, so she closed the door with her backhand. Looking at the closed door of the room in front of her, Du Jia was anxious. One could only silently pray in his heart that Zhuang Ningmeng wouldn't stay too long and would come out soon. In the room, Zhuang Ningmeng asked Chen Luo in an inquisitorial-like attitude, Chen Luo, can you give me the vaccine formula you mentioned now? Chen Luo raised his eyebrows. What do you want the formula for? So Zhuang Ningmeng told Chen Luo about her research being in a bottleneck. Then spreading out a hand, it was placed less than 10 centimeters in front of Chen Luo's eyes. Chen Luo helplessly glanced at her hand, and her favorability panel floated before his eyes. Name, Chongji Meng. Status, researcher. Favorability, 59, friendly. Reward for first acquaintance, laboratory, acquired. Reward for first kiss, zombie virus vaccine formula, not obtained. Complete strategy reward, gene evolution potion formula, not obtained. Her favorability was still at the friendly stage, indicating that she hadn't liked Chen Luo yet. At this time, if he told Zhuang Ningmeng that he could obtain the virus vaccine formula as long as the two of them kissed, she would probably think that he was being a hooligan and trying to take advantage of her. So Chen Luo was just about to dismiss the idea, but soon, his attention was attracted by Zhuang Ningmeng's crystal red lips. For some reason, he developed a strong urge. Zhuang Ningmeng saw that Chen Luo didn't say anything for half a day and thought that he was weak-minded. So the hand waved under Chen Luo's eyes, and Chen Luo returned to his senses and moved his eyes away from Zhuang Ningmeng's lips. Zhuang Ningmeng was heard to say, I knew that you lied to me about the vaccine formula and the gene evolution potion formula in the first place, but seeing as you gave me a vaccine sample, I'll forgive you. As things stood, Zhuang Ningmeng was still thinking about Chen Luo, worrying that he would be too uncomfortable because of her words, completely not realizing that Chen Luo's state was a bit off. After Chen Luo's gaze moved away from Zhuang Ningmeng's face, he was again attracted by her attire. At this time, Zhuang Ningmeng was still wearing a white lab coat jacket on the outside, and inside was a gray turtleneck sweater, which was topped off by her proud peaks. All the way down was a short black wraparound skirt with exaggerated curves that made you worry that the skirt would fall apart. Further down was a black silk, and unlike Rowdy's gartered black silk, she wore knit-style stockings. The texture is thicker and is mainly worn for warmth in fall and winter. However, since Zhuang Ningmeng's legs were plump and extremely fleshy, it also allowed her to wear it with a sense of style. The more Chen Luo looked at it, the more difficult it was to extricate himself, and the nameless fire in his belly burned more and more vigorously. Why don't you say anything? Zhuang Ningmeng asked worriedly, you're not blaming yourself, are you? Alright, I've said I don't blame you. She leaned down as she spoke, concern in her eyes. However, Chen Luo's gaze was drawn to the towering less than a hand's distance in front of him. Zhuang Ningmeng lowered her head as an afterthought and followed his line of sight. After reacting to what Chen Luo was looking at, her goose-egg face was instantly colored red. She spat, rascal. Shy and angry, Zhuang Ningmeng turned around, twisting her waist and crotch in an attempt to leave. However, a sound of breaking wind came from behind her, and then Zhuang Ningmeng felt her body lose balance and let out a scream. Du Jia, who had been eavesdropping outside, heard the commotion and hurriedly knocked on the door desperately, shouting, Open the door! Open the door! But no one replied to her at all. Chen Luo was now completely losing his mind, while Zhuang Ningmeng was shocked by his reddened eyes. Chen Luo. Are you alright? Do you need me to ask Ming Xiao to give you? Zhuang Ningmeng's later words were blocked. An hour later, Chen Luo, whose eyes gradually regained their clarity, cursed damn. After seeing Zhuang Ningmeng, who was unable to be conquered underneath him and fell into a deep sleep. Hurriedly, he opened the system to check up on the favorability. After realizing that Zhuang Ningmeng's favorability not only didn't drop, but instead rose a little, breaking through to 60, he breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily she didn't hold it against herself. Hearing the door still knocking, Chen Luo casually wrapped a bath towel around his hand and prepared to open the door. Outside the house, Du Jia called out to Luo Wei and said to her, "Didn't you say that your medicine is harmless?" "It's harmless. The people in there have been yelling for almost an hour now, and they're still yelling." Rose sniffed and pressed her ear to the door, and sure enough, she heard a faint moan coming from inside. She straightened up with a strange expression and said to Du Jia, "It's fine, it's all a normal reaction." As soon as the words left her mouth, Luo Wei suddenly remembered that Du Jia said that an hour had passed, and she hurriedly asked, "What amount of medicine did you feed?" Du Jia silently raised 3 fingers. 3 pieces? Rowdy almost broke her voice. "You know it's a powerful drug, just 1 tablet can give a 70-year-old man a second lease on life. Not to mention 3 pieces that could directly cause the old man to burst into flames. There's not going to be a death in there, is there?" Luo Wei is not worried about Chen Luo. He is a man and his prime blood vessels must be better than the old man elasticity, not so easy to rupture. She was worried about Zhuang Ningming, her ex-colleague. Although Zhuang Ningming's body is also a practical tool, but after all, it is a newbie, cannot withstand the violent driving of old drivers. In case it was scrapped, Chen Luo would be absolutely furious to the point of murder afterwards. Luo Wei only wanted to teach him a lesson, she didn't want to make a scene. So she knocked frantically on the door with Du Jia. Suddenly, the screaming inside came to a screeching halt. Just when Luo Wei was worried, the door of the room was opened from inside. Chen Luo walked out with his lean upper body bare. "Big brother expert, you." Du Jia wanted to say something. Chen Luo saw Du Jia and Luo Wei and instantly understood everything. "You two drugged me? It's nothing to do with me, she's the one who asked me for it." Luo Wei hurriedly shrugged it off. Du Jia didn't dare to meet Chen Luo's eyes and could only change the topic. "Sister Zhuang Ningming, is she alright?" If he hadn't recovered his senses in time, Zhuang Ningmeng wouldn't have been able to get out of bed for at least half a month. As a result, it's hard to not be on top of it yourself. "She's fine, I'm not." "What is it?" Du Jia asked in a hurry. "I'm on fire right now, so what do you guys say?" Du Jia clenched her teeth. Originally she was very hopeful of having a relationship with Chen Luo, but after listening to the screams at the door for an hour, she no longer had any desire for male-female affairs, but instead was terrified. But this matter was originally caused by her, so naturally she should be the one to solve it. Thinking of this, Du Jia took the blame and volunteered, "I'll help you." Chapter 132, Embarrassing Ex-Colleagues. Although Du Jia took the initiative to ask for a pardon, Chen Luo simply ignored her. Instead, he tugged on Luo's arm. Luo Wei's one eye looked at Chen Luo in panic. "What do you want?" "Think." Chen Luo smiled evilly. Luo Wei's scalp felt numb when she saw Chen Luo's evil smile. She hurriedly turned around to escape. However, she was firmly grabbed by Chen Luo and could not get away. She had no choice but to yell at Du Jia. "Don't look, light, help me." However, Du Jia had just made such a mess and didn't dare to stop Chen Luo at this time. At Luo Wei's gaze of help, Du Jia lowered her head and silently looked at her toes. Luo Wei was almost spitting blood, usually so bold. How come he has become a shrunken head turtle now? Chen Luo didn't give Luo Wei a chance to continue struggling, and with a force in his hand, he pulled Luo Wei into the room with a drag, and his voice could be heard before he closed the door. "Originally I didn't intend to make a move on you so soon, but since you sent yourself to the door, don't blame me for not being polite, and remember, this is all your own doing." The door to the room closed, and only then did Du Jia come to life as if her soul had returned to her body. "Hurry to the door and listen with your ear to the side." Curses from Raoul were faintly heard from inside. "Asshole! How dare you! I'm the company's female assassin. If you dare to touch me, I'll make you suffer." "Stop! Don't take my clothes off." "What? You're going to come with your clothes on? You pervert, get out of my way." "Yeah, I will. I won't be able to spare you. Please, leave me alone. I can't, there's a dead girl out there, go find her." "Lord, Master, I know I'm wrong." "Aha." Du Jia felt a pang of humiliation by the Minotaur as she listened for some reason. Obviously she made the plan and she gave the drugs. Why was it someone else who came into the house instead? It felt like it was so hard to ask the goddess out, got her all drunk and sent her to the hotel, only to recognize the wrong room and send her to someone else's bed. As a result, he himself was accidentally shut out and had to listen to his goddess playing poker with another man. All one can do is tear up at the door and regret it. After a good fight, Chen Luo walked out of the room covered in comfort. Of the battle just now he lamented, "Ocean Horse deserves to be called Ocean Horse, this fighting power is just strong." But in the end, it was the more physically fit and experienced Chen Luo who won the battle. Chen Luo thought as he walked out, only to kick something. He looked down and saw Du Jia sitting on his right-hand side against the wall, seemingly asleep. Chen Luo looked closer and realized that her face was still streaked with tears. It seems like she has gone through a deep introspection. Chen Luo had wanted to teach Du Jia a good lesson. After all, she had really gone too far this time. But seeing Du Jia like this, he was a little soft again. He was struggling with whether or not to wake up Du Jia, when Du Jia suddenly woke up with a jolt. The eyes that opened were filled with blood, and it looked like they had just cried. Seeing Chen Luo, she hurriedly stood up. "Master brother, Chen Luo interrupted her. Alright, seeing as you've changed your ways and cried so much, I won't clean you up. A change of heart? Me? Du Jieje was a bit confused. She was crying, but not in repentance. She was crying because she had personally sent her male god to another woman's bed. Chen Luo continued, and the person you should apologize to isn't me, but Zhuang Ningmeng. As for Luo Wei, she was also responsible for this incident, so she didn't need to apologize. Although Du Jieje was naughty and rebellious and playful, she always had a bottom line. Although she couldn't wait to be with her expert big brother, she couldn't push others by herself and think that Zhuang Ningmeng was the same, could she? So apologizing is a must. Du Jieje didn't look for any reason or excuse and nodded her head in agreement. She's already awake, she's in there, go in, I'll get some water and 2 sets of clothes on the way. Seeing Chen Luo leave, Du Jieje swallowed her saliva and cheered herself up, then turned and firmly entered the room. In the room, Zhuang Ningmeng and Luo Wei had indeed woken up. They had their backs to each other, separated by a long distance. They used to be ex-colleagues before they turned against each other because of Zhuang Ningmeng's betrayal of the company, and now it's run into the same bed by mistake. It's no wonder the two are so awkward and unnatural. Du Jieje first walked towards Luo Wei, who was closer to her. However, the other party was still grumpy about Du Jieje's bunching up just now. Not taking any notice of Du Jieje at all, and not giving her a chance to open her mouth, he turned his head away, only leaving Du Jieje with a perfect side face. Luo Wei's eye patch had also fallen off during the battle just now, and this was the first time Du Jieje had seen her other eye. The pupils were gray and lifeless, giving off a feeling of death. But it doesn't detract from her beauty, but adds a unique charm. Seeing that she wasn't willing to talk to her, Du Jieje had no choice but to head towards Zhuang Ningmeng, who was further inside the room. She looked at Zhuang Ningmeng and wanted to speak. Sister Ningmeng, Zhuang Ningmeng's mood was also very complicated. Though from the first day she arrived at the safe house, she had guessed this day would come. In her imagination, though, the two should have had a slow, secret love affair and then fallen in love. After an ambiguous candlelit dinner, the relationship comes to a head. Everything should be progressive in that order, which is what Zhuang Ningmeng, the polytechnic woman, insists on. The reason why her favorability towards Chen Luo had been stuck at 59 was because she wasn't ready for a relationship. As it turned out, Du Jieje broke all her plans and made this skip right to the middle step. It's like drug development that skips clinical trials and goes straight to market. This is a major medical emergency. Fortunately, afterward, Chen Luo handed over the zombie virus vaccine formula that he had just obtained to Zhuang Ningmeng in order to appease her. She really did care more about medical research than she did about individuals, diluting her other emotions. So although Zhuang Ningmeng hated Du Jieje, she actually didn't hate her that much. However, Zhuang Ningmeng and Chen Luo thought the same thing. Du Jieje should always be given a deep lesson. People can't learn by teaching, but things can be taught once. So she stayed cold and silent. It was only when Du Jieje's psychological pressure was about to reach its peak and she was almost on the verge of crying out that Zhuang Ningmeng finally spoke up. She started with a long sigh and then said, Chapter 133, Luo Wei's Changes. Zhuang Ningmeng said to Du Jieje, I know you like Chen Luo, but no matter what, you can't drug it, right? Can love obtained by means last? Yes. Du Jieje accepted with a false sense of humor. Tell you what, it's fine if you want to gain my forgiveness, I'll be busy with my next research and you'll be my assistant. Although Zhuang Ningmeng had lost her chastity, she had also gotten the vaccine formula that Chen Luo had promised. The elation of obtaining the formula overpowered all emotions, and Zhuang Ningmeng had no time to think about anything else. She can't wait to get stuck into researching a vaccine for the virus. Me? Du Jieje pointed at herself in dismay, but my literacy level can't even read the instructions, so I'm afraid I can't help you much. Can I not know your situation? I just want you to help me with the chores of getting food, pouring water, clearing the lab tables and whatnot. No problem then, just leave it to me. Du Jieje beat her chest to a poof. Seeing that the two men had reached an agreement, Ro couldn't sit still. Wait, what about me? I've lost so much too, it's like a blood loss alright. Du Jieje subconsciously glanced towards the bedsheets. Zhuang Ningmeng and Luo Wei noticed her eyes at the same time, and the expressions on their faces were both a little unnatural. Luo Wei coughed and drew Du Jieje's gaze to herself before continuing, as my compensation, I demand that you take my backpack out of storage and give it to me. That. Big brother Gao said that you deserved it and that you don't need to be compensated. What? Rowdy jumped out of bed in a flash. That ing asshole, I'm going to kick his ass so hard with my foot. With that Ro walked out the door. Zhuang Ningmeng also tried to get up, but the result was that her legs went weak and she almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Du Jieje was quick to help her up. Zhuang Ningmeng, who was being supported by Du Jieje, wondered, why is her action not affected at all? Is it because her physical quality is stronger than mine? Or is there another reason? We have to find a chance to dissect her and observe her. Du Jieje was sweating at her words. She didn't expect Zhuang Ningmeng to have such a scary side. Come on, help me to the lab. Du Jieje froze for a few seconds before reacting and hurriedly nodding her head in yes. A few days later, Chen Luo was sitting in the surveillance room observing the situation outside the school. Rowdy, dressed in a maid's outfit, pushed her way in and slammed a plate of fruit down in front of him. "Eat the fruit," she said in a hard tone. "I didn't ask you to prepare fruit for me?" Chen Luo asked suspiciously. "Cut more than enough and sent you one by the way, if you like it or not," Luo Wei said with a cold face. Chen Luo stifled his laughter and said, "You feed me. You don't have long hands yourself?" Although Luo Wei said this, she still used her fork to pick up a piece of watermelon and brought it to Chen Luo's mouth. Chen Luo swallowed it in one gulp, and while swallowing, he remembered Luo Wei's changes in the past few days. Ever since that day, Ro has become much more well-behaved. Although his mouth was still undermining Chen Luo, his body was very honest, and he often complained twice about Chen Luo's requests, and then he would still do it. And she took it upon herself to do the maid's work, serving tea and water and all that. She brings up the company less often than she used to. The bottom line is that her favorability is rising fast. Her favorability panel is shown below. Name, Luo Wei. Identity, female agent, female assassin. Favorability, 80, loyalty. Reward for first acquaintance, listening device, claimed. First kiss reward, Barrett plus 10 rounds of ammunition, available. Reward for complete strategy, ammunition depot. Chen Luo saw the panel is also very surprised. Did not expect it in just a few days. Luo Wei's good sense came to loyalty. In other words, he no longer had to worry about Luo Wei betraying him now. Although the influence of the company is still there, Luo Wei will favor Chen Luo more. While enjoying the fruits fed by his exclusive maid, Chen Luo looked at the screen. The only thing you can see in the picture is pouring rain, so you can't see anything at all. Chen Luo couldn't help but frown. How long has it been raining? 5 days. Ro returned. 5 days. Chen Luo's expression was a bit gloomy. Although Marina City is a southern coastal city that is already rainy, but it's usually a shower, never rained this hard and lasted this long. This weather is just a bit of an anomaly. Could this be another extreme weather like the previous cold snap? Chen Luo opened the Survivor forum and flipped through the intelligence sharing threads. They were the only ones who found that there was heavy rain, and the other cities each had their own variations. Some cities are experiencing major droughts, some have dark clouds covering the sky, and some are seeing auroras that are only found at the North and South Poles. Accordingly, new monsters have appeared in these cities. These monsters look like the monsters of myth and legend. Examples include blood-sucking vampires, their werewolf counterparts, and green-skinned orcs, to name a few. It wasn't as powerful as the legends, but it was because they all appeared in groups. And none of them are very friendly to humans. There are even ones that feed on humans, so the threat is still there. Chen Luo's brows had furrowed when he saw this. Luo Wei's eyes were a bit worried when she saw this and asked, "What's wrong? Why do you have such an ugly expression?" "We're going to be in trouble again," Chen Luo said back. When Luo Wei saw Chen Luo being so serious, she also knew that the matter was not simple. However, in order to encourage Chen Luo, she still said, "So what, don't we have you? You'll definitely protect everyone through this, right?" "That's right." Chen Luo nodded and continued to look through the post. The account that posted earlier looking for Zero, the suspected company, also made a new post offering a bounty on the Fae, asking for a generous reward for capturing them alive. None of the comments below are very friendly though, and they all berate the posters. Capturing the Fae alive, aren't you sending people to their deaths? People show up in groups, as few as 10 or so, and as many as 50 or 60. What about the humans? After the zombie crisis and the cold wave purge, can we get this many people together? Not to mention the fact that each of these Fae had their own abilities and possessed an intelligence not inferior to that of humans. Vampires, for example, not only can fly, but they can assimilate humans while still being intelligent. Trying to capture a vampire alive is much more difficult than capturing an evolved zombie alive. When Eagle's group of mercenaries sent out so many people and failed to catch the big-headed zombie, it was obvious how difficult it was to deal with creatures that possessed intelligence. Then there were the green-skinned orcs. Although their intelligence was relatively low, they possessed all the brute strength, and ordinary iron cages couldn't trap them at all. Plus, they were the most numerous of the Fae and were very united, making them immensely difficult to capture alive. Chapter 134, Su Rui's Favorable Feelings. Chen Luo guessed that this suspected company's account should have hit the biochemical fighters on these alien races. Compared to Zero, the danger of these foreign races was definitely much lower, and accordingly, the difficulty of capturing them was also lower. However, this had nothing to do with Chen Luo. He was now more concerned about when this rainstorm would actually stop. This rain has seriously affected his daily life. First of all, there is no sunlight, and only lights can be used instead, and the diesel and gasoline consumed to generate electricity every day is quite a lot of volume. Coupled with the fact that the rain had spread out into the sewers of Marina del Rey, the streets outside the school were flooded with water, as could be seen through the security cameras. It didn't go past about almost a meter. If this rain doesn't stop, and it continues to fall for a few more days, it's probably going to drown people outright. It's a good thing the system gives enough building materials to top it off, and if you don't open the door, the rain outside won't flood in at all. Chen Luo still felt a headache, not to mention those ordinary people outside. A few hours later, Suri came to the safe house in the rain to find Chen Luo. Seeing her drenched, Chen Luo couldn't help but ask, "Why don't you bring an umbrella? You should be able to find one in any store, right?" Suri stated, "Umbrellas and raincoats don't work in this much rain." Also, Chen Luo asked curiously again, "Then is there something you're looking for me in such a hurry? I wanted to ask you, do you know when this rain will stop?" Chen Luo shook his head, "I'm not a god, how would I know this? I thought you knew everything." Su Rui wasn't being conspiratorial when she said this, but it was the impression that Chen Luo had always given her with his behavior. Su Rui continued, "This rain doesn't look like it's going to stop for a while, and I've already had people from my camp move to higher floors, but I remembered that your safe house only has 2 floors, and was relieved to see that it's not, so I came over to check it out." Chen Luo was still quite flattered by her concern and joked, "It's that all the floors of your camp are flooded, I'll be fine here." Su Rui pretended to be angry and said, "Looks like I'm the one who's salty, then I'll go." Chen Luo took her hand and tugged on it. Su Rui didn't stand still and fell backwards, just in time to fall into Chen Luo's arms. She opened her eyes, just in time to collide with Chen Luo's eyes with a smile. Su Rui was only wearing a thin short sleeve, which was tightly clung to her body because it was wet from the rain. Through the semi-transparent dress, one could see the black underwear inside as well as her perfect abs and mermaid line, making her entire body look astringent. Of all the women Chen Luo had, the only one with the same figure was Luo Wei. But each of the two had their own charms. Rowdy's face was exotic, her big brown waves were sexy, and her eye patch and one eye added an air of danger. Su Rui, on the other hand, has a very positive aura and you will feel full of security with her. If Luo Wei was a rosebush with poisonous thorns, then Su Rui was an atmospheric peony. Chen Luo couldn't help but look mesmerized as he thought so. Feeling Chen Luo's fiery gaze, Su Rui's pretty face instantly turned red as she struggled in Chen Luo's arms. "You let go of me." I don't know why, when Su Rui was with Chen Luo, she was always very bottomless, like a little woman, and completely lacked the toughness she had when facing thugs. How could Chen Luo be willing to let her off so easily? The more Su Rui struggled, the more contact the two made. Her cold skin could clearly feel the warmth coming from Chen Luo's body, and between her nostrils was all of Chen Luo's male scent. Gradually, Su Rui's resistance became lighter and lighter, and an ambiguous atmosphere arose as the two of them looked at each other. Chen Luo looked at her and slightly lowered his head. Knowing what he wanted to do, Su Rui closed her eyes, her eyelids trembling slightly from nervousness and anticipation. Finally, their lips pressed together. This long overdue kiss of promise was finally honored in this moment. Su Rui went from being rusty at the beginning to matching Chen Luo heart to heart later on. After a long time lips parted, Su Rui took the initiative to kiss, but kissed an empty. She opened her eyes and ran right into Chen Luo's amused eyes. "You, badass." She gently pushed Chen Luo's stomach with her elbow. "I'm the bad guy, so is Officer Su going to arrest me? How dare you mess with me knowing that?" They flirted like normal young lovers. Chen Luo also heard the system beep at this time. Su Rui's favoritism plus 10. Reached 100, till death do us part. Name, Su Rui. Status, police officer, member of the shooting association. Favorability, 100, till death do us part. Reward for first acquaintance, mastery of marksmanship, acquired. First kiss reward, random gun plus 100 rounds of ammo, obtained, to be claimed. Reward for complete strategy, armory, not obtained. Which meant that Chen Luo could totally and immediately completely rip off Su Rui whenever he wanted to. However, Chen Luo didn't do so, but said seriously, "Stay, don't go." Su Rui didn't expect Chen Luo to say this, froze for a moment then asked, "What's wrong, suddenly saying this?" Chen Luo told her what he had read on the Survivor forum. Then he said to her, "There are many crises out there, there might be some unknown monsters roaming around, I really can't rest assured of you." Su Rui was very touched in her heart when she heard this. She kissed Chen Luo deeply and actively, then said, "The more I do, the less I can stay." Facing Chen Luo's puzzled expression, Su Rui explained, "You need my people to be your eyes, don't you? If I stay, I won't be able to help you with anything instead." When Chen Luo saw her determined eyes, he knew that he couldn't persuade her and could only let her go. After keeping Su Rui for a meal, Chen Luo let Su Rui change into clean clothes, then let himself drive her back. As Surya had said, the people from their camp moved to a higher floor. Chen Luo came just in time to see them transferring food. Compared to the food Chen Luo had hoarded, their food was a bit pitifully small. Su Rui was a little worried about that, too. Their food was mainly obtained by gathering it outside, and if the rain continued to fall and completely submerge the heads of the people, it would be doubly difficult for them to gather supplies. Luckily, with Chen Luo's food support, her people wouldn't starve to death. But it's still necessary to build a few small boats for a rainy day. Chapter 135, Cruise Auction. Another week had passed since we returned from Camp Surprise, and a week of torrential rain had fallen. The good news is that the rain is finally about to stop. The bad news is that the water on the roads has risen to about 3 meters high, almost a floor high. That day, Chen Luo saw a middle-aged man rowing a small boat to the door of the safe house on the surveillance screen. Chen Luo looked down from the second floor window. Lao Jiu tilted his head and said, "Boss, this is a nice place you have here." "Not bad." Chen Luo returned perfunctorily. Lao Jiu didn't mind either, picking up a large plastic bag and saying, "I brought you the sea fish you ordered." Since the last time he ate the sea fish he bought from Lao Jiu, Chen Luo placed a regular order with him. Every so often, Chen Luo would head to the marina pier to get fish from Lao Jiu. However, during this recent period, because the road was completely flooded, it was inconvenient for Chen Luo to travel, so Lao Jiu took the initiative to deliver fish to his home. "No, it's time to turn in orders again today," Chen Luo asked while receiving the fish. "I haven't been to the pier in the past few days. How are things at your place?" "Oh, it rained so hard that the sea level rose and flooded the docks, and the containers were uninhabitable, so the guys had to move to the building next to the docks." Despite Lao Jiu's words, his relaxed expression could tell that he was in a good mood. After answering Chen Luo's question, Lao Jiu mentioned, "By the way boss, would you consider ordering more fish? I've caught a lot of them recently. I can't eat them all, they all stink when I leave them, and I can't dry them in this weather." Chen Luo asked suspiciously, "Didn't you say before that the fish were getting harder to catch?" "That was before the rains. Now that the seawater is pouring into the city, there are fish under the surface of the water, casually fishing dozens of fish a day." Lao Jiu didn't hide it. "There's such a thing? I'm wondering too. We've never encountered this kind of thing before and we don't know anything about it, so we can only take this opportunity to catch a few more fish for more food." Chen Luo searched for the fact that he had an ice bank and could preserve even more fish, so he nodded his head and agreed to Lao Jiu's request. Lao Jiu was all of a sudden smiling with joy, exclaiming, "The boss is atmospheric, unlike other bosses who say a fish for a caddy of meat, and then later renege when they know the fish are good." They wanted to catch their own fish and didn't know how to fish, so they dived in to catch them, but it turned out that there were zombies underwater and they went down and never came back up. Lao Jiu gloated. After he finished speaking, he also reminded Chen Luo, "Boss, you mustn't go into the water. If you must go into the water, you must also get a boat." Lao Jiu was afraid that Chen Luo, the big patron, wouldn't be able to think straight, so he would have to keep his fish for himself. "I see. There were walkers under the water, which was a problem." Chen Luo asked Lao Jiu, "Can you help me get a small boat here? I can trade 10 pounds of raw meat and 10 pounds of vegetables for it." Lao Jiu's eyes lit up and he agreed in one breath. It was a no-brainer for him. It just so happens he knows where to get a boat. The owners didn't listen to him and had to go into the water to catch the fish themselves, and they died, and their boat became ownerless. It just so happened that it could be used to exchange with Chen Luo. He couldn't wait to leave, and before he left, Lao Jiu seemed to remember something and turned back to say, "By the way boss, if you have enough supplies, you can make another trip to the marina pier. There's a big cruise liner docked by the docks recently, full of big bosses auctioning off their goods, and the next one is the day after tomorrow, so you might want to go along for the ride if you're interested." "Oh," Chen Luo immediately became interested. It's the end of the world and there's still an auction going on, so he'll have to check it out. 2 days later, Lao Jiu sent Chen Luo a small wooden boat, on which only about 2 or 3 people could sit. But it was enough for Chen Luo. He took Xiaoyu on board and paddled toward the marina pier. The reason why I brought Che Xiaoyu instead of Su Yulan is mainly because Che Xiaoyu is strong, and she can row the boat with half the effort, rowing a pulp is a few meters. Soon they arrived at the marina pier. The marina pier was now completely submerged by seawater, and if it weren't for a few containers floating on the water, it wouldn't be obvious that this was a pier. A few hundred meters from the dock, a huge cruise ship was docked out at sea, with small boats rowing towards it from all directions. When he came under the cruise ship, Chen Luo felt the tallness of this cruise ship even more, and his small wooden boat was just like a small ant in front of the cruise ship. This made Chen Luo even more curious about who the owner of this cruise ship was. He took Che Xiaoyu and climbed onto the cruise ship, which had about 100 people standing on it. Most of them had confused faces, obviously they were first-timers just like Chen Luo. Chen Luo followed the crowd into the cabin hall. After another hour, when the number of people in the hall had stopped growing, a middle-aged butler in a tuxedo and mustache approached the stage. He cleared his throat and his voice was clearly conveyed through the speakers to everyone present. "I welcome all guests to my master's auction, and on behalf of my master, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all of you." A cacophony of voices rang out from the stage, and someone shouted, "Who is your master?" That question was also the question that everyone in the room wanted to know. The butler said, "My master's previous identity was that of a great tycoon, with billions of dollars in his name, but all of that has become a floating cloud, and he is now just an ordinary man struggling to survive in the post-apocalyptic world, just like all of you." Some people listened with a scoffing expression. Ordinary people don't have cruise ships of this size, much less cruise ships and bodyguards. These rich people just know how to talk and whoever believes it is a cutie. The butler continued, "This cruise ship is also my master's asset, and was supposed to be transporting a large amount of supplies to be used for cross-country trade, and as you all know, it turned out to be. But the end times are the end times, this business still needs to be done. My master has traveled to all parts of the country in the past few months and exchanged a lot of supplies with goods, and now that he's come to Marina City, he also wants to make a deal with everyone." The crowd under the stage continued to murmur. They were all curious about what kind of things they would take out for the auction. First, the first shipment is. Before the butler could say anything, the bodyguard behind him rolled out a huge cage covered with a red cloth. As the bouncer lifted the red cloth, what was underneath dazzled the crowd, only to see that it was a giant dog that was 5 meters tall and even closer to 8 meters long. At this moment, the giant dog was showing its teeth to the crowd through the iron cage, and the hideous fangs made everyone shudder and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. The butler introduced himself. "Don't be alarmed, this is not a zombie dog, but an Alaskan that has undergone evolution. This dog is known for its gentle and friendly nature, and once it identifies with its owner, it is incredibly loyal. Yes, you heard it right, it is tameable, and with it, you will never have to worry about your own safety again, and you will be able to walk completely sideways." Wow! The crowd underneath exploded. Chapter 136, A Variety of Auction Items. The butler was very satisfied with the reaction of the people underneath. Intentionally waiting for the discussion sound less, he continued, "However, it now belongs to the state of not recognizing the master. The aggressiveness is relatively strong. There is a need for the guests can be shot back to tame on their own. We are sold, refuse to be responsible for it." Compared to the advantages, the disadvantages he skimmed over in just one sentence, then without giving the crowd time to discuss, he shouted, "Alright, then the first lot of this auction officially starts at 1 ton of gold, or equivalent supplies, food, medicine, weapons, and gasoline are all available." A ton of gold? Someone cracked, "Aren't you a fool's errand? A ton of gold converted to cash is hundreds of millions. What is the concept of hundreds of millions of dollars worth of supplies?" Taking the pre-apocalyptic purchasing power to convert, it was more than enough to empty the entire coastal city's large and small supermarkets and convenience stores. Of course, prices must be different now. Mineral water that was originally sold for $2 is now not even sold for $20,000, and currency has become a complete waste of paper. It's also the case that gold has mineral properties in addition to monetary properties and can have a little value, though it's certainly also greatly devalued compared to what it was before. Probably about the same amount of supplies as 1 or 2 large supermarkets. The problem was that all the supermarkets in Marina City, big and small, as long as they weren't dangerous, had been pretty much moved by the survivors. The rest are either full of zombies or have even scarier monsters inside. They risked their lives every time, and only slightly took a packet or 2 of bread or small snacks in the fringe areas before they had to retreat. Of the hundreds of people present, not a single one could afford to pay the starting bid for this giant dog. There was only one exception, and that was Chen Luo. The supplies he had hoarded couldn't fit in 3 warehouses, not to mention the ones that were stored in the system space and hadn't been extracted yet. Only Chen Luo, who was open-minded, was able to buy this giant dog. However, Chen Luo did not intend to do so. In his opinion, the giant dog was not worth that much at all. With so many supplies, wouldn't it be better for him to use them to raid women? The crowd on the stage was furious, but the butler on the stage was completely unperturbed, because behind him were more than a dozen security guards with guns in their hands. If they didn't have some backbone, would they dare to carry so many precious goods around? We are not fools, we all know the reasoning of a child holding gold through the downtown area. Therefore the butler said in a cloudy manner, "Let me show you a way. There must be a ton of gold in the vault of the Marina City Bank. You can totally go and move it anyway, there are no guards there now. Don't you want to move as much as you want?" He continued, "You guys don't have to rush. We'll be stopping in Marina City for a few more days, giving you plenty of time to get ready, so let's get started with our auction now. Any bids?" The butler shouted 3 times and the stage was silent. Although the first auction item went under the hammer, the butler wasn't disappointed. The giant dog was supposed to be used to warm up the crowd, and the effect was achieved as the crowd's anticipation was drawn out. Amidst their eager gazes, the butler announced, "Next up is the second auction item, a tanker." Said a camouflage-painted tanker slowly drove by. The hall was noisy again, and for those of them who hadn't experienced war, the oppressiveness of a tanker was undoubtedly very strong. For tanks as a vehicle, their impression is a war killer, indestructible and at the same time has a devastating killing power. But in fact, military buffs who understand modern warfare know that tanks aren't as invincible as they once were because of the advent of anti-tank weapons and drones. Especially this tank is still an old light tank. Maybe it is eliminated from any unit, the defense is not very strong. A single soldier carrying anti-tank equipment can be destroyed. The most fatal disadvantage is that this carrier's consumption of fuel is huge, a proper oil tiger. But the steward didn't make this clear to them. Taking advantage of the information gap seemed to him to be a normal business practice. Watching them react more violently than the sight of a giant dog, the butler took the opportunity to make an offer, a light tank, without fuel or shells, quoted at 1,000 pounds of gold or equivalent supplies. Hearing that there were no shells calmed down a few of the people, though more were already bidding and shouting, "I'll trade 2 cows for it. My family owns a pharmacy. I'll give you 1,000 bottles of medicine. I'll give you 2 cans of diesel." Hearing their bids, even Chen Luo was staggered at their largesse. It turns out that there are so many other people in Marina del Rey who are sitting on tons of supplies. However, it was normal. Marina City was so big and had so many supplies that no power could possibly cover all of them, and Chen Luo was no exception. Eventually one man shot the tanker with 3 cans of diesel. The man gloated that he had taken over a gas station and would not run out of fuel, at least for a short time. With this tanker, he can drive it to take down more gas stations, which is not too good business. But in the midst of his excitement, he didn't notice a few pairs of eyes on him in the crowd, and a few people quietly leaving the hall. So next up is the third auction item. The auction was in full swing. Compared to the frenzied crowd, Shenluo's reaction was very bland, mainly because there were no goods that he had his eye on. It wasn't hard to realize through observation that the stewards and their auctions were all about goods whose prices didn't match their actual value. Instead, they collect practical supplies, such as food and drinking water. One of the most collected is diesel fuel. It seems that this group of people are smart businessmen, and the best thing they can do is to sell something that is worthless for the most expensive price. Just when Shenluo thought that he was going to make a trip for nothing today, the auction came to an end. The butler said in a slightly fatigued voice, "Thank you all for your support. The items that went unsold will also be auctioned again in the auction afterward. Next is the last item of this auction." Before the words were out of his mouth, a steel cage, also covered in red cloth, but much smaller, was wheeled onto the stage. The crowd was very interested in this finale item, and they felt that it should contain something similar to the first auction item. Just then, a maid lifted the red cloth. They scrambled to the front row and peered ahead, only to be sorely disappointed. It wasn't some exotic beast inside, but an ordinary human woman. It's not really ordinary. This woman has a face of national color, her eyebrows are like a painting, her temperament is out of the ordinary, although she can't see her body, but looking at relying on this face, she is already a special thing on earth. And they always felt that there was something familiar about this woman, as if they had seen her often before, but they couldn't remember where they had seen her. At this time, the butler explained, "As you can see, this last auction item is a woman. I believe many of you have already recognized her. Not bad, she is the national level singer GCC. Chapter 137, The National Singer Who Stalled the Auction. After listening to the butler, the memories of the people's deaths came flooding back. No wonder they always thought the woman looked familiar, so they had seen it on TV and in the advertisements on the commodity street. A few months after the end of the world, they'd forgotten what TV was. GCC, 1 year after her debut, she became a top-notch singer-songwriter in China with her talent. Every time they release a new song it quickly dominates the top of the charts. Media people in the circle agreed that GCC could become a diva-level singer in 3 years at most as long as she didn't collapse her house. Anyone who can use a cell phone to surf the internet and watch TV can't be unimpressed with her. But no one in the room expected to see the little diva here again in this way. In the crowd's unexpected gazes, the butler continued to explain, "This luxury liner is not only a cargo ship, but also a passenger liner, and those who travel on this liner are all guests who are either rich or noble, and Ms. G is also one of them. It's just that I didn't realize that the end of the world had suddenly come and changed everything, and 80% of the guests on the ship had turned into zombies. Luckily, my hosts were prepared and arranged a lot of security to eliminate all the zombies in the first place. The guests who survived were grateful to my hosts for saving them and disembarked after paying a substantial fee. The only one who couldn't afford it was Ms. G, and her financial company wasn't willing to pay for her, so she was left to be auctioned off as goods to redeem herself." The crowd heard this dawned on me. "You're afraid of this fee is not voluntary. Oh. It's not unusual for Jisai to be unable to pay the ransom. According to interviews, her original family was average, with ordinary parents and relatives. It is well known that the chances of the average person surviving are very low. Maybe it's all been digested by the walkers. The others would be even less likely to pay the ransom for GCC. After all, her talents were all pointed at singing, which would not be useful at all in the post-apocalyptic world. Then the national singer, the little diva GCC, is officially up for auction. Starting price 20 cans. The butler dragged out a long breath before saying. Unlike before, there was no offer this time, and they looked coldly at the butler and GCC in the iron cage. After a few minutes of silence on the scene, someone finally spoke up, but in a disdainful tone of voice and sneered, "Do you know how much it costs to sleep with a woman in a refugee camp? A pack of cookies. 20 cans of canned goods. Heh. That's not the way to put it. This is a star at least, with a reputation to add to it, and look at her posture. It's not something that any refugee can match, and I assure you, none of us have touched her. She's still a fledgling." The butler argued. At a time like this, who cares about a piece of film that can be exchanged for a bun? What's the point of looking good? It's all the same with the lights off, and it's not worth spending so much food for the crotch bit. That's right, 20 cans would be enough to buy me 5 women, and when I'm done venting and washing and shopping, it's another couple £100 of meat. Others chimed in. Jisai crouched in the corner of the iron cage holding her knees, her ears full of noises about herself. In their eyes, she was a piece of goods with no human rights and no dignity, and could only be bargained for by them. She had seen this scenario several times over the past few months. At first she would protest and fight, by now she was completely numb. It is said that true despair is not to make a fuss, but to be numb. That's what's happening to her right now. The butler was disliked by so many people that even the best grooming broke his defenses. He didn't retort with the people underneath, but turned his head to take his anger out on GCC. "You money loser, you can't even sell at such a low price. I think it's better to just reward you to security." Actually, it wasn't that Jissy couldn't sell it at first. When Endgame first started, she still had some fans who were willing to buy her. It's just that at that time, the butler and the others misjudged GCC's value, or underestimated the intelligence of the fans and chose to wait for the price to sell. The result is one aborted auction, with the price decreasing as it goes. Can't even sell 20 cans by now. In that case, might as well give security as a reward. The businessman's mindset is such that he would rather destroy it than sell it at a very low price, much less set her free. GCC's body trembled when she heard the butler's words. She looked up, and across the iron cage was a face that looked elegant and amiable, but was uglier than a demon. GCC still didn't say anything, just watched the maid cover the iron cage with a red cloth. It was only when the last trace of light was obscured that GCC's expression finally changed, a bitter smile appearing on her face. Chen Luo instead wanted to shoot GCC to come. If the housekeeper wasn't lying and GCC's body was still clean, she definitely met the system's criteria. It was just that the butler had been arguing with the people on the stage, and the auction ended before it even started, not giving Chen Luo this opportunity. Forget it, when it's over, and odds are there's nothing useful to be rewarded for being a singer. Chen Luo thought of Su Yulan, whose identity before she became a zombie was a pianist. The rewards are useless piano skills and sheet music and whatnot. This Jissy should be about the same. Though it's also possible for Cha to take a bite out of her and infect her with a zombie refresh bonus as well. However, after considering the butler's gang is lying, saying that they didn't move, hell if they will take the picture and then say that they are not responsible for it after the sale. So Chen Luo quickly dismissed the idea. After the maid pushed the iron cage and retreated, the butler announced to the crowd, "Today's auction ends here." There were some hiccups, but overall it went smoothly. Now everyone is free to leave on their own, or you can stay and enjoy the ocean view from the deck, where we'll provide fine dining at an affordable price. No wonder people are rich, even the housekeepers under their hands are business geeks. They must have learned it from their master's ears. There weren't many people who left, only those who had auctioned off the items left in a hurry. The rest of them curiously wandered around the deck of the cruise ship. On the other side, GCC felt the iron cage shake and then stop. She knew she was back in the dark, damp warehouse. Thinking about what the butler had told herself before she left, the next time she saw the light of day would be when she was defiled. Thinking of this, GCC couldn't help but feel sad. The dark and silent environment could amplify one's sadness, but instead of crying and shedding tears, GCC hummed a song. True to her word, the little diva improvised and hummed an incredibly beautiful and moving melody. She was getting into the swing of things, and her song carried through the steel plates to the ocean outside. So fully engaged was she that she didn't notice a voice joining her chant. Chapter 138, A Mysterious Song at Sea. First one, then the second, followed by the third and fourth. The songs sound identical at first, but if you listen carefully, you'll find that they are all different, but together they make a perfect harmony. It is as if one is in the topmost music hall, and on the stage is the best choir bringing a feast for one's ears. It was then that Jissy realized something was wrong, and she stopped singing, but the song didn't stop there. Instead, it was getting closer and clearer. Jissy listened carefully and realized that the song seemed to be just a steel plate away from her. But she searched, isn't the sea beyond a wall? How could someone be singing on the sea? Just as she was puzzled, the song outside broke away from Jissy's melancholy tune and became passionate and raging as if it had entered the next stage. Meanwhile, the sound of pattering rain resounded outside the cabin. Less than half a meter away from the iron cage was the porthole, and with great effort, Jissy pulled the red cloth off, then got as close as she could to the porthole and looked out to sea. It was really raining outside, and it was getting worse. The sea was also blowing a gale, sweeping in big waves and water lapping frantically against the portholes. It made even Jiss, who was in the iron cage, feel the shaking. Jissy grabbed the edge of the iron cage with both hands, trying to keep her balance. Her vision was blurred because of the seawater on the porthole, but she kept her eyes open and tried to find the person singing. Suddenly, a face appeared in the window. GCC's pupils snapped. Survivors on deck were either hanging out on the cruise ship or leaning over the railings looking out over the ocean. Most of them have never had the opportunity to board such a luxury cruise ship in their lives. It is natural to cherish this opportunity now. The endless sea was soothing, and for the first time since the end of the world descended upon them, they were able to fully relax and not have to think about supplies at all. And because of that, they were generous enough to go and buy snacks and drinks from the maids hovering on the deck with trays and get cozy. But the good times didn't last long, as a fog rose over the sea. At first no one cared about the fog, they just thought it was a normal phenomenon at sea and would soon dissipate. But as time passed, the mist not only didn't dissipate, but silently enveloped the entire cruise ship. Someone feels a wetness on the top of their head and reaches out to touch it, realizing it's water. He looked up and saw a light rain falling from the sky. Mud, why did it start raining again? The survivors cursed and lost their leisurely mood, deciding to leave before the rain continued to pour, otherwise it would be a bad idea to leave. But as soon as they boarded the boat, a huge wave several meters high slapped over, directly overturning most of the boat. Many people fell into the sea, swallowed several mouthfuls of seawater in panic, and then hurriedly tugged the escalator back onto the deck of the cruise ship. It was blowing and raining on the deck as well, so they went back into the auctions hall to get out of the rain. Chen Luo was also amongst the group. He found a position close to the window and observed the situation outside. Both the fog and this rain came so strangely, without any warning at all. And the rain continued to fall heavily, soon evolving from a light drizzle to a downpour that clattered on the steel deck. It makes a noise like hail. The cacophony of voices overpowered the conversations in the hall, causing them to shout their exchanges. However, Chen Luo keenly captured a hint of an unusual and strange sound in the midst of the noise. That's singing? With the sudden fog and if anything, the singing, Chen Luo's mind immediately recalled Lao Jiu's words. He had originally just thought it was a story that Lao Jiu had made up to sell fish. But this scene right now is not exactly as he described it. Sure enough, the rain wasn't that simple. Despite this, Chen Luo didn't panic too much. The cruise ship was only a few hundred meters away from the shore, and if it was really in any danger, the big deal was that he rushed straight to the bridge. Put a gun to the captain's head and don't be afraid to keep him from driving toward the shore. And he still had Che Xiaoyu by his side. If the two of them couldn't escape, it would be even more unlikely for the others to survive. As he was thinking this, suddenly, the cruise ship shook violently. The crowd was caught off guard and fell in unison. The ever-elegant steward ran in a panic, yelling, "It's no good. There's a big hole in the cabin and all the seawater is pouring in." Everyone's face changed at once. A man strides forward and tugs on the butler's collar. "Then what are you waiting for? Go and tell the captain to sail the ship to shore." "My master says," he says. The steward broke off. "He said for you all to go and help and block the cabin." "What? Has your master gone mad?" The butler also knew that he had offended the crowd with his words, but he still said, "My master said that if you guys don't go and help, you'll stay and be buried with the cruise ship." If the ship were to sail now, a boatload of people could be rescued, but they certainly wouldn't care about the cruise ship once they got off the ship, and it would probably sink. Might as well take advantage of the fact that they can't leave the cruise ship and threaten them to fix it and maybe salvage it. As a businessman, how is it possible to give up the wealth on which you depend and which is your greatest asset? It is therefore not surprising that the master of the housekeeper would make such a decision. But the survivors didn't care about that, and were cursing at the butler, and some were even more impulsive, smashing their fists into his eyes. The butler's old glasses shattered in one piece, darkening one eye. The man was still trying to make a move when a gunshot rang out and several security officers pointed their guns at the crowd. The butler stood up, removed his old glasses and looked at them, then put them back on. "Gentlemen, there are only two paths before you now. One is to be buried together at the bottom of the sea, the other is to salvage the ship. Take your pick." Held at gunpoint, the survivors had to keep their anger to themselves, then walked inexorably down to the cabin. Chen Luo took Che Xiaoyu and followed them without moving. Arriving at the cabin, he caught a glimpse of the huge gaping hole located in the middle of the wall. Seawater continued to pour in through the gap, and the water inside flooded past the knees of the crowd. Many soggy cruise ship crews went back and forth with repair materials, trying to close the gaps. With the survivors on board, they were much less stressed. But it's still a busy time. Chen Luo and Che Xiaoyu muddled through the crowd as he held a few boards to the gap and took the opportunity to observe the gap. Chapter 139 Rescue $0 Purchase. The gap is not irregular, not like a reef bump. A reflection attracted Chen Luo's attention. He picked it up and found that it was a scale with 7 colored streams of light flowing on it. Chen Luo silently put the scales into his pocket, then placed the wooden board on the gap and took the nails to fix it on with a hammer. Some of the so many people present were plugging the gap while others were scooping water out. Finally the gap was closed before the sea flooded over their heads. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief, and their faces showed a look of relief after the robbery. The steward also said to them, "Thank you all for your help, my master can't thank you enough, and in return, my master has ordered the cruise ship to dock, and soon everyone will be able to leave safely." Just when everyone felt safe, Chen Luo's ears twitched and once again heard the sound of a song if nothing else. Immediately after the next second, the sea water broke right through the wood and came in frantically. "No good, the hole is broken again." A man rushed to fix it with a wooden board, but just as he stepped forward, he was shocked to see the seawater, as if it had an autonomous consciousness, reversing its direction and rushing towards him. The powerful impact directly slapped him against the wall, breaking several ribs. Others tried to come forward and were swept away by the sea. After a few times, the crowd realized what the problem was. "This seawater is not normal, it can't be repaired. This cruise ship looks sunk, we'd better run." The butler shouted in a hurry after hearing their words, "No one is allowed to leave. The ship will never move a meter until the cruise ship is repaired." But the others pressed him, "On the present situation, the slowest reaction will understand that there is a problem with seawater. They would rather jump ship and swim away than stay." The butler, furious, dodged a gun in the hands of one of the security guards and pulled the trigger on the departing man. He obviously didn't know how to use a gun, though, and the recoil lifted his muzzle right up to the ceiling, and he sat on his ass in the ocean water himself. "Help me. I can't swim, cuckoo dash." He flailed his arms and legs wildly, but a security guard pulled him up just in time. The cabin was in chaos. Chen Luo took advantage of the chaos and pulled Che Xiaoyu's hand out of the cabin. As he passed her room, he noticed a sign for a cargo hold hanging above it. Chen Luo stopped, thinking that this ship is sunk for sure. So many good things followed by sinking is not a waste. Adhering to the principle of never wasting anything, Chen Luo asked Che Xiaoyu to open the cargo hold door, only to see Che Xiaoyu take half a step back, and without storing up her strength, she kicked at the iron door. There was a loud bang, and the door fell to the ground. Chen Luo stepped through the iron door and walked inside, which had likewise been flooded with seawater. But because it's higher, the water here is only up to waist level. He scanned around. The cargo hold was very large, bigger than Chen Luo's safe house. After all, it's going to be a cross-country trade, so how can it work if the cargo hold isn't big? Other than the containers on deck, the rest of the cargo is in the cargo hold. Chen Luo took a glance at it, and it was filled with all sorts of supplies. Chen Luo was overwhelmed by what he saw, and he only hated why he didn't have spatial powers. That way you can pack everything in here in one fell swoop. Now he'll just have to be selective and take some away. Time was tight and the task was heavy. Chen Luo casually pulled over a snakeskin bag and loaded various supplies into it. Soon the snakeskin bag was full. Chen Luo asked Che Xiaoyu to carry the snakeskin bag on her back, and the latter easily picked up the bag that was taller than her person. If she hadn't been unable to hold it, she could have carried dozens of such large snakeskin bags without much trouble. Just as he was about to leave, Chen Luo heard a slight sobbing sound coming from the depths of the cargo hold. Only then did Chen Luo remember something and lifted his feet in the direction the voice came from. Sure enough, in the deepest part of the cargo hold, he saw an iron cage, and inside was none other than the last item in the auction just now, GCC. She had nowhere to hide in the iron cage, and could only watch as the sea drowned her a little. This waiting for death to come was the most torturous feeling, and it was no wonder she was crying. GCC also noticed Chen Luo who came in, but she didn't ask him for help. It seemed to her that those who had access to the cargo hold must be the cruise ship's staff, for the natural purpose of salvaging valuable supplies. This is evidenced by the snakeskin bag on the other man's back. And Jeeves is clearly not salvage-worthy. But what she didn't expect was for the man to walk straight towards her, and said to her, "Your name is Jissy, isn't it?" Jissy froze and nodded. "Nice to meet you," he said and offered her a hand. "Come on, is this the time to get acquainted? The sea is drowning the cruise ship, and you're still resting on your handshake." GCC was all confused by this behavior of his. Her brain was empty and she subconsciously shook his hand. Target Jisai meets criteria? Sure enough, Chen Luo didn't guess wrong. However, now was not the time to check the goodwill reward. Chen Luo fixed his eyes and saw a 2-finger-thick chain locking the iron cage. Che Xiaoyu couldn't empty her snakeskin bag on her back, so Chen Luo planned to do it himself this time. Don't look at him as leaving all the physical work to Che Xiaoyu, but in reality, his strength was not much less than Che Xiaoyu's. Having been injected with a genetic evolution potion and having eaten a dozen or so exotic fruits, his physical qualities had already departed from the realm of humans. Only to see that he grabbed the chain with his bare hands, and with a burst of force, he actually directly ripped the chain off. "You're saved, come with me." As if in a dream, Jissy asked, "Aren't you a member of the staff on this ship?" Chen Luo shook his head. GCC's eyes flashed with a strange color, looking at the other party in fascination. Her world regained its color in this moment. But Chen Luo didn't give her time to be moved and waved his hand in front of her. "Stop gawking, do you want to drown?" One sentence directly destroyed Jiss's brewing emotions. But GCC didn't blame Chen Luo. After all, without him, she would be dead. The three of them turned around and just took 2 steps. Chen Luo once again heard the sound of bang, 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 the sound of the cage. "It's the big dog next to me." Without GCC saying it, Chen Luo guessed it. After thinking about it, Chen Luo still decided to save the giant dog. It's a passing thing anyway. Miraculously enough, when Chen Luo arrived in front of the iron cage holding the giant dog didn't bare its teeth. Instead, he kept his head down, his belly to the ground, and his tail tucked between his legs, curled up in a ball. This posture indicated that it felt threatened in Chen Luo. Chen Luo didn't say anything more, but ripped off the chain just like before. Then, not caring about the giant dog, he took Che Xiaoyu and GCC and headed outside. Once they were some distance away, the giant dog reacted to being free. He stepped out of the cage and excitedly rolled in the water. After venting, its eyes looked in the direction Chen Luo left, spread its 4 legs and followed. Chapter 140, Underwater Shadows. Chen Luo came out of the cargo hold before realizing that the situation outside was already grim to the extreme. The sea had risen to the bottom of the cruise ship and he could clearly feel it sinking. There were panicked survivors everywhere, wandering around like headless flies. Only a few of them managed to keep their wits about them, knowing that the only way to have a chance of survival was to escape to the deck. Chen Luo spoke to the 2 people behind him, of which mainly to GCC. "Stay close and watch out for the sea." GCC didn't understand what it meant to be careful of seawater at first, then she saw the staircase not far in front of her. A man emerged, gasping for air. Apparently he had just swum out of the already flooded bottom. But before he could take 2 breaths, the seawater behind him suddenly came to life, as if it had transformed into a giant python and wrapped around him. He was then violently dragged into the bottom of the stairs, and then everything went back to calm as if nothing had happened. GCC's eyes also widened when she saw this unbelievable scene. Also witnessing the seawater swirling the living away was Chen Luo, who thought to himself that this unknown monster should have the ability to control seawater. The cruise ship was about to become the monster's home turf, and fighting here was obviously not a wise choice. With Chen Luo's physical quality, holding his breath would last for half an hour at most. Even his life would be in danger if he was dragged to the bottom of the sea. Thinking of this, Chen Luo reminded again, if you get swept away, not even I can save you. Jissi nodded solemnly. Chen Luo led the two toward the driver's side. Generally, the pilot house is located at the highest point of the ship, center back. Chen Luo scanned his surroundings as he walked out of the cabin. The fog on the sea still hasn't lifted and you can't see the sky or the water. It was also just the deck that was still slightly visible. A few survivors who escaped from the ship panicked and actually jumped off the ship. They felt the cruise ship wasn't far offshore and they should be able to swim to shore. However, they didn't swim for a few strokes before suddenly stopping, their expressions frozen, and sinking silently. Chen Luo memorized the bizarre image in his heart, and it seemed that he should never go into the sea until he had no other choice. Along the way Chen Luo was unhindered. Even if someone recognized GCC, they had no time to care about him. They're all too busy running for their lives, including the ship's security staff. Coming to the door of the driver's side, Chen Luo heard the sound of arguing coming from inside. It appeared that someone was cursing the crew in a fit of pique. You losers, I didn't raise you to sit around and rest, do something. There's no way I'm going to agree to sail the ship. This ship, including what's on board, is my property, and you're asking me to leave it behind and run away? Never. What does it matter to me if more people die? Chen Luo pushed the door in. Who gave you permission to come in? Hurry up and give me. Bang! Chen Luo put down the still smoking gun, and there was an extra slim and short body on the ground. Chen Luo casually glanced at the body and thought that it seemed a bit familiar, as if it used to be on the news a lot and was a successful person. But he was just too noisy. Chen Luo was in a hurry so he killed him directly and then said to the dumbfounded crew inside, sail the ship, towards the shore. The captain and crew looked at each other and started the cruise ship from the heart. The behemoth let out a wail, dragging its dying body into motion, reached the shore before almost completely sinking into the sea. The survivors cried tears of joy at the sight, shouting, "Great, we're saved." Their cheers even reached Chen Luo's ears in the third floor cab. But Chen Luo didn't relax like they did. His brows were still tightly locked and his attention was always on the outside of the ship. According to Lao Jiao, at that time, he escaped from the fog before escaping with his life. And now the mists had thinned out a bit, but still they were still within the confines of the mists. This means they are still in danger. The survivors at the bottom didn't care about that. One by one they jumped into the water like dumplings. Compared to the sea, the pier was also flooded, but the water was not deep, only 2 or 3 meters at most. Apparently because that point gave them the illusion of safety. As they swam out toward the docks, singing came from all directions. A swirl appeared in the middle of the crowd as the song started. The survivors swam as hard as they could, but the suction of the vortex was so strong that it made it difficult for them to move an inch, and instead they were still falling back. Chen Luo, who was located in the cab, saw strange shadows swimming around them with the advantage of his view from above. The vortex was obviously created by the strange shadow. But there was no time for hesitation now. The cruise ship was sinking faster and faster. If we don't go, we won't be able to leave. Thinking of this, Chen Luo asked the crew, "Is there a lifeboat on the cruise ship?" They froze for a second, and when the captain came back to his senses he rushed to say, "Yes, it's right at the stern." Chen Luo directly led Che Xiaoyu and GCC towards the stern of the ship. A dozen lifeboats were indeed parked at the stern. These lifeboats are not light and usually have to be boomed to put them in the water. But Chen Luo couldn't care less. He lifted the lifeboat straight up and threw it into the sea. The lifeboat automatically began to inflate, and in no time it bulged. Seeing this, Chen Luo jumped down from the cruise ship with a flip and steadily landed in the middle of the lifeboat. Then there was Che Xiaoyu, who was carrying a snakeskin bag and free-falling like a rock, also landing in the lifeboat. When it was Jissi's turn, she got nervous. The cruise ship was too high, nearly 7 or 8 stories high. This is a height that even people without a fear of heights wouldn't dare to jump. Chen Luo shouted, "Jump, I'll catch you." It might be because of her trust in her savior Chen Luo, or it might be because she saw that Che Xiaoyu, who was as petite as she was, had jumped. Jissi gathered her courage and leapt. The powerful sense of weightlessness and the sound of the wind whistling in her ears made her instinctively close her eyes. A pair of strong, powerful arms caught her and placed her in the lifeboat. "Thanks," Jissi said gratefully. Chen Luo didn't reply to her, but picked up the oars and rowed. Those still on the cruise ship saw this and hurriedly yelled, "Please, take me with you." But Chen Luo turned a deaf ear to their cries for help. There was a bark from the cruise ship. Chen Luo subconsciously looked back just in time to see a black shadow fall into the sea, then paddle on all 4 legs to the cruise ship. That black shadow was none other than the giant dog that was released by Chen Luo. It tried to climb onto the lifeboat, after realizing that it was too big and that there would be no place for Chen Luo and the others to stand after it went up. It followed the flanks of the lifeboat honestly, as if it were escorting. Chapter 141 Alien Power, Heavenly Melody. The people on the cruise ship thought it was Chen Luo who preferred to save the dogs rather than them, and cursed angrily, damn it. Still, the way Chen Luo escaped woke them up, and they ran towards the lifeboat at the stern of the ship. They followed Chen Luo's example of trying to throw the lifeboats down, but it took a dozen people to barely lift one. The crew maneuvered the boom to lower 2 more. The rest of the group scrambled to jump into the water and then hurriedly climbed into the lifeboat. Normally, a lifeboat should be called for 5 people, but now there were more than a dozen crammed hard into it. After everyone was in the lifeboats, the cruise ship sank completely into the sea, taking untold supplies with it. For lifeboats rowed toward the dock, and people struggling in the maelstrom cried out to them for help. The others in the lifeboat likewise chose to see death. Chen Luo kept his eyes peeled under the surface of the water, and as expected, a strange shadow swam towards him. He raised his oars to full attention. Just as the swords were drawn, the giant dog barked furiously in alarm. The strange figure under the water paused for a moment, then turned and swam toward the second lifeboat, the men on it apparently unguarded. Suddenly a jet of water rushed towards the person sitting at the very back. The man panicked and yanked on the arm of the man in front of him, dragging him down with him. Watch out, there's something under the water. In hindsight, they clung to each other. There were more and more strange shadows under the water, and a steady stream of water jets rushed toward the people in the lifeboat. The survivors were so drenched that they couldn't even open their eyes, but they held on to each other so tightly that no one fell back into the water. The strange shadows saw this and stopped their attacks, surfacing in unison. The image of a head floating on the water was eerie in any way. The crowd swept over with a single glance and realized that the heads all seemed to be women, with long, flowing hair that swung randomly like seaweed when wet by the sea. Their faces are exceptionally beautiful, no worse than the big stars and supermodels on the TV screen. With so many faces appearing together, it was as overwhelming as a movie festival walking the red carpet. The survivors were not fooled by their beauty. After all the manifestations indicated that they were not human, but monsters. The women opened their red lips slightly, and beautiful songs came out of their mouths. The crowd only felt dizzy and all kinds of hallucinations appeared before their eyes. Chen Luo did the same. He hurriedly said, "Cover your ears, the singing has a hallucinogenic effect." But before he could say anything, a strange sound came from behind him. Chen Luo reacted quickly and dodged the attacking fist with a sidestep. He turned his head and realized that it was none other than Jissy who had attacked him. "What do you do? Bastard, how dare you call me a money loser? I'm going to show you what I'm made of," said GCC as she attacked Chen Luo once again. Realizing that she was thinking of herself as a steward, Chen Luo dropped the oars and brought her under control, then covered her ears. Jissy came to her senses and asked in confusion, "What's happening to me?" Chen Luo loudly whispered in her ear, "You're hallucinating, quickly cover your ears." Okay. Jisai obediently covered her ears. Chen Luo emptied his hands to cover his ears as he looked around at the survivors and realized that they were all controlled by the illusion as well, and were beating up on those around them. He remembered something and looked at Che Xiaoyu again. It was found that she still looked innocent and unaffected by the song. Also, hallucinations are reactions that affect the brain's appearance. Zombies, on the other hand, obviously don't use their brains. So Chen Luo said to Che Xiaoyu, "Xiaoyu, you row the boat." Che Xiaoyu nodded, put down the snakeskin bag, picked up the oars and paddled. The giant dog that followed the lifeboat was also affected by the hallucinations, though its symptoms were much less severe than the humans. Just shaking his head around in annoyance, trying to shake the song out of his head. Seeing Chen Luo leave, the giant dog couldn't care less about the song and followed in a dog paddle position. The monsters maintained their song while watching Chen Luo and the others leave. They didn't choose to go after them, seemingly in fear of the giant dog next to them. So twisting his head to look again at the humans present. With the song, they fought to the death. "If we keep fighting like this, everyone will die here." There was only one exception, and compared to the other monsters, she was quite petite in both looks and size. She sang absent-mindedly, her golden pupils keeping a close eye on GCC's back. That's when the corner of her eye was flickered by the reflection of something, and she fixed her eyes on it to find a bit of something seven-colored peeking out of the pocket of one of the humans. With a twinkle in his eye, the little monster quietly dove into the water and swam in the direction they had left. Leaving the dock, there was always no more of the song that was killing me in my ears. Chen Luo let go of his hand and turned his head to peer behind him. At the end of his gaze, he could vaguely see dozens of bodies already floating on the water. GCC lamented in her heart, if it wasn't for Chen Luo, she would have already become one of them. Nope, she's going to end up worse than them. You can only watch the sea drown you without being able to do anything about it, and you won't even have a chance to struggle for survival. Thinking of this, GCC was filled with gratitude towards Chen Luo. Jissy's favoritism plus 40, reaching friendly. Chen Luo froze for a moment, then looked at GCC's favorability panel. Name, Jisei. Status, singer, star. Favorability, 40, friendly. Reward for first acquaintance, top-of-the-line audio equipment, already obtained. First kiss reward, KTV, not obtained. Reward for complete strategy, heavenly voice, not obtained. As Chen Luo thought, the first two rewards were like chicken ribs to him. Instead, it was the last item, Heavenly Melody, that piqued Chen Luo's interest. Through the system's explanation, he understood that this so-called Heavenly Melody was able to make one's voice possess a powerful infectious power, and could achieve the effect of compelling people's hearts. Chen Luo searched for this ability can be considered a supernatural ability, right? However, the role of compelling people's hearts was a bit ribbed for Chen Luo, who preferred simpler and more direct abilities. Luckily, the system says that Heavenly Voice can be gifted. In other words, he could totally gift Heavenly Voice to the other girls in his safe house if he wanted to. Abilities that were useless to Chen Luo would be practical to them, so they would at least be able to defend themselves. Chen Luo retracted his gaze and realized that they had already entered the city. Still curious about the monsters with women's heads, he pulled out the scales in his pocket and examined them. Human heads, whose songs cause hallucinations, grow scales, are able to manipulate water currents, and when gathered can even create mists and cause rainstorms. The various abilities indicated that the monster had not evolved from the original creatures of this world. It's more like what the survivor forums say about alien races. Chapter 142, The Little Monster. The palm-sized fan-shaped scales are colorful and appear very beautiful and dazzling. Chen Luo was a bit mesmerized by what he was looking at, and the giant dog on the side sensed something and turned its head around while barking in a warning style. Also almost at the same time, a bull-thick water column shot towards the scales in Chen Luo's hand. Having just come out of the pier, Chen Luo relaxed a little and didn't react to the sudden attack before his right hand was struck by a column of water. The scales came out of his hand and fell in a parabola in midair toward the water. Chen Luo subconsciously reached for it. A sound of breaking water rang out not far from the lifeboat, and a figure leapt out of the water. Chen Luo's eyes widened as he saw a dazzlingly white upper body and a seven-colored fishtail. She swung her fishtail in the air, taking advantage of Chen Luo's daze to grab the scales then fall into the water. The splash of water doused the three people on the lifeboat, and Chen Luo came to his senses. But the human-headed, fish-bodied monster had already entered the water, and Chen Luo could only watch her leave as quickly as a torpedo. Chen Luo sighed, but didn't have too many emotions of pity. After all, Chen Luo hadn't known what the scales were for in the first place, and losing them was just as good as losing them. Chen Luo turned his head and was about to ask Che Xiaoyu to continue rowing. Just out of earshot, he heard the giant dog barking again. He quickly turned around, and sure enough, he saw the creature go and come back. As she neared the lifeboat, she surfaced and set off a wave that slapped at Chen Luo. Compared to the previous huge waves that were often several stories high, her waves could only be considered as waves. It could be because she's weaker, or it could be that they need more people for their powers to increase. Anyway, Chen Luo didn't move at all, and the waves didn't harm him a bit. The monster seemed to have anticipated this, and her aim was not to kill or harm Chen Luo. Relying on the waves to obscure Chen Luo's vision, the monster fishtail curled towards Jissi, who was sitting at the stern of the boat. Jissi let out a cry of surprise as her waist was wrapped around and a force tried to drag her down. In the nick of time, a large hand broke the waves and grabbed the monster's tail. The first sensation in the hand is smooth, as slippery as a catfish, but without the slime of a catfish body. Chen Luo had to increase his strength before he could hold her firmly. He let out a cold laugh. I didn't pay attention just now and let you run away. How dare you come back and snatch someone in front of me? You really don't put me in your eyes. The monster understood Chen Luo's words and struggled violently, but it was simply unable to get away. Instead, Chen Luo held her fishtail tightly with both hands and dragged her hard onto the lifeboat. Out of the water the monster becomes a landed fish and can only jump a few times. Chen Luo rolled over and rode on her crotch, pressing both of her hands onto the boat. If an uninformed person saw the scene, they would definitely misunderstand that Chen Luo was trying to force the little girl. But if you get close enough, you'll realize that underneath the little girl is a fishtail, and it's sweeping around. Jissi had to carefully avoid it for fear of being swept under the water. The monster was too fast in the water, and Chen Luo was only able to see what she looked like after he had her under control. Compared to the other monster's face that was comparable to that of a crooked nation supermodel, this monster's face was surprisingly much prettier. In terms of face value alone, she was even above GCC, a big star in the entertainment industry, and it was hard to distinguish between her and Zero. And her face was not yet fully open, slightly baby-faced, again somewhat juvenile like Zero. Probably about the age of a human just reaching adulthood, but it's hard to guess the exact age. After all, hell knows how long she'll live. Her long, wavy blonde hair looked very expensive, while she was dressed very coolly. Just two shells hanging above a slightly undulating hill. Her waist was so full that it truly counted as a water snake's waist, and further down was the fishtail covered with 7 colored scales. The upper half of the monster's humanoid form belonged to a lowly like Zero, plus the lower half of the body was yet nearly 2 meters. After Chen Luo sized him up, he asked sternly, "Say, what are you a thing?" The little monster didn't answer, but instead opened its mouth and sprayed a mouthful of water to paste Chen Luo's face. Chen Luo annoyingly wiped his hand, and the little monster took the opportunity to hum. Hearing the song so close, Chen Luo's brain was immediately put under hard control. In his eyes, the little monster was constantly changing. One moment it turned into Shilu, the next into Zhang Miao Miao, and the next into someone else. They said to Chen Luo in a pitiful manner, "Boss, Chen Luo/expert big brother, let go of me, will you, you're hurting me." Chen Luo knew it was an illusion, but he was still affected. His brain just couldn't get aggressive with her and was lying to Chen Luo over and over again. Chen Luo slowly loosened his hand, and the little monster saw the joy in his eyes and increased his song again. But Chen Luo wasn't fighting alone, there were others by his side. Che Xiaoyu dropped the oars and ran towards the little monster. When the little monster heard the commotion, a flash of panic flashed in her eyes. She could never have imagined that anyone could be uncontrolled by her song. To the little monster's credit, her hands were freed. So she hurriedly put her hand into the water and then took a swing at Che Xiaoyu. A basketball-sized water balloon flew towards Che Xiaoyu. What left the little monster dumbfounded was that when the water balloon was about to hit Che Xiaoyu, the other party slammed his fist on the water balloon, directly bursting it. Then the speed didn't slow down at all as he came at her. And the giant dog held back its agitation and growled madly at the little monster. Woof 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 woof. The loud barking of the dogs overpowered the little monster's song, greatly diminishing it. Chen Luo regained clarity in his eyes and immediately blocked the little monster's mouth with his hand. The other hand was palmed towards Cha Xiaoyu, signaling her to stop. When Che Xiaoyu saw that Chen Luo was fine, she stopped with relief, then walked back to the bow as if nothing had happened. Equally relieved was the little monster. Just now, Che Xiaoyu's aura had scared her, and she thought she was going to be torn into fish fillets. After celebrating, the little monster then realized that he had a large hand on his mouth. She tried to spit water in anger, but it all got gagged and she nearly choked herself. What was most unacceptable to the little monster was that she felt a hand roaming over her. Chen Luo felt up and down for a while, but couldn't find the scales that were snatched back by the little monster. Strange, where is the stuff hidden? She only had one piece of clothing of sorts on her, and no pockets on her fishtail, so where else could she hide something? Wait a minute. Clothes? Chen Luo's eyes looked towards the shell. The little monster struggled even more fiercely, though she was able to move both of her hands. But out of the water, her strength was about that of an ordinary person. The small fist landed on Chen Luo's chest without pain, similar to tickling him. Eventually tears of humiliation flowed from her eyes. Chapter 143, Princess Mina of the Sirens. Chen Luo took out the scales, which still had body heat and scent left on them. He took the scale and compared it to the small monster's fishtail, and what puzzled him was that although it was about the same color, the scale was clearly a circle smaller than the one on the small monster. It means it's not hers, but some other monster's. The scales aren't yours. What do you have to grab them from me for? Seeing that the little monster wanted to speak, Chen Luo warned, "If you dare to sing after I let go, don't blame me for throwing your shells away." The little monster was really scared at that. Chen Luo only loosened his hand when he saw this. That's. The little monster's voice was kinda soft and sticky. "That's my mother's." "Wait, you speak Mandarin?" Chen Luo asked. "Mandarin? What's that?" The little monster had a puzzled expression. "It's what you're saying right now." "I don't know, I somehow will when I come to this world." The little monster had a simple face that didn't look like she was pretending, so Chen Luo took her word for it. He asked again, "You said the scales belong to your mother. Who is your mother?" The little monster answered honestly, "The leader of our siren clan." That simple sentence holds so much information. The first is the sirens, which are the sirens of Western mythology, all of which are female in legend, and all of which appear in the image of a human-headed bird or a human-headed fish, and the little monsters they belong to the second type. The most famous legend about the sirens is that they would bewitch passing sailors with their beautiful singing voices and bring them to their doom. The little monster had a delicate posture and elegant physique, and that was right up there with the sirens. There are still some minor discrepancies, but legends are legends after all, and some distortion is normal. Then there was the matriarch in the little monster's words, which also made Chen Luo curious, and he asked, "That means you're the princess of the siren tribe?" The little monster nodded. Chen Luo was puzzled. It seemed that this little monster loved her mother. That's why he came to grab the scales from his own hand. "Then why did you come back for the scales after you grabbed them?" The little monster said in a sticky voice, She sings beautifully, I want to take her back." Jai Sai also said as if in a dream, "So you guys were attracted by my singing?" "That's right, we thought at first that you were a stray clan member, captured by the humans, so we tried to save you. Though they did find out later that Jissy wasn't one of their kind, but a human. But since we've already done it, let's just get rid of them. If it's not my kind, its heart will be different." Humans have always been enemies in the eyes of the sirens who have taken survival resources from themselves. So there will be no mercy. Chen Luo thought of something else and asked, "Do you have a name?" "There is." The little monster returned, "My name is Myrna." Almost at the same time that Mina's words fell, a system prompt rang in Chen Luo's ears. Chen Luo opened the system panel. Name, Mina. Identity, Siren, Princess. Favorability, 0. Reward for first acquaintance, exotic fruit times 100, obtained, to be collected. First kiss reward, 100 liters of altered spirit spring. Complete strategy reward, ability, water control or ability, heavenly music. Compared to the human's little bit of tripe, it was true that it was still the monsters that gave generous rewards. Naturally, exotic fruits need no introduction, and with 2 big fruit eaters in the house, they are simply in demand. As for the altered spirit spring, Chen Luo hadn't gotten one yet, but it was estimated that it should be a spring with powerful energy similar to the altered fruit. And finally there are 2 psychic powers. Celestial voice, it's the same as Jissee's. However, Mina had one more option, which was water control. It's still a useful ability, especially when played at home, causing Chen Luo a lot of trouble. If Chen Luo didn't pay attention and was also dragged into the water, it would be really dangerous. Underwater he had nowhere to use his strength. In that case, one couldn't let the little monster go. Chen Luo said to Myrna with a strange look in his eyes, "Does your mother or your clan know that you followed them here to grab the scales?" Myrna was obviously well protected by her matriarch and didn't know the first thing about the evils of the human heart. She shook her head. "They don't know, I snuck out to surprise mother." A flash of delight flashed across Chen Luo's eyes, and Mina asked innocently, "I've answered all your questions, can you let me go?" "Don't worry, I'm curious about your clan, so, come with me, be my guest at my place, and tell me all about it." "Can I leave after the speech?" Chen Luo had a smile on his face, of course. GCC wondered in her heart, why was he smiling like the big bad wolf who abducted a little girl? But soon she put the thought behind her again. Chen Luo was her savior, how could he be that kind of person? So 2 people, a corpse, a dog and a fish, this strange lineup rode toward the Marina University. On the other side of the Marina Pier, the singing faded to a halt. There were dozens of human bodies floating on the water. Some of them were drowned, others died in fighting with each other. There were only a dozen or so sirens left alive. They were vaguely led by the one in the center. The siren at the head was the most beautiful of all the sirens present, with a face that was so magnificent that it was 70% similar to Myrna's. The same blonde hair that looked lively on Myrna looked dignified and elegant on her. She saw the upper half of her body rise to the surface after all the humans were dead. That proud figure was in existence that the shell could not even cover, revealing large swaths of snowy white that were simply dazzlingly white. If Mina was a slightly rippling green apple, she was a big, heavy, ripe watermelon. Only to see her cold face as Siren swam up next to her and said, "Matriarch, little Myrna is missing." The Siren matriarch's beautiful eyes glared as she frowned. That Siren asked again, "Matriarch, little Myrna isn't in danger, are we going to find her?" She should be playful and ran out to play again. The Siren matriarch revealed a helpless look, "No need to look for her, she'll be back in a couple days." This kind of thing used to happen all the time, and they had some experience with it. Of course, the main reason she was so relieved was also the fact that the humans in this world were too weak to harm Mina. It's those dead bodies under the water that might be a little dangerous. Dead bodies don't need to breathe, they don't drown, and they're not afraid of their songs. Quite a restraint on their abilities. The Siren matriarch thought about it, but addressed a dark-haired, Asian-faced Siren. "Ryua, go find Yana." "Yes." Chapter 144, Settling the Newcomers. Back at the safe house, Chen Luo had wanted to imprison Mina in the dungeon. After all, she had just attacked herself, and there was no way to know for sure if she would attack anyone else. However, Myrna stated that her life would be in danger if she was out of the water for too long. Only then did Chen Luo carry her to the side of the pool and throw her in. As soon as she touched the water, Mina instantly forgot about her surroundings and happily swam a few times. Chen Luo asked from the side, "Are you satisfied with this place?" "The water here is clean, and I like it," Myrna added with some regret, "but there's no coral here, no little fish or shrimp, it's a little too monotonous. This pool is after all for the entertainment of the girls in the safe house, and if you keep fish you have to change the water regularly or it will get dirty easily." Myrna's suggestion was still a good one, and it would be a good idea to get an aquarium in the future if the safe house was expanded. It's a great place to raise some unseen sea creatures and a mermaid, it's a sight for sore eyes. It was too early to think about that, and if he really wanted an aquarium, he'd have to wait until his safe house was the size of Marina University. As it stands, his safe house is just over 1,000 square feet. However, Tang Xayan's goodwill had risen to 100, reaching the goodwill quest of a complete raid, and the safe house area could be expanded by another 1,000 square feet. The new drawing Silas is already designing. This time, Chen Luo urged her that she could design underground and build an underground base. The land area is already large enough, and continued expansion would be too conspicuous and invite trouble. According to the information Chen Luo had gotten from the survivor forums, there were still natural disaster-level monsters in other cities. Add to that the inexplicable appearance of alien races with all sorts of abilities. Although Chen Luo wasn't afraid of trouble, it was better to avoid it as much as possible. In contrast, underground bases are much more low-key, hidden and secure. Back on topic, Chen Luo still had one GCC left to arrange. He said to GCC, who had been following him and had been apprehensive, "Someone will come later to take you to your room." GCC nodded repeatedly, "Okay. I don't live here for nothing," Chen Luo said unsympathetically, "You'll have to work for me if you live here. What will you do?" Hearing this, GCC instead breathed a sigh of relief. After experiencing not being able to sell and almost having to be rewarded to the crew, she had come to understand the laws of survival in this world now. That is, people must have value. If Chen Luo were to save her for no reason, give her shelter, food and drink, that would be the most unsettling thing for her. GCC replied in a hurry, I'll do anything. Worried that Chen Luo didn't believe her, she added, don't look at me as a star, but I was from the countryside before my debut, and I can do all kinds of household chores. Good, then you'll be in charge of the dishes from now on. As the number of people in the safe house grew, Tang Xian was tired enough just making food for so many people. It was time to find someone to take the pressure off her. Aha! Dojiajia came over in a hurry. Big brother master, what is it that you're calling me for? I still have to go help sister Ningming's favor. Since the last incident, Du Jiejia had become Zhuang Ningming's assistant. The latter had just received the vaccine formula and immediately devoted himself to making the vaccine. Even Du Jiejia, the assistant, was busy. There's a new one, you take her to the lounge and arrange a room for her. Got it. Du Jiejia turned her head to look at this so-called newcomer. She squealed in surprise when she saw GCC's innocent face. You, aren't you Jissy? You know me? Of course I recognize you, I'm your biggest fan, I bought every one of your albums. Du Jiejia was overflowing with excitement. GCC was also surprised to meet her fans in this situation, this place. She instantly felt Du Jiejia become close. Really? Thank you for your support. GCC and Du Jiejia's hands clasped together and shook them up and down. By the way, Shilua, Miao and the girls are also your #1 fans, I'll introduce them to you later. Aha! Just then, Zhuang Ningming's voice sounded from the other side of the walkway. Du Jiejia, I asked you to get something, why did you go for so long? Before Zhuang Ningming could say anything, she saw Mina in the pool. Her eyes widened and she let out a scream just like Duja's. Mermaids! Oh my gosh, I thought that was a fairy tale, but I can't believe it's real. Chen Luo coughed lightly and said, I have to correct myself, she is a siren, not a mermaid. It's all the same. Zhuang Ningming waved her hand indifferently, looking at Mina as if her eyes were glowing. Myrna was so disturbed by the look that she silently dove under the water, showing only half of her face. She always felt like this female human was staring at her like she was trying to slice herself into fish fillets, it was horrible. Unbeknownst to him, Zhuang Ningming really did have such an idea. She turned to Chen Luo and asked, can I study her? I promise, I won't get her killed. Chen Luo tugged at the corner of his mouth, he didn't feel comfortable handing Mina over to Zhuang Ningming. Not to mention that there were still a dozen or so clansmen outside of Myrna, just for her goodwill reward alone, there was no way Chen Luo would let Myrna be in danger. So he decisively rejected Zhuang Ningming. No, she works for me. Zhuang Ningming said regretfully, pity. Instead, it was Myrna who showed Chen Luo a look of gratitude. Mina's favor +10. Hearing the system's prompt, Chen Luo froze for a moment, not realizing that there was an unexpected joy. By the time Du Jiejia got GCC settled, it was time for another meal. The crowd passes by the pool before entering the restaurant, and naturally, they see Myrna in the pool. Except for Zhuang Ningming, who was full of research interest in abnormal creatures, the others were used to inhuman creatures appearing in the safe house from time to time, so they didn't make a big fuss about it. Ning Xiao even said to Chen Luo when she came in, Chen Luo, did you bring back that mermaid outside? Chen Luo nodded and once again introduced himself to the crowd. Mina is not a mermaid, she's a siren, and also, remember to keep an eye out when you guys pass by the pool, she's not one of us at the moment, and she might attack you. They didn't really care much about Myrna's race, though. Ning Xiao said, then you'll have to keep an eye on Chu Yao. When I came in just now, she was right next to the pool and seemed to be interested in the beauty. Siren is very interested. Chen Luo immediately got up and walked out of the restaurant as soon as he heard this, and sure enough, he saw Chu Yao, who was leering at Myrna, by the pool. Chu Yao landed on all fours, her back was high, and the tail behind her kept wagging, which was clearly a cat's fighting stance. Correspondingly, Mina's eyes were also gazing closely at Chu Yao. It was clear that the two had only met for the first time, but it was as if they were arch-enemies, full of hostility towards each other. Chapter 145, Yellow-haired Chen Luo abducts princess. Chen Luo rushed forward to stop it. Seeing Chen Luo, Chu Yao immediately changed her appearance to a well-behaved one, rubbing herself against Chen Luo. Chen Luo pointed at Mina and said to Chu Yao, she's not food, no attacking allowed, understand? Chu Yao whimpered twice with some aggravation. Chen Luo stroked her head in order to pacify her. Well, if you want fish, there's some in the dining room. Only then did Chu Yao nod her head. Myrna witnessed this scene and her favor towards Chen Luo rose again. Mina's favor +10. It had only been a few hours and she had gone from unfamiliar to familiar. That's not a fast lift. As a side note, Mina is really well protected and that's why it's so easy to trust people. Chen Luo thought for a moment and invited, we're going to eat, should I get you one? Myrna cocked her head to understand what eating was at first, and after reacting to the fact that it was eating, she was kinda hungry, so she nodded. What do you eat? Rice, meat, or vegetables? Chen Luo really didn't know what Siren ate. Does the fish have it? Yes, do you eat it raw or cooked? Mina had lived in the water all her life, so naturally it was impossible for her to have eaten cooked food. Still, she asked, "What's cooked?" Chenluo simply said, "I'll go get a copy for you to look at, and if you don't like it, I'll change it to a raw one for you." Mina happily slapped the water with her tail. Bringing Chuyao back to the restaurant, Chenluo said to Tang Xian, "Give me a dinner plate with 2 fish." Tang Xian made grilled fish today, seasoning it with a lot of chili peppers, and it looked spicy. After loading the plate, Chenluo carried it to the poolside. Myrna could smell the rich aroma from a distance, where food she had eaten before had smelled like this. It immediately tickled her cravings. Chenluo placed the plate on the edge of the pool, and Myrna poked half of her body out from underwater. Drenched in water, her skin looked moist and glowing, more appetizing than grilled fish. Mina's attention was completely drawn to the grilled fish, intensely curious about the unfamiliar approach to a familiar ingredient. Not knowing how to use chopsticks, she tried to pinch up a piece of fish with her hand and put it in her mouth. The fire she'd never felt before tingled her taste buds, and she stuck her tongue out and kept fanning herself. Hoo. I'd like to remind you that the fish is spicy, so if you're not used to it, I'd better take it down for a raw portion. With that, Chenluo was about to pick up the plate, but Mina quickly snatched it away. Only to see her slurring, "Nest rare this flavor." Chenluo saw that her face was red from the spice and her forehead was still full of sweat and asked, "Aren't you spicy?" "Hiss, it's not spicy," she said with a stiff upper lip. "Maybe that's the pain and pleasure." "Fine, then I don't care about you." Saying that, Chenluo stood up and was about to leave when his ears unexpectedly rang again. Mina's favoritism plus 20, reaching friendship. Chenluo's face blushed strangely as he thought, at this rate of growth going on, by the time Myrna's mother's queen comes to her door, maybe the two of them will have had their wedding ceremony. I'm sure she must feel the same way as her beloved baby daughter being abducted by a yellow-haired mental boy. She's going to have a great look on her face when the time comes. Retracting his mind, Chenluo returned to the restaurant. After consuming his meal and eliminating his food, Chenluo found the Zero in the farm. Zero didn't like the normal room that Chenluo had arranged for her. Instead, a small palace had been built out of vines on the farm, also to make it easier for her to tend to the fruit seedlings. Zero had noticed when Chenluo approached the farm. When he arrived in front of the vine palace, Zero's voice came out from inside. "Human, state the purpose of your visit." Zero, this situation was similar to a female brat committing a middle child disease. Chenluo matched her and said respectfully, "I have come to confer with the queen on important matters. Come in." Zero's voice sounded somewhat pleasant. Walking down the steps into the palace, there wasn't much space inside, just the size of a normal room. Inside, though, there was no furniture or bed, but a throne made of vines, about the length of a bed. Zero was sitting on the throne, looking down at Chenluo below. With a stern face, she said in a serious voice, "Go ahead, what's the big deal?" Chenluo was actually here for the Altered Spirit Spring. He wanted to figure out what exactly the Altered Spirit Spring was and what it was for. If you wanted to figure out this query, you had to get the Altered Spirit Spring to do so. And within all the women, only Chuyao, Zero, and the newcomer Mina would reward the Alteration Spirit Spring. Excluding Myrna, there are only 2 options left. But Chuyao only rewards Spirit Springs when it's a complete raid. And the closer the favorability gets to 100, the harder it is to raise it. Chuyao is stuck at 80 and hasn't moved in a long time. She obviously can't be counted on anytime soon. The only hope is down to 0. She could get 100 liters of Altered Spirit Springs with just her first kiss, surely the fastest way to get them in comparison. It's no less difficult than the others, though. Currently Zero's favorability was still stopped at 59, just being friendly wasn't enough for her to kiss herself. That's why it has to be done with a little bit of finesse. Chenluo said bluntly to Zero, "I want to kiss you." What? Zero was so shocked that he almost fell off his throne. But then realizing her queenly image, she sat back down again. Forcing his face to be taut, he said, "Asshole human, you've got so many women, having a cat doesn't count, and then a fish, and now you're even hitting your idea on this queen's head, you're really damned." Chenluo slowly said, 20 exotic fruits in exchange for a kiss from you, how about it? Taking less? Zero didn't tense up again. Ahem, that wouldn't do, I am the queen after all, I would never trade spit with a human like you just for a little bit of exotic fruit. Zero would have just refused if she hadn't said yes, she was clearly shaken up by saying such a big part. Chenluo rode the wave of victory and said, "Also I can give you a liter of Altered Spirit Spring." Altered Spirit Spring, what is that? It's the same as the exotic fruit, but with more energy. Chenluo wasn't sure which of the two could be better. That didn't stop him from snubbing Zero though. "Show me first, how else will I know if you're making it up to fool me?" Zero raised his head proudly, "I'm not that gullible. I don't have any on hand at the moment." Seeing Zero's face change, Chenluo told her about the way he obtained the spiritual spring. "Are you saying that by exchanging saliva with me you can obtain the spirit spring?" Zero was half convinced. "How come I didn't know I had that ability?" "Ahem, technically, it's my ability." Chapter 146, Obtaining the Altered Spirit Spring. Zero herself was not a human being and had no human shame. She didn't even understand the meaning of a kiss. She just thought it was an exchange of saliva, and furthermore it was nothing more than an exchange of bodily fluids. So she didn't really care about that. What she cared about was Chen Luo's identity. He was nothing but a tiny human, not qualified to touch her honorable body. Of course, with exotic fruits that's a different story. Even if Chen Luo was lying to himself, there was no such thing as a so-called whatsoever spiritual spring. But these 20 exotic fruits alone were enough. In order to regain her strength fast enough to be worthy of her position, regain the respect of Chen Luo as well as other women, Zero felt that a little aggravation on his part was nothing. A king is all about resilience. After telling himself this in his heart, Zero's eyes inexplicably hardened. She said to Chen Luo, "Come on." At the words, Zero closed his eyes and craned his neck. Chen Luo wanted to laugh when he saw her heroic appearance, but after forcing himself to hold it in, he took small steps to the throne. This time it was Chen Luo's turn to look at Zero condescendingly. Looking at Zero from this angle, you could clearly see every detail of her face. You can't even see a single pore, it's really flawless. Zero also sensed Chen Luo who was close by, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly, indicating that her heart was not as calm as she appeared to be. The little pink mouth looked delicate and opened and closed slightly as if it was tempting. Chen Luo pressed himself against Zero's body and sat down on the vine throne. He had a clearer picture of Zero's petite and delicate figure. It's like a big doll that you can hold completely in your arms. A strong plant fragrance emanated from her, an all-natural body odor that came with her. I can't tell you how much better it smells than tech perfume. Chen Luo slowly reached out to her, and just as he touched her green hair, Zero's eyes opened. She glared and said, "I only gave you permission to exchange spit, I didn't give you permission to touch me, that was the other price." Chen Luo flirted in a serious manner, "You don't understand, we humans kissing is a very solemn thing, there must be a sense of ceremony, and touching is part of the sense of ceremony." "Really?" Zero pouted, "You humans are still a pain in the ass." Despite the words, Zero closed his eyes again. Chen Luo finally touched her hair as he wished and followed it all the way down. Zero's body trembled as he stroked his neck. Chen Luo would understand, it seemed that the neck was her sensitive band. Letting it go for now, Chen Luo continued down and touched her back, then her small, but very firm buttocks. Zero's brow furrowed and he almost forced himself not to resist. This was a rare opportunity, usually Zero was always on his toes, it wasn't often that he was this well behaved. Chen Luo had to seize this opportunity before he could do so. So he lowered his head and bent down. As soon as her lips made contact with Zero's slender neck, she violently pushed Chen Luo away. "What's wrong?" Chen Luo asked, playing dumb. The stimulation just now was so intense that Zero never knew he had such a reaction in this body of his. So caught in the middle of doubting my own body. Hearing Chen Luo's question, Zero said, "Let's call it a day, something is wrong with my body." She blamed the trembling on the side effects of her ability to overdose. Chen Luo snickered in his heart, it seems that the so-called Vine Queen also has human physiological reactions. On the surface he didn't move and said, "That won't do, you promised me, the titular Queen Sama can't go back on her word, can she?" Those words racked Zero right back up, and she was torn for half a second before she gritted her teeth. "Okay, I'll bear with you then, but you'd better hurry." Chen Luo moved up again, smelling her sexy collarbone all the way from her neck. Zero was true to his word and didn't push Chen Luo away again. When Chen Luo separated from her, there were autumn waves flowing in Zero's eyes. She didn't say a word, and her first action was to coalesce a green ball in her hand and press it against herself. But the strange feeling didn't dissipate. "Something is really wrong with my body." Zero's voice had a sob in it. Her body had become so strange and out of her control. It was the first time Chen Luo saw Zero in this fragile state, and he couldn't even bear to bully her anymore, so he said, "Don't worry, you don't have a problem." "Really?" She blinked her big eyes, looking pathetic, completely losing her usual female brat-like appearance of a self-proclaimed queen. "Really, I promise." Zero broke into a smile, "Okay, I believe you." Zero's favoritism +1. Zero's favorability officially entered 60, which also meant that she liked Chen Luo. Chen Luo saw that her mood swings were so drastic, so he said, "Why don't? Let's just reschedule for another day?" Zero wiped his eyes and said stubbornly, "No, I can still stand it." Seeing that she was so insistent, Chen Luo didn't refuse. He leaned down again, and this time he kissed her directly on the lips. The first touch is soft, then sweet. A sweet and tangy juice flavor burst out in Chen Luo's mouth. This was the most enjoyable kiss Chen Luo had ever had so far. Although Zero doesn't have much experience and responds very rusty, but that fruity flavor is unique. Zero's reaction was equally big. Originally, in her opinion, kissing was nothing more than humans exchanging saliva with each other. It's a very pointless piece of behavior. There would be no creature that would do what humans do. It wasn't until she tried it once with Chen Luo that she realized why humans were so addicted to kissing. Both of them stopped thinking about anything else in the outside world and went into it full time. An inexplicable atmosphere was breeding in both of their hearts, and their relationship was heating up fast in this atmosphere. I don't know how much time passed, but when they separated, their eyes were still on each other. There was a bit of a sense of unfulfillment on both sides. It was Chen Luo who was the first to break the silence as he coughed and pulled out 20 exotic fruits. Here's the promised exotic fruit. Zero picked it up, but didn't even look at it. And then this. Chen Luo took out a 500 milliliter mineral water bottle and filled it with 2 bottles. The powerful energy fluctuation finally diverted Zero's attention. She peered up curiously. Zero felt his body leap for joy as he touched the mineral water bottle. The feeling was similar to when Chen Luo kissed, but there was some difference. The former is the vast prairie with 10,000 horses galloping. What a vibrant scene. The latter is that the dry wood of drought meets the sweet rain, and all things revive and rejuvenate. Chapter 147, Maiden Form 0. Zero opened the cap with anticipation and sniffed. Just smelling the flavor doesn't seem to be any different from regular mineral water. Zero took a small, tentative sip, and immediately felt his body filling up. She let out a moan that could easily be misunderstood. How does it feel? Chen Luo asked curiously. Very good. That sip of water alone has more energy than 20 exotic fruits. Chen Luo was also pleasantly surprised when he heard Zero say that. This meant that the energy of the altered spirit spring was more than 10 times that of even the altered fruit. The reason he hadn't been willing to use exotic fruits to enhance his own or other people's physical qualities was because the number of exotic fruits was too small and too precious, and he had to utilize them wisely. Bringing it to feed Chu Yao and Zero to boost their favorability was undoubtedly the most appropriate choice. Now the effort has finally paid off. While Chen Luo was still immersed in joy, Zero tilted his head and drank a whole bottle of spiritual spring all in one gulp, burping contentedly. Hiccup. Then Zero's face changed. Chen Luo saw that her expression was not right and quickly asked, "What's wrong?" Zero didn't answer, but instead covered his stomach in pain. Chen Luo was just about to step forward when a circle of vines under her feet grew wildly, blocking Chen Luo out. Chen Luo then saw a ball of green light wrapping Zero up, as if forming a cocoon. Zero's size began to grow under the green light wrapping around her, growing from her original lowly size of around 1 meter 5 all the way up to a teenage girl size of 1 meter 6. The face has also lost its baby fat and has gone from babyish to youthful. The light green hair that had been draped over her shoulders had also turned dark green and grew to her waist. Such a huge change left Chen Luo dumbfounded. Zhuang Ningming said that when Zero was first born, he grew a year a day and changed his appearance. And then staying in the same 18-year-old mold is the same. And now she had grown from 18 to 24 in just half a minute's work. It was evident that something must have changed in her. Under Chen Luo's worried gaze, the green light wrapped around Zero finally dispersed. Zero in the form of a young girl opened her eyes. Chen Luo opened his mouth and asked, "Zero, you." The young girl, Zero, looked over, her emerald green pupils devoid of a trace of emotion. Chen Luo stood still, feeling that the girl in front of him was so strange. He cackled inwardly and gave a cry of badness. Zero's current appearance looked even more powerful than the heyday he had seen in his shocking appearance in Manhwa City. Had he known that the altered spirit spring contained so much energy, he shouldn't have given her a leader. After all, her favorability hadn't reached 80 yet, and the possibility of betrayal still existed. This teenage girl Zero today may be her true colors. The female brat from before was just a disguise to lower Chen Luo's defenses. A sound of breaking wind pulled Chen Luo's attention back to reality in an instant. Chen Luo raised his head and saw a bucket-thick vine wrapping towards him. He wanted to dodge but could not react in time, and was tied up by the waist and hung upside down, head down, feet up in midair. The young girl Zero took a step towards Chen Luo and stopped when she was half a meter away from Chen Luo. This position was just enough to see 2 white tender legs from Chen Luo's angle. It turns out that after Zero grew, her clothes didn't grow with her. The original fitted dress looked a little short. Chen Luo raised his sight a little and could still see a certain small piece of clothing that fit snugly. It's still a bear, it's weirdly cute. Such a thought also popped up in Chen Luo's mind. Chen Luo hastily threw the cluttered thoughts to the back of his mind. Then to the teenage girl Zero, "Zero. No shouting my name." Teenager Zero's small face was icy cold as she said, "Then what's the shout? My queen." Her words revealed an undeniable attitude. Chen Luo tugged helplessly at the corner of his mouth and could only say, "All right, Your Majesty, what are you trying to do by hanging me up?" "Human, I am now fully recovered, and it is time for you to pay for your insolence." "I wasn't rude to you, was I? How no?" Maiden Zero counted them one by one on her fingers. First there was the deception, bluffing me into coming here knowing I was the queen of the vines. Then there was the demand that I work for you, and then there was. Chen Luo listened to her counting her sins as if she was counting them, then asked, "So Lord Queen, how do you want to punish me?" The young girl, Zero, crossed her arms and said, "From now on, you will put honorable in front of my honorable name, and you will bow to me whenever you see me. Then it is you who will work for me, planting my fields and tending the fruit seedlings. You will be available when I call you, and when I don't see you, you will be on call. And from now on, you'll have to have whatever I want cooked. You're not allowed to object, and there's also cooked." Chen Luo didn't hold back a laugh. Hearing this he knew that the young girl Zero in front of him was still the original Zero, Otherwise there was absolutely no need for her to mention these painless punishments. Zero still didn't know that he had revealed himself and was still in disguise, glaring and saying, "What are you laughing at? Be serious. I'm talking about something important." "Sorry, I just thought of something funny." Since Chen Luo apologized, Zero didn't pursue the matter, but continued to talk about his punishment. A dozen items were said in all, and by the time she reached the last one, an unnatural blush appeared on her face. "Finally, you have to kiss me like you just did once a day." "No, twice," Zero said greedily. She's still pretty much a glutton for punishment for the whole kissing thing. "That's all for now, do you promise?" Just as Chen Luo was about to open his mouth, Maiden Zero's body shrunk at a speed visible to the naked eye, until they returned to their original lowly size. "How did this happen? How did I change back?" Zero couldn't accept it as he looked at his hands, watching his fingers change from slender to tender. She could clearly feel that abundant energy still within her, but she just couldn't mobilize it. Chen Luo also noticed a loosening of the vines on his body. With a little force, he broke free of the vines and landed firmly on the ground. Chen Luo patted the ash on his hands and smiled badly as he walked towards the still incredulous Zero. "My queen, oh no, my honorable queen, what is wrong with you?" Zero saw the smile on Chen Luo's face and his back went slightly cold. She sheepishly took half a step back. "Ahem, this king thought it was bad to be too high up to absorb oxygen, so he changed back." "In that case, do you need me to deliver oxygen to you? It just so happens that you didn't ask me to kiss you twice a day, and this isn't even close to one." "Not today, this queen is tired, you retire." Chen Luo finally charted his way to the bottom as he approached, grabbing her arm, "Still pretending with me? When did you find out?" Zero blurted out before realizing he'd blurted it out. He could only laugh awkwardly to hide his embarrassment, then said curtly, "I was just messing with you." Chapter 148, Teaching the Arrogant Female Kid. "Making fun?" Chen Luo sneered twice. Seeing that the situation was not good, Zero wanted to run away, but nay, with her current strength she could not break free from Chen Luo's hand. Instead she was easily picked up by Chen Luo. After a moment of heavenly rotation, she was placed headfirst on Chen Luo's lap. "Damn you humans, let go of me." Zero's hands flung about wildly, and his two short legs kicked about. "How dare you be arrogant at the end of your life?" Chen Luo raised his right hand and slapped it down. Pop! Zero stared in shock, his eyes full of disbelief. She, the Vine Queen, was actually beaten by a human on a drum? How humiliating was this? Zero was ashamed and angry, gritting his teeth. "You're finished, you even beat my drum. When I recover, I'll definitely double back." Chen Luo saw that she was still unconvinced, so he swung round with another slap. Pop! Asshole! Asshole! You're dead! I swear, you're dead! Pop! Let go of me, I'm... Pop! Pop! Stop hitting me, please spare me, I won't dare to threaten you again, oh dash. Only when he heard Zero beg for mercy did Chen Luo stop his hand with intent. Honestly, Zero's hands are pretty good. Tiny, but very erect, a palm went down and was bounced straight up, similar to slapping a leather ball. Chen Luo was all addicted to filming, but unfortunately, Zero begged for mercy too quickly to continue. He asked, "Know what's wrong?" "Ha? Oh, no it's wrong, no it's wrong." Zero nodded his head busily. Chen Luo let go of Zero, and Zero immediately jumped to the side, his hands glowing green as he rubbed his ass. She pouted and mouthed the words. Chen Luo vaguely heard the words asshole, damn and revenge. So Chen Luo's eyes glared and said, "What did you say?" No, I didn't say anything. It's true, arrogant female brats just need to be taught hard, or else they'll stomp on their noses. Chen Luo said with satisfaction, "I still prefer your current appearance." Zero obviously misunderstood something, her little face flushed and she turned her head and cut out disdainfully, "Who wants you to like it?" "Getting back to the serious stuff, why have you changed back again?" Chen Luo asked as his words changed. "I don't know," Zero said bitterly, "it just feels like there's an energy building up in my stomach, but I can't use it myself." "Don't you have another bottle? Drink it and try to see if you can change back." Zero's heart was moved, but after dwelling on it for a while, she still cried out, "I'd rather not, I feel like my stomach is about to burst." Chen Luo speculated based on her description, "It should be overnutritional, it can't be digested, it'll be fine after a while." Zero thought about it, and it made sense. She felt that after she digested just a little bit of the energy inside her, she would have the ability to shift freely between the two forms, and she had a vague feeling that two kinds weren't the limit. However, Zero's eyes rolled and chose to hide it from Chen Luo. "I want to give him a surprise after a while, to scare him hard." She glanced at the remaining 500 milligrams of Spirit Spring in her hand, then looked at the fruit sapling not far away, then walked over with the mineral water bottle. Chen Luo was wondering what she was going to do when he saw her pouring the spiritual spring down on the mutant fruit seedling. "Don't pour too much, lest you get indigestion like you," Chen Luo said. However, Zero was full of confidence and beat his chest loudly. "Don't worry, it's in its growth period, it's lacking in nutrition." Zero could be much more attached to the mutant fruit seedling than Chen Luo. Chen Luo did not care about the fruit seedlings since he handed them over to Zero. Instead Zero took care of them daily, irrigating them with his own hands and taking care of them in every possible way. so Chen Luo didn't have to worry about her harming the fruit seedlings at all. A few seconds after Zero poured the spirit spring, the fruit seedlings seemed to be activated by the spirit spring and excitedly swayed their young plants, spinning around and stomping his feet like a 3-year-old eating a treat. Immediately afterward, the fruit seedlings rose up at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a few moments it grew into a small tree. Green leaves sprouted from branches that had been bare. Zero looked up at the fruit tree, which was already taller than her, and danced with excitement. Great, it won't be long before it turns out. Chen Luo was also very happy and took the initiative to propose. I still have more here, should I not pour 2 more bottles on it? Zero, who knew the fruit trees well, shook her head. There is no more watering today. Chen Luo was a bit sorry, but it was more of a joy. He spent another hour with Zero under the fruit tree before he excused himself. Passing by the pool, Myrna was in it, swimming on her back in boredom. Seeing this, Chen Luo took the initiative to strike up a conversation with her. What's going on? Myrna was surprised to see Chen Luo. It wasn't because she liked Chen Luo, but because she was really bored and desperately needed someone who could chat with her. Hearing Chen Luo's words, Nina beamed and said, I can't do anything here. I can't chase the fish nor play hide and seek in the coral reef. Chen Luo scratched his head. This was a problem he really couldn't solve. After thinking about it, Chen Luo snapped his fingers. There. Wait for me. He left at a quick pace. Myrna was filled with confusion as to what he was trying to do. A few minutes later, she saw Chen Luo return holding a dark, square object. Nina asked curiously, what's this? Chen Luo said as he wired it up, TV, television? Myrna clearly didn't understand human high-tech products. Plugging in the last wire, Chen Luo clapped his hands, okay. With that, he took out a remote control, turned on the TV, and played a random video. The image on the screen moved, and with a gasp of surprise, Myrna moved closer and plopped down on the edge of the pool. She pointed at the screen and asked Chen Luo, why is there a little red fish in here? It's called an animation, it's a produced video work. Chen Luo patiently answered. Yona gave a confused oh. Suddenly, she screamed again, yikes. This snake is so ugly looking, eek, it's covered in pimples, it's disgusting. When Chen Luo saw her yelling from time to time, he knew that she was very interested in cartoons, and in that case, he wasn't afraid that she would get bored. While gathering supplies, he found a hard drive in a room plastered with posters of Dipter and Ape characters. Inside the download of several of movie and television works. Chen Luo, by the way, to get back, I cannot imagine that now come in handy, enough to make a look good for a long time. You can just watch it here, right? Never let the TV get wet? Otherwise it will be electrocuted, understand? Chen Luo solemnly reminded. Without looking back, Mina casually asked, what happens when you get electrocuted? Remember the grilled fish you had today? Of course I remember. Mina said happily, are you going to bake me a fish? Did she always feel like something was missing, which would be great if she could watch cartoons while eating sizzling grilled fish? Chen Luo said expressionlessly, no, what I mean is that you'll turn into a roasted fish if you're electrocuted. Myrna shuddered at her words. Chapter 149 Immortal Lake Water? Myrna is in love and fear of television after learning that it will turn her into a grilled fish. Chen Luo looked at her like this and understood that she had realized the danger, and opened his mouth to pacify her. Don't worry, as long as you don't splash water on the TV, you'll be fine. Mina nodded heavily. Chen Luo remembered something and tapped his head, right. He took out a bottle of altered spirit spring, opened the cap and poured it into the pool. The spirit spring was colorless and odorless, and merged soundlessly with the water in the pool. But Myrna sensed the abnormality at the first moment, and she turned her head back just in time to see Chen Luo's movement of pouring water. She hurriedly asked, what kind of water do you have? Altered spirit spring. I just got a good thing, so I wanted to bring it to you to try it out. How does it feel? Chen Luo said fussily. This is clearly the holy water of the immortal lake. Myrna said excitedly. An undead lake? What's that? It was then that Mina remembered that this was no longer her old world. To Chen Luo's doubts, she explained, the immortal lake is a legendary holy place, and it is said that the lake water there possesses a mysterious power that allows those who drink from it to gain the ability to live forever. But my mother told me it was all a lie. The water of the real immortal lake does have the power to make people immortal, but it also transforms them into another kind of bloodthirsty monster, just like the creatures underwater over here. Chen Luo always felt something was wrong when he listened. Combined with the matter of the foreigners descending, could it be that the water of the undying lake had descended to this planet along with them? And then it was mistakenly drunk, which led to the zombie crisis. Wait a minute. If the altered spirit spring is an undead lake, then wouldn't Zero be? Chen Luo was just about to go back for the change when Mina spoke again. No, this water of yours doesn't have the feeling of dirtiness that Mother said. Instead it's very pure and not the same thing. Why is this Yana talking in a big breath? Chen Luo was almost scared to death by her. The energy in the spring water is so abundant. It's so comfortable to soak in it. Mina said as she squinted her eyes. Then she opened her eyes and looked at Chen Luo. This spring water of yours must be very precious, right? Won't it go to waste if you give it to me to use? Precious is precious, but Chen Luo merely poured a bottle's worth for her. He still had plenty there. Of course, Chen Luo wouldn't say that to Myrna. You're a guest, even if it's precious, it's not a waste to use it to entertain you. Chen Luo waved his hand in a fake manner, appearing unconcerned. Mina really fell for it, and she was moved to hold Chen Luo's hand to her chest. Chen Luo could feel the hardness of the shell as well as the softness that the shell couldn't wrap around. You're such a great person, even if you don't care that I attacked you, you even entertain me with such delicious grilled fish and such precious spring water, I'm so grateful to you. Myrna's favoritism plus 20, reaches like. Chen Luo was happy in his heart when he heard the system prompt. This princess siren was really a silly sweetie, to believe it so easily. No, I have to work harder, Chen Luo cheered himself up in his heart. Boosting it by another 20 to 80 fidelity, he wouldn't have to be afraid even if his mother-in-law came to his door. Because then Mina would definitely be on her side. Chen Luo drew back his hand contentedly. Alright, I'll leave you to watch the anime. Aha! Mina nodded and turned her head to continue watching the animation. A strange shadow traveled quickly underwater through the streets of the city. If an uninformed person saw it, they might think it was a big fish. In fact, that strange shadow was Siren Ryua, who had been sent out by the Siren clan leader to search for Princess Mina. She stopped in the middle of the intersection, taking a short break from her work while her insides filled with confusion. It was her third day out and still nothing. She'd searched every man-made lake in the city, large and small, and still hadn't found half of Myrna's fish scales. A bad guess was born in her heart, the princess couldn't have been kidnapped, right? The reason why it is suspected that they were kidnapped rather than killed is because there is a sense between them. Sirens can sense each other's presence, but can't be activated until a certain distance away. It becomes very blurry when you get far away, at best you know the other person is still alive. In Ryua's imagination, the princess should have been kidnapped by the hateful humans, probably being held in a dirty, dank sewer, surrounded by rats and cockroaches. The original beautiful fishtails also began to rot, puss, and become disgusting. Just thinking about that image made Ryua's heart ache. Princess, I will find you as soon as I can, she swore darkly. She stopped for a break and continued to look around the city quickly. After hours of searching like this, and as it was getting dusk, she came to a large building with a fence around it. Rua hadn't wanted to go in, but noticed a small lake inside. With an attitude of not taking any chances, she found the front door and swam in. It was just that she, who didn't know human writing, didn't recognize the large letters by the door, which clearly read, Binhai University. She was even less aware of a spinning machine on the fence flashing a red light, filming her every move. There is indeed an artificial lake in the Binhai University, which is small in size and has some ornamental fish in it. But after the water rose, these fish disappeared without a trace. Ryua swam around the artificial lake with nothing to show for it, and as she swam to the playground, her senses suddenly became strong. The princess is around here. Rua instantly became excited. Following her senses, she came to the open space at the back of the playground, where she saw a silver metal building. The princess is in here? Lua circled the metal building, but couldn't find a door to get in. Just as she was wondering if she should go back and call for a tidal wave to bulldoze the building, after a heavy clang, a door opened automatically. Raya looked at the passageway in front of her hesitantly, unsure if she wanted to go in or not. If she went in, she was likely to fall into the enemy's trap. But if we don't go in, what if the door closes and doesn't open? What if she went back to call for help and the humans inside shifted with the princess? After some mental games, Rua gritted her teeth and swam in without a second thought. Chapter 150, Captured. As soon as Rua entered the building, the door behind her automatically closed, blocking all the water from outside. She was now in a dilemma and could only continue to swim forward. They say it's a swim, but it's really a slide while you spit water on yourself. After gliding through the passage to the spacious hall, she caught a glimpse of the man standing in front of her. Rua narrowed her eyes slightly. You're the one who kidnapped Princess Mina? Chen Luo didn't answer, but looked at her unexpectedly. He didn't realize that there were black-haired, black-pupiled Asian faces among the sirens, and with their three-dimensional features as well as their proud bodies, they were still quite attractive. Feeling the human man's wantonly ogling gaze, Rua flared up. Since when did despicable humans dare to look directly at them, the sirens, with such a gaze? She raised her hand, which was to gather the water on the ground to form a water ball. The water balloon was merely the size of a soccer ball because there wasn't much water, but it was enough to kill a weak human. Ryua pointed forward and the water balloon shot out. Do all of you sirens like to fight at the drop of a hat? Mina is like that, and so are you, Chen Luo said as he broke the water ball with a punch, the clothes on his body not even getting wet. Ryua couldn't wait to be surprised as she angrily shouted, it was really you who kidnapped Princess Yona. Quickly release her. Kidnapping? I don't think that's the right word for you, and even if I released her, she wouldn't necessarily want to leave. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Liuya burst out, interrupting Chen Luo, since you won't let go, I'll kill you first. As soon as the words came out of her mouth, Ryua opened her mouth and spat out a column of water. Chen Luo frowned. This siren in front of him is not very communicative. Not moving, shouting to kill. He thought for a moment that the legends described the sirens as cruel and insidious, especially to humans, and even specialized in compelling the killing of sailors and crew members passing through the waters. When they were on the cruise, they were also straight-up indiscriminate painkillers. On the contrary, it was rare for a person like Yona to be so well protected that she retained her simple and innocent character. Just as he was thinking, the water column was already less than half a meter away from Chen Luo's face. Chen Luo didn't even think about dodging, he just blocked the attack with his arm in front of his body. Ryua's pupils shrunk dramatically when she saw this scene. It was important to realize that the impact of the jets of water she spewed out was not small, comparable to the high-pressure water cannons of human fire trucks. That was powerful enough to punch a human through the skin. But this human blocked it with one hand, combined with the fact that he had broken his water balloon earlier. Is he a troll hybrid? Rua hadn't planned on defeating her opponent with just a water jet. Her goal was actually to wet the floor and turn this place into her home base. Just a flick of her fishtail and she glided as if she were skating. The speed was so fast that it was close to catching up with Su Yulan. Chen Luo fixed his eyes and realized that it was her who was manipulating the water flow underneath her, and by doing so she was able to control her speed and direction. Liuya circled around behind Chen Luo at an extremely fast speed, grabbed the loophole in his back, and raised her huge fishtail to fiercely smash at his head. If you hit this, you'll get a bloody head. But what she didn't expect was for the human to be able to react. Lightning fast, he spun around in a circle and caught her tail firmly with his hands together. With her upper body unsupported, Rua's back hit the ground hard. Rua grunted in pain. She didn't have the time to yell out in pain, though, as her tail suddenly curled. Chen Luo didn't expect her to be able to power up when she was all down, and he was caught off guard and fell forward, smashing into Liuya. He was just about to get up when a smooth fishtail wrapped around him from behind. Chen Luo was perfectly capable of breaking free if he wanted to, but he would definitely injure Liuya. He wasn't about to fall out with the forces of Mina's mother's family. So Chen Luo said to the nearby Liuya, "Let go." "I don't." The two were almost face to face, and they could still feel each other's breath as they spoke. Chen Luo didn't have much of a reaction, but it was Liuya who blushed a little. It was the first time she'd ever been this close to the opposite sex, or a human. Both the psychological shame and the physical alienation made her a little uncomfortable. However, Liuya knew that with the strength and reflexes Chen Luo had displayed, if she let go of Chen Luo, she would never find such a good opportunity again. She opened her mouth and was about to chant into Chen Luo's ear. However, Chen Luo had already prepared for this, and as soon as he saw her open her mouth, he was ready to block it. Although both his hands are bound by the fishtail, he still has a flexible tongue. With a lowering of her head, she blocked out all the sound that Raya made. Rua's entire body froze. How she couldn't believe what was happening now. By the time she reacted, she threw Chen Luo out with a flick of her tail with all her might. Chen Luo spun around in the air a few times to land smoothly. Upon further inspection, Rua was vomiting over and over, completely forgetting that she could spit up water. Chen Luo said playfully, "I've told you to let go. You're the one who insisted on not letting go. You can't blame me for that." Liuya was still guilty of dry heaving in disgust, and when she heard Chen Luo's words, her eyes were filled with murderous intent. "I must kill you. Did you ask your princess when you said that? She can't afford to kill me." Ryua thought that Chen Luo was threatening herself with Myrna. She shouted angrily and charged at Chen Luo once again. But Chen Luo was no longer going to continue to tangle with her. He said gently, "Zero, get her." When Liuya heard Chen Luo's words, she thought to herself that there is still an ambush. With a sharp stop, she stopped and scanned the surroundings. Saw a vine growing in all directions at some point. As Chen Luo's words fell, the vines came to life and grabbed towards Liuya. Ryua was still able to pull using her speed advantage, but the vines couldn't catch up to Ryua, so they split right in half and dug into the water. Straight away the water washed away, and Rua's speed slowed, firmly bound by the vines that caught up behind her. She was like a small fish caught by an octopus, only to be slaughtered. A young girl in ill-fitting clothes stepped on vines and flowers, her chin raised high and her body as regal as it could be. Rua had only seen the same aura on the matriarch, which made her instantly realize that this young girl's identity was not simple. However, what happened immediately afterward caused Ryua to be shocked, only to see the young girl walking to Chen Luo's front and back, her size rapidly shrinking. Until she shrunk to a little girl, she tilted her head towards Chen Luo and said, "How is it? Is this queen reliable?" In an instant, all the noble temperament was gone, and she became a little girl inviting credit and begging for praise. Chen Luo gave a thumbs up very much to Zero face. "Well done, worthy of the Vine Queen." Zero immediately beamed with joy, noticing the strange gaze of Ryua. She then remembered to maintain her image. Immediately, he tensed his face, but it looked forced anyhow. Chapter 151, Princess's Love Brain. Chen Luo patted Zero's head and asked, "Are you able to control that energy now?" Zero waved her head in displeasure. There was still a pair of eyes here, letting others see her being patted on the head. Did she still want to lose face as a queen? Despite this, she returned, "Not yet, it's just gaining a new form. It's still 100,000 miles away from what it was that day. Keep up the good work." Chen Luo encouraged her, then the topic changed, "Take her and follow me." Zero nodded and controlled the vines to take the hostages and follow Chenluo towards the safe house. Along the way, Ruo was still cursing and swearing. Nasty humans, damned humans, lowly humans, I'm going to wipe you out. Our clan leader will definitely come to rescue us, and then it will be your time to die. She racked her brain for every insult she could think of. But neither Chenluo nor Zero reacted. Chenluo was thick-skinned and used to being scolded. Zero, on the other hand, didn't know that she was scolding herself. After all, she scolded all humans, and Zero wasn't a human, so naturally he wouldn't get angry. Otherwise, with Zero's temper, even if Chenluo stopped him, he had to teach Liuya a lesson. After a few dozen steps, Raya's voice came to an abrupt halt, because she sensed that Princess Mina was just ahead. Ruo looked forward and saw Mina. But it wasn't the hostage prisoners and dirty, filthy surroundings she'd imagined. Myrna was lying comfortably on a lounge chair not far from the pool, staring at a glowing square box. There was also a glass of black, bubbling water on a side table and nuts on a plate. There was also a machine spraying a mist of water next to the chaise lounge, hydrating Myrna and looking so moisturized. Rua couldn't believe her eyes as she froze and spoke, "Princess Mina?" Hearing someone calling out to her, Myrna reluctantly averted her gaze from the TV screen. Surprised to see Ryua, she exclaimed, "Ryua, what are you doing here?" It was only after she had finished that she noticed that Rua was tied up in 5 different ways. "What's wrong with you?" Chenluo explained. "She kept trying to attack me, so I tied her up." Myrna sniffed in concern and asked, "Are you okay then?" "It's okay." Myrna looked at Ryua. "Ryua, how could you attack Chenluo?" Chenluo? Princess Myrna, what are you talking about? He's just a human." Ryua tried to nudge Myrna, but Myrna crossed her arms and huffed, "I forbid you to talk about Mr. Chenluo like that." "Ha?" Raya was confused. "Mr. Chenluo invited me to be his guest, treated me with good food and drink, and gave me TV to watch. He is the best human being in this world. I forbid you to denigrate him." Mina said very seriously. "Princess, have you been mesmerized by this human?" Myrna shook her head. "I'm sober. You only have to come in contact with Mr. Chenluo to know that he's a very, very nice person." "Would a very, very nice person stick their tongue in someone else's mouth?" Rua had the heart to spit it out, but it was so humiliating that she didn't have the face to say it, so she could only bury it in her heart. After Mina's explanation, Ryua finally realized what had happened to Mina after she left. She glanced at Chenluo rather unexpectedly when she heard that Chenluo had entertained Myrna with water that was just as precious as the water from the immortal lake. Honestly, seeing how Princess Yona was not only not being abused, but also enjoying herself so much, Rua had to take her word for it. Chenluo saw the situation and interjected at the right time. "I told you I didn't kidnap it. You nonetheless didn't listen to the explanation and came up to make a move. How was I to know that there are humans who are not only unafraid of us sirens, but also invited as guests?" Raya wanted to argue, but felt it was pointless. Opened his mouth but spat out 2 words, "I'm sorry." "Well, now that you've apologized, Zero, put her down." Zero put her down and then put away the vines. "You two must have a lot to talk about right now, so we'll leave you alone." After saying that, Chenluo left with Zero. Mr. Chenluo is truly a gentlemanly man. Myrna looked at his back with eyes infatuated. In these 3 days, Chenluo had been intentionally trying to please her. The effect was also quite obvious, as Mina's favorability managed to increase to 80. Suffice it to say, it was her mother's mother who was here, and she wouldn't even allow the latter to say a bad word about Chenluo. That's the downside of watching too much Didoani animation. Mina is like a blank sheet of paper, too susceptible to outside influences. The already innocent Yona became a love brain through and through after watching anime that talked about love. Of course, there must have been Chenluo's push and pull as all. Seeing this loving look in Myrna's eyes, Liuya gave a bad cry in her heart and said busily, "Princess, you're not falling for that human, are you?" "How do you know?" Myrna wasn't going to deny it at all, instead she was a bit complacent. "Could it be that I'm obvious?" "Oops, Mr. Chenluo shouldn't have seen it too, shame on you." "No!" Raya exclaimed, "You must never be with that human." "Why not?" Mina asked rhetorically. Because the matriarch wouldn't approve." "I'll convince mother, she loves me so much, she won't disagree." "That won't work either. One of you is a human and one of you is a siren. You're not even the same race, how can you be together?" Myrna got even more excited when she heard that. Love across races is so romantic. Just like the Little Mermaid and the prince, even if it turns into a bubble, you have to be brave and love once. She cupped her hands on her chest, her eyes mesmerized. Who is the Little Mermaid? And who is the prince? Raya had a head full of questions. Myrna pulled Rua over to the recliner, then skillfully maneuvered the remote control to play the animation. Rua wasn't interested at first, but as the animation played, she couldn't help but get immersed as well. She didn't come to her senses until the animation had finished playing and over an hour had passed. "Damn, I forgot about business." Raya said to Yana, "Princess, in that case you can come back with me, right? The matriarch misses you." Without even looking at her, Myrna said, "I'm not going back yet, so just tell my mother that I'm safe and ready to play a little longer before going back." But Mina interrupted impatiently. Well, anyway, if you wanna go back you do it yourself or shut up and interrupt my TV. There was nothing Ryua could do, she couldn't really go back on her own, could she? It would have to stay and try to find a way to persuade Mina again. Chapter 152 Study Materials. Lua didn't realize that she had stayed for a week. For a week now, she tried everything she could think of, used every excuse she could think of, to try to trick Myrna into going back. But it was as if Myrna had suddenly become much more astute, and all her words were useless. In desperation, she could only try to find a breakthrough from Chenluo's side. On this day, she was eating grilled fish with Mina. Both of them ate beautifully, and Lioya couldn't help but sigh. Should I say no? This baked fish is still very delicious. These days she followed Mina and enjoyed the other side as well. Even she was almost too happy to be there, let alone Mina. As soon as this thought popped up in Ryua's head, she hurriedly murmured in her heart that this was a human sugar-coated poison, and that she should never fall. Thinking that way, the grilled fish in my mouth didn't taste as good. She once again said to Princess Myrna, who was eating fish and watching TV as a nerdy girl, Princess, when are we going back? Mina, on the other hand, said impatiently, how many times have I told you to return yourself? Raya, who once again received this answer, wasn't disappointed, she had just asked casually. The conversation between them was becoming formulaic. After being rejected, Ryua thought hard about how to find a breakthrough from Chenluo's side to bring Mina back. But at that moment, Mina was heard sadly muttering to herself, oh, the little mermaid is so pitiful, she's obviously the one who saved the prince, but the prince is married to someone else. Rua turned around to see that it was Myrna watching The Little Mermaid again. This anime is arguably Mina's favorite, having watched it a dozen times and still enjoying it. Every time I watch her I vicariously fall into The Little Mermaid, into longing for love and spurning the prince. In Mina's opinion, the prince is a one-sided cheater who has betrayed the Little Mermaid's love for him. Ryua's brain clicked when she saw how righteously indignant Yana was. Yeah, the princess hates the prince so much for betraying her feelings. If she finds out that the human betrayed her too and is disappointed in him, won't she be able to go back with me? The more she thought about it, the more feasible it seemed, so she said to Yona, Princess, have you ever thought about the fact that you like that human male, and that he's actually a scum? Mina waved her hand and the tears dissipated automatically, not even needing to be wiped with paper. She said nonchalantly, Lioya, I know you've had a rough time with Mr. Chenluo, but you can't slander people behind their backs, can you? Ryua became anxious and defended herself. I'm not slandering, there are so many women here who are close to him, there's definitely something going on between them. That only means they are close and good friends, Mina said with certainty. Ryua almost spit out blood from anger. People didn't even hide it, several times they hugged each other in public. Doesn't that tell you anything? You have to see people kissing to believe it, right? Ryua decided to go out on a limb so that she could persuade Mina. She clenched her fists, and what if I told you that he even kissed me? Mina finally took her eyes off the screen and looked at Ryua. You're not kidding, are you? How could I possibly joke about my honor like that? Raya asked rhetorically. Myrna also knew that their people generally looked down on humans and never saw them as an equal race to themselves. With the exception of Myrna, the rest of the clan felt insulted to even have contact with a human. So there was still a lot of credibility to Ryua's words. Still, Myrna didn't want to believe it, and when Raya saw that, she recounted to her exactly what happened that day, which Yana heard instead and breathed a long sigh of relief. So that's how it is, then it's justifiable. What do you mean by extenuating circumstances? Raya hurriedly pursued. Didn't you say it all? He warned you to let go, you were the one who didn't let go and had to chant, and it's understandable that you would do something like that in the heat of the moment. Lioya was momentarily speechless, she didn't expect Mina to be so biased in favor of Chenluo. Mina continued, if he does anything more to you, come back and talk to me. Something more outrageous? Rua couldn't think of anything more excessive than sticking her tongue out. They, the sirens, were all females and had never had contact with the opposite sex. There are one or two pairs of sisters in the clan who are relatively close, i.e., cuddling and kissing. The only bit of experience Ryua has is from them as well. Other than that, she knows nothing about it. It just so happened that at that moment Mina was choosing a movie and accidentally opened the folder. She said suspiciously, so there's more than just cartoons in here, what's this? Learning materials? Is it teaching fishing skills? Or singing skills? With a question in mind, she clicked in and casually played the first video. At first she was watching and commenting at the same time, it looks like this uncle is the heroine's stepfather, and he's very affectionate towards the heroine. But as the episode progresses, Mina gradually realizes that something is wrong. On the sidelines, Rua also heard the blush-inducing sounds coming from the television. She subconsciously turned her head to look, and with just one glance, her entire body froze as if she was petrified. The two had the same dumbfounded expression and their little mouths were open in an O shape. It turns out that the lower half of the human body looks like this. They thought at the same time. But because it was coded, they couldn't see exactly what it was. Just know that the heroine ate it up, in every sense of the word. Halfway through the episode, the male lead hugged the female lead and said, I'm doing this all because I love you so much. Mina came to a realization, so that's what humans do if love exists between them. Rua was even more bright, doing this to this extent was always more excessive than kissing, wasn't it? Raya couldn't help but think of a bold plan. Not only did she have to do it, but she also had to let Mina witness it, so that Mina wouldn't have any reason to explain for Chenluo. Before she could implement her plan, though, she had to work out the specifics a bit more. Mina, on the other hand, felt that sooner or later, she and Chenluo would proceed to this point as well, so she watched attentively as well. No wonder this folder was named Learning Materials. Looking at the two of them with this attentive look, they looked like good students with an open mind. They watched a few more in succession until they heard footsteps and fumbled to turn off the video. They didn't know why they were so flustered, they were just thieves for no reason. On second glance, it turned out to be Jisai who had come to collect the cutlery. Jisai still had something in common with the duo of Myrna and Rua. They all love to sing and they all sing beautifully. Jizith wanted to learn their siren ethereal singing. Mina and Ryua, on the other hand, were very appreciative of the melody created by Jisai. This allowed the relationship between the three of them to progress quickly and they soon became good friends. Seeing the uneaten grilled fish on her plate, GCC asked curiously, "You guys have a heart? Why are you eating so little?" Naturally, Myrna and Ryua denied it. "We're just trying to eat slowly." "Okay, then I'll come back in a little while and collect the plates." After saying that Jisai was ready to leave, and the two Myrna breathed a sigh of relief. But GCC suddenly turned her head, and their hearts lifted again. GCC said, "Is today's grilled fish too spicy? I see that both of your faces are red as tomatoes." Myrna and Rua looked at each other and realized that it was still true. It certainly wasn't for eating fish, but Rua could only gulp. It is a little spicy. Alright, I'll ask Sister Tang Xin to put less chili next time. Chapter 153, Mina's favorability rises to the fullest. By the time the next day rolled around, Ryua thought she had gotten the hang of it, and it was time to get moving. She found Chenluo before the meal and said expressionlessly, "It's time to discuss about Princess Mina, tonight at 8 o'clock, come to the lounge." After saying that she didn't give Chenluo a chance to refuse, she turned around and left. Then Ryua found Myrna in the pool and said to her, "Princess, man, Chenluo asked you to come to the lounge at 8 in the evening." Just as she expected, Myrna believed it without any doubt at all. The joy and excitement of a date with her sweetheart and the nerves washed over this wistful teenage girl's brain. It made Mina's already slow brain go even more blank. She took Ryua's hand and asked apprehensively, "Did Mr. Chenluo say what he was looking for me for?" Raya was lying in the first place and could only shake her head back, "Didn't say." Yona was a little sorry for Ryua's answer, but it was more of a joy. Is Mr. Chenluo not telling Ryua because he's not comfortable talking about it, or is he ashamed to say it? Myrna preferred to believe the latter. The restlessness inside her made it impossible to watch her usual favorite cartoon and swim on her back in the pool. She tried to calm herself down with the cold pool water, but the faster she swam, the faster it was visible that she was getting more and more agitated. Lua saw the scene from the shore and strengthened her heart. It can't be delayed any longer, and I'm afraid that if it is delayed any longer, it will really die and refuse to leave. When it wasn't even 8 o'clock in the evening, Chenluo had already come to the lounge because he had nothing to do, and waited while playing a game. Half an hour later, there was a knock on the lounge door. Chenluo glanced at the bottom right corner of the screen and the time was fixed at 7:30. "Come in." The door opened and Myrna swam in spraying water under her tail. "Why you?" Chenluo wondered, wasn't the one who asked herself to come and talk about things Ryua? How come it was Mina who came in? Mina looked at Chenluo's expression and mistakenly thought that she had come too early. Every second of the wait was torture. She had managed to stay up until 7:30 and couldn't wait any longer, so she came over early. Mina shyly ruffled the blonde hair on the right side of her face, revealing that dainty face. "Sorry, I wanted to see you so badly." Such blunt words put Chenluo at a loss as to how to reply. Regardless of why it was her who came, Chenluo was too embarrassed to kick her out. "What kind of iron heart can turn down a beautiful girl with a straight ball for you?" Chenluo patted his right side. Mina swam over beautifully and sat down close to Chenluo. Chenluo continued to play the game on his own. Mina looked at the screen for a while unable to read it, so she turned her head to stare at the side of Chenluo's face out of her mind. That blazing gaze roasted the side of Chenluo's face, and he really couldn't quiet his mind, so he simply pressed pause to put down the handle and turned his head to lock eyes with her. "What are you staring at me for? Something on my face?" Mina didn't answer, but muttered, "Do you think that our meeting was an arrangement from heaven? If I hadn't chased after you that day, would we have missed it just like that?" The straight male Chenluo couldn't understand such literary words. "Why do you suddenly say that? Mr. Chenluo, I like you." She looked straight into Chenluo's eyes, full of each other. Chenluo froze for a moment, then smiled gently, "I like you too." Mina's eyes lit up with joy. "Great. Mina's favorability plus 10 to 100. Full favor so quickly?" Chenluo opened the system panel. Name, Mina. Identity, Siren, Princess. Favorability, 100, till death do us part. Reward for first acquaintance, exotic fruit times 100, obtained. Reward for first kiss, altered spirit spring, not obtained. Reward for complete strategy, ability, water control or ability, heavenly voice, not obtained. Looking at the panel, Chenluo suddenly thought of a very important question. It's a known fact that the complete raider reward is to be skinned to get it. But sirens are fishtailed underneath. Do they have that function? Chenluo subconsciously glanced down as he thought of this. Myrna didn't know what Chenluo was thinking. The sweetness of being in love was too much for her to indulge in. All she wanted to do now was to return what she had learned yesterday to Chenluo. Chenluo instantly came to his senses as he looked at Mina in dismay and asked, "What are you doing?" Mina returned sincerely, "I'm doing this all because I like you so much." Although Chenluo didn't understand what she meant, but if she could take the initiative to serve herself, how could he refuse? So close your eyes and enjoy. Just then, a knock on the door awoke the two men inside. No good, someone's coming. Myrna let go and swept her eyes around the room before hiding behind the couch. When a good thing was interrupted, the fiery Chenluo had to put on his pants first, his tone naturally somewhat less friendly. Come in. The door opened again, and this time it was Ryua who entered. Why are you coming over now? Chenluo suspected that she had come too early. If she had been any later, he would have ended it. It made it very difficult for him to be up and down now. Ryua naturally chose this time to come over on purpose. She had to come and execute her plan before Mina did, so that Mina could witness the scene perfectly. Liuya purposely left the door open and said to Chenluo when she came in, "Say it, what exactly will happen before you're willing to let us go?" Chenluo spread his hands, "You guys can leave anytime you want, I'm not stopping you." Liuya knew that Chenluo's emboldened bottom came from Myrna. As long as Myrna didn't die to Chenluo, it was impossible for her to leave. With a clench of her teeth, she pressed Chenluo down onto the sofa. That rather oppressive body was pressed tightly against Chenluo's chest. "What do you do?" Chenluo asked again. Instead of answering, Rua glanced at the doorway with her afterimage and didn't see Myrna's figure. Seeing that Chenluo was about to push himself away, Liuya clenched her teeth and thrust her hand downward. Again? Chenluo's eyes widened. Chapter 154, The Departing Liuya. That alone didn't stop Rua. She asked herself mentally, was it necessary to sacrifice so much? But thinking of the matriarch's instructions, Rua gave in and ruffled her black hair out of the way, putting her head down. Chenluo was puzzled as he opened Ryua's favorability panel. Name, Liuya. Identity, Siren. Favorability, 20, Acquaintance. Reward for first acquaintance, exotic fruit times 100, obtained. Reward for the first kiss, 100 liters of altered spirit spring, not obtained. Complete strategy reward, ability, water control or ability, heavenly music. Exactly the same reward as Mina, after all, both of them are sirens in their own right. The thing is, though, Yona is at least full of good feelings, and doing something like this could be described as the atmosphere being there and not being able to help herself. What are you doing with these 20 favor points? And doing it even more over the top than Yana. But there was no need to think too much about anything else at a time like this. Sometimes people were too smart and would lose more instead, so it was better to play dumb. He was forced and victimized anyway. Half an hour later, Rua looked up, her eyes full of triumph. It can't be that hard. She thought to herself, by the way, Princess Mina should be here, right? Rua turned her head to see that there was no sign of the doorway. It made it a little hard for her. After all, she had been so fishy and bitter, and as a result, no audience had seen it. But it didn't matter, she had obtained crucial evidence. Rua covered her mouth and was ready to leave to find Yana. But just as she turned her head, she realized something was wrong. Why is there a dent in the couch? Has someone been lying on it before? Liuya had just pushed Chenluo down, so there was absolutely no way this was left behind by her. Then it means that. Raya's pupils constricted and her sharp gaze went behind the couch. The edge of a fishtail was exposed just out of her view. She looked up again just in time to meet a pair of curious eyes squarely. The owner of the eyes noticed that he had been spotted and simply poked his head straight out from behind the couch. Somewhat unnaturally, he greeted, "Ryua, how are you?" Raya's brain instantly exploded, and her ears were full of buzzing and ringing. After coming back to her senses, she was about to say something when she accidentally choked. The evidence is all gone. This time, Ryua completely collapsed, feeling that her face as an elite of the Siren clan was completely gone. If the key princess had been hiding behind the sofa, then wouldn't everything she had just said have been heard by her? Rua couldn't even begin to think what Yana would think of her. She no longer had any face left to interact with Myrna and snatched the door without looking back. Ryua. Mina tried to hold back, but Ryua ran so fast that she disappeared into the doorway in a flash. As for what Myrna really thought about the matter of Ryua seducing Chenluo, she didn't really care much. After all, they, the Sirens, had no concept of the human institution of marriage, and they had no so-called moral values. In the worldview of Yona, the relationship brain, as long as both parties have feelings for each other, they can be together. Her and Chenluo and the other girls, plus a Ryua wouldn't be too much. What Mina didn't know, however, was that Ryua didn't have any feelings for Chenluo, or rather, she didn't have any feelings for any of the humans. She did it solely because of Mina. Myrna turned her head to Chenluo to say something. "Mister." Chen Luo, Liuyashi. Well, it looks like she's going to need some time alone to calm down. Chen Luo asked again, rather, it's you. And Liuya, how did the two of you? How did you think of doing such a thing? Mina stated in a serious manner, that's what the study material on the hard disk teaches ya. Study materials? Chen Luo was first stunned, then tapped his head. I knew it, how could a two-winged ape just show a normal movie? I should have known to check it first. Blame it on the two-winged ape. Getting a bargain and still selling out, Chen Luo was such a person. Coming out of the restroom, Chen Luo and Yana bumped head-on into Shiluo, who had hurriedly arrived from the monitoring room. Old boss, she panted. Take a breath, what's wrong? Silhouette took 2 deep breaths, then said, Ruya she ran out. Hearing this, Chen Luo and Myrna looked at each other at the same time. The two of them had probably made some guesses as to why Ryua had left. Originally, Liuya didn't have the authority to open the door, but Chen Luo had given them that authority in order to prove that he wasn't restricting the freedom of the 2 sirens. Boss, do you think Ryuishi won't bring the other sirens to our door to trouble us? Silhouette said worriedly. Chen Luo frowned slightly, it was indeed possible. A small hand gripped Chen Luo's hand, and he turned his head to see Myrna casting a comforting look at him. No matter what happens, I won't leave you, and I'm sure that mother will not stop us when she sees how I feel about you. Yeah, there's no reason to worry about it at all. Even if there was a fight, with the firepower of his safe house, he could totally arm everyone to the teeth. Combined with the safe house's defensive capabilities to fight a defensive battle, there was no way they sirens could break through. If not, the big deal was to brainlessly pour exotic fruits and spirit springs into Zero, hardening her with resources to pile her up to the top. Isn't it easy to suppress the sirens? Not to mention the fact that with Mina, who was infatuated with him, the two sides weren't necessarily fighting. Thinking of this, the sense of crisis that had hardly arisen in Chen Luo's heart vanished. He took Myrna's hand in his backhand and returned her smile. On the other hand, Ryua left Marina University and swam aimlessly through the streets of the city. She didn't know where she was supposed to go. If she went back to the clan group, she hadn't brought Princess Mina back, and she didn't have the face to meet the matriarch without accomplishing her mission. She had even less idea how to face Yona if she went back to the safe house. So it was in a funk. Absorbed, she didn't notice a dozen strange shadows swimming behind her. By the time she noticed, she was surrounded by the group. Raya had just taken a fighting stance when she saw the noble, cold face of the leader. Clan. Matriarch? Nasha frowned and said seriously, Ryua, what's wrong with you? Why are you so distracted? And where's Myrna? Didn't I tell you to find her? Ryua was just about to tell Matriarch Nasha exactly what she had encountered. But the moment she opened her mouth, it occurred to her, if she said it, with the matriarch's strong character she might kill the others and take the princess by force, which was not impossible. Ryua was worried that the mother and daughter would have irreconcilable conflicts over this matter, and that wouldn't be good. Princess Mina was like a sister to Ryua, and Ryua didn't want to see Mina sad. So for the first time, Raya lied to the matriarch and said, I found it, but the princess doesn't want to come back right now. Chapter 155 Duties as a Clan Chief. What kind of talk is that about not wanting to come back? Nasha asked, looking at Ryua. Being looked at by Nasha's majestic gaze, Rua lowered her head, but she still gritted her teeth and lied roundly. Princess, she found a very interesting place and wants to play there for a few more days. When she has had enough she will naturally come back. She told you not to worry about her, it's safe there. A princess of the hall, bent on having fun, is that like it? Nasha's words changed, forget about her for now, you're coming with us. Yes. Raya snuck a sigh of relief after Nasha turned around. Luckily, Matriarch Nasha was a knife to the heart, and despite her words, she didn't send anyone else to bring Myrna back. Otherwise her lies were going to come out. Raya swam after her clanmates for a while, and she couldn't help but cross her fingers with her little sister beside her. Where are we going with this? Looking for food. Raya asked suspiciously, what's the point of looking to the city for food when you don't go fishing in the sea? The little sister answered, the matriarch said that those sea fish are not like the sea fish in our world, they don't have energy, and she's looking for food that does. It was then that Lucia realized. Energy was very important to them, the sirens. Unlike humans, they want to reproduce their species not through indoctrination, but by consuming the energy in their bodies. Once a clan member reaches adulthood, he or she is free to choose whether or not to have children. And procreation requires the consumption of energy for labor and delivery, or else your life is in danger. There were only a dozen or so of their clan that had descended to this world, and if they accidentally lost a few of them, the clan could be wiped out at any time. Therefore, as the matriarch, Nasha rightfully sees the reproduction of the species as her primary duty. But food with energy isn't that easy to find. Matriarch Nasha had said that the energy within the organisms of this world was experiencing a revival. But the process is quite slow, and it takes at least a few hundred years until there is enough for them to reproduce. Only very few will mutate and accumulate large amounts of energy in a very short period of time. But it is far too rare a phenomenon. Raya had seen just a few walkers mutate since she came into this world. The thing is, they're sirens, not ghouls. Walkers are not on top of their recipes, so they had to look for other food. At that thought, Raya snapped back to the abundant energy in the water of the pool at the safe house. And sometimes after the meal, Chen Luo would even take out a special after-dinner fruit and distribute it to the crowd. Luo had shared a few and couldn't stop thinking about them after tasting them. Not only because it tastes good, but also because the fruit has a lot of energy in it. Should we tell Matriarch Nasha about this? It was a matter of the survival of the entire species, and Yona's personal feelings were nothing compared to it. Ryoa's eyes firm down and she swims forward a few lengths. But ghostly, she suddenly thought of what had happened in the restroom earlier. For some reason, she didn't want to tell Matriarch Nasha about the safe house. This time it wasn't because of Princess Mina, but her personal selfishness. Leodia thought that she didn't have an ounce of affection for Chen Luo, but after doing that kind of thing, how could she pretend that it hadn't happened? You can't fake the fluttering at that moment. What that sort of thing meant was something that Ryua hadn't been clear about until now. Just know that's something only lovers can do. So she did this kind of thing with Chen Luo, were they considered lovers? Leodia couldn't help but ask herself. All sorts of jumbled thoughts filled Raya's mind, disrupting her thoughts. If she had to do it all over again, she would never make the same mistake. That way she could treat Chen Luo as an ordinary human and tell Matriarch Nasha the location of the safe house without hesitation. Torn, Raya could only tell herself that the matriarch was very clear in her direction, and obviously knew where to get food. In that case, there was no need for her to initiate a safe house. If she couldn't find food, then it wouldn't be too late for her to talk about it. Having made her decision, Rua looked up, only to find the clan in front of her stopped. Rua couldn't slow down in time and crashed headlong into it. With the formation disrupted, Nasha noticed the commotion in the group and swam over. She snapped, Raya, focus. Sorry, matriarch. Raya admitted her mistake. Nasha gave her a deep look and swam back to the front of the group. Rua raised her head, and in front of her was a large, majestic mountain, roughly 1,000 meters above sea level. Nasha looked at Oyama and frowned straight away. There must be food she was looking for in the middle of this mountain. The question was how to get up there. Another big rainstorm to raise the sea level by 1,000 meters? Come on, they're just sirens, not Poseidon, the god of the sea. With nothing to do, Nasha could only say to the other sirens, Rua, you take half of your clan around the left side, and I'll take the rest around the right side and look for a stream that can go up the mountain. It's just that this mountain is so big and stretches for miles and miles, it would probably take quite a few days to go around the base of the mountain. This was just what Ryua wanted. She was worried that she couldn't find a way to stall for time. She shouted understood and swam off to the left with 7 or 8 of her people. After swimming for a few dozen meters, Rua suddenly realized that this mountain wasn't exactly the back of Marina University. She surfaced and peered into the distance, and sure enough, a large structure loomed in front of her. To Ryua's credit, Marina University was on her side of the direction, which meant that if she deliberately concealed it, there was no way the Nasha matriarch could have discovered the safe house. Raya's mood lightened. If only she could find her way up the mountain and find food that contained energy. Then she would be able to keep Princess Mina as well as the safe house. She shouted with power, swim faster, we must find a stream that goes up the mountain soon. Yes. After 2 days of swimming like this, they were about to finish one half of their journey, but they still hadn't found the stream. She could only pray that the matriarch's side would be productive. As they stopped to rest, Rua's heart just couldn't be calmed. Anxiety tormented her beyond measure. Half the time these days, her mind flashed with Myrna's happy face when she mentioned Chen Luo. The remaining half of the time was spent thinking about Chen Luo. So, Leoya said to the other clansmen, you guys just rest here and don't go far, I'm going to go over there to look for any missing pieces and I'll be back soon. The clansmen didn't suspect her and nodded in unison. Breaking away from the group, Ryua swam non-stop towards Marina University. The closer she got to Binhai University, the more relaxed she became, her mood as if she was in the same state as a child returning home from school. Chapter 156, The Siren Patriarch Who Came to the Door. Ryua had just entered the Marina University when she saw a lifeboat. Chen Luo and Myrna were both sitting on the boat, and it was clear that no one was rowing, but the lifeboat automatically rowed towards Ryua. If you looked closely you would see the tip of Yona's fishtail bobbing in the water with one motion, the current around her pushing the lifeboat under her control. By the time Ryua came back to her senses, the two had come to her, and Myrna happily jumped out of the lifeboat and gave Ryua a big hug. Raya, you're back. How did you guys know I was coming? Raya asked dully. Myrna explained, Mr. Chenlo's safe house has a room with a bigger TV, but it can't play cartoons, it plays footage from around the school, so as soon as you came in, we knew and came out to greet you right away. Leoda's expression was unnatural, especially after noticing Chen Luo's eyes. She didn't even look at Chen Luo, very deliberately. She said to Myrna, I just came back to warn the princess and then I'll be leaving soon. When she didn't come back, Rua missed the safe house and the people in it all the time, but when she came back, she felt awkward on her own. She used to be a straight shooter and say what she had to say. But after meeting Chen Luo, he became more and more human. Myrna was about to leave Ryua behind, but Ryua beat her to it and said, Princess, the matriarch has been around the school lately, so you'd better stay in the safe house and not go out if you don't want to be found. The metal material of the safe house had the effect of shielding the senses between their sirens, and it was when the safe house door was open earlier that Ryua was able to clearly sense Yana. Also, Lyoya glanced at Chenluo and added, inform those humans that they should also try not to go out if they don't want to be killed. Although Matriarch Nasha would not purposely go looking for humans to kill, she was afraid that Chenluo and the others would be unlucky and run straight into them. Matriarch Nasha wouldn't mind crushing a few ants. Chenluo didn't expect Lyoya to go and return. Not only did she not bring the sirens over, but instead she came to remind herself. Puzzled, he opened the favorability panel, but was surprised to find that on the day Ryua left, the favorability had risen from 20 to 59. It was only close to being a favorite. This showed that Ryua's words were highly credible. Chenluo was about to say something when the intercom on his waist rang. Chenluo picked up and listened. Sheila's anxious voice came out from inside. Boss, there's something underwater outside the school. Before Sheila's words fell, Chenluo saw a dozen or so sirens in the distance riding the winds and waves as they barged into the school. The one at the head had long, wavy blonde hair that fluttered in the wind behind her, as if she was wearing a veil. A face similar to Mina's gave off a feeling that was the opposite of Mina's, appearing noble and cold. Compared to Zero, the so-called Vine Queen, she has all the characteristics of a queen. In particular, she had a big heart and looked like a woman with a big heart. The two shells, of unknown construction, managed to hang on, trembling and making one worry that they might fall off at any moment. Her fishtail was also much more vibrant and slender than the other sirens. The leader of the sirens led the other sirens to stop at a position less than 5 meters away from Chenluo's trio. The large waves beneath them continued to lap at Chenluo and the others, slapping the lifeboat into a lurching and undulating motion. But two of them are sirens, not afraid of water, while Chenluo is firmly rooted in the boat. Seeing that his dismay didn't work, the leader siren gave Chenluo a deep look. Mother! Matriarch! Mina and Rua shouted at the same time. She was the siren matriarch? Chenluo wasn't very surprised. Nasha gave Mina and Rua a hard stare. I told you why Ryua came back looking like she was out of her mind. I'm sure there's something she's not telling me. The two of you, one of you is the princess of the Siren clan and the other is an elite of the Siren clan, and you're even fooling around with humans here. Mother, Mina tried to explain, but was glared back by Nasha. It's not your turn to talk yet. Nasha looked at Lyoya, her eyes filled with hatred. Lyoya, you are my most trusted clan member. It's fine that Myrna is still young and doesn't know any better. Why are you also following her to fool around? Her words are biased towards both men, which shows that she is quite protective of her character. Yana's behavior is summarized as childish and Rua's as nonsense. But she wasn't so polite to Chenluo, an outsider. However, I believe you must have been compelled by this abominable human, and I have come to right that wrong myself. No! Myrna shouted, opening her arms to stop Chenluo. Also standing in front of Chenluo was Lyoya. Mina continued to shout, Mother, you can't kill him. Why? I like him. Mina's eyes were unmistakable. At these words, the other sirens behind Nasha were shocked, and they whispered and discussed the ground. Nasha frowned and chirped, quiet. Relying on his own authority, he made all the clansmen shut up. Only then did she speak slowly, Mina, am I indulging you too much or are you having a rebellious period? Sirens and humans, they can't be together. Why not? Myrna asked in a determined manner. There's actually no rule that sirens can't fall in love with other races, but Nasha just won't allow it. She grunted coldly, we sirens are an incomparably powerful race, while humans are too weak, and there is an insurmountable gulf between us and the very nature of life. Sorry, allow me to interrupt. Chenluo interjected, I think the mother-in-law. Nasha slanted a glance at Chenluo. Chenluo changed his words, I think the patriarchal lord. Nasha didn't interrupt again, though she still resented the title. Chenluo continued, your words are incorrect, humans are weak, but that doesn't mean I'm weak as well. Oh, Nasha laughed contemptuously, I thought you had some high opinion, but it turns out you're just playing smart. Lord Patriarch doesn't believe it, why don't we have a competition? Nasha hadn't wanted to say yes, she felt that even agreeing to such a request would be a blasphemy to her status. However, she noticed that both Myrna and Lua's expressions were normal, indicating that both of them felt that Chenluo had the strength. Holding doubts about Chenluo's strength, Nasa agreed to Chenluo's match after thinking about it. Be safe. Beware of my mother's queen, her mastery of water currents is beyond the two of us. Ryua and Myrna reminded Chenluo one after the other. Especially Nina, who outright sold her mom. Nasha sulked as she listened. What a great filial daughter, she had spoiled her so much and she had turned against herself for a man. What a white wolf to raise. Chapter 157, Convincing People by Strength. Although she was angry, but after all, she was her own daughter, Nasa had no choice but to vent her anger on Chenluo. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she coalesced a vortex beneath her. The whirlpool grew bigger and swept Chenluo's lifeboat into it. Myrna had jumped out of the lifeboat and backed up some distance with Ryua, so as not to disturb Chenluo and Nasa's one-on-one fight. Chenluo stood alone on the lifeboat, holding the oars in his hands and spinning in circles along with the lifeboat. Worthy of being Queen Siren, this ability and scale of creating vortexes was more than a little bit stronger than Yana and Ryua. If this were an ordinary person, they would have already been spun around to the point of dizziness and vomiting and lost their ability to fight. But Shenluo not only didn't get dizzy, he was able to stay awake and stare at Nasa. Nasha raised her hand and a bucket-thick water tornado rushed towards Shenluo. Shenluo raised the oar high, storing up his strength for a heavy slap. The tremendous force directly slapped the water tornado into countless water splashes. Nasa's pupils shrunk. This Shenluo really wasn't an ordinary human. But mere strength would not be enough to gain her approval. Nasha touched her hands together at the wrists and lifted them upward. A 3-story high curtain of water lifted her up, then pressed towards Shenluo with an unstoppable momentum. However, Shenluo took the initiative to jump off the lifeboat and got into the water. The huge wave merely lapped the lifeboat into the water and it soon floated back up as it was filled with air. Nasha looked at the overturned lifeboat and suspected that Shenluo was hiding underneath. She summoned a jet of water to flip the lifeboat over, but it was empty underneath. Where did the people go? Nasha wondered. Just then, a person, none other than Shenluo, came out from behind her, and chopped the oar as if it were an axe. But Nasha had a very keen sense of the changing currents. The moment Shenluo had just come out of the water, she had already discovered it. Hearing the sound of breaking wind behind her, the corner of Nasha's mouth lifted. A slender fishtail slammed into Shenluo's waist from the side, knocking him out. Shenluo! Shenluo! The two men watching the battle worriedly shouted together. Shenluo re-fell into the water, and Nasa had already swum to the front. In the heat of the moment, Shenluo once again dug into the water. Nasha sneered, looking for death. He said and followed into the water. Underwater is the absolute home of their sirens. Shenluo's initiative to enter the water was absolutely suicidal. The audience are silence, so naturally they can see what's going on underwater. In their line of sight, Shenluo swam to the bottom of the water first, with their matriarch following closely behind. After touching the bottom, Shenluo made a turn, stomped his feet on the ground with force, and jumped above Nasa. Then dropped down to ride on Nasha's back. This was Shenluo's plan, from feigning defeat and abandoning the ship, to being sent flying by Nasha's tail in the back. They were all false pretenses he put on. After fighting Myrna and Ryua, Shenluo already had a wealth of experience in fighting sirens. The sirens are all mages and have very strong control abilities, and the song can still control people hard. They are very difficult to deal with when there is water and they also have decent speed at the same time. But in close quarters, their strengths don't come into play. It's a well-known fact that mages are most afraid of getting up close and personal. But Nasha obviously couldn't be judged by common sense. She had both terrifying water control as well as considerable strength. After Shenluo rode on her back, she immediately spun around. Her body was as slippery as a loach. Shenluo was almost thrown down, and hurriedly got down to hold on to Nasa's body. In the heat of the moment, his hands could only grab whatever they could. A left and a right grabbed two shells and dented their fingers. Whoa! The silence erupted into a clamor. Myrna covered her mouth even more. Nasha herself, who had been caught in the baby cafeteria, though I don't know if the Silens are mammals or not, was even more humiliated and angry. Let go! She droned. Shenluo didn't hear her and thought that she was insulting herself. Instead, she increased the strength in her hands. Nasha let out a cry of pain, suspicion leaving red marks. In order to be able to throw Shenluo off her back, Nasa accelerated in the water in one go. A sudden 90-degree turn at top speed, then another accelerating dive as it rises to the surface. A few times down the line, Shenluo suddenly felt a looseness in his hands and was finally thrown out. Turning over a few times in the water before stopping, he looked down and in his hands were two purple shells. Hee, why does this shell look a bit familiar? Shenluo raised his head, and his gaze collided with Nasha, who had her hands shielded in front of her body and her eyes in shame and indignation. Give it back! Nasha snarled. Oh! Shenluo came back to his senses and hurriedly swam forward, wanting to return the shell to Nasa. Don't come over! Nasa shouted, and Shenluo had to stop. Throw it! Okay. Shenluo threw the shell at Nasa, but because the strength was not controlled after, he accidentally threw it over his head. Nasha subconsciously raised her hands and grabbed the shell in midair. She looked at Shenluo and found him looking straight in front of her. Nasha then realized something was wrong and angrily bellowed, "Seen it yet?" Shenluo woke up like a dream and turned his head. Nasa buckled her shell and looked at Shenluo's back. She really couldn't swallow this breath. With the right hand, he spilled a headful of water on Shenluo. After all that, the two couldn't fight anymore. Nasha grunted coldly and said, I recognize that you have strength, and I will no longer prevent Myrna from contacting you. In fact, with Mina's attitude towards Shenluo, even if he didn't have much ability, Nasa would find a reason to agree to the two of them dating. It couldn't be helped. She just spoiled Yana too much to see Yana sad. Of course, Shenluo convincing everyone with his own strength was undoubtedly the best option. They, the sirens, have always honored the strongest. Hearing Nasha's words, Mina cheered and swam over to hug Nasha. Good lord! Mother, I knew you loved me the most and won't forcefully break up Mr. Shenluo and I. You just don't let me worry. Nasha tapped Myrna's forehead with her index finger. Your mother has just lost face, and all you care about is your lover boy. Geez, I care about you too, okay? Mina pouted as she hugged Nasa's arm. Nasha noticed what Yona was wearing and asked, why are you wearing a strip of cloth? Where's the shell? This is called a bikini. It's a swimsuit. Myrna turned around to show her. It's much more comfortable than a shell, and it comes in a variety of colors and styles. They sirens take their upper body coverings very seriously, often searching several bodies of water in search of suitable and beautiful shells. After seeing the beautiful bikini on Mina, Nasha was also impressed. This was true of the patriarch, not to mention the rest of the clan. They surrounded Myrna and looked enviously at the bathing suit she was wearing. Chapter 158, Abuse? Filial Piety. The Silens gathered around Myrna and talked. Princess, where did you get this bathing suit? Wow, it's so soft to the touch, so much better than hard shells. The colors are beautiful too, my favorite rainbow colors. But it's easy to drop it with just a rope tied to it, isn't it? Myrna proudly bragged to her little sisters, it's much stronger than a shell, and there are other styles that are safer. The siren's eyes went red, so how the hell do I get one? Nasha, who had a high-flying demeanor on the side, also quietly perked up her ears. Mina pointed at Chen Luo and said, it's Mr. Chen Luo who gave it to me, he gave me a whole closet. At these words, the Silens turned their heads in unison to look at Chen Luo. Those eyes were glowing as if they wanted to eat Chen Luo up. Being stared at by so many beautiful supermodels, even Chen Luo's thick skin couldn't help but redden a bit. He coughed and explained, these bathing suits are available at the mall. What's a mall? One of the red-haired, slightly freckled and cute-looking sirens asked with a tilt of her head. They didn't know any malls, and there were so many buildings in the city, they didn't know where to look. Chen Luo had no choice but to say, then I'll give it to you, one piece for each of you to pick at random. Bathing suits were of little value to him anyway, and a trip to the mall would bring back a whole bunch of them. Why don't we use it as a favor to please Myrna's mother's family? As expected, the sirens gathered around Chen Luo and cheered again. That red-haired freckled siren even boldly kissed Chen Luo's cheek. Under the shocked gazes of Chen Luo as well as the other sisters, she rightfully explained, isn't he the princess's lover, so he's not an outsider, so a kiss to show appreciation is normal, right? If you stand in the shoes of a human being, she is absolutely wrong in this statement. But with the siren concept, it's not really a problem. That's how they express their emotions and gratitude to each other. So these sirens, whose face value was comparable to that of a model, lined up to offer their kisses one after another. Chen Luo was a bit embarrassed at first, but he noticed that both Myrna and Nasha had normal expressions, seemingly acquiescing to what they were doing. Chen Luo didn't stop it. Also, he had a personal interest in the fact that he was afraid that all of these silens would fit the system's criteria. In other words, they equaled a whole lot of exotic fruits, exotic spirit springs, and exotic powers. But Nasha and Mina were there, and he wasn't comfortable asking for names now, lest they suspect he had other plans. When each one had been kissed, Nasha said, I'm going to stay here for 2 days to determine if this human can be worthy of your life's trust. Naturally, Myrna was happy, and being able to live with her two favorite people made her feel blessed. But Chen Luo wasn't so happy. He was like countless son-in-laws who are disliked by their mothers-in-law and get a headache when they hear that their mothers-in-law are going to be their guests. Of course, if all the mothers-in-law in the world had Nasha's face, those son-in-law's grievances would be a lot lighter. Nasa noticed Chen Luo's expression and raised her eyebrows. What? You're not willing? I wouldn't mind, but with so many of you, I'm afraid it's going to be crowded. If they were people, Chen Luo's room would be enough. But they're sirens, they can't stay out of the water for too long. All Chen Luo could offer them was the size of a swimming pool. Nasha said in a casual but undeniable tone, it's just me going in, the other sirens stay outside and patrol for you, and you don't have to provide the food, they'll catch their own fish. Since she had said so, Chen Luo had no choice but to agree. Opening the door to the safe house, Myrna excitedly took Nasha's arm and swam inside. She's feeling like a married daughter right now, wanting to let her mom know how well she's doing. Along the way, Mina introduces herself to Nasha while Nasha picks at her with disgust. Mother, this is a bar, there are so many very good drinks, what would you like to drink? I'll get it for you. No need for that, drinks and all, they don't sound healthy at first. Mother, this is the cafeteria, where everyone usually eats, I'm telling you, Sister Tang Xian's grilled fish is delicious, you must try it later. Fish is still best eaten fresh and raw, grilled? Redundant. Mother, this is Sister Ning Xiao, she's a doctor. Nasha grunted, not saying much. Finally, they made it to the pool. Mother, this is the pool, where I usually stay, and the black box next to it is the TV, which has so many good cartoons, playthings, and that's the small place he's giving you to live in? There's not even enough room to stretch out your fishtail, he's being abusive. Nasha said indignantly. Mina, on the other hand, explained for Chen Luo, Mr. Chen Luo didn't mistreat me, he said that living in the pool was only temporary, and that the basement base that Sister Shilua designed right away had a good-sized aquarium and transparent pipes leading to the... Nasha interrupted impatiently, it's all just pie in the sky, and it's just a way to fool little girls like you who don't know anything. It was inevitable that Mina would get a little emotional when she kept being denied. With a twinkle in her eye, she said, "Mother, why don't you go into the pool and feel it? What's wrong with the water? What's wrong with it?" Mina wasn't going to tell Nasha outright, she was going to dumb her down completely. Playing God, isn't this just normal water? Nasha said as she gracefully placed into the water of the pool. The moment the fish's tail touched the water, an ample amount of energy surged into her body, and Nasha's entire body was petrified, her eyes filled with disbelief. "Well, this water is good, isn't it?" Mina couldn't tell you how pleased she was to see Nasha with that look on her face. Nasha came back to her senses and tightened her grip on Mina's arm, staring at her and asking, "Where did this water come from?" "It was added by Mr. Chenluo. He was afraid that I wouldn't be comfortable living there, so he poured a bottle of something called the Altered Spirit Spring. I thought it was the water of the Immortal Lake at first." Nasha shook her head. "It's not Undead Lake water. Undead Lake water isn't that clean." "Right, that's what I said. You said that the humans. Chenluo was afraid that you wouldn't be comfortable living there, so he added a bottle of precious spirit spring to you?" Nasa asked again in disbelief. "Yes. How about that? He didn't mistreat me, did he?" Myrna raised her chin. Nasha couldn't speak. She had searched for energy-rich food for so long without finding any, and Chenluo had poured a whole bottle just to make Mina stay comfortable. What kind of abuse is that? It's like being a little ancestor. Even someone as proud as Nasha couldn't be more critical. Chapter 159, Don't Leave If You Come Back. Not only that, but this. Mina fetched one of the leftover exotic fruits from her plate. From a long way away Nasha smelled the strong fragrance of the fruit. Intuition told her that this exotic fruit was definitely not mortal. "Taste it, it's good." Nasha took the foreign fruit and put it in her mouth, closing her eyes to savor it. Then snapping his eyes open, he asked with incomparable seriousness to Myrna, how much of this fruit and this water Chenluo still has there. She had determined that both of them could provide energy for them to procreate. If the amount was enough, it could even bring back the glory of the sirens in this world. As the matriarch, how could Nasha not be excited? "I don't know, let me ask him for you later," Myrna said back. Her words poured cold water on Nasha. Nasha was anxious, but she had to calm down first. She had just had a conflict with Chenluo, and if she was the one to ask, the other party would not necessarily tell her. It was indeed best to let Mina ask. "You can ask now, this question is important to me, and to our clan." "Okay, you wait here for me." After saying that, Mina went to find Chenluo. Nasha looked around the pool in boredom, noticing the cartoon that was playing in her spare time. What did Mina say this was again? A TV? She'd like to see where this contraption called television got such a big attraction. It could make Mina look so good that she wouldn't want to go back. Nasha looked on and couldn't help but spit out. What's wrong with this queen, locking herself up as a monster just because she has magic? In her original world, people called those who possessed magical powers right after birth a divine gift, something that would be admired by millions. Nasha resisted the urge to spit and continue reading. After seeing the queen in the cartoon run away leaving her country behind her subjects, she barely managed to hold back another curse. But cursing is still watching. It wasn't until the cartoon came to an end that Nasha realized she had watched an entire cartoon without realizing it. Now she understood why Mina liked watching TV so much. There's a real magic to this stuff. Chenluo was currently picking out swimsuits in the check room with the other sirens. Although we can't let them all live in for the time being, it's still possible to buy people's hearts in advance with some small favors. Surrounded by so many warblers and swallows, with a net of bright, snowy white in front of them, Chenluo couldn't help but sigh. It's still good to be a siren, unlike the Little Mermaid, and a fish species like Scavenger. That one was just too hot. Chenluo pointed to a large box and said, "This box contains swimsuits, there are also underwear and tops inside, you guys can pick whatever you want." The silence cheered and rushed forward to pick them out. "I love this purple one, it's my favorite color. This one has a pattern on it, it's so pretty." "Huh? Aren't these human clothes?" "It feels different from what humans wear in our world." The humans they had there were clothed in leather or linen, which was not only uncomfortable to wear, but also rubbed against their moist skin. So they would rather wear shells than human clothes. But the clothes in this world are different, they feel very soft to the touch and don't hurt the skin at all. They naturally hugged and loved it. After picking out their favorite clothes, they actually changed in front of Chenluo without avoiding it. Chenluo looked at a field of shells of various colors, and waves that filled his eyes, and silently admired them. Worthy of being a race that can manipulate waves, all of them are good waves. At that moment a voice calling his name came from outside the check room, and Chenluo heard that it was Mina calling him. So he took 3 steps out of the room and closed the door behind him. "There you are," Myrna said in surprise, "I have something to ask you." "What's wrong?" "Mother asked me to ask you if you still have those spirit springs and exotic fruits, and how many of them are left." "There are, but the exact number is not convenient to disclose." Mina expressed her understanding. It really wasn't too good to say the quantity of something as precious as the altered spirit spring and the altered fruit. Not even if the other party was her mother. After all, it was only the first day they'd met. "Got it, I'm going to reply to my mother." After saying that, Mina was in a hurry to leave. "Wait, Why is your mother asking this? Chen Luo said towards her back. But Myrna had already swum far away and didn't hear Chen Luo's voice. Just as Chen Luo was about to go back to the check room, a voice came out from the corner. I know why. Chen Luo fixed his eyes and realized that the one who spoke was Liuya. She said to herself, for the sirens to have offspring, they need enough energy, which your foreign fruits and spirit springs can provide just in time. Why did you tell me? Chen Luo asked rhetorically. Liuya was in a complicated mood. She didn't know how to answer Chen Luo's question and could only remain silent. She knew Chen Luo was going to be targeted the moment matriarch Nasa offered to stay for 2 days. Energy meant a lot to Nasha, and she was worried that Nasha would disregard her mother-daughter bond and kill Chen Luo. Between the pack and Chen Luo, she chose the latter. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Chen Luo guessed roughly what she was thinking, and the way he looked at her became gentle. They were a race that had lived together since birth. By tipping him off, Rua had undoubtedly betrayed her matriarch and clan. What a mental struggle she made and how much pressure she was under can be imagined. He said to Lua, don't leave this time. When you come back, stay. Liuya raised her head in dismay and looked at Chen Luo. After hesitating for half a day, she finally nodded under Chen Luo's expectant gaze. Almost at the same time she nodded her head, the system's voice rang in Chen Luo's head. Liuya's favoritism +1 reached like. Mina went back and relayed Chen Luo's answer to Nasa. Nasha's brow furrowed at that as she asked, did he really say that? Myrna nodded with certainty. No, I have to ask in person. Nasha couldn't sit still, stood up and went to find Chen Luo. But remembering that he didn't know the way, he stopped and said to Yana, you lead the way. Mina had to lead Nasha towards the check room. Only Chen Luo was no longer here, and the flamboyantly dressed sirens fishtailed out. Nasha asked the red-haired siren, Sasha, seen where Chen Luo went? Sasha replied, he and Lua headed for the lounge. So Nasha dragged Mina towards the restroom again. The door to the lounge was closed when they arrived. Nasha knocked on the door, but nothing moved inside. Just when she thought Chen Luo wasn't inside, the door to the lounge opened. Chen Luo and Liuya walked out from inside. Chapter 160 Alien Power, the King's Treasure Trove. Just opened the door and a strange smell wafted out. Myrna arched her nose, feeling how the smell was somewhat familiar. Puzzled, she asked, what were you two doing in there so long? No. Cough cough, nothing. Raya was about to speak when she accidentally choked and coughed twice. Mina still had questions and was just about to follow up when she was interrupted by an urgent Nasha. There's no time to worry about that now, Nasha asked, turning to Chen Luo, let me ask you, how much of that fruit and water do you have left? With her attitude, Chen Luo was naturally even more reluctant to say anything. Nope, all used up. You. Nasha's body shook with anger. Then she realized it was her tone. With 2 pairs of eyes staring at her next to Myrna and Rua, Nasha had something to say that she couldn't easily say. So she said, follow me into the house. After that she went into the restroom first. Chen Luo was just about to enter when his arms were pulled by 2 women on the left and right. When he turned around, there were 2 pairs of concerned eyes behind him. Chen Luo. They wanted to say something, but Chen Luo returned a look of nothingness to them. Then he gently patted both of their hands, which they let go. After Chen Luo entered the lounge, Nasa said, close the door. Chen Luo closed the door and was just about to open his mouth to ask her what she wanted to tell him. Then he saw Nasha bending over and bowing to himself. What do you mean by that? Chen Luo was confused by this outburst of hers. There are a lot of people out there, so I'm here to apologize. I was wrong earlier, my tone was too sharp. Nasha said sincerely. But those 2 things you have are really important to us, so please do tell me exactly how many you have left. Since Nasa had apologized so sincerely, what else could Chen Luo do? Of course it was to forgive her. Moreover, the 2 originally did not exist much hatred, at most, there is a little fragrant small misunderstanding. He deliberated for a moment and said, I can only tell you that I have quite a few on hand, and the exact number is not convenient to disclose. Although Nasa was a bit disappointed that she didn't get the answer she wanted, Chen Luo's words quite a lot still gave her a peace of mind. What was her personal dignity compared to the reproduction of the entire siren race, she asked humbly. I know how rare and hard to come by things that contain energy, but we really need it. What will it take for you to share some of it with us? Is it rare? Chen Luo didn't think so. They sirens were each 100 exotic fruits and 100 liters of altered spirit springs to him. Right. Chen Luo remembered that he had learned Nasha's name from Liuya, and the 2 of them had had physical contact, and had completed the first acquaintance quest. So open the system panel and check it out. Name, Nasha. Status, Siren, Matriarch. Favorability, 20, Acquaintance. Reward for first acquaintance, exotic fruit times 100, obtained. Reward for the first kiss, 100 liters of altered spirit spring, not obtained. Complete strategy reward, ability, water control or ability, King's Treasure Trove, not obtained. This, ability, King's Treasure Trove, immediately caught Chen Luo's attention. He opened the system introduction to check it out. It turns out that the so-called alien power, King's Treasure Trove, is the acquisition of 100 cubic meters of storage space. Compared to other spatial powers, this one was undoubtedly much worse. After all, just gaining a space capable of storing things doesn't get you a direct boost in combat power. But this is the end times. I'm sure any survivor who has gathered supplies knows firsthand how useful a space that can be accessed on the go can be. When you've had a stroke of luck finding a warehouse full of supplies, only to leave with regret because you don't have a means of transportation that doesn't exist and you can only fill a backpack. Come back again when the warehouse has long since been emptied, or perhaps overrun by a horde of walkers. So in this case, storage space is worth its weight in gold. Chen Luo was still immersed in the shock of alien power, King's treasure trove. Nasha was getting antsy after not getting a definite reply for so long. Please give me an accurate answer, she urged. Chen Luo came back to his senses, closed the panel, and looked at Nasha with a gaze that became a bit strange. Nasa noticed the change in Chen Luo's eyes and she furrowed her brows. It's fine to want the exotic fruit and the exotic spirit spring, but you must agree to my conditions. The corner of Chen Luo's mouth raised in a subtle arc. Nasha, as the matriarch of a clan, had seen a lot, not something a well-protected little girl like Myrna could compare to. She had seen many lustful humans who used money or power to force the opposite sex to serve them. Their expressions were exactly the same as Chen Luo's at this moment. Therefore Nasa felt that Chen Luo was hitting on herself. She said in disgust, I'm not going to agree to that. Chen Luo was a bit confused and asked, Matriarch, your hope for the reproduction of your race rests on me alone. Do you wish for your race to go extinct? Good man. The burden of reproducing the population rests on one man. It wasn't his own idea he was playing, he was trying to pack up her entire clan altogether. You despicable human, I will never let you get all of my people, Nasha said angrily. Chen Luo was bewildered, he did have such thoughts. But the question is, how did he expose himself? Could it be that his intentions were too obvious? When Nasa saw Chen Luo's puzzled expression, she froze for a moment. Aren't your conditions for me and my people? No, Chen Luo innocently spread his hands. I just want to hire you guys and let you work for me. Nasha was mortified to have made such a big mess. Luckily, as a matriarch, her mental resilience was strong enough. Forcing back the shame, he asked, so what do you want us to do? My safe house lacks a security force, so I'd like to hire your clan to patrol around it. That's it? After all the mental padding, it turned out to be such a simple condition. Nasha didn't even know what to say. Chen Luo continued, also, there is a sunken ship at the marina pier. I need your men to help me salvage the supplies inside. He had coveted the supplies on that wreck for a long time. It was just on him alone, plus at most Myrna, Rua, and 2 walkers who didn't need to breathe. 5 people trying to move supplies in a wreck in a complicated situation is just too inefficient. At the sight of Nasha coming to the door with her clan, it occurred to him that he could ask them to do himself this favor. I just didn't know how to ask before Nasha agreed. It wasn't until after learning from Ryua that Nasha desperately needed the exotic fruit and the exotic spirit spring that he knew the opportunity had come. 161. Underground bases. To Chen Luo, this exchange was simply a no-brainer. For one thing, he'd get a squad with a decent fighting chance, and the safe house's security was greatly improved. Secondly, he would also have access to the vast amount of supplies in that wreck, not necessarily worth less than the resources he consumed. Besides, the wool came from the sheep. Chen Luo could still take this opportunity to leave the silent race behind, in order to cultivate a relationship with them and swipe supplies from them. If they were more evil, they could even wait for them to get pregnant and give birth to little sirens who would grow up. In short, this is a renewable resource site. Chen Luo had no reason to let it go. After finishing his conditions, Chen Luo asked, well, do you agree? Nasha nodded without hesitation, I agree. The 2 men continued to talk a bit about the paycheck. In the end, after Chen Luo proposed that he could give them 10 liters of altered spirit spring or 100 altered fruits every month, Nasha agreed to the terms. Opening the door, 2 little heads that had been eavesdropping at the door crashed in, hitting Nasha's airbag and being bounced back. Chen Luo witnessed the scene from the side and was dumbstruck with surprise. It's rare to be so huge and still be so tough and have such resilience. The racial superiority of the Siren clan is reflected in this aspect. What are you 2 doing? Nasha said with a stern face. Her authority didn't work on Chen Luo, but it was still more than enough to control the 2 of them. Mina and Rua showed heartfelt smiles and stammered, that. Well, stop it, Nasha waved her hand, you 2 go inform the rest of the clan that we're going to be staying here for a long time. Really? The 2 said in surprise as their eyes lit up. The 2 had lived with the rest of the clan for a long time, after all, and it would still be hard to part with them. There was no one happier than the 2 of them when they heard that the clan was going to stay. Really, one other thing, you 2 are not allowed to watch TV for long periods of time while I'm around. That stuff has an addictive magic to it that you must control. Myrna and Ruya's faces instantly dropped like children who heard a middle-aged woman yelling, turn it off, you have to turn it off. After shooing away Myrna and Rua, Nasha casually asked, is there anything else you can watch on that TV of yours? You mean? The cartoons are too childish. I want the 2 of them to watch something more nutritious, like the alternation of kingships, wars between multiple countries, or something like that. Chen Luo looked at her with a suspicious gaze. I'm afraid, it's you who wants to see it, isn't it? Chen Luo didn't break down Nasha, but said, I remember there's another hard disk that has War of Rights and Lord of the Rings or something like that. It should be to your taste. Very good. Nasha said with satisfaction, then responded, emphasizing, not my taste, it's the two of them watching. Understood, understood. Chen Luo responded perfunctorily. A few days after talking to Nasha, the silence brought back tons of supplies one after another. Chen Luo also relied on the various flavors of grilled fish to gain a large amount of goodwill from them. Brushed each siren's favorability to over 40 and under 60, somewhere between friendly and likable. Especially Nasha, with Mina in the room herself, it was natural for her to love Chen Luo, and it was easier for the two of them to get close. Plus after Chen Luo found a hard drive for Nasha containing the top 100 rated world movies, her favorability broke right through to 60 to like. Of course, this liking is not of the male-female, heterosexual kind. Rather, a mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law, and the more she looks at him, the happier she is. That day, Shilua found Chen Luo and told him that the design of the underground base had been drawn. Chen Luo brought it to take a look, in addition to the various rooms he had requested. In the center there is a cylindrical aquarium taking up half of the entire half of the design. It would have been a few days ago that this layout would have been completed. However, it occurred to Chen Luo that he couldn't let the other siren girls live outside the safe house all the time, could he? That's why he had Silhouette change it, and expanded the large aquarium that was originally intended for Yana and Ryua even further. There was enough room for all the sirens and it didn't feel crowded. Chen Luo was satisfied after looking at the design and said to Shilua, tough on you. It's fine, it's not hard, it's not exactly my job. Sheila said. Chen Luo took the design drawings, summoned the system, and extracted the 1,000 square feet of property rewarded by Tang Xian's complete raid. Only to see a shaking of the ground, Shilua didn't stand still and almost fell down. Luckily, Chen Luo picked her up in a princess hug in time. After a few seconds, the safe house regained its composure. Ning Xiao was followed by the other women, while Nasha rushed over with 13 sirens. Chen Luo, what happened? Did the enemy sneak in? They asked successively. Chen Luo, on the other hand, said, it's fine, I just expanded the safe house a bit. He added to Nasha, you are just in time to see the room I have prepared for you. Chen Luo placed Sheila on the ground, and the women followed Chen Luo to an elevator that didn't exist before. The crowd split into several groups and took the elevator to the ground floor one after another. When the elevator doors opened, the crowd was stunned by the sight before them. Just in front of us was a huge aquarium, and through the clear glass you could see the room on the other side. Don't look at it as glass, its material is so hard that even a bullet hitting it can't penetrate it. So don't worry about the water pressure bursting the glass. Chen Luo said to the already jaw-dropped sirens, like it? You guys will live here from now on. The women said in unison, love it. The perkier, red-haired, freckled Sessa Martha even asked, can I go in and try now? Sure. Sasha swam down the water change channel to the top of the aquarium, then jumped in with a graceful pose. She swam around in it excitedly and then waved at the other sisters through the glass. Come on in, it's fun in there. The silence had long since pressed on and jumped into the aquarium. They staged a perfect water ballet for Chen Luo and the others with their delicate body curves and elegant swimming postures. Chen Luo couldn't help but sigh, leaving them behind was indeed worth it. The eye candy alone is pleasing to the eye. Ning Xiao and the other human women also looked excited, and a few of them exchanged words and pushed Ning Xiao out. Chen Luo turned around to see Ning Xiao tenderly ruffling her hair and asked, what's wrong? My sisters said they hadn't had a pool line in a while and wanted to get in and play together. Chen Luo thought about it indeed, since the pool was occupied by Mina and the other sirens, they really hadn't swam for a long time. So he announced loudly, as the crowd looked on expectantly, okay, then we'll have a big pool party. Great! Girls, change into your best swimsuits and join in the fun. Tang Xian was also infected by the atmosphere and said, I'll go prepare some snacks and drinks, and replenish my energy when I'm tired of playing. Yeah! The crowd cheered. Chapter 162, Kiss of Blessing. The women were dressed in either sexy or cute or brightly colored swimsuits and swam up in the aquarium with sirens, enjoying a rare moment of relaxation. A few people's faces were no slouches in front of this group of supermodel sirens. Among them, Zero and Jaisai in particular stand out. The other women had their own merits, such as Luo Wei's legs, Tang Xian's arse and the temperament of Che Xiaoyu and Su Yulan. These are a plus for them. The younger sister of the twins, Zhu Huihui, had just finished surgery and was still recovering and could not get wet, so her older sister, Zhu Wenwen, accompanied her on the recliner. Zhu Huihui's face still had the pale color of a major illness, but her cheeks were rosy, obviously recovering well. She said to Zhu Wenwen, sister, you don't need to mind me, go play with your sisters. Zhu Wenwen shook her head, I'll stay here with you and brother Chen Luo. As she said this, she gratefully glanced at Chen Luo, who was also not in the water, wearing only a pair of shorts and sunglasses. If it weren't for Chen Luo, her sister would have died of her illness. She herself would certainly not escape starvation. It was Chen Luo who changed her and her sister's fate. Zhu Wenwen was very grateful to Chen Luo. She was a person who knew how to return favors, but she didn't know how she should repay Chen Luo. One could only serve Chen Luo silently at the side, acting as a role like a little maid. She brought a glass of lemonade and a glass of milk. The milk was handed to her sister, while she herself held the lemonade and crouched thoughtfully aside, pointing the straw at Chen Luo. Chen Luo contentedly enjoyed her services. The eyes under the sunglasses kept wandering over the crowd of women in the aquarium. That's when a pair of beach volleyballs blocked his view. Where did the ball come from to block my view? Chen Luo impatiently reached out and was about to push it away. But realizing that it actually backed up a bit, Chen Luo hastily took off his sunglasses, and in front of him stood the expressionless siren matriarch Nasha. On the side, Zhu Wenwen tried hard not to burst out laughing, while Zhu Huihui's shoulders were shaking and she obviously couldn't hold it in anymore. That, I didn't recognize it was you, Chen Luo said with an embarrassed face. I know. Nasha didn't pursue the matter. Something wrong? Nasha saw that her people, including the other human girls, were wearing nice swimsuits, and she herself was wearing 2 shells. It made her feel left behind or isolated. It wasn't like she hadn't been to the check room before, but the swimsuits there were all standard sizes. Nasha can't even block in that one. But this kind of thing was simply difficult for her to talk about as a matriarch and as Mina's mother. So after weighing her vocabulary half a dozen times, she said with a euphemism, "You don't have any clothes here that are my size." Chen Luo noticed that her gaze kept hinting towards the aquarium, and he immediately understood what she meant. He used this as an excuse to look Nasha up and down brightly. While looking at him he also said in all seriousness, "Your size, it's really hard to find. Sirens are over 2 meters tall counting that big long tail. It's just that their upper bodies are no different from human females, so they don't feel their height." But unlike Nasha, she was literally a size larger than the average siren. It was a full 2 meters and a half, and the 1 meter 8 Chen Luo in front of her was just like a child standing in front of an adult. Combined with her extraordinarily prominent figure, it really wasn't that easy to find the right swimsuit. Hearing Chen Luo say this, a flash of regret flashed across Nasa's eyes. But Chen Luo trailed off long enough to tickle Nasha's heart as well. She quickly asked, "But what? There should be plus-size women's clothing in some of the malls. I can look for it for you later." Great! Under the excitement, the female matriarch, who had always had a high and cold demeanor, rarely revealed a girlish manner. Then realizing she was out of line, she gathered her expression together. "Ahem, hard work." Saying that, Nasa lowered her head and left a fragrant kiss on Chen Luo's forehead. Looking at Chen Luo's dumbfounded expression, Nasha's eyes were devoid of evil thoughts as she explained, "This is the patriarch's blessing on the clan." Chen Luo remembered that indeed this matter was true. He had learned from Myrna and Liuya that an alien siren who wanted to join a clan had to receive a blessed kiss from the clan leader. The kiss also signaled formal acceptance, and from that point on both parties were family. Chen Luo originally thought that he was not a siren and should not get this so-called kiss. I didn't realize that Nasha had given it to herself after all. Because Nasa's expression was too serious, it caused Chen Luo to not have any bad thoughts. After the kiss, Nasha sighed in relief like she had done something she had always wanted to do. It was as if she was looking for Chen Luo mainly for this matter, and the swimsuit was just incidental. After Nasa left, Chen Luo was just about to put his sunglasses back on. A pair of long, white, smooth legs took up his entire gaze. Chen Luo looked up, only to see that the visitor was Zhuang Ningmeng. She was wearing a sexy black bikini, completely missing her usual nerdy impression of a science girl and showing off her feminine softness. A white coat was still invariably worn over it, but it wasn't buttoned up and was wide open. On the contrary, it added a touch of professional dress charm, ruthlessly stunning Chen Luo's eyes. When Chen Luo retracted his gaze, he asked, "You've finally given up coming out of the lab?" The two have not even seen each other a few times since the last accident caused by Du Jieja, not to mention renewing their relationship. Zhuang Ningming smiled embarrassedly, "I'm sorry, the research on the zombie vaccine achieved a milestone some time ago, and I couldn't get away." Chen Luo expressed his understanding. "But next I'll be able to take some time off." She stretched, a gesture that showed off her figure in all its glory. She continued, "The first samples of the vaccine have been developed, and the results of the injections in mice have been very successful, only human trials are missing. Congratulations." Chen Luo raised her lemonade to congratulate her. "And thanks to your recipe, or I'd have to mull it over for a long time." Although the zombies were no longer a threat to Chen Luo now, but the danger of zombies is that they can transmit diseases and poisons just by rubbing a little skin. Chen Luo was not afraid, but the other girls were. Chen Luo had already built up a bond with them in case anyone was accidentally injured and infected as a zombie. Then he must die of sadness. So Chen Luo said, "Leave the human experimentation to me. I know where to find suitable volunteers." Aha! Zhuang Ningming nodded. "By the way, I also briefly did some research on that big dog you brought back last time." "Oh? Chapter 163, Bring Something Good." The big dog in Zhuang Ningming's mouth referred to the auction item, the mutated Alaskan sled dog. Chen Luo casually saved it at that time, and it has been following Chen Luo ever since. When Chen Luo was attacked by Siren, it also came out to help a few times. Chen Luo saw that it was obedient and loyal, so he kept it. He wasn't short of a little food to feed the dogs anyway. Then Zhuang Ningming asked for the giant dog to study it under the pretext of observation. Zhuang Ningming said, I gave the big dog a name, Little Snow. Yuki? It's a female? Zhuang Ningming nodded. Yuki has apparently undergone a mutation in size, and I've noticed that it can continue to increase in size as long as there's enough energy. It's not clear if there's an upper limit. I know. Chen Luo nodded, not really caring. He didn't lack Snow as a fighting force right now, so let it stay and watch the door. Alright, I'm going to start enjoying my vacation as well. Zhuang Ningmeng threw a wink at Chen Luo and twisted her fleshy waist and buttocks and crotch towards the aquarium. Chen Luo's mouth went dry as he watched, and his mind couldn't help but recall that day. He was sure Zhuang Ningmeng missed that time as well. Decided. After the party, we'll go to the lab and look for Zhuang Ningmeng. The water level in Marina del Rey has dropped because of the lull in the heavy rains. The floors that had been submerged were also exposed and the underwater walkers were able to emerge. With a backpack on his back, Chen Luo came out of the lab with all the comfort in the world and rode the lifeboat outside. Every now and then, he swung his oar to flatten a walker's skull. After about half an hour of paddling, a tall building appeared in front of him. Located on the 5th floor, the young man on sentry duty with binoculars recognized Chen Luo. Excitedly, he waved downward, it's Brother Chen. Chen Luo put down the oar and lifted his head, looking at the male youth with some familiarity, but could not call each other's name. Chen Luo hadn't been to this campground for some time since the heavy rains and rising water levels, but the old man at this camp was impressed with Chen Luo. After all, Chen Luo had previously delivered food and weapons, and had also displayed strong combat power. It was hard for them not to remember Chen Luo. Casually waving his hand, Chen Luo jumped off the lifeboat and walked in. Beside the young man, a small fat man with a naive-looking appearance asked, who is he, and how come I haven't seen him in the camp before? The young man told him the information he knew unsuspectingly. He, is the big money maker of our camp, provides a ton of food and ammo every month. Half the credit for our camp surviving this far goes to our head officer, Officer Su, and the other half goes to him. The little fat man's eyes twitched at the words and he turned to trot away. On the stairs of the building, Chen Luo met with Su Rui who came out to greet him. The latter could not hide her excitement and gave Chen Luo a big hug. After exchanging pleasantries, Suri asked, what brings you here? It's been too long since I've seen you, missed you, came over to see you. Come less. Su Rui said this on her lips, but the sweetness in her eyes was something a blind man could see. Also I brought some goodies. Chen Luo weighed his backpack. What's good? Go up and talk. The two of them came to the 5th level in company. From this level onwards it was considered the living area of this camp. Chen Luo could see quite a few people who were busy. He even saw someone familiar looking in it. Lao Jiao? Chen Luo shouted at the man's back. Lao Jiao turned back and greeted Chen Luo happily when he saw him as well. Yo, boss, why are you here? The chief is here too. He greeted Su Rui before asking, boss, are you here to buy fish from me? But I've changed my profession now, I'm really sorry. Chen Luo wanted to eat fish now. He could totally let Siren catch it. They are only efficient compared to trolling strip by strip. However, Chen Luo was still curious and asked, for good reason, why did you change your profession? Lao Jiao smiled bitterly and returned, boss, do you remember the story I told you before? Is it the foggy song one? That's right, some of the old-timers and I joined the camp after the marina was flooded by the rising waters, and I returned to the marina the other day to try to get some fishing in, just in time to see the fog lifting and the singing stopping. I was really curious and went in to take a look, and man, the water was full of bodies floating in the water, and it freaked me out so much that I just dropped my rod and never dared to fish again. Lao Jiao continued indignantly, I came back and told the others that there were monsters underwater, but it turned out that they all didn't believe me, which pissed me off enough. He remembered something and exclaimed, right, boss. Didn't you happen to go to the auction that day? You must have seen the monster, right? Chen Luo had a strange expression on his face, but he didn't admit it. I did go there, but I didn't see any monsters. Maybe I went back too early. This shows that you're a blessed man, boss. You've managed to escape even this. Lao Jiao attentively patted his horse's ass, but you also have to be careful. Those monsters might have already entered the city and could launch a sneak attack at any time. It did make it into the city, and even stayed in my safe house, but sneak attacks were out of the question, and stealing kisses did happen from time to time. Chen Luo casually tossed him a can, and Lao Jiao took it with a joyful smile. Thanks boss, you continue, I'll get busy first. After Lao Jiao left, Chen Luo said to Su Rui beside him, you're developing well here, the number of people is about to break through 200, right? Pretty much, Suri said with pride in her eyes, but thanks to your help. My help is one aspect, and your good management is also an important factor. Chen Luo did not mince his words of praise, and it's obvious that the people here respect you, which means you're very popular. Thanks. Su Rui's expression stiffened for a moment, then she ruffled her hair somewhat unnaturally. Chen Luo keenly noticed the change in her expression. He temporarily buried his doubts in his heart and followed Su Rui to her office. Just before he sat down and his ass was warmed up, the office door was opened from outside. A group of people burst in with great vigor, and the leather-clad man at the head of the group even said with a big grin, Officer Su, I heard that you have an honored guest here. Why didn't you call me to come along and entertain him? Chen Luo's remaining light noticed the helplessness on Su Rui's face and immediately understood the reason for the change in her expression. I'm sure it's because of this group. Chen Luo asked Su Rui, who are they? The leather-clad man enthusiastically extended his hand. Introduce yourself, my name is Li Hu. Chen Luo ignored him and didn't even bother to look at him. Li Hu's smile was a bit awkward, and an undetectable hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes as he withdrew his hand. Chapter 164, Standing Up for Su Rui. The atmosphere in the office was oppressive. One person came up behind Li Hu and pointed at Chen Luo and said nonchalantly, Kid, our boss is talking to you, where are your eyes looking? Chen Luo was distracted by the raucous voices in his ears and was just about to make a move to settle the man. But then he heard a pop and someone beat into it. It's none other than Li Hu. That little brother covered his face with a somewhat dismayed expression. Obviously he didn't understand why he was being punched either. Li Hu retracted his hand and said, How do you talk to someone who is a guest of honor? How many times have I told you, this is not our original territory, we have to give Officer Su face, do you understand? His last words were shouted, apparently for all to hear. Understood. The crowd shouted in unison. Go out and let Officer Su and your guest finish their chat first. After saying that, Li Hu led his minions to pour out of the office in another wave. Chen Luo frowned. He didn't expect this Li Hu to be able to submit. He had planned to make a move, but as a result, the other party didn't give himself this opportunity. He turned his head to Su Rui and asked, So who exactly is this Li Hu? Surya sighed and explained. It turns out that the water level has risen since the heavy rains came down. Many of the shelters for those fleeing from other cities were flooded, so many chose to hug and join other camps. These people are more united with each other and have a hard time integrating into the camp. Even larger numbers can, in turn, threaten the power of the camp's original leaders. People like Li Hu are typical examples. After saying that, Su Rui added, Recently, there have been many rumors circulating in the camp, saying that I am not suitable to be a leader, and that Li Hu is the most suitable person for the job. Did Li Hu do it? Instead, Suri shook her head. It's not necessarily him, it could be his little brother. Even if Li Hu himself didn't want to sit in this position, there was always someone who wanted him to. After all, there is such a thing as discourse, and the minions around you can benefit from it. I told you back then, don't put everyone into the camp, at least vet them, you see, something happened. Although Chen Luo said this, his tone did not mean to blame Su Rui. He knew that was how Suri was wired. Su Rui also said, There's no way, professional habit, I just won't turn down someone's request for help, I can't bear to see the misery of them fleeing. Let me help you out. Chen Luo said in a casual tone, not putting Li Hu's group of people in his eyes at all. Surya was a little apprehensive about causing a disturbance in the camp, and wanted to say something. Don't worry, I'll solve it very gently and won't make things difficult for you at all. Chen Luo said meaningfully. Outside the door, the little brother who had just been slapped didn't hold back and said to Li Hu, Big brother, why did you just hit me? Idiot, Li Hu blared at him with hatred. That person just now is a gold master, offend no one but the gold master, understand? Li Hu continued, so many people in this camp are relying on that man's supplies to last until now, and only with his support will I be able to become the head of the camp, understand? The little brother was still unconvinced. In that case, why don't we just kidnap him and take his supplies for ourselves? Idiot, if you can think of a problem, would others not be able to figure it out? Li Hu speculated, if people dare to distribute guns and bullets to others, they must have something to rely on. The little brother then shut up. A line of people stood in the doorway as if they were door-to-door debt collectors. After waiting for a few minutes, the office door was opened and Chen Luo and Su Rui walked out. Li Hu immediately changed his smiling face and said enthusiastically, Your guest, have you finished talking business with Officer Su? Chen Luo still ignored him, but turned to Su Rui and said, Gather your people, I have something to say. Surya nodded and walked away quickly. Li Hu tried to strike up a conversation with Chen Luo several times, but he was ignored. Not long after, Su Rui went and returned, saying to Chen Luo, I've already told all the people in the camp to rush to the hall to gather. Chen Luo nodded, Let's go. The two of them left one after the other, and Li Hu wondered what they were up to, and shouted for his little brother to follow them as well. Upon entering the hall, it was filled with people. At a glance, there was a crowd of over 100 people. It could be seen that Su Rui's camp was indeed called the #1 survivor camp in Marina City. As soon as the crowd saw Su Rui, the murmurs gradually stopped. They shouted, Hello, officer, chief, so. Suri smiled back and waved in response. Chen Luo didn't cause much of a hue and cry. Most of the people here joined a month ago. They didn't recognize Chen Luo. Only old people such as Lao Jiao as well as the male youth from earlier. A few of them, however, let out a volume similar to Su Rui's. The people next to them glanced at them uncertainly, confused as to why they were so agitated. Li Hu came in with another shout from the bottom. Although his voice and numbers were not as good as Su Rui's, it was evident that he had a reputation in the hearts of these newcomers at the camp. In time, it might actually be possible to shake up Suri's position with a newcomer. But it doesn't matter, now that I'm here, I'll take care of this hidden danger once and for all. Surya said in a loud voice, Many of you are recent additions to the camp and do not know him. Let me introduce to you all, his name is Chen Luo, he supports close to 80% of the food in our camp. The crowd was not interested at first, and immediately came to their senses after hearing the latter sentence. Almost instantly, they realized Chen Luo's importance and shouted in unison, Chen Luo, Chen Luo, Chen Luo. The sound waves not only overpowered Li Hu, but even Su Rui was crushed. Li Hu couldn't help but wrinkle his eyebrows when he saw the level of excitement in the crowd. He felt that the reputation he had managed to accumulate with great difficulty was worthless under Chen Luo's grain. There's no way around it, people are materialistic. No matter how capable you are, no matter how popular you are, so what? Only tangible benefits can be supported by anything else. Su Rui didn't really care, everything she had was originally given by Chen Luo. She couldn't wait for Chen Luo to take her seat, so that more people could survive. In the midst of all the attention, Chen Luo opened his mouth. Actually, I don't want to share the food with you guys. When these words came out, their expressions immediately became ugly. Luckily, Chen Luo continued, my food is more for Su Rui than for you guys. I don't really care if you guys die or live, I only care about her. Su Rui gave Chen Luo a deep and affectionate look, the love in her eyes not at all concealed. The crowd immediately understood her relationship with Chen Luo. Li Hu's face was instantly so gloomy that it could drip ink. He understood that Chen Luo said this to stand up for Su Rui. Chapter 165. This camp can do without anyone, but not without Chen Luo, or his food. This was the reason why Li Hu was so intent on trying to curry favor with Chen Luo. It was a relationship he never expected the two to be in. This reduced the success rate of his turtling plan to 10%. This 10% is still for the sake of the old folks, thinking that they will support them, or else not even 10%. Chen Luo continued, I've also advised Su Rui to leave you guys alone, but unfortunately she didn't listen to me. In that case, I can only respect her personal wishes. The crowd gave Su Rui a grateful look. In addition to food and guns, I brought you some goodies today. Saying this, Chen Luo opened his backpack and took out 3 test tubes from it. In the crowd's puzzled gaze, Chen Luo explained, this is the zombie virus vaccine developed by my people. Wow! Before Chen Luo finished speaking, a clamor erupted in the hall. The crowd did not believe that Chen Luo could create a real zombie virus vaccine. After all, this isn't peacetime, and the difficulty of creating a vaccine is not something your average organization can tackle. It's not like vaccines are made out of food, it's not like they can be manufactured with more food, people, resources, venues, etc. These are all challenges. Chen Luo knew they didn't believe him, and he took out another head from his backpack. The rotting face, the gray eyes, the blood-red pupils and the black blood. Nothing suggests that the head is a walker's. Chen Luo said to the crowd, this is the head of the zombie I chopped off on the way here, is there anyone willing to come up and try? Su Rui naturally trusted Chen Luo unconditionally, she just wanted to state, I'll do it. But Chen Luo gave a look, and Su Rui tacitly comprehended the other party's meaning. The foot that had just lifted was lowered again. The people at the bottom hesitated. Other test drugs have side effects at best, but this test drug is killing people. Li Hu was pleased in his heart, he felt that Chen Luo was trying to prove his position in people's hearts by testing the medicine. It's like calling a stag a horse, it doesn't matter if the drug is real or not, it's whether or not anyone dares to try it. It turned out that Chen Luo had lifted a stone and overestimated himself. Chen Luo wasn't in a hurry and waited for another half hour. Wait until the crowd is losing patience and chatting. Su Rui whispered behind Chen Luo's back, why don't you let me do it? Chen Luo shook his head slightly. These medicines were only the first samples, they hadn't been tested on humans yet, and he didn't feel comfortable letting Su Rui try them. Just then, someone finally yelled, I'll do it. Step out of the crowd. Chen Luo fixed his eyes to see that the one who volunteered was the same male youth who had greeted him upstairs. The male youth walked up to Chen Luo and said, Brother Chen, I believe in you. As one of the first people to join the camp, the male youth had seen Chen Luo fight before. At that time, Chen Luo was surrounded by dozens of zombies, but he didn't change his face and lightly resolved all of them. Since then, he had worshipped Chen Luo immensely. He believed that Chen Luo had no need to deceive him. Chen Luo asked appreciatively, what's your name? Just call me Jai. Jie scratched his head. Okay, Jay, are you sure you want to be the first to try the drug? Jay nodded vigorously. Very well. Chen Luo took the syringe in one hand and held up Jie's arm to look for blood vessels. Xiao Jie gulped and with a deep breath, Chen Luo injected the vaccine sample into him. After waiting for 3 or 4 minutes, Chen Luo asked, how does it feel? For his part, Jai was confused, nothing felt right. Chen Luo picked up the dagger and dipped it into the zombie's blood. When the cold dagger touched the surface of Xiao Jie's skin, Chen Luo realized that Xiao Jie's entire body was trembling. His reaction makes sense. After all, it's your own life, and it's hard to do that by putting life and death at risk. Relax, it's not good for me to stick it in when your muscles are tight like that. Ha! Oh, good, hiss. Xiao Jie froze for a moment, and in the time it took to return to his senses, Chen Luo had already slashed at his arm. Chen Luo then stood to the side, quietly waiting for Xiao Jie's reaction. More than 100 pairs of eyes on the stage were similarly fixed on Jie. Time passed and Jai still wasn't infected. 10 minutes passed and Chen Luo announced loudly, the final incubation period has passed. As you can see, Jia did not become a zombie. The originally silent hall erupted into another round of chatter. They scramble and yell, let me do it next. Let me have the next one. Chen Luo sneered in his heart. Just now I asked you to try, but you didn't. How can there be such a good thing for you to try now? He said, the remaining 2 vaccines will be distributed by Surya, and in the future I will bring a batch of vaccines every so often, and give the same to Surya. Once these words came out, Li Hu immediately understood that he didn't even have the last 10% chance. Even his little brother was dumbfounded, not to mention the old folks who supported him simply for the sake of being from the same hometown. In the face of the great temptation of a zombie virus vaccine, Su Rui's position will be completely untouchable. Li Hu sighed and silently turned away. A few of the minions saw this and glanced at the vaccine reluctantly before following. Without taking 2 steps, one of them suddenly said, oops, big brother, I have a stomachache, I'll go for a convenience first. After that, he left in a hurry. Then a second person, I remembered I left something in the hall, I'll go back. Third man, fourth man. Everyone left, including the little brother who got slapped. They returned to the hall and, heartily pretending not to see the others, pressed forward on the stage. Surya's voice carried clearly to everyone's ears. These 2 vaccines I have decided to distribute them according to their contribution to the camp. First of all, old 9, you joined the camp late, but you have caught a great deal of fish for the camp and worked diligently, so I have decided that this second one will be injected by him. Lao Zhou's face smiled like a chrysanthemum as he excitedly ran onto the stage, first bowing to Chen Luo. Thank you, Big Boss Chen, then turned to Su Rui. Thank you, Chief, I'll definitely look up to you from now on. Surya nodded. Lao Zhou took the vaccine syringe into his arm himself, waited 3 minutes, and then took the dagger and gave himself a cut. Although Chen Luo didn't ask him to do so, it was an attitude. Old 9, the man of the hour, couldn't possibly not take a stand. 10 minutes later, Lao Zhou was still alive and kicking. The crowd's eyes got even hotter, staring intently at the last test tube. For the last one, I decided to share it with Zhao XX, who? Those who didn't get their names reported wailed. Don't be in a hurry, everyone will get a chance, as long as you contribute to the camp. Chapter 166, Getting What You Want. Li Hu walked to the balcony, leaned against the railing, and took a cigarette case out of his arms. When I opened it, it contained a dozen cigarette butts, only 3 of which were intact. Li Hu took out a whole cigarette from the cigarette box, just about to put it into his mouth, thought about it, but still could not give it up. So he put it back and just took a butt and put it in his mouth. Cigarettes and alcohol are hard currency in the last days, that is, he had to save some smoke, smoking a whole one is too extravagant. Lighting the fire, Li Hu inhaled deeply, full of intoxication. After smoking, Li Hu threw the cigarette away. The idea of competing with Surya for the leader's position had been abandoned when he turned around. Just give it to her, Chief, I'll be a good little leader, maybe I'll get a chance to share a viral vaccine too. Li Hu thought as he walked towards the house, only to see the person he wanted to see the most when he was at the door. What brings you here, honored guest? Are you here to see me? Li Hu was overjoyed, did he still have a chance? But Chen Luo didn't talk nonsense with him, his figure flashed. Li Hu only felt a flash before his eyes, and in the next second a sharp pain came from his chest. He slowly lowered his head as a knife plunged into his heart. And after doing this Chen Luo took a step back and watched as he lost all his strength and collapsed to the ground. Li Hu wanted to say something else, but he gradually lost his breath and did not rest in peace until he died. Chen Luo threw Li Hu's body along with his saber off the building. He didn't even bother to hide the body. Because Chen Luo knew that even if someone found the body and guessed that he had done it, they wouldn't dare to identify Chen Luo. Unless they don't want the viral vaccine anymore. This is the last one. Chen Luo thought to himself. Since he had promised Su Rui that he would help her solve all the hidden dangers, he naturally had to do it to the end. Before Li Hu, he had taken care of everyone who had broken into the office. Of course there were bound to be leaks, but with him around, it wasn't destined to turn much of a tide. On the way back, the survivors greeted him solicitously. Enter the office and close the door. Curious, Su Rui asked, where have you been, and how come you disappeared when the vaccine was distributed? Get some air. Su Rui didn't suspect anything, but asked, by the way, why didn't you let me try the medicine when I was in the hall? Obviously my identity is the most suitable. This batch of vaccines is the first batch of samples, it's not certain if there are any side effects yet, so how can I possibly let you test the medicine? Chen Luo said back. Oh, so you're using my men as guinea pigs? If it had been before, Suri would have gotten angry. But now, even if Chen Luo tied up her people and forced them to do human experiments, Su Rui also at most persuade 2 sentences, cannot persuade also let him go. Previously, Su Rui had prioritized the citizens, but now she was putting Chen Luo first. In the face of Su Rui's flirtation, Chen Luo returned sincerely, I don't care about other people's deaths, I only care about yours. Such a simple sentence poked at the soft part of Su Rui's heart. She was moved to throw herself into Chen Luo's embrace and stood on her tiptoes to kiss Chen Luo. Just as she was about to leave, she was hugged from behind by Chen Luo. What for? Knowingly. No, not here. Why not? It's not like anyone saw it. Yikes. 2 hours later, Chen Luo came out of the office contentedly. His mind was still recalling the system's prompts. Suri complete raider, get reward armory. The reward was secondary. Chen Luo's main concern was the wish that had never been accomplished, and this time he finally got his wish. On the way back to the safe house, Chen Luo didn't forget to go to the nearest mall. A plus-size swimsuit from a warehouse that sells swimsuits. Taking it with him, he went back to the safe house and gave it to Nasha. Nasha took it happily and went into a side room to change. Chen Luo was just about to leave when he heard Nasa's voice coming out from inside the house. Chen Luo, how do you wear this swimsuit? How do I fasten the buttons in the back? Probably so and so. That and that. Got it? It was quiet inside for a few seconds before it rang out again. I can't, I really don't know how to tie it. Previously, when the siren girls changed their clothes, there was Chen Luo on hand to guide them. They can give each other ideas too. But Nasha alone was a bit puzzled. Chen Luo asked, why don't I call out to Myrna or another clan member for you? Don't go to all that trouble, just come in and help me. Ha? Chen Luo froze, wondering if he had heard wrong. What? The door was opened from the inside, and a white arm reached out from inside, yanking Chen Luo in. The sight in front of him almost caused Chen Luo to get a phobia of giants. Nasha, on the contrary, did not shy away from facing Chen Luo head-on, but on the contrary, Chen Luo was a bit embarrassed and turned his head in a wriggling manner. But his eyes were disguised as a master minesweeper, sweeping over every now and then. Where are you looking? At me, help me put it on. Perhaps it was Chen Luo's relationship with Myrna that made Nasha treat him as her own child. But he didn't know that Chen Luo had a different thought in his heart. After all, every boy's heart has fantasized at one time or another about being the driver of a big car. It was hard to help Nasa put her clothes on, but Chen Luo was already sweating profusely. These few short minutes were more tiring than if he had fought hundreds of zombies. Nasha admired it in the mirror, and it was obvious that she was quite satisfied with the bikini swimsuit Chen Luo had brought back. And in her bathing suit she looks even more like a supermodel walking the runway. It's just not possible for the average supermodel to have a body like hers, or a face and temperament like hers. Chen Luo thought about it and still asked the question that had been nagging him for a long time. Nasha, do you sirens give birth in any other way than naturally? When Nasa heard this, she withdrew her gaze from the mirror and turned her head to look at Chen Luo with a wry smile. What? Can't hold it in? Ha, ha ha. Chen Luo certainly wasn't unable to hold back. If he wanted to vent, he naturally had plenty of candidates. He just wanted to know if he could actually get the reward of a complete raid from the sirens. Of course Chen Luo definitely couldn't say that, and could only smile awkwardly as an admission. Not letting him embarrass himself for long, Nasha said, actually, there is another way. Chen Luo's eyes lit up and he immediately raised his spirit and listened carefully. Nasha continued, there are legends that mermaids give up their tails to grow human legs for the sake of love. In fact, that's not just a rumor and we, the sirens, can do it as well. But again, this requires a lot of energy. When there is enough energy we will gain the ability to change. We just don't usually use it. Most of the time when there is enough energy we will go into labor and use it all up. Chapter 167, Shipwrecked at Sea. Chen Luo asked without thinking, so do you possess this ability? He had asked casually, not holding out much hope. After all, Nasha wanted to revitalize the pack so badly that she would simply do it physically. If she had enough energy, she would have gone into labor on her own. But I didn't want Nasha to nod. Noticing Chen Luo's doubts, she explained, as the clan leader, I must always have the strength to protect all my clan members, and if I were to become pregnant, I would fall into a weakened state for a period of time. Chen Luo came to a sudden realization, but he had one last question left, and that was to see with his own eyes what the form of a physical human leg looked like. So Chen Luo asked Nasa if she could show him. With a favorability of up to 70, Nasha agreed without the slightest hesitation. Only to see the scales on her fish tail hidden into her body piece by piece, then starting from the crotch position, white as snow skin appeared a little bit. Chen Luo's gaze shifted as it moved downward, and suddenly at a certain moment his pupils shrunk violently and focused on one spot. Alright, the display is enough here. Chen Luo hurriedly stopped it. What's wrong? Nasha was confused. She had just started. How did Chen Luo end it? Looks like she's got nothing but. Chen Luo has been here several times today. If he let Nasha change anymore, he was afraid he'd have to find someone again. That way a good part of his day was wasted. It's easy to be corrupted by such a life. Chen Luo didn't want to turn out like this. The reason he gave was that it was enough up to that point and there was no need to show more. Nasha was rather sad. I was going to put on a whole swimsuit, but since you don't want to see it, forget it. Chen Luo rolled his eyes. He doesn't want to see it, he doesn't dare to see it. If he looked any further, he was afraid he'd really lose his mind. The 7 colored scales resurfaced on the surface of her body, covering her snow-white skin. Chen Luo looked at it and turned around to walk out of the room. And in my head I thought, I didn't realize that fish don't grow cats. A week later, the silent girls are very productive. All the supplies from the wreck were moved to the safe house, nearly 10 barrels of gasoline alone. For a long time, Chen Luo didn't have to worry about running out of fuel to generate electricity. There were also tons of cigarettes and alcohol, or one of those high-end brands. Previously, Chen Luo couldn't afford it at all, but now he could casually blow into the bottle. After finishing the salvage work, the Silence had a bit more free time. They also got some beautiful corals and ornamental fish from the sea to dress up the aquarium. When Chen Luo saw this, he even generously poured 2 bottles of altered spirit spring into the aquarium. This way, corals and fish don't die as easily. It doesn't need to be replaced too often. This act caused his favorability in the hearts of the crowd of sirens to rise another 5 to 10 points. On this day, Chen Luo was checking the surveillance in the surveillance room when Sasha barged in through the door. It's amazing that the word bouncy is used for this girl with a fishtail, which shows how lively she is. Chen Luo. Sasha shouted Chen Luo's name in a singing-like accent. She jumped onto Chen Luo and wrapped her arms around his neck in a very intimate manner. Out of all the sirens, except for Myrna and Rua, she was the one whose favorability towards Chen Luo had risen the fastest, even surpassing Nasha, who had originally taken the lead. Name, Sasha. Identity, Siren. Favorability, 85. Loyalty. Reward for first acquaintance, exotic fruit times 100, obtained. Reward for the first kiss, 100 liters of altered spirit spring, not obtained. Reward for complete strategy, ability, water control or ability, heavenly voice, not obtained. Taking his attention back from Sasha's panel, Chen Luo asked, looking for me for something? Sasha was just about to speak when another person barged in, none other than Ryua. Only to see her slate her face and say seriously, Sasha, get off Chen Luo. Sasha was reluctant and asked, why? Chen Luo is the princess's man, you can't cuddle with him like that. Raya herself was a very serious character, and she had been cramming her knowledge of humans for a while. A more comprehensive understanding of the human institution of marriage as well as morality. After that she held the other sisters to a strict standard, only they didn't take her seriously at all and did what they had to do. Sasha, in particular, is just bold, lively, and cheerful. It was most at odds with the serious, earnest, one-dimensional Ryua. Just like now, for example, Sasha raised her chin defiantly, don't think I don't know that you'll look for Chen Luo in private. The other sisters all saw it, not only did you hug Chen Luo, you also used your mouth. Well. Rua hurriedly covered Sasha's mouth with her hand to stop her from continuing. The two of them jostled, Sasha twisting around in Chen Luo's arms, her fiery red hair tossing around and brushing Chen Luo's nose a few times. It made him almost sneeze. So Chen Luo stopped Liuya, then said, stop it, let's get down to business. What exactly are you guys looking for me for? Chen Luo, when we were fishing, we found a person, but a woman, on the surface of the sea. Oh, Chen Luo wasn't too interested. We were going to leave her behind, but the other sisters found her alive, so we took it upon ourselves to bring her back. Chen Luo looked helpless. There's no need to bring someone back even if they're alive, it's not like I'm some garbage collection station here. Sasha, however, said, you won't blame us if you see her. These words made Chen Luo come to life. Okay, I'll go with you guys and see what she really looks like. He patted Sasha's fishtail. Smooth to the touch, it's quite nice to feel the soft flesh underneath the hard scales. Sasha jumped down and led Chen Luo towards the medical room with Ryua. Inside the medical room, Ning Xiao was doing an auscultation on a girl. Breathing normal, pulse normal, heartbeat normal, congratulations, you're out of danger. Thanks. The young girl said gratefully. At this time, Chen Luo and the others walked in from outside. The young girl recognizes Sasha and Rua as her very rescuers and excitedly tries to get up. But she was stopped by Ning Xiao. Your body is still weak right now, it's best if you don't get out of bed and walk around. Okay, doc. Chen Luo carefully sized up this young girl. She was seen to be topped with pink hair, though you could tell from the roots that her hair color was dyed and held in place with delicate bobby pins. Beautiful features, put in the university or belong to the level of the school flower. On the other hand, she wore a Lolita dress. You can tell from these traits that this young girl loves secondary and COS. While Chen Luo was sizing her up, the young girl was also sizing Chen Luo up. Eyes jittery, like a panicked bunny. Chapter 168, the latest news from the company? Chen Luo just wanted to greet her, but she lowered her head. This strange behavior immediately caught Chen Luo's attention. Hello, my name is Chen Luo. Hello, the second girl said in a jarred voice. I'm the owner of this place, you can understand I'm their boss. Hello. She didn't seem surprised. Chen Luo wondered, this woman was too rude. Why don't you look at the person when you talk, just look at the quilt, is there a flower on the quilt? Ning Xiao by the bedside guffawed, don't be afraid, we're good people. The young girl was touched by Ning Xiao's gentle smile and looked lost in thought for a long time. Chen Luo's heart thumped. Bad. This guy's not an aluminum copper, is he? That's not good, he'll never allow any male creature other than him to live in his safe house. Aluminum and copper too, no more pretty. Chen Luo was deliberating in his head how to politely indicate that he should tell her to get lost. Sasha flung herself onto the bed, her face almost on the young girl's. She asked enthusiastically, what's your name? The young girl first unnaturally laid back and pulled away before speaking, Lin Miaotong. Chen Luo searched. It seems that he guessed wrong. If Lin Miaotong is an aluminum copper, she shouldn't be afraid of Sasha. After all, Sasha was so pretty and cheerful that it was impossible for anyone not to be attracted to her. He reckoned that this Lin Miaotong might be a social nerd, more afraid of strangers and self-conscious people. Sasha continued, "How did you end up floating on the surface? Were you thrown off the ship by pirates?" "Pirate?" Lin Miaotong first froze, then quickly waved her hand. No, I jumped into the river by myself and ended up being washed into the sea." Sasha was instantly interested. How could a human jump into the river by himself? Lin Miaotong explained in a hasty manner, "I'm from Linhai City. I originally lived in a villa on Lake Island, and I've been staying at home since the end of the world." Lin Miaotong introduced herself. Chen Luo didn't expect her to be a small rich woman, to be able to live on the villa on the Lake Island. Her status must be either rich or noble. And she's also into cosplay and second nature, which can be costly hobbies. Is it true that 9 out of 10 Lolitas are rich, and one is especially rich? But the pre-apocalyptic identity was meaningless. Chen Luo was more interested in knowing how she floated to Binhai City. You should know that there is still a Yanghua City between Linhai City and Binhai City. Lin Miaotong continued on, "Because I don't like to go out, I stocked up on food at home, enough to last me 2 or 3 years. But not being able to communicate with others on the internet can get lonely after a while, so I created a forum dedicated to communication between survivors." Chen Luo had a flash of insight. "You're the creator of the Survivor Forum?" Lin Miaotong gently nodded her head. The Survivors Forum is a simple URL, but there is a wealth of information on it. Although most of it was useless information, Chen Luo just loved diving in and watching other old brothers blow off steam. "I can't see that you know anything about computer technology, it's really hard to tell." Lin Miaotong's small face reddened and she lowered her head again in embarrassment. "I just know a little bit about that." "So how exactly did you end up in the water?" Sasha prodded anxiously. "I was playing a single-player game that day when the surveillance camera captured a dozen yachts pulling up to the Lake Island and a group of people in camouflage uniforms rushing straight to my house, and I had a bad feeling about it, so I fled out the back door and jumped into the lake. But I don't know how to swim, so I floated on the water for a while holding a swim ring, and then somehow, I passed out." Chen Luo didn't know whether it was better to say Lin Miaotong was timid or bold. Gutsy because she sees people and runs away without asking them who they are or what they're doing. Gutsy on the other hand because she dared to jump into the lake even though she couldn't swim, which if she had rolled over while unconscious, she would have 100% drowned. But it was understandable. From Lin Miaotong's description it was clear that the other party's purpose was quite clear, it was heading straight for her. And unlike Chen Luo, Lin Miaotong didn't have the strength to be the backbone. What else could she, a young girl with no hands, do but run away? Then you're really lucky. Drifting from Linhai City to Binhai City would take at least 2 days, and you didn't even drown here. Ning Xiao said, "There must be a blessing after a great disaster, weren't you saved by us?" Lin Miaotong nodded vigorously, quite agreeable. Chen Luo fiercely remembered something, took out his cell phone, pointed at the photo on it and asked Lin Miaotong, "Is that group of people you're talking about them?" Lin Miaotong took the cell phone and fixed her eyes on it, exclaiming, "That's him. The one leading the team is this sunglasses man." "It seems right," Chen Luo said in a deep voice. "Do you know who they are?" Chen Luo nodded and explained, "They are affiliated with a multinational pharmaceutical company that has several branches and research institutes in the country, looking for strange races and evolved creatures everywhere." Lin Miaotong came to a realization, "Then I know why they're looking for me. It must be because of the information in my computer." The information that survivors uploaded in the forums was backed up in her computer, and even Lin Miaotong's account was able to view other people's posts directly in the background. The company's people must have wanted to get Lin Miaotong under control once and for all, so they could whore out all the information uploaded by the survivors. Chen Luo hadn't been mentioned the company for a long time already, and thought that they had given up looking for Zero. Now it seems that they should have found Linhai City from Yanghua City. Then accidentally learned that the creator of the forum was in this city and temporarily changed the mission objective. Just as she was thinking about it, Lin Miaotong said in a voice like a mosquito, "There are pictures of you in my computer." "Me?" Chen Luo was astonished. Well, Lin Miaotong was afraid that Chen Luo would blame her, so she didn't dare to raise her head to meet her eyes. A Marina City survivor posted on the forums about strange shadows under the city's water, and it just so happened that I saw them. I wondered so much what the shadows were that I hacked into Marina City's still-functioning surveillance system and got a picture of you in them. Lin Miaotong glanced at Shasha and Liuya and the girls as she said this. Although the photos are blurry, you can still tell from the silhouettes that they're not human. No wonder Lin Miaotong wasn't scared when she saw Shasha and Liuya, no wonder this was her reaction when she saw Chen Luo for the first time. Chen Luo was very serious. "You saved the photos to your computer?" Lin Miaotong nodded. "This is the first time I saw the mermaid that I loved so much when I was a child, so I saved one." Sasha playfully corrected, "Not mermaids, oh, we're sirens." "Is that the point?" Chen Luo was powerless to spit. Chapter 169, Lin Miaotong's identity. With how much the people of the company value the intelligent Fae, they would never leave the Silence alone. Trouble is likely already on its way looking to come. Though Chen Luo didn't have the slightest sense of crisis. Had it been a few months ago, he might have been worried about inviting corporate targeting. But now, whether it's Zero, who has a short-lived summer form, or Siren, who can summon a raging storm with just a dozen strips, both can easily wipe out the enemy. So Chen Luo wasn't worried at all, so he might as well take this opportunity to solve this trouble. Pulling his thoughts back to reality, Chen Luo saw Lin Miaotong's apprehensive face and soothed, "You don't have to blame yourself, I already had a grudge against them, I was worried that I couldn't find them." Despite saying that, Chen Luo was still a bit skeptical of Lin Miaotong's identity. What if she was a spy sent by the company to spy on him? Chen Luo then extended his hand to Lin Miaotong. Lin Miaotong dully shook Chen Luo's hand. Name, Lin Miaotong. Identity, otaku girl, secondary yuan enthusiast, hacker. Favorability, 5. Reward for first acquaintance, hacking equipment, acquired. First kiss reward, complete networking system, not acquired. Reward for complete strategy, satellite surveillance system, not obtained. Judging from her identity, Lin Miaotong wasn't lying. But that wasn't enough for Chen Luo to completely trust her. After thinking about it, Chen Luo felt that if Lin Miaotong was from the company and was on a mission, then she must know either Zhuang Ningming or Luo Wei, and if neither, then she definitely knew Zero. So Chen Luo said, "Let me show you around our place, and by the way, let you get to know the people here." Ning Xiao frowned and was just about to say that the patient's body was weak and not suitable for walking around. But with her understanding of Chen Luo, the other party was by no means reckless and brainless. Chen Luo must have his reasons for doing so. So Ning Xiao didn't stop Chen Luo, but instead brought a wheelchair and helped Lin Miaotong out of bed and placed her on the wheelchair. Chen Luo pushed the wheelchair and introduced her as he walked. Here's the surveillance room, there's the cafeteria. In the passageway leading to the laboratory, Chen Luo's duo happened to bump into Luo Wei, who was carrying a fruit plate. "Master, I was just about to bring you fruit." Luo Wei completely regarded herself as a maid at this moment, without the slightest bit of intuition as a female assassin. Lin Miaotong looked at the maid's outfit and white silk on Luo Wei with envy in her eyes. Her own Lolita dress was soaked and wrinkled, and she was now wearing a white hospital gown. Chen Luo had been paying attention to Lin Miaotong's expression. Seeing that she did not show shock, he secretly nodded. By way of introduction, this is Lin Miaotong, whom Sasha and the girls found and brought back from the sea today. Rowdy, who also didn't recognize her at all, greeted her politely. "Hello, my name is Rowdy." Lin Miaotong was still uncomfortable in the face of strangers. Simply nodded and said, "Hello. Wait a moment, I'll have a word with Ro." "Okay. Good." Walking around the corner with Luo Wei to make sure Lin Miaotong didn't notice the side, Chen Luo said, "Does Lin Miaotong look like someone from the company to you?" "What company?" Ro really didn't think of it for a moment. Chen Luo propped up his forehead. "It's the same company you used to work for. Ah." Ro's bad memories were revived. "Why do you ask?" "I suspect Lin Miaotong is a spy sent by the company." Luo Wei frowned and looked towards Lin Miaotong, who was sitting in a wheelchair with her back turned this way. The other guy wasn't the least bit defensive and was still looking left and right. "Not like that," Ro shook her head. "I don't see a trace of training on her, not if she's a company-trained assassin or spy. Is it possible that it's a non-professional employee who was specifically recruited to confuse us? Then I don't understand." "Alright, I'll ask Zhuang Ningming again, she should know more about the ordinary employees of the company." Chen Luo was just about to leave, but Luo Wei pulled his wrist. "What's wrong?" Ro said with an expressionless face. "You don't suspect I'm lying? Covering for a co-worker's identity?" Chen Luo looked at her and laughed out loud. "What are you laughing at?" Luo Wei punched Chen Luo in annoyance. "Be serious, I'm serious." Chen Luo certainly didn't doubt it. Because Luo Wei's favorability had already reached 100, it was simply impossible for her to betray herself. Chen Luo put away his smile and replied in a serious manner, "I believe in you." Luo Wei didn't tense up at that moment and said with a smile in her eyes, "I'm quite satisfied with your answer, so I'll spare you this time." "Oh?" Chen Luo became interested. "What happens if you're not satisfied?" "Putting laxatives in your fruit and ting you to death." Despite the words, Luo Wei's smiling face was completely devoid of any ruthlessness, and it looked like she was joking. After flirting with Luo Wei for a few moments and waiting for her to leave, Chen Luo returned behind Lin Miaotong. "Are you guys done chatting?" Lin Miaotong was as rushed and formal as a child brought to the home of a distant relative she didn't know at all. "I've kept you waiting." "No, I just waited a while." Before she even arrived at the lab, Snowy smelled Chen Luo's scent from a great distance and ran over. A monster the size of a sedan running towards you would scare anyone. Lin Miaotong's little face went white. However, she saw that the monster didn't pay any attention to her, but instead circled around and wagged its tail excitedly in front of Chen Luo. "Be good, Little Snow." Chen Luo stroked Little Snow's head. "Is Zhuang Ningmeng in the lab?" Yuki nodded. Lin Miaotong's mouth opened wide in surprise. "It understands human language? Evolved creatures, amazing, right?" Ha. Lin Miaotong actually knew something about evolved creatures. After all, people upload relevant content on the forums every day. But seeing it online is ultimately a paper exercise, and nothing compares to seeing it in person. However, after seeing how well-behaved Snow was, Lin Miaotong's nervousness relaxed again. Entering the lab, Zhuang Ningmeng didn't take a vacation for a while, as she herself said. She's the kind of person who can't be bothered. As soon as he was free, all his mind could think about was the experimental data, so he might as well keep working on the potion. The results of the human experiments on the volunteers at Su Rui's camp showed that the zombie virus vaccine developed by Zhuang Ningming had no obvious side effects. That's why Zhuang Ning dreamed of making an extra batch and injecting every sister in the safe house with it. A small assistant, Du Jiejia, also assisted. She didn't understand the names of the potions, but she could help with the cleaning and transportation of materials. As she looked up, she spotted Chen Luo, who had come in, as well as the strange young girl sitting in the wheelchair. Chapter 170, Fruit Tree Fruit. Boss! Du Jiejia cried out in surprise. Zhuang Ningmeng heard the voice and stopped the work on her hands to raise her head. First, he looked at Chen Luo, then at the strange young girl in front of him, and finally looked at Chen Luo again. Nodding at him in a gesture, he went back to his work. Chen Luo saw that Zhuang Ningmeng didn't recognize Lin Miaodong either, so he said, "Since you guys are busy, we won't bother you." After saying that, he pushed Lin Miaodong out. Neither a company-trained agent nor a regular employee of the company. Chen Luo had already ruled out the possibility of her being a spy in his heart. However, since he had come to the farm of the planting room, Chen Luo still decided to take her to meet Zero. On the farm, this round of crops has matured, and the tired fruits are bending the poles. No matter how brutal the times, a good harvest of food always fills the heart with hope. Chen Luo's mood was all over the place as he looked around and finally saw a green shadow on a tree next to the farmland. So he changed direction and headed for the tree. Closer and closer, the more clearly I saw a man in a green dress, lying on the branches of a tree, leisurely humming an untuned melody. Because of the sweetness of the voice, even if it's all out of tune, it's still very melodic, and even gives you a sense of spontaneity. Chen Luo raised her head under the tree, and because the skirt was relatively short, she could see half of her thighs and all of her calves exposed. Her white skin and soft green dress made her look similar to a lotus flower. Two delicate bare feet were in the air like dragonflies, nudging the air with one click. Sensing someone approaching, Zero snapped his eyes open, and two vines grew out of the ground behind Chen Luo, launching a sneak attack towards him. Without turning his head back, Chen Luo raised his hands and slapped them left and right once each, then slapped the vines away. Lin Miaotong heard a loud noise and turned her head before she saw the two vines, her eyes filled with surprise. "Zero, stop it. Zero, straighten your upper body and drop your right leg naturally." Seeing Chen Luo, she wanted to laugh, but she had to tense up because of the presence of someone she didn't recognize. "Humans, no calling this queen by her first name, you will call me dear Lord Queen." "Put, who's snickering?" Zero stared up, realizing that it was none other than the young girl he didn't recognize who had laughed out loud. Being stared at by two pairs of eyes at the same time, Lin Miaotong's sociopathic attribute was acting up again. "Hug. Sorry. I was looking at the contrast of the sister being cute and yet calling herself queen, so I didn't hold back my laughter," she hastened to explain. "Sister? Cute?" Zero huffed and turned her palm right at Lin Miaotong. "Are you insulting this queen?" Before the words fell, a vine lashed out at Lin Miaotong. Lin Miaotong was so stunned that she froze and forgot to dodge. Chen Luo's eyes were quick and grabbed the vine, realizing that the force of the vine was not heavy. It's about the same force as the previous joke. This showed that Zero already knew the difference and knew that he would upset Chen Luo if he was heavy-handed. If this were to be that Zero from before, this blow would definitely have to whip Lin Miaotong's skin open and disfigure her face. Zero gave Chen Luo a look, signaling him not to reveal himself. Chen Luo would understand. It seemed that Zero was trying to establish himself in front of the newcomers. She's growing grass in her hand. The previous glimpse only allowed Lin Miaotong to see two vines that moved by themselves. It can barely be explained by the wind blowing, but this next growth of vines from his hands can't be described as normal human. "Oomph, what a fuss," Zero arrogantly, but in reality, proudly stated. Lin Miaotong's reaction once again proved that she didn't recognize Zero at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't have treated Zero as a normal little sister, and was so puzzled to see vines growing in her hands. Chen Luo's last shred of doubt about Zero was dispelled. He politely explained, "Zero is not human, she is an experiment." "Nope, I'm the queen of vines, born from vines," Zero immediately corrected. "Ahem, you could interpret it that way." What Lin Miaotong had seen in the past half-day was more than the amount of information she had gathered on the internet. Her entire body was dumbfounded, her brain digesting at a rapid pace. Chen Luo offered to send her back to the medical room after seeing her in this state. Just after walking to the door, Zero shouted at Chen Luo's back, "Wait, Chen Luo, come here. Wait for me." Chen Luo spoke to Lin Miaotong and walked back, and in passing, he also closed the door behind him. When Lin Miaotong came to her senses, she could only weakly say, "Okay," to the closed door. Chen Luo returned to the tree, and Zero stood up, his feet stepping on the branches, not caring in the slightest about what this angle would allow Chen Luo to see. She pointed to the tree and said, "This is the mutant fruit seedling. It was a sapling when you gave it to me, but now it has grown into a large tree and is starting to bear fruit." Chen Luo looked and really found one or two fruits amongst the branches and leaves. Zero casually removed one and threw it to Chen Luo. Chen Luo put it into his mouth. Whether it was the taste or the body-soothing feeling after entering his mouth, it was generally the same as the exotic fruit. He brightened up and asked, "How is the yield of the fruit trees? Do they bear much fruit?" Zero shook his head. "It's not much, probably about 100 per week, but I can feel that she's continuing to grow, and will bear more and more in the future." 100 pills per week is pretty good too, Chen Luo said contentedly. Zero looked at Chen Luo without saying anything. Chen Luo scratched his head at first, not understanding what was wrong, then reacted to the fact that she was taking credit from herself. "You did a good job," he complimented. Zero's eyes immediately curved into a crescent moon. "One more thing, you close your eyes." Chen Luo did as he was told suspiciously. 3 minutes later, Zero's voice came from above. "Okay, you open your eyes." Chen Luo opened his eyes and was instantly stunned by the image he saw before him. Just before her eyes was Zero in her mature stage. Compared to her teenage form, she was now faded and full of femininity. The features are fully grown and the baby fat on the cheeks is completely gone. Zero's changes in body shape are more noticeable than his face. First of all, he went from being less than 5 feet 5 inches to 5 feet 7 inches in one fell swoop. Slightly undulating hills rose high as if a plate collision had occurred. Topped off the emerald green dress. The skirt that had only covered half of her thighs was now even more revealing of her slender waist. Of course, the most eye-catching part is the green underwear. What had been normal underwear was squeezed into the center because of the well-developed hips. Also, with Chen Luo's angle, his gaze could just about catch a glimpse of what was underneath through the jacked-up dress. And before Zero was not wearing extra clothing because of the limited size. And so the tip of the iceberg in the southern hemisphere unfolded before his eyes. Chapter 171 Autumn Form. Zero hadn't realized that she was naked, and was still proudly crossing her arms and saying to Chen Luo, "How about it, look dumbfounded, right?" She was very happy with her form. The original was like a little peahen, with none of the majesty of a queen. The sisters in the safe house treat her like a child. Even the twin sisters thought of her as a sister, and that embarrassed her. The teenage form is always better, but it's still too young, more like a princess than a queen. As for the mature woman form now, it's always possible for Zero to say the words, "I'm no dainty queen with all the strength and means." Chen Luo asked in confusion, "Why do you suddenly have a new form?" Zero's eyes twinkled sheepishly. "I took care of the fruit tree growing up. There's no merit in it, but there's also hard work, so it's nothing to eat a little bit of the fruit, right?" "How much did you eat?" "Billions and billions of points." Chen Luo was skeptical of Zero's so-called billion ... but she did take good care of the mutant fruit tree. Without her, the fruit trees would still be seedlings now, so he wasn't going to pursue Zero for stealing food. Still, it's funny to see Zero making Lolita-era expressions with his grown-up face. That's why he wanted to tease her, to see her reaction. Zero didn't know Chen Luo's thoughts and was still trying to find a way to change the topic. "I call this form autumn. How about that? It's quite graphic, isn't it?" Chen Luo nodded. Fall was indeed the season of ripening crops, as well as the season of harvesting and picking. Naming the Zero of the female form after this season does fit. Also, my ability to heal is greatly increased in this form. Would you like to feel it? How does it feel? Chen Luo had just asked, when he saw Zero re-sitting down, his slender legs stretching towards him. "Lick." Zero's words carried an irrefutable tone. "Ha? That's not good, is it?" Chen Luo said as he picked up Zero's feet on end. "How do you feel it without licking it?" Chen Luo looked around to make sure no one was watching before giving a quick lick. There is no odor at all, instead it carries a light botanical fragrance. In the next second, Chen Luo felt as if the cells in his body were rejoicing, accelerating his metabolism and spawning a new batch of stronger cells. Unfortunately, Chen Luo had no injuries on his body, and it had been a long time since any person or creature had been able to injure him, so he was unable to intuitively experience the sensation of a healed wound. Zero inexplicably asked, "Why are you licking your feet when you can just lick your legs?" Cough. Chen Luo was busy interrupting with a cough. "You didn't say it earlier." He wasn't going to admit it was his heart. Zero does not matter, is the beginning of some tingling, as if electrocuted in general, and so adapt to a lot better. This time it was Chen Luo's turn to change the subject. "Your first form's ability is to grow, your second stage ability is to thrive, your third stage is to heal. Will there be a fourth stage, and what will it be?" The spirit of the adult body, the child's mind was indeed diverted. She said excitedly, "I can sense it's another stage. I'm going to name it winter. As for the ability, well, that's something I can't guess." Chen Luo speculated. Growing corresponds to the revival of everything in spring, thriving corresponds to the growth of plants in summer, and healing corresponds to a bountiful harvest in fall, so the plants will wither in winter, and the corresponding ability should be something like the ability to deprive life. Zero's eyes lit up at his words. The concept of death was too appealing to a midget female brat like her. Imagine yourself walking slowly in a long black dress, stepping over withered plants, with a gray, dead world behind you. How fascinating that vibe should be. Zero's eyes were sprouting stars just thinking about that image. The main thing is that the previous three forms were summoning, controlling, and healing. If the last form was really the same as what Chen Luo said, then she would finally have a direct means of attack. "By the way, how long do you last in this form now?" Chen Luo's words pulled Zero back to reality. It lasts about 10 minutes in the fall, and in the summer it's up to half an hour. Zero had great trust in Chen Luo and told Chen Luo his greatest weakness without any defense. Confused, she said, "Why do you ask?" Chen Luo hemmed and hawed. This form of Zero was just too attractive. Zero saw the smile of Chen Luo's and understood something. She also had some intentions. It's just past 7 minutes now, and it'll last another 3. Enough. Chen Luo came out of the farm and wiped his mouth. It wasn't until he saw Lin Miaotong, who was sitting in a wheelchair, sleepy and fighting with her eyelids, that he remembered there was still waiting for him. It's been a long time. The sudden sound caused Lin Miaotong to wake up and almost jump up from her wheelchair. She was relieved to find that it was Chen Luo. She had the heart to ask Chen Luo why she had been gone for so long, but thought that she wasn't too familiar with the other party. And being a parasite himself, he kept his mouth shut again. It took half a day of holding his tongue to spit out, didn't wait long. Chen Luo's spirit was still in a state of exuberance as he drew a large amount of healing energy from Zero. Just kissing is so comfortable, it would be. I can't think about it. Chen Luo sent Lin Miaotong back to the medical room, and when Lin Miaotong saw Ning Xiao, a sense of affection arose. The whole thing relaxed. She trembled as she got out of her wheelchair, and Ning Xiao tried to assist. But Chen Luo moved even faster, not caring if Lin Miaotong agreed or not, and directly picked her up by the waist. This was the first time Lin Miaotong had been this close to a man. The body stiffened and his hands didn't know where to go. Ning Xiao didn't know what to say and wanted to speak. Silently, he watched as Chen Luo placed Lin Miaotong on the bed and then thoughtfully covered her with the quilt. The patient needs to rest, let's get out. Ning Xiao and Chen Luo walked out of the medical room back and forth, and she said in a puzzled manner, "What's wrong with you? You went out and came back to become so energized?" Chen Luo hemmed and hawed, naturally unable to tell Ning Xiao the real reason. He just said, "There is a great joy, the fruit trees are growing fruit. Is this something worth being so happy about?" Ning Xiao asked strangely, still thinking it was an ordinary fruit tree. "Of course it's worth it, that's an altered fruit tree that bears altered fruits. That's indeed something to be happy about." Ning Xiao naturally knew the effects of the foreign fruit. Chen Luo would often share 1 or 2 of them after meals in order to improve their strength. "I'm guessing it'll be split even more in the future." After chatting with Ning Xiao for a few more moments, the walkie-talkie on his waist suddenly rang. Chen Luo picked it up, and Shilua's voice came out from inside. "Boss, a group of strangers was spotted near the school." "Oh?" Chen Luo thought that it was the company's people who were looking for them and said, "Just in time, I'll go meet them and see what's going on." Chapter 172, Cannibalism. Because the true identity of the other party had yet to be determined, Chen Luo's purpose for this trip was mainly reconnaissance. That's why he only brought along the fastest Su Yulan. Following the location told on the intercom, they rowed the lifeboat to the neighborhood of an alley a few blocks away from the Marina University. In order not to scare the snakes, Chen Luo parked the lifeboat at the stairway of a building. Then he brought Su Yulan up to the rooftop of the 4th floor. The two jumped quickly between the complex rooftops as if they were walking. Soon enough, the group's silhouette was talking about was found. The group consisted of about 7 or 8 men, dressed in varying outfits, in scattered ranks, not quite like agents with uniforms who move in an orderly fashion. Chen Luo didn't let his guard down because of this. He told Su Yulan to wait here for his order. For himself, he quickly descended the stairs to the 2nd floor and sidestepped behind a window. The position was just enough for him to hear the conversation of several people without being exposed. The group was standing within waist-high standing water, discussing something. One of them said, "Brother Long, that trail continued until it disappeared here, she must be hiding nearby." The man called Brother Long's eyes were full of viciousness. "That caused us to chase 2 cities, when I find her, I must eat her meat and drink her blood." Chen Luo was puzzled. This group of people turned out to be coming from another city and seemed to be looking for someone. He continued to listen down the line. The other spoke with some concern, "Brother Long, there is water everywhere here, it belongs to her home turf, should we wait for her to leave and then catch her?" Lung said disdainfully, "So what if it's the home stretch? We've been chasing her for 3 days and she hasn't eaten a thing, so where did she get the stamina to fight back?" Chen Luo wondered, water, home field? These 2 keywords seem to describe the siren. Is it possible that they are chasing the single siren? As he was thinking about it, there was a sudden commotion downstairs. Chen Luo fixed his eyes and realized that there was a creeping zombie underneath the water that pounced on one of them. It was from the man's mouth that the cry came. The average person who meets this situation will surely panic and be scared. However, Lung quickly stepped forward and yanked on the collar at the back of the neck of the zombie he was chewing on. His right hand lashed out, and he actually directly threw the zombie flying out, and then quickly chased after it, stomping down the zombie's head that had just been lifted up with 1 foot. Black blood welled up under the water. Chen Luo's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw this scene. This strength, it's not like a normal person. He didn't look at this dragon's body build like he was practicing blocks either. Where the hell did you get all that strength? The little brother struggled to stand up from the water, half of his face was gnawed and bloody, his appearance looked quite horrible. But instead of being afraid, the others surrounded him. Chen Luo even saw one person lick his lips. Brother, you're infected. It's hopeless. Brothers have run so far and haven't eaten. Why don't we lend you some meat? Lung smiled and said chilling words. The little brother was so scared that he turned around and was about to run. But several people had guessed that he would run and grabbed him to keep him under control. Lung took out a dagger and walked towards him. Dragon. Brother Long. I've been with you for so long, you can't. Ho ho. The latter words could no longer be said by the little brother as Lung wiped his neck with his dagger. A spurt of blood sprayed Dragon's face. Instead of hiding, he enjoyed sticking out his tongue and licking the blood from the side of his mouth. When he opened his eyes again, there was a hungry wolf-like light in them. He couldn't wait to pounce on it and use his dagger like a slice of beef, cutting off a slice and chewing it in his mouth. The others couldn't wait and followed suit. One even lay on his little brother's neck and sucked the blood greedily in large gulps. Shenluo did not realize that the words eat meat and drink blood that Long said were not cruel words until he saw the picture of them sharing their food. They are literally cannibalistic. And judging from their enraptured expressions, they weren't eating human flesh out of hunger, out of necessity. On the contrary, they enjoy eating people. The scene was more zombie than zombie. If someone with a lower mental capacity saw it, they would probably be paralyzed with fear, nausea, and vomiting. Although Shenluo was not so much, he frowned in disgust. A few people were eating soundly when a person ran around the corner and shouted, "Brother Long, found the one." Lung looked up, a piece of his tongue still clenched around his mouth. Hearing this, he immediately swallowed his tongue. Gave each one a knock on the head. Don't even eat, go. A group of men ran forward after the informant. Shenluo rolled over the window and jumped down, giving a gesture to Su Yulan on the roof. The two men, one at the top and one at the bottom, gave chase. With their speed it was easy to catch up with those people. But Shenluo was curious as to what kind of person they were looking for, so he just followed not far behind. After following them for a few blocks, the man in front of them stopped. Shenluo gestured towards the roof and similarly stopped. He poked his head out of the corner to find Lung and the others with evil grins on their faces, slowly approaching forward. And in front of them was a woman with a slim frame. It was clear from her shriveled look and sunken eyes that she hadn't slept in a long time. The lips were white and dry and probably hadn't dripped in a while. But even though her face was haggard, it was still hard to hide her beauty, but instead it added a sickly beauty to her, which was heartbreaking. But Lung and the others clearly had no thoughts of pity. "You run, why don't you keep running?" they said with a bad smile. The woman glared at them viciously. "It can't be that we can't run, right? It's also true that after escaping from the base and not eating a thing for 3 days, it's normal to run out of energy. But we are but just full." Lung touched his stomach, the blood around his mouth proving what he had just said. This group of demons. I must kill you all to avenge my brother." The woman finally recognized them and broke into curses. Long laughed out loud. "Your brother? Oh, that little boy, I remember how old he was?" The sidekick had the good sense to match it, 12. "Yes, 12 years old, just the freshest age, that meat, tsk, he said evocatively. The woman's eyes were crimson, as if they were dripping blood. She roared, "I want you to pay for your lives." Before the words fell, a cold current erupted with her at the center, and the temperature around her instantly dropped. The water underneath them was even more frozen, spreading all the way into the distance. Chapter 173, Is this the power you are so proud of? Lung and the others were in the water from the waist down and were immediately frozen, unable to break free. Shenluo, who was 50 meters away, saw the freezing spreading towards him and was busy bending his legs, jumping up and grabbing the air conditioning unit above his head. Looking at the frozen water beneath his feet, Shenluo's pupils shrank. Could this be a psychic ability? The woman had frozen herself as well, and the outburst she had just had seemed to drain what was left of her strength. She slumped helplessly on the ice, gasping for air. When Long's few people saw the scene, the hearts they had just raised were put back into their stomachs. They thought the woman was pretending to be weak on purpose, but it was really a trap, waiting for them to fall into it. Now it seems that they were entirely paranoid. Long was even in the mood to flirt up a storm. Is that the extent of it? You can't even freeze someone to death? You know you escaped by freezing the guards into ice sculptures before. The woman didn't even have the strength to speak. That alone won't trap us. With that he raised his hands above his head and brought them together to form the shape of a hammer, and slammed it down heavily. The ice splashed and a fist-sized dent was smashed into the ice. He repeated the trick, and this time the arms of both hands swelled even more, the black veins on the surface of his skin bulging, similar to earthworms. It doesn't look like a normal human in any way. Only heard a bang, the ice surface in front of Long shuddered and cracked open. He moved around below his waist and felt like he could already move around. A couple more times and he'd be completely out of the woods. A few of the other minions were not as strong as Lung, but they could get away with it just as well with a few more visits. When everyone was out, the woman still hadn't slowed down. This frozen ice had in turn become her cocoon. Dragon said gleefully, "You're doing this to yourself. You'd better go back and become our feast. When we eat you, we might be able to obtain your supernatural powers as well." The woman glared at him viciously, and if ice could kill, Lung would already be full of holes. Just then, a voice rang out behind the crowd. I'm sorry, she can't go with you, she already has an appointment with me. The crowd turned back just in time to see Chen Luo let go and jump down. Who are you? Lung asked, first stunned, then puzzled. It doesn't matter who I am, all you need to know is that I want her. Lung's few people were used to being arrogant, or had they ever seen people who were even more arrogant than them? Immediately, there was a lot of clamoring. Arrogant. I'm going to break your bones. It's just as well that I wasn't full earlier, so now I'll add another meal. We're new humans, mess with us and you've kind of kicked the bucket. Chen Luo seemed to have heard a big joke. New humans? Just you guys? A bunch of cannibalistic losers? Several people jumped to their feet and retorted, what do you know? We're evolving and have powers far beyond those of normal people. What's wrong with eating people? We even eat zombies. Nice guy, eating walkers. If you get a mouth ulcer or bleed in your stomach, won't you just get infected? But they say that cannibalism is a condition for evolution, so could that be where they got their powers from? Chen Luo was pondering, and Long yelled, what's the point of talking nonsense with him? Hurry up and kill him, the master is still waiting for us to bring people back. Master? This word aroused Chen Luo's interest. Looks like there's someone else behind this group. The unself-conscious few didn't put Chen Luo in their eyes at all. Only one person was sent out to tackle Chen Luo, while several others prepared to dig the woman out. The man clasped his fists and leisurely walked to Chen Luo. Without any nonsense, he slammed his fist into Chen Luo's face. The punch came and went quickly. Only a muffled sound was heard, and the man flew out backwards. Spitting out a mouthful of blood in midair, he fell to the ice without moving. The few people from Long turned their heads to see the scene, and they were all incredibly shocked. Quickly turning around, he saw a slender young girl with black hair reaching her waist appear beside Chen Luo. What's going on? Who is dead? How is that possible? Who is that woman? They didn't get it right for a moment. Chen Luo snorted, is this your conceited power? You can't even defeat a tender young girl, and this is how you deserve to be called new humans? It was that woman who sent you flying? How is that possible? Several people were unwilling to believe it. Chen Luo, however, yawned and said impatiently, alright, I've lost interest in you guys, Yuelan, kill them all. Perhaps it was an obsession in her life, Su Yulan turned out to be only killing zombies, not people. But after the goodwill was full, Chen Luo's orders were above all else, even higher than her own will. Upon receiving Chen Luo's order, Su Yuelan's figure shifted and disappeared in place. This image fell into the eyes of Long and the others, causing their pupils to quake with even more shock. The woman disappeared? Suddenly, there was a click from the side. They turned their heads just in time to see Su Yuelan grabbing one person's neck and easily snapping it. Then he casually threw it away like a piece of trash, once again transforming into a residual shadow. The crowd then realized that it was not that the young girl could be invisible, but that she was too fast, so fast that their naked eyes could not catch her. Click, click, click. The sound of broken bones here and there made the few who were still alive creep and shiver. The previous arrogance was completely gone. Compared to Su Yulan, the power they were so proud of was nothing. She's more qualified to be called a new human. Within moments, the only one still standing was Lung. This was still what Chen Luo had specially instructed Su Yulan to leave behind. Chen Luo walked over, passing Lung on the way, and the other party didn't move a muscle. Obviously he wasn't frozen, but instead it was like he was frozen. It couldn't be helped, Su Yulan was eyeing him from the sidelines. This harmless-looking young girl was as oppressive as a demon in Lung's eyes. Chen Luo came to a stop when he was still 3 meters in front of the woman, and without seeing him build up his strength, he slammed his fist on the ice. If Long's full strength could make the ice tremble, Chen Luo's blow was similar to triggering an earthquake. Long staggers backwards and falls to the ground. Looking up, I saw the otherwise transparent interior of the ice in front of me become foggy. When the wind blew, it turned into powder and melted into water droplets. Caught off guard, Lung lost support underneath him and fell into the water, swallowing several mouthfuls of water with his mouth open. He was soaked and choking and coughing, and he looked no worse for wear. The woman was about to fall into the water as well, but was gently lifted up by Chen Luo. Are you okay? The woman nodded. Yulan, you hold her up. Handing the frail woman over to Su Yulan, Chen Luo said to Long. I ask, you answer, understand? Long looked at Su Yulan and then Chen Luo, nodding desperately. Chapter 174, The Benefits of Cannibalism. First question first, where are you guys from? Long replied, we are from Jing City, in order to chase the cheap woman before we came here. We didn't know that this is your territory, excuse me. Chen Luo, however, didn't appreciate it and said coldly, you just need to answer my question, nothing else needs to be nonsense. Yes, yes, yes. In order to stay alive, Long nodded his head repeatedly, humbly. Jing City and Binhai City were also considered neighboring cities, but the former was not near the sea, and Chen Luo did not know much about it. He continued, who is your master? This. Lung hesitated, clearly having some concerns. As a result, Chen Luo made a nasal sound, scaring him and immediately said, My master is also from Jing City. What he did before the end times, I don't know much about it. I only know that after the end times, he managed to complete his evolution and gained unparalleled power. Oh, Chen Luo was curious about Master Long's strength. Tell me, how unrivaled is it? The master's size grew to nearly 3 meters and could easily crush the heads of zombies, and under his leadership, we ruled Jing City. When Long spoke of his master, his face followed suit and he even forgot about Chen Luo and Su Yulan's threats and proudly puffed out his chest. However, after seeing Chen Luo's bin-cold eyes, he quickly calmed down as if he had been poured a pot of cold water. And licking his chops, he bragged, of course, it's nothing compared to you and the lady. Chen Luo pondered, could it be that his master had also undergone a mutation? It is important to realize that the probability of mutation is very low, especially for humans. In the huge coastal city, with a population of nearly 10 million, there was only one Chu Yao. The probability is going to be higher with zombies, and it's also possible that some people were infected just after the mutation, so that leads to about a dozen mutated zombies in Marina City. The master that Lung spoke of, could it be that he was one of the lucky ones? But what about this Lung and the other minions? Have they also mutated? Chen Luo's gaze went to Long's arm, where the black veins were slowly hiding under the skin, as if they were hibernating. And what's going on with you? Lung muttered in a low voice, there are rumors in the base that the master became stronger because he ate the flesh of people and zombies, so we underlings followed suit, and I didn't expect the strength to actually become greater. There's more of that? Long brother Si Chen Luo do not believe, take the initiative to defend. You see, zombies do not also eat people, they will be able to become bigger and stronger. It means that there must be some kind of nutrients in the body of the person, just like calcium iron the more you eat, the stronger you will be. This statement of his coincided with Zhuang Ningmeng. Zhuang Ningmeng speculates that after the end of the world, a mysterious substance has appeared in the bodies of all living things, and she also named it source. The amount of source accumulated in different organisms varies. There are even differences between different individuals of the same species. The accumulation of sources to a certain amount can also allow evolutionary phenomena to occur in organisms. Zhuang Ningmeng thinks that the reason why zombies will never be satisfied with devouring all living things is not because they do not have a sense of satiety, but because they instinctively want to obtain the source. She had not been able to extract the substance source, so this was only one of the more daring of all her guesses. What Chen Luo didn't expect was that someone would actually learn the way of the zombies and reverse the process to obtain the source. And zombies do not eat their own kind, they even eat zombies, this whether zombie body meat rotting to flow black water, right? This can be swallowed, is also a cruel person. Chen Luo asked this query out. Lung smiled shyly, we also find it hard to swallow, we can only eat a little bit at a time, compared to that, we still prefer eating human flesh. You are not aware of how delicious human meat is, especially women's and children's, it's richer in fat, unlike men's, which is more faggy, and fat is not bad, there's more meat, just a bit more fat, more greasy. He shamelessly spoke highly and was impatiently interrupted by Chen Luo. So everyone on your base eats meat? Of course not, that's not enough food. We'll be asking other camps for survivors, calling it protection, but actually stocking up on rations. Those guys are uninformed, stupid, and don't think about the fact that they need people every once in a while, and where all the people who are going to come are going to go. That's how that and her brother were sent to the base. We finished eating her brother and were about to eat her when she found out, and then she. As Long was talking, the frail woman heard this and was evoked to sadness, her anger attacked her heart, her anger and blood surged, and she directly fainted. Luo, she's sleeping. Su Yulan tugged on Chen Luo's coat. Got it. Chen Luo was worried that the woman's life might be in danger, so he decided to bring her back immediately and hand her over to Ningxiao for treatment. As for Lung, he had pretty much asked what he needed to ask, and the rest of the questions could wait until the woman woke up. So Chen Luo's eyes became a bit subtle as he looked at Lung. Lung obviously noticed the change in his opponent's eyes and knew he was in critical condition. He clenched his teeth and lowered his head, a flash of ruthlessness in his eyes. Taking advantage of Chen Luo's proximity, he suddenly stormed up and hit Chen Luo's solar plexus with all his strength. This was his desperate fight. He believed that with this punch, if Chen Luo was hit, he would definitely suffer a heavy blow and lose his fighting ability. Then he just had to watch out for the speedy teenage girl. Even if she couldn't fight, it didn't matter. The other party had 2 sick and disabled people with her, and if she had to run, she definitely wouldn't be able to catch up. When he thought of this, it was as if a fire of hope had lit up in the bottom of Long's eyes. Die! He roared, and his small right arm swelled to the thickness of a bucket, bursting his skin and oozing out threads of blood. After a crash, Lung raised his head, incredulity written all over his face, only to see Chen Luo catch his full strength strike with just one palm. How is that possible? Could it be that you're a new human too? Lung suspected that Chen Luo had also eaten people, otherwise it simply didn't make sense. However, Chen Luo glanced at him disdainfully and without explanation, he twisted his backhand. Aha! The sharp pain caused cold sweat to instantly break out on Lung's forehead, and he suspected that his arm had been broken. Chen Luo let go of his hand, and his arm hung limply down. Chen Luo was about to tackle Lung, but after thinking about it, he didn't make a move. That woman has a blood feud with Lung, might as well leave him alive and wait for her to wake up before we make a decision. Stand up and walk by yourself. Chapter 175 Stress Trauma. Opening his eyes, the unfamiliar metal ceiling was in front of him. This is... where? Yuji rubbed her head in confusion. You're awake? Hearing the voice coming from the side, Yuji reflexively rolled up from the bed and took a fighting stance. Looking in the direction the voice came from, the speaker was a young girl with a blue and white striped hospital gown on her body. When Lin Miaotong saw Yuji in this position, she had a somewhat strange expression on her face and wanted to speak. This situation has brought back her sociopathic attributes. She hadn't actually wanted to open her mouth to say hello, but the two were in the same room after all. It would seem a bit odd for her to remain silent if the other person found out about her first. So in order to keep both parties from being embarrassed, Lin Miaotong could only be bold for once. It turned out to be one time of bravery for a lifetime of introversion. If she'd known, she might as well have fallen back and pretended to sleep. Who are you? The crisp voice pulled Lin Miaotong's disorganized thoughts back. Hello, my name is Lin Miaotong. I've only been here for a short while, just like you. Lin Miaotong introduced herself in a panic, speaking as fast as rap. Yuji then remembered what happened before she passed out. Did those two bring themselves here? Yuji relaxed and sat back. So, where is this place? They call it a safe house. Safe house? Yuji murmured under her breath as the door to the room was suddenly opened from the outside. Yuji heard the commotion and raised her hand to shoot out an ice pick. A large hand grabbed the ice pick and snapped it off. Ningxiao slapped her high chest in shock, and it was Chen Luo who stood in her way. Chen Luo, it's a good thing you warned me, otherwise I would have multiple holes in my body, she said afterward. That's not so bad, this ice cone is fast, but its hardness is very average, it can't cause much damage. As the two exchanged their efforts, Lin Miaotong stared in disbelief at what was happening in front of her. She hadn't read the team's words correctly, the ice pick had just shot out from the palm of the woman beside her. Ningxiao walked in with a tray. You're awake, no need to be nervous, it's safe here. Her voice was very gentle, it was easy to let one's guard down against her. Not bad for a school nurse. Yuji said with an apology, sorry for scaring you. Instead, Ningxiao comforted her, it's okay, Chen Luo told me about you, it's normal that you would have this reaction. Medically it's called stress trauma psychological disorder. When she finished speaking she took a bowl of white porridge and a plate of squash from her plate, along with a poached egg. Chen Luo told me that you haven't eaten for several days, eating too much and too heavy is not good for your health, have a bowl of porridge first. The white congee was steaming hot and smelled tantalizingly of rice. Yuji looked at the white porridge that had many more grains of rice than water, was this still porridge? Wasn't it that when the rice was cooked, too much water was added? She couldn't remember how long it had been since she had eaten rice, even her memory was fuzzy. But Yuji didn't move her chopsticks, instead she looked at Chen Luo and asked, where is that man? Chen Luo knew she was talking about Lung. Alive and well, locked in the dungeon by me. Yuji squeezed out 3 words through her teeth, take me. There's no rush on this, it's better to eat first. Ningxiao advised. I can't eat without killing him, she said through gritted teeth. However, Chen Luo shook his head, if you don't recover your stamina and the ice picks you summon can't even pierce your skin, how do you expect to take revenge? Hearing this, Yuji finally managed to pick up the white porridge and took a big bite. It wasn't as if she was eating, but rather as if she was tearing at the flesh and blood of her enemies. A bowl full of white porridge was eaten by Yuji in 3 tries, and then stuffed the squash and eggs together in her mouth and chewed them. When Lin Miaotong saw this scene, she couldn't help but gulp and her stomach rumbled. Hugs. Sorry, she said in embarrassment, her cheeks red. Ningxiao covered her mouth and laughed lightly, don't worry, I prepared it for you as well. After saying that, he served Lin Miaotong an identical portion of food. She explained, you've been out at sea for a while, your body is just as weak, and eating too heavily will hurt your stomach. Lin Miaotong didn't even care to listen to Ningxiao, nodding perfunctorily, she couldn't wait to eat. She was quite pleased with the food. Don't look at Lin Miaotong's previous villa residence, where she had hoarded a ton of food at home. But fresh fruits and vegetables can only be kept for a short time. Meat could be frozen, but she pressed on. So what she can eat is basically canned and junk food with a long shelf life. Instead, it made her miss the rice immensely. After taking a bite, Lin Miaotong let out a sigh of admiration with incomparable satisfaction. Ningxiao turned to Yuji and asked, by the way, I still don't know your name. Yuji swallowed the food in her mouth and said, Yuji. My name is Ningxiao, I'm the doctor here, and his name is Chen Luo, the owner of this place. Yuji nodded politely to the duo. Then said, I'm done eating, can you take me to the dungeon? Come with me, do you need me to help you? No need. Yuji coldly refused. Lifting the covers, she planted her feet on the floor and just tried to get up, but almost fell over. Ningxiao hurriedly held her up. You're still in a state of deactivation, and your strength can't be used. Yuji frowned, but still stubbornly gently pushed Ningxiao away. She would rather hold the wall herself and move step by step than accept help from others. Ningxiao had a helpless expression on her face when she saw this. Chen Luo turned around and walked out of the medical room after giving her a comforting look. In order to match Yuji's speed, he deliberately walked very slowly. The dungeon, which was supposed to take only a few minutes to walk to, took the two of them almost half an hour to get to. There is one and only one entrance to the dungeon, and it is outside the safe house. So Chen Luo and Yuji needed to get out of the safe house before they could enter the dungeon. There was Chen Luo's selfishness in setting it up this way. He didn't want others to see the woman in the safe house. Entering the dungeon, it was very dimly lit. Still, Yuji was the first to see Lung behind the iron cage. Open the door. The sudden sound made Lung open his eyes and saw Yuji's cold as frost face. He tried to get up, but with one of his arms wasted and the other cuffed, he couldn't stand. One could only watch helplessly as Chen Luo unlocked the door and Yuji walked in. Yuji didn't bull ***** Lung and threw the bucket of water she had asked for from Che Paul in advance on him. The ability was then unleashed, and Lung's entire body first frosted and then quickly froze. The entire person became a lifelike ice sculpture. Chapter 176, Yuji's request for help. Avenged, Yuji was not happy. Her brother is dead, and killing Lung won't bring him back. And it wasn't Lung who was the culprit, he was a minion at best. Thinking of this, Yuji said to Chen Luo, who was studying the ice sculpture, "Can you do me a favor?" Chen Luo averted his gaze from the ice sculpture. "What favor?" "Help me destroy their base and kill their master." Chen Luo didn't immediately agree, but seriously considered it. Jing City is about 2 days away from Marina City. If he agreed to Yuji's request, then it would take him 4 days just to make a round trip on the road. Plus he definitely couldn't do anything right away when he arrived. He still had to find out about the strength of Long's forces and their masters. That's at least a week too. Being away for so long would be dangerous in case something unexpected happened to the safe house and he couldn't make it back in time. Chen Luo really couldn't rest assured about the people here. And don't forget, there's a corporate power out there that could pop up at any moment. Yuji saw that Chen Luo was hesitating. She was so anxious that her tears flowed. Because Yuji knew that it was impossible to take revenge in a short period of time just by himself. Don't think she had powers, but the other side was outnumbered and had guns in their hands. Before Yuji was able to block the bullets with her powers, she had no chance at all. In order to convince Chen Luo to help himself, the only condition Yuji could think of at the moment was this body of his. So she said, "As long as you help me succeed in my revenge, I'm willing to work for you as an ox, and I'll agree to whatever you want me to do." Chen Luo was waiting for these words. The reason he saved her, brought her back for treatment, and left Lung alive to be handed over to her personally when she woke up. Isn't it too Yuji's psychic ability? Good looking, system qualified, has psychic powers, and is probably a bonus for a complete ripoff. Whichever of these two conditions was missing, Chen Luo could not possibly agree to her time-consuming and laborious request. After some feigned consideration, Chen Luo nodded. "I can help you, but I have to ask you a question first." Yuji was delighted in her heart and said busily, "You ask, how did you get your powers?" Yuji didn't hide anything and told Chen Luo about the way she obtained her powers. It turns out that the two of them, she and her brother, have been dependent on each other since the end of the world, and were fortunate enough to be taken in by a camp of survivors. That camp was small, and the people in it took good care of the siblings. Though often hungry, the days were cozy. Until that day when the forces of Lung's gang came to the door and brutally demanded 10 people to work at their base. At that time, Yuji didn't know that they would eat people, and thought that they were really just going over to do some work, and would be able to come back when they were done. Grateful for the camp's care, she stepped forward. And her brother, who was inseparable from her and didn't want to be separated, joined in. But he didn't want to go and personally send his own brother to hell. Upon witnessing her brother being cooked and eaten, Yuji awakened her ice powers under the emotion. However, because it had just been awakened, the ability was not used skillfully. She was caught and bound by those demons. After their master learns that Yuji has mastered her powers, he tells them to send her to his room. Yuji also took this time to freeze the guards and escape. Is it related to emotions? Or is it a personal reason? Chen Luo thought to himself. It was still impossible to figure out how she had awakened her powers just from Yuji's description. Chen Luo didn't dwell on it too much. Anyway, he could obtain his powers through the system. He didn't necessarily need to figure out how others obtained them. Seeing Yuji in a somewhat depressed mood, it should be that she had talked about sadness and was touched by it. Chen Luo comforted, "Don't be sad, sadness will hurt your body, you still have to avenge your brother." Yuji regained her composure. "Thank you. I need to make some preparations before we leave, and you take this time to get well." "Good." Yuji nodded. Yuji's favoritism plus 20. Chen Luo heard the system beep and subconsciously opened Yuji's favorability panel. Name, Yuji. Identity, sports student, alien. Favorability, 20, acquaintance. Reward for first acquaintance, exotic fruit times 100, obtained. Reward for first kiss, gym and fitness equipment, not earned. Reward for complete strategy, ability, ice, not obtained. Closing the panel with his face as normal, Chen Luo said to Yuji, "Let's go back." Aha. On the way, Chen Luo once again offered to help. This time Yuji didn't refuse. She didn't let Ning Xiao help because she didn't know her well. Her own personality was the type that wouldn't bother anyone else until she had to. but after requesting Chen Luo's help, and the other party even promised. In Yuji's heart, Chen Luo was no longer considered a stranger, but a friend that could be relied upon. 3 days later, Chen Luo found Yuji and asked, "How is the body recovering?" Yuji was stunned at first, then reacted that this was a departure. She quickly said, "I have fully recovered, look at me." To prove that she wasn't lying, Yuji put her hands behind her back and did a frog jump. Alright, I know you recovered." Chen Luo called a halt to Yuji and handed her a set of equipment. "Your original clothes are too torn and tattered to wear, these are Raoul's clothes, you're about the same size as her, they should fit." Yuji took a look, it was a short-sleeved top plus a pair of shorts, quite simple and rustic, with the advantage of ease of movement and a focus on practicality. "Thanks." Yuji entered the medical room, and 2 minutes later she changed out of her hospital gown and put on the clothes Chen Luo had prepared for her. Chen Luo looked at Yuji, who had finished dressing up, and amazement flashed in his eyes. He hadn't expected this suit to fit Yuji so well. Yuji was originally a sports student who practiced track and field, and his body was more muscular. The outfit was quite flattering, showing off Yuji's ample breasts as well as her abs and mermaid line to the fullest. Beneath the tall figure were 2 long, toned legs with wheat-colored skin full of healthy beauty. On the contrary, Yuji also had a face that I could see. A small, palm-sized face, delicate features, and what seemed like a perpetually furrowed brow. It was really impossible to connect this soft face with a body as athletic as that of a female leopard. Yuji also noticed Chen Luo's eyes. She wasn't shy, instead, she showed it to Chen Luo in a big way, and asked, "How was it? Does it fit?" "It fits better than I expected." "Thanks, when do we leave?" "After lunch, I'll explain something to Ning Xiao." Yuji nodded. Chapter 177 Arrival at Jing City. After lunch, Chen Luo and Ning Xiao came to the lounge. Chen Luo instructed Ning Xiao, "During the time I'm not here, you should try not to go out. Including the sirens and the girls, they need to go out fishing less often and be more vigilant around the safe house." Ning Xiao nodded as she spoke. "You should bring on Xiaoyu and Su Yulan with you, they can help you out, least of all bring on Xiao Shui." Chen Luo, however, shook his head. "I don't know much about the situation in Jing City, and if I bring Xiaoyu and the girls with me, it would be inconvenient to move around, so it's better to let them stay behind to protect you." Ning Xiao knew that Chen Luo wouldn't change the decision he had made, so she didn't try to persuade him anymore. "By the way," Chen Luo added, "I've left 1,000 exotic fruits and 100 liters of altered spirit springs in the warehouse. If there's an enemy that Nasha and the others can't solve, you'll give all of these resources to Zero." "Give it to Zero?" Ning Xiao was a bit hesitant. She had no idea of Zero's true strength and was mesmerized by the latter's harmless face. In Ning Xiao's heart, Zero was just a kid who liked to play tough with his mouth. Chen Luo said seriously and earnestly, "That's right, don't look at Zero so unreliable, but in actuality she is still very strong." That's right. An approving voice came from the door. "Who's eavesdropping?" Chen Luo looked in the direction of the doorway. "Oops, got caught." "Zero, you've been told to stop talking. This queen does not care to do such sneaky things." "Good lord, listen to the commotion, there are quite a few eavesdroppers. All come in." Chen Luo helplessly held his forehead. The door opened and Zero, Dujiajia, Myrna, Zhu Huihui, and Ryuwa walked in. Except for Zero, who hugged his arms and craned his neck in a heavenly manner. The other 4 bowed their heads sheepishly. "What are you guys doing out there?" Chen Luo asked. That. Du Jiajiao wanted to speak? Zero said without a blush. "This queen just happened to be passing by and heard someone shouting my name, so she looked to see if someone was bad-mouthing me." Myrna nodded vigorously. Yes, that's right, we just happened to be passing by as well. Do you guys think I'll believe it?" Chen Luo looked at them expressionlessly. He. A couple of people laughed awkwardly. Chen Luo looked at Liuya and said unexpectedly, "Liuya, why are you fooling around with them too?" "I was protecting the princess," Raya said as she gazed straight ahead. "Need protection in a safe house?" Chen Luo demolished it without mercy. Several women were speechless. Chen Luo saw this and spoke. "Never mind, you guys came just in time. Zero, I'll leave the safety and security of the safe house to you while I'm away." Zero's eyes lit up at the words. This was the first time she had been entrusted with an important task. Is this what it feels like to be trusted? Zero immediately patted the small mountain bag and promised, "Don't worry, leave this place to this Lord Queen. Guarantee that when you come back, there won't be a single person left." Chen Luo nodded and turned his head to look at Myrna and Liuya. "Myrna, Rua, you two pass on what I just said to your mother and matriarch, Nasha." "Understood. Leave it to me." "Du Jiajia, you." Chen Luo really didn't know what to arrange for Du Jiajia to do, but seeing her expectant expression, his heart softened. "You'll be in charge of the work schedule at the safe house. I promise to keep the safe house in order," Du Jia assured. What about me? Shu Huihui said excitedly. "Just get well and don't let your sister worry." Shu Huihui's little face instantly drooped. Ning Xiao walked over and tenderly stroked her head. "Well, don't be sad, when you get better, you can come and be my little nurse." The understanding Ning Xiao knew that don't look at Zhu Huihui so optimistic and cheerful, but in fact her heart was still very sensitive. It was her sister who had been taking care of her during the period of her illness. When she came to the safe house, everyone was very nice to her. That's why Xu Huihui had been thinking of finding a chance to repay her kindness, otherwise her conscience would be hard to rest. Hearing Ning Zhao's words, Xu Huihui was really happy. Aha! Outside the safe house door, a heavily armed Yuji had been waiting for a while. She was so anxious that all she could do was tell herself over and over again that she had been waiting for 3 days, and there was no shortage of moments. But it simply didn't work. The rage of vengeance had burned its way into her brain, making it hard for her to regain her composure. Luckily, Chen Luo didn't let her continue to wait as he drove an SUV to Yuji. Get in the car. Yuji pulled open the car door and sat in it. The SUV restarted and headed out of town. After traveling for 2 days, the outline of a city appeared to the two. Yuji had impatiently pressed her face against the window and looked out. Chen Luo asked, "Is there any place to land in the city?" Without looking back, Yuji said, "Yes, there is a camp where we can rest." "Okay, you show the way." Entering within the city, Chen Luo realized that the situation here was another picture from Binhai City and Yanghua City. The number of zombies here is very sparse, on the contrary the number of survivors is high and can be found everywhere. And unlike other places where people are in a hurry, people here even chat on the street. Chen Luo could vaguely hear them talking as if they were pulling a. One of them saw the SUV, came up and knocked on the window. Chen Luo lowered the window and asked, "Do you have something to do? Hello, you're outsiders, right? Any interest in joining our camp?" he said enthusiastically. Chen Luo refused, "Sorry, not interested." "Fine." The man, not feeling disappointed, turned to leave. Chen Luo closed the car window and said to Yuji in the passenger seat, "Is it always like this here?" Yuji nodded as she explained that since Jing City was already ruled by the forces of the base, other survivor camps must regularly supply their population or they will not be able to gain a foothold in Thorn City. That's why these camps are so keen on pulling people in. But before I traveled to the base, this situation wasn't so prevalent. Yuji's expression looked a bit blank. Had something else happened to Thorn City in her absence? Burying her doubts in her heart for the time being, Yuji concentrated on continuing to point out the way. After traveling for nearly half an hour, they arrived at the gate entrance of a factory. "This is it." Yuji unbuckled her seatbelt and couldn't wait to pull open the car door and walk down. Chen Luo followed her and entered the factory. As he walked, he observed his surroundings. It appeared to be a junkyard, with car shells parked nearby and tires all over the place. Along the way, the two didn't see much of anyone. It wasn't until they reached the depths of the factory that they saw more than 30 people sitting in a circle. Chapter 178 Factory Employees and Programs. Some of those 30 or so people were sitting on tires, some were sitting directly on the ground. Everyone had a sad frown and every now and then a sigh. As soon as Yuji saw them, she excitedly shouted, "Grandma Qian, Uncle Zhang, everyone, I'm back." The crowd lifted their heads in unison at the sound, and upon seeing Yuji, expressions of surprise and astonishment appeared on everyone's face. A grandmother with gray hair, but still with her arms and legs, stood up and she wiped her eyes incredulously. "Is it Yuji? It can't be that I'm getting old and seeing things?" Yuji quickly ran forward and hugged Grandma Qian's arm. "Grandma Qian, it's really me, I'm back." Grandma Qian's voice trembled as she said, "It's good to be back, it's good to be back. Yuji, how are you? Weren't you sent to the base?" A fairly handsome-looking man with gold-rimmed glasses and an elegant temperament asked out loud. Mo Wenfei, Yuji recognized the man and called out his name and greeting, then said, "I escaped back from there." Next she told the crowd in detail what had happened to her at the base. They were all silenced and looked at each other when they heard it. Grandma Qian stroked Yuji's head heartily. "Child, you must have suffered a lot. You must have been so sad when your brother died, if only I had been by your side then." "Grandma money. Woo woo." Yuji, who had always acted very strong, completely failed to hold back in front of Grandma Qian and threw herself into her arms and cried. "It's okay, it's okay." Grandma Qian gently patted Yuji's back and comforted her. As the crowd listened to Yuji's cries, they couldn't help but be infected with sadness as well and lowered their heads. Chen Luo, who had been observing them, however, noticed a hint of something wrong. But specifically and say it again, can only be pressed in the heart for the time being. By the time Yuji finished crying, her eyes were red and a little swollen, but it didn't bother her. Chen Luo took this opportunity to ask his doubts. "By the way, I just saw you guys looking sad. Are you guys in some kind of trouble?" Mo Wenfei asked rhetorically. "You are? He's my savior, it's all thanks to him that I'm alive." Yuji explained. "Thanks for saving Twiggy." Mo Wenfei extended his hand in a friendly manner. "My name is Mo Wenfei, I'm the person in charge here." Chen Luo shook his hand before Mo Wenfei replied, "Before you guys came, the base sent another person, and this time they want us to provide 10 more people." Uncle Zhang interjected resentfully, "They are asking for people more and more frequently. If it continues like this, we don't need them to do anything. Our camp is too small and there's no need for us to exist." Mo Wenfei sighed. "Originally, we tried to pull in some people, but we could maintain it. But Twiggy said that people will be eaten there, so if we send people there again, wouldn't that be pushing them to hell? So it's this matter that bothers them." Chen Luo suddenly realized. Yuji said to them, "Don't panic everyone, we came here this time to settle this matter." Xiao Jia, what are you going to do about it? Grandma Qian asked. We're going to smash the base and destroy that evil place, Yuji said with steely eyes. Mo Wenfei frowned. Xiaoji, the base has numerous fighters, and they also have firearms in their hands. There are only 2 of you, how can you possibly be their opponents? That's not for you to worry about, we'll naturally figure it out. Mo Wenfei frowned, and finally gave Chen Luo a deep look and did not pursue the matter further. We're looking for a place to land, is it convenient for you here? They looked at each other, wanting to speak. They didn't believe that Yuji and Chen Luo could destroy the base, instead they would invite the base and draw fire to themselves. Yuji saw that they were all silent and guessed what they were thinking. So he took the initiative and said, since it's inconvenient then forget it, let's find another place. After saying that Yuji pulled Chen Luo's hand and was about to leave. Wait. Mo Wenfei called out to the 2, just stay here. Aren't you afraid we'll draw trouble for you? We are family, of course we will carry things together. Mo Wenfei said sincerely. Yes, what you guys, us, we're all family, Xiaojia, you can stay. Grandma Qian also chimed in. Yuji turned her head to Chen Luo, what do you think? Chen Luo nodded. Yuji looked at them again, alright then, we'll stay, don't worry, we'll only stay for a few days, we'll move out soon. You can stay as long as you want, you and your brother's room has been kept, you 2 can rest there. Mo Wenfei said. The crowd was dismissed and Yuji led Chen Luo to the factory's employee dormitory. Looking at the 2 adjoining rooms, she was in a bit of a trance. Chen Luo asked with concern, are you alright? It's okay, this is my room and that's my brother's, you can have that one. Okay, why don't you put your stuff away for a bit and then come to my room? Never mind, I'll come over to your side and we'll discuss the plan. Chen Luo was afraid that she would witness another flashback in her brother's room and fall into memories that she couldn't extricate herself from, so she changed the room. Yuji said understood and entered the room, closing the door. Chen Luo also entered the room, which was just an ordinary staff dormitory with some living supplies, probably Yuji's brother's. He casually placed his backpack on the bed, raising a cloud of dust. After simply tidying up the room, Chen Luo saw that it was almost time and came to the door of Yuji's room to knock on the door. Come in. Yuji's voice came from inside. Chen Luo pushed the door and went in. It was worthy of being a girl's room, although it was also very simple. It just looked a lot more cozy and clean than Chen Luo's room. So, what's your plan? Yuji saw Chen Luo directly open the door and get to the point. Didn't the base come to this camp to collect people? I decided to use that to blend in and poke around inside. What about me? They should all know me, I can't blend in. Chen Luo had obviously known about this situation for a long time. So I'm going to go it alone. No way. Yuji said decisively, that's too dangerous. What if you're discovered? Don't worry, I'm more life-thirsty than you think. There's still a group of people waiting for me to go back in Marina City. If the situation isn't right, I'll immediately give up on helping you take revenge and go straight back. Chen Luo's words were not nice to hear, but Yuji was relieved. She was afraid that Chen Luo would end up giving her life away in order to help her take revenge. Then she would really have to have a bad conscience for the rest of her life. Before grasping the true strength of the other party and weighing the gap, I won't make a rash move. Chen Luo said as he pulled out a walkie-talkie and tossed it to Yuji. Take this and I'll use it to contact you if there's a situation. Chapter 179 Unexpected Discoveries. The next day, when Chen Luo found Mo Wenfei, he was carrying supplies with the others. Brother Wenfei, where do I put this? Put it in storage, the supplies have a long shelf life, don't worry about them going bad. Okay. Mo Wenfei wiped the sweat from his forehead and had a sunny, warm smile on his face. It was then that he noticed Chen Luo, and after freezing for a moment, he once again resumed his smile. I remember your name is Chen Luo, right? Are you looking for me? Exactly. Hold on, let me wipe the sweat off. Chen Luo followed Mo Wenfei, and the people he met along the way greeted the latter with full respect. Chen Luo said casually, everyone here respects you. It's alright, said Mauenfeld, humbly, as he pushed up his glasses. All the people here were originally employees of the depot, and I was the director before that, so they all look up to me. When the end times came, the plant manager and the others died, so I took the rest of them to reclaim the depot and set up this shelter. Removing a towel from the rack, Mo Wenfei wiped up his sweat. As he wiped it off, he casually asked, what's your relationship with Twiggy now? It doesn't matter much, just saved her life. Chen Luo didn't lie, after all, Yuji's favorability towards him was still stuck at 20. But Mo Wenfei didn't believe it. You'd lay down your life for a man with nothing to do with him? Sacrifice your life? Chen Luo shook his head, I don't think so. Mo Wenfei stared at Chen Luo for a few seconds before saying, it seems like you're very confident. It's okay, what about you? What is your relationship with Yuji? Chen Luo asked rhetorically. I'm not afraid to laugh at you, but I've actually had a crush on Twiggy for a long time. Oh? Chen Luo raised his eyebrows, somewhat surprised. A fair lady, a gentleman is good at martyring, Xiaoji is pretty and has a good personality. It's normal for me to like her. Mo Wenfei explained for himself. It's normal, Chen Luo said with a normal face. Well, Mauenfeld said as he washed the towel and hung it back up. What did you want to talk to me about? Did you get all the people you wanted from the base? As soon as he said this, Mo Onefei's face became a bit gloomy. Not yet, I can't send these old employees to their deaths, can I? Count me in. Ha? Mo Onefei wondered if he had heard wrong. Sorry, I didn't hear you just now, please repeat it. Add me to the list of people who sent the base. Mo Onefei heard it clearly this time, and after hesitating for a second or third time, he said, does she know about Yuji? I told her. In that case, I'll just have to say yes, and whatever the outcome, I thank you on behalf of the people at the plant. Mo Onefei solemnly stretched out his hand and shook Chen Luo's hand vigorously. When are they coming for the people? Tomorrow, we have one more day to get people together. Understood, have someone call me when the time comes. Chen Luo turned around and left after saying that. A day later, the door to Chen Luo's room was knocked on. Chen Luo opened the door to see that behind the door was an old man. Uncle Zhang had a pleasing smile on his face. That, Wenfei asked me to call you. Okay. Chen Luo turned back and grabbed his backpack, following Uncle Zhang to the meeting point. Both were silent on the way. Chen Luo said in order to ease the awkward atmosphere, Mo Wenfei got the people together? It's coming together, it's coming together. How did it come together? This. It's just that some outsiders fled over. And then, Uncle Zhang stuttered. Understood. Chen Luo stopped speaking. Instead, it was Uncle Zhang who talked more, and he seemed to be trying to defend Mo Wenfei. There's no way around it, we have feelings for each other. Wenfei he is not easy, we this group of old men and women can live until now all rely on him, if not for him. He rambled on, while Chen Luo listened absently, returning a perfunctory remark every now and then. Yuji was an accident, she's a good kid, none of us wanted her to die, it was her self. Chen Luo's eyes snapped open, it's her own what? Uncle Zhang knew that he had blundered, and a smile worse than tears appeared on his face. No. Nothing. Then maybe I misheard you. Chen Luo turned his head without changing his face. In fact, his mind was racing. Uncle Zhang's words showed that they had long known that going to the base was a death sentence. At least until Yuji took the initiative. But they didn't tell Yuji. In that case, they are also murderers, devils who abduct the living for the tigers. Right, it's you who misheard. Uncle Zhang muttered before never speaking again. His furrowed and wrinkled forehead was covered with fine droplets of sweat, and he was already sweating profusely. Chen Luo was curious as to how many more of them were in the know. Does Mo Manfei, who is in charge, know more, and what role does he play in it? If Yuji knew that the person she trusted the most, watched her take her brother to his death, and none of them chose to tell her how she would feel again. Now it seems that this camp is not as simple as he thought. Chen Luo came back to his senses and realized that he and Uncle Zhang had already arrived at the entrance outside the factory. There were already 9 people standing here, each with a smile on their face, excitedly discussing the situation. The mouths of the people were filled with curiosity and anticipation for the base, and they felt that the base was the #1 power in Jing City. When you join yourself, you definitely don't have to worry about security. The good times are still waiting for them. Unbeknownst to them, what they were about to go to was not heaven, but hell. Mo Wenfei, Grandma Qian, and other people from the factory were also at the door to see off the crowd, and there was no Yuji among them. Chen Luo was worried that she would be recognized by the people at the base, so he asked her not to show her face, and the latter did as she was told. Seeing that Uncle Zhang had brought Chen Luo, Mo Wenfei's hanging heart finally relaxed. He was afraid that Chen Luo would back out, so that he would have to choose another person. Mo Wenfei said loudly to the 10 people, since everyone is here, I will explain some things to you. First of all, he was desperately trying to paint a picture of how much better the base was, and Chen Luo listened for a while before becoming disinterested. Turning his head to look around, he saw Yuji's figure behind a car shell. She was still relieved. Chen Luo gave her a walkie-talkie gesture, and Yuji nodded in understanding. He felt he still needed to tell her of his discovery, as well as warn her to be careful of the people at the factory, even if it breaks her heart. Shortly afterward, the rattle of a car engine sounded in the distance. Chapter 180, The Strange Mo Wenfei. As the rumble of the engine approached, a battered bus came into view. Chen Luo subconsciously looked back. Yuji's figure had already disappeared. He sighed in relief and retraced his steps. The bus came to a stop just less than 3 meters in front of the crowd, raising a cloud of dust. Chen Luo reacted quickly and ducked behind one person in time to escape. Others weren't so lucky, getting dust smeared all over their faces and unable to stop coughing and sneezing up a storm. The bus door opened and a couple of burly men came down from it. Chen Luo fixed his eyes towards their arms, and his pupils shrank at the sight of the dark veins that were clearly visible. While Lung's gang also only showed their veins when they exerted themselves, they were exposed at all times. Chen Luo boldly speculated that these people should have eaten more people than Long and the others, and it was even possible that they were already eating zombies. When they got closer, Chen Luo took another look. Sure enough, these people's pupils were reddish, not quite as red as a zombie's, but certainly not something a normal human could possess, and from them wafted a stench if nothing else, like the smell of rotting corpses. With all the differences, it's not too much to call them half human, half corpse. Hey, four-eyed boy, have the men gotten together yet? The Cockney in the lead said nonchalantly. The other employees of the factory bowed their heads in fear, not daring to meet their eyes. Only Mo Wunfei replied in an unassuming manner, it's coming together. Is that them? Cockney swept the 10 men in front of him with some disgust. Why are they all men? One of the people next to Chen Luo wanted to get close to Cockney, and attentively chimed in, men are good, men have the strength to work. The leather-clad man behind Cockney spat, what's the use of you guys just working? The crowd was unsure, and Cockney glared at the leather-clad man, you're the one who talks too much. He turned to the crowd and said, okay, get in the car. Everyone boarded the bus one after another. Chen Luo found a seat in the last row and sat alone. The door closed and Cockney urged, drive on, head for the next camp, hopefully there will be more children and women there. Mo Wunfei watched the bus traveling away with a ghostly gaze, not knowing what he was thinking. He didn't withdraw his gaze until the car's ass disappeared from sight. Okay everyone, let's get back to work. The factory employees dispersed with the joy of having escaped. At this time, Uncle Zhang found Mo Wunfei and told the other party about his accidental slip of the tongue. Mo Wunfei turned his head violently and stared dead at Uncle Zhang. What did you say? It was the first time that Uncle Zhang had seen such an expression on Mo Wunfei's face. All along, Mo Wunfei had given him and others the impression of being gentle and treating people gently. So at the sight of Mo Wunfei's eyes that wanted to kill him in general, Uncle Zhang's entire body froze and it took a long time for him to come back to his senses. The cold sweat that he had just wiped off came back all of a sudden. Forget it, I'll take care of this, and the next time, you get in the car, you hear me? Half of Mo Wunfei's face was covered by shadows, making it impossible to see his face and making it feel incredibly strange. Uncle Zhang could only nod his head hurriedly, I hear you. On the bus, not all of the seats for about 50 people were filled, only about 2/3 of them. A few of the base forces talked about it irritably. Chen Luo relied on his excellent hearing and heard some of their conversation. Mud only brought back 30 or so, over 20 less than we expected. A couple of camps said they just couldn't get enough people together and asked us to be forgiving. If you can't pay at all, take your own people on top, and only give 3 or 4 people to fool us? I think, there are some camps that don't need to exist anymore, so it's a good idea to use them to make an example of other camps and show them what happens if they don't hand them over on time. A few people were talking when the walkie-talkie on Cockney's belt went off. Cockney picked it up indifferently and put it to his ear, and after 3 minutes his face became grave and he swept toward the back of the wagon. Chen Luo had a bad feeling in his heart. Sure enough, Cockney stood up and slowly made his way to the back. When the eyes of everyone in the car were focused on him alone, Cockney spoke up, all of you turn in all of your belongings. This statement was met with displeasure. Who doesn't already have 1 or 2 valuable supplies on them that they've traded their lives for? When other camps let them join, they don't force them to turn in all their supplies. This base is a bit too overbearing, isn't it? Someone was not happy on the spot and stood up. How can you make someone turn in supplies without even entering the door? This is too much, I'm not joining. Stop the car and let me leave. Others chimed in, yes, right. Cockney cocked his head, and in the next instant pulled a pistol from his belt and shot the man directly in the head. The latter's body went limp and he resumed his chair. The man next to him was startled and shivered. Cockney said seriously, get on this car, unless you reach the base, none of you can get off, getting off is death. Also, what I just said is not a request, but an order. Who else is not convinced? The pistol in his hand, still smoking, took aim at everyone. When glancing at Chen Luo's heart trembled. I don't know if it was his illusion, but Chen Luo always felt that Cocky Head was taking so much longer than others to aim at himself. And Cockney looked at himself like he was warning himself. Pressing these thoughts into his heart for the time being, Chen Luo cooperatively turned in his backpack. It was a good thing he had anticipated this happening in advance. He gave his backpack to Yuji for safekeeping before he came. He himself was carrying an empty backpack containing just a walkie-talkie and very little food. As for the walkie-talkies being taken away, it had little impact. He sat down in the last row just after he got in the car and whispered to Yuji what he had found out and what he had surmised about the employees. If Yuji didn't believe in herself, then Chen Luo could only wonder if there was something wrong with her brain. There's no point in bringing that kind of intelligence into his safe house, or sooner or later it's going to hurt everyone else. As for her favorability bonus, don't bother. Anyway, the silent girls were manually rewarded with an ability, so there was no shortage of her. Cocky Head put away his gun with satisfaction after seeing Chen Luo honestly hand over his backpack. 10 minutes later, the bus stopped in front of a building. Chen Luo looked up and saw that the building had 24 floors and was nearly 100 meters tall. Chapter 181, The Man-Eating Building. All get off. Hurry up. Cockney and the others urged the crowd to get out of the car. With them pushing and shoving, the crowd stepped off the bus. Out of the building came 4 men with arms nearly the thickness of a normal man's thigh. It reeks of something not to be messed with. They're new to this batch? That's right, Cockney nodded. There's a body in the car, you guys will deal with it later. The 4 men lit up. Got it. Cockney turned to the apprehensive crowd and said, follow me. With him leading the way, the crowd headed toward the building. Chen Luo had been observing his surroundings. He found that all of the building's floor windows were boarded up and only the front door was open. It was as if a huge beast with its mouth open wanted to devour people. Before entering the building, Chen Luo looked back, just in time to see the 4 burly men drag the body from the bus. Chen Luo was curious where they were going to drag the body to when a figure blocked his view. Chen Luo raised his head and saw Cockney's unkind eyes. "What are you looking at blindly? Hurry up and get in," said he. Even pushed Chen Luo. With the strength of cockatrice, it wasn't really enough to push Chen Luo. However, in order not to scare the snakes, Chen Luo still pretended to stumble and took 2 steps back, almost falling over. Yes. Chen Luo cowardly lowered his head, not daring to look any further. Cockney got carried away with the situation and spat on the ground. "I thought it was so hard to deal with. Isn't it already scared out of its wits?" Upon entering the building, the first floor was quite poorly lit as the windows were all boarded up and there was no electricity to turn on the lights. It was as dim as night, and only a dozen pairs of bloodshot eyes could be seen. The owners of these eyes are all so-called new humans like Lung. Their eyes were fixed straight on the crowd that entered. One of them even licked the corners of his mouth and pressed on, but was forced back by Cocksure with a cold stare. "When you're here, you have to follow the rules here." He didn't know if he was saying this to the other party or to Chen Luo and the others. Anyway, after he finished speaking, the others didn't come forward even if they were stupid enough to do so. The elevator was not working, so Cockney led the crowd up the stairs. As he walked, he talked about the rules of the place. From the 2nd floor to the 10th floor is where you will live, and every morning, you will be taken to work. 11th through 20th floors, that's where you'll be working, and you won't be allowed to go above that. Someone boldly asked the doubts in Chen Luo's mind. "Why can't we go?" Cockney didn't answer directly, but smiled coldly. "Trust me, you don't want to know what's up there." The crowd sniffed their backs. Cockney continued, "As for the 1st floor, all of you can't go there, or we'll suspect if you're trying to escape and kill you on the spot. Last but not least, never, ever go to the 24th floor, that's our master's floor." Master? The crowd wondered. "The master is the most supreme existence of this building and even the entire Jing city," Cockney said with a fervent expression. "He possesses an incomparably strong power that can easily destroy all zombies. The reason why the number of zombies in Jing city is so low is because of him." The crowd was not silenced and did not answer. To be honest, they didn't actually believe what Cockney said. But the other party looked like a cult follower in this manner, and interrupting him at this time would definitely arouse his hatred. When Cockney regained his composure, the crowd moved on. He brought Chen Luo and the others to the 5th floor and stopped. "Well, you guys are staying here." When he finished speaking, he left the crowd and left on his own. The crowd didn't know what to do next, and after a moment of awkwardness, they introduced themselves to each other. "Hello guys, my name is Yang Fan, you can call me Old Yang." Hello, my name is Pambu. My name is." Chen Luo didn't participate in their conversation and walked towards the depths of the 5th floor on his own. The middle-aged man named Yang Fan shouted at Chen Luo's back, "Young man, this doesn't look like a good place. Being a lone wolf is not a good idea." Chen Luo didn't need anyone else to tell him how dangerous this place was and left without looking back. Yang Fan tried to call out to Chen Luo, but was stopped by the others. "Forget it, just let him go." Yang Fan listened to the advice, so he didn't shout anymore, but discussed with the other 8. Chen Luo's side, on the other hand, realized that this 5th floor seemed to be an office building. There were no rooms for people to live in, let alone beds. All there were tables put together and computers stacked on the floor. There were quite a few normal people within the 5th floor, and they all looked indifferent when they saw Chen Luo. Not a single person chose to strike up a conversation with Chen Luo. The office was obviously more private than the office area, but it was already occupied by a group of people. Chen Luo didn't intend to start a conflict with someone just after arriving, so he casually moved the computer on the table down. After cleaning the dust off of it, he sat up. It was mid-afternoon by the time they assembled, and it was another couple hours in the car. By this time the sky had dimmed. No cell phones, no computers, no entertainment of any kind. Everyone had to lie down early to rest. Chen Luo closed his eyes while pondering the information he had gotten in his brain. First of all, Cockney must have known what he was blending in for. This was evident from the fact that he deliberately targeted Chen Luo. Chen Luo wasn't sure who had tipped him off, but it definitely couldn't be dissociated from the people at the factory. It was a good thing that whether it was the villain who reported the news or Cockney, neither of them were aware of Chen Luo's true strength. It didn't take him seriously, just a look and a verbal warning and no follow-up. What made Chen Luo feel puzzled was that the little man seemed to conceal Yuji's existence. Otherwise the people at the base wouldn't have reacted at all. Just as he was thinking, a hissing sound if anything interrupted Chen Luo's thoughts. Strange, weren't most of the zombies in Jing City wiped out by the base owner? Why can we still hear the hissing of the zombies, and still hear it in the building? Chen Luo listened carefully with his side ear, trying to hear where the sound was coming from. He realized that the hissing of the zombies was coming from overhead, the higher floors. And by the sound of the movement, it wasn't just one or two walkers making it. This is even stranger, and when you think about Lung's comment that the owner eats zombies, Could it be that someone is keeping zombies in the building as rations? Chen Luo was once again in deep thought. As the night wore on, the hissing of the zombies became clearer and clearer. Chapter 182, The Bloody Scene. The night seems silent without the brightly lit nightlife. Any little sound travels very far. Besides Chen Luo, the others within the 5th floor also heard the roar of the zombies. Most people seem to have gotten used to it long ago, though, and sleep soundly to the sound. But the newcomers who came in the same batch as Chen Luo on this day weren't so calm. They fearfully cowered in a corner and whispered, "Why is there a walker screaming here? I don't know, it seems to be coming from overhead. I don't suppose there are a few floors of walkers within the floor that haven't been cleared? Didn't they say that the owner of the base wiped out a lot of zombies? How come they let the ones in their own homes go without killing them? How woozy it sounds this late at night." Perhaps the noise of a few people talking was too loud, and one person not far away opened his eyes. He cursed at a few people, "Can you be quiet? The others have to sleep." Panbu's character was relatively straight, and immediately retorted, "The zombies didn't even wake you up, but our whispering woke you up instead. Who would believe it? I think you're deliberately picking a fight, right?" The man didn't answer, but looked at Panbu with eyes like a dead man. Panbu had already regretted the words he had just said. He was not a cutie pie. He knew that he shouldn't have messed with the seniors who had been here longer than him when he first came to a strange place. Nay, he was so straight talking that the words had already gone out without going through his head, and it was too late for him to back out now. He was dead set on losing face again, so he could only harden his eyes against the other side. Luckily, Yang Fan stepped forward to be the good old boy. He said to the man, Sorry, we just came here and don't know the rules, don't you dare to talk to us." After saying that and pressing hard on Panbu's head to apologize to the other, Panbu reluctantly bent down. It was only then that the man didn't continue to stare and reclined back on the table. Yang Fan sighed in relief and turned his head to teach Panbu a lesson. "Is that a tumor on your shoulder? Can't you think through what you're saying? Next time, I won't care about you. Everyone who has survived this long is a human being. It's manginas like Panbu that are rare." Yang Fan also had to worry about being dragged down by him, so he said the ugly words up front. Panbu at this time completely lost the appearance of head iron just now, and his eyes were full of gratitude. "Thanks to elder brother Yang. If it wasn't for you just now, I really don't know what to do." Alright, just be careful in the future. This is not a good place. Let's all be careful what we say." Hearing this, the crowd sighed in unison. It was a completely different place than they had imagined before they arrived. It's only now that they've reacted to the fact that they've been lied to. I blame myself for being too simple and being fooled by the biggest power in Jing City as those human-faced guys claimed. Come to think of it, if it was really such a good thing, how could it be their turn? They would have grabbed the car long ago. This night is destined to have many sleepless nights. Chen Luo fell asleep quickly, and when he woke up the next day, he realized that the people who had come with him were all depressed. He didn't take it to heart though, and made his way to the bathroom. As a result, the conditions here were not even comparable to a factory, let alone to Chen Luo's safe house, and there was no water at all. Side by side, you can also see that people here don't treat them like human beings at all. Chen Luo could only helplessly give up his plan to wash up and walk out of the bathroom. A man walked in and yelled at the crowd, "All of you get up. Your job today is to clean the 2nd floor. 2nd floor? Chen Luo's heart fluttered. Isn't that the floor where the other ordinary people are? Why do you want us to clear it? Soon he understood why. Under the supervision of the base's new humans, Chen Luo followed the others to the 2nd floor. Before he even went inside, he smelled a strong odor of blood. Good lord, that smell goes straight to the heavens. Even slaughterhouses are like that, aren't they? The crowd pushed open the door with a bad feeling, and sure enough, the entire floor of the 2nd floor was all red with blood, with not a single empty space left. For those who don't know, that's how the place is decorated? However, when Chen Luo and the others stepped on it, their feet were sticky and slimy, showing how sticky the blood was. Here. What happened? Yang Fan muttered. The overseer just happened to hear him and grunted. The guys plotted to escape, pried open a window in the night, and we found them. The people were all creeped out by what they heard. This group of people really didn't even have any humanity. Aren't they human? The overseer nodded in satisfaction at their reaction. The only reason why someone from the 5th floor would be assigned to clean the 2nd floor is because there are new arrivals in the 5th floor. So far, this has been quite effective in making an example of people. That's when one, who had just arrived yesterday, just couldn't hold it in and vomited. The overseer saw this and directly copied an iron pipe and gave him a direct blow to the back of the head. The newcomer slumped to the ground, his face better pressed into the mixture of his own vomit and blood. The intense nausea almost made him throw up again, but the sharp pain coming from his head reminded him that if he still threw up, he'd have to take another beating. It was all he could do to hold back and struggle to get up. The overseer reprimanded, "Get moving, all of you, if you don't clean this place up within the day, none of you will be able to eat." All the crowd could do was grab mops and buckets and move. While Pam Beauty was carrying the bucket, he accidentally saw the man he had clashed with yesterday walk to the corner and find the monitor to climb up. He frowned and walked over to them with an unmistakable naturalness. But the conversation between the two was over, and all he saw was a nod from the overseer before the man went upstairs. Bad, that man has connections here. Pambu's heart hung in the air. If he retaliates against himself, he's screwed, isn't he? Pambu slapped himself hard. He should have known that he should have been more sincere when he apologized last night. Half the time, Pambu was in a state of wandering. It was always on his mind. It was hard to get through the work, and the crowd was taken to the 15th floor. This was the cafeteria, but the only people dining were regular people from other floors. The new humans at the base don't eat here. The crowd formed a long line to get their food. When it was Chen Luo's turn, the person who was cooking the meal only gave Chen Luo a spoonful and couldn't wait to urge the next person. Chen Luo walked to the side with his dinner plate, sat down and scrutinized it carefully. It was a mass of minced meat, indistinguishable from any creature due to the fact that it was chopped up so badly, and it smells so strange that it's really hard to swallow. Since there were no utensils, Chen Luo could only use his hands to separate the minced meat. Clip a black hair in the center of the mincemeat. Now Chen Luo could probably guess what kind of creature's meat this was. Chapter 183, Human Flesh. When the line came around to Pambu's turn, he finally realized where the man had gone. Turns out he's in the kitchen, fighting for food. Pambu guessed that he found the cleaning job too tiring, so he got the overseer to give him an easy job instead. The man saw Pambu as well and flashed an impish grin at the other. Also made it a point to give Pambu twice the amount of meat as anyone else. This messed up Pambu's mind, and all sorts of speculations popped up in his head. He took a random spot and without even looking at the ground meat, grabbed it and brought it to his mouth. It felt like a chewy taste in my mouth and I couldn't get any flavor out of it at all. The entire minced meat was eaten in 3 or 2 bites. After thinking about it, Pambu decided it was best to concede the point and seek a sincere apology from the man. So he got up and walked to the back of the cafeteria. It says back room, but it's actually a separate room. Pambu pushed his way in and the man was stirring in front of a large pot. Pambu was about to say something. The man glanced at him and didn't speak. Pambu gritted his teeth and gave it a go. I came to apologize to you. The man waited quietly for what was to follow, and Pambu assumed he was feeling inadequate. I was wrong last night, I shouldn't have talked back to you, please forgive me. With that he bowed deeply. The man clasped his shoulders and said good-naturedly, it's fine if you want me to forgive you, you stir the pot. Good. Pambu was overjoyed, thinking he was giving himself a leg up. Not only was Pambu not anxious anymore, he was overjoyed. Maybe he could even use this opportunity to get on the supervisor line by a man. Now that's a blessing in disguise. Pambu took the large spoon and smiled at the man. Big brother, I used to be a chef, I'm the best at making broth. The soup of yours doesn't look too good at first glance, let me season it for you. The man returned nonchalantly, this meat is for the master upstairs, if you mess it up, watch out for your little life. Pambu was ecstatic in his eyes at the words, don't worry and leave it to me. 2 minutes later, he spoke again quite naturally, by the way, are you going to send this pot of broth up later? The man nodded. Pambu tooted, I'll help you along later then. Tell me more. With something to look forward to, Pambu stirred harder. Seeing that the mix was almost done, Pambu tasted it with an iron spoon. TSK, the flavor is still a little bland, add more salt. Pouring half a spoonful of salt into it, Pambu estimated that it was almost ready and asked again, by the way big brother, what kind of meat is this? You guess. My guess? This meat boils down to a yellowish fat, so it's not pork, pig fat is white, chicken fat is yellow, but this meat is reddish in color, similar to beef, could it be beef? The man shook his head, none of it. All wrong? Pambu wondered, he had been a chef for so long that he couldn't even recognize the meat. There are bones at the bottom, so you can fish them out and see what kind of meat they are. Curious, Pambu did what the man said. Fish a snow-white bone from the bottom of the pot. This is leg bone? Still unrecognizable from just one bone, Pambu fished again. When the bone revealed a rounded portion, Pambu guessed it was the skull. What kind of soup would use a skull? He was puzzled. Then he came up with a plausible explanation of his own. It should be that meat is too precious in the end times. They can't afford to throw away the meat on the skull, so they made soup together. With this in mind, Pambu fished the skull completely out of the soup. Pambu fixed his eyes on it and was instantly scared out of his wits, the hairs on his body standing up. This is human broth? He stammered. That's right, the man nodded, the soup you just had, including the mince you ate, was made from human flesh, how did it taste? Pambu was instantly reminded of the minced meat he had just eaten, and felt a strong odor recoil from his throat. He couldn't hold it back and vomited into the soup. A triumphant smile played at the corners of the man's mouth. Turned and walked out of the back kitchen, then came back with a man from the base behind him. He's the one that threw up in the pot and spoiled the adult's food. The man walked quickly to the pot and glanced inside. Sure enough, I saw a puddle of foreign matter floating at the very top of the soup. He was on fire and looked angrily at Pambu, who had fallen to the ground. You, actually, dare. With black tendons sprouting from his arms, he grabbed Pambu by the collar and yanked him up off the ground. Pambu stuttered again in his haste. Neanderthal slams Pambu with a volley of punches to the stomach. Pambu had already thrown up his empty stomach, and this time he even threw up all the bile. As a result, he sprayed the new human in the face, and the other was so enraged that he threw Pambu out. Pambu slammed into the door, sending it flying out, showing the strength of the new human. The loud noise caught the attention of everyone in the cafeteria. Yang Fan saw Pambu and just wanted to go up to help him, but the new human was seen coming out of it in a huff. Yang Fan's footsteps immediately stopped and he stepped aside as if he didn't recognize it. Mother asterisk 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 asterisker, don't you dare spit in my face. He slammed punch after punch into Pambu's face. It didn't stop until it had smashed Pambu so bloody that he was unrecognizable as a human being. But Pambu had taken his last breath. Asshole, the neo-human spat, addressing the man with the borrowed knife, drag him in. Their food was spoiled by Pambu, so naturally they had to top it off with Pambu. Yes. The man nodded and dragged Pambu into the back kitchen. Couldn't close the door as it was knocked off. The sound of chopping bones traveled clearly to everyone's ears. The crowd wondered what was going on inside, but the neo-human was blocking the doorway, blood still dripping from his fists from the kill he had just made. They simply didn't dare to provoke the other party at this time. Chen Luo dumped all the minced meat in the dinner plate when everyone's attention was drawn to it. He walked to the stairway and extracted the tomato from the system reward and ate it. The tomatoes were fresh and juicy, like they were just picked from the ground. Just as he finished eating, he heard a footstep from downstairs. Chen Luo's figure flickered and hid behind the wall. Up came two neo-humans who talked as they walked. The second floor just cleared out, and were pulling in new people. It's only a day apart, those people will have a problem with it, won't they? So what if there are opinions? Do they dare not pay? Also, but Master's appetite has certainly grown recently. It's not what the Master eats, it's the walkers that are kept upstairs. Some of them are showing signs of evolution, so they've had to be fed more lately. Chapter 184, Difficult Choices. The sound of the two men's conversation lightened as they went up the stairs. Chen Luo walked out from behind the wall, a strange light flashing in his eyes. He hadn't forgotten his main mission, to find out the true strength of the base. It is not only the number and combat power of the so-called new humans in this base, but also, and most mysteriously, their owner. There's no way to pry for more information if you keep working on the lower floors. The reason for not acting on the first night was also because Chen Luo was new to the area and was unfamiliar with the situation. Now he had a rough idea of which floor housed the new humans and which floor housed the owners. Tonight, then, was the perfect time for him to make his move. Into the night, Yang Fan was made difficult to sleep by the hissing of the zombies as well as hunger. Only one meal a day is served here, and a meal of minced meat the size of a ping-pong ball is simply not enough. Rising from the ground, Yang Fan noticed a man in the distance who had likewise not fallen asleep. He took a closer look and realized it was the young man who had come on the same day as himself, but had acted alone. Yang Fan originally did not want to talk to him, after all, the probability is still hot-faced a cold ass. But he hadn't fallen asleep after an hour of tossing and turning. And when he looked at the other man he was still awake. Yang Fan the man had an elaborate flash of light. He carefully went around the other tables and touched next to Chen Luo. Hey! Chen Luo heard a voice beside him and looked down. Yang Fan squatted on the ground and said with a curt face, "Hey, do you have a way out of here?" Chen Luo glanced at him in surprise, wondering how he found out. Could it be that he was acting too obvious? The answer was of course no, and Yang Fan was only guessing. Holding the idea of not letting go of any opportunity, Yang Fan said, "When you leave, can you take me along?" Chen Luo turned his head back and stopped looking at him. Yang Fan was in a hurry. "Count on me to beg you, I can't die here, I still have to go back to my wife and child." Chen Luo still ignored him. Yang Fan can only say to himself, "I was originally a rural man, in order to support his wife and children, before entering the city to work, who thought this would happen? I can't die here, if I die, what are they going to do with their mother and son?" The more he talked, the sadder he got, but he didn't dare cry out. He was afraid that his cries would wake the others, knowing that this was how Pambuco had died. The latter's tragic death is still fresh in my mind. Finally, after crying for half an hour, Yang Fan seemed to be tired of crying, or perhaps Chen Luo's indifference made him desperate. He staggered back to his bed, lay down and closed his eyes. After a few minutes, the breathing evened out, apparently falling asleep. Chen Luo opened his eyes, and since the windows were all sealed, he couldn't tell the time by the color of the moon. His instincts told him it would be about 2 in the morning. It is the most sleepy time of the day for a person. This is the most appropriate time to act. To be honest, if Yang Fan had delayed Chen Luo for a while longer, Chen Luo would have really taken care of this guy who was getting in his way. The story he told was true and touching, but so what? Is there any shortage of survivors with broken homes in the end times? Aren't they much more pitiful than Yang Fan? Chen Luo didn't have the time to care about others, nor did he want to. After judging the time, Chen Luo was agile enough to weave between the cluttered tables. Smoothly and without making a single sound, he made it to the stairway. He followed the stairs 5 steps at a time to the 15th floor. From this floor on, there were separate rooms within the floor, about 20 rooms on a floor. Those new humans lived in those rooms, and Chen Luo could still hear snoring coming from behind the door. Without spooking the snake, Chen Luo continued to climb upwards. From the 15th to the 20th floor, there are 5 floors and 100 rooms. If each person has a separate room, that means there are at least 100 new humans here. This is not an ordinary person, but a half-zombie, half-human, powerful new human, much more difficult to deal with than zombies. Chen Luo silently memorized this piece of information in his heart and prepared to find a time to inform Yu Ji. Climbing further up the stairs to the 21st floor, he found figures instead. Fortunately, Chen Luo reacted quickly and retreated to the 20th floor in time. There were voices coming from upstairs. Did you just see a dark shadow flash past? No, you're looking at it wrong. Strange. The footsteps of the 2 men walked downstairs. Chen Luo didn't come out immediately, but waited for another 5 minutes. As expected, 2 more footsteps came down the stairs. Chen Luo continued to wait for them to pass. When the 5th batch of footsteps passed, this time Chen Luo waited for 10 minutes before the footsteps sounded, but they came from downstairs. Chen Luo deduced that there should be 5 teams of people patrolling the building, 2 people per team, and the patrol time is every 5 minutes, and after the last team passes, there will be a 10-minute gap in the middle. 10 minutes, Chen Luo's bright eyes glowed in the darkness, is enough. Patiently waiting for the last team to go down in the second round, Chen Luo quickly moved. He first came to the 21st floor, where the roar of the zombies seemed particularly loud. Apparently this floor is full of walkers. Out of curiosity, Chen Luo went in to take a look. Sure enough, there was a large group of walkers being held inside. However, Chen Luo briefly swept his eyes. They were all ordinary zombies, worrying that if they were seen by the zombies, they would let out a roar to attract the patrolling people, so he didn't go inside. Continuing up the stairs, the 22nd floor does the same. Until the 23rd floor, Chen Luo's feet had just stepped on the floor of this floor when he heard a deafening roar from inside. The roar was completely different from ordinary zombies, as if it was being shouted against a person's ear. Chen Luo only felt a stabbing pain in his brain, as if thousands of needles were sticking themselves. No, this sound isn't from an ordinary zombie, there must be a zombie that has completed its evolution in here. And it's still an evolution in the area of sonic attacks. Chen Luo covered his ears, trying to minimize the pain he suffered. Luckily, the sound didn't last long and Chen Luo let go of his hand, sighing that it was a really bad taste. Physical attacks Chen Luo could still rely on his strong physical quality to carry it hard, but this spiritual attack was a bit difficult to top. His magic resistance was more or less the same as a normal person. Chen Luo looked deeply at the 23rd floor with a slight scorn in his eyes. He didn't choose to go in, instead, he continued to walk upwards to the 24th floor, the floor where the base owner was located. But the closed door and the 4 strong men standing at the entrance blocked Chen Luo's way. Should we tackle them and force our way in? This choice became a difficult problem in front of Chen Luo at this time. Chapter 185, Raising the Base Master's Rice Bowl. After some deep thought, Chen Luo did not choose to make a move. The main reason was that once the action started, the owner of the base inside would surely hear the commotion. By then he would be 1 against 5, and even if he could fight, everyone downstairs would rush over if he couldn't settle the fight right away. 24 floors, that's not a good run. And it's not good to run away and come back in. Of course, another part of the reason was that by now 7 minutes had passed and the patrol was about to come up. There wasn't much time left for Chen Luo. After comprehensive consideration, Chen Luo still returned to the 23rd floor. He would definitely not be willing to let Chen Luo go back just like that. Thinking about what he had overheard during the day, the base owner raised the zombies in order to let them evolve before eating their flesh. He can use this to increase his power. Since this was the case, Chen Luo naturally had to add to his problems. Holding this thought, Chen Luo entered the 23rd floor. Unlike the 2 floors below, the walkers on this floor are held in solitary confinement. A steel pipe was inserted into the floor with great force, cutting out a single room. Each single room holds a walker. Chen Luo looked towards the first single room. Inside was a zombie that was 2 meters out, but had 1 meter 8 long legs. With this body proportion, Chen Luo didn't need to guess that this was a zombie that had evolved in terms of speed. He just didn't seem to be fully evolved and didn't show the oppressive feeling of an evolved zombie. Chen Luo extracted a silenced rifle from the arsenal of guns rewarded by completely raiding Su Rue. Aiming at the center of the long-legged zombie's eyebrow, the shot went down, killing the zombie instantly. Chen Luo once again walked towards the next one. This time it was a defense-enhanced zombie. Naked, the surface of his skin was covered with a layer of cuticles similar to insect armor, which looked incredibly hard. Like the first walker, though, he was similarly not fully evolved. Being a zombie's only weak point, the head, the defense was significantly weaker than the rest of the body. Just a thin layer of coverage. Chen Luo went down with a pike and smashed his head to pieces, similar to a smashed watermelon. Then a 3rd, 4th, and 5th. I have to say, the variety of evolved zombies here is really large. It's unlikely that you'd want to see so many at once anywhere else. And they have different abilities and no duplication at all. This point caught Chen Luo's attention. If anything, the base owner cultivated the zombies to evolve in order to eat them to increase their power. Then, naturally, they come and go, no matter what the mutation is, and raise them all. But the zombies here were obviously purposely picked out. with only one of each ability. Murphy, the base owner can gain their powers by eating evolved walkers? Chen Luo stroked his chin and guessed. That would make it even more impossible for him to wait for these zombies to fully evolve. Chen Luo's speed of killing zombies increased again, and thanks to the cramped one-room construction of the place, there was barely even room to turn around. These zombies couldn't dodge at all, and could only be knotted over by Chen Luo one by one. When he came to the last room, Chen Luo fixed his eyes on it, and inside was a short, stooped zombie. Due to the high degree of facial decay, it was impossible to tell if he was a child or a midget. When Chen Luo saw him, he had a strong intuition that the zombie in front of him had definitely evolved fully. The oppressive feeling unique to evolved zombies faintly emanated from him. Thinking about the soul-striking roar he heard at the stairway, Chen Luo was sure that it was from the zombie in front of him. Chen Luo maintained a distance of 30 meters and raised his gun to aim at the other party. This distance is neither too close to attract the attention of walkers. It's not too far away to make the bullet powerful enough to kill in one shot. This was all the experience Chen Luo had summarized from killing so many zombies. When Chen Luo's finger was already on the trigger, the short zombie suddenly opened its eyes and looked straight at Chen Luo. Chen Luo was stunned, then reacted and hurriedly tried to pull the trigger. But the short zombie's reaction was faster, and he opened his mouth to let out a powerful noise that seemed like a cry. Chen Luo immediately felt that his brain had once again been tortured with needles. The intense, sharp pain caused his brain to simply never be able to focus and his thoughts to be confused. To make matters worse, the short walker's cries sounded like it had caused a chain reaction. The walkers on the 2 floors below roared after them. It was laced with the sound of crashing steel pipes and the shouts of patrolmen. Come on, these walkers are going crazy. What's going on? It seems to have been caused by that evolved walker upstairs. Get up there and look. It's no good. The patrols are on their way. Chen Luo had to brace himself and straighten up, covering his ears with one hand and raising his gun with one hand, aiming it at the short zombie. Slowly but firmly, he pressed the trigger. With a flash of fire, the world was finally quiet. Chen Luo swallowed a handful of foreign fruits, and under the nourishment of the powerful vitality, the pain remaining in his brain was finally repaired. In his haste, he pulled out a steel pipe that was deep in the floor, smashed the closed window right open and threw the steel pipe down, hiding in the depths themselves. Just as he ducked, the door was slammed open and a group of burly men rushed in. The sight of the zombie corpses inside made their brains go down. Someone killed all the master's reserve rations? It's over, we can't afford the master's wrath. Quickly, find the murderer. Just then, there was a crisp rattle outside the window. The crowd's eyes were instantly drawn to the broken window when they saw it. The first thought that popped into my head was that the killer had jumped out of the window. Leave 2 men to watch the bodies, especially the innermost one, and the rest, follow me. Everyone poured out in another wave, leaving only 2 people heading deeper. Behind the pillar on the left, the 2 found an unfamiliar face. Who are you? They subconsciously blurted out. Then he reacted that this man must be the corpse killer. With the idea of getting credit, the 2 ran towards Chen Luo, wanting to take him down. But Chen Luo was even faster and sent the 2 flying out with one punch. Turning back, he smashed through 2 steel pipes and threw them like a javelin, hitting both men square in the heart. Unfortunately, there's no gasoline here, or else a fire would have burned the place down without even leaving a body for the base owner. Chen Luo shook his head regretfully, then quickly descended the stairs. He jumped 1 floor at a time, and with that speed he was back on the 5th floor in just under a minute. The people here had only just been woken up, and sleepy as they were, they didn't realize when one more person had come out. What's all the ruckus out there? I don't know, it seems like a pretty big deal. It's not possible that someone from another floor escaped, is it? Hearing that someone might have escaped, Yang Fan's first reaction was to look in Chen Luo's direction. But Chen Luo just sat in his original position, as if he had always been in this position. Yang Fan's suspicions were successfully dispelled. Chapter 186, The Meatball at the Top. The crowd on the 5th floor stayed in fear until dawn. But the overseer who usually came over to yell at them to get up and get to work didn't show up. They were given a rare break, but no one was happy about it. Instead, everyone was at risk. Finally, around noon, the new employees on the base broke in. At the head of the group was Cockney, followed by a dozen or so burly men with big waists. Cockney's face was unusually ugly as he swept his gaze sharply over everyone's face. There was also a pause when he swept over to Chen Luo. However, Chen Luo's face was as usual and didn't reveal any cracks before he averted his gaze. Someone infiltrated last night and killed 2 of our companions, and the worst part was killing the zombies our master raised. It's an unpardonable crime. Now I'm going to give you an opportunity for anyone who has noticed anyone acting suspiciously between you to come forward and report them to me. Those who provide useful information will be promoted, and we will grant you the opportunity to become a new human and gain great power like us, said Cockney's entire body flared up, black veins and veins surfaced on his face, arms, and thighs. The whole man swelled up like the Hulk in a Marvel movie. But he was so ugly in this form that the crowd backed away in fear. Cockney opened his mouth and made a dull sound. See? The power given to me by my master. With this power, zombies are simply not enough to fear. The sky is the limit, and you can go wherever you want. Hearing this, the expressions on many people's faces appeared to move. By becoming full members of the base, they wouldn't have to worry every day about whether or not they'd live to see tomorrow. The attraction for a pre-prepared ration as precarious as theirs is very great. Especially Yang Fan, who wanted to go back to his hometown to look for his wife and children, had hope rekindled in his eyes after hearing Cockney's words. Speaking of people who acted suspiciously, he really did have his suspicions. Yang Fan glanced at Chen Luo, yet he was only skeptical in the end, and had no definitive proof. It would be hard to ease his conscience if an innocent person was killed because of his words. And on top of that, it's not like Cockney and the others are idiots. If you find out that you have no evidence to report it frivolously, you'll be doing yourself a disservice instead. As a middle-aged man with a family and attachments, he had to be steady. So after half a day of agonizing, Yang Fan still gave up the idea of reporting Chen Luo for the time being. Cockatrice's size had returned to normal, seeing the silence of the crowd at the scene. He threatened in a bad tone, "No one's talking, are they? Good, then none of you will be eating today. As long as you don't find that man, you won't eat for a day." After that they took off. Those left behind looked at each other, confusion on every face, and could only pass the time with nothing to do. Cockney said the same thing to every level, although some people came forward to expose it. But after they verified that all of them were ordinary people, not the people they were looking for who could kill their companions with their bare hands. As for how it was verified, of course it was by having his men go one-on-one with him. Being killed means he's a fake. The whistleblower was also suspected of stalling and was also killed for making a wild report. All the floors went down, and the unproductive Cockney came to the gate of the highest floor, the 24th. The guards at the door didn't stop him, and he pushed his way in. In front of me was a spacious open space with no cover. There was a white mass of flesh writhing in the deepest part. If you looked closely you would see that there was a small mass of flesh growing on top of that large mass of flesh, surprisingly with human features. His head appeared much smaller compared to his fat, bulky body, similar to a pimple. Cockatrice respectfully knelt and kowtowed. "Great master, your most loyal men report to you." There was a corpse laid out in front of the meatball, and if Chen Luo was here, he would have recognized it as the short zombies at a glance. The body wasn't cooked, but the meatball broke off the thigh with one hand and feasted on it. Hearing Cockney's words, two slits squeezed out between the fat on Meatball's face. "We did not find the villain who killed your food." The meatball raged and rose from the floor, his flab wobbling. "Waste." Invisible sound waves blew the cocktail hairstyle into a broomstick. The nearest Cockney only felt a thunderbolt explode in his ears, and his brain felt as if it had been hit with a hammer, making him dizzy and in a trance. All four of the men behind the door outside were also rolling on the ground holding their heads in pain. When Meatball saw this scene, a smug look appeared in his green bean-sized eyes. He managed to get a sonic attack from the short walker. But the meatball then thought of the dozen or so zombies that hadn't fully evolved, and a hint of flesh pain appeared on his face. 1 week, just 1 week, and those walkers will be fully evolved. As long as he ate them, he would gain a dozen or so abilities, and that would be truly invincible. At that time, he wouldn't just rule Jing City, the entire world would be trampled under his feet. The thought made Meatloaf furious, and he kicked Cockatrice, who had fallen to the ground and was bleeding out of his ears, hard. Cocksucker flew backwards and hit the wall before stopping. Just as he landed, he heard "Get thee over here," and Cocksucker forced himself to crawl over. Lord, pass my order down. If you can't find the murderer within 3 days, all of you will die." "Yes." Cockney climbed out. Meatball snorted coldly, "Useless things, zombies can't be watched, can't even find people, what's the point of keeping you guys?" He figured he might as well feed these henchmen to the walkers. There might actually be another evolved walker out of all these people. Meatloaf has always known that his men were cannibalizing, and they thought he gained his power by eating people. But in fact, Meatball didn't gain his ability by eating people. Living people are just nutrients to him to accelerate the evolution of zombies. He only eats zombies. But it's useless for them to eat zombies even if they learn from themselves. They'll gain a little strength and size at best. They can't eat what they eat and gain the same abilities as they do. In fact, he doesn't own this ability either. Before the end of the world, he was also nothing more than an ordinary man with an ordinary name, Zhang Gang, working as a telemarketer, working right here in this building. When the zombie crisis broke out, Zhang Gang was pawing at a toilet cubicle and escaped. There was no food in the toilet, though, and Zhang Gang lasted 7 days on water from the toilet, starving to death. Unable to carry on, he opened the cubicle door and walked out. The zombies outside seemed to have gone to other floors, leaving only a few dozen bodies at the scene. Chapter 187, a body emitting a strange fragrance. Zhang Gang rummaged through the drawers on the entire floor and couldn't find a single thing that could be eaten. Just when he thought he was going to starve to death, he saw a peculiar body. It was the corpse of a zombie, and not only did it not rot after so many days, but it gave off a strange scent. When Zhang Gang smelled it, his mouth kept secreting saliva. Hunger and the desire to survive, as well as the fragrance emanating from the corpses, forced Zhang Gang to make a decision to eat the zombies. Because there were no kitchen utensils, Zhang Gang had to eat raw. At first he had some physical discomfort, but as the first bite of meat went down, The unbelievably delicious and satiating feeling made Zheng Gang feel like he was in heaven. In just one day, Zheng Gang swallowed all of the more than 100 pounds of meat from a single corpse. He was surprised to find his physical fitness enhanced. Still, at this point he was afraid to go out and face the vicious walkers. So after 3 days, intense hunger drove him to look at the other bodies. These corpses were Zheng Gang's co-workers before they were born, and they had long since decomposed and had maggots growing out of them. But Zheng Gang didn't feel disgusted. Instead, it was like seeing a delicacy. He first ate the bald supervisor who often insulted him. Then Zheng Gang realized that his power had increased again. At this point he finally realizes that he can strengthen himself by eating corpses. Intuition told him that it was the first zombie corpse he ate that brought him his powers. Surprised, Zheng Gang jumped at the next body with red eyes. This time he chose the female secretary, the goddess of his crush. When eating the meat of the goddess he had longed for, Zheng Gang felt an unprecedented pleasure. It was even more enjoyable than left love, who was instantly superior. At the same time Zheng Gang's digestion was enhanced. He ate all the bodies in just one day. At this time, Zheng Gang was 30 centimeters taller than before and weighed 100 pounds heavier. Can easily lift the boss's office, several hundred pounds of desk. The confidence that comes with strength allows Zheng Gang to walk out of the company and head to other floors to forage for zombies. Recall ended, nearly 5 meters high and 5 meters wide, like a giant ball. Zheng Gang looked at the door. The 4 guards watching the door had slowed down from the sonic attack. They glanced inside in awe and envy. Zheng Gang noticed their gazes, and he snorted in triumph and disdain. Without the corpse of the zombie that gave off a strange aroma, any more human flesh they ate would just be eating themselves out of human and corpse form. Now that the walkers he'd been raising had died out, it was a good time to take these guys and replenish them. It had to be quicker than regrowing walkers. Thinking of this, Zheng Gang waved at them. You guys come on in. The 4 men walked in with fear and trepidation and knelt on the floor. Thought he had made some mistake and was going to be punished. As a result, Zheng Gang said, You 4, do you want my power badly? Their small minds were poked and prodded, and they were so frightened that they cowed out in a hurry. Servants don't dare, servants don't dare. It's fine, just admit it directly, I don't blame you guys. Zheng Gang, however, waved his hand indifferently. The 4 looked at me and I looked at you, none of them daring to speak. The master's temperamental nature was known to them, and they were afraid that he was digging a hole for himself, waiting for him to jump down of his own accord. Seeing this, Zheng Gang continued, After what happened yesterday, I realized that it's not enough for me to hold a strong power by myself. I must train a few servants who are loyal enough to gain the same power as me so they can relieve me of my worries. The 4 of them wore incredibly surprised expressions as they scrambled to furtively introduce themselves. Master, I am loyal enough, you choose me. Master, I'm the one who is your most loyal servant. Master. Zheng Gang laughed loudly, The 4 of you have been watching the door for so long, I naturally trust you the most. Now, I'll tell you how to obtain an ability like mine. The 4 of them pricked up their ears, their expressions unmistakably serious. Zheng Gang dropped a dagger, which he had just used to cut up zombie meat, and it was still stained with blood. Master? The 4 were uncertain. Use this dagger to cut through your skin. But master, won't we be infected with zombies this way? One of the 4 couldn't help but ask. Of course not, you guys just need to scratch your skin and then eat the zombie meat and you won't be infected. Zheng Gang flirted in his serious manner. I see. It dawned on them. Although they didn't understand the principle, but since it was the master who said it, it certainly wouldn't lie to them. So the 4 of them slashed their palms and the zombie blood fused with their own. Just as they were about to eat the zombie meat, Zheng Gang slapped them out with one hand. Master? They looked at Zheng Gang in confusion. Just you losers want to get your hands on my food? This kind of evolved zombies meat was a rare delicacy for Zheng Gang. He naturally didn't want to part with these 4. The 4 guards thought that Zheng Gang meant for them to go eat normal zombie meat. So they scrambled towards the door, ready to go downstairs and kill a walker for dinner. But Zheng Gang smashed the stone pillar supporting the ceiling with a punch and threw it across the room. The stone pillar was right in front of the 4, blocking their path. Now they were completely dumbfounded, confused as to what exactly their master meant. You 4, just transform into zombies for me and become my new food. Zheng Gang no longer hid his true intentions. The 4 couldn't believe that they had been tricked by their most respected master and that he was going to feed on them. Between the desire to survive and their masters, they chose the former without hesitation. The muscles swelled and rushed towards Zheng Gang. Asking for death, just in time to practice my newly acquired abilities with you guys. Zheng Gang was in no hurry and waited until the 4 came to a distance of 1 meter in front of him before his chi sank into his dantian. Then a roar snapped out. Those 4 people were the first to bear the brunt, holding their heads and falling limply to the ground, losing their fighting strength almost instantly. When their hands holding their heads loosened, what was revealed were 4 pairs of blood-red pupils. Zheng Gang watched as the 4 staggered up from the ground and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, this tastes almost as good as those walkers before, and it sure is a lot faster than using regular people. The crowd on the 5th floor was bored in killing time when they suddenly heard a loud bang from upstairs. At first they thought it was a shock, but soon they reacted that it was a roar. For some reason, hearing that voice made their brains hurt. It was just that the pain wasn't strong because of the distance, so they didn't care. However, Chen Luo's face changed. He guessed correctly that the owner of the base could really gain zombie powers by eating zombies. Chapter 188, a high-pressure environment where everyone is at risk. The next day, Chen Luo realized that everyone in the base was in a state of madness. What he didn't realize was that because of himself, the base owner had put the pressure on them, and a sword of Damocles hung over everyone's head. Under such heavy pressure, they stared at every ordinary person with suspicion. Once someone does something suspicious and they find out, they didn't give the other party the slightest chance to explain, and directly killed him alive. As far as they're concerned, the one who didn't get killed is the murderer. As for the ones that were killed, that naturally became their food. The ordinary people, on the other hand, had to endure hunger and fear at the same time, and everyone was in a depressed state of mind. In order to survive, they also stare at those around them with reddened eyes. As soon as something is discovered, find someone at the base to report it. In such an atmosphere, both the newcomers and the abductees are at risk. But even so, the people in the base still didn't give Chen Luo and the others any free time. Instead, they cathartically added more work to them. They also threatened the crowd with a severe beating for everyone on the same floor if they couldn't complete the task within the day. The fifth floor where Chen Luo was located had barely completed its mission because it had just been replenished. The other floors weren't so lucky, and when Chen Luo and the others returned to the fifth floor to rest, they could still hear the screams coming from the other floors. The celebration that the people on the fifth floor had accomplished their task in time and were spared from punishment dissipated under the miserable screams, leaving behind only the sadness of the dying lips and teeth. They all knew that as long as they continued to be locked in, sooner or later it would be their turn. As night fell, the building once again fell into dead silence. The crowd of people, each with their own concerns, lay down at the table early and fell asleep. After the events of the day before yesterday, the number of people patrolling the building had doubled. Even every 5 minutes, someone else would come in and turn around. As another person came in to inspect, Chen Luo slightly opened his eyes and saw that the person had a walkie-talkie attached to his waist. Chen Luo's heart fluttered, recognizing that it was none other than his own, closing his eyes as the other turned around. The patrol didn't notice anything unusual and walked out. Chen Luo opened his eyes, quickly rolled over and landed on the ground, and Cat followed the man out of the fifth floor. Just as he arrived at the stairway, he heard the man chatting with the other patrol team people. Anything on the fifth floor? Nothing out of the ordinary. The two were silent for a moment before the one who had spoken first spoke again. Guess what I just found when I patrolled the 24th floor? What? The 4 brothers who guarded the gate for the master became zombies. It can't be? Did the walkers on the 21st and 2nd floors escape and infect people? Do you think a normal walker could possibly be a match for them? The second man nodded. Also, what was that all about? It could be that the owner is in a bad mood and takes it out on them. The two did not speak again, but Chen Luo, who was eavesdropping, silently memorized this point in his heart. That means the 24th floor is currently unguarded? That was a surprise. I don't know who spoke up again. Anyway, we must find the person as soon as possible. If not, just find anyone to take the blame. What if the master finds out? It's better than waiting for us to die. Just now, the master called 4 more of his brethren up, and they haven't come down until now. The two ended here, and they went their separate ways, one up, one down. Chen Luo waited for half a minute before following the man with his own walkie-talkie. The man came to the 4th floor and pushed his way in to check. Chen Luo then waited patiently at the door. A few minutes later, the other man walked out defenseless. With a click, Chen Luo broke his neck from behind. Remove the walkie-talkie and pin it to your belt. Chen Luo hid the body briefly, then ran upstairs in 3 steps. He dodged patrols along the way when he could. Unable to avoid it, he went straight for it. Because it was too dark in the middle of the night, it was hard to see, and Chen Luo was a sneak attack. The other party often can only let out a ah, and then ended abruptly. With the same simple concealment, Chen Luo knew that they could be discovered at any time. He scrambled and finally made it to the 24th floor. In front of him was the same closed door from before, but the original 4 guards were gone. Chen Luo walked up and pushed the door. The gate was not locked. Chen Luo took a deep breath, his eyes became incomparably serious, and then resolutely walked in. On the empty 24th floor, Chen Luo's first sight was the white mountain of flesh. Just as he was surprised at what kind of monster this was, Meat Mountain was also the first to spot Chen Luo. Looks like a little mouse got in. Meat Mountain stood up slowly, his flab wobbling like a balloon filled with water. You are the owner of this place? Chen Luo asked calmly. Not bad, Zhang Gang spoke. He could only see Chen Luo's silhouette and couldn't make out his face, and asked, which company did you send here again? Company? Chen Luo's expression changed. He didn't expect to hear this word here. Which company are you talking about? Zhang Gang casually replied back, I don't remember. It seems to be a medicine maker, saying something about wanting to cooperate with me. I've heard enough of that crap at work to turn them down. Sure enough, it's them. These guys are really like cockroaches. They are everywhere. Chen Luo thought to himself. Zhang Gang continued, just some ants who covet my divine power. They are, and so are you. He turned the tables, but you shouldn't have killed the Zufut I raised. The last one, he shouted with a roar of rage. The invisible waves of sound attacked Chen Luo, and there was no way to resist it. Chen Luo was hit head-on, and even though he had prepared for it, he still felt an intense pain. The only thing to be thankful for is that Zhang Gang's pirated version is not as powerful as the genuine one, and it hasn't gotten to the point where it's unbearable. After bracing himself, Chen Luo shook his head to calm himself down. Zhang Gang's eyes in two thin slits flashed with a hint of surprise. You actually managed to withstand it. No wonder you were able to kill the evolved zombies. Zhang Gang had originally thought that Chen Luo had killed the short zombie with a single shot from a long distance away, which was why he hadn't been killed by the pain. Now it seems that he was the one who killed the walker by carrying the damage hard. Zhang Gang got serious for the first time, holding a broken stone pillar as a stick and swinging it at Chen Luo. What he didn't expect was that the other party didn't smash out, but firmly caught the broken column. Zhang Gang couldn't believe that the human in front of him, whose size was less than the thickness of his calf, was able to burst out with a strength not weaker than his own. Well, he said with exasperation, you're much better than your counterparts. Chapter 189, The Exasperated Zhang Gang. Chen Luo is very attentive to the company's information and does not spare any bit of intelligence. In this tense moment of saber rattling, he even had the presence of mind to ask, who is that peer you speak of? What are his abilities? Mind your own business first. Zhang Gang opened his mouth to yell. Chen Luo's quick eyes and hands broke off the ping-pong ball-sized stone from the stone pillar and threw it into Zhang Gang's throat in an unbiased manner. Cough cough. Cough cough cough. Zhang Gang coughed violently and his sonic attack was interrupted. Chen Luo was about to launch an attack when he saw him turn around and run away. But the only exit was right behind him, so where could he run to? But Zhang Gang's purpose was clearly not to escape. He coughed as he undid the chains and led 4 walkers from the depths. These 4 zombies were even uglier than ordinary zombies, and their muscles swelled up as if they were engorged with blood. The color, however, was not red, but black. It was very difficult to see them in this unlit night. Chen Luo had to recognize the direction of the zombies by listening carefully to the footsteps. Zhang Gang saw Chen Luo being dragged by the zombie and tried to pick out the stone in his throat, but his fingers were too fat to reach down his throat. There was no choice but for the whole mystery to find a way to swallow the stone. He struggled to control his throat muscles and swallowed desperately, finally swallowing the stone. Zhang Gang took a long breath, turning his head but was shocked to see Chen Luo breaking the neck of the last zombie. How is that possible? He couldn't believe it. You know, these 4 servants were not easy to deal with when they were alive. With the 4 of them combining their efforts, even Zhang Gang would not be able to take them down in a short period of time. That's why he's using deception to get them infected with the zombie virus before he does anything. And after the 4 of them became zombies, they gained the ability to be infected by an even trickier virus. Zhang Gang himself had to deal with it carefully so as not to accidentally get hurt. However, Chen Luo had resolved all 4 zombies in just a few minutes. Did that mean he was stronger than he was? Zhang Gang is a cautious person, and has already developed a sense of withdrawal in his heart. He unlocked the other side of the chain again and released 4 more walkers. These 4 were obviously freshly infected, and the engorged state of their bodies was not yet apparent. Then Zhang Gang saw how Chen Luo took care of his zombie servant, only to see that Chen Luo was completely unafraid of sticking close to the zombies, narrowly brushing past them every time, then backhandedly snapped the walker's neck. With such a desperate approach, it's no wonder he's so efficient at solving walkers. Isn't he even afraid of the zombie virus? Zhang Gang was puzzled. Doubtful at the same time, Zhang Gang breathed a sigh of relief. This at least showed that Chen Luo's strength wasn't too much higher than his own, and he was still able to deal with it. Just then, a voice sounded outside the door. Master, the bodies of several brothers were found in the building, Zhang Gang was ecstatic in his heart. They had come at the right time. Together with them, Chen Luo would definitely find it hard to fly. Without thinking, he yelled, all in. But 3 seconds after the voice dropped, still no one came in. Zhang Gang was furious. Bastards, did you not hear my order? Master, if you have any orders, just say so, we won't go in and disturb your rest. Obviously, none of Zhang Gang's servants wanted to follow in the guard's footsteps. Zhang Gang almost spat out blood, so he had to say, the murderer is inside, you guys come in and attack with me from the inside and outside to take him down. Only then did the servants fish their way in, but in that moment, Chen Luo had already crashed through the window and jumped down. They rushed to the window just in time to see a dark shadow hanging from the middle floor window, and he smashed the window and jumped in. He's gone into the 18th floor. Go after him. No, that's the 17th floor. The night was so dark they couldn't tell how many floors it was. By the time they arrived, there was nothing but a field of boards used to seal the windows. They could already imagine how terrible their master's anger would be when they returned to resume their orders. Chen Luo returned to the 5th floor and didn't make any noise. He entered the restroom and pulled out his walkie-talkie to adjust the frequency. After matching the signal, Chen Luo held on to the idea of trying and said, hello, there? He had thought it was so late that the other party should be asleep. I didn't expect Yuji's voice to come over the intercom immediately. Safe house. Marina University. It was a code word between them in case the walkie-talkies fell into the hands of the enemy and the frequency was discovered, causing exposure. Yuji's voice was happy with excitement. You've finally gotten back to the news. Sorry, had a bit of trouble, just got the intercom. I was ready to rescue you if you came back any later. Chen Luo did not doubt the truthfulness of Yuji's words in the slightest. It's late and you're not resting? Yuji's voice lowered, couldn't sleep. Killing his family's enemy was right in front of him. In Chen Luo's place, he would also lose sleep. Enough about that. How's the intelligence scouting at your base going? Yuji spoke of business. I've poked around the base's defenses and troop strength, plus I've crossed paths with their master once to get a feel for his strength. Yuji anxiously asked, so we can move now? Not yet, Chen Luo poured cold water on her. They still have too many people. I'm going to secretly weaken their manpower. When it's almost time, I'll inform you to take action. Yuji also knew that this kind of time could not be rushed, even if it was more torturous. She must have enough patience to get through it. I know, I'll wait for your signal. Chen Luo was satisfied with Yuji's answer. It shows that she at least has a brain. Remembering something, he asked, how are things on your end? Yuji returned with some sadness. I tried the old employees of the factory, and their reactions were indeed a bit off. What are you going to do? Yuji was silent for a few seconds before her voice sounded again. The most important thing I want to do right now is to take revenge on the base. As for the factory, let's talk about it later. It seems that Yuji still can't bear to lay hands on those old employees. Chen Luo could understand, after all, the emotions one cultivates in desperate situations are always unforgettable. She still couldn't be ruthless until Yuji was completely dead to them. Chen Luo wasn't going to say anything more. Someone could come in outside at any time, and he was at risk of being exposed at any time. So after a final be safe, Chen Luo ended the call. Returning to his bed, Chen Luo had just laid down when a pair of eyes lit up in the darkness. Chapter 190, I want to make a report. Before dawn, a group of people kicked down the door to the 5th floor and rushed in, catching those who hadn't woken up and beating them up. The others quickly came to their senses and hugged the corner where they were. Cockney's cold voice reached the ears of everyone on the 5th floor. Listen, I'll give you one last day. If the real murderer isn't found within the day, all of you will die. Without giving Chen Luo and the others a chance to inquire, Cockney led the men to rush off to inform the people on the other floors. 10 of their brethren were killed by that black shadow last night. When he didn't catch the killer, the master got angry and infected 8 more of his brothers with zombies. They originally had nearly 100 people, and all of a sudden a fifth of them were missing. Can Cockney and the others not be in a hurry? If you really can't find the black shadow, then you have to kill the wrong person rather than letting go. Clean all the floors. I don't believe we can't find the real killer. As for people dying out, it doesn't matter if there's no one to work for them or if they run out of food reserves. There are dozens of camps of all sizes in the entire Jing city, so the big deal is to eliminate a few of them. Won't the people come together? Cockney's words were like a hammer hitting everyone hard in the chest. It makes their hearts race and they can't catch their breath. Chen Luo's face was as usual, and when he turned back, he met Yang Fan's gaze. The latter seemed to have been peering at Chen Luo behind his back, and after locking eyes with Chen Luo, he hastily averted his gaze. A look of weakness. Chen Luo frowned after seeing this sneaky reaction of Yang Fan. He thought to himself, Yang Fan couldn't have discovered my actions, could he? Chen Luo walked over to ask Yang Fan why he kept staring at himself. Instead, Yang Fan talked to someone else as if he was deliberately avoiding Chen Luo. Chen Luo had no choice but to stop as well. Although Yang Fan would probably report himself, Chen Luo didn't panic though. The big deal was that he ran away, and the people here couldn't stop him. When the time comes, block the door to the base and kill everyone that comes out. Sooner or later, we'll wear them all out. Yang Fan on the other side was relieved when he saw Chen Luo stop and turn away. After speaking to the others, he left for the 6th floor. Cockney and the others are inside delivering an ultimatum. Although Yang Fan already knew, but when he heard the last day and all have to die, he still hung his heart in his throat. He can't die here. His wife and children back home in the countryside are still waiting for him to return. He had managed to survive the initial zombie crisis and the cold snap of nearly 100 degrees below zero, and must not fall here. But even if one's report is successful, will these people really tell one's way to gain power and let one go? Yang Fan expressed deep skepticism. From the contact in the past few days, Yang Fan was sure that these guys had no humanity at all. The likelihood of keeping your word is almost zero. After some deliberation, Yang Fan still gave up the idea of reporting Chen Luo and turned around to go downstairs. On his way down the stairs, he saw another person. It was the same floor that had engineered the death of the latter's man because of a minor conflict with Pambu. What is he doing here? Yang Fan was puzzled in his heart. Could it be that he came to report the others in order to stay alive? Jan Fan didn't care for long and brushed past the man. Unbeknownst to him, the man stared at his back until he entered the 5th floor and then withdrew his gaze. Just in time for Cockney and the others to come out of it. The man greeted them head-on with an attentive smile. Cockney's face had been floating in Chen Luo's mind since he came out of the 5th floor. From the time Chen Luo had just gotten on the bus, Cocky Head had received a tip-off that Chen Luo was in trouble. But with Chen Luo's cooperation at the time, and his confidence in his own confidence in the base, Cockatoo Head didn't take him seriously. But ever since Chen Luo came here, strange things happened frequently. He undoubtedly holds the greatest suspicion. Cockney wanted to do it when he was on the 5th floor just now. However, when he thought that the Black Shadow's strength could be indistinguishable from his master's, he would only startle the snakes if he rushed out. That's why Cockatoo Head thought of stabilizing Chen Luo before informing his master. Cockney turned back to his brethren and said, "Carry on, I'll make a trip to the master." No sooner had the words left their mouths than they saw the man approach and said, "I want to report it." Cockney and the others' attention shifted to him. "You want to report it?" "That's right," the man nodded. "I suspect a middle-aged man with glasses on the 5th floor who was acting very suspiciously." Cockney heard that it wasn't Chen Luo and had lost interest. Just think of his man as another one reporting false information. So didn't bother with him and prepared to go upstairs. When the man saw Cockney ignoring him, he got anxious and said busily, "I have proof. He just eavesdropped outside the door for half a day, didn't go in, and left in a hurry when I found him." When Cockney heard that, it was kinda suspicious, so he asked, "Are you telling the truth?" The man's heart leapt with joy as he continued. "Of course it's true, and he only arrived a few days ago, and since his arrival all sorts of things have been happening on the base, don't you tender think it's strange? Is that guy new too?" So it does coincide with his own guess, only he guessed wrongly, not Chen Luo, but the middle-aged man with glasses reported by the man in front of him? Cocksucker half expected, "Do you have any more evidence?" Men don't have enough evidence and simply make up. The kid who spiked the adult's food a few days ago was very close to him, and even spoke for the kid, so I suspect he instigated the attempt to poison the adults. All the evidence does point to middle-aged people. Cocksure believed it, and he said to the men and brethren, "Hold your ground while I inform the master and await his orders." Yes, Chen Luo had just found the time to sneak out and kill a few supervisors. When he came back, he saw Yang Fan, who seemed to have been waiting for a while. Chen Luo did not change his face and asked naturally, "You're looking for me?" Yang Fan nodded, "I know it was you." "So what?" Yang Fan was puzzled. "You're worried that I'll report you?" "You wouldn't have come to me if you would have reported it," Chen Luo said. "Say, what do you want?" Before Yang Fan came, he did consider using this to blackmail Chen Luo into getting himself out. But as he looked at Chen Luo with this attitude, it was obvious that he didn't take it to heart. Then one's only bargaining chip loses its value. Yang Fan sighed, then changed the topic and asked, "What did you just go and do?" "Killing people." Chen Luo replied with a flat expression, as if he had done something trivial that was not worth mentioning. "With your skills, you can leave anytime you want, right? So what the hell do you want to do?" Chen Luo didn't hide it and told the truth. "Someone has a grudge against this place and asked me to help overthrow it." Chapter 191, Mass Exodus. Yang Fan's eyes lit up at the words. What had been a faint hope was revitalized. "Then cheer up, I'll leave you alone, come to me anytime you need help. I can't help you with anything, but I can help you fake alibis and make identities." After saying that, Yang Fan left, afraid that he would affect Chen Luo's plan. Chen Luo did not care, lifting the bucket to prepare for the 11th floor. Even though Cockney said today was the deadline, they still had to do the work they needed to do. Otherwise you'll get a beating if the overseer finds out about the work touching the fish. Carrying the bucket to the 11th floor, Chen Luo looked at it, and there were 5 new humans sitting and waiting to eat. Chen Luo quietly closed the door, then walked towards them. When the new humans saw Chen Luo, they all revealed unsavory eyes. They looked at each other and stood up to surround Chen Luo. The man at the head of the group asked nonchalantly, "Kid, why did you come so slowly? We're starving." Chen Luo timidly lowered his head. "I'm sorry, I'll go make food for you guys. We're going to eat fresh." "I'm sorry, I didn't get it. Does your honor mean that you want to eat it medium rare?" Chen Luo looked confused. "Ha ha ha." They threw back their heads and laughed. Then the 5 licked the corners of their mouths and looked Chen Luo up and down. "Kid, your body is quite strong. So young, and at first glance the texture is good. I love these with bouncy teeth. Here, take off your clothes and let me conk out the flesh." Chen Luo smiled faintly. "I'm only afraid of chipping all your teeth." Before the 5 people could react, Chen Luo snapped the bucket on one person's head. Then he slammed his fist into the stomach of the guy on the right, and the other guy bent over at the waist, barely spitting out his stomach. A kick to the face of the man at the back left sent him flying. The man whose head was being held was scrambling to get the bucket off, and had just regained sight of the sky when he saw a fist enlarged at great speed. After a muffled sound, 3 of the 5 people in the room lost their ability to fight. The remaining 2 cried out, "No good, he's the murderer. Quick, I'll inform the others, you stall him." But Chen Luo didn't give them a chance at all, grabbing the hair of the one who wanted to escape and smashing his head against the dining table. The dining table was broken, showing the strength of Chen Luo. The only one still standing saw Chen Luo's back turned and tried to sneak attack. But Chen Luo didn't even turn his head back and backhanded him with a finger poke to the knot of his throat. 5 minutes later, Chen Luo walked out of the restaurant carrying a bucket of water. After a while, there were people who came to eat again. As soon as I entered, I saw 5 corpses. They were trembling with fear and rushed to call for help. This happened many times on this day. There were over 20 bodies found alone, not to mention the ones that weren't. The crowd at the base looked at the missing half of their manpower, and everyone was at risk. Try to follow a large group and stay in a group wherever you go. Even the guys on the other floors didn't finish their work, and they were afraid to go beat it up. Fear that the murderer is hiding among these ordinary people. By the time night came, Chen Luo used the cover of the night to quickly traverse through the darkness. He went to the room where the new human slept and, like the Grim Reaper knocking on a door, pried open every door and went in. After leaving a body behind, the next door was pried open. As the night went on, all the sleeping new humans never woke up again. The rest of the newcomers all gathered on the first floor. Chen Luo saw that the sky was already slightly light, so he did not continue. He returned to the 5th floor and found everyone awake. No one cared about Chen Luo though, everyone was fuming with worry. Chen Luo returned to his bed, Yang Fan saw him back, and touched his side. Yang Fan whispered, "While you were away, everyone discussed and prepared to escape together tomorrow." Chen Luo was a bit surprised, but thinking carefully he figured it out. Today is the last day. Tomorrow they're going to do it. Staying is also waiting for death. It's better to put up a fight. Maybe there is still a chance of survival. Got it. Chen Luo replied. I'm going to run away with them tomorrow as well. Good luck and I hope you can bust up this verminous place. Yang Fan said from the bottom of his heart. Good luck to you too. I hope your wife and kids are still alive. Yang Fan smiled when he heard this. He was more concerned about whether his wife and children were still alive than whether he could escape from here. He nodded vigorously, definitely, my old countryside is quite remote and there aren't many people in the village, so the chances of them surviving are high. Then Yang Fan fell into a reminiscence, rambling on about the old country. Chen Luo happened to have nothing to do, so he listened to him, and from time to time, he even returned a sentence. Time passed as the two made small talk. There was a sudden clutter of footsteps outside. I don't know who shouted action, and everyone got up and poured out of the 5th floor. Chen Luo also mixed in the crowd when he saw this, and the crowd ran towards the 1st floor. What for? You want to run away? The 1st floor stairway. Two new human copied the iron bar. A burst of knocking. A few people were unfortunate enough to be knocked on the head and bled out on the spot. Chen Luo found the right moment to grab the iron rod that was swinging towards him and snatched it, then backhanded the opponent's head. Give the other side another shot. Yang Fan, who was following Chen Luo, witnessed this scene and gave Chen Luo a thumbs up in his heart. What a great body. The crowd ran out the stairs and into the hall. As soon as he showed his face, a barrage of bullets hit him. Those in the front row died on the spot, and the rest rushed back behind the wall. What to do? They have guns. A young man with dyed yellow hair, who was bold enough to poke his head out and look at it, immediately had bullets fired at him. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and the bullet missed, blowing up a patch of lime on the wall. It was rifles, about 20 men, half of them with rifles. The crowd all sucked in a breath of cold air at the words. In the face of modern weaponry, their numerical superiority simply doesn't come into play. They were in a dilemma, thinking about what to do. Suddenly there were screams outside. Not good, someone's sneaking up on us. One of the new humans suddenly covered his throat and collapsed. The man next to him took his hand away to see that he had a melting ice pick stuck in his throat. Take cover. In a panic, their formation was in disarray. A figure rushed out from behind the wall. Yellow Hair yelled at his back, don't go, they have guns. But immediately afterward, they saw the figure weaving through the bullets, dodging all of them by leaning against the cover on either side. They were all wide-eyed and incredulous. Chapter 192. Cooperating in the extermination of the new humanity. Chen Luo made a fish leap and jumped behind the front desk. One of the new men saw this and tried to find a better angle to aim at. But just as he took a step forward, an ice pick stuck into the back of his head. The other new human swept in the direction of the ice pick. Chen Luo poked his head out again and took a pistol from the gun store. After a gunshot, he too answered to the bottom. Under the cooperation of Chen Luo and the mysterious man, all the gun-wielding new humans were either killed on the spot, or their hands were pierced through, and they could no longer hold a gun. Yellow Hair and the others hiding in the back saw it and realized that the opportunity had come. They shouted, now is the time, brothers, let's charge. A group of people rushed out of the building and then scattered, running in all directions. Cockney's eyes were incomparably grim as he commanded the brethren behind him, do it, not a single one of them can be spared. When he finished speaking he himself took the lead and rushed into the crowd, swelling with arms thicker than a man's waist, one in each hand. Grabbing the two men, he slammed them into the center, and those two men were immediately incapacitated. Cockatrice was about to run to the others when a white shadow raced across his pupils. He stood violently and slapped his right hand forward, directly shattering the ice cone. It seems that the ice pick is okay in terms of accuracy, not enough force. Sneak attacks can still kill a few people, but it's hard to get seriously injured if you're prepared. Thinking of this, Cockatrice shouted, concentrate and watch out for the ice picks. Almost no one was shot again after Cockney shouted. Still, the speed of their pursuit was affected, and those who ran fast, like Yellow Hair, had already disappeared around the corner. Seeing more and more people escaping to life, Cockatoo had also became anxious and cursed angrily, damn it, tearing one person apart with his hands, with blood and guts hanging all over him. The image was such that some people would believe it when they said it was an evil spirit from hell. Out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly noticed Yang Fan, who was along the wall, quietly escaping. Yang Fan's eyes blossomed as he saw that the street corner was close at hand, but Cockatoo leapt forward and stopped him. Yang Fan's mood instantly crashed to the bottom. Trying to escape? You messed up so many things, and you still want to get away in one piece? It's simply a fool's errand. Yang Fan was confused and asked in bewilderment, "What did you say? I didn't understand." "Playing dumb, are you? I'm going to make you think." With that, Cockatrice launched himself at Yang Fan. That 2-meter tall, nearly 3-meter huge body rushed towards Yang Fan with an unstoppable momentum. Yang Fan knew that it was impossible for him to resist, and a look of despair appeared in his eyes. In this moment, his mind even went off on a tangent. The final image is framed on the faces of his wife and children. "I'm sorry I can't go back, you guys have to stay alive." Yang Fan closed his eyes and waited for death to come. But after a loud bang, Yang Fan was surprised to find himself alive and well. He opened his eyes to see a reliable-looking back blocking him. The little giant-like cockhead was blocked by him with just one hand. Thank you for saving me." Yang Fan gratefully looked at Chen Luo's side face. "Don't get me wrong, saving you was just in passing, my real goal was to kill him." Chen Luo also felt that Yang Fan was not a bad person. Otherwise, he could have waited for Cockatoo to kill Yang Fan before making his move. Yang Fan also understood this and gave Chen Luo a deep look before scattering his legs and running. Cockney didn't bother with Yang Fan, he only had Chen Luo in his eyes right now. "It's really you." He hated his guts. "I should have killed you in the car in the first place. If you move, the one who dies will only be you." Chen Luo's light sentence, however, completely ignited Cockeyhead's anger. Cockney turned his head again to see that his brethren were being held back by one of the mysterious men hiding in the shadows. Although the killing power of the ice picks is not good, but the other party is spreading it as if it doesn't need money. If you are not careful and get stabbed in a fatal area, you will still be seriously injured. Cockatoo looked at the melting ice picks on the ground and remembered something and came to a realization. "It's the one that got away, she's back? I can't believe that damn four-eyed field hen didn't tell me." Chen Luo had a bright idea when he heard this, turned on his walkie-talkie, and asked, "Who is the four-eyed field hen you are talking about?" Cockatoo had smiled coldly. "Kid, you still don't understand who betrayed you, do you? It's the boss of your camp, that four-eyed field hen. He informed me when you got in the car that there was something wrong with you, or I wouldn't have come up here and confiscated your equipment." Chen Luo turned off the walkie-talkie and said to Cockney, "Thank you." He was worried that he had no evidence to prove that Mo Wenfei had colluded with the base's people and betrayed himself. I believe that with Cockney's testimony, Yuji should be completely disappointed in Mo Wenfei. Cockney felt puzzled and heard Chen Luo say again, "To thank you, I've decided to give you a hard time." Oh, net talk. Although Cockney said so, he had no idea in his own heart. He wondered in his mind why the master hadn't come out yet. This isn't what was planned, is it? Chen Luo didn't give him a chance to figure it out, pulling out his gun and emptying his clip at Cockney's face. Cockatoo hastened to protect his arm in front of his face, and the bullet that hit his arm shot in just a few centimeters before it was jammed by his muscles. Seeing that the gun was no good, Chen Luo casually threw it away and rushed towards him. Cockney wasn't willing to show weakness either, and he called out to Chen Luo with a slap. But the difference in strength between the two sides was too great. Chen Luo grabbed two of Cockney's fingers and slammed him to the ground with an over-the-shoulder slam. This one sobered up Cockney straight away. Even his own master was no match for Chen Luo. How could he possibly beat him alone? He climbed to his feet and roared, "I'll fight you." Chen Luo thought he had some big trick up his sleeve and stood by in a tight formation. Instead, he saw Cockney turn around and run away. But he was headed for the building, and he couldn't get very far in there. Instead he'd be caught in a jar. Chen Luo did not go after him, and cooperated with the mysterious man to kill all the other new humans. The mysterious person came out from his hiding place, and it was none other than Yuji. What a timely arrival. Chen Luo quipped her. After Chen Luo cleaned up the upstairs room last night, he felt that it was almost time, so he informed Yuji. Yuji didn't let Chen Luo down either, arriving in time to lend a helping hand. Taking another look at the walkie-talkie hanging from her waist, Chen Luo was in a better mood. "Are all of them here?" Yuji asked. "It's all here except for the one that got away, and their owner. It's not too late, let's destroy this place completely." Revenge was at hand, and Yuji was overwhelmed. The two were about to enter the building when they saw a bloated body squeezing out of the hallway. Chapter 193. You should know that the height of the first floor is more than 5 meters high. That meatball, however, came out with his head on the ceiling, bent over, and it was evident that he was over 5 meters in size. "Master, you're finally here, that guy killed all of our people." Zheng Gang could only make noises as his throat was squeezed by his fat because of his further expanding size. "It's okay, he can't make any big waves with me around." Cockatoo Head was happy in his heart and quickly kissed his horse's ass, worthy of being the master. "Master, you this size? My divine power has increased again, so I've gotten a little bigger. Congratulations master on your divine achievement." Cockatrice had just finished congratulating him when he realized a very serious problem. The master's ability is to become stronger by eating corpses, but the reserve rations kept in the base have run out. So what is the master eating? Cocksure asked the question apprehensively. Zheng Gang threw his head back and laughed. Of course I ate all the servants upstairs, they are dead anyway, it's a waste not to eat them, so why not merge with me and wish me luck in defeating the enemy? Cockatrice didn't have much affection for the other brethren, so he quickly accepted this fact. Just then he heard his master say again, "You are the most loyal and strongest of all my servants." Cockatoo Head felt vaguely uneasy in his heart, but he still returned with a stiff upper lip. "Many thanks for the compliment, master. You and I, master and servant together, will be invincible." The more Cocksucker heard, the worse he got, and the more he sweated coldly. Zheng Gang continued, "When I rule this world in the future, I will definitely remember your credit." Hearing this, even if Cockatoo Head was slow, he understood what Zheng Gang meant. He's loyal, but he's not brainless. Without saying a word, he ran towards the outside of the building. But Zheng Gang's big hands were even faster than him, grabbing his waist and lifting him up. Cockatrice's legs fluttered in midair a few times, and he turned back to beg in an incredibly humble manner. "Master, you can't eat me, I've done so much for you, without credit." Zheng Gang didn't give Cockatoo Head a chance to finish his sentence. He was too noisy for Cockatoo Head, so he grabbed Cockatoo Head's head with his other hand. With one push, he actually ripped out the head as well as a handful of the spine of the cockatrice. From the break blood spurted out like a fountain. Zheng Gang opened his mouth and tilted his head back to swallow it, revealing a look of enjoyment. When the blood was dried up, Zheng Gang took a big bite to gnaw on it. Feeling that this gnawing was too slow, Zheng Gang's head was surprisingly proportionally enlarged a few times as well. A few bites like this and all of the cocktail head was gone. He wiped the corners of his mouth as Chen Luo and Yuji finished dealing with the others at this time and witnessed the scene. Yuji saw the image of cannibalism and couldn't help but think of her brother's death. She clenched her fists and chortled angrily, "You are the owner of this place? The leader of this band of ogres? So what if it's me?" Zheng Gang also saw Yuji's performance of throwing the ice pick when he was upstairs. "You're the shifter who escaped from me a week ago. How dare you come back? Just as well, after eating you and him, I'll really be invincible." "You want to be invincible? I'm afraid you didn't eat in when you ate people, right?" Chen Luo snorted. "Seek death." Zheng Gang roared as ear-piercing sound waves assaulted the two of them. Chen Luo was prepared for his move and picked up a basketball-sized rock on the ground and threw it. Then he took Yuji's hand and stepped back a few dozen meters, minimizing the sonic damage. Zheng Gang slapped the stone and chased after it. Coming into the open space, Zheng Gang's pirated sound wave ability was about to be weakened quite a bit. This was also Chen Luo's purpose in drawing him out. "Dead fatty." Chen Luo stood tall and condescendingly looked at Zheng Gang. "Do you think it's awesome that you can become stronger by eating people? So what if it is? What a sitting duck. I'll let you know what to eat is the fastest means to get stronger." After saying that, Chen Luo jumped down from a high place and said to Yuji, "Do you want to kill him with your own hands to take revenge?" Yuji nodded fiercely, "Dream on." "Okay, I'll do you that favor." After saying that, Chen Luo pulled out a bottle of water and handed it to Yuji. "This is mineral water?" Yuji looked at the water bottle in surprise. Zheng Gang also laughed when he saw it. "I thought you had something good, a bottle of water? Ha ha ha." Chen Luo didn't pay attention to Zheng Gang, but looked straight into Yuji's eyes. "Do you believe me?" Yuji looked at the confident Chen Luo and felt that he was glowing with charm. Returning to her senses, she nodded vigorously once more. "You're the only person I trust right now, and I believe you no matter what you say." "Very well." Chen Luo was satisfied with Yuji's answer. "Drink it." Yuji did as she was told and twisted the cap off the bottle to drink the water in one gulp. After drinking it, her whole body seemed to be petrified as if she was motionless, and the empty bottle in her hand fell to the ground without realizing it. Zheng Gang looked at the two men and always felt a pang of uneasiness in his heart. Not about to give them a chance to drag it down, he picked up a car and threw it. Chen Luo took a step forward to protect Yuji's body and steadily caught the sedan. "You can catch the sedan, but what about this one?" Zheng Gang laboriously picked up the bus, the same one that Chen Luo had traveled in when he arrived. Even for an airman, it still weighs nearly 10 tons. Chen Luo is not a little cutie, and would not stand still to receive it hard. He hugged Yuji's slender waist and dodged with a dodge. Chen Luo was hugging Yuji face to face, and before he could stand still, he saw Yuji's hair turn from pure black to crystal clear white. Suddenly, Yuji opened his eyes and his pupils turned pure white, glowing white. Paired with Yuji's handsome face, it made her entire body exude an unspeakable beauty, as if she was an ice elf. Chen Luo was lost in thought as he watched, and it wasn't until he heard footsteps near him that he realized Zheng Gang had already rushed to the front of the two. "Be careful!" Chen Luo shouted and was about to block Zheng Gang, but Yuji moved faster as she held out a hand. The slender arms were as white and tender as the roots of a lotus flower, as if they would snap at the slightest touch. Compared to Zheng Gang's arm, it was like a mantis, but it was such a hand that radiated a low to extreme coldness. Zheng Gang's movements were getting slower and slower, starting from his fingertips, his arms were rapidly freezing. Seeing that it was about to spread to his torso, Zheng Gang hurriedly backed away. After retreating to a safe distance, he looked down and realized that his entire arm was frozen. Zheng Gang patted with his other hand, trying to slap the ice away. But what he didn't expect was that after the crisp ringing sound, his arm actually shattered into slush along with the ice. Zheng Gang didn't even feel the pain. By the time he reacted, a pillar-thick ice pick pierced through his heart. What you gave her to drink? What is it? Holding this doubt, Zheng Gang died unwillingly. Chapter 194, After the Battle, a Windfall. After doing this, Yuxi's legs went weak toward the ground. Chen Luo held her up in time so that she didn't fall to her knees. Is everything alright? Chen Luo asked with concern. Yuxi shook her head, it just feels weak all over. You're off your rocker, it's normal. This happened to Zero once. It's when the body gets too much powerful energy at once, and when it bursts out again, it causes the body to be unable to withstand it. It'll be okay if you rest for a while. Yuxi nodded, her snow-white, translucent hair gradually fading to reveal its original black undertones. Chen Luo still had some regrets when he saw this. Yuxi with this hair color was too attractive. The original black color is a bit mediocre in comparison. It's not that black is bad, it's just that white hair suits Yuxi's overall temperament better. Yuxi didn't know what Chen Luo was thinking at this moment, her entire body was immersed in the joy of successful revenge. She gratefully said to Chen Luo, my heart's desire has been fulfilled, from now on, I will live only for you. Chen Luo was overjoyed in his heart, and on the surface, he pretended to excuse himself, you don't have to be like this, you can also do what you want to do. The only thing I want to do is to repay my kindness and spend the rest of my life repaying you. Yuxi's gaze was fixed on Chen Luo as she said these words with sincere feelings. In that case, Chen Luo also had to reluctantly accept. Okay, but I'm not going to treat you poorly or make you do anything you don't want to do. Yuxi was immensely moved when she heard this. Combined with the fact that Chen Luo had spied on the base for her regardless of his own safety and had gone to such great lengths, Yuxi's favorability towards Chen Luo was rubbing up. Yuxi's favoritism plus 60, reaches 100. This good sense all of a sudden went up, Chen Luo was not expecting it. It wasn't worth all the time and effort he'd spent working so hard for so long. That alone made all the effort worthwhile. Let's go back, I have things to do over at the factory. Yuxi leaned against Chen Luo, feeling the other party's body heat and feeling incredibly relieved. Just like her family and brother when they were still alive. This made Yuxi's eyes look at Chen Luo with more and more tenderness. Chen Luo, however, said, wait a moment. Zheng Gang's body was still in place, and there was no guarantee that it wouldn't raise another powerful monster if it was left unattended and eaten by the zombies. Chen Luo's lair, marina, and Jing City weren't far from each other, so he still had to be careful about this possibility. He helped Yuxi to sit down in a safe position and entered the building himself, raising a barrel of oil from inside, splashing from inside the building all the way outside, pouring all the rest over Zheng Gang's body. After pouring and tossing the oil drum, he sighed, it's a pity that the heavy truck didn't come out, and the spatial ability isn't there to take away the supplies here. Otherwise there would be enough diesel and gasoline collected at the base alone to run his safe house for 3 years. Hold on to the idea that you can't take it with you and no one else can get it. Chen Luo doused the warehouse with gasoline as well. As soon as the fire went down, the bodies in the building went up in flames. Yuxi saw the scene and hallucinated before her eyes. The black smoke of the burning formed a childish face in the air, smiling at itself. Brother, sister has helped you take revenge, so go on your way in peace. After saying this, as if the black smoke understood Yuxi's words, it dispersed into unruly shapes. An hour later, the fire was dying out. Chen Luo was just about to take Yuxi away when he noticed a bright light at the location of the corpse. Wait, there seems to be something there. Letting Yuxi wait for himself for another minute, Chen Luo walked towards ash. A clear crystalline bead was found in the incompletely burned ashes. What is this? Chen Luo was confused. Forget it, if you can't figure it out bring it back and let Zhuang Ningming study it. Chen Luo put the beads into his pants pocket, then walked towards Yuxi and assisted her into the distance. Auto Factory, Mo Wenfei is still leading the workers. He himself is even more hands-on, and he does all the dirty work. Wenfei is such a good leader. Yeah, without him, us old guys would have been dead a long time ago. Listening to the compliments and praises of the workers, the corners of Mo Wenfei's mouth involuntarily rose, and his body became more energetic. As he straightened his back to catch his breath, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't seen Yuxi all day today. He asked to Grandma Qian, have you seen Twiggy? Grandma Qian replied, I didn't see it, it seems like she went out early in the morning. Yeah, okay. Mo Wenfei continued to work, but the more he worked, the more panicked he became. After thinking about it, he dropped the work at hand, went to a hidden corner, and took out a walkie-talkie. Hey, can you hear me? But there was no reply from the other side. Mo Wenfei realized something, and his heart fell straight to the bottom. At this time, someone shouted, Chen Luo is back. He's brought Xiaoxi back. Hearing this, Mo Wenfei hurriedly put away his walkie-talkie and walked out. Two figures, a man and a woman, were indeed seen outside the factory. When they approached, Grandma Qian saw Chen Luo supporting Yuji and thought Yuji was injured. She asked with concern, Yuji, are you alright? Yuji shook her head. That's good, that's good. Grandma Qian breathed a sigh of relief. Mo Wenfei suddenly asked, Chen Luo, weren't you sent to the base, how did you escape back? Escape back? Chen Luo let out a light laugh, I walked back with honor. The others didn't understand what that meant. Yuji explained, the base has been overthrown, the base owner and his men have no survivors, and you will never have to deliver anyone again. Upon hearing this, the crowd cheered excitedly. However, a few people in the crowd did not show happiness or excitement. Instead, it looked a little staid. Yuji kept each of them in mind. What she didn't expect was that Grandma Qian, who loved and cared for her the most, as well as Uncle Zhang, both of whom were among them. This made Yuji's joy of having just succeeded in her revenge diminish all of a sudden. Mo Wenfei's face was as usual, and he couldn't see much mental activity. He just smiled broadly and congratulated, congratulations, Twiggy, Kamaru would be proud of you in heaven. Thanks. Yuji returned faintly. Morwenfly is still looking for other topics. Are you okay? Do you need me to help you to rest? No need. Yuji's tone suddenly became agitated, startling Mo Wenfei. He didn't know what to say, and halfway through, he spat out 2 words, okay. Yuji had actually recovered pretty much, at least walking on her own was no problem. However, she coveted the reassuring feeling of leaning on Chen Luo, so she never separated. She said to Chen Luo as she turned her head, take me to my room. She exhaled like an orchid, and her fresh breath blew on Chen Luo's face, making him feel tickled. Good. Chapter 195, Yuji's Revenge. Mo Wenfei watched Chen Luo and Yuji's backsleeve. The gaze hidden behind the glasses was deep and cold. He and Yuji didn't meet each other's eyes in any way the entire time, and the latter seemed to be intentionally avoiding it. And that yell of her sudden excitement couldn't help but make Mo Wenfei think wildly. Damn. Mo Wenfei cursed in a low voice, those guys shouldn't have given me up, right? Uncle Zhang, who was closest, heard Mo Wenfei's words, and he spoke cautiously, Wenfei, what should we do now? Mo Wenfei took a deep breath, calm down, what they say may not necessarily be true, go to the base and check the situation there. Okay, I'm on my way. After Chen Luo sent Yuji to her room, it was time to open his mouth and ask her what exactly she wanted to do. Yuji, however, grabbed the opportunity to speak, you go out first, I need to take a bath and change my clothes. Well, it's not unusual to wash away obscurity. Chen Luo could only suppress his doubts in his heart and walk out of Yuji's room. After returning to his own room and sitting there for half an hour, Chen Luo thought that Yuji should have washed up. So once again, he came to Yuji's door and knocked. Who? Yuji's voice came from inside. Chen Luo, have you showered yet? I have something to talk to you about. Come in. Yuji opened the door, and when Chen Luo saw Yuji, a flash of amazement flashed in his eyes. She'd obviously just gotten out of the shower and her hair was wet and not blow-dried. The wet hair plastered to her face that was not powdered, but seemed to be born with its own heavy makeup and filters, adding to the innocence. All she was wearing was a simple white shirt with a wide hem that just barely covered her ass. It's hard to determine if Yuji has any pants on underneath. The buttons on the top of the white shirt, on the other hand, were loosened by 2, revealing a deep cleavage. This kind of dressing looked both seductive and not gaudy on Yuji. Chen Luo looked lost in thought, but Yuji said without any shyness, still not coming in? Oh, good. Chen Luo returned dully. Closing the door, Chen Luo's brain finally resumed turning. He asked hesitantly, why don't I just go out and wait until you're changed before I come in? No, I just wore it for you. Ha? Chen Luo's CPU smoked again. Come here. Yuji patted the bed and said in a royal manner. Chen Luo walked over with a stiff body. After sitting down, Yuji gave a very active push. With Chen Luo's physique that could hard receive the limousine thrown over, he was gently pushed by Yuji's willow-like slender and soft hands, and collapsed on the bed. Immediately after that, Yuji raised her proud thighs and straddled the seat. The shocking glimpse made Chen Luo certain of one thing, that is, she wasn't wearing pants. This is not good, right? It was the first time Chen Luo had met such a proactive one. Yuji rolled her eyes, you're like this, why are you still pretending with me? Or do you prefer me like this? Said Yuji's hair turned a snowy white color all of a sudden. The whole person's temperament has also changed from a gentle imperial sister to a high-cold imperial sister, very cold. Chen Luo still had a stiff upper lip, I like you any way you look. Your eyes were straight at the base, and they're straight now. In front of this decisive evidence, Chen Luo couldn't sophistically argue anymore. Yuji leaned in for a kiss. Cold but soft to the touch, just like Yuji. Tough on the outside, but soft on the inside. Just as the two were incredibly engaged, a sharp knock on the door interrupted them. Chen Luo was a bit annoyed and was just about to get up, but Yuji pressed him back. She gave Chen Luo a reassuring look, then shouted, Who? I, Wenfei, Twig, you. Hearing that it was Mo Wenfei, Chen Luo didn't even bother to listen to it and wanted to put his clothes back on. But again, Yuji stopped her, facing Chen Luo's puzzled gaze. Yuji explained in a low voice, don't you think this is very exciting? Chen Luo immediately reacted that Yuji was trying to get back at Mo Wenfei in this way. Didn't Mo Wenfei have a crush on Yuji? Then Yuji will let you, Mo Wunfei, listen to your beloved woman and other men making love to each other, while you can only be at the doorway road. Standing. Mo Wunfei waited at the door for a while and didn't hear Yuji's reply. He frowned and continued to say bitterly, Yuji, did you hear some rumors outside? You have to believe me, no matter what, I'm all about the factory. I admit it was my fault about you and Maru, but, gently. A gentle whisper caused Mo Wunfei's words to come to an abrupt end, and his entire body was instantly petrified. He pressed his ear against the door in disbelief. Hiss, it's so icy. Ah, it's hot. This time Mo Wunfei was no longer able to play dumb and pretend that nothing happened. Realizing he was being humiliated, he angrily took off his glasses and slammed them against the door. The legs of the glasses were broken and both lenses fell out. Dog, boy and girl. Mo Wunfei raised his hand and was about to slam the door to stop the two. But his hand was about to fall on the door when he stopped again. First of all, he has no status or standing to stop them. Secondly, he would have done something wrong. Weak-hearted and justified, he had to reluctantly withdraw his hand and hover in the doorway for a few more minutes. Finally, unable to endure the intense humiliation, he picked up the frame and lenses on the floor and left. An hour later, Chen Luo and Yuji were lying on the bed drenched in sweat. Chen Luo was still reminiscing about the battle just now. I don't know if Yuji can't control the ability well in this state, or if the ability comes with it. All in all, Chen Luo was actually experiencing an icy cold. It's a different kind of enjoyable flavor. What made Chen Luo even happier was that the system's beep sounded in his ears. Raid Yuji completely and get a favor reward. Name, Yuji. Identity, sports student, alien. Favor ability, 100, till death do us part. Reward for first acquaintance, exotic fruit times 100, obtained. First kiss reward, gym and exercise equipment, already earned. Complete strategy reward, ability, ice, acquired. Receiving 2 rewards at once made Chen Luo overjoyed. The first reward is fine, it's the second that matters. Chen Luo extracted the rewards, only to feel a coolness in his body, and there seemed to be an additional energy in his body. He tried to gather this ability in his fingers, whereupon he saw his fingers freeze. Yuji, next to her, let out a dreamy sound. Chen Luo mischievously pressed his fingers against Yuji's skin. Yikes! She exclaimed, instantly awake, it's freezing. What did you do? Hey, Chen Luo gave a bad smile, let you feel what I just experienced. Yuji was still wondering how Chen Luo could have his own abilities, and when she heard this, she didn't care and fought with Chen Luo. As they fooled around, their bodies became inseparable again. Hiss, it's so icy. Hiss, it's so icy. Chapter 196, is this how you treat your family? The next day, Yuji said goodbye to everyone in the factory. The crowd could see the lingering spring and maturity of her brow. These show the growth of Yuji. She also intentionally turned around in front of Mo Wunfei's eyes, but when Mo Wunfei tried to strike up a conversation with her, she turned her head again and walked away, not giving Mo Wunfei a chance to speak at all. Mo Wunfei's face was so gloomy that it could drip water, even a blind man could feel his low pressure. When you report to him, you have to be careful, for fear of igniting the dynamite barrel. At that moment, Uncle Zhang, whom he had sent out to spy, returned. Wife, Wunfei. Uncle Zhang was jogging back, still panting. Say what you have to say and fart what you have to say. Uncle Zhang was startled by the irascible Mo Wunfei and his voice lowered. That, over at the base, there's no one there, I guess it's really like what Twiggy and the others said, it's been overwritten. Asterisk. Mo Wunfei slammed his fist against the wall. Grandma Qian and a few of the older employees were there. She pacified Mo Wunfei, the base is finished, it's a good thing for us we won't have to be threatened by them anymore in the future. Mo Wunfei glared at her, what do you know? Although the base threatens us and wants us to hand over people on a regular basis, their asylum is real. With them, we don't have to worry about walkers, and with them, camps big and small are at peace with each other. Now that we have no base, how long can we hold out with just the old and sick in our factories? This group of veteran employees has always taken Mo Wunfei as their backbone, and they have absolutely no opinions of their own. When they heard him say that, they all became anxious and clamored in a chorus of voices, what shall we do then? Mo Wunfei was given a headache by the noise, and at this time, he completely lost his usual gentleness. He yelled, all be quiet and listen to me. The crowd shut up in unison. Mo Wunfei thought for a moment and muttered to himself, the people from the base told me that Xiaoji had awakened her psychic abilities and escaped, and this time it was also likely that the base was annihilated by relying on her psychic abilities. As for the guy, he's playing an intelligence-gathering role at best. He was looking down on Chen Luo from the bottom of his heart. This may be the mental activity of a man when confronted with a love rival. Mo Wunfei continued, if Xiaoji is willing to stay, with her ability, she will definitely be able to protect us. Grandma Qian was hesitant to speak, but, didn't Xiaoji say she wanted to go to another city with Chen Luo? And, she seems to know something. That's up to you guys, said Mauenfeld as the frame he had repaired with duct tape shimmered with an eerie light. Xiaoji treats you guys as family and elders, if it was you guys who opened your mouths to plead, with her character, she would definitely soften her heart and agree. Several of the older employees looked at each other in disbelief. Grandma Qian's expression was a bit intolerant. She still had feelings for Yuji. But people are selfish after all. What is this feeling before the pressure of survival? Grandma Qian finally nodded her head. Chen Luo put on his backpack and knocked on the door of Yuji's room. Yuji opened the door and Chen Luo asked, "Have you packed your bags?" Yuji replied, "I have nothing to clean up. Let's go then." Aha! The two walked out of the staff quarters to the factory entrance. A group of factory employees lined up and blocked the doorway. "What are you guys?" Yuji was puzzled. Grandma Qian stepped out of the crowd trembling. "Twiggy, Grandma Qian." Yuji went forward to help Grandma Qian up. Only then did Grandma Qian say with a difficult look on her face, "Twiggy, our old staff unanimously wants you to stay." Hearing this, Chen Luo frowned. He knew the group would have to do something else. It just so happened that Chen Luo was not willing to let them go, especially Mo Wenfei who had betrayed him, just like that. He cradled his arms, intending to see what happened. Yuji also guessed that they would pull a stunt like this. Still, she put on a difficult face. "Grandma Qian, I've promised Chen Luo that I'll follow him if he helps me take revenge." "Then won't you just stay with him?" Grandma Qian blurted out. Mo Wenfei opened his mouth, but didn't make a sound. He was definitely the person who least wanted Chen Luo to stay. Watching Chen Luo and Yuji show their love every day, he would not be angry. But since Grandma Qian had already said her words, and it was imperative that Yuji be left behind. As for Chen Luo, just find a reason to ostracize him when the time comes. At the thought, Mo Wenfei shut his mouth again. But Chen Luo has family in other cities, it's impossible for him to stay. "We're your family, too," Grandma Qian said. "What would we do if you left?" "What do you mean?" Grandma Qian simply put it plainly. "You see, we're all old men with bad legs here. We need young men like you badly." Yuji was silent. Uncle Zhang walked up again. "Xiaoji, Grandma and uncles usually treat you well, right? We treat you and Xiao Maru as family, and now that the family is in trouble, you can't just walk away." Others chimed in, yeah. There were so many of them with so many mouths. Yuji, a girl, couldn't even speak in front of them. Chen Luo just wanted to help Yuji out. But Yuji spoke first, only to see her smile coldly. Grandma Qian and the others didn't understand why she suddenly laughed. "Twiggy, you guys treat me and Maru like family? Oh, is that how you treat your family? Send your family to hell? You know all about it?" Grandma Qian said subconsciously. The hearts of the group of veteran employees sank to the bottom, knowing that the possibility of keeping Yuji was slim. Mo Wenfei finally couldn't stay silent anymore. "Xiaoji, listen to me explain to you." "Shut up." Yuji directly interrupted Mo Wenfei. "You don't deserve to call me Xiaoji. You knew everything from the beginning to the end, but you hid the truth from me and Kamaru. If it wasn't for that, Kamaru wouldn't have been stupid enough to go with me and die. You're the one who got Kamaru killed." Yuji almost shouted in a roaring voice. "It's not enough that you got Kamaru killed, you also betrayed Chen Luo and informed the people in the base of Chen Luo's identity. You're simply a..." Facing Yuji's accusations, Mo Wenfei is still trying his best to defend himself. "Twiggy, you don't understand, I'm doing all this to protect this family, you and Maru." "Enough." Yuji didn't bother listening to his excuses anymore. She turned around and pulled Chen Luo's hand to leave. "Wait, Twiggy." Mo Wenfei was also in a hurry, running forward and trying to grab Yuji's shoulders. Chapter 197, Welcome back, my child. Chen Luo waved his big hand and the water molecules in the air quickly condensed. "Freeze Mo Wenfei's arm directly." Mo Wenfei's pupils shrunk as he looked at Chen Luo in disbelief. You have powers too?" A bone-chilling coldness made Mo Wenfei's body jolt, and he realized that the freeze was still spreading. It had spread from his arm to the level of his arm. "Quick! Come help me quickly!" Mo Wenfei's lips trembled as he spoke out. Seeing this, Uncle Zhang and another person rushed forward to help. One of them took a wrench and crushed the ice while the other tried to warm up Mo Wenfei's body. But it's all useless. As long as Chen Luo didn't stop, the freezing would only continue. Ice also began to form on the bodies of the two Zhangbo who had physical contact with Mo Wenfei. Now they were in a complete panic and asked the others for help in horror. Help me! Grandma Qian and a group of other employees, seeing that Uncle Zhang and his wife were also affected, how dare they help? They stepped back and watched as the three were frozen into ice sculptures. Yuji witnessed the whole thing, and without a word, she acquiesced to Chen Luo's behavior. If she hadn't been unable to use her powers yet, she would have been the one to do it. Chen Luo continued to look at Grandma Qian and the others in the back. His unkind gaze alarmed them. Grandma Qian even pleaded with Yuji, "Xiaoji, everything was Mo Wenfei's idea, and we were just following orders. Now that he has paid for his life with his life, please let him spare us." Grandma Qian bawled her eyes out as she spoke, as if she had truly repented. But the mouth said but put all the blame on the life and death of Mo Wenfei, as if he was pure and clean. It's still easy to sympathize and be moved by the old man's crying. A trace of intolerance flashed in Yuji's eyes. Grandma Qian accurately captured this flash of emotion and cried harder. "Twiggy, do you remember? When you first came to the factory, I was the one who gave you food and a thick blanket. Other workers have also spoken up. Twiggy, I cleaned your room for you, do you remember? Twiggy, I poured you hot water. I said hello. Among them, Grandma Qian cried the hardest, practically in tears. Twiggy, for the love of Maru calling me grandma, just give me another chance. Yuji had wanted to let Chen Luo spare them, but the moment she heard her brother's name, her brother's miserable death appeared before her eyes. Her faltering heart immediately became firm. With a cold face, she said, have you guys ever thought about giving me a chance, giving Kamaru a chance? In the beginning, if only you guys had opened your mouths and reminded us, Kamaru wouldn't have died. But you didn't, you were worried that the lack of two men would be covered by you. Now, go apologize to Kamaru in person. After saying that, Yuji turned her head away, letting the voices behind her be as miserable and noisy as they were. She ignored them. Chen Luo brought out all the supernatural energy in his body. Grandma Qian and the others only felt their body surface temperature plummet to dozens of degrees below zero all of a sudden, as if they had returned to the cold wave a few months ago. The expressions on their faces were also gradually fixed in this moment. Chen Luo looked at the scene in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. The weakness coming from his body was very hard to bear, so he pulled out a handful of exotic fruits and swallowed them. The sense of deficit disappeared and the body was filled. Yuji heard no more sound behind her before she turned back. The open space in front of the factory has more than a dozen lifelike ice sculptures. The expressions are so vivid, the carvings are so remarkable, it is simply the work of a master. Yuji sighed, then her eyes regained their determination once again. She has cut all the past out of her life, and from now on, she will embrace a new life and a new version of herself. The two got in their car and left Thorn City. Marina del Rey. In the safe house of Binhai University, the women were sitting around missing Chen Luo. A week had passed since Chen Luo left, and according to Chen Luo's promise before he left, he should have returned by now. This was the first time Chen Luo had been away for so long. There was a delay in hearing from Chen Luo, and they were all a bit worried. Shilua couldn't bear to continue waiting like this. She stood up. I'm going to find Chen Luo. Which one of you will join me? Shu Wenwen, Zhu Huihui sisters, Du Jieja, Zhang Miaomiao, and a host of other juniors raised their hands. The more rational science girl, Zhuang Ningmeng, frowned. Chen Luo explained to us to not go out. The mature Tang Xian also said, that's right, it's too reckless for you guys to go out like this without any preparation. Princess Mina, the youngest of the sirens, asked, what if Chen Luo is in danger? What if he needs help? Matriarch Nasha was probably the least anxious person in the room. She responded lightly, it's humiliating, but I have to admit that Chen Luo is better than all of us. She stretched, her delicate body curves showing. If he encounters difficulties that even he can't solve, you guys will just be dragging your feet if you go. These words poured cold water on the excited juniors present. Zero crosses his arms, and his small size exudes a big aura. Then it will be this Queen Sama's hand that will surely bring back the humans. Yes. Support. We can help too. Chen Luo would feed them a few exotic fruits after every meal, and he would also make soup for them when he had the exotic spirit spring. Now each of them is as fit as a top human athlete. It's no wonder they have the nerve to say things like help. At this time, Ning Xiao snapped, Zero, don't forget that Chen Luo gave you the task of protecting the safe house. Zero strained his neck in defiance. What's the point of keeping this safe house without humans? And what are you going to tell Chen Luo if the safe house is gone? Zero was at once speechless. When the others heard Ning Xiao say this, they all stopped talking. Don't look at Ning Xiao's age as not being the oldest among them, but she must have the most prestige. A big sister's presence among them. The women waited on in boredom again. At that moment, Silhouette's afterglow noticed the surveillance image on the screen. Her eyes lit up and she excitedly shouted, Chen Luo is back. The women took a look, but it was true, and rushed out to greet them. The door of the safe house opened automatically, and Chen Luo saw a group of warblers. They lined up consciously and each of them hugged Chen Luo. When it was Nasha's turn at the very end of the line, Chen Luo hesitated, you too? Of course I do. In our siren clan, when a siren who has strayed from the pack comes back, the matriarch has to give her a big hug, said Nasa as she graciously hugged Chen Luo. Welcome back, my boy. Due to the height difference between the two, Chen Luo's feet were dangling in the air. It was a bit embarrassing for him, but luckily Nasha soon put him down again. Chapter 198, Che Xiaoyu's second evolution. Nasa put Chen Luo down, and before he could stand still, he felt two gazes on the side that kept looking underneath him. Chen Luo turned his head to look and realized that it was Che Xiaoyu and Su Yulan. The two of them, Che Xiaoyu, suddenly moved, scrambling to dig into Chen Luo's lower body. Oops, there are still mere girls watching here. Du Jiejia covered her eyes with her hand and looked out through the slit of her wide-open palm. Zhang Miao Miao spat, simple? That word has nothing to do with you, right? Du Jiejia said furiously, I mean can't Zhu Wenwen and Zhu Huihui? The crowd was used to the two of them bickering. Chen Luo also misunderstood at first, then he reacted and pulled out a transparent orb with a gas inside from his pants pocket. As expected, Che Xiaoyu and Su Yulan's gazes were immediately attracted. What is this? Zhuang Ningmeng was curious about the orb and looked at it up close. Chen Luo explained, this is what I discovered after cremating the corpse of an enemy. the other party can strengthen themselves by eating the corpse. Sounds a lot like a zombie. Zhuang Ningming pushed up her glasses and speculated, it couldn't be. This orb contains the source, right? Chen Luo asked, are you going to take it for research? Zhuang Ningming was a bit impressed. To a researcher like her, any unknown had great research value. Not to mention the fact that she had been studying the source for a long time, and this orb could very well lead to a breakthrough in her research. However, Zhuang Ningmeng looked at Che Xiaoyu and Su Yulan who were eyeing her to the side. She shook her head, forget it. You've given me the gene evolution potion formula for so long and I haven't even created a sample bottle yet. Adding this orb to the mix would be too much of a glutton for punishment, which is a big no-no in scientific research. There was another very important reason that Zhuang Ningmeng didn't say was that Che Xiaoyu and Su Yulan looked like they wanted the orb more than she did. If this had been in the past, Zhuang Ningmeng would never have given up even if she had a project in hand. After all, this kind of thing is too rare in case you can't get it later. That would be a huge loss for science. But now science was no longer first in Zhuang Ningmeng's mind. A few days before Chen Luo left, her favorability towards Chen Luo also rose to 100. That's where the genetic evolution potion formula comes in. Chen Luo guessed what she was thinking, and he comforted her, alright, I'll find you another one after you finish researching the genetic evolution potion. If you want me to work overtime, just say so. Zhuang Ningming joked, then regained her seriousness. If this orb really contains the source, then it's understandable that the two of them want it so badly. According to my speculation, zombies eat creatures just to get the source, it's their evolutionary instinct. Are you saying that this orb can help Xiaoyu and Yulan evolve? But haven't they already evolved? Chen Luo was puzzled. Who says it can only evolve once? Maybe zombies can evolve twice, or even multiple times? Chen Luo was stunned, he hadn't thought about this at all before. But it does have the potential to happen. So what happens when they evolve twice? One more ability, or? Zhuang Ningmeng shrugged, I don't know about that, why don't you try? Try? Chen Luo looked at the orb in his hand, and then at the two people who were staring straight at it. Based on both of their reactions, the orb shouldn't be harmful to them. So Chen Luo made the decision to give it a try. As for who to give it to? Chen Luo didn't hesitate for too long and decisively chose Che Xiaoyu. It wasn't that he doubted Su Yulan, both of them were equally loyal to Chen Luo, after all, the goodwill until death do us part was there. Chen Luo's main consideration was that Che Xiaoyu had been with him for the longest time, and had done the most dirty work and gotten the most credit. She should be given it for all intents and purposes. Before Chen Luo gave it, he similarly spoke to Su Yulan, this time, I'll give it to Xiaoyu first, and next time, I'll give it to you. Su Yulan, as a zombie, didn't have many human feelings and naturally wouldn't be jealous. She just nodded and silently took a half step back. Che Xiaoyu reached out to pick it up, and as soon as the orb reached her, it changed. The gas inside seemed to be tugged, drilling from the orb into Che Xiaoyu's body. Chen Luo was just about to ask her how she was feeling when Che Xiaoyu fainted with a tilt of her head, while the orb directly turned into flying ash and dissipated. It was the first time she had closed her eyes since she became a walker. Chen Luo hurriedly went forward to hold her in his arms and turned back to Zhuang Ningmeng, asking, what's going on? What happened to Xiaoyu? Zhuang Ningmeng had also forgotten that Che Xiaoyu was a zombie in her haste. Quickly step up and roll your eyelids and listen for a heartbeat. Then she sobbed with immense self-loathing, it's over, Xiaoyu, she's dead. She felt that she was to blame for Che Xiaoyu's death. After all, she was the one who instigated this whole thing. It was Ningxia who was calmer as she said, of course Xiaoyu is dead, isn't she a zombie? What's the point of listening to the heartbeat? Right-o. Only then did Zhuang Ningmeng come to a realization. She stood up and said to Chen Luo, quick, move Xiaoyu to the lab. Half an hour later, Zhuang Ningmeng, who was wearing a white lab coat and gloves, walked out of the lab. The women inquired about Che Xiaoyu's condition with concern. Zhuang Ningmeng gave them a reassuring look. There's nothing wrong with Xiaoyu, the cells in her body are very healthy and active. As for why she's unconscious, it should have something to do with evolution. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Luo said, in that case, Xiaoyu will stay with you for now, and you can help look after her. Leave it to me. I'll come and help too. Du Jiajia kept in mind her duties as a little assistant. Chen Luo nodded and said to the others, alright, all disperse, I'm going to the monitoring room. It's been a bit of a long trip out, and there have been some changes at Marina University and in Marina City as a whole. Let's say the water level has receded completely. Other changes that weren't obvious Chen Luo would have to go through the past week's security footage to find out. After everyone dispersed, Nasha found Mina. Mina, something on your mind? Mina was surprised. Mother, how did you know? Nasha stroked her head. You've called me mother. What mother doesn't know her children like the back of her hand? She explained, I guess it's related to Chen Luo, right? You've been distracted since he came back. Sort of, mostly because I don't know how to talk to him. Myrna's expression was a little difficult, her hands stirring around. Then talk to mother, and I'll help you figure it out. Great! Myrna excitedly gave Nasha a hug, leaning in to whisper something in the other woman's ear. Nasha's eyes widened in surprise. Are you telling the truth? Chapter 199, Teaching Time for the Sirens. Mina nodded affirmatively, only to see the scales on her fishtail fade away, revealing the skin underneath. This skin was simply whiter and more moist than the whitest of pearls, as if blown away. Any man would not be able to hold it in when he saw this scene. Unfortunately, Nasha was the only one here enjoying the view. Nasha said in surprise after taking a closer look, "This is a good thing, it means that Mina, your body is ready to conceive offspring." This was great news for Nasha, who had dreamed of increasing her population. Then Nasha wondered what was so bad about telling Chenluo. Her mouth opened wide in disorientation as she thought of something. Could it be that Chenluo he can't? Mother, what are you talking nonsense about? Nina was shy and angry, stomping her foot. Chenluo, he's normal. It's more than normal, it's beyond normal. It's not like Myrna hasn't seen it before. At that, Nasha became even more puzzled. What was the reason for that? I don't have much experience, I'm afraid. I'm afraid that Chenluo he won't be satisfied and will dislike me. Myrna stuttered. How dare he? Nasa shouted angrily, if Chenluo dares to dislike you, I'll fight him even if I can't beat him. Nina looked at Nasha with emotion. Thank you, mother, but I read in the movie that if there is disharmony between a man and a woman, it will affect the relationship between the couple. It is indeed possible. That's what I'm worried about. Mother, what do you think I should do? Nasha subconsciously avoided facing Myrna's naked gaze. Why don't you ask Ryua? Geez, Rua, she's not as good as me. Then go ask Ning Xiaotang Xin and the others, they have more experience. Myrna added, they're humans, and human experience doesn't work for us sirens. Nasha couldn't help it. Mina, however, hugged her arm and pouted, Mother, I was born to you, you must know a lot about this, right? Nasha forced herself not to roll her eyes. It's nice that she gave birth to Mina, but that was by her own delivery, so where's the understanding? But in front of her daughter, if she said that, wouldn't it make her look useless as a mother's wife? So, to save her face, Nasha lied, of course. Can you teach me then? Can. Nasha said sheepishly. Great. Mina gave Nasha another excited hug. Nasha barely managed to squeeze out a smile in return for Mina. After the two separated, Mina stared with big curious eyes, so, Mother, what does it feel like to do something like that? Nasha gave a vague answer after half a dozen moments of thought, it's cozy. Myrna's eyes lit up as she moved next to Nasha's ear and whispered a question. Nasha couldn't really answer this time. She made an excuse to bolt. I suddenly remembered that Nono had asked for me and had something to report to me, so I'll respond to your question later. Mother. Nasha didn't even give Mina a chance to leave herself behind and quickly wandered away from the scene. In the surveillance room, Chenluo multiplied the speed and had already seen the third day. At that moment, the sound of a door opening came from behind him. Chenluo pressed pause and turned around to see Nasa fleeing in like she was avoiding the plague. Who are you hiding from? He asked suspiciously. Facing Chenluo, there was no need for Nasa to be dignified. She rolled her eyes, it's not even Mina. Mina? Chenluo was even more puzzled. Nasha didn't explain, after all, her daughter had explained that she had to keep it a secret, and she still doted on Myrna. She rolled her eyes, the main man was here, asking anyone would be better than asking him directly. So Nasa said to Chenluo, I'm going to ask you a question, you must answer truthfully. You ask. Nasha opened her mouth, but felt a little embarrassed to just say it outright. She followed Mina's example and came up to Chenluo's ear. It was just that Chenluo was sitting down and Nasa had to bend over. This action caused the snowy whites in front of her body to stand out. It shook Chenluo's eyes straight away. I asked you. It seemed to be a trait of the Siren clan that she spoke with a watery vapor. Like the sea breeze, it blew Chenluo's ears. He resisted the urge to go scratch, and after listening to Nasha's question, his entire body catapulted right out of his chair. Just as Nasha straightened up from her question, this caused Chenluo to hit the airbag head-on. The powerful elasticity bounced Chenluo back into his seat again. He rubbed his head in confusion for a moment. Nasha didn't care about Chenluo's unintentional mistake, she urged. Hurry up and answer my question, I still have to go and reply to Myrna. Reply to who? Chenluo had just recovered from the brainwave and didn't hear it. You don't need to know, hurry up and answer. This kind of thing, what do you want me to say? Chenluo helplessly spread his hands. In that case, why don't you just do it? Here? Chenluo looked around. Although there was no one else here, Sheila and the girls could come in at any time. Wouldn't they laugh at you if they saw you doing crafts? What a pain in the ass. Nasha was also waiting impatiently and simply sought the answer herself. Don't. Chenluo wanted to stop her, but Nasa's hand was too fast for him. So all you can do is watch her get busy. Half an hour later, Nasha finally got the answer she wanted. Under Chenluo's shocked gaze, she tasted it. Then disgusted, he summoned a ball of water and washed his palms clean. Leaving behind Chenluo, who was still in a state of surprise, he twisted his fishtail and left. Chenluo looked at the open door and simply wanted to cry. What the hell is this? Nasha finds Myrna in a hurry and says to her, Myrna, I know the answer. It tastes almost as sympathetic as sea fish. Mina, however, had a flat response, that I already knew that. Nasha's expression froze as she asked, how did you know? Raya knows, she told me. It turned out that Myrna remembered the day Ryua provoked her relationship with Chenluo. She herself was only on her hands, but Ryua moved her mouth So Mina approached Ryua and asked for clarification. Nasha took a deep breath and forced her anger down. If Mina hadn't been her daughter, she would have wanted to spray her with a mouthful of water. Myrna didn't realize she was almost in danger. She asked again, I also have a question about how a siren is supposed to be human enough to do that sort of thing, and Ryua doesn't know either. Mother, can you teach me? Mina blinked her big eyes. Nasha looked at the simplicity and innocence on Yana's face and made sure that she wasn't intentionally screwing with herself. Chapter 200 Preparation for Childbirth. It can't be helped, or so the saying goes, who made Mina her daughter. And as the matriarch of the Siren clan, she was still quite attached to things like her daughter conceiving offspring with humans. It would also be good news for them to get a foothold in the world and carry on if Myrna succeeded in producing healthy and strong enough offspring. Therefore, Nasha had the duty and responsibility to teach Mina, both as a matriarch and as a matriarch. Nasha sighed at the thought, I'll teach you, but until then, you need to be ready to conceive as well. Myrna cocked her head in confusion. What preparations? First of all, you need to get your mind right, being as nervous and worried as you are obviously won't do. Secondly, you can't stay up late watching cartoons and movies anymore. Mina pouted, upset. Why? Look at you, you watch TV all day long and don't exercise, your little tummy is coming out, it will definitely affect the health of your offspring. Myrna looked down at her flat belly. That doesn't have a little belly either. But compared to her other sisters' waistlines and mermaid lines, she did put on some weight in the meantime. Myrna also had something to say about how Chenluo liked himself a bit meatier so that he was more comfortable to hold. But under Nasa's stern eyes, Mina didn't dare to talk back and could only remain silent. Also, have Chenluo give you more exotic fruits and spirit springs and the like. You especially need energy right now, and don't eat the spicy grilled fish, tell Tang Xian to prepare something light for you. While the first sentence was acceptable to Mina, the latter one she immediately interrupted, not even if you eat spicy food? Exactly. Why? Myrna asked insistently. Nasha couldn't answer that specifically, she couldn't say that eating spicy food was bad for you, could she? They had lived in the sea all their lives and had never eaten spicy food before coming to the safe house. But Nasha did see in the palace drama that the eunuch would instruct the pregnant consort to eat lightly. That's how Nasha got her act together, as a way to show off her professionalism. Anyway, you just can't eat spicy acid before pregnancy. So much trouble, huh? Mina suddenly felt like that was all there was to it for men and women. I'm not getting pregnant then. Nevertheless, Nasha glared up and scolded seriously. You are now shouldering the mission of our clan, so don't be capricious anymore. It was the first time Mina had ever seen such a serious mother superior, and she was acutely aware of the burden on her shoulders. As the princess of the Sirens, she has always been taken care of and protected by all her people. It was her turn to do her duty as a princess and contribute to the pack. Mina said with a determined look in her eyes, I know. Well, that's all for now, I'll look into some more information later. During lunch, Chenluo noticed Myrna frowning sadly at a plate of steamed sea fish. Concerned, he asked, what? Not to your liking? Myrna nodded. She was so used to eating heavy that going back to light was too much for her to get used to in a short period of time. I'll have Tang Xian add some steamed fish soy sauce? Yes. Mina nodded vigorously. Plus what plus? Nasha, who was elegantly enjoying her meal on the side, spoke up, pouring cold water on Yana. She can't eat anything with too much flavor right now. Chenluo was puzzled. Myrna, are you not feeling well? Do you want Ning Xiao to check you over? No, I'm fine. Myrna ate, despite her aggravation. Chenluo was even more confused, but he didn't ask much. After all, he had only just done that kind of thing with Nasha, and even though he had been forced to, he had more or less apologized to Mina. The meal ended on an awkward note. After the meal, Nasha found Chenluo. Chenluo subconsciously protected his body. Nasha rolled her eyes. What were you thinking? I've come to instruct you on a matter of business. But, Chenluo didn't let go. You say. During this recent period, you should also pay attention to your diet, as well as try to go to Ning Xiao and the others as little as possible. Chenluo is definitely not willing. Why? To save ammunition, of course. Chenluo's eyes widened when he heard this, and you said you didn't hit on me? Nasha explained, it's not me, it's Mina. Mina? Nasa told Chenluo everything about Mina. It was something she and Myrna had discussed. Nasha thinks that this kind of thing is definitely something that both parties should be prepared for and work together, and not hide it from the other party. Of course, there was a big part of it. She was afraid that Myrna would continue to press herself for details. She couldn't answer, so she couldn't really teach Yana after experiencing it herself, could she? Mina, on the other hand, felt that it was too unfair for only herself to suffer, and her heart would be balanced if Chenluo was also pulled down. After Nasha finished speaking, she glanced somewhere towards Chenluo. Although your seeds are healthy and the amount is great, but you can't be proud of it, you still have to keep it up. Chenluo suddenly realized, so you're doing it to give me a physical examination? Nasha froze for a moment, then responded and admitted, ahem, yes, you really do. Favor Yana. Favored. Chen Luo still had a vivid memory of the scene where Nasa tasted it with her tongue. It's really not often that you get to do this as a mother. That's for sure. Nasha didn't hear the tone outside Chen Luo's words. She thought Chen Luo was praising herself and proudly raised her chin. However, Chen Luo paused for 3 seconds. Isn't it too early to prepare for this? It's not early at all. I can warn you, the fate of our pack is at stake in this matter. You must take heed. The problem is that neither Mina nor I have yet. Besides, it's not that easy. Ning Xiao and the girls haven't moved a bit. Chen Luo didn't even do much safety measures. You can see that this kind of thing has to be a matter of fate. Chen Luo had also wondered if it was because he had injected himself with a genetic evolution potion. I was also thinking of looking for Ning Xiao or Zhuang Ningmeng to give myself a look after a while. But certainly not now. It's such a mess out there, one crisis a day. Choosing to have a baby at this time is kind of irresponsible, both to each other and to the children. Nasha didn't care about that. To her, not having offspring was the biggest crisis. I don't care, you should always be ready anyway. I'll let you know when Myrna's physical state is adjusted. Nasha said one thing and didn't give Chen Luo a chance to object at all. Chen Luo could only respond verbally, I know. Looking at Nasha's stance, she wouldn't let herself go if she didn't agree. Let's just gloss over it and go back to what we were doing. Satisfied, Nasha said, I'm counting on you, and if Mina succeeds in giving birth and has healthy offspring, I'll leave the rest of the clan to you. Chen Luo's expression, which was still calm, instantly became taut. Ha! Chapter 201 Hacker Lin Miaotong. I've seen a pie in the sky, but I've never seen such a pie in the sky. But it's time to say no, the appeal of this pie is still very strong. What? You don't want to? Nasa gave Chen Luo a blank look. Don't think I don't know about you and Nua Nua and the girls. Ha! Chen Luo scratched the back of his head and laughed awkwardly twice. I'm pure with them. I will not interfere in your affairs. It was all about breeding offspring anyway, and Nasha didn't really care as to how it was done. Moreover, Chen Luo was so strong, if he procreated with him, he might be able to give birth to even stronger offspring. Nasha was begging for it. Anyway, you have to get Myrna pregnant first. Chen Luo looked at Nasa's powerful baby granary. This ripe to the core figure sends a message all the time. That is, she is of an age suitable for childbearing. Chen Luo ghostly asked, what about you? The corners of Nasha's mouth turned up slightly. You're hitting on me? Misunderstanding, I just casually asked. Chen Luo hurriedly waved his hand. Nasha quipped, it's not impossible, as long as what? Chen Luo immediately picked up. Nasha had a smirk in her eyes, as if to say, still talking about misunderstanding, showing your face, huh? She put away her smile and said in a serious manner, as the matriarch, I naturally have to set an example. But the pack is not fully settled yet, and I must be at my best at all times in order to protect my people. That said, in Chen Luo's understanding that meant that the goodwill wasn't there. She didn't trust Chen Luo enough to hand over the safety of her entire clan to Chen Luo. Otherwise, with the security of the safe house, Nasha was completely at ease. Well, I have to go keep an eye on Mina, she's bound to sneak in some TV while I'm gone. With that, Nasha excused herself and left. In the recreation room, Lin Miaotong, whose body had recovered, was playing fighting games with Zhu Huihui. On the side, Du Jejia was giving Zhu Huihui tips. Oops, you burst her. How can you just burst? My grandma came all counter-bursting. Oh her, oh. Zhu Huihui gets a double P from Lin Miaotong under the tutelage of Du Jejia. Zhu Huihui glared at Du Jejia and handed her the handle. You do it? Du Jejia returned, I'm not a masochist. Lin Miaotong said triumphantly, still coming? It's not coming, that said, you're too good at single-player games, FPS games, and fighting games. That's for sure, I do nothing but watch and play games at home. It's all hard work and sweat. Chen Luo walked in and said, you're all here. Big brother master. Brother Chen Luo. Zhu Huihui and Du Jejia hugged Chen Luo's arms left and right. Lin Miaotong and Chen Luo weren't quite familiar with each other yet, and the socially terrified woman greeted her somewhat unnaturally. After the afternoon, Chen Luo returned. Has the body recovered? Much better. Lin Miaotong thought that Chen Luo was trying to drive herself away and returned with some apprehension. It was crowded though and she was uncomfortable. However, after experiencing the villa being broken into, Lin Miaotong profoundly realized that it was more important to be safe than familiar surroundings. I remember you're a hacker, right? Lin Miaotong nodded. Can you hack into surveillance systems or satellites? Chen Luo had learned from Ning Xiao that Lin Miaotong had behaved normally during his absence. This dispelled the last bit of doubt he had about Lin Miaotong. In that case, it's time for her to play to her strengths. He doesn't keep idlers in his safe house. It's possible, Lin Miaotong was a bit hesitant, but I don't have the equipment, and if I want to hack into the satellite, I have to have sufficiently specialized equipment and network to do so. Professional equipment Chen Luo has, but the network is a little difficult, you have to have a first kiss. Just the way Lin Miaotong saw herself and couldn't even speak properly. If he had offered to kiss her, wouldn't she have been so scared that she would have run away on the spot? So without the internet you can still hack into the electronic devices of the group that broke into your house and keep tabs on their movements? It can be invaded physically. By inserting my USB drive into their device, I can install the virus I coded into their device. Chen Luo frowned. If he could plug in a USB flash drive, why would he need to monitor the movements of people in the company? Lin Miaotong also noticed the change in Chen Luo's expression. She was worried that Chen Luo would think she was useless and kick her out. So she thought hard, and suddenly a flash of insight came to her. Yes, Lin Miaotong excitedly stated, they most likely took my computer, and I have a virus installed in my computer, so I can track my computer to pinpoint their location. Chen Luo's eyebrows stretched. But I don't have the equipment right now. Before Lin Miaotong's words fell, she saw Chen Luo pull out a laptop from somewhere. You try this one. Lin Miaotong took the boot and opened her mouth in surprise. The laptop was more advanced than she had expected. Some configurations aren't even available yet. And the computer was already loaded with all kinds of hacking software. Lin Miaotong is the same as Lu Bu who got the red hair, Liu Bei who got the Lu, and Dong Zhuo who got the sable cicada. See the hunt and love it. She simply pressed a few keys and said in surprise, sure enough, those guys copied all of my offspring's information, even the virus. Chen Luo hurriedly walked over. Is there a way to locate them? I'll try. Lin Miaotong crackled with a flurry of operations and finally pressed the enter key. Then he shook his head at Chen Luo in disappointment. No, they are too far away. I can only track them if they are within the boundaries of Binhai City. Chen Luo was not too disappointed. It's enough to make it this far. As soon as the company's people entered Marina City, he could get the news in advance. That was enough time for him to get ready for them. Seeing that Lin Miaotong was a bit down, Chen Luo comforted her. Don't blame yourself, you're already very good, this computer is for you. Really? Lin Miaotong clutched her laptop in disbelief. With this computer, you couldn't get down without hundreds of thousands of dollars before the end times. He simply gave it to himself? What am I lying to you for? This computer was supposed to be Lin Miaotong's first acquaintance reward. It was used to boost her favorability. Lin Miaotong excitedly said thank you, and was no longer so unfamiliar with Chen Luo. An electromechanical tone resounded in Chen Luo's mind. Lin Miaotong's favoritism plus 20 to 40, friendly. Enough. A computer that no one but Lin Miaotong would use. In exchange for 20 favor points, it's been worth it. Chapter 202 Zhu Wenwen's new job. For the next few days, Chen Luo saw Nasa hugging a book and studying it every day. He looked at them as he passed by, and the titles were all something like Pregnancy Guide or Parenting Guide or something like that. Next to her, Myrna was forced to read along with her, reluctance written all over her small, palm-sized face. Nasha also tried to slip Chen Luo a copy of Do's and Don'ts for New Dads, making him cry. Chen Luo also came to understand that the sirens were not at all experienced with pregnancy. They are like ovoviviparous fish that suddenly transform into fetal mammals. All the clansmen were in the dark and had to figure it out on their own. Chen Luo found Zhuang Ningmeng, who was studying biology, and wanted her to give Nasha and the girls the right science. As a result, Zhuang Ningmeng said, I don't have any free time, the research and development of the potion is still in full swing, and I have to keep an eye on Xiaoyu, so I really can't get away. She suggested to Chen Luo, go find Ning Xiao, she's a medical student and knows more about physiological sex than I do, or find Zhu Wenwen as well. Zhu Wenwen? Chen Luo was a bit surprised, she knows this too? Don't look at Zhu Wenwen so shy, she knows more knowledge than any other person, and is considered to be well-read. The book Nasha and the girls are reading was recommended by Wendy Chu. Of course Chen Luo knew this, after all, the system pointed out that Zhu Wenwen's identity was that of a scholar. It's just that Zhu Wenwen usually acted too low-key and didn't look knowledgeable at all. It's easy to overlook her. Zhuang Ningmeng and Zhu Wenwen were on very good terms, and the two had a good conversation when the latter first came to the safe house. Zhuang Ningmeng recommended to Chen Luo, Zhu Wenwen is a good girl, letting her be your maid is really too much to bury her, find something serious for her to do. Chen Luo felt that Zhuang Ningmeng was right and nodded. In the afternoon, Chen Luo was on the rooftop looking into the distance. There was a hot sun overhead, so hot that the air seemed to distort. Chen Luo wondered, hadn't the summer already passed? Seasonally, it's late fall and even winter soon. This hot heat is so counterintuitive too. Chen Luo couldn't help but think about it. With this changeable and extreme weather, it's clear that the end times are kicking in again. I also wonder how long this heat will last and if it will continue to rise. There was no shade shelter on the rooftop, and Chen Luo was sunburned and sweating profusely after only 3 minutes. He walked out of the rooftop just in time to collide with Zhu Wenwen, who was carrying a glass of juice. Brother Chen Luo, Zhu Wenwen always involuntarily blushed when she saw Chen Luo, but she never ran away. Instead, she actively and deeply stared at Chen Luo, as if he was the only one in her eyes. No, it should be the two of them. She acted the same way when she saw her sister. Zhu Wenwen handed Chen Luo the juice. Chen Luo took it and tasted it. The juice was room temperature and not pleasant to drink. So he shook his hand, only to see a mist of water covering the inside of the cup's walls and rapidly crystallizing into ice crystals. Chen Luo took another sip and squinted his eyes comfortably. It's the right thing to do. Right, Chen Luo opened his eyes. I was just about to look for you. Zhu Wenwen stood very well behaved. Rowdy came to me recently complaining that you took her job away from her. Xu Wenwen anxiously defended, I didn't do it on purpose, I just wanted to repay you. This was the only way she could think of to repay Chen Luo. She also thought about giving her body in return, but with low self-esteem, she felt that she was not worthy of Chen Luo. She was so average, short not to mention flat. There's nothing feminine about it at all. It was completely incomparable to Chen Luo's women who had a convex front and a curvy back. Originally she could see Hope in Zero, after all they were about the same size. But after learning that Zero had two other forms, and that one was bigger than the other, Zhu Wenwen completely lost hope. She then decided to repay Chen Luo by serving him. But even for the position of Chen Luo's personal maid, there was likewise someone who was competing with her, and that was Luo Wei with her powerful legs. I know, your character is supposed to be non-competitive, Chen Luo gave her a reassuring look, but the maid's job should still be left to Luo Wei. As soon as Zhu Wenwen heard this, her eyes reddened slightly and she forced herself not to shed any tears. But well, Chen Luo's words changed, I have a more suitable job for you to repay, I don't know if you're willing? With tears still in her eyes, Zhu Wenwen quickly nodded her head, willing. Just listen to me first about what the job is. Chen Luo told Zhu Wenwen about his idea of opening a classroom, and said, for now you just need to teach and popularize the physical aspects with Nasha and their clan. Other members can also ask for your knowledge if they want to learn it as well. Also, if I have children in the future, I'm going to ask you to be their teacher. Although Chen Luo does not have the idea of having a child for the time being, he is not afraid of the worst. Chen Luo is a person who likes to prepare in advance for everything he does. Zhu Wenwen froze. Leave the kids to her tutelage? These words undoubtedly revealed Chen Luo's great trust in her. And Wenwen Zhu loves the job, giving her strengths a chance to be put to use. So she said to Chen Luo with firm eyes, leave it to me, I'll definitely teach them well. Chen Luo clapped his hands, then it's decided, carry out a trial class tomorrow, I'll have Nasha, Myrna and the girls all come to class. Ha? Tomorrow? Zhu Wenwen's just raised confidence instantly vanished. Will this be too rushed? I haven't prepared the lesson yet. It's fine, Chen Luo patted her shoulder and encouraged, the course is about a gradual progression, you don't need to be too specialized at first. Despite the words, Zhu Wenwen was still nervous. I'll have to catch up on my lesson planning before I can do that. After saying that, Zhu Wenwen turned around and trotted away. Chen Luo held up his empty cup, but Zhu Wenwen could no longer hear him. Never mind, I'll take it down myself. The next day, Wenwen Zhu's small classroom was officially opened. Chen Luo was invited by her to come and observe. With him around, Zhu Wenwen could relax a bit. The classroom was chosen to be in a relatively large, empty room. Desks and chairs were brought in from the Marina University building. The students in the class were Nasha, who was serious, Ryua, who was earnest, and Mina, who was distracted. As well as the sirens such as Nono who exchanged pleasantries and glanced at Chen Luo every now and then, letting out a cheeky laugh. At that moment, Zhu Wenwen, who was wearing a professional suit, walked in. Black blazer with white shirt. The bottom was a black, knee-covering skirt with black silk over the legs. It made Zhu Wenwen's entire body exude a sense of solemnity. Chapter 203, the mini-class is in session. But Zhu Wenwen has always given off the impression of being the petite and cute type, which really puts people in awe of her. When Chen Luo went to school, if there was such a female teacher, the naughtier boys in the class definitely molested her. Zhu Wenwen also understands her shortcomings as a teacher in terms of image, so she purposely put her hair up in a more mature hairstyle and wore a pair of gold glasses. But the effect, from the fact that after she came in, the chatting in the back row of Nano and the others didn't stop, you can see how effective it was. Nasha turned her head, her beautiful eyes glaring. Her authority was clearly higher than Zhu Wenwen's by an unknown amount, and Nua and the girls immediately closed their mouths and lowered their heads. Zhu Wenwen threw a thankful look at NASA. She walked over to the podium table and cleared her throat. Ahem, welcome to my physiology class, let's start with recognizing the structure of the human body in this first class today. Chen Luo secretly nodded, it was quite decent. Wendy Chu continued, first of all human beings are divided into men and women in total, but of course there may be other genders in certain countries, such as intersex, asexual, non-binary genders, and fluid genders. She opened her little mouth and blah, 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 blah. Mina's head was spinning from hearing this, and she couldn't help but say, so many genders? Is this still a human? It's simply a lantern fish monster. The lantern fish monster is a sea monster from their world. The lantern above its head can change to what the human mind most wants to see, tempting the person to come closer for predation. Nasha didn't get it either, but that didn't stop her from berating Mina. If you didn't get it, why don't you write it down? Myrna was unconvinced as she turned her head to Chen Luo and asked, Chen Luo, can you memorize so many genders? Chen Luo snorted, there should only be 2 genders. Zhu Wenwen nodded, agreeing with Chen Luo's words. The genders in certain countries have increased to hundreds, but I see it the same way as Chen Luo, so we just have to keep these 2 in mind. Mina raised an eyebrow at Nasha smugly, see, that's what the teacher said. Nasha glared at her before she put away her playful smile. Today, let's meet women of both genders. Nono from the back row interrupted, Miss. 1, we're all familiar with the females already, can we just skip it and talk about the males? Shu Wenwen had a somewhat difficult expression on her face. It wasn't what she'd planned. But Nono had a point, not to mention the fact that they ate and lived with so many human females, and often swam together. Having mastered the body structure of the human female long ago, there really isn't much need to speak about it. So Shu Wenwen said with an apology, "It's my negligence that the lessons were arranged in an unreasonable manner, so let's go straight to the second lesson, recognizing the male body structure." Other than Chen Luo, everyone else came into the spirit. Especially Ryua, whose personality was already more serious. She even pulled out a notebook and started taking notes. The difference between males and females is that their first sexual characteristics are different from those of females, which include, for males it is. Secondly, there is also a large difference in secondary sexual characteristics, with women's. I have to say, when she got serious, Zhu Wenwen really had the demeanor of a teacher. The boring class was made very lively by her, and the crowd listened with great interest, including Nasha. Of course, this did not include Chen Luo. It was a lesson he had taken back in middle school, so his attention was more on Zhu Wenwen. Compared to her skinny appearance when she first came to the safe house, Zhu Wenwen was much more rounded now. Don't look at her petite size, but her body is unexpectedly well proportioned. As she turned around, her round, full little buttocks strained the overskirt and the short legs underneath were strangled with flesh from the black silk. Together with the lowly teacher, the contrast brought by the identity is even more quite charged. Chen Luo couldn't stop watching. Out of the corner of her eye, Nono inadvertently glanced at Chen Luo's side face. Realizing that he had been staring at Zhu Wenwen, Novo's eyes twinkled and she thought of a very funny prank. She raised her hand. "Teacher, I don't understand when you just talk like that. Can you give me some examples? Instances?" There is no small blackboard here, so Zhu Wenwen can't draw for them even if she wants to. Helplessly, Zhu Wenwen could only say, "I have a textbook here, you guys pass around and take a look at it." Novo, however, said, "Teacher, what's on paper doesn't leave much of an impression even after you read it, and you'll forget it when you turn your head. So what do you want to do? Is there a way for us to see it live and in person? One that can visualize the male anatomy?" Nono's eyes were glowing and she looked a little excited. Shu Wenwen looked sad. "I don't have any models for teaching here either. And are there any living examples?" Nono was so anxious that he almost said it outright. Shu Wenwen looked around and saw Chen Luo before she reacted as an afterthought. Isn't Chen Luo a living example? But this class was studying the male body structure. Was she going to make Chen Luo strip naked? Shu Wenwen was thin-skinned and was really embarrassed to open her mouth. Still, let's just forget about it and just look at the pictures in the book. Nono shot a look at the other sisters. They immediately understood and said, "Oops, teacher, the picture can't be remembered." That's just it. The sirens were all curious about Chen Luo's body. Even those who had already seen it like Myrna and Ruo watched the fun and got up together. Shu Wenwen had no choice but to bite her teeth at their urging and resolutely walk to Chen Luo. Chen Luo didn't come back to his senses until then, retracting his gaze from the black silk and stopping at Zhu Wenwen's face. "Brother Chen Luo. Shu Wenwen hesitated to speak. "What's wrong? Is class over? I want to ask you for something." Chen Luo patted his chest and said, "Just tell me, I'll provide you with whatever teaching materials and aids are missing." "Great," Zhu Wenwen said excitedly, "then please take off your clothes." 3 question marks were plucked out of Chen Luo's head. Shu Wenwen explained, "I need a model to show my students. Can you do me this favor?" "Nonsense." Chen Luo scolded with a stern face. "If you do this kind of thing in private, Chen Luo will definitely agree. But in front of so many people, you made him strip down and display it. He couldn't carry it even with a thicker skin." Chapter 204, Are you really listening? Chen Luo wanted to yell out a rebuke, but Zhu Wenwen looked at him with a pleading face. Thinking that Zhu Wenwen's character was already rather introverted, she was also entrusted by herself to agree to come as a teacher. So Chen Luo's tone unconsciously softened. "Shizuku, why does teaching have to be modeling? Can't you just look at pictures?" For her part, when Zhu commiserated, "The students say they can't remember just by looking at the pictures." Chen Luo turned his head back, and sure enough, he saw many pairs of cunning eyes. Now he understood who was trying to screw him. "No, was it you who said that?" Nua, who had a big red wave as if she was burning a flame, revealed an innocent expression when she heard Chen Luo's words. "I'm the one who said it. I'm doing it for the sake of the quality of teaching. Can you be that kind?" Chen Luo narrowed his eyes skeptically. Compared to the other sirens, who had little contact with humans and were not well versed in the world, Nono seemed very ghostly. "Look at you, can I lie to you?" Nono blinked. "Have you lied to me less?" Chen Luo rolled his eyes. He hadn't been fooled by Nono much. For example, Nono often lied about something and took him to a room. As it turned out, when I opened the door, it was the other sirens inside changing. Although the light was seen, Siren does not care, is it, and even more bold, will also change the swimsuit to ask Chen Luo which piece looks good. Victoria's Secret on the spot. There were plenty of other pranks, but they were harmless jokes. Instead of being annoyed by her, people will love her vivaciousness and cheerfulness. Chen Luo looked towards Nasa, who had been watching from the sidelines. "Someone's interrupting class and you're not going to stop it?" What Chen Luo did not expect was that NASA said in a serious manner, "No one is disturbing you." "You mean Nua Nua?" "I think her proposal still has value to adopt." Chen Luo returned without thinking, "Then why don't you do modeling?" Nasha, however, said slowly, "Because this class is about male body structure, and if it were about siren body structure, I'd be more than happy to model that." "Raven, do you have these classes in your schedule?" Shu Wenwen hurriedly took out a note from her pocket and unfolded it to read it. Then she exclaimed, "Yes. This course schedule was developed by Wendy Chu in consultation with Nasha. The purpose was mainly to teach the other clans how to mate and reproduce with humans, or just say Chen Luo. So not only do they have to learn about human construction, they also have to know enough about themselves, especially after taking on human form." Chen Luo looked Nasa up and down with the same unsuspecting gaze. Nasha didn't expect to be punked by herself either. But always a man of her word, she doesn't backtrack. Instead, he said with a big smile, "Okay, I'll be the one to show it off when the time comes." In such a comparison, it looked like Chen Luo was squirming. Chen Luo gritted his teeth, "Then I'll lay down my life and show it." The sirens cheered, and Chen Luo added, "But it has to be one-on-one." He was embarrassed in the end, and couldn't do what Siren had done without any notion of male or female or physical privacy. "Pretentious." Nasha grunted. Shu Wenwen then said, "Then let's use the empty room next door. Brother Chen Luo, you go in first and wait while the students line up outside the door and go in one by one." Chen Luo always felt strange when he thought of this image. "How is it that it seems like you've become a greenhouse girl waiting for a John to come to your door?" But the words had been put out, so Chen Luo naturally wouldn't back out. He first went into the next room alone and waited. "Then let's go out too." Without waiting for Zhu Wenwen to finish her sentence, the silence could not wait to pour out. In front of the door to the next room, they stood still again, both waiting for someone else to be first in line. The main reason was that Chen Luo was nominally Princess Myrna's man, and it would be a bit of an overstep for them to jump ahead of her. That's why they're both trying to steal the second spot. Nina was about to step forward when she noticed a man in line. Puzzled, she asked, "Ms. Shu Wenwen, do you have to stand in line too?" Shu Wenwen was discovered and her thin skin instantly turned red. She stuttered and replied, I have to. Check over. The teaching aids are standardized and regulated." In fact, it was Zhu Wenwen herself who had never seen it in reality with her own eyes. This seemed so unprofessional as a teacher. That's why she was thinking of adding to her knowledge base. Of course, there was that billionth bit of curiosity in Zhu Wenwen's heart. So, Mina didn't suspect anything and was about to move on when she realized that someone had jumped ahead of her and taken the first position. "Mother, what are you?" Nasha was going to be much more reasonable in the face of Myrna's questioning. "What? Can I get in line?" Her thoughts were similar to Zhu Wenwen's, that is, don't look at the fact that she was the matriarch of a clan and still the only one who had experience in childbearing. But really, she doesn't necessarily know any more than the rest of the clan. Even Myrna's questions couldn't be answered. As the matriarch, it would make her feel humiliated. That's why she's in line. Nasha's power forced Mina to come in second. The other clansmen have lined up behind them. Nasha pushed the door open and stepped inside, then turned back to the many inquiring eyes and closed the door behind her. Inside the room, Chen Luo had already stripped down to the last piece. At the sound of someone coming in, he looked up and asked in surprise, "Why you?" Nasha had the same answer. "What? Can't I come in? Haven't you read it? Hasn't Myrna seen it too? Didn't Lua read it too? They are to procreate with me, and so are you?" Nasha raised her eyebrows and said in a very ambiguous tone, "Have you forgotten? I did say before that if the pack is stabilized, then I, as the leader of the pack, am also going to set an example and personally devote myself to the task of reproducing the breeding stock." Chen Luo was dumbfounded. "Take it off," Nasha urged. "They're all waiting outside." Chen Luo had no choice but to take off the last piece. Nasha's eyes naturally locked on the bottom. Confused, she asked, "How come it's different from what I saw last time? It's only this much? I'm afraid any man who hears that can't take it." Chen Luo rolled his eyes and explained, "This is the state of calmness. It's not the same when you enter a fighting state." "I want to be in fighting shape," Nasha said. "As it is now, there is no point in educating at all." Chen Luo spread his hands. "That can't be helped, I can't control it either." Nasha remembered what she had just learned in class. "I remember Wendy Chu saying that you have to be stimulated to do that." Chen Luo froze. "You're really listening?" Chapter 205, "You guys are playing a big game." "That's for sure, I was listening very carefully." Nasha puffed out her chest proudly. "You are really idle." Chen Luo didn't say this out loud, only thinking about it in his heart. Nasha said, "It's a good thing I came in first. If the other clansmen had seen it, they would have been disappointed and lost interest in the whole reproduction thing." "Is it that serious?" Chen Luo expressed his skepticism. "Of course you have. Anyway, let me help you." Before Chen Luo could react, a hand had already reached over, again? Chen Luo wanted to refuse, but his body was more honest than him. Nasha nodded. "That's what I remember." After saying that, she stood up and left Chen Luo behind to walk outside Chen Luo. Aren't you responsible to the end?" Chen Luo shouted at her back. Nasa smiled flirtatiously. How else can you teach when you're in the end? I'm only responsible for helping you up. Bye. Chen Luo was filled with helplessness and could only watch her push the door out. After a while, a man pushed his way through the door. This time it was Mina, who first poked in ahead and saw Chen Luo guffawing before coming in. Chen Luo. If you want to look at it quickly, look at it and change to the next one. Chen Luo's tone seemed impatient. There's no way around it. It's not like he can release it. This is a situation where any man would not have a very good temper. Mina asked with a grin, are you having a hard time? Why do you ask if you know? So, I'll help you. She lowered her head as soon as the words were out of her mouth. She finally understood the taste in her mother's mouth. Sure enough, it smells like fish. Chen Luo had just gotten into the swing of things, and as a result, Myrna had stopped as well. At Chen Luo's puzzled gaze, Myrna apologetically explained, I'm sorry, mother said that for the sake of the rest of the clan, I had to be on point. What is this? It made it even harder for him not to get on and off. Myrna went out, then Ryua. She was more careful than Myrna, and knew to rinse it with water first. Ryua was followed by the fourth, fifth. I don't know how many. Until a timid figure walked in. Seeing the other party's face, Chen Luo subconsciously pulled his clothes over his body. Raven, what are you doing in here? Zhu Wenwen's face was as red as an apple. She explained in a whisper, it's better on paper than on paper, so I wanted to see it for myself. Forget it, there's not much more than one more of you anyway. Chen Luo also swung rotten, throwing his clothes to the ground and standing up in a big way. Yikes! Zhu Wenwen exclaimed, covering her eyes with her hands. It then opened a crack and looked out from the inside. So ugly. Chen Luo rolled his eyes, do you want to see it or not? If not, change to the next one. Zhu Wenwen quickly let go of her hand, I see. After she finished speaking, she pulled out a notebook and a pen and scribbled at Chen Luo. Soon, she wrapped up her pen and nodded in satisfaction, great job. Chen Luo came closer to take a look. Oh, that's a pretty good drawing. Simple sketches but outline Chen Luo's handsome, strong and magnificent body. The confident demeanor of the brow is also excellently portrayed. I didn't realize you had a talent for drawing. He praised. Zhu Wenwen stammered back, still. It's okay. Chen Luo was just about to ask her why she was stuttering again, but ended up following her line of sight all the way down and immediately discovered the problem. He took a step back and said, sorry, I wasn't paying attention. It's fine. Zhu Wenwen returned with a voice like a fly, I'll go out first. Without giving Chen Luo a chance to speak, Zhu Wenwen ran out as if she was escaping, even forgetting to take her notebook. Never mind, I'll take it to her when it's over. But the touch of black silk just now was truly unforgettable. Chen Luo couldn't help but think back over and over again. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Chen Luo returned to his senses. He opened his eyes to see that it was Nono who had come in. It's you. Is there anyone else out there? Nope, I'm the last one. Nono shook his head. It can finally be over. Chen Luo sighed in relief. Come over here. Nono approached and observed with glowing eyes. She observed quite carefully, as if she were trying to memorize every detail. Chen Luo suddenly remembered something, right? Don't you usually rush to do everything? Why are you at the end of the line today? Nono's long eyelashes flickered. Guess? That's not where I would have guessed. Chen Luo was about to say something when another familiar touch came from underneath. It was a feeling he had felt many times today. Some of the more daring Silens would have gotten their hands on the experience, not to mention the already curious Nono. To Chen Luo's surprise, Nua actually nodded his head as well. Aside from Mina and Rua, Nono was the third siren to do this. Just when he thought Nono would be just as on point as they were, Nono didn't stop. Chen Luo was so relieved that he opened his eyes and saw Nua thud and stood up. Now you know why I came last? She gave a cheeky grin and hopped and swam out of the room. Still a woman who keeps you guessing. Chen Luo shook his head. Just when he thought it was over, the door opened again. It's you, Zhu Wenwen, you're here to get your notebook, right? Zhu Wenwen didn't speak, but covered her mouth, her eyes wide. Chen Luo took his notebook and walked towards Zhu Wenwen. Zhu Wenwen reacted and took the notebook, but her eyes never left Chen Luo's body. What's wrong? Haven't you seen it all? Chen Luo said strangely. Zhu Wenwen shook her head. Chen Luo suddenly realized, this is another state, you haven't seen it before, but you'll be able to switch soon. As soon as the words fell, he had already recovered by virtue of his powerful physique. Chen Luo was still confident in this aspect and swayed his body triumphantly. See, doesn't that make sense? He looked toward Zhu Wenwen, who still maintained her surprised expression, her mouth wide open. Chen Luo suddenly remembered that Zhu Wenwen was not wearing a professional dress with black silk today. This Zhu Wenwen is wearing JK. This is not like Wenwen Zhu style, but more like, Zhu YY, it can't be you, can it? When Zhu Huihui saw that she was recognized by Chen Luo, she stopped pretending. With a smile in her eyes, she flirted, Brother Chen Luo, you guys are playing a big game. Don't misunderstand, we are doing this for the sake of teaching. Chen Luo's old face blushed as he hurriedly picked up the clothes on the ground and put them on. I understand everything. Zhu Huihui's words made Chen Luo feel even more ashamed. He could only change the subject in a raw way. What did you come to see me about? Right, I almost forgot the main thing, Zhu Huihui said. Brother Chen Luo, I want to work too. Chapter 206, Don't Tell My Sister. Chen Luo couldn't help but want to hold his forehead when he remembered the scandal he had just made. Under this kind of emotion, he couldn't listen to what Zhu Huihui said at all, only wanting to quickly perfume it. So he said casually, what do you want for a job, for goodness sake? Zhu Huihui also had something to say. Everyone in this safe house had something serious to do. She couldn't be the only one with nothing to do, could she? Before, she could say she was getting well, but now that she was well, she couldn't find any reason to do so. Besides, Zhu Huihui wanted to find a way to repay Chen Luo. She pouted and pouted, you've given your sister a new job, can't you give me one too? Chen Luo asked back, what would you do? I can make dessert. Zhu Huihui blurted out excitedly. Obviously she had thought about it long before she came to Chen Luo. What's the point of knowing how to make dessert? You can give it to everyone, yeah. Desserts can be moody and revitalize and restore morale in these tough times. Letting Zhu Huihui talk nonsense, Chen Luo was not too interested. If it was usual, he might have just agreed to it because he was in a good mood. Right now, though, he was just exiting his sage state, and reason was still prevailing. So he justifiably analyzes that these roles are minimal compared to the risk of going out and finding the tools to make dessert. He added, it would have been better if you had brought it up some time ago, but now that it's so hot out, it's really hard to get you tools. When Zhu Huihui heard this, her little face fell and she hung her head. When Chen Luo saw her like this, he remembered something and opened the system. Name, Zhu Huihui. Identity, college girl, schoolgirl, dessert maker. Favorability, 100, till death do us part. Reward for first acquaintance, medication for appendicitis surgery, acquired. Reward for first kiss, dessert shop, unearned. Complete strategy reward, genetic evolution potion, not obtained. Chen Luo was not surprised that the good sense was full. Zhu Huihui was originally relatively simple-minded, and her good sense reached 50 directly when she first met. One of the highest starting favorites of all the targets. The subsequent rise was also relatively simple. Chen Luo didn't even give her much deliberate benefit, she rose full on her own. The patient in the identity has been replaced by a dessert maker as the surgery was successful and the body recovered. After looking at the rewards, Chen Luo closed the panel and said to Zhu Huihui, who had her head down, it's not impossible for you to make dessert if you want to. Zhu Huihui brightened up and waited expectantly for the following. Just give me a kiss. This method is really the easiest and quickest. But Zhu Huihui didn't realize that Chen Luo could get rewards through kissing. It was thought that Chen Luo had a crush on her and wanted to take advantage of her. She shyly put her hands behind her back and hesitantly said, It's not good. You and sister, aren't you in that kind of relationship? What relationship? Chen Luo didn't understand. It's that kind of relationship, aren't you all honest about it? Just now Chen Luo mistook Zhu Huihui for her sister Zhu Wenwen. Not only was he naked, but he also performed a switching form in front of his face. It was no wonder Zhu Huihui misunderstood that the two of them were in that kind of relationship. Chen Luo explained, didn't I say that it was all for the sake of teaching? Well, I believe you. Zhu Huihui herself also had a good feeling about Chen Luo, and after hearing Chen Luo's request, her heart burst with joy. It was also easy to believe Chen Luo's words. She walked forward, stood on her tiptoes and wrapped her arms around Chen Luo's neck, looking at Chen Luo with deep affection. Under such a blazing gaze from her, it was instead Chen Luo who subconsciously dodged. His sage mode was also fully restored, with reason and sensibility in balance. Chen Luo said to Zhu Huihui, let's just forget about it. I'll just go and find you the equipment machines for making desserts. Zhu Huihui was not happy and hugged and refused to let go. It's a deal, you can't keep your word. I just had a brain fart. Seeing that Chen Luo was about to backtrack, Zhu Huihui decided not to give him another chance to speak. Immediately pasted up, but because the height difference between the two was too great, she just couldn't reach Chen Luo's lips even if she stood on her tiptoes. She stomped her foot in annoyance, you bend your back. Hui, you. Zhu Huihui did not do anything, a jump in place, JK skirt under the bare legs ring Chen Luo's waist. Then the head dipped and stuck up. Chen Luo's intention was just a kiss, a touch and go kind of thing. But Zhu Huihui obviously didn't think so. She was incredibly devoted and closed her eyes to enjoy her first kiss. Seeing that the wood had been turned, Chen Luo simply cooperated as well. After all, how to say that this is also the first kiss of someone's girl, cannot create a romantic atmosphere, then give her a perfect experience. After a long time of lips parting, Zhu Huihui let go of Chen Luo and jumped off of him. She wiped her mouth and turned back into the original well-behaved and understanding young girl, lowering her head and saying, thank you, brother Chen Luo. You're welcome. Chen Luo subconsciously returned. Can we not tell my sister? Zhu Huihui inquired cautiously. Zhu Huihui knew that Zhu Wenwen also liked Chen Luo, and she was afraid that her sister would be upset by this. That's how it was with their twin sisters, caring for each other more than themselves. So Chen Luo nodded and agreed. Since people had kissed and kissed, it was time for Chen Luo to fulfill his promise. Chen Luo looked at the room where he and Zhu Huihui were. It's not a big space, just right for a dessert store. The most important thing was that it was close to Zhu Wenwen's classroom, and the two sisters had always been inseparable. Also, studying is a cerebral exercise that consumes a lot of physical energy. Just the thing for a dessert to replenish energy and reduce stress. So Chen Luo took Xu Huihui out of the room, extracted the bonus dessert store against the door to the room. The room was quickly remodeled to look like a store and the walls were replaced with clear glass. Xu Huihui covered her mouth in surprise, and after getting Chen Luo's consent, she couldn't wait to walk in. In addition to the tables, chairs and front desk that you can see from the outside, inside there are all kinds of machines for making desserts, with ovens, baking molds and ice cream makers. Various ingredients such as coffee beans, wheat flour, milk and eggs are also available. And it's not a small amount, enough to last a long time. In her excitement, Zhu Huihui once again jumped onto Chen Luo and gave him a kiss. After kissing her, she didn't come down the first time, but pressed against Chen Luo's ear and said ambiguously, "Brother Chen Luo, if you still want to kiss me in the future, you can come to me at any time." The moist breath blew on Chen Luo's earlobe, making him feel tickled. Xu Huihui added, "Just don't let my sister find out." She had this sneaky look, like a sister-in-law who had an intimate relationship with her brother-in-law. Chen Luo almost entered the fighting state again. Chapter 207 Unbearable Weather. The temperature in Marina del Rey continues to rise, and the body temperature is even approaching over 50 degrees Celsius. It was important to realize that Marina City had never exceeded 40 degrees Celsius in the past, even at its hottest. This eerie heat was so high that any survivor who was in Marina City realized the anomaly. Chen Luo and his group closed the door on the basis of the large amount of supplies, but not the other survivors, who had to go out in search of food in the heat, traveling quickly through the shadows of the building. Once exposed to the burning sun for more than 10 minutes, they are at risk of heat stroke. You have to know that there are zombies out there, monsters that are not afraid of heat or cold, and once a person gets heat stroke, they are so weak that they can't even walk. Then all that awaits him is death. On this day, Suri came to the safe house. She had to wear a sun protective jacket because she had to protect herself from the sun. But because it was so hot, she was wearing just a sports bra underneath. Waiting for the door to open, Suri felt that there couldn't be any other men around. So she unzipped her jacket, revealing her sweaty, toned body underneath. Beads of sweat slid down her abs and the lines of her mermaid line, a particularly sexy sight that unfortunately no one could see. Press the fingerprint and the metal gate opens automatically. Suri had expected a building made entirely of metal like the safe house to be extremely stuffy inside. As a result, when the door opened, the cold air hit me. This change of cold and heat caused Su Rue to shiver and sneeze. Yawn. Suri scratched her nose and walked in. On the first floor of the safe house, she didn't find anyone. So she took the elevator and went to the underground part. As expected, Chen Luo and a group of girls were here. It's also cooler here than on the ground, but it's still a comfortable temperature. Chen Luo was frolicking in the aquarium with the girls, his eyes were white and his body was surrounded by all kinds of softness, not enjoying himself. Seeing Su Rue, Chen Luo spoke to the girls, pulled his arm out, and swam out of the aquarium. Su Rue, what are you doing here? Su Rue hugged her arms and snorted coldly. I said, how come you didn't come to me for such a long time? So it's in enjoying your happiness, thanks to which I'm still worrying whether it's too hot for you here. Chen Luo scratched his head. Where, didn't I just send you the vaccine last time? How long ago was that? Chen Luo couldn't answer and smiled to muddle through. Su Rue wasn't jealous either, just slightly resentful. After all, one has to endure such difficult temperatures outside, with no air conditioning or fans, and wakes up every day all wet, as if one had taken a shower. Chen Luo's side, however, was so happy, it was inevitable that she would have some mental imbalance. It was all her choice though, so it was only an unbalance for a few seconds before she adjusted. If Su Rue was still like this, it could be seen how red-eyed the others would be if they saw Chen Luo. Fearing that he would go out of his way, he would fight Chen Luo to take his place. Su Rue got back on topic. You got the air conditioning on here? Who's so extravagant that they can afford air conditioning? Then why are you so cool in here? Suryo wondered. Chen Luo pointed in the direction of the aquarium. Su Rue looked along, only to see a huge block of ice floating on the water surface, similar to a small island, and there were also many blocks of ice placed in each corner of the underground base. Yuji in her swimsuit used her ability to maintain the size of these ice cubes from time to time. The sirens, on the other hand, released water vapor in all directions to keep the air moist. Could it be that it was so cool in here? Surya sort of realized. She said enviously, why don't you lend them to me for a few days, and you don't need Yuji, just a few sirens will do. She couldn't stand waking up all sweaty and not having any water to shower in and being sticky and uncomfortable. Of course Chen Luo would not agree. There were a lot of people there at the Suri camp, and if they found out about Siren, it would inevitably leak out. And Silens liked to wear swimsuits, but not one more on the outside. Usually when they went out fishing, they only put on their jackets at Chen Luo's request. It couldn't be helped, Chen Luo had already treated them as his women. Can't stand the thought of their bodies being seen by others, even in swimsuits. That's why it's torture for the sirens to keep their coats on for long periods of time. It was naturally impossible for Chen Luo to agree to lend Siren to Su Rui. Why don't you come to the safe house every day after you're scheduled to work? That's not good. I'm the leader of the camp. How can I leave them and enjoy myself? Chen Luo stopped talking. It would be inappropriate to say anymore. The matter of borrowing people was also just Su Rui's casual remark, and she also reminded Chen Luo, you shouldn't let them go out during this period of time, lest they be discovered. What's wrong? The weather has been so hot lately that water has become the most valuable resource, and if someone finds out that sirens can make water, there's no guarantee that they won't be desperate. Su Rui explained that although Marina City was a coastal city, the rivers and park lakes in the city had dried up. As for seawater, not everyone knows how to distill it. Another problem is that the efficiency is so low that most of the water distilled is already water vapor, which does not provide enough water for a day's worth of water in this kind of weather. So the survivors in the city are frantically searching for various sources of fresh water. According to the intelligence brought by the survivors who had fled from other cities that Su Rui had received, the scope of this high temperature was not just the city of Binhai City. Rather, like the last cold snap, it's nationwide, if not worldwide. The value of a bottle of water now can be exchanged for 5 packages of bread or instant noodles. You just can exchange it for a woman if you want to. When Su Rui said this, Chen Luo understood the preciousness of water outside now. Water was the easiest resource he had access to here, much simpler than food, cigarettes, alcohol, or whatever. Then again, who can keep as many sirens as he does? A constant stream of water can be created with a wave of the hand. When he thought of this, a flash of light appeared in Chen Luo's mind. Yeah, since he has so much water here that he doesn't pay for it, and water is so precious outside, he's perfectly capable of changing the oil with water. And in order not to expose the safe house, he could have given the water to Surya and had it exchanged by Surya's camp. Chen Luo told Su Rui about his idea, and Su Rui also brightened up and agreed. I want 10% of the water from each of your transactions as a reward. It was worthless to Chen Luo, but to Su Rui it could feed her an entire camp. The two hit it off. After discussing the various details, Su Rui smiled faintly. Come what may, I'll enjoy myself. After saying that, she took her jacket and pants off, revealing her sports underwear and sexy body underneath, and slowly walked towards the aquarium. Chen Luo looked at a stunning flash in his eyes. Chapter 208, Mobile Air Conditioning. After enjoying herself in the aquarium and spending 2 hours with Chen Luo in the office, Su Rui drove the safe house's heavy truck, pulling 3 huge blocks of ice out of Marina University. A day later, she drove back with a wagon full of various supplies. Chenault boarded the wagon for an inventory. Count 5 barrels of diesel fuel, 3 barrels of gasoline, several cans of meat, 3 boxes of snacks, and that's a return that can't be overstated. Chen Luo asked Che Xiaoyu to move the supplies in while arranging for the 3 sirens to make water. Himself to find Su Rui. Did you sell all the water yesterday? Su Rui nodded. The water had just arrived at the campsite, and before the word was out, it was snapped up by their own people. She never forced members of the camp to turn in all their supplies, so there are quite a few people who have stashed some resources of their own. Saw Suri driving back in a heavy truck carrying ice. They were instantly excited. If it's water, it's okay. It's ice. Not only can you drink it, you can cool it down. Much more appealing than drinking water in this hellish weather. It was only when they heard Su Rui say that the car of ice was Chen Luo's later and brought it to be sold that they dispelled their bad thoughts. Then go back and take out your own private stash of supplies and buy them. Su Rui added, there are still a lot of people who haven't gotten any, so get some more, preferably on ice. Chen Luo also didn't expect that his bright idea of freezing water into ice would bring such a good effect. And all he gave was just a little bit of energy. You can recover by eating a couple of exotic fruits or resting for a day. There's no rush, things are expensive when they're rare, and when you build too many of them, they're worthless. Su Rui rolled her eyes. You're a real crook. Ha, Officer Su, are you going to arrest me? Chen Luo flirted with her. Humph, sooner or later I'll have you arrested. Then I'll wait here for Officer Su. Besides, I also want to attack a police officer. Do you want to go to the office with me for a while? Su Rui's expression was a bit intent, but she still shook her head. You take forever every time. By the time it's over the water will have evaporated. Better next time. Vaporized and recreated, is it? Chen Luo didn't think it was a big deal. Wrapping Su Rui into his arms, he began to move his hands and feet. Stop it! Su Rui gently pushed Chen Luo away and said seriously, you've been indulging in female sex every day lately. It's time to exercise some restraint. What do you mean by indulging in female sex? I'm doing it to get the system reward, okay. Other people are addicted to female sex as a waste of time and energy. Chen Luo is not the same. He was able to obtain system rewards, and a random item was a benefit that other survivors could not get even if they risked their lives. The foreign fruits and spirit springs could also directly make up for Chen Luo's deficient body instantly, and also enhance it. What's to stop him from indulging in women's lust? Blame it on this relationship simulation system, but if he had replaced it with a zombie killing upgrade system, he wouldn't have been able to keep so many women in the safe house. That's right. Definitely not. When Chen Luo thought of this, he suddenly lost his breath. Su Rui asked again with the tone of interrogating a prisoner. Let me ask you, are you dabbling with women outside again and not being responsible? When have I ever been irresponsible? Chen Luo looked innocent. So there's a womanizer? Let me think. Chen Luo thought for half a day but still couldn't think of anything. It can't be Lin Keqing, can it? Isn't she long dead? The body should be nothing but bones. You can't still turn into a ghost and claim your life, can you? Chen Luo gave up thinking. I can't think of anything. You better tell me what happened. A little girl came to our camp and asked around if anyone knew a man named Chen Luo. Dare you say you didn't do it? I really didn't, Chen Luo cried out. What's her name? Called Yang Xiao. Looks like she's from the countryside, dressed in rustic clothes, but she should look pretty when dressed up. Thinking of something, Su Rui blushed strangely and added, you'd be impressed if you'd met her. Yang Xiao? Chen Luo racked his brain but was unable to retrieve the relevant information in his mind. He was sure he didn't know such a person either before or after the end times. Could it be that it's the same name and it's not me she's looking for? The problem is that she can name every feature of you. Oh, Chen Luo wondered. Su Rui saw that Chen Luo's depressed expression didn't look like a fake and chose to believe him. Instead of bringing her here, I took her in temporarily, fearing for her identity. You did the right thing, Chen Luo complimented. He thought again, just as he was free now, and it had been a long time since he had been to Surya's camp. Why don't we take this opportunity to make a trip and bring some more zombie virus vaccine with us to brush up on our presence? Thinking of this, Chen Luo said to Su Rui, I'll come with you, let's see who this Yang Xiao really is. Surya nodded. When the sirens had filled the water, Chen Luo casually tossed them a few exotic fruits, and they left with smiles on their faces in thanks. Chen Luo, on the other hand, climbed into the carriage and used his abilities. Soon the water was frozen into ice. Chen Luo got off the wagon again and sat on the passenger side. Su Rui started the heavy truck and drove away from Binhai University. The car was very stuffy, and Chen Luo was already sweating profusely after sitting there for less than a minute. He had to unleash his powers. Su Rui felt the cold air coming from beside her, and the temperature inside the car dropped. She sat up straight in relief. She said enviously, your ability is so convenient, it's like mobile air conditioning. Chen Luo thought about how the average favorability of the sirens had already come to 80 to 90, and a few had even risen to full strength. He surmised it wouldn't be long before he was rewarded with a full raid. So he said, I'll get you a whole one later. Su Rui's eyes lit up at his words. Chen Luo added, but it's not my kind, it's sirens kind of singing charm or water control. That's fine, I'm not picking. Su Rui returned. The two had a conversation. Under the effect of Chen Luo, a humanoid air conditioner, Su Rui didn't feel tormented anymore and drove leisurely. Chen Luo saw some of the survivors through the window of the car in a fiery rush to navigate through the city, never delaying a second longer outside. And none of them rode motorcycles, a carrier that would be exposed to the sun, preferring the inconvenient and easily blocked sedan. Half an hour later, the heavy truck pulled up at the entrance to Camp Surya. The camp has become more professional compared to before. There are all sorts of barriers and iron fences right at the entrance to the neighborhood. It even has an official name. There was a sign hanging on the front door that read, Binhai City Disaster Victims Shelter. Gun-toting guards also stood at the sentry posts, keeping a lookout for walkers approaching the camp. Seeing the heavy truck, they didn't stop them, obviously recognizing that the car was exclusively for Chen Luo and Su Rui. Heavy trucks entered the camp unimpeded. Chapter 209 Yang Xiao. As the number of people in the camp increased, in addition to the building at the beginning, several surrounding buildings were likewise recaptured by Suri. So as the heavy truck entered the campground and came out into a clearing, a number of people could be seen entering and exiting the building. Of course, everyone was in a hurry. When they saw the heavy truck, they exclaimed, Officer Su is back. The people upstairs heard the commotion and poked their heads out. Upon seeing the familiar truck, they hastily retracted their bodies and then anxiously ran down. Soon, dozens of people gathered in front of the heavy truck in the hot sun. Old Nine, who was in the lead, said, Officer Su, you're finally back. We're all smoking from the heat. Is that ice being transported in this car? Su Rui opened the car door and stepped down. The passenger door similarly opened, and when he saw Chen Luo, surprise flashed in Lao Jio's eyes as well as most of the others. Lao Jio even dropped Su Rui and went up with a flattering face. Big Boss Chen, it's been a long time since I've seen you. Why are you free to make a grand entrance today? Came by to check it out and bring a few things along. Chen Luo gestured to the backpack on his back. Everyone except Lao Jio was brightened up. They guessed what it contained. It must be the zombie virus vaccine Chen Luo brought last time. Ice and water are indispensable, but it is the vaccine that is more important in comparison. With the vaccine they dared to go deeper into the warehouses of the malls and as well as the big supermarkets. Access to resources that haven't been scrounged clean, which includes drinking water. Think of the last batch of vaccinated people like Lao Jio and Jie who have become junior captains in the outgoing team. Not only did he bring back numerous supplies, he accumulated a great deal of credit. He had also hoarded a portion of it himself, and was among the survivors of the bunch who had lived quite comfortably. It's no wonder they're so excited. Chen Luo said to the crowd, I brought 10 vaccines over this time, how do I divide them, or is it the same as last time? Chen Luo handed the backpack to Su Rue. Su Rue swept her eyes over the expectant crowd and said, it's too hot here, so I won't split it up on the spot, let's wait until everyone is here. She walked to the compartment and opened the door. A cool, cold breeze blew past everyone. Soothes all their parched hearts. Anyone want to buy? Me. The crowd at the bottom scrambled to shout. They have taken out the supplies they have gathered. Lao Jiu was also carrying a bucket of diesel fuel. Suri knocked off the appropriate size from the ice according to the supplies they had given and distributed it to each of them. The person who got the ice cube was like a treasure and took off his clothes and wrapped it tightly, fearing that it would melt too fast. Su Rue could see from their expressions that they were desperate to leave. I'm just worried that if I leave, the vaccine won't be my turn, so I'm standing and refusing to go. So Su Rue said, I'll give you half an hour to go back and put your things away, then meet in the lobby. The crowd was then relieved to leave. Su Rue called out to Lao Jiu, you go and call Yang Xiao here. Got it. Chen Luo followed Su Rue into the building and came inside the office. The two waited for 3 minutes before they heard a knock on the door. Come in. Chen Luo's eyes looked toward the doorway. Only a young girl in a plaid striped shirt with 2 twisted braids came in the door. This hairstyle Chen Luo had only seen when he first met Shilu. But even she doesn't wear such an old-fashioned hairstyle anymore. Her petite size was indistinguishable from Zero in her lowly form. But with bosoms that were completely different from her body type, they were almost the size of her head and pushed her shirt up high. That scale was no worse than that of the mature woman Tang Xin, and even vaguely surpassed it. Among the bunch of women Chen Luo knew, only Nasa was above her. But Nasha was over 2 meters tall, and big was normal. Proportionally it is inferior to this young girl. No wonder Su Rue said that Chen Luo would definitely be impressed once he had seen it. So that's what it means, deep enough indeed. Officer Su, I heard Lao Jiu say you were looking for me? Yang Zhao's Mandarin carried a bit of an accent from the Nanjiang region. It wasn't hard to hear, but rather soft and sticky, like a woozy sound. Su Rue pointed at Chen Luo, recognize? Yang Xiao looked at Chen Luo, his eyes were a bit strange at first, but upon closer identification, her eyes grew brighter. You're Chen Luo? She shouted in surprise. Unapologetically, she hugged Chen Luo's arm. Chen Luo only felt as if his arm was stuck in a swamp, making it difficult to pull himself out. Su Rue looked at Chen Luo with a look like scum. And you say you don't recognize? People recognize you. I really don't recognize. Chen Luo couldn't argue with 100 words and could only break away from Yang Xiao. But the other guy hugged right back up. Chen Luo cupped her face with his fingers and lifted her head up. Who the hell are you? Oh. Yang Xiao tried to speak and Chen Luo let go of his hand. You don't know me, but I know you, Young Jiao. Young Jiao? When was that even a term of endearment? Could this girl have traveled across the world? Yeah, Yang Xiao nodded her head vigorously. My dad told me what Ungong looked like, and he also said that it was because you saved him that he was able to come home and reunite with us. Wait, are you? Chen Luo thought of someone, but couldn't really say his name. Yeah, it's me. I'm sorry, I've forgotten the man's name. Like that kind of person who would hardly see him again in his life, Chen Luo never purposely tried to memorize his name. Yang Xiao didn't feel disappointed, but said, my father's name is Yang Fan, you saved his life in Jing City, remember? Chen Luo tapped his head, so that's his name. He remembered the middle-aged man who had been chanting about going back to look for his wife and son at the Jing City base. He said rather unexpectedly, I can't imagine that he actually found you guys, and even more so, I can't imagine that you actually waited for him alive. Yang Xiao explained, our old home is in the countryside, and the village is sparsely populated, with only a few elderly people with mobility problems. When infected as a zombie, they become immobile zombies, not much of a threat. With the family's acres of fields and the chickens, ducks and pigs we raised, my mom and I survived without any shortage of food at all. Chen Luo still had one more question, then why didn't you properly reunite with your father and run out alone to do what you did, and went around looking for someone to ask about me? Naturally, it's to repay a favor. Yang Xiao said this with a rightful expression on his face. Our family has a tradition of repaying a favor. Su Rue, who was on the side, sort of heard it. Seeing that it was about time, she got up and said, you guys keep talking and I'll go distribute the vaccine. Only Chen Luo and Yang Xiao were left in the office. Chapter 210 Yang Xiao's Ability. Chen Luo really didn't believe that someone could cross a crisis-ridden highway from the countryside to the city just to repay a favor. But this young girl in front of her not only was dressed in a way that revealed earthiness, but even her speech was strange. The word Zungung in his mouth revealed a sense of innocence and a feeling of not having received much cultural education. Chen Luo really couldn't think of how she could repay the favor. It can't be that they knew someone wanted to have a baby, so they came here specifically to offer themselves as a milking child, can it? Chen Luo's eyes glanced strangely at her front as he thought of this. That majestic scale is just so absorbing. Makes you want to not pay attention. Chen Luo withdrew his eyes with difficulty and said in a proper manner, I don't need you to return the favor, you can still go back how you came. Don't! Gong. Yang Xiao shouted and hugged again. She hugged Chen Luo's neck this time, due to the fact that she was standing and Chen Luo was sitting. Chen Luo's eyes went black, and then he smelled a refreshing sweet fragrance. I found you with great difficulty, please, don't drive me away. Yang Xiao said with a sobbing voice. Let go of me first, I'm going to have trouble breathing. Only then did Yang Xiao realize what he had done and hurriedly let go and took a step back, lowering his head in embarrassment. 2 fingers in front of his body a little bit. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Forget it. Chen Luo didn't count on it, after all, it wasn't like he had suffered any harm, instead, he had collected a large wave of benefits. For her to say that she had found Chen Luo with great difficulty, that much he did believe. Not to mention the fact that there are zombies everywhere out there, but the survivors who are not bound by the law are a major threat. It was impossible for them to let go of a special thing like Yang Xiao, which was considered to be of the highest quality, both in terms of food and use. That's why Chen Luo was curious, how on earth did you come to Marina City? Your father is relieved that you came out alone. Yang Xiao, on the other hand, explained, I was born with an ability to sense the malice around me, and then I can avoid it in advance, that's why my father agreed for me to come out and look for you. Oh? Yang Xiao was afraid that Chen Luo wouldn't believe him and hurriedly said, I've encountered quite a few camps where survivors gathered along the way, but those places always gave me a strong sense of danger, so I avoided them all. This is the only place that is a camp with less malicious intent, which is why I chose to stay for the time being. Yang Xiao didn't know that Chen Luo had a better way to tell if she was lying. He sank his consciousness into his mind and a screen appeared on his retina. Name, Yang Xiao. Identity, village girl, alien. Favorability, 59, friendly. Reward for first acquaintance, 100 poultry cubs, not acquired. Reward for first kiss, genetic evolution potion, unobtained. Reward for complete strategy, ability, danger foreknowledge, not obtained. This look is amazing, just recognize the good sense is 59, higher than Zhu Huihui. However, it was understandable when she thought about it carefully, Chen Luo had saved her father's life, so it was normal to have this favorability. And there was a probability that her supernormal ability had also worked, sensing that Chen Luo had no ill will towards her, which was why her favorability was so high. It's still a far cry from just being so simple that anyone who comes up here might have a 50, Chu. Closing the favorability panel, Chen Luo believed what Yang Xiao said, but he still didn't really want to keep her. The main reason was that there were a bit too many people in Chen Luo's safe house, and there was no shortage of Yang Xiao. Her goodwill reward wasn't very attractive to Chen Luo either. Poultry and livestock, and Chen Luo is not short of meat. Gene evolution potion, Zhuang Ningmeng was even more immediately able to produce it on her own. The only thing that was somewhat attractive was her powers. However, according to Yang Xiao's description, this ability only seemed to be able to sense the malice present in the people or environment around him. It's not clear if it can be as spider-sensitive as the Marvel movie Spider-Man. If he couldn't, then it would really be a chicken rib for Chen Luo. After all, his own system had that ability. Although only women can be seen and there are a lot of conditions. But that was enough, the others he pressed to put in his safe house. Yang Xiao, who was anxiously waiting for Chen Luo's response, saw that Chen Luo had been silent and opened his mouth. I can be a slave and a servant for the benefactor. Chen Luo casually replied, the slave girl's position is already taken, and she's also very wary of others stealing the job from her. When Yang Xiao heard this, he froze for a moment, huh? Then she added, then. It's okay to be a cow or a horse. There's no shortage of cattle and horses either, still working during the day and at night. Ahem. Yang Xiao was dumbfounded, didn't he say that there were many job opportunities in big cities, how come there were even people who rolled these jobs? No wonder Dad came back saying that there was a lot of competition in the big city, and it's true when you look at it that way. Seeing this petrified expression on her face, Chen Luo comforted, your parents probably need you more than me, you'd better go back. Yang Xiao pouted, knowing that what Chen Luo said was polite. There weren't even any living people in the countryside, not even a few dead ones, and her powers were useless. It was at this time that Su Rui went and returned. How was your chat? She asked as she closed the office door behind her. Chen Luo repeated Yang Zhao's situation to Su Rui. Su Rui's eyes were already glowing as she listened. The way he looked at Yang Xiao was like he was looking at a piece of precious treasure. She affectionately took Yang Zhao's small hand, Sister Yang Xiao, he doesn't want you, I want you. Yang Zhao's ability was too useful to Su Rui. Her camp had recruited a large number of survivors, of which there must have been a mixed bag. There must have been quite a few people who had bad thoughts about her and her camp. If Yang Xiao had been there, he would have been able to screen these people. This will greatly increase the safety and stability of her camp. Yang Xiao listlessly lowered his head, I only want to repay the favor for the benefactor, since the benefactor doesn't need me, I think it's better for me to go back to my hometown. Don't! Suri was anxious, not wanting to let the talent go, she glared at Che Paul, signaling him to say something. Chen Luo sighed helplessly, and under Su Rui's lustful authority, said, fine, you can stay, but I don't need you to be a cow, as long as you help Su Rui work. Yang Xiao raised his head violently, his eyes filled with surprise. Eunuch, are you telling the truth? Chen Luo nodded. Great! Yang Xiao excitedly hugged Chen Luo again. Chen Luo once again enjoyed the benefits of a wave of face wash. Next to her, Su Rui blushed strangely. She had some regrets and wondered if keeping this young girl was a right decision. On one foot, he had just finished telling Chen Luo to exercise restraint, and on the back foot came a young girl with such a prominent figure. She was moved even as a woman, let alone Chen Luo. Chapter 211, Seeking Out the Hidden Traitor. Inside the building next to the main building, a group of men were carrying items, and one of the men gave the other a look as he brushed past the other man. The other willed the two to come around the corner where no one else could see them and talk in whispers. Are the guards well informed? Well, there's about 100 men with a fighting chance, half of them are out gathering supplies, and the other half have about 20 men with guns. Okay, my side has also mapped out the location of the storage warehouse as well as the weapons depot, and in addition, one of our brothers has managed to infiltrate the kitchen and is ready to poison the food at any time. Very well, inform the lair that it is ready for action, and immediately, the place will be ours. The two were gleefully enjoying the future when suddenly there was a commotion behind them. The two of them turned around to look, only to see Su Rui walking towards the side with a man and a woman. One of the men was dragging a man, as dead as a dog, alive or dead. The crowd gathered around curiously, and they looked at each other and followed to see what was going on. The man, also known as Chen Luo, let go of his hand. The man he was dragging moved and let out a groan. The two conspiring men looked at each other and both recognized the voice as coming from their companion. Su Rui announced loudly, I'll tell you something, this man is from another camp, got mixed up in our kitchen and tried to do something bad, and now we've uncovered him. Chen Luo crouched down and asked the dying man, say, where are your accomplices? The two men giggled inside, but the man's eyes closed and his head lolled. Chen Luo probed his nostrils and got up, shaking his head at Su Rui. Gutted. I told you to go easy on me. Chen Luo innocently shrugged, he was the one who had to do it. Instead of feeling anger or sadness about their companion, those two were relieved. It's a good thing he's dead, or odds are he would have given them both up. It didn't matter if one person died, as long as they weren't exposed, there was still a chance. After relaxing, they even had the leisure to admire Su Rui's beauty. The young girl behind Su Rui also made their hearts flutter. When the plan succeeded, not only Su Rui, but all the women in the entire camp would be at their disposal. They didn't wait long to be happy when the strange young girl's eyes were firmly locked on the two of them through the crowd. The two men had a vague bad feeling in their hearts. As expected, the young girl pointed at them. Su Rui and Chen Luo looked at those two. They held back their desire to escape and watched Su Rui and Chen Luo approach. Su Rui spoke up, are you two in league with him? One of them tried to argue, we don't know him. Still lying. Chen Luo didn't even give them time to argue and directly chose to make a move. Grabbed one man's arm on the spot and twisted it. Ouch ouch ouch. The other man got weak and turned his head to run. But Su Rui's body moved and quickly caught up with him. It was important to realize that Su Rui herself was a policewoman and had worked out very physically. Plus, Chen Luo felt that she was vulnerable to danger when she was out alone. So she was especially taken care of and given more exotic fruits and spiritual springs than the others. Only to see her kick the man in the back. He then flew out, fell to the ground and twitched, then stopped moving. The more resourceful of the onlookers walked over and dragged the man back. The person who was grabbed by Chen Luo's arm simply stopped pretending when he saw that he couldn't break free. Reluctantly, he asked, how did you find us? Chen Luo naturally wouldn't expose Yang Zhao's existence and didn't even bother to reply. Xiaolu, drag them down and lock them up, interrogate them properly, and make sure you get to the bottom of where they came from and what they're up to. Yes. After waiting for the people to disperse, Su Rui, Chen Luo and Yang Xiao walked towards another building. In one round, a dozen or so insiders were uncovered. From 3 different forces respectively. You can see the extent to which Camp Surprise has been infiltrated. Yang Xiao could indeed be of no small use to her. Compared to her role, Suri's little worry was nothing. Su Rui was also eager for Chen Luo to sell his sex more and seduce a few more talents like Yang Xiao for himself. After strolling through the campground, Chen Luo was also ready to go back. He had wanted to leave Yang Xiao behind, but the latter followed Chen Luo closely. She's like a village girl who's been cheated out of her body and her money, and she's inseparable from scumbag Chen for fear of being left behind. Seeing this, Su Rui also spoke up for Yang Xiao. I don't need Yang Zhao's sister's help here for the time being, so just bring her to the safe house, and just come back again after a while. Alright. Chen Luo sat in the driver's seat and signaled Yang Xiao to get in the car as well. Yang Xiao jumped up happily as she gratefully said to Su Rui, thank you, Sister Su. You're welcome. Yang Xiao obviously hadn't ridden in a car much, and got in and curiously surveyed the interior. Buckle up. Yang Xiao sniffed but asked doubtfully, what's a seatbelt? This one. How do I fasten it? Chen Luo saw that she was clumsy, so he decided to give her a hand. He peeked over the driver's seat, but hesitated when he went to pull on his seatbelt. The seat space was so small, if he wanted to reach the seatbelt, he would definitely touch Yang Zhao's body. Looking down at the confused, blinking Yang Xiao, Chen Luo gritted his teeth. The amazing softness that brushed against Yang Zhao's body made his heart flutter. He quickly pulled over his seatbelt and inserted it into the buckle. The seatbelt sank deep into the gully, tracing the biceps in a pronounced line. It's even more seductive than before. Chen Luo sat back in his seat, already sweating profusely. A nameless fire welled up in his heart. In order to cool down, Chen Luo once again unleashed his ability to disguise himself as a humanoid air conditioner. Yang Xiao felt the coolness coming from her side, and she brightened up and moved over. That cold air was really emanating from Chen Luo's body. After realizing this, Yang Xiao was even more eager to stick directly to Chen Luo. It's so cool and cozy. She closed her eyes and made a dreamy sound. This damn weather is just too hot. At this temperature, every day is agony just to be alive. But all that torment was nothing compared to the refreshing coolness of the moment. Chen Luo saw that she didn't affect his driving, so he left her alone. Instead, Yang Xiao told himself, "Eunuch, you don't know how hard it was for me to find you. Didn't you say so?" Chen Luo returned perfunctorily. "No, that's just one of the things, there's a lot more I haven't told you about." She rambled on. "Not only did I have to dodge walkers, but I had to dodge unsuspecting people, and many times I didn't even have food and had to starve to find shelter. And there have been many times when I almost didn't run away, like..." Chapter 212, Ice Packs. Chen Luo drove the car, his attention on the road, and what Yang Xiao said went in his left ear and out his right ear. Until Yang Xiao said, for example, "That time in Linhai village, I was almost spotted by a bald guy dressed in fancy clothes and wearing sunglasses." Camouflage? Sunglasses? Bald? Those words seem a little familiar when combined, don't they? Chen Luo fiercely thought of the company's people and slammed on the brakes. Yang Xiao was caught off guard and his entire body fell forward, but was yanked back by the seatbelt. She was strangled raw and couldn't help but pull back her collar and look down. A red strangle mark was left on the white skin in the middle of the deep chasm. Without waiting for her to say anything, she saw Chen Luo ask with incomparable seriousness, "You said you met the bald guy wearing sunglasses? Quickly tell me in detail." Seeing Chen Luo with this look, even if Yang Zhao's reaction was slow, he realized how much importance he attached to it. So she endured the pain and said, "It's just a mean-looking man and then a golden pistol at his waist. It's really him." Linhai village. Isn't that a small fishing village next to Lin Miaotong's city? What's someone from the company doing there? Chen Luo said to Yang Xiao, "Did you see what they were doing?" Yang Xiao shook his head. "They have people with guns on guard. I don't dare to get too close, I only dare to watch from afar." Chen Luo had just felt a little disappointed when Yang Xiao spoke up again, but they seemed to be dealing with another group. What are the characteristics of that group? They were wearing black hoods and being secretive, and Baldur had his men carry a couple boxes of stuff to them, and then the mystery man gave Baldur a bottle of water. A bottle of water? Although water was precious nowadays, Chen Luo wouldn't be so stupid as to think that the company's people would lack a bottle of water. And with their tone, if they're short of something, they just rob it. Unless they were jealous of the so-called mystery man. Interesting. Chen Luo muttered, could it be that the company's people were slow to come to the door, so it turned out that they were busy trading? I just don't know what the deal is exactly. Seeing that Chen Luo seemed to be interested in that mysterious group of people, Yang Xiao hurriedly reminded, "Gong, you mustn't go looking for trouble with that group of people, the sense of crisis they give me can be felt from several kilometers away." Oh? Yang Zhao's danger precognition was that the stronger the enemy was and the more likely it was to harm her, the stronger the feeling became. All those insiders in the camp, she couldn't spot them until she got closer. This mysterious person could be sensed by Yang Xiao from such a big distance away, so it could be seen how dangerous they were. I know. Chen Luo wasn't going to leave Binhai City for a short period of time anyway, and as long as that group of mysterious people didn't mess with him, he wasn't interested in bothering with them. Yang Xiao breathed a sigh of relief as his chest began to burn again. She was the one who was most afraid of pain, and couldn't stand the slightest bit of pain. Maybe it's because they're so afraid of pain that the talent is all pointed at avoidance. That's how you get powers like danger prediction. But she couldn't find anything to stop the pain in the car. In addition to Chen Luo, Yang Xiao suddenly remembered that ice packs seemed to have a pain-relieving effect. When she was a little girl and she accidentally fell and scraped her skin, her mom just brought an ice pack and put it on herself. There are no ice packs here, but there is a personal air conditioner. Yang Xiao quietly glanced at Chen Luo's side face and saw that he was fully focused on driving the car. Gathering her courage, she slowly and gently lifted Chen Luo's right hand. Luckily, Chen Luo just glanced at her and withdrew his gaze, probably thinking that Yang Xiao was just holding his hand to cool down. One-handedness didn't affect his driving anyway, so it didn't bother him too much. Yang Xiao sighed in relief and took Chen Luo's hand, guiding it to her body and placing it at the position of her collarbone. The pain of the strangulation at his collarbone was instantly relieved. Deeper down though it wasn't iced. Yang Xiao braved it, pulled up the collar, and put his hand inside. The icy coolness that invaded the skin and reached the bone marrow caused Yang Xiao to shiver. It's like taking an ice bucket challenge in the middle of the summer sun. She opened her mouth and let out a soft, silent sigh. But just then, a figure rushed out from the road ahead. Chen Luo instinctively drew back his hand and put his hands on the steering wheel. But after reacting that it was just a zombie, Chen Luo didn't even hit the steering wheel and ran over it. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, but smelled a strange aroma on his hands. He put his finger under his nose and took a deep sniff, then suspiciously said to Yang Xiao, "You took my hand to chill the milk?" Yang Xiao's little face flushed red as she sniffed and denied it. "No. Although Chen Luo was strange, he didn't dwell on it. Ahead of him were the gates of Marina University, and he drove in, parked the car in the garage of the safe house. Chen Luo led Yang Xiao into the safe house and met Ning Xiao within the corridor. Ning Xiao was the first to see the strange young girl behind Chen Luo. She smiled and tried to say hello, but her eyes dipped unnaturally. Then with a slight stutter, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Before today, Ning Xiao had always been confident in her figure, although it was no match for the size of Tang Xin and Zhuangningmeng. But it's up there with the best in the safe house. But facing Yang Xiao, she realized what it meant to be gifted. Only one question remained in Ning Xiao's mind: are all children nowadays so nutritious? Chen Luo waved his hand in front of her before she came back to her senses. Greeting Yang Xiao. "Hello, I'm Ning Xiao, and you are?" "My name is Yang Xiao, and I've come to find my benefactor to repay his kindness." "Another payback?" Ning Xiao thought of the two sisters, Zhu Wenwen and Zhu Weiwei. The two of them just kept hanging on to their payback. Chen Luo told Ning Xiao about meeting Yang Xiao. Ning Xiao teased with a smirk in her eyes, "You didn't save him because you knew someone had such a big daughter, did you?" When he said big, he deliberately increased the tone of his voice, apparently making a double entendre. Heaven and earth could tell that Chen Luo really didn't know that the child in his mouth was a female when he saved Yang Fan. However, he then thought that according to their family's tradition of repaying favors, if Yang Xiao was a man, he would definitely seek to repay his own favors as well. He couldn't help but sweat when he thought of the image of the sexually transformed version of Yang Xiao holding his arm. Quickly, he shook the bad image out of his head. "You take her down and get her settled." "Well," Ning Xiao nodded and said to Yang Xiao, "Come with me, I'll arrange a room for you." Yang Xiao was cluelessly pulled away by Ning Xiao. Chen Luo was thinking as he walked, and he didn't understand how he was surrounded by so many who took the initiative to return the favor. Could it be that he is an innate retribution holy body? Woof woof. The dog's barking pulled Chen Luo's thoughts back to reality, and he caught a glimpse of Xiao Shui who was excitedly wagging her tail at him. It turned out that he had walked near the lab without realizing it. Chapter 213, Che Xiaoyu wakes up. "Little Snow, you've grown up again." Chen Luo scratched Little Snow's chin. Little Snow cooperated by getting down and lowering its head so that Chen Luo could touch it. When Chen Luo touched it, Snowy squinted her eyes comfortably. Compared to before, Yuki's size has increased again. It's a good thing that the safe house was designed with a high floor height, otherwise it wouldn't have been able to accommodate it and would have had to be kept outside the house. As Chen Luo stroked Little Snow's soft fur, he suddenly thought, right, I remember that Little Snow is a female, right? If he hadn't opened the cage himself in the first place and let Snow out, Yuki had then gone down with the cruise ship. He also saved Yuki's life. Chen Luo joked, "Xiao Shui, quickly change for me and become a beautiful maiden to repay the favor." With Xiao Shui's current intelligence, she couldn't understand Chen Luo's meaning at all. It cocked its head quizzically. The door to the lab opened and Zhuangningmeng, wearing a white lab coat, walked out. Seeing Chen Luo, she brightened up. "Chen Luo, I was just about to look for you." Chen Luo stood up. "What's wrong?" "Xiao Yu is awake." Chen Luo dropped Zhuangningmeng and Xiao Shui when he heard this and hurriedly entered the lab. Zhuangningmeng followed suit. Yuki couldn't enter the lab without Zhuangningmeng's consent, so they sat in the doorway and watched the door. It seemed to smell something and looked towards the ceiling. A small, delicate figure was hanging from the ceiling. It is important to realize that all the walls of the safe house are made of metal, smooth and flat, with no landing spots at all. And yet she was able to walk as if she were. Yuki seemed to recognize each other and didn't bark wildly. The man let go and fell face first and back first. As he was about to fall to the ground, his waist twisted violently and his body flipped over, landing firmly on all fours without making a sound. If you look behind her, you can see a fluffy tail. That's right, she's Chu Yao. Change? A beauty queen? Retribution? Chu Yao muttered to herself, trying to understand the meaning of these words. It was different from Che Xiaoyu and Su Yulan who had completely lost their human memories. Chu Yao was the one who still retained some human memories, only they were rather vague. The three terms seemed to ring a bit of a bell in the fragments of her memory. She cocked her head like a cat as a new word popped into her head. A cat lady? Retribution? Inside the lab, Chen Luo saw the waking Che Xiaoyu. The latter wore a blue and white hospital gown, a plain outfit that could hardly conceal her innocence and beauty. Compared to before she passed out, she exuded an aura of danger now. Before Chen Luo even approached, his right eyelid jumped straight up, his heartbeat accelerated, and he breathed rapidly. It felt like he thought he had acquired Yang Zhao's supernatural ability. Actually, it was more like Che Xiaoyu couldn't control herself, causing her breath to leak out. Che Xiaoyu turned her head over and when she saw Chen Luo, her entire body broke. Can't wait to get off the lab bed and pounce. Chen Luo reached out to catch it, but it felt like he was hit by a sedan. No, a bus hit it. Immediately knocked to the ground, Che Xiaoyu followed and pressed on Chen Luo. I'll go, what a great strength. Chen Luo said as he rubbed his ribs that were raw from the impact. Che Xiaoyu's strength had become so much greater again, almost exponentially more than before. He opened his eyes and near him was a flawless face. Che Xiaoyu lay on Chen Luo's chest, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly, and she actually smiled. It was the first time Chen Luo had seen her smile and was stunned by her smile. "You can laugh?" Cha Xiaoyu nodded. Before, she was expressionless, a face as if frozen, but now she was actually smiling. "Does that mean she's turned back into a human?" Chen Luo looked into her pupils. The original blood-red pupils that were characteristic of zombies turned into a normal black color. But if you look closely, you can still see a faint ring of red. That alone doesn't make Che Xiaoyu's current identity 100% certain. Chen Luo had a better way. He opened the favorability panel. Name, Cha Xiaoyu. Identity, female college student, schoolgirl. Evolutionary. Favorability, 100, till death do us part. Reward for first acquaintance, 100 kilograms of raw meat, acquired. First kiss reward, zombie virus vaccine, obtained. Complete strategy reward, genetic evolution potion, obtained. The original column for zombies was changed to evolved. This made Chen Luo even more puzzled. Is this evolved person considered a human or a zombie? Chen Luo asked, have you recovered your human memory? Sha shook her head. Chen Luo had to turn to Zhuang Ningmeng on the side for help. Is Xiaoyu considered a human or a zombie now? Zhuang Ningmeng replied, Xiaoyu is now neither a human nor a zombie, but an entirely new species. Seeing that Chen Luo was still confused, Zhuang Ningmeng continued to explain, simply put, zombies are the product of failed evolution, and successful evolution is something like Xiaoyu. It breaks through the limits of the human body and gains great power without losing its brain or sanity. Chen Luo knew half of it, but he didn't care, as long as Che Xiaoyu was still Che Xiaoyu. If Cha Xiaoyu regained her memory, her temperament changed drastically and she became a completely different person. Then Chen Luo couldn't accept it. Alright, get up from me. Chen Luo patted Che Xiaoyu's back. Che Xiaoyu stood up obediently, and even tugged Chen Luo up by the handful. It was just that she used too much strength, and Chen Luo fell headfirst into her arms. Cha Xiaoyu didn't move a muscle, but instead lowered her head and looked at him tenderly. Chen Luo lifted his head up from the softness, curious about how much strength Che Xiaoyu had now. It was important to know that Chen Luo had to eat exotic fruits and drink spiritual springs every day. His strength was already on par with Che Xiaoyu's from before, and he was even ahead. But the current Che Xiaoyu had left Chen Luo defenseless, so it was obvious how much her strength had grown. Chen Luo spoke to Zhuang Ningmeng, then led Che Xiaoyu towards the outside of the safe house. When I passed the doorway, I only saw Yuki and no one else. The two of them went to the garage first, and Che Xiaoyu walked towards the heavy truck at Chen Luo's order. She was so petite compared to lifting cards, but Che Xiaoyu easily lifted the heavy truck. Keep in mind that heavy trucks are over 10 tons even unladen. Chen Luo led Che Xiaoyu out of Binhai University again, trying to find something that could measure the limits of Che Xiaoyu's strength. But instead of finding something heavier than a heavy card, they accidentally discovered Che Xiaoyu's other ability, manipulating zombies. At her command, the walker could understand a few relatively simple commands. Things like a fence, backing up, etc. That's a bonus, and it will definitely come in handy later. Chapter 214, The Little Greedy Cat. At night, Chen Luo's room kept echoing with blush-inducing sounds. Chen Luo and Che Xiaoyu, like a couple in a long-distance relationship, were both extraordinarily devoted to their small farewell. Although Che Xiaoyu could also feel pleasure if she had spoken before, it was often Chen Luo who moved while she was passively enjoying herself. Sometimes when Chen Luo looked at her expressionless face, he thought he was playing with a doll. But now it's different, after the second evolution of Che Xiaoyu, obviously vivid a lot. Not only would his body follow Chen Luo's rhythm and actively cooperate anymore, he even hummed softly. Moreover, her physical quality had become stronger, and she was hardly a match for Chen Luo. It was as if the two were made for each other, and no one else but each other could have lasted this long. The sound didn't stop until the wee hours of the morning. The good thing is that the bed is from the system and the quality is guaranteed. The normal ones can't really carry two people this crazy. When Chen Luo fell into a deep sleep, Che Xiaoyu was still in high spirits. She didn't need sleep, so she lay on her side and looked at Chen Luo. The affection in those eyes was not at all something a zombie could possess. With too much energy consumption, Chen Luo slept until noon without waking up. Che Xiaoyu got up first, opened the door and walked out. Her daily job was to move the supplies that Surya traded for into the safe house's warehouse. Without the need for Chen Luo or anyone else to call her, she went to work on her own initiative. The door to the room was about to close when a hand pressed against the frame. The automatic door sensed a human hand and didn't close, but left a slit of maybe 15 centimeters or so. The owner of the hand was seen first sticking in a small head, and after testing it and realizing that the head would fit through, she then began to drill into it. Don't think she's petite, but she's extraordinarily well endowed. Especially the jutting hips that could hold up a bottle of soda. Normally she wouldn't be able to fit through such a small crack. But she's not normal. Only to see her body display amazing softness, her body was as hard as if she had no bones. From her pupils that glowed like a cat's in a dark environment, one could recognize her as Chu Yao. Like an extremely patient hunter, Chu Yao waited for a night and finally waited for Che Xiaoyu to go out. After seeing Chen Luo, who was still sleeping on the bed, she stood on tiptoe, her white jailer stepping on the cold floor without making a sound, slowly walked towards the bed. Chen Luo had a nightmare. He dreamed of being tackled to the ground by a zombie. The strength he prided himself on being completely ineffective at the moment. He could only watch as the zombie disemboweled himself and took out his intestines and feasted on them. Chen Luo was awakened by a nightmare and opened his eyes violently. Upon seeing the familiar ceiling, he was relieved that it was just a dream. But when Chen Luo tried to get up, he realized that his lower body seemed to be pressed down by something heavy. He straightened his upper body and looked, and really saw a silhouette. This instant dream and reality overlapped, and Chen Luo subconsciously wanted to slam his fist over. Luckily, he noticed a tail up behind the figure in time and hastily withdrew his hand. Chen Luo wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. There was a moment just now when he was truly frightened. He couldn't help but ask, Chu Yao, how did you get in? Chu Yao didn't respond to him, instead focusing on her own things. A fluffy tail wagged slowly from side to side on her arched hips. Her tail seemed to have a magical quality to it, always attracting attention very easily. It's also easy to drift off after staring at it for a long time. Chen Luo was swayed, and the tail wrapped around his calf and traveled all the way up his leg. Chen Luo straightened his itch and tried to stop Chu Yao. Chu Yao, what are you doing? Quickly stop. Chu Yao raised her head, her delicate red lips looked very enticing. She opened her mouth slightly and spat out the word payback. Retribution? Chen Luo froze, then reacted, did you eavesdrop on me again? Chu Yao became more and more clingy as her favorability towards Chen Luo rose. Normally, he very much liked to secretly follow Chen Luo and watch his every move. She was also pulling full points in her sneaking ability, and if she hadn't taken the initiative to show herself, no one would have been able to detect her at all. How do you know about this? Chen Luo asked again. Chu Yao pointed to her head. Come to think of it, thanks to the development of the internet, secondary culture has been popularized. Chu Yao had more or less seen works about cats transforming into cat ladies to repay favors, so it's very natural to assume that this is how repayment should be done. After answering Chen Luo's question, Chu Yao buried her head again. Should I say no, the experience is still quite new. Chu Yao's construction that was very different from a normal person brought Chen Luo intense stimulation, causing him pain and pleasure. Chen Luo then didn't stop Chu Yao and closed his eyes to enjoy himself. Half an hour later, Chu Yao licked her hand like a cat grooming its fur. That unintentional flow of seduction was many times stronger than the deliberate concave styling of those buoyant girls on the internet. Chen Luo decided not to hold back any longer. Another good fight. Chen Luo ended in the system's beep. Target Chu Yao completes the complete strategy and obtains 100 liters of mutant spirit spring. With such frequent and intense battles, even Chen Luo's physique couldn't help but get a little tired. However, he extracted a bottle of spiritual spring from the system rewards and lavishly drank it in one gulp. The whole person suddenly came back to life, that is, another 10 times would not be a problem. Chen Luo glanced at Chu Yao. She wasn't even honest when she was sleeping. When Chen Luo wanted to help her cover the quilt, Chu Yao fearfully dreamily said, don't repay the favor, don't. Looking at Chu Yao's cute yet sexy sleeping face, Chen Luo couldn't help it. The little glutton, this time, was really being fed. A few days later, Lin Miaotong was on fire and found Chen Luo. Boss, collecting signals. Chen Luo took the laptop in her hand and looked at it, only to see an overhead view of Binhai City on the screen. A red dot hovers at the edge of the city. Lin Miaotong explained from the side, this signal is that group, they've come to Binhai City. Chen Luo wasn't nervous or worried, instead he was somewhat excited. Finally, I'm getting tired of waiting. In another city, he might have been scrupulous. But this is Binhai City, with Lin Miaotong's signal tracking, plus Su Rui's eyes on her side. Their every move would be exposed to Chen Luo's eyes. The enemy is in the light, I am in the dark, and the advantage is mine. Kill as many people as they come, I'll let them know that Marina City is my territory. Chen Luo was confident, this time he would make them have no return. Chapter 215, Chen Luo's Plan. Noon. A convoy of cars was traveling on the highway in Marina del Rey. It was so hot that even the air was burned and twisted. The crew in the car had dry mouths and what looked like gangs in their throats. At the head of the SUV sat what appeared to be the squad leader. The walkie-talkie on his belt went off. He picked it up and the voices of the other team members came from inside. Team Row, a car has fallen out. What's the situation? The driver had heat stroke and passed out. Luo team frowned, this kind of thing had happened several times, seriously affecting their advancement. Otherwise they would have reached their destination 2 days ago. It's just that this bad weather is force majeure, and he doesn't have a solution for it. If they were to force their way without regard to the physical condition of the team members, they were afraid that the whole army would be wiped out before they arrived. In desperation, Team Luo said into the walkie-talkie, stop for a rest and wait for the cooler weather in the evening. Yes. The convoy pulled up in front of a building, and the team, overwhelmed by the heat, couldn't care less about discipline or anything else. Scramble into the lobby of the building. In the shade, where the sun doesn't shine, he took out his canteen and drank. Speaking to the men in charge of minding the supplies, Team Law asked, "How much water do we have left?" "There's probably enough for 5 more days. 5 days. Team Luo mused, counting the time to get back. They only had 3 days to complete the mission. It's just a bit of a time crunch. He could only pray that the mission would go well and that there would be no surprises. With all the firepower we have in that thing, there's no way the mission can fail. They didn't notice that a pair of eyes were staring at them from inside the building across the street, watching their every move. After seeing them resting, the owner of those eyes, a small youth, retracted his gaze. Down the stairs, onto the motorcycle, and away quickly in one direction. Soon a camp appeared before him. He got out of the car, identified himself to the guard, and walked in. Knocking on the office door, Suri's voice came from inside. "Come in. Chief, I have intel for you." In addition to Su Rui in the room, there was also Chen Luo. Chen Luo looked at the youngster's costume. He was seen wearing all black to protect himself from the sun and wrapped himself up tightly. Upon entering the office, he removed his mask and underneath was a reddened face. "It's been hard work, have a drink first." Chen Luo took out a bottle of ice water and handed it to him. "Thank you, big brother Chen Luo." The little youth was grateful. He took it, drank it in one gulp, and bellowed, "Yes." Chen Luo waited for him to slow down before asking, "What do you want to report?" The gang is now resting in the department store building on 6 Star Street in the south of the city, manned by about 20 men, each with a gun in his hand. More than 20 people? Chen Luo felt that this number was a bit low. According to the information received one after another, there should be 50 of them. Did it mean that they had split up in 2? Or that they didn't take themselves seriously and only sent half of their men? In any case, the value of this information is unquestionable. Chen Luo said to the expectant youngster, "Go claim your reward." The young man was ecstatic and thanked him. Chen Luo promised that anyone in the camp who brought back valuable information would receive a reward. The reward is simple, enough water for a week. There is no more attractive reward during this period. After the youngster left, Su Rui spoke and asked, "What are you going to do?" "They must not be carrying much water as they came from another city, so if we can hold them off, we might be able to take them down pretty easily." Su Rui looked at Chen Luo's confident side face. "You already have a plan?" Chen Cluck nodded. Hovering at 6 o'clock in the evening, Team Law saw that the sun wasn't as poisonous outside. "Call out to all the players and get ready to move." Just as they stepped out of the building, on the other side of the street, a dozen walkers lumbered toward them. Team Luo and the others didn't put these zombies in their eyes. 3 of them raised their guns and cleared the walkers with 5 shots each. The crowd was about to get into the car when another large group of zombies came walking in the distance, about 30 to 40 of them. Was it the gunfire that brought it on? Even though they were fitted with silencers, the sound of gunfire couldn't be completely eliminated, and there were still nearly 100 decibels. If there were walkers nearby, they'd still be attracted. Team Luo ordered the crowd, "Get on the sabers and settle it as soon as possible, don't delay the operation." The team split into 5 more. To those of them who were well-trained, slow-moving zombies posed little threat. As long as you control your position and don't get surrounded, one person can deal with 5 of them without a problem. It only took 10 minutes for the group of zombies to all fall to the ground. The team all got in the car and started the engine. Have not yet opened a step, see the end of the street appeared in great numbers, such as the tide of silhouettes. Team Luo, a large number of zombies have appeared ahead. A conservative estimate is that there are probably a few thousand of them. Should we take a detour? With a heavy siege of several thousand walkers, it was impossible for their SUV to break out. The odds are that it will be blocked halfway through the drive. Then they'll be in a jar. Go around the other side. Team Luo gave the order, and the convoy fell backward. But within a few meters of falling out, the intercom went off again. "Team Luo, there are walkers behind us too." Luo team secretly said bad in his heart. They couldn't have met a wave of corpses, right? "Quickly! Evacuate all of them into the department store building and block the first floor stairs with cars," he ordered decisively. They jerked the steering wheel and took control of the SUV as it raced toward the department store, smashing through the glass and driving in. "Block the car at the stairway to the first floor, then get out and retreat to the second floor." The zombies are attracted by the movement of the car. It blocked the first floor and pushed the car around. The crowd's heart rate spiked and they shouldered their guns and stood at attention. They were relieved that the walkers didn't manage to break through the barrier. Team Luo looked down from the second floor and saw only dense, gathering heads. "Bad luck, how did we coincidentally catch the corpse tide?" Team Luo cursed angrily. He could only pray in his heart that the tide of corpses would hurry up and pass. However, as the night went on, the number of zombies was a little less, but there were still a few hundred heads blocking the downstairs of the department store that just wouldn't leave. What's worse, their SUV was scrapped to the bone even though it blocked the zombies' onslaught. Team Luo looked on in anger. "We don't have time to delay. If we get stuck here, sooner or later the water will run out." He commanded his team, "Shoot and clear the walkers." All morning, the gunfire in the department store didn't stop. But the weird thing was that whenever the number of zombies was significantly reduced, a group would immediately fill in. It's like someone is secretly manipulating the walkers. Chapter 216 Breakout. By mid-afternoon, it was hot enough again that it was impossible to be outside for more than 3 minutes. Team Law told the team to stop shooting and conserve their bullets. He still had his fingers crossed at the moment, thinking that surely the walkers wouldn't be downstairs for long. But by nightfall, the zombies still hadn't dispersed. Now Team Law was in a real hurry. No, if the walkers don't leave, then won't we keep wasting time? Team Luo said to the team, come half of the men and I will clear the other floors, the remaining half will remain on guard. Yes, there are still quite a few walkers hiding in the department store building. At any moment, a sneak attack could be launched from behind a fallen shelf, in a closed fitting room, around a dark corner. It's simply indefensible. Although Team Luo and the others had guns in their hands, they also had to be fully concentrated at all times, which was a great drain on their physical strength and energy. While taking a short break at the window, Team Law realized that the building across the street wasn't far from this one. If they could throw the hook and line into the opposite window, they might be able to climb into the building across the street. The more Team Luo thought about it, the more the plan worked. It wasn't that difficult for them, they had a similar program in their usual training. The only difficulty is that you are not sure if the opposite side is safe and if the hook and cable can be hooked securely. Someone needs to scout the path first and make sure the opposite side is safe before anyone else goes over. Immediately after he told his team about his plan, a man with a tattoo on his arm volunteered. He was seen taking the hook and line out of his backpack, and after a few attempts, he finally threw it into the opposite window. After trying to tug on it, it felt pretty firm. The tattooed man lay on his back on the ropes and crawled slowly towards the opposite side. This distance of less than 20 meters took him almost half an hour. When the tattooed man finally crawled across the room, Team Luo hurriedly picked up the walkie-talkie. Report on your side. Zip. After a murmur, the tattooed man's voice came over the intercom. The number of walkers over here is small, only 3, and I've already cleared them. Team Law was delighted and asked again, can you see what's going on downstairs from you? One moment. Team Luo waited anxiously for a while before the tattooed man's voice finally sounded again. No, Team Ro, there's a good number of walkers downstairs on this side too. Team Law was instantly disappointed, but an idea soon came to him. You make noise over there and gather the walkers to your side. Yes. I don't know what the tattooed man found, but loud music came out of the window across the street. Great. You wait over there until we hear from you, and I'll tell you to close it again. Team Luo turned his head to the rest of the team after saying, let's go. Back on the second floor, Team Law inquired, have the walkers downstairs left yet? Instead, the crew on the second floor shook their heads. How is that possible? Team Luo's eyebrows furrowed as he came to the window in disbelief and looked down. The walkers downstairs really weren't lured away by the music. How did this happen? Team Luo's eyes were filled with disbelief. This phenomenon is clearly not in line with the nature of zombies. Combined with his previous suspicions, Team Luo came to a conclusion in his mind. These walkers are being controlled. Team Law, Team Law. A fearful shout came over the intercom, yanking Team Law's mind back to reality. He was busy picking up. Hello? What's going on? What's going on? Please come back when you hear me. Zombies. The zombies are coming up. It was followed by a cacophony of voices. Footsteps, hisses, gunshots, it all came to an abrupt end with a final scream. Damn it! Team Law angrily slammed the walkie-talkie towards the wall and shattered it. His eyes were grim, revealing a strong killing intent. Whether the one controlling the zombies is human or not, I'll make you pay in blood. There was a car parked not far from the department store. Chatter came from the car from time to time. Oddly enough, the walkers around them are oblivious to the car. Sitting inside the car were Chen Luo, Che Xiaoyu, and Luo Wei. Rowdy sat in the passenger seat, looking toward the department store with a pair of binoculars. Just in time to see a scene where the Roos break down the defense and drop the walkie-talkies. She put down the binoculars and said to Chen Luo beside her, not bad, it's them, but not from the head office. Chen Luo didn't need binoculars with his superior eyesight. It looks like they're about to dogpile. Luo Wei, however, shook her head. It's not that simple. If it was that easy to break down, they wouldn't have been able to pass the test and become official employees. Chen Luo smiled disdainfully, then drag it out until they collapse. They're the ones who lack time anyway, not us. Another day passed, and water consumption greatly exceeded Team Law's expectations. This higher and higher temperatures every day. They are drinking water much more often and in much greater quantities. Water that was expected to last 5 days was consumed in just 3. Team Law knew that they had reached the point where their backs were against the wall. I'm going to count to 10, roll down the window from the back and clear the surrounding walkers the first time you land to stall for the rest of the brothers, got it? When everyone is on the ground, break out immediately, and don't stop no matter what happens. Do you all understand? Understood. Team Law took a deep breath and started the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. When the countdown hits 0, he takes the lead and jumps from the second floor, landing in the middle of the walkers. The rifle in his hand swept wildly in all directions as the team members behind him fell to the ground one by one. The intense firepower beat the walkers back, but they were both aware that it was only temporary. The zombies were closing in on them in the distance, and when they ran out of bullets, that's when they would be killed. As the minutes ticked by, their pressure increased exponentially. It's a good thing the last person jumped as well. Team Luo yelled, "Break out!" The crowd then charged all the way towards the direction with the lowest number of zombies. Meanwhile the gunfire kept going, shooting at walkers that got too close. Not looking for a kill, just enough to slow them down. With them running at full speed, the zombies were gradually left behind them. They didn't stop until the walkers were out of sight behind them, cheering excitedly. The joy of escaping with their lives made them forget the sun, the fatigue of their bodies and the dryness of their lips. "Take a head count in bullets," Team Law said to the exuberant crowd. Soon the logistics officer reported back to him, "Team Luo, 5 of the team members have fallen out, their current life and death is unknown, and there are still a dozen or so rounds left for each of them if they have bullets." After hearing his words, the crowd's mood dropped again. It was said that they didn't know whether they would live or die, but in fact, each of them knew exactly what would happen if they fell out of the line. The Rus think about it a lot more. A dozen rounds. Chapter 217, Undead Creatures. It's a bit difficult to not only prevent possible zombies with so few bullets, but also to accomplish the mission. The mission target isn't going to stand still and let them kill them. Team Law thought calmly and decided that they still had to call for backup. The best option is to find a small to medium-sized campsite and dove into it. Hang on with their supplies and water until reinforcements arrive. As he was thinking about it, Logistics queried, "Why are the trees so thick here?" Someone said casually, "Lush is lush, it's none of our business." No, all the plants we saw along the way were in a water-starved state, all withered by the sun, and here they're so lush. Does that mean? Logistics' eyes lit up. There's water here? The crowd's hearts fluttered as they half-heartedly observed their surroundings. Look, you guys, someone found a signpost. This is Center Park, and the map shows a huge lake in the middle of it. It can't be that the lake hasn't completely dried up yet, can it? Most likely. Now everyone was excited, but they also need orders from Team Law to act. So a dozen pairs of eyes looked at Team Luo in unison. Team Law was going to say to let them hold back a bit. After all, the timing of this lake's appearance was too weird. With the certainty that someone in the shadows was watching them, there was no guarantee that the lake wasn't a trap. But being stared at by so many pairs of wolf-like eyes, Team Luo's pressure soared, and they really didn't know how to refuse. He was afraid that if he just said it, they would overreact in their desire to survive. It shouldn't be a trap, should it? Team Luo began to doubt his instincts. Their decision to break out was made only today. The direction of the breakout was also decided on an ad hoc basis. It's unlikely that anyone will be able to pinpoint their movements. After convincing himself of this, Team Law nodded with difficulty. The group walked into the park. It's been abandoned for a long time, and the weeds have grown up to the concrete road. They stepped on vines, through bushes, and pushed aside the leaves that obscured their view, and a clear sky opened up before them. A lake appeared in front of the crowd. The water level inside receded more than 10 meters, revealing the mud underneath. The crowd was a little disappointed at first, thinking they were late. But as they approached, the crowd noticed that there was still some left in the center of the lake. It was about the size of a puddle, enough for them to drink their fill and refill their water bottles. Without waiting for Team Law to speak, they couldn't wait to run toward the center of the lake. Just as they were about to drink the sweet water of the lake, a strange sound came from all around the lake. Team Law was the first to notice, and he yelled, "On guard!" The crowd stopped and raised their guns, aiming them around. What they didn't expect was that the enemy that appeared wasn't human, or even humanoid. Countless vines twisted and crawled towards the crowd in the center of the lake. "Is this?" Team Law snapped to attention. "Zero. It's Zero." The word, which had all but faded into oblivion for them, became clear again in this moment. Some time ago they had searched all over Manhwa City and several nearby cities in order to find Zero. But still nothing. I can't imagine that Zero is hiding here. This is really a step in the right direction. But finding Zero at this point in time is not good news. Inform the captain that Zero has appeared in Marina City. Yes, Logistics took a satellite phone out of his backpack and just tried to dial it. The dirt beneath his feet was suddenly drilled away, and a vine struck the back of his hand. The satellite phone came off and fell to the ground, bound by vines and dragged into the ground. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Team Luo saw the scene and cursed. This place is obviously a trap. Now that they were heavily surrounded, it was impossible for them to force a breakout. He gritted his teeth. "Brothers, we can only fight." The team leaned back and swept over to the vines around them. But rifles don't work on these vines at all. Team Law couldn't help but think, if only the buggy was still there. It was an emergency situation, and their heavy fire equipment and grenades and other projectiles were left in the vehicle and could not be retrieved later. Now that I think about it, this must have been the enemy's design as well. From the moment they entered Marina City, they had been exposed to the eyes of the other side. Every step behind was accurately predicted by the enemy. No, not predicted, this they were unknowingly guided. Team Law sucked in a breath of cold air. Could it be that Zero has evolved an intelligence far beyond that of humans? No, someone should be helping Zero. Soon the crowd's already scarce bullets were completely depleted. They could only drop their guns and pull out their daggers and sabers to fight for their lives. There were just too many vines. They were double-fisted, and one by one they were tied up. Team Law witnessed this scene and finally stopped holding their breath. You made me do this. Ruling hard, Team Luo quickly pulled out a box-preserved test tube from his backpack, which was filled with a clear liquid. Could that be the thing Yang Xiao said that the company traded with the mysterious man? On a large tree by the lake, Chen Luo and Zero stepped on the branches. Noticing Team Luo's movements, Chen Luo hurriedly zeroed in, stop him. But it was too late, only for Team Law to pull the plug and take a drink. In the next second, a thick black gas gushed out from his body. The vines that were close enough to be tainted by the black gas seemed to be drained of their vitality and immediately withered. He himself seemed to have suffered great pain, and his features were twisted together. Gradually, his skin became pale and his face became more and more hideous and terrifying. The whole image of the person is being transformed into another creature. Finally, the black gas dispersed. All that remained in place was an ugly monster with a horned head and fingers that turned into sharp claws. Like the legendary undead creatures, the ghouls. The ghouls stared with lantern-sized eyes filled with bloodlust. Without the black aura, the vines bound the ghoul in 3 circles. But the ghoul's large claws were incredibly sharp and easily tore the vines apart and broke free. It threw back its head in triumph and laughed, see? This supreme greatness. GGG. Its voice also became very unpleasant, similar to fingernails rubbing against a blackboard, and one couldn't help but get goosebumps. Zero, get your ass out here and die. How could Zero, with this little tantrum, tolerate insults from others? There was a shaking at his feet, and a small, 5-meter-tall tree guard rose up from the ground. Brace Zero and Chen Luo as they walked towards the center of the lake. The ghouls were the first to spot Lori in the tree. Zero drank in a petulant voice, you ugly bastard, are you a human or a ghost? How dare you insult this Lord Queen? Chapter 218, The Black Chi That Devours Lifespan. Chen Luo kept sizing up the ghoul. He couldn't help but think of what Mina and Nasha had told him about the waters of Immortal Lake. It was a legend in their world, and it was said that drinking from the lake gave them the power to live forever, but at the cost of becoming inhuman undead creatures. How similar to the scene that is happening right in front of us. Could it be that the bottle of clear liquid it drank was the legendary water of the Immortal Lake? A sharp whistle interrupted Chen Luo's thoughts. The ghouls were seen jumping up and down restlessly, the sanity and humanity fading from their eyes. In its place is a bloodthirsty beast. It looked at the corpses of the team members beside it, and an unbearable hunger welled up from its body. It could only force itself to look away with difficulty. It looks like you're not in a good condition, Chen Luo said in a loud voice. It was only then that the ghoul noticed that there was another man beside Zero. Did you help the experiment? The ghoul's eyes were murderous. Zero is very sensitive to the term experiment, which reminds her of her previous humiliating experience of being observed and experimented on as a guinea pig. Anger made her raise her hand, and countless vines broke out from around the ghoul's feet, whipping the ghoul wildly. The ghoul was lashed to the skin, but no blood flowed out, only the dark bones underneath could be seen. The accumulation of injuries didn't have any effect on the ghouls. It's no use, I can't feel pain, your whipping is like tickling to me, the ghoul said smugly. Filthy, ugly, lowly, disgusting creature, I'm going to make fertilizer out of you. Zero was on fire, about to jump down and fight it, but it was lazily picked up in midair by Chen Luo, and the 2 little short legs fluttered a few times in midair, to no avail. She turned her head angrily, what are you stopping me for? Chen Luo stroked her head like he was calming a fried cat. Said the man, don't you see? It's deliberately provoking you. Zero actually knew, but she didn't care, so what? I just want to kill it. There's no rush. I'll settle it when I ask for more information, okay? Chen Luo's gentle inquiry caused Zero to freeze for a few seconds. Then she turned her head and said, alright, this queen will give you this face, so hurry up and ask whatever you want to ask. Many thanks to the queen. Chen Luo's cooperative honorifics caused Zero's fire to subside. When the ghouls saw this scene, a flash of gloom flashed in their eyes. He hated Chen Luo, who had repeatedly sabotaged his plans, to the bone, and was eager to eat his flesh and drink his blood. Unconsciously, its mind was gradually ghoulizing. When it realized this, it became even more impatient. Chen Luo watched as the ghoul restlessly scratched the ground with its claws. He laughed softly and asked, this greatness of yours, it comes at a price, doesn't it? The ghoul grunted and didn't acknowledge it. Chen Luo added, you seem to be in a hurry, let me guess. Either you're suffering or you're undergoing some irreversible change, it seems like the latter is more likely. The ghoul didn't retort and said with a stiff upper lip, so what? When I catch Zero, the great captain will naturally give me the antidote. You mean the antidote? Chen Luo's heart fluttered. The ghoul said nothing this time. It charges at the small tree guard and soon comes to its feet, trying to climb upwards. Little tree guard tries to kick and slap it with a branch but it doesn't work. Its 2 claws the size of rakes stabbed into the stump and green sap ran down them. The small tree guard let out a low wail. Looks like it won't talk, Zero, take your shot. Long overdue. Zero said happily. Her body grew rapidly, and she soon came to her maiden form. The small tree guard's size also skyrocketed, originally only 5 meters tall, instantly growing to 10 meters. This time it just slapped and sent the ghoul flying. Bucket-thick vines didn't wait for the ghoul to hit the ground before tying it up, quickly forming a cocoon. Done. Zero clapped his hands, his expression relaxed. But in the next second, the cocoon that encased the ghoul began to dry out and become fragile. A pair of claws emitting a black aura broke out of the cocoon. Zero furrowed his brow in some annoyance, not because he was scared, but because he felt humiliated by being punched in the face. She gave a wave of her hand and the guard, who had grown into a large tree, took a step toward the ghoul. With one foot, he stomped on the ghoul that hadn't had time to burrow out. That should always solve it, right? But Zero had still underestimated the ghouls, or rather underestimated the strange black aura. Only the large tree guards began to turn grayish-white from the roots and gradually spread upwards. It could only hurriedly take 2 steps back, but the black gas was as hard to eliminate as a maggot attached to its bones. And there is a trend of gradual expansion. Chen Luo pondered, this black chi was too powerful. It seems to be able to deprive the target of vitality to feed itself until it kills the target completely. It seems that the only way to attack the ghouls is by long-range means or dead things, but it looks like the ghoul's black aura can't be released indefinitely. It did not take advantage of the opportunity to attack after it had risen. Instead, he stumbled toward the bodies of his own team members. Intense hunger prevented it from thinking about anything else, and the only thing in its eyes was the recently dead body. It plopped down close to a corpse and used its claws to disembowel it. Pulling out the still warm entrails, he feasted on them. As the food went down, the ghouls got a lot better. Over here, Zero saw the big tree guard's agonized appearance, and was somewhat unable to bear it. It was, after all, one of her men, and she couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Zero's body then changed once again, becoming more mature and switching to her imperial form. The slender palm pressed against the branch emitting a green glow. The grayish-white part of the large tree guard's torso fought with the green part. The vitality that had a constant supply from Zero gradually gained the upper hand and drove the black gas completely out of the big tree guard's body. Let it dissipate into the air. Her phoenix eyes looked over. The ghoul was finishing off the last of the corpses, but it wasn't satisfied. Instead, he looked greedily at the team members who were hanging in midair from the vines and were still alive. Obviously, it had completely lost its mind and could not distinguish between enemy and self. The team members who were targeted by its eyes were all trembling with fear as they desperately sought help from Zero and Chen Luo. Help me. I'll say anything. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo said to Zero, Zero. Without Chen Luo having to say much, Zero naturally understood what he had to do. Maneuvering the vines dragged a few live ones into the ground. The ghouls lost their target and could only charge the large tree guard again. The large tree guard stomped away, and the ghoul leapt forward, hugging the root and gnawing at it with great gusto. Chapter 219, The Queen. The ghoul clung to the roots of the tree and wouldn't let go, no matter how much the vines lashed and the big tree guards kicked. It had no sense of pain anyway, and was able to repair itself by nibbling, completely emboldened. Zero saw this scene while healing the large tree guards. She got angry and refused Chen Luo's offer to help. She wanted to take care of this ugly monster herself, with her own hands, but the ghoul's ability was too much of a restraint for her, and she was at her wits' end to do anything with it. So he could only reach out his hand towards Chen Luo. What? Chen Luo asked uncertainly. Altered Spirit Spring, the bottle like before. I want 10 bottles. 10 bottles is 5 liters, which is a lot. Chen Luo wasn't able to achieve self-sufficiency in spiritual springs right now. Giving 5 liters of Altered Spirit Spring at once would inevitably cause some heartache. But since it was Zero who wanted it, he took it out without hesitation. Zero was also touched to see Chen Luo being so forthcoming. In her imperial form, she didn't need to stand on her tiptoes to reach Chen Luo's lips. After a touch, she said in Chen Luo's ear in a flirtatious manner, when we get back, I'll reward you properly. Chen Luo's heart was hot. This form of Zero saying this is so feminine. Zero's favoritism +1, reaches 100. Chen Luo was slightly stunned and opened the favorability panel. Name, 0. Identity, experimenter, mutant. Favorability, 100, till death do us part. Reward for first acquaintance, fully automated farm, acquired. First kiss reward, 100 liters of Altered Spirit Spring, already obtained. Reward for complete strategy, 1 ton of Altered Spirit Spring, not obtained. Zero has finally turned his back on humans. No, to be precise, it was only to Chen Luo that he dropped all his guard. From this moment on, she would trust Chen Luo with all her heart. As long as Chen Luo was willing, she could get her complete raider reward today. That's a ton. Although he didn't know the density of the mutant spirit spring, it was probably about the same as ordinary water. 1 ton is also equal to 1,000 liters. 5 liters of spirit spring for 1,000 liters, plus the reward from Zero mouth. This deal is so worth it. Chen Luo closed the panel and Zero was drinking spirit spring from a bottle. These were 5 bottles of spirit springs, and the energy contained within them was enormous. Not to mention whether Zero could handle it. After the 4th bottle alone, her little tummy was already visibly bulging. How about? Better, I'll strike out just the same. Zero's arrogant little temper came up and said nothing. She waved her hand and downed the last of the bottle in one gulp. Then Zero was wrapped in lush green light. Her size changed once more. Not vertically though, but horizontally. Only to see Zero's bulging and swollen little stomach slowly flatten out. Instead the two parts in front and behind his body bulged out. It was as if a shift had occurred. When the green light dispersed, a colorful crown made up of flowers of various colors appeared on Zero's head. The green hair hung down to her hips like a cape. The features go from delicate to more beautiful and atmospheric. Zero opened his eyes revealing a sense of invincibility, as if he didn't care about anything. Now that's what I call a queen. All of Zero's other forms are like little girls playing house in comparison. Chen Luo looked dumbfounded. Zero's red lips that didn't wear lipstick but seemed to have been trimmed with roses opened slightly. Was it good? Good. Good looking. Chen Luo's silly look amused Zero. It was clearly the same smile. Before it was a female brat, now it was a queen, and it gave off a completely different vibe. Time to take care of this asshat. Zero put away his smile and unleashed his ability. Her hair instantly turned black, as did the flowers on her crown. It added a touch of solemnity to Zero's entire being. Her sadly bare feet without heels stomped on a branch, only to see that the great tree guard has also undergone a radical change. All the green leaves on the head fell off and the branches became dry. The face that was originally kind as a grandmother also became horribly frightening. The ghouls gnawed for half a day, but could no longer draw life from the large tree guard's body. It looked up in confusion, and all it saw was the face of the big tree guard's scary old grandmother. The ghoul was startled and instantly sobered up, even regaining his senses. It jumped off the big tree guard in a hurry, but it was too late. The big tree guards looked like they had fallen into a berserk state and were no longer as slow as before. In an instant, he caught up with the ghoul, and with a single kick, he stomped the ghoul into the ground again. Stepping on one foot after another, the ground shook every time. Even Chen Luo on the tree was a little unsteady, and had to hug the branch to make it work. When the large tree guards moved their legs, the ghouls underneath had been trampled to pieces and were completely lifeless. Chen Luo couldn't help but sigh. It seems that this undead creature isn't unkillable. This ghoul's recovery ability was strong, but it was the black chi that was consumed. When there were no corpses around for it to replenish, it hiccuped completely. And Zero still seems comfortable doing all of this. She hadn't even shown the true power of her team in this form yet, killing the ghoul with just the summon. It was evident how strong she was now. But such a powerful state is not a small drain on energy. Chen Luo was just about to speak to her when he saw Zero's body shrinking little by little. It soon changed back to its original female brat. Zero was still basking in his victory and didn't feel like changing back. Toward Chen Luo, she said triumphantly, "How was it? Have you been shocked by this queen's valor? Did you fall hopelessly in love with this queen? Tell you what, you drive out the other women in the safe house and this queen will allow you to be my only manservant, do you promise?" Chen Luo walked over and knocked her hard on the head. "You! How dare you knock this queen's head? No, why have you grown taller? Can you switch forms too?" Zero looked down. The majestic peaks were gone, replaced by plains. The long, slender legs were gone as well, leaving behind two short, fleshy legs. Zero then realized that he had changed back. "If you'd stayed the way you were just now, maybe I'd have heartily agreed, but with the tutus you've got now, who are you trying to drive away?" Chen Luo smiled wistfully. "Ha, this girl. I'm just joking with you, you won't get angry and kick me out, right?" Zero asked apprehensively. With her favorability up, she was completely inseparable from Chen Luo. "I'm kidding you too." Zero was delighted in his heart. Then he heard Chen Luo say, "Even if you can maintain that form, it's impossible for me to drive away the others." Zero's little face immediately fell. "And of course, that includes you." Zero's eyes brightened again. Chapter 220, The Gift of Death. The vines brought out several people who had been dragged into the ground earlier. They were covered in dirt and looked quite distressed. Immediately after seeing the sun again, they looked around. At the sight of a body that didn't resemble a human form, as well as Chen Luo and Zero who were standing, they then understood what had happened. The vines didn't loosen, but wrapped around their waists, causing them to be unable to stand up, and could only remain in a kneeling position. Chen Luo looked down on them. "Is it time to tell me the information I want?" Several people looked at each other in dismay, and it was only after half a day that someone finally spoke up. "After we tell you the information, will you be able to let us go?" Chen Luo was too lazy to lie to them and coldly spat out one word, "No." They also didn't think that Chen Luo would agree to let himself go, and even if he did, it would only be a lie. Likewise, they don't want to betray the company, so the most they can do is to reveal unimportant information or simply fake information in exchange for their own lives. However, Chen Luo didn't even give them the slightest bit of hope, directly cutting off this possibility. One of them sighed. The whole person instantly aged 10 years. "I said, all I ask is that you give me a drink of water before sending me on my way." The rest of the team looked at him in unison. "Old G, you?" They were incredulous at his betrayal of the company. "It's come to this, and you guys still think the company is the greatest? Wake up! It's the end times now, humanity is going to be finished." Old Quarter broke down and shouted as the others sniffed and remained silent. Chen Luo saw this scene and thought to himself, it seems that the company's brainwashing is going to lose its effect on the employees underneath. Also, brainwashing is a long, ongoing process. It needs to be constantly inculcated with ideas and reinforcement. Even if the brainwashing is successful, it is possible to get rid of being gotten rid of if you don't continue brainwashing after too long a period of time. If it were in the old days, each branch would probably have professionals responsible for brainwashing their employees. That's certainly not the case now. There is only one reason that will keep the bottom feeders working for the company. That is, the company can provide them with guarantees to stay alive, including weapons, shelter, food, and so on. But at this point in time, even the company couldn't bail them out, so they naturally faltered. Chen Luo decided to add more fuel to the fire. Zero understood and maneuvered a vine to the puddle in the center of the lake. The only water left in this puddle was actually created by Siren with her powers, and the surrounding trees and greenery were summoned by Zero. Even when they broke through the zombie encirclement and became complacent, they didn't realize that even this was in Chen Luo's plan. Deliberately leaving a weak position, they did choose to make a breakthrough from that direction. Binhai City had completely become Chen Luo's home turf. Such is the advantage of playing at home. The vine grew a large scoop-shaped leaf and held a full load of water back to Chen Luo. Chen Luo also thoughtfully chilled the water. This hand shocked the crowd, but they were more concerned about the water that emitted a cold aura than the ability. The water was so inviting on such a hot day. The knot in their throats involuntarily moved up and down, feeling more and more like there was a razor blade of pain in their throats. The only relief would be the not-so-clear water in front of me. Drink, Chen Luo said indifferently to Old Ji. Old Ji couldn't stop his hands from trembling from excitement. Almost poured the water from the blade onto the ground. As the others burned their eyes, Lao Ji drank the water down in one gulp and let out a sigh of comfort. Can we talk now? Whatever you want to ask, just ask. Old Ji's face revealed a look of contentment and nothing else. Why did you come with so few people, and where are the others? Old Ji gave Chen Luo a rather surprised look. You even know about this? Never mind, why am I asking? He continued, we have received intelligence that an intelligent race has appeared in Marina City, and our team has only come over to determine if they are still in Marina City. Wait until the location of the alien race is locked before the large force arrives. Cooperate if you can exchange and cooperate, forcefully capture by force if you can't. Chen Luo was interested in this point. So skillful, you guys shouldn't be communicating with the foreigners already, right? I'm not sure about the other divisions. We did find a werewolf, but it couldn't communicate at all, and a lot of our men died trying to catch it. Chen Luo rubbed his chin and asked again, then where is that werewolf now? We were supposed to send the werewolves to the Institute for research, but we got another assignment halfway through. What mission? A mysterious organization has emerged in a fishing village. The Church of Eternal Life? Chen Luo snatched the answer. You know this too? Associated with the fact that Chen Luo knew their every move, Old Ji suddenly realized, there are spies in the company? Chen Luo didn't bother to explain, which in turn made Old Ji even more convinced of his suspicions. If this news is sent back, it's probably a big credit. Unfortunately, he wasn't going to get that chance. Old Ji smiled to himself before continuing, that's right, it's the Church of Eternal Life. It is said that they have mastered the method that can give people monster abilities, that mysterious liquid. But the price, as you can see, is that it can make people lose their minds and turn them into monsters through and through. He shuddered a little at the thought of Team Law's man-eating eyes. It is said that the archbishops of the church have a way to turn people into monsters and still keep their sanity, but they won't reveal it. So the brigade stayed over there, trying to get more of the mysterious liquid, as well as prying out of them the means to keep their sanity. Kind of interesting. Is the big captain you guys are talking about the bald guy with the sunglasses? Exactly. What's his name? What's the origin? Old Ji couldn't answer that question. The other hurriedly said, I know, I could tell you, but I need water too. Chen Luo snapped his fingers, 0. The water was brought to him, but he didn't drink it directly, instead looking at Chen Luo with bated breath. Chen Luo understood what he meant and didn't mind letting them die a painful death. When he finished drinking the ice water, he shouted freely, it hurts. Now I can die without regret. After shouting he said, the brigadier's name is Louis, he was sent down from headquarters, and his original mission was to pick up Red Rose and work with her to bring Experiment 0 down. 0 glared at him. He hastily changed his tone, but the Red Rose and the experimental data are nowhere to be found. The various details he said matched up with what Chen Luo knew, indicating that he wasn't lying. Chen Luo went on to ask a few more questions. The others couldn't sit still long enough to grab an answer. It's just that they are all bottom-level employees and don't know as much as Luo Wei knows. After Chen Luo asked the last question, Zero Frame raised his hand and froze them all into ice sculptures. On a day like this, a death like this would be a blessing. Chapter 221 Zero's Reward. After taking care of everything, Chen Luo brought Zero back to the safe house. He first found Ro and told her the information he had gotten from the company's employees. Which of this intelligence do you think is true and which is false? Chen Luo asked after finishing. I don't feel like they have to lie to you, most of the intel is pretty much the same as what I know, like Lewis was sent down from HQ, etc. Previously, Ro merely knew that Lewis, like herself, was an employee of the headquarters. But it wasn't clear what the other person's name was. A multinational company of this size employs thousands of people. It's full of all sorts of little forces and organizations. It's not unusual for Lowell not to recognize Lewis. What I can be sure of is that this Lewis is definitely not to be messed with. Luo Wei's expression was quite serious and solemn. The people at headquarters, one or the other, are crazy. And that includes you too, doesn't it? In the face of Chen Luo's obvious flirtation, Luo Wei's fruit knife that was cutting the fruit plate was pressed against the front of Chen Luo's throat in the next second. However, Chen Luo's eyes were devoid of fear and instead filled with admiration. So fast. Rowdy deflated and removed the fruit knife, treating the apple as if it were someone viciously stabbing it to vent. So what if it's faster? It still won't kill you, asshole. Is it that you can't kill it? Or that you don't want to give it up? Ro rolled her eyes. Can't give it up, okay? Chen Luo hemmed and hawed. Seriously, Ro got serious. Even I killed my way through hundreds of competitors in the first place. So don't ever underestimate anyone from headquarters, understand? Seeing her so serious, Chen Luo also put away his smile and nodded seriously. By the way, he remembered something. I also captured a satellite phone here. Do you think it would be useful? Without looking, Lo said, there's only one number in there. When Chen Luo looked at it, it was true. She explained, every employee has only the number of their supervisor stored on their satellite phone, nothing more. Which means it's useless. That's not necessarily true. Keep it. It might come in handy later. Okay. Chen Luo put away the satellite phone as Luo Wei said. After enjoying the fruit plate cut by the personal maid herself, Chen Luo came to the farm. But don't forget, Zero still owes him a reward. That's the main event. Stepping into the plant palace, Zero sits on the throne that is both a bed and a throne. She towered over him, her eyes looking condescending. Human, what are you doing here? Chen Luo was also happy to cooperate with her. He said respectfully, the Queen Sama had previously promised the little people a reward, and the little people have come here to claim it. Zero nodded in satisfaction. Come on up. Chen Luo took a big step forward and sat down close to her body. So, we begin? Instead, Zero said, sit here for now. When he finished speaking, he stood up and walked into the side hall. There's a surprise? Chen Luo rubbed his hands together expectantly pale flies. Not long after, a sound of footsteps came to Chen Luo's ears. He craned his head to look, and his entire being was instantly awestruck. Only Zero in her queen form was uncharacteristically dressed in a long black dress, the hem of which trailed all the way to the ground. The cold arrogance in his eyes, looking at Chen Luo like he was looking at trash. If it was the initial form of Zero looking at Chen Luo with such eyes, Chen Luo would definitely teach this unpunished female brat a hard lesson. But if it was the queen form, Chen Luo would only cry out in his heart, yes, that's the look. The snow-white gash in front of her body contrasted sharply with the long black dress. It made the eyes focus on her involuntarily. On her feet, she wore a pair of clear, high-heeled crystal shoes. This is a godsend. High heels make one's legs look slimmer and one's buttocks firmer. It makes one's temperament more noble, setting off the already transcendent Zero like a queen out of a fairy tale. Zero also noticed Chen Luo's gaze. She couldn't help but snicker in her heart, but in order to maintain her image, she forced herself not to show it. How does this queen look, human? It's so beautiful. Chen Luo giggled back. Zero barely managed to strain himself and hurriedly covered his mouth with his hand. The movement also looked elegant in her air. You can see how much of an impact face value can have. Speaking of which, this outfit was still matched for her by Tang Xin. When Zero's small face turned red, she squirmed and found Tang Xin. Told Tang Xin what he was thinking. Tang Xin not only didn't laugh at her, but also gently helped her choose her clothes and even lent her own jewelry. And Tang Xin was worthy of being the mayor's wife who had been in and out of high society. The vision was quite unique, matching Zero with such an outfit that perfectly suited her temperament. Thinking about this, Zero rarely increased his favoritism towards humans other than Chen Luo a little. Back to reality, Zero was wearing high heels for the first time and doesn't look too comfortable with them. Luckily, it didn't fall and made it to the throne without incident. She kicked her heels off and lifted one leg. The skirt slipped off, revealing pink and white thighs. Zero didn't mind in the slightest and instead said to Chen Luo, lick it. She said this as if she was rewarding. This was indeed the case, at least that was how Chen Luo felt. Still, he played dumb and said, what? I see you like it, and I'll give you a chance. Ahem, Chen Luo coughed twice awkwardly. It's not that much of a favorite law, it's okay, I appreciate a person's inner self more than that. Zero's eyes were filled with contempt, obviously not believing Chen Luo's bull asterisk. Chen Luo was infuriated, since you don't believe me, don't blame me for not being polite. Zero can still last longer without using his abilities and consuming energy. But Chen Luo never knows enough. Again and again, more and more excessive demands are made. Zero was also immersed in a fantastically beautiful experience, allowing Chen Luo to eat her dry. Not only did they try all kinds of poses, they even came in different forms. It's really 4 wishes at once. When it was over, Zero drifted off to sleep. She was too tired to maintain her form any longer and changed back to her original size. Chen Luo hemmed and hawed in triumph as the system's electromechanical tone rang in his ears. Complete Raider Objective 0, obtain 1 ton of mutant spirit spring? Now that's a double whammy. Chen Luo couldn't help but lower his head and kiss Zero's lovely sleeping face. Zero was whispering dreamily, damn, nasty, Shibari maniac. Hearing Zero sleep all abusing himself, Chen Luo's face instantly darkened. Toward Zero's jutting, it was a slap down. Chapter 222, Uplifting with Music. For the next few days, Chen Luo lived a rather leisurely life. Occasionally, I go to Wenwenju's classroom to listen to the lessons and use it as a teaching material. Occasionally, go and enjoy a massage from Roe, the personal maid. Take another trip to the farm every other day to experience the Queen's Jailer's reward. The days are good and uneventful. On this day Suri came to the safe house. As soon as he entered, he unzipped his sun suit, revealing his toned body inside. The skin was slightly reddened by the sun, and sweat had drenched it as if it had been oiled. This would definitely win a bodybuilding competition. Chen Luo thoughtfully handed over a large glass of ice water, the kind that could hold a liter. Su Rui gulped it down, part of the water flowing out and making its way down her swan-like neck. Still not feeling up to it, she poured the rest of the ice water all over her head again. Phew dash, come to life. Is it ever that much of a stretch? Don't I bring you water over every day? Chen Luo reacted just as he asked, you're giving moisture to the ordinary people in your camp again? Su Rui admitted graciously, if I don't share it with them, at least half of them are going to kill themselves if they can't stand it. As the weather gets hotter and hotter, the amount of time one can spend outside has shrunk to a very short amount of time. Even the mornings and evenings are hot as hell, and it's only slightly better at night when there's no sun. But operating at night also means danger, and not everyone has been vaccinated against the zombie virus. Walkers lurking in the shadows are still quite deadly. Speaking of which, Surya was also a little discouraged. If this heat keeps up, I don't think my camp will last much longer. Oh, there's a negativity that's been spreading fast through the camp lately, and everyone's starting to feel a little self-absorbed. It is also true that the heavy atmosphere of these last days and the successive natural disasters, even the most optimistic people can't see the hope, but also will be jade. Su Rui's camp had Chen Luo's support and yet, the others might have despaired, right? That's not good. If the survivors of Marina del Rey commit mass suicide, then wouldn't there be no one to trade supplies for water with Chen Luo? Chen Luo was still waiting to take some zombie virus vaccines out to support a few other camps after this natural disaster. This time the company thing had gotten the best of him. But it was impossible to control the entire Marina City just by himself and those people in Camp Su Rui. Chen Luo himself didn't want to establish a force, he only wanted to live. But he could have pushed Suri up there. Su Rui's camp was supposed to be the #1 camp in Marina City in terms of size. It just doesn't match the strength and size on the surface. Further, it would be the veritable #1 force in Marina City. Chen Luo was merely speeding up the process. But now that the survivors are on the verge of committing suicide, wouldn't all his earlier efforts be for naught? That's not good. You have to do something about it yourself. Thinking about it, Chen Luo's eyes suddenly lit up. He said to Surya, why don't we have a concert? Concert? Su Rui looked at the little cutie with a gaze at Chen Luo, and also worriedly measured Chen Luo's forehead with the back of her hand. Do you have a fever? Chen Luo slapped Su Rui's hand away and explained, didn't you say that they couldn't see hope and were in a negative mood? What could be more uplifting than music? Su Rui grinned, it doesn't feel as uplifting as a rain shower, it's uplifting enough. It rains, of course it rains, but during concerts. Suri became interested, you have an idea? Chen Luo was confident. How easy is it to make it rain? The sirens can just unleash their powers together. But with just the rain, Chen Luo always felt a loss. To think that the siren songs are powerfully infectious and can charm the mind. He might be able to utilize this to build a spiritual pillar for all the survivors in Marina City, to be their hope and motivation to live. As it happened, Chen Luo had a very good candidate. Let me have a concert? Jisai, who was washing dishes in the kitchen, was confused. That's right, Chen Luo said affirmatively. Boss, don't tease me, I still have bowls to wash. GCC only thought Chen Luo was joking. I'm not teasing you, I'm serious. Chen Luo told GCC about his plan. The embellished version, of course. In Chen Luo's mouth, he describes himself as someone who is single-mindedly concerned about the survivors of Marina City. Describe this behavior instead as benefiting all Marina City survivors and asking for nothing in return. Tang Xian, who was listening on the side, covered her mouth and laughed. Could she not understand what kind of person Chen Luo was? Selfish and unprofitable. If he's actively being nice to someone, it must be because he has something favorable in mind for that person. When Tang Xian was still the mayor's wife, she was used to seeing hypocrites. Seeing a real villain like Chen Luo, he also unexpectedly found him quite cute. Chen Luo's words were like a heavy hammer, hitting GCC's head heavily. It made her brain go blank for a long time. From being a diva in the limelight, she was reduced to a nearly aborted auction item. GCC recognized the cruelty of the end times early on. If Chen Luo hadn't saved her, she would have sunk and drowned. All she wanted now was to be able to wash the dishes at Chen Luo's safe house and live a safe and carefree life. After all, such a life has been the dream of countless people struggling to survive. GCC didn't dare to be asking for more. Now Chen Luo was telling her that she can still sing on stage, and she can't believe it herself. Even though there may not be a stage or even an audience of a few. GCC, Binhai City needs a positive image to give them hope. Chen Luo looked at GCC in a serious manner. Can I? GCC was not doubting Chen Luo, but herself. Of course, Chen Luo solemnly patted GCC's shoulder. You're the best and only person for the job. GCC was on the verge of crying, not only because she was touched by Chen Luo, but also because Chen Luo's palm was a bit heavy and slapped her shoulder a bit painfully. Chen Luo's words changed. But you haven't sung for a long time, right? I wonder if the level has regressed. No, absolutely not. GCC said anxiously, I've been practicing a lot when I'm by myself in my room, I swear the level hasn't regressed. Chen Luo was very pleased. Great, can you show a segment? GCC instantly let loose with a sing-along. The little diva deserves to be called a little diva, and this opening of her voice is really extraordinary. Even if it's sung clean, it still moves. Even Chen Luo, who knew nothing about music, could sense the high level of her skill. Sweet treble, accurate mid-range, deep bass, in a word, through and through. Chen Luo commented in a pretentious manner. Chapter 223, The World is Still Epileptic. Chen Luo was thinking from the bottom of his heart that GCC's singing voice was good. It can even be compared to the sirens, who are known for their beautiful songs. It's just that GCC doesn't have that kind of infectious singing voice and will be at a bit of a disadvantage in that regard. But GCC was an ordinary human after all, and it was normal that she couldn't do it. Thanks for the compliment. GCC said modestly. Jisai's favorability plus 10 to 50, friendly. Chen Luo snapped his fingers, then the concert is decided, I need a few days to prepare for it. Ha? Just a few days? GCC once again felt the nervousness and apprehension before her debut. A few days is enough time, and I'm still too long. GCC said, I have to go to my room to get ready and practice my song. Chen Luo nodded, it's really aggravating for you, a little diva, to stay in a teeny tiny room and practice your songs. GCC was flattered and waved her hands, no, I'm already satisfied with having a room. Chen Luo promised, after the concert, I'll get you a KTV in the safe house. GCC was very touched and said thank you over and over again. Once again, the system's beep sounded in Chen Luo's mind. Jisai's favoritism plus 10 to 60, like. Chen Luo subconsciously opened the favorability panel. Name, Jisai. Status, singer, star. Favorability, 60, like. Reward for first acquaintance, top-of-the-line audio equipment, already obtained. First kiss reward, KTV, not obtained. Reward for complete strategy, ability, heavenly voice, not obtained. It turned out that GCC's favorability reward had a KTV, and Chen Luo had long thought about whoring for nothing. GCC wanted to grab the song and practice, but just as she took a step out, she noticed the gloves on her hands. It took her a moment to remember that she still had dishes to wash. Tang Xan saw GCC's difficulty and took the initiative to speak. Cici, I'll give you a few days off, so focus on practicing your songs and leave these bowls to me. Thank you, Sister Tang Xin. GCC gave Tang Xin a big hug. Okay, the foam is getting on my clothes, just take your gloves off and go. Aha! GCC left with a bounce in her step. It was only then that Tang Xin said to Chen Luo, ghostly words, look at how you fooled the other little girl. I'm not fooling her, I'm telling the truth, I'm just using a billion little rhetorical devices. You are happy, what about these bowls? I don't care, you help me wash them. Tang Xin rarely showed this daughterly expression. Chen Luo's heart was on fire, okay, just wash it. He was close to Tang Xin's front and back body. The hand washed and touched her hand. Aya, forget it if you don't wash it, don't make a mess. Tang Xin pouted. I'm not messing up. Chen Luo played dumb, aren't I washing the dishes? He suddenly gave a startled cry, you're not lathered up. Tang Xin looked down, it was left behind by that girl GCC when she hugged her. So she rinsed her hands and took a clean cloth and tried to wipe them off. Chen Luo, however, snatched the cloth before him. Let me help you. Tang Xin rolled her pretty eyes, but turned her body around. The meaning is quite obvious. Chen Luo hemmed and hawed. The two were engaged in washing dishes when a shout came from outside. Mom, I'm so hungry, is there anything good to eat? Dojiajia broke in. Just as soon as he came in, he saw the two of them in disheveled clothing. Did I come at a bad time? Don't get me wrong, we were just doing the dishes. Can you wash dishes and get your clothes messy, your forehead sweaty, and your cheeks red? Dojiajia is not convinced. Tang Xin also knew that her reason was untenable, and quickly changed the topic. Aren't you hungry? I just happened to make some food. Oh, that's what you mean, making me excited for nothing. Dojiajia took the food and was about to leave. After a moment's thought, she turned back and said, Mom, be careful when you wash the dishes, you're getting the suds all over your body. After saying that, Du Jiejia scattered her legs and ran away. You dead child. Tang Xian was furious and wanted to go after him, but was stopped by Chen Luo. Forget it, don't bother with the kid. How old are you, and you're still a kid? I was out on a blind date at her age. Tang Xian rambled on about what she had been through. It seems that women, no matter how old they are or what their face value is, become such nags when they become moms. Chen Luo was unlucky enough to be the target of this nagging. A man rummages through a box in a small convenience store. Water. Water. Where's the water? After rummaging through the day for the slightest drinkable liquid, the man was desperate. Look at the pesticide found in your hand. Surprisingly, he felt the urge to drink it. This stuff should quench your thirst too, right? The more the man thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Anyway, if he doesn't drink, he'll die of thirst, and if he drinks, he'll die either way, so he might as well quench his thirst before he dies. So the man unscrewed the cap, and a stimulating flavor went straight to the sky. He pinched his nose, tilted his head, and was about to drink. The sound of a horn came from outside. The man stopped and walked quickly to the window, only to see a car drive quickly across the street. There was a horn strapped to the car that was blasting out. The singing diva GCC returns to the stage. The post-apocalyptic themed concert will be held in 3 days, at No. XX, Marina Road. Welcome to your presence. Crazy, all crazy. The world had finally turned upside down into something it couldn't understand. The man shook his head and smiled bitterly, ready to go back and finish the pesticide. But the trumpet hadn't finished broadcasting. There will be unlimited water available on site, no tickets required, and it's for everyone. The man's feet stopped in midair. The term unlimited water appeals to men. Even he knew full well that it was almost impossible, but what if? What if there really was water? He was going to die anyway, so what if he was cheated? At most, he'll die 3 days late. But if it's true, doesn't that give him hope to live? Who wants to die when you can live? The man gritted his teeth. Fine, then I'll wait another 3 days to see what this concert is all about. He stowed the pesticide in his backpack and continued on to the next supply point. The same scene played out all over Marina City. At least a few tens of thousands of people have temporarily dismissed the idea of suicide. The car drove to Marina Road XX, the location where the concert in the horn was held. This was clearly the Marina City Disaster Victim Shelter, which was Su Rui's camp. Chapter 224 Extravagant Props. 3 days later, a succession of survivors emerged from the shelters where they had taken refuge. They converged on a single spot from all directions. When they saw the sign, Marina City Disaster Victims Shelter, their hearts went cold. Thought this was a shortage and was pulling people in. Immediately, 10% of them turned their heads and left. The rest of the group continued onward with the idea that they had come all this way. At the doorway stood 2 guards checking to see if they had any weapons on them. A man with a straw hat on his head to shade his eyes from the sun smiled broadly and cozied up to the guards when it was his turn. Hey, big brother, what's going on with this concert you guys are having here? The guard glanced at him and explained, I'm not sure, it was our chief's idea. Straw Hat Man heard, together with the fact that even your own people don't understand what's going on. This isn't going to be a trick to get them to play, is it? He asked again, what about water? The loudspeaker advertises an unlimited supply of water. The guard asked and shook his head again. Aren't you guys cheating? I told you how it could be so good. Mud, let's go. Another 10% left. Those who remain aren't still harboring a shred of fantasy, but are resigned to being treated like cuties. Play. Enraged, they yelled that they would give an account of themselves, or else they would step on the place today. At that moment a horn sounded. A heavy truck drove by, honking its horn to signal the people in front of it who were blocking the road to get out of the way. A shock flashed through the eyes of the crowd, and it was still very oppressive to be in close contact with this behemoth. They have moved out of the way. The guards saw the heavy truck and saluted respectfully. Chen Luo got down from the main driver and came to the door of the compartment. Opened the carriage door in front of hundreds of people. A blast of cold air hit the forefront of the room, making it feel like a spring breeze. Then they saw that the wagon was piled high with large ice cubes. Now everyone pressed on. It's ice. They have ice. Chen Luo ignored the noisy crowd and instead waved at the guards. Brother Chen, is this the water that will be handed out at the concert later? The guard asked solicitously. Chen Luo shook his head, his expression clouded with death and said, no, this is a stage prop. There is no dry ice, so we can only use this instead. Wow. The scene was in an uproar. Using ice as a prop? That's too much of a waste, isn't it? They can't even find a drinkable bottle of water in the dozens of degrees Celsius heat and risk being infected by zombies. This place is so extravagant that they use ice for props? Good lord, are we living in a world? Chen Luo added, you take the car in and give it to your leader, she will set it up. Yes. The guard climbed into the driver's seat and drove off in the heavy truck. The crowd's eyes had been following closely, and it was a sight to behold. They didn't withdraw their gaze until the taillights were out of sight. After Chen Luo did this, the crowd could no longer question it and scrambled inside. The pressure on the guards increased dramatically, and it was good to see that there were others coming along to keep order. Let us in, we want to hear the concert. It doesn't matter if it's watery or not, we just love music. One part of the group shouted out for their companions who had just left. Another part of the group pulled out their walkie-talkies and yelled at, "There's water, lots of it, come quickly." Apparently they had been sent by other camps to spy and were now informing their own people to come. The voices of the guards were drowned out in the noise, and all they could do was yell at the top of their lungs, "Line up! Line up! If we keep stalling, you won't even be able to get in by the end of the concert." At these words, the crowd immediately lined up in an orderly fashion. The guards then breathed a sigh of relief, wiped the sweat from their foreheads, and began to inspect them one by one. Chen Luo watched for a while and then left. The stage was open air, set up right in the middle of the neighborhood, without even a plastic canopy for shade. You can see how sketchy it is. Despite this, the equipment is well equipped. Anyone who plays music would instantly recognize that the sound equipment here is top of the line. This was, of course, the favorability reward that Chen Luo had received from GCC. At the back of the stage was a normal room, now being used temporarily as backstage and dressing rooms. Come in. When you push the door in, it's a makeshift dressing room. Jissy sat in a chair, facing the makeup mirror. All the women from the Chenault safe house are here. Zhang Miaomia was doing her makeup, Tang Xian was choosing her matching jewelry, and Du Jiejia was picking out her clothes. Even Che Xiaoyu and Su Yulan had something to do. They stood behind Jissy as bodyguards. It should go without saying that walkers are really appropriate as bodyguards. Without batting an eyelid, you can stand all day without getting tired. A room full of warblers and swallows, Chen Luo had no place to sit when he came in. When Chen Luo saw this scene, he secretly said in his heart, "It seems that everyone has been holding back for a long time. Also, who is not repressing themselves in this heavy atmosphere of the end times? This concert today will give everyone a chance to vent." Ning Xiao saw Chen Luo enter and greeted him. "You're finally here," she is getting nervous. There was a delay at the door. Chen Luo walked towards GCC and stood behind her. It could be noticed that Jissy's body was trembling slightly. Chen Luo let out a light laugh and teased, "Why do you make it look like it's your first time on stage? Aren't you a little diva? You big sky later, also all shake off." GCC couldn't help but retort. Chen Luo had said to her earlier, something about humanity needing a hope and Binhai City needing a spiritual pillar or something. It was close to saying that GCC was the savior of the end-time crisis. How can this not be stressful? Chen Luo also knew that he had put too much pressure on her. Hands gently kneaded up GCC's shoulders and gave her a massage. Okay, relax, it's really nothing. Even if the concert is messed up, it's okay." Chen Luo's words were true. His plan had been to create two leaders for the survivors of Marina City. One is spiritual, which is Jissy. The other is the one in power, referring to Su Rui. The latter is the most crucial and the one who actually holds the power of speech. So whether Jissy succeeds or fails has an impact, but not a big one. But GCC didn't think so. She thought Chen Luo was comforting herself. Take a few deep breaths and say, "Thank you, I'm better." Chen Luo smiled and didn't say much. GCC asked again, "Then what do you think of my costume? Will it be a bit too casual, or should I change into a dress?" Chen Luo carefully sized up GCC. She had a baseball cap on her head and a baseball shirt that wasn't zipped up. Inside is a short shirt that reveals a small waist, as well as denim shorts. He commented, "Not bad, full of yuan power, very appropriate." The theme of the concert was hope under the end times. The gown is nice, but it's too dignified, and the effect is rather less than the present one. Chapter 225 End Times Theme Concert. Chen Luo and GCC chatted a few more times, with other people interjecting from time to time in between. Finally, GCC's emotions were stabilized. But just at that moment, Suri pushed her way in. "Ready or not, it's packed out there." These words instantly put paid to the efforts of Chen Luo's few people. Jissy's breath caught again. "Let them wait," Chen Luo said without looking back. "But they are very eager, I am afraid that they..." Su Rui was worried that someone might take advantage of the situation and lead a riot. Chen Luo directly interrupted, "Let them roll if they're in a hurry. It's not like he owes them anything." Su Rui wanted to say something, but finally just said, "Okay." She was about to turn and head out the door when a voice from behind her said, "Wait." Su Rui turned around to look. The one who spoke was none other than GCC. "I'm good to go." Chen Luo asked, "Doesn't it matter?" GCC smiled slightly. "I'm a person who needs to be nervous in order to bring out my full strength." Since she had said so, Chen Luo also let her go. He just said, "I'll be backstage supporting you." Ning Xiao, Shilu, and Tang Xian also said in unison, "We'll support you too." GCC was moved to scan the faces of everyone in the room, finally resting on Chen Luo's face. Chen Luo was undoubtedly the person she was most grateful to. Not only did he save her, he gave her a chance to get back on stage. Jixing had a lot of words of thanks he wanted to tell Chen Luo. But, not now. "Thanks guys, we'll see you later." With a bright smile on her face, Jissy walked out of the room. There was a lot of noise outside, and before GCC went on stage, she took a deep breath and her eyes came down firmly. "Then resolutely take the stage." The crowd at the bottom didn't stop talking when they saw GCC take the stage. So what if it's a big star? So what if you're a diva? All they care about is when they get their water. Beside the man in the straw hat sat a man with a country face who looked square. He said to the man in the straw hat, "Are you sure you can get water here?" The straw-hatted man said with certainty, "Brother-in-law, I saw it with my own eyes. That heavy car was carrying a wagon load of ice. They definitely have water, but whether they share it with us or not, I don't know." Brother-in-law sighed, a bit of sadness on his brow. He was the head of a small camp, albeit small, with only 8 people. Subtract him, his wife and his brother-in-law from that. The good thing is that everyone is united and follows his lead. The 8 stuck together in unison. But now they're just a little too braced. The water issue is so deadly. It's not going to be solved by solidarity. When he heard the loudspeaker, brother-in-law didn't get his hopes up, so merely sent his brother-in-law, the straw hat man, to spy while he continued his search for water. He was still digging in the dry riverbed when he got the notification on his brother-in-law's walkie-talkie. "It's Jisai." His brother-in-law's shout interrupted his thoughts. Straw Hat Man was a big fan of GCC before the end of the world, and he didn't expect his idol to have survived. "More than that, I never thought I'd hear my idol's songs again." He looked unusually agitated and stood up shouting, "GCC! GCC!" The brother-in-law brother on the side didn't expect his brother-in-law to be able to follow the stars even at this time, really heartless. But at this time, he envied his brother-in-law instead. At least his brother-in-law doesn't have to lose sleep every day with worry like he does. Jessie also saw the straw hat guy in the crowd who was supporting her, which gave her a lot of encouragement. She said into the microphone, "Thank you all for staying alive to come to my concert. I know how hard you must be living, with the zombies, the cold waves, the torrential rains, the extreme heat, all these natural calamities afflicting us over and over again. I know a lot of you have lost the drive to live, because I used to want to be done with it too." Unconsciously, GCC's voice took on a sobbing tone. She was obviously remembering her own unpleasant experience. Locked up in a dank cargo hold, in a cramped steel cage. All around her were crew members who looked at her with cargo eyes. It was then that Jessie thought about self-understanding. But one man comes along and changes her fate. But, gentlemen, having lived so hard and survived so many trials and tribulations, are you willing to die just like that? If that's the case, we might as well have let the walker take a bite out of it in the first place. The voices of the people talking tapered off. They could very much empathize with what GCC said. Jisai continued, "This next song will hopefully soothe your wounds." The soundtrack played and Jessie opened her mouth to spit out the first word. Under her song, the crowd's anxious hearts gradually calmed down. The song ended and they couldn't come back to their senses for a long time. They didn't applaud as an afterthought until the first clap. At this point they had completely forgotten the purpose of their trip and were mesmerized by the beautiful music. This next one is an inspirational song that will hopefully give you, who are suffering, hope to live. The second song sung by GCC had an upbeat tempo and a dynamic melody, and the crowd listened to it gradually. When it came to the chorus, a chorus of several different voices came out of the stereo. In the VIP room on the second floor, Ning Xiao looked at Chen Luo. "The chorus? That's right, it's Mina and the girls who sang it." It dawned on Ning Xiao that there was no wonder she hadn't seen the silence. It turned out that he was singing harmony for GCC. If Jisai's vocals were already moving enough, the newly added harmonies were even more heavenly. The crowd's emotions were infected by the song, their bodies unconsciously danced, and all the pressure built up in their hearts disappeared. "Brother-in-law, you're a good dancer," Straw Hat Man praised. Brother-in-law then realized that his body was standing up uncontrollably. Keep in mind that he's never been interested in music. While listening to the first song, he was distracted with other thoughts. But this second song just seems to have the magic power to lift one's mood. Suddenly, someone cried out in alarm, "There's a walker." The crowd snapped out of the music in unison. It turns out that the music has attracted all the walkers around, staring at the crowd across a fence. But what was shocking and unbelievable to them was that the zombies that used to lunge at people when they saw them, this time it stood still. They shouldn't be listening to music too, right? I don't know who said that. The crowd didn't believe it, but the facts were right in front of them. Chapter 226, A Song with Magic Power. What the audience didn't realize was that underneath the sunglasses of the female bouncer flanking the stage were a pair of blood-red pupils, and these walkers are actually facing towards the female bodyguard. It was only the angle that made them mistake the zombie for looking at Jessie. The expressionless faces, the bodies swaying to the song as if they were actually enjoying the music. In their surprise they didn't even realize when the song ended. Jessie sang 2 songs in a row without blushing and said into the microphone, "You're all about the unlimited water, right?" Upon hearing the water, the crowd woke up as if in a dream and remembered what they had come for. Jessie continued, "You're going to get what you crave during this next song." When they heard that, they got excited, all of them thinking that someone would be distributing water to them later. Jessie sings a song that has something to do with rain. Her song and the harmonies of the silence together make a perfect and melodious piece of music. as if spring rain generally moisturized the restless hearts of the listeners underneath. And as the song progressed, a dark cloud that appeared from nowhere drifted above the camp. The crowd, immersed in the sound of the music, didn't notice the sky darkening. Brother-in-law is swinging his awkward, stiff limbs to the music. Listening to the lyrics with rain in every line, he couldn't help but think, if only it could really rain. He then smiled to himself and retorted, how can that be? You can't even see a cloud in this damn weather, let alone rain. At that moment the Mediterranean Sea above brother-in-law's head was suddenly cool. Puzzled, he reached out and touched it, and a wet touch came to his fingers. This is? Brother-in-law raised his head afterward, and when he saw the dark clouds, his entire body froze. After freezing for a few seconds, he cried out as if he were a madman, dark cloud, it's a dark cloud. He hastened to his knees and cowed out and pleaded, please, make it rain. More and more people are noticing the dark clouds in the sky. They couldn't care less about listening to the song, and they knelt down and kowtowed, following the example of their brother-in-law. Hundreds of people were now kneeling in unison, and it was quite a spectacle. They worshipped them, and Jissi sang her own. As the song comes to a close and the last word rain falls, also falling was pouring rain. Everyone went crazy, tilting their heads and opening their mouths to catch the rain. Then realizing that they wouldn't be able to catch much this way, they opened their backpacks and pulled out what they would have used to catch the water. As if that wasn't enough, they even took off their backpacks, hats, and even shoes to catch the water. It doesn't matter if it's dirty or not when you catch it full, you just drink it. Ha ha ha. They laughed and laughed and laughed and cried. The cries got louder and louder, even drowning out the music, drowning out the rain. It was as if he wanted to vent out all the grievances he had suffered since the end of the world. I don't know how long the crying stopped. The crowd gathered themselves together and put away the rainwater they had managed to get. Either keep it for yourself or take it back to someone else. And so on. They suddenly realized a problem. You know, it's been a long time since Marina Del Rey has seen a cloud. Why did this dark cloud not show up earlier or later, but at the time of this concert? It also just happened to float over the stage, and just happened to rain while Jissi was singing a song that had something to do with rain? When so many coincidences come together, it's not a coincidence. Combined with the strange behavior of the zombies, they began to wonder if GCC's singing voice was really magical. GCC had already sung several songs, and although her spirit was still high, her stamina was a bit too much to keep up. Beside her were the two female bodyguards who were holding the umbrella for her, so she wasn't a bit drenched. She picked up the microphone and said, I didn't realize it was so nice that the weather cooperated with the rain. Jissi chalked up the rain to happenstance, but the people underneath were clearly skeptical. She didn't need to explain too much, let them guess for themselves, she just wouldn't admit it anyway. It's over. In the VIP room, Chen Luo stood up and walked over to Yang Xiao. Well, anything? Yang Xiao pointed at a few people in the crowd. Chen Luo nodded and was about to start. Instead, he heard Jissi's voice from underneath. Next up is the final song of this concert, an original song of my own. Chen Luo frowned, this was not in the plan. He withdrew his stepped-out foot, ready to listen to what Jissi said next. I wrote this song in the context of my own experiences, and there was a time when I wanted to be done with it, but someone came along and saved me. He's the one who changed my destiny, he's the one who gave me hope to live, he's the one. This song goes out to him for everything he's done for me, and I hope you guys find the motivation to live too. She said. It couldn't be me, right? Chen Luo couldn't help but think. Since it concerned him, he would have to listen to it. As for work, it's not too late to wait to hear the song. The BGM played, and Jissi's voice was a little shaky at first, but it quickly got into the swing of things. This original song of hers is a change from her usual style and is very rarely a love song. I'm afraid that even a deaf person could feel the strong feelings in that song. Ooh, great, the idol has found someone he likes. Straw Hat Guy said, wiping tears from his eyes. Brother-in-law, who had thought he was sad, couldn't help but spit out when he heard his words, are you happy that your idol is in love? Straw Hat Man gave brother-in-law a blank look. Of course I'm happy, in this world, the idol can find someone he can trust, isn't this something to be happy about? Also, brother-in-law nodded in agreement. Also, the media and judges who say that idols sing love songs that are good but have little emotion should really come and listen and see what else they have to say. Good man, so you're a career citizen. No chance of that, they're probably all rotting and stinking. As the song ended, Jisai raised her head and looked deeply at the second floor. The gaze that contained blazing affection pierced through the glass, conveying it in its entirety to Chen Luo. After looking at it for a while, GCC withdrew her gaze. Thank you all, this concert ended perfectly, may we meet again next time. Snap dash. Thunderous applause erupted from the stage. Even without this rain, Jissi's song deserved their applause. The song is over, and it's time for people to disperse. They grabbed their backpacks and headed outside. Chapter 227, Exclusion of Dissenters. Marina City Disaster Victims Shelter, a few hundred meters away. The three of them listened to the concert and came out of the campground. One of the muscular men said, you all saw that, didn't you? The one who sings, her song can summon rain. The man in the black undershirt said, see, what do you want to do? The muscular man's eyes were shady. If such a big treasure is obtained by us, then we will no longer be afraid of this end of the world. The third person, who had an inch of hair on top, was a bit hesitant. Didn't she say it was a coincidence? Besides, how in the world can someone make it rain with a song? The muscular man smiled coldly. You believe her when she says so? Besides, even the zombies have appeared. What else is impossible? The vested man chimed in. Even if it's really a coincidence, it's always true that she can make a walker not move at all, right? If we had her singing along when we went out to gather supplies, we could have gone anywhere with more walkers. This is true. The inchman asked, do you have any plans? Let's go back and discuss it. As the three chatted and walked, a silhouette appeared in front of them at an unknown time, blocking their path. The muscular man snapped, who are you? The inchman remembered that he had seen the other man in line. Brother, he's from the shelter. So you heard everything we said? A murderous intent flashed in the muscular man's eyes, and he made a neck-wiping, sealing gesture toward the other two. The vested man and the inch-haired man nodded and pulled out their weapons. Although it was said that the disaster shelters didn't allow weapons, they could hide them outside and get them first thing when they came out. The three men approached the man wistfully. The other party just waved their hands, and they felt their backpacks suddenly swell up a lot, and a chill came from them. At first they felt comfortable, like eating popsicles in the middle of summer. But immediately afterward they felt a stabbing pain in their back. The three men couldn't carry on and tried to unhook their backpacks. But the backpacks stuck to their backs as if they were covered in glue. Penis, help me see what's going on. The muscular man shouted anxiously. The vested man forced himself to hold back the sting and walked behind the muscular man. Big brother, the water in your backpack froze and froze your back too. Quick, get it down for me. Lao-san, come and help me. The two of them were like pulling a carrot, but the backpack was too frozen solid to take it off. The muscular man grimaced in pain as he felt his skin being torn off. Big brother, it can't be taken down. Big brother, your waist is frozen too. Ha, quick, do something. Chen Luo lost his patience and waved his big hand again. 3 ice picks toppled through the backpacks and lodged and pierced the trio. The three soon lost their breath. That's the last of the ones that have any ill will towards the disaster shelter in Jissy. It's time to go back. At the same time, on the other side, brother, sister-in-law and Straw Hat Man are happily carrying water to leave the disaster shelter. As a result, when he was about to go out, he was stopped by the guards at the door. Brother-in-law shielded his backpack behind him. What are you trying to do? It's not like this water is yours, it's coming down from the sky. The straw-hatted man was also eyeing the guards warily. The guard explained, you are mistaken, I am not stopping you to rob you of your water, it is our leader who wants to see you. Brother-in-law and brother-in-law looked at each other. He obviously wouldn't have let himself go if they hadn't gone to meet. Although there were 2 of them, the other side had weapons in their hands. They were definitely no match for the guards. After some deliberation, brother-in-law spoke helplessly, alright, let's go see your chief. The 2 were led by the guards to the conference room. After knocking on the door and entering, brother, sister and Straw Hat Man realized that there were 8 other people here besides the 2 of them. A few of them, brother-in-law still recognizes. It's the big brother of the other camps, with dozens of brothers under his hand. Brother-in-law's little camp is really nothing compared to that. Su Rue, who was sitting in the main seat, spoke, okay, everyone is here, let's get down to business. She took out 10 tubes of potion and placed them on the table. This contains the zombie virus vaccine. When these words came out, everyone couldn't sit still and stood up. One of the simple-looking men even said, Officer Su, I'm not well read, so don't just lie to me with a tube of unknown liquid. Surya knew they wouldn't believe it. She clapped her hands together, and aside, Lao Jiao lifted the cloth in the corner. Inside was locked up what was clearly a zombie. Lao Jiao looked back at Su Rue. Chief, do I have to do it? Why don't I call out to the others? That Jai kid is in the camp. Su Rue glared at him, I'll give you 3 exotic fruits later. Lao Jiao's expression changed and he quickly said, this is what you said, you can't lie. What is a foreign fruit? The others were confused. Immediately after that they saw Lao Jiao reaching out his arm to probe the walker. The zombie didn't hesitate to bite down head first. This old thing is crazy? He's been bitten by a walker. Kill him quickly. Suri's voice was inexplicably soothing. Don't be nervous guys, he's been vaccinated against the zombie virus, he won't be infected, just wait and watch. The crowd half-heartedly put down their benches. 1 minute passed, 2 minutes passed, until half an hour had passed and Lao Jiao was still not infected. Now do you believe what I'm saying? The crowd's eyes were glowing as they looked at the test tubes, forcing themselves not to reach out and grab them. Su Rue continued, these 10 tubes of potion will be my gift to you all. They calmed down instead when she said that. As we all know, free is always the most expensive. Brother-in-law asked, just tell us what Officer Su wants us to do for you. Quite simply, I want you to serve me. Work for you? Those with a quick mind had already guessed what Su Rue was trying to do. Officer Su was trying to be the boss of all the survivors in Marina City? That's right, Su Rue admitted frankly, the person who says yes gets to take a tube of vaccine and get more later. Those who don't agree naturally get nothing. They didn't need Suri to say this, they all understood. The crowd fell silent, contemplating whether to agree or not. Seeing this, Surue added, in addition, you will also have the opportunity to share the foreign fruits. You probably don't know what a foreign fruit is, it's a fruit that improves one's health. Suri said as she walked over to the steel cage holding the walkers, only to see that she held the iron pipe with both hands, and with a force, she actually bent it directly. The zombie inside tried to bite her, and Surue grabbed the zombie's neck with one hand, and with a slight force, she broke the zombie's neck. That done, she walked gingerly back to her seat. In front of them were 10 pairs of eyes as if they were looking at aliens. Chapter 228, Someone's Waiting for You. Before Surue could say anything, brother-in-law said, I promise to join you. Very good, Surue nodded in satisfaction. What's your name? Fan Xinghua. As the first to say yes, here's a favor for you. With that she spread her fingers and took out 3 ping-pong ball-sized fruits. The fruit was crystal clear and emitted a tantalizing fragrance that filled the entire conference room at once. From these points alone, this so-called exotic fruit is extraordinary. This is different fruit? The crowd gathered around and tried to get a closer look. Fan Xinghua hurriedly and carefully put away the fruit. Old Nine, who was on the side, said with envy, Kid, if I were you, I wouldn't take the foreign fruit out of the house. Fan Xinghua understood the meaning of Lao Jiu's words. The foreign fruit was taken out again. Eat 2 of them in front of everyone. The moment the juice burst out, Fan Xinghua's eyes lit up. Brother-in-law, said Straw Hat Man, very curious and scratching his ears anxiously, what exactly does it smell like? Fan Xinghua did not say anything, his lips and teeth now, afraid that a mouth-clean fragrance floated out. He handed the rest of the isogo to Straw Hat Man. Straw Hat Man took it without saying a word and swallowed it. Then he wore the exact same expression as his brother-in-law. The simple-looking man couldn't help but spit out, what's wrong with you 2 brothers, say the words instead. The 2 felt it for a while longer before they finally spoke. Boo, what do you think? It's very good. I feel like I could punch a cow to death right now. The other man picked up the iron pipe on the floor and tried to break it. The iron pipe was wrist-thick, solid inside and very strong. He threw the iron pipe in front of the brothers, don't just talk about it, get your hands on it. It seems that part of them looked at the brothers and suspected them of being trustees. Surue was silent, with an expression of watching the show. As someone who had been there before, she knew exactly how much the first time she ate an exotic fruit improved her health, so she had no doubt that the 2 could do it. Brother-in-law, are you coming or should I? Fan Xinghua saw that Boo was eager to try, so he took the initiative to give him the opportunity. You do it. Okay. Boo couldn't wait to pick up the iron pipe and fired his arm. From Boo's expression and the extent of the bruises on his arms, he was able to tell that he was struggling. It couldn't be done as easily as Suri's, but the iron pipe did slowly get broken slow. Normal human strength simply can't do that. The crowd marveled at the effect of the exotic fruit on power enhancement. The value of exotic fruits is also better understood. There was a scramble to say, I'm in. I'm in. But unfortunately, their hesitation cost them the chance to get the foreign fruit. Surue just looked back at Yang Xiao who had been silent. The latter nodded at her, and Surue instantly understood. She stood up and announced, I thank you all for your support, and I believe that with all of us working together, Marina City will be able to become the safest city in the world, and a sanctuary in the eyes of survivors from all over the world. When the crowd saw that Surue didn't take out any more exotic fruits, they all had some regrets. But they also knew that if they behaved well, they would definitely have another chance in the future. After expressing his loyalty to Surue over and over again, only then did they reluctantly leave. Suri was relieved to see that everyone had left. She realized now that being confident all the time could be very tiring. At this time, someone else walked in, and Surue hurriedly straightened her back. It turned out that it was Surue who came in, and she immediately went limp again. Chenluo teased, how does it feel to be the queen of Marina City? Suri rolled her eyes beautifully. If I were a queen, wouldn't you be an emperor? I'm not interested in being an emperor, I don't have that much ambition, being the little man behind the queen is enough. If he wasn't worried that no one would work for him if the survivors of Marina City died out, Chenluo didn't even bother with them. Little? Surya gazed downward. How come Officer Su, who's usually so serious, has learned to drive? It's not because of you, you don't have a straight face on weekdays. The two sat down as they talked, and Chenluo's hand went nowhere. But one could guess from Suri's scarlet cheeks. Chenluo was about to go further when Surue suddenly pushed him away. He looked at Surue with a puzzled expression, while the other party gathered the messy clothes on his body while explaining, someone is waiting for you. Who? Chenluo didn't react at first. Who else could it be? That big star who writes you love songs. Earlier, GCC had done Surue a small favor and didn't let her down. It was only natural for Surue to return the favor. As a woman, and likewise a person who had been there before, she knew exactly what GCC meant by that song. Chenluo woke up like a dream. He really should go and meet GCC. She must be in an agitated mood right now, and she could definitely reap a wave of goodwill by going over it this time. Thinking of this, Chenluo couldn't wait to stand up and prepare to head out. Wait, However, Su Rue stopped him. In his uncertain gaze, Su Rue thoughtfully helped Chen Luo smooth out his clothes and zipper up his zipper. You're so careless. If you go to CCC like this, the other girls' emotions that have built up so easily will be ruined by you. It's still you who are attentive. Chen Luo quipped and left. In the temporary dressing room, Chen Luo found GCC. Besides her, all the other women from the safe house were there. Chen Luo was just about to open his mouth to greet him when GCC jumped headfirst into his embrace. Ning Xiao shot a look at the melon-eating silhouette and the others. They silently walked out of the dressing room, leaving Chen Luo and GCC space to be alone. The words Chen Luo had wanted to say ended up not being able to be said as a system beep sounded in his ears. Target Jisai's favorability increased by 40 to 100, till death do us part. The favorability level went up all of a sudden. Chen Luo, even if he was slow, he understood GCC's feelings. He put his arm back around Jissi. A happy expression spread across GCC's face when she got a response. Chen Luo, she murmured. Chen Luo didn't hear and lowered his head. What did you say? I say. Thank you. You're welcome. Did you hear my last song? Listened. You. How do you feel? Chen Luo couldn't come up with a specialized vocabulary even after half a day's thought, and he began to regret not wanting Su Yulan's artistic talent in the first place. Otherwise it wouldn't be so bad that you can't hold in a fart right now. In the end, Chen Luo could only honestly admit, I'm sorry, I don't know anything about music, but I think you sing beautifully. That's enough. Jissi guffawed. Chapter 229, The Acting Skills of a Great Singer. A good listen is the best thing you can say about music. Jissi said from the bottom of her heart. Chen Luo looked down at her, and she looked up at Chen Luo. The moment the two people's eyes touched, it was as if they were the poles of a magnet, firmly sucked together. You know what, Chen Luo? Actually, my company and agent have been trying to get me to move into film and television. Normal, a lot of singers are going to move into film, TV and so on. But I didn't want to do a kissing scene, so I turned them down. What are you trying to say? GCC stood on her tiptoes and pressed herself to Chen Luo's ear. Quite ambiguously, he said, I mean, do you want to do a kissing scene with me? Chen Luo's ears itched as he looked at GCC who was wearing light makeup in front of him. Up close and personal with this flawless face on the other side. Those delicate features, deep eyes and delicate red lips. I believe it is impossible for any man to say no in such a situation. You know, I've seen a lot of movies and I have some unique understanding of acting. Chen Luo laughed to himself as he spoke. GCC was also amused, but she soon put away her smile and gradually approached Chen Luo. She gave it a tentative nod first, feeling nothing more than that, more mentally satisfying than physically pleasurable. But when Chen Luo began to respond, GCC felt an unprecedented excitement. Her mind went all blank, forgetting where she was and what she was doing. She was left with only one thought, it turned out to be so nice to kiss her beloved. I don't know how much time passed before the two separated. GCC was paralyzed in Chen Luo's arms, completely relying on him in order to support her body. How does it feel to act in a kissing scene? It was Chen Luo's turn to speak into her ear. Her tiny earlobes, a pinkish red, were adorable. It's like going to heaven, the soles of my feet are soft with clouds. GCC returned with mesmerized eyes. Do you want to do another play? GCC came to her senses and looked at Chen Luo in confusion. What's the play? Chen Luo spat out two words in her ear. Although he couldn't hear what was being said, he could probably guess a thing or two from GCC's thoroughly reddened earlobes. She gently pounded Chen Luo's chest, the force of which was not much different from flirting. So that's the kind of movie you watch. He. Chen Luo gave a bad smile. Without giving GCC a chance to refuse, he kissed again. Complete raiders targeting Jissi. An hour later, when Chen Luo helped the mobility-impaired GCC out of the dressing room, GCC's favorability panel had changed. Name, Jisai. Status, singer, star. Favorability, 100, till death do us part. Reward for first acquaintance, top-of-the-line audio equipment, already obtained. First kiss reward, KTV, already obtained. Reward for complete strategy, ability, heavenly voice, acquired. Outside the house stood a group of women, their eyes tinged with amusement. Oops, why are you all here? GCC exclaimed. Zhang Miaomia shrugged, the boss is here, where can we go? That doesn't mean. You all heard? Jissi had a hard time taking it in for a moment. With a scream, she hid behind Chen Luo. Alright, you guys don't tease her, Chen Luo said. That's nursing on? A new generation, the boss really likes the old, we're going to be optimized, woo. Zhang Miao pretended to cry. You're the one who can make the most noise, and I'll let you know right away if I'm happy with the new or not. Zhang Miao's face changed and she lost her color. Don't, boss, I don't dare. She couldn't withstand Chen Luo's anger on her own. She turned back to the others and said, sisters, help me. But they either pretended not to hear or said, you brought this on yourself. Seeing this, Du Jejia stepped forward, patted her chest with a generous look and said, I'll help you. You'd better save your breath. Tang Xian yanked her back by her ear. The scene was a joyous one. With much laughter, the crowd returned to the safe house. When Jissi realized that there was an extra room with a KTV sign in the safe house, she was moved to look at Chen Luo. So you're ready. She thought that this KTV was something Chen Luo had sneaked out when she was in the disaster shelter, to surprise her. Unbeknownst to her, Chen Luo also saw this KTV only 10 minutes earlier than her. All he did was just find a suitable location and extract the system rewards. Of course, Chen Luo wasn't stupid enough to tell the truth at this time and ruin the romantic atmosphere. So Chen Luo nodded, happy? Jis expressed her feelings at the moment with her actions, gave Chen Luo a big hug. Happy. Go inside, maybe you'll be happier. Chen Luo himself hadn't gone in to see it, but he believed that when the system produced something, it would be a masterpiece. Jissi pushed the door in expectantly, stunned by what he saw before him. She thought at first that the KTV was just a plain little room that could be soundproofed, with a microphone and stereo, and it would be nice. But in front of me was a very large room. Not only is there a big 100-plus-inch TV, but there are all kinds of top-notch musical instruments. There's even a separate little room inside. As a singer who had made a number of albums, GCC instantly recognized that it was a recording studio. Chen Luo also walked in and said behind GCC, "How is it? Do you like it?" GCC's shoulders were slightly trembling, and there was a sobbing tone in her voice. "You went to a lot of trouble to get these, didn't you?" How do you mean, yes? How can it not be? It does take quite a bit of work to put on a concert, with pre-preparations, publicity, and so on. These Chen Luo has put in a lot of effort. GCC turned around and once again jumped into Chen Luo's arms, giving him a deep kiss. Chen Luo tasted a bit of saltiness before noticing that GCC was already in tears, a beauty with tears in her eyes. How many heroes have fallen under this? Chen Luo had a hot brain and simply decided to give another reward to GCC as well. That's the psychic ability, the voice of heaven. Chen Luo had wanted to keep it for himself. This ability to fool people must be very good. However, compared to herself, Jishi was undoubtedly more suited to this psychic ability. After having this psychic ability, she also had a means of defense. Although useless against zombies, in the post-apocalyptic world, people are often more dangerous than zombies. And Jishi won't need the silence to sing harmonies for her in the future, which is a big plus. Compared to that, Chen Luo didn't need it as much. It's not like this psychic ability could instantly boost his combat power. And he could totally get it from the sirens if he wanted it. They've got a heavenly voice in their hands. So Chen Luo was also well thought out and not a decision made on impulse.